Chapter 1. The Crossing to Kanahagakure. The relentless downpour enveloped a village surrounded by dense woods. While a dark wooden room was momentarily illuminated by a flash of lightning, a child suddenly awoke, his face etched with terror, only to be met with a searing pain in his head as fragmented memories clamored for attention within his mind. Where am I? This is Konoha. Ye Feng, a fitness club instructor, had trained in traditional martial arts passed down through his family. His ancestors were said to have included a cultivator, who left behind an incomplete and nameless manual of cultivation techniques. Legends suggested that those who mastered it could ascend to immortality. Yet this tale had long since become unverifiable, as the spiritual energy on Earth had dwindled to near nothingness in modern times, making the refinement of true energy exceedingly difficult. From a young age, Ye Feng had nurtured a passion for novels, dreaming of the day he could cultivate his own powers, move mountains, fill seas, and soar through the skies on a sword. After hearing tales of his ancestors, he diligently memorized the cultivation manual, striving every moment to refine his energy in hopes of one day becoming a cultivator capable of remarkable feats. Alas, after over 20 years of effort, his progress was negligible. However, he had become exceptionally proficient in the accompanying techniques. Though devoid of true energy, he still possessed considerable strength compared to the average person. On that fateful morning, as he rushed to work amidst the bustling peak hours, Ye Feng, with a piece of bread in his mouth, sprinted towards the club suddenly. A piercing scream and the urgent sound of a horn pierced the air. Turning back, Ye Feng spotted a car speeding towards a child squatting in the middle of the road. Engrossed in retrieving a toy, the child was not far from him. And in that critical moment, Ye Feng determined that he could reach the child in time. Scooping him up and dodging the oncoming vehicle without hesitation, he charged forward. However, in a twist of fate, a woman nearby, startled and clutching her bag, inadvertently swung it towards Ye Feng's face, momentarily stunning him and causing his speed to falter. Yet, propelled by inertia, he continued to lunge forward. In an instant, he found himself in the middle of the road, the car's front looming ever closer. With resolve, Ye Feng propelled himself forward, extending his arms to push the child away from the car, only to hear a deafening crash in the next moment, plunging him into darkness. Konoha. Awakening, Ye Feng gazed at his small hands, flooded with memories of this sudden shift in reality. For an introverted individual like Ye Feng, Naruto was a cherished anime that he had avidly followed until its conclusion, relishing its spirited narratives, dazzling combat sequences, and poignant emotional bonds that resonated deeply with him. Have I truly traversed worlds? Am I now part of the Uchiha clan? And I'm only 4 years old? The parents of this new body were both Chunin with average abilities, possessing only a single Tomo Sharingan. Their advancement had been slow, indicating that their potential had nearly been exhausted during a recent mission. Both parents, along with a companion and their Chunin leader, had failed to return, presumed lost, overwhelmed by grief. Uchiha Ye Feng had fainted from the shock. As he regained consciousness, the name Uchiha struck him. Was this not the clan that had been annihilated by Uchiha Itachi? Fortunately, it was still the early years of Konoha's establishment. With 17 years remaining until the fateful events of the Uchiha massacre, he had ample time to prepare. Shouldn't a traveler possess some sort of golden finger? Where's mine? System, manifest. Open sesame. I command you as your master. After 2 whole hours of fruitless attempts to summon any kind of golden finger, disappointment washed over him. Yet, in the next moment, a thought struck him. Could it be that this body possesses some innate talent? The Sharingan. With newfound determination, Ye Feng sprang up to face a mirror, recalling the method to awaken the Sharingan from his memories. After concentrating and squinting, he found no signs of activation. The talent is not the Sharingan. Could it be a cultivation talent? But I am merely a 4-year-old child who has yet to begin training. Perhaps I can attempt to cultivate chakra. Ye Feng immediately began rummaging through the room, searching high and low. Even turning over the flower bed in the courtyard, he discovered 3 scrolls. Fire style, Great Fireball Technique, Fire Style, Phoenix Fire Technique, and Chakra Cultivation Technique, all of which were crank fire-based ninjutsu. However, this was not surprising, as the Uchiha clan predominantly wielded fire techniques, and Uchiha Ye Feng's parents, being of modest talent and lacking a notable background, naturally possessed no advanced ninjutsu scrolls. Chapter 2. Minato Namikaze. Ye Feng promptly opened the Chakra Cultivation Technique. Fortunately, before his parents' demise, they had taught him to read, so he could comprehend the scroll's text. Chakra is derived from the physical energy of living beings, including animals. The transformation of physical and mental energy results in the formation of chakra. While the process sounds straightforward, mastering its control is far more challenging. Precise management of chakra is crucial. Producing 45 units when only 30 are needed results in a depletion of physical energy, requiring immense mental fortitude to balance both energies. Fortunately, due to his transmigration, Ye Feng's mental strength was superior to that of his peers, making it relatively easy for him to learn and control his mental energy before long. He could effortlessly manipulate both his mind and body energies, leading him to feel like a genius, a destined individual. However, after a while, his enthusiasm waned. Although his mental prowess was formidable, his physical energy was alarmingly scant. The chakra he managed to refine was minimal, and by the end of the night, he felt as though it might dissipate at any moment. Could it be that I am practicing incorrectly? I followed the scroll's instructions precisely. Could there be an issue with the scroll? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, a sudden rumbling sound interrupted him. Realizing that the sun had risen to its zenith, he recognized that he had gone an entire day without food. Surveying the empty room, he fortunately found some coins he had hastily tossed aside, just enough to cover his meals for the month. He resolved to treat himself to the renowned Ichiraku ramen. However, after circling the village, he found no sign of Ichiraku ramen. Suddenly struck by a wave of realization, he smacked his forehead. How foolish of me! At this time, Ichiraku ramen likely hasn't even opened, yet the old man is probably still honing his culinary skills. Ye Feng reluctantly settled for a bustling restaurant, where patrons were already seated. He found an empty table and ordered a bowl of udon and some side dishes. Observing the establishment's decor and layout, he noted that it bore a striking resemblance to Ichiraku ramen from the anime. Though the seating was considerably less, he mused that the food here might be quite delicious. While he continued his observations, he suddenly noticed someone occupying the empty seat beside him. Instinctively turning his head, he was greeted by a striking figure with bright yellow hair. Although he couldn't see the face clearly, the youth appeared to be around 13 or 14 years old. Perhaps sensing Ye Feng's gaze, the young man turned to him, flashing a radiant, handsome, and gentle smile that instantly made Ye Feng feel a sense of familiarity. Gazing at the youth, with his golden locks and charming demeanor, Ye Feng's heart raced. Coupled with the current timeline, he suddenly recalled a name, thinking to himself, could this be the Minato Namikaze I admire so much? His pupils widened with excitement, and without thinking, he exclaimed, "You are Minato Namikaze. Do you know me?" Minato replied, perplexed by Ye Feng's recognition. Awkwardly aware of his own demeanor, Ye Feng's face lit up with admiration as he declared, "I've heard of you. They say you are a genius, kind-hearted and gentle." Ye Feng rambled on, and Minato blushed at the unexpected praise, scratching his head, thinking, I'm just an ordinary citizen, and yet I have a little fan from the Uchiha clan. As Minato grew more fond of Ye Feng, his tone became increasingly warm. How fortuitous! I happen to need someone to guide me in chakra cultivation. Ye Feng suddenly recalled his predicament and seized the opportunity. May I ask you some questions about my practice? Of course. Anytime. After we finish eating, I can take you to the training grounds, Minato replied graciously. With that, the two concluded their lively lunch, and Ye Feng followed Minato to the training grounds. Upon arrival, Minato remarked, "You're quite young, you probably can't yet learn ninjutsu. It must be an issue with chakra cultivation." "Yes, I've just begun to learn how to refine chakra, but the amount I can produce is very limited. I wanted to see if my cultivation method is incorrect." Hey, erase the scroll I've been using. Could you please take a look and see what the issue might be? Ye Feng said, handing the chakra cultivation technique to Minato. Upon receiving the scroll, Minato Namikaze glanced at it briefly, his brow furrowing slightly before he remarked, "You should now focus on refining your chakra. I would like to observe the process." Upon hearing this, Ye Feng seated himself and began to concentrate on the refinement of his chakra. Minato placed his hand on Ye Feng's shoulder, and Ye Feng felt a wave of warm chakra emanating from Minato's hand. A quarter of an hour swiftly elapsed, and Minato withdrew his hand, wearing a somewhat regretful expression as he spoke. "The training method outlined in the scroll is sound, however. It appears there are issues with your physique. You seem somewhat frail, suggesting that you may not be well suited to the life of a ninja." "Not well suited to be a ninja?" Ye Feng's face contorted into an expression of disbelief, repeatedly muttering the phrase, "not suited to be a ninja." Refining chakra necessitates a harmonious blend of mental and physical energy in a specific ratio to form chakra, given the scan energy produced by your current body. The chakra you can condense will also be limited, although you are still a child and will experience some growth in due time, based on your current physical foundation. I do not foresee a significant enhancement. It may be prudent to consider alternative paths and pursue different means of livelihood, Minato lamented. Ye Feng's heart was tumultuous, for chakra is the very foundation of a ninja's existence. A scarcity of chakra would inevitably preclude him from becoming a formidable ninja, not even qualifying as a taijutsu practitioner. With the impending Third Great Ninja War, the chaos of the Nine Tails, the invasion of the Akatsuki, and the Fourth World War looming, How was Ye Feng to survive? He could not help but curse the heavens. "O heavens, you brought me into this world, and though you granted me no golden finger, must my talent be so woefully inadequate?" Observing Ye Feng's anguish, Minato recognized the source of his distress and comforted him. "You are of the Uchiha clan, and no one in the village will dare to bully you if worst comes to worst. You may always seek me out, I shall protect you." Yet, Ye Feng could not heed Minato's reassurances. Feeling as if the path ahead was shrouded in darkness and uncertainty, he listlessly expressed his gratitude for Minato's kindness and wandered homeward, lost in thought. Minato watched Ye Feng's dejected figure depart. A sense of sorrow washing over him, he wished to console the boy, but found himself at a loss for words. Having opened his mouth several times only to remain silent ultimately, he could only exhale a sigh as he watched Ye Feng vanish from sight. Upon returning home, Ye Feng was equally uncertain about the road ahead. If he could not become a powerful ninja, was he destined to live as a mere commoner? In a world where strength dictated one's fate, lacking power meant being subject to the whims of others. Ye Feng felt a deep-seated unwillingness was his journey through time merely to lead an ordinary life. Would he, once again, find himself without power, influence, or wealth, unable to afford even a girlfriend, possessing only a meager advantage in combat skills and a handful of ineffectual techniques? Wait a moment. Ineffectual techniques, cultivation methods, and the pursuit of immortality. A flash of insight struck Ye Feng like lightning, and his eyes sparkled with newfound determination in his previous life. The absence of spiritual energy had precluded him from pursuing immortality, yet this was the world of Naruto, where chakra, though not spiritual energy, coexisted with natural energy. It was true that the original narrative warned of the dangers of natural energy, which could petrify one if not handled with care nevertheless. Ye Feng felt he had little choice and believed that, with caution, he could navigate this path without peril. Thus, he resolved to treat this like a desperate gamble. Calming himself, Ye Feng settled into a meditative posture on his bed, closed his eyes, and began to channel the cultivation techniques from his past life, attuning himself to the natural energy surrounding him. A quarter of an hour later, Ye Feng opened his eyes in astonishment indeed. He could sense the ethereal, white energy floating around him through his cultivation techniques. Now, he dared not rush. Instead, he gently guided the white energy to coalesce, channeling it through his meridians into his dantian, transforming it into a strand of true chi. The pathways of a human body were already firmly etched in his memory. Having repeated the same actions over 2 decades, even without successful attempts, he had become adept in the methodology. It worked. Ye Feng's joy was palpable, though it was merely a small strand. It signified that his approach was valid, and he had discovered a path forward. According to the records of the cultivation techniques, the ability to condense true chi marked the threshold of cultivation, leading one into the body refinement stage. Through true chi, one could purge bodily impurities, nurture the body, and strengthen it. It was said that some formidable body refining practitioners could obliterate mountains with a single punch. Following the body refinement stage came the foundation establishment stage, the golden core stage, the nascent soul stage, the spirit transformation stage, and finally, the tribulation crossing stage. Once a cultivator reached the tribulation crossing stage, they would become unwelcome in this world, attracting the wrath of heavenly tribulations meant for their destruction. The odds of surviving such tribulations were exceedingly slim, however. Those who withstood the trials would find their bodies and spirits refined by the will of the world, allowing them to ascend to higher realms and achieve immortality. Yet, the notion of ascending to immortality was merely speculative, for in Ye Feng's previous world, no one had ascended for thousands of years, leaving the fate of the afterlife shrouded in mystery. Presently, such concerns were not Ye Feng's to ponder for him. The mere ability to cultivate was a blessing. With a newfound sense of direction, Ye Feng's earlier apprehensions dissipated, allowing him to settle his mind and prepare to explore the wondrous applications of true chi. However, what followed left Ye Feng utterly bewildered, for despite having successfully condensed a strand of true chi moments ago, it had inexplicably vanished. No matter how he attempted to sense it, it eluded him. Unyielding in his resolve, Ye Feng resumed his meditative practice. Drawing upon his previous experience, he found the subsequent condensation process to be significantly swifter. After a little over half a quarter of an hour, he successfully gathered another strand of true chi and directed it into his dantian, then ceased his cultivation, focusing intently on the state of this newfound true chi. The moment it entered his body, the true chi began to gradually seep from his dantian, coursing through his meridians and dispersing throughout his being, merging with his blood, muscles, and bone marrow. A minuscule portion even drifted toward his brain, leaving him feeling revitalized and imbued with a newfound vigor. Indeed, the previously elusive true Qi was now integrating into every part of his body, fortifying Ye Feng's physical form. Understanding the situation, Ye Feng was now brimming with energy, resolutely striving to ascend to the pinnacle of the Naruto world. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, a series of knocks resounded at the door, followed by an explosive crash as it swung open. Boom! Ye Feng, Ye Feng, do not fear, I am here. Recognizing that familiar voice, Ye Feng's memory conjured up the image of a figure clad in sunglasses and sportswear. Moments later, the figure appeared before him. Obito Uchiha, the first minor antagonist from the original series, a tragic character who lost the one he loved and lived ensnared by hatred, ultimately succumbing to treachery and finding solace only upon his demise. Yet in this life, he was Ye Feng's close friend. Both families were peripheral members of the Uchiha clan, residing in close proximity. Obito, with his boisterous personality and penchant for friendship, naturally found companionship with Ye Feng, who often accompanied him on various misadventures, most of which were instigated by Obito himself. Upon learning of the demise of Uchiha Leaf Maple's parents and having fainted himself, Uchiha Obito hurriedly rushed over to assess Leaf Maple's condition. He cradled Maple's head, meticulously examining him from every angle. Upon discovering no visible injuries, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Fear not, for I am here. From now on, stay by my side. And I assure you, you shall indulge in the finest of delights. With that, he took Leaf Maple by the hand, intending to lead him outside. There's no need. I have already dined. Do not concern yourself with me. I am quite well, Leaf Maple replied. Are you truly all right? Then let us go. Rin and Abiki are having a picnic, and we should join them. At that moment, Leaf Maple's mind was consumed with thoughts of training. He had no desire to partake in a picnic with a group of children. To him, it seemed an utter waste of his precious time. I shall not attend. I wish to be alone. Very well, I shall bring you something delicious for dinner. Uchiha Obito hesitated for a moment before departing. Once Obito exited, Leaf Maple quickly settled into a meditative position and commenced his training. Sensing the flow of vital energy converging around him, Leaf Maple found no monotony in his practice. Unbeknownst to him, nightfall had quietly enveloped the surroundings. When Leaf Maple finally opened his eyes, he was startled to find a large face and sunglasses mere inches away, causing him to instinctively retreat until he found himself cornered against the wall. Upon recognizing the intruder, he exclaimed in anger, "Scaring someone can indeed be fatal. You could have announced your presence. I called out to you upon entering. It was you who did not hear me. You were sitting here, completely still. I brought you some food. What were you doing just now?" Leaf Maple chose to ignore him, rising instead to accept the food and began to eat, treating Obito as if he were invisible. "Why are you acting this way? I went through the trouble of bringing you something delicious, and yet you refused to acknowledge me. I was training. You have already begun your training? I wish to train as well. Who has been your teacher?" Chapter 5. Cultivation. Ye Feng casually tossed the scroll titled Chakra Cultivation Technique to Uchiha Obito, his mouth full of food as he said, "Learn it on your own." Obito took the scroll, and the more he read, the more perplexed he became. Although he recognized each character, the combination of words eluded his comprehension. Eventually, he returned the scroll to Ye Feng, exclaiming, "Just teach me instead." Observing Obito's struggle, Ye Feng realized that his comprehension skills were lacking, questioning how such intellect could lead to him becoming a minor boss. With a bemused expression, he looked at Obito and remarked, "What kind of gaze is that? Asking you to teach is a rare opportunity. I aspire to become the greatest Hokage, so you should cherish this chance." Obito, flustered, pointed at Ye Feng and insisted. Ye Feng, not wishing to argue, decided to explain the technique, appreciating Obito's concern and the meal he had brought. After elucidating the chakra cultivation, he sent Obito off to practice, encouraging him to gather his own chakra, while Ye Feng commenced his own training. Time passed swiftly, and when Ye Feng opened his eyes again, it was already morning. He couldn't help but reflect. No wonder they say a day inside a cave feels like 1,000 years outside. I hardly sensed the passage of time, and yet so much has elapsed. Noticing Obito sleeping soundly beside him, Ye Feng wondered when he had dozed off, despite claiming he would be training. Disregarding Obito for the moment, Ye Feng began to assess the results of his overnight cultivation. He was unaware of the exact number of strands of true energy he had refined, but he felt the speed of condensation increasing, and the energy had already spread throughout his body, fortifying his muscles, bones, and meridians. Throughout the night, Ye Feng had not succumbed to sleep, yet he felt invigorated, brimming with vitality. His vision seemed sharper, allowing him to see distant objects with greater clarity. And there was a subtle sensation that his eyes were on the verge of awakening. It appeared that practicing the technique not only enhanced his physical prowess but also fortified his mental faculties, which would be immensely beneficial for the Uchiha clan. For the Uchiha, awakening their eyes typically required emotional stimuli from profound joy or sorrow to significantly boost their mental strength, thereby opening their meridians. However, within the world of Naruto, there was no established system for cultivating mental power. It was a gradual process reliant on prolonged training. Ye Feng, however, faced no such dilemma. Continuous practice of the technique led to an incessant increase in his mental strength, and his Sharingan would awaken in tandem with his mental growth. As he further attuned himself to his body, he discovered that his control had become remarkably precise. Curious about the extent of his physical capabilities, Ye Feng rose to practice the accompanying techniques of the technique. With a resounding crash, Ye Feng inadvertently kicked down the wooden door of his room. Unable to adjust to the changes in his body. What happened? Was there an earthquake? Uchiha Obito was startled awake, sitting up in alarm. He quickly turned his gaze toward Ye Feng, who remained in the posture of having just kicked the door down. Upon noticing the splintered door and debris scattered about, Obito realized that Ye Feng had indeed shattered the door with a single kick. His expression morphed from shock to excitement as he grasped Ye Feng's shoulders, shaking him while exclaiming, "How did you become so powerful? Tell me how you did it." Ye Feng could not reveal the truth to Obito and instead fabricated a response. "I possess exceptional talent and have already gathered chakra." Obito's face registered disbelief. "I practiced all night and couldn't even refine a trace of chakra. You must be concealing the key to your success. Come on, tell me." After repeated assurances that there were no secrets regarding chakra cultivation, Ye Feng finally relieved Obito's concerns, who left with a dejected expression, returning home. Chapter 6. The foolish Uchiha. Ye Feng gazed at Obito's somewhat despondent figure, feeling a twinge of guilt within. Obito had genuinely cared for him, yet Ye Feng was compelled to keep secrets from him. As an outsider in this world, Ye Feng understood that revealing his true identity could lead to being secretly captured and exploited by some powerful figure for research purposes. After Obito departed, Ye Feng began to acclimate to his enhanced physique. He conducted a series of tests on his agility, speed, and strength, which revealed the remarkable capabilities of his body. He could now lift approximately 150 pounds and estimated his speed to be around 9 seconds per 100 meters, surpassing the physical prowess of an average adult. This was merely the result of one night's training, truly a testament to the efficacy of the cultivation techniques he had acquired. The exhilaration of such rapid improvement was undeniably addictive, igniting a fervent desire to continue training. He felt compelled to seize the moment, particularly as he was in the most transformative phase of his journey. With a resolve to immerse himself in practice, Ye Feng ventured out with the remaining money, intending to procure supplies for a period of dedicated training at home. This marked Ye Feng's second outing in this world. Although he possessed some memories of this body, they were scant, for there were few places a 4-year-old child would visit. He decided to take the opportunity to explore his surroundings. As he traversed the streets, he noticed that people instinctively avoided him upon recognizing the Uchiha clan emblem adorning his attire. This observation led him to reflect on the unpopularity of the Uchiha among the villagers. Is it not permissible to set up stalls here? Hurry up and disperse. Do you not care about the image of Konoha? We will leave at once. Suddenly, a commotion erupted ahead. Ye Feng beheld 3 Uchiha guards in uniform rudely driving away several villagers who had set up stalls, berating them as they kicked their goods. The villagers, pleading for mercy, hurriedly gathered their meager belongings and retreated. What's there to look at? Scatter at once. Do you wish to stroll around the guard office? The lead Uchiha guard shouted at the onlookers, who hastily distanced themselves. This scene echoed the actions of city management officers in Ye Feng's previous world, a group despised for abusing their power. In modern society, such behavior would have drawn public outrage and legal repercussions. Yet, in the world of Naruto, where strength reigns supreme, clans wielding power enjoy privileges. However, the Uchiha's actions were remarkably foolish. The second Hokage had entrusted the Uchiha with the management of Konoha's guard force, which could only lead to further alienation of the villagers, if not outright extermination or expulsion of the Uchiha clan. How could the Uchiha, so numerous, fail to discern this? They continued to act as if they were untouchable, embodying a sense of superiority. Ye Feng shook his head. As a mere 4-year-old, he lacked both power and status. He resolved to focus on strengthening himself before contemplating any changes within the Uchiha clan, especially since he too was a member. Having explored much of Konoha's commercial district, Ye Feng noted that while it lacked the towering skyscrapers of his former world, it was bustling with life, offering an array of goods, many of which he did not recognize the purpose of. He decided to set aside those curiosities for another time and address his immediate needs. Entering a shop, he purchased a considerable amount of convenience foods, instant noodles, ham, milk, opting for the simplest and quickest items available. He left with an enormous bag of provisions, so large that it dwarfed him, yet he managed to carry it with his newfound strength. The shopkeeper, eager to assist, offered to carry the bag for him. But before they could act, they were astonished to see Ye Feng already lifting the hefty bag and making his way home. A peculiar sight unfolded as he ambled along. The enormous food bag floating ahead, propelled by the diminutive legs and body of the child beneath it, almost invisible upon closer inspection. Upon arriving home, Ye Feng found Abito already seated inside. Upon seeing Ye Feng, Abito rushed over, declaring with determination, "I will train alongside you from now on. Whenever you rest, I will rest, and I am certain I will surpass you." Chapter 7. Conflict. Ye Feng was acutely aware of the nature of Uchiha Abito and did not take his words to heart, instead focusing on organizing the items he had purchased. Now, he found himself in a dire situation, devoid of even a single coin. It was time to practice. He would find a way to earn money later, for without means, he might truly face starvation. Only through honing his abilities could he hope to acquire wealth with greater ease. He retrieved a packet of instant noodles and some ham to prepare his breakfast. Slicing the ham and adding it to the noodles, he poured in boiling water and sat back to wait for it to steep. Mentally mocking himself, even in this alternate world, he remained bound to the fate of a struggling soul-consuming instant noodles. How embarrassing it was that he had to settle for a bowl of noodles. As the noodles approached readiness, Uchiha Abito brazenly took the bowl away, grinning smugly. Ye Feng rolled his eyes, not wishing to dwell on it, and proceeded to prepare another bowl for himself, along with a carton of milk. After all, he was still a child and needed to replenish his nutrition. Once he had completed his breakfast, Ye Feng deliberately called out to Abito, "I'm going to practice." He had to ensure that he included Abito, otherwise, the latter might berate him. With that, Ye Feng settled into a meditative posture and began to channel his cultivation techniques. Abito, attempting to mimic him, also sat down in a similar manner. Ye Feng was unperturbed by Abito's unusual demeanor. In the world of Naruto, few possessed the ability to sense natural energy. Even with talent, it was not something one could grasp in a matter of days. Moreover, knowing Abito as he did, he doubted the latter would sustain this effort for long. When Ye Feng next opened his eyes, twilight had descended. He assessed his body and felt a renewed vigor coursing through him. The initial transformation in physical training was the most significant. Subsequent enhancements would yield diminishing returns until one surpassed their physical limits. Glancing at Abito, he found him fast asleep, a testament to his exhaustion. Waking Abito, who sheepishly protested, "I was sleeping. I was just a bit tired from practicing," elicited Ye Feng's skepticism. "Let us clean up that drool first," he replied. Ignoring Abito's excuses and starting to prepare his dinner, more instant noodles with ham and milk. Abito approached, a look of distaste on his face. "Are we still eating this? I'm already tired of it. Can't we have something different?" With only instant noodles as their staple, the rest of their provisions consisted of some fruit. Abito rummaged through his pockets and produced some crumpled coins. "Let us go eat ramen outside." Though Ye Feng was indifferent to culinary variety and merely wished to fill his stomach, he found himself unable to resist Abito's insistence as the latter tugged him outside. They hurried towards the commercial district, with Abito occasionally glancing back to converse with Ye Feng. Suddenly, Abito was propelled backward by an opposing force, landing squarely on the ground. Realizing he had collided with someone, he instinctively apologized. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." Looking up, he saw 3 children around 7 or 8 years old, the leader of whom wore Uchiha attire, apparently named Uchiha Kaze, flanked by 2 followers who were deferentially nodding at him. Well, aren't you the fool who dreams of becoming Hokage?" The leader taunted. "With those clumsy hands, how do you expect to achieve that? Allow me to teach you a lesson to remind you of your place, and to stop embarrassing the Uchiha clan." As he raised his fist to strike Abito, it was clear that these children were older and larger. Both Abito and Ye Feng barely reached their waists, and Abito instinctively shielded his head with his arms. After a moment of waiting for the impact that never came, Abito looked up to find Ye Feng grasping Uchiha Kaze's wrist. "We are all from the same clan. There is no need for such hostility or to resort to violence," Ye Feng admonished. Chapter 8. Hatake Kakashi. Ye Feng grasped Uchiha Feng's wrist, immediately sensing the considerable force applied. While it was not lethal, it would certainly inflict several days of pain. Abito was Ye Feng's first friend in this world, and he could not just stand by and watch him get hurt. "Who do you think you are, meddling in my affairs? If you provoke me, I'll make sure to take you down as well." Uchiha Feng cursed as he struggled, attempting to free his hand from Ye Feng's grip. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could not escape. Upon hearing Uchiha Feng's words, Ye Feng furrowed his brow and tightened his grip, twisting Uchiha Feng's hand until it began to deform, causing Uchiha Feng to scream in agony. Let go. Hurry up and release me. What are you two standing there for? Come help me. Beat him up. Beat him senseless. With his hand throbbing in pain and unable to break free, Uchiha Feng urgently called for his companions. Responding to his call, Uchiha Feng's allies rushed over. Ye Feng turned to face the two approaching individuals, his gaze sharpening. With a powerful flick of his wrist, he released Uchiha Feng's hand, causing him to tilt backward, and in that moment, Ye Feng delivered a swift kick to his chin. Uchiha Feng was sent flying 3 to 4 meters before crashing heavily to the ground, unconscious. The two rushing over, one from the left and one from the right. Through punches, Ye Feng ducked under their attacks, countering with an uppercut to one's chin, followed by a powerful kick to the stomach, sending that individual sprawling. As another strike came from the right, Ye Feng seized the assailant's calf with his right hand, delivering several rapid blows to the inner thigh with his left before casting him aside. For Ye Feng, with his current physical prowess, dealing with them felt akin to child's play. Their movements appeared painfully slow, riddled with openings. After besting several of them, a sense of superiority welled within Ye Feng, prompting him to strike a pose with his hands behind his back, exuding an air of mastery. Should I ever witness you bullying anyone again, I shall deal with you each time. Now be gone. The two individuals hastily lifted Uchiha Feng and limped away into the crowd. Wow, Ye Feng, you're incredible. Uchiha Feng is a third-year student at the Ninja Academy, yet you defeated him so easily. When did you become so formidable? If you could focus on your training instead of sleeping, you too could become strong, Ye Feng retorted. Uchiha Obito scratched his head in embarrassment, eager to change the subject. Let us go. Let us eat. I'm starving. Upon arriving at the ramen shop, Obito immediately spotted a white-haired boy, his lower face obscured, sitting with his head bowed in anger, pointing at the child. Kakashi, you dead fish-eyed loser, why are you here? Get out of my sight, you fool. Kakashi glanced up at Obito but quickly returned to his previous position, infuriating Obito, who was ready to confront him. Ye Feng awkwardly pulled Obito back, thinking to himself, you think you can take on Kakashi? He is a genius ninja, capable of holding his own against even the goddess of spring. Obito took a seat next to Kakashi, pulling Ye Feng along. Remember this face, he is my enemy. From now on, whenever you see him, treat him as you would Uchiha Feng. Hi, I'm Uchiha Ye Feng, nice to meet you. Ye Feng awkwardly introduced himself, meeting Kakashi for the first time. Hate Kakashi. Kakashi replied, slightly turning his face to acknowledge him before returning to his previous posture. See, just a dead fish-eyed loser. Ignore him from now on, Obito said, fuming. In truth, when Ye Feng looked at Kakashi, he thought not only of his genius, but also of what lay beneath the mask, which had remained a mystery in the Naruto anime. He quietly inquired of Obito, have you seen Kakashi's entire face? Does he always wear that mask? I first met him wearing that mask. He seems to have never taken it off. I didn't even notice until now that I've never seen his full face. Obito responded with a mischievous grin directed at Kakashi. Kakashi, why haven't you taken off your mask? Is it because you have a big buck tooth or thin lips? Chapter 9. Who else? Kakashi Hatake disregarded Obito's words entirely. Obito attempted a surprise attack to remove Kakashi's mask, only to receive a punch in the face from Kakashi, causing him to tumble off his stool. Kakashi, you are going too far. I challenge you to a duel. Obito exclaimed, but Kakashi remained silent and ignored him. I leaned in towards Obito and whispered, don't be impatient. Soon enough, you'll have to take off your mask to eat the noodles. Or how else will you enjoy your meal? Obito's expression shifted to one of realization. Before long, the noodles arrived, and the three of us simultaneously declared, let us dig in. Obito and Ye Feng then fixated their gazes on Kakashi. Kakashi, with his left hand grasping the mask, prepared to indulge in his noodles with his right hand. It was a moment where Kakashi's true visage was about to be unveiled, and both Obito and Ye Feng held their breath in anticipation. Unbeknownst to them, Obito's fingers accidentally slipped into his own bowl, and he yelped in pain, blowing on his scorched fingers to cool them down. Ye Feng, drawn by the commotion, instinctively looked down. However, by the time he returned his gaze upward, Kakashi had already finished his meal and had donned his mask once more. What astonishing speed! Obito, just regaining his senses, stared in disbelief at Kakashi's empty bowl, astonished by his eating prowess. After finishing his meal, Kakashi bid farewell and departed, leaving Ye Feng and Obito staring at each other in silence. The two of them then began to eat their noodles hastily, eager to match Kakashi's incredible speed. However, they quickly abandoned the endeavor as they realized they could not keep up. After finishing their meal, Obito returned home. Once there, he excused himself, claiming he feared for his grandmother's well-being, and promptly vanished. Ye Feng, understanding his temperament, chose not to expose him. It was better this way, ensuring no one interrupted his training. He aspired to transform into a training fanatic, emerging from the novice village as a formidable figure. In the following fortnight, Obito arrived early each day to greet Ye Feng, inventing various excuses to evade training. Ye Feng welcomed the tranquility, feeling his body strengthen each day, fueling his motivation. However, after 2 weeks of uninterrupted training, Ye Feng sensed a slight stiffness in his body. It was time to move about and ascertain the extent of his capabilities. With this thought, he stepped out of his home and proceeded to the training ground. Unfamiliar with his current prowess, he felt immensely powerful yet apprehensive about creating a sensational spectacle. He wished to remain unnoticed by the villagers, especially with the presence of Danzo Shimura, the darkness of Konoha. Who knew what consequences could arise from his attention? Ye Feng's strength was still insufficient, and Danzo remained unpredictable. Until he could ensure his own safety, it was prudent to grow stealthily. Over the past 2 weeks, Ye Feng's mental strength had significantly increased. Although he could not yet project it outward, he could sense larger creatures within a 50-meter radius, allowing him to evade prying eyes and potential surveillance. Of course, should he encounter individuals with perceptive abilities akin to the Hyuga clan, he would be at a disadvantage. Ye Feng cautiously navigated away from crowds, amplifying his senses to their peak. He halted when he estimated that the nearest person was over 100 meters away and began to warm up, familiarizing himself with his body. First, he tested his strength, hugging a tree with a diameter of 30 centimeters and a height of over 4 meters, attempting to lift it. Initially, the tree did not budge, but as Ye Feng exerted himself, it gradually began to rise, after which he spun it around and hurled it away. His strength was undoubtedly over 1,000 pounds, surpassing even the strongest men from his previous life. Next, he assessed his speed. Ye Feng measured the distance between 2 trees, approximately 30 meters apart, and sprinted from one to the other. In just 2 seconds, he reached the second tree, equating to a pace of about 7 seconds per 100 meters. Finally, he tested his striking power by delivering a single punch to a tree with a trunk diameter of half a meter, splitting it in half. Ye Feng marveled at his own physical resilience. With such power, who among the genin could withstand it? Perhaps some chunin might employ ninjutsu to defend against it. Yet, at only 4 years of age, he could rival certain chunin. A sense of pride swelled within him as he mused. Who else is there? Chapter 10. The drawbacks of chakra refinement in the heart of the Uchiha clan's territory. Within the largest house, Fayek pondered the clan's plight. Ever since the passing of Uchiha Kagami, the Uchiha had been covertly undermined by the higher-ups. Konoha, founded by the Uchiha and Senju clans, now saw the Uchiha stripped of their voice in council. The Uchiha, already in a weakened state, faced internal strife, with a faction led by the second and fourth elders inciting their kin to usurp the power of Konoha's leadership, an endeavor both foolish and futile. The clan was beset by both internal and external turmoil. Father, our clan possesses no more than the 3-tomo Sharingan at its peak, which offers little enhancement against the J-nin level. The utmost we can achieve is that of an elite J-nin. Without the Manjiki Sharingan, we lack the combat prowess of a Kage, and our clan members are overly reliant on the Sharingan. While attaining the 3-tomo grants them the potential of an elite J-nin quickly, it simultaneously constrains their upper limits. Seated in the upper position was Uchiha Tenkan, the clan leader, while his son, Uchiha Fayek, occupied the lower seat, poised to inherit leadership. What has become of the son of Jishwan? Uchiha Tenkan inquired. For reference, Uchiha Ye Feng is the son of Uchiha Jishwan. Jishwan's child, named Uchiha Ye Feng, fainted upon receiving the news of his parents' demise. Yet he has not awakened his Sharingan. However, upon regaining consciousness, he seems to have transformed, exhibiting remarkable diligence in his training. Just a few days prior, he effortlessly defeated Uchiha Kaze and 2 others. Uchiha Kaze is 7 years old, nearing graduation as a genin. For a mere 4-year-old to vanquish 3 opponents effortlessly warrants our attention. He could indeed be a promising talent. We should also consider increasing the compensation for his loss. In 2 months, the Ninja Academy will commence. We should enroll him and cover the expenses from the clan's funds. Yes, I will keep a close watch. Moreover, The disappearance of Jeshwan and his spouse is rather suspicious. While minor conflicts occasionally arise among the villages, incidents within the Land of Fire are exceedingly rare. The absence of any traces of their bodies is particularly abnormal. We must dispatch more personnel to investigate. If it were an outsider, it would be manageable. But if it were an insider, Father, do you suspect the village's higher-ups are targeting us? It is uncertain. The murder of 1 or 2 individuals would not alter the larger scheme. The third Hokage would not orchestrate a massacre, as the village itself would ultimately suffer. The third is not so foolish, yet we must remain wary of other possible motives. In any case, we should alert our clan members abroad and tighten the village's defenses, particularly regarding the movements of the Umbu and Root. Yes, Father. Meanwhile, Ye Feng, having just assessed his strength, contemplated his future. His physical prowess had surpassed that of a typical adult, leading him to wonder if he could now begin refining chakra. Eagerly, he seated himself to commence the process. However, shortly after beginning, Ye Feng furrowed his brow. His enhanced physique, combined with formidable mental strength, allowed for a more rapid and abundant extraction of chakra. Yet, he distinctly felt a subtle weakening in his body. Though slight, it was perceptible to him. He promptly halted the chakra refinement and resumed practicing his cultivation technique. Gradually nurturing his vital energy, he restored his body to its optimal condition. Indeed, chakra could not be generated frivolously. Chakra is derived from the refinement of spiritual and physical energy, coalescing within the body, specifically from the cells. Each act of chakra refinement is akin to depleting the nutrients from these cells. While it does not lead to cellular death, prolonged weakness in the cells could adversely affect their division and regeneration. It is well understood that a reduction in cellular division and the damage to non-regenerative cells directly impacts our lifespan. This extraction of physical energy is tantamount to shortening one's life. No wonder in the world of Naruto, where both chakra and natural energy abound, few live to an advanced age. Only a handful have managed to extend their lives in a state bordering on the supernatural, such as Kakuzu from Takigakure. Among normal beings, the longest lived is the third Tsuchikage from a Wagakure, who passed away at the age of 80, considered a long life, indeed. Even the physically robust Uzumaki clan rarely boasts longevity. Thus, Ye Feng found himself in a quandary regarding the refinement of chakra. While it may potentially curtail his lifespan, refraining from refinement would hinder his abilities with the Sharingan, ninjutsu, and taijutsu, all of which demand a measure of chakra for execution. The allure of those seemingly invincible techniques within the Naruto realm was undeniable. Yet, Ye Feng was not one to dwell excessively on indecision. Since he could not arrive at a conclusion, he resolved to set the matter aside, believing that in the future, as his prowess increased, solutions would present themselves. When the cart reaches the mountain, a way will be found. When the boat arrives at the bridge, it will pass through. Having reached clarity, Ye Feng began to tidy up, preparing to return home and continue his pursuit of cultivation. Chapter 11. The Might Guy Father and Son on the Journey Home. Ye Feng observed that many ninjas in the village were hurrying about, indicating that a significant event had transpired. Otherwise, such a multitude would not be mobilized. Reflecting on the potential major occurrences in the Hidden Leaf Village this year, the only notable event that came to mind was the abduction of Kushina Izumaki by several jonin from the Hidden Cloud Village, followed by Minato Namikaze's heroic rescue. Winning the heart of the fair lady. The inquisitive nature of the Chinese people is well known, and Ye Feng was no exception. He yearned to partake in the excitement. Regrettably, lacking chakra, he could not utilize the shadow clone technique. Otherwise, he could have blended in as an onlooker, experiencing the drama firsthand. He resolved to find a way to resolve his chakra deficiency. Although sage techniques were undoubtedly more powerful, the ninja world was rife with extraordinary jutsu, such as the multiple shadow clone technique, flying thunder god technique, spiral Rasengan, summoning technique, and the 8 gates. Just contemplating these remarkable abilities made him salivate. Firmly resolved, he contemplated acquiring these jutsu. The multiple shadow clone technique seemed attainable, as there were more individuals capable of it. He was already familiar with the training method for the spiral Rasengan and could practice it independently. The flying thunder god technique was a skill that only the future Minato would possess. The current Minato had yet to learn it, leaving only the 8 gates, specifically Might Guy, accessible at present. From tomorrow onward, he planned to familiarize himself with Might Guy. Both Might Guy and Might Guy were relatively straightforward, with simple minds that would be easy to deceive. Moreover, training in body techniques alongside Might Guy would provide a plausible explanation for his sudden increase in physical strength, making it less jarring when he engaged in combat using physical skills. With a solid plan in mind, Ye Feng began his evening training. Ever since he commenced his cultivation of the mystical techniques, he had not slept, as the training nourished his mental strength, leaving him more invigorated than sleep would have. As dawn broke the following day, Ye Feng concluded his training and began preparing breakfast. Estimating the time, he presumed Might Guy was already immersed in his training. Although Might Guy lacked talent in ninjutsu, his perseverance was undoubtedly exceptional. After finishing breakfast, Ye Feng hurried to the village's outskirts and began running around the village, following the route that he believed Might Guy would take, hoping to encounter him. Sure enough, it wasn't long before he heard a loud shout from behind. "This morning, we must run 10 laps around the village. This is youth, and youth must not be wasted." 2 green figures, one large and one small, swiftly approached Ye Feng before overtaking him. This was the opportunity he had been waiting for. He quickly pursued them, matching their pace to examine them closely. The taller figure was unmistakably Might Guy, with his thick, distinctive hairstyle, bushy eyebrows, and a prominent beard, clad in a tight-fitting green outfit. His ninja headband tied around his waist, making his features unmistakable. The smaller figure was Might Guy, sporting a similarly dense watermelon-like hairstyle, straight bangs, and bushy eyebrows identical to his father's, dressed in the same style of tight-fitting attire, clearly a father-son duo. Might Guy was the first to speak. "Young one, you are already training at such a tender age. You truly understand the importance of a strong body. Let us shine in our youth together." He flashed a thumbs up accompanied by a gleaming smile. Ye Feng found himself at a loss for words, but for the sake of the 8 gates, he deemed it inconsequential. They say that flattery will get you everywhere. Ye Feng displayed a look of admiration and addressed Might Guy. "Ah, it is the esteemed Might Guy. I have heard tales of your remarkable body techniques. I lack talent in ninjutsu. May I learn body techniques from you, esteemed Might Guy?" "Absolutely. Any time is perfect. That is the spirit, for we shall not squander our youth." Might Guy exclaimed with delight, thrilled that someone recognized his prowess in physical techniques. "Do you see, Kai? As long as one perseveres, there will always be companions who acknowledge one's path and training." "Yes, father. I shall remain true to my ninja way and not betray my youth." "Indeed, you are my good son." The two embraced, shedding tears of joy. Following this, Ye Feng began physical training alongside the Might Guy father and son. Previously, he had not perceived Konoha as vast, but after running alongside them, he realized that merely completing 1 lap had nearly depleted half of his stamina, and this was with a body enhanced by vital energy. In contrast, Might Guy appeared unfazed, hardly breaking a sweat, while Might Guy was already panting. By the time they finished the 3rd lap, Ye Feng felt his endurance waning, while Might Guy was merely sweating lightly, still in control. Meanwhile, Might Guy was drenched but continued to persevere. Might Guy was indeed a marvel. His physical prowess far exceeded Ye Feng's current capabilities. The village's higher-ups were clearly oblivious to his worth, wasting such a treasure in the village performing the tasks of a lower ninja. This physique undoubtedly possessed the potential to challenge elite jonin. Should he unlock the 8 gates, he would certainly surpass elite jonin levels. In the future, to protect Might Guy and his comrades, he would open the 8th gate and engage the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, achieving a record of 4 dead and 3 wounded, undoubtedly attaining a combat prowess equal to that of a Hokage. As they reached the 5th lap, Ye Feng felt his legs as heavy as lead, and his pace slowed considerably. He contemplated giving up, yet upon glancing at Might Guy beside him, he gritted his teeth and pressed onward. Might Guy had already distanced himself, focused on completing the 10 laps for the morning. Might Guy had clearly reached his limit but continued to push forward, even collapsing at one point, only to rise and resume running. Chapter 12. Indeed a monster. This was precisely the reason why Ye Feng, despite his legs feeling as heavy as lead, persisted in running. The physical strength of Might Guy was undoubtedly inferior to his own. By the 4th lap, Might Guy was already in such a state, clearly at his limit. Yet he continued onto the 5th lap, still pushing forward. This deeply moved Ye Feng, instilling within him an indomitable spirit that compelled him to grit his teeth and endure. By the time Might Guy completed the 8th lap, Ye Feng had not yet reached the 6th. Eventually, Might Guy could no longer hold on and collapsed. Upon witnessing Might Guy fall, Ye Feng, whose nerves had been taut, finally relaxed, and his body succumbed to exhaustion as he too fell. After several attempts to rise, he remained on the ground for a few minutes before managing to sit cross-legged and activate his cultivation techniques. A quarter of an hour later, as Ye Feng felt a slight recovery in his strength, the unconscious Might Guy began to stir. However, instead of resting, Might Guy stood up and approached a large tree, practicing side kicks while muttering, "If I don't complete 10 laps, I'll do 1,000 side kicks." Ye Feng gazed at Might Guy in astonishment. He still had the energy to practice side kicks. No wonder he would later be known as the Blue Beast of the Hidden Leaf. Truly, he was a monster. Observing Might Guy practicing, Ye Feng felt compelled to join him. He found another stout tree nearby and began his own side kicks, realizing with discomfort that continuously kicking the same spot on his calves was indeed painful. Might Dewey, having finished 10 laps, looked at Ye Feng practicing side kicks alongside Might Guy with a look of astonishment. Might Dewey had been training in physical techniques since childhood, his body remarkably robust. Might Guy, having trained alongside Might Dewey, had been honing his skills since the age of 2 or 3, and after nearly a year of rigorous training, his physical prowess far surpassed that of an average 4-year-old, even exceeding that of older children. Yet today, a child he had just met was matching, if not surpassing, his own abilities. "What is your name?" Might Dewey inquired of Ye Feng. "I am Uchiha Ye Feng," Ye Feng replied respectfully, halting his side kicks upon hearing Might Dewey's voice. "You are quite impressive. Your physique is robust. You must have trained for quite some time. If you wish to practice physical techniques, you may join Might Guy. We gather at the village entrance every morning at 5 to commence training." "Indeed. Thank you, Senior Dewey," Ye Feng responded, bowing in gratitude, realizing that Might Dewey had accepted him. Internally, he rejoiced, feeling one step closer to mastering the 8 gates. At that moment, Might Dewey exuded an aura of seriousness, shedding the previous childish demeanor and tone. To Ye Feng's surprise, Might Dewey possessed a serious and earnest side as well. Just as Ye Feng finished his silent admiration, Might Dewey shifted his demeanor. "Guy, do you see? Ye Feng is the same age as you. Yet his physical strength surpasses yours. You must work twice as hard and not squander your youth." "Yes, father. I will strive to surpass Ye Feng. Ye Feng, you shall be my lifelong rival, the goal I must surpass." "Guy, you truly are my good son." The father and son embraced, weeping together. Ye Feng could only shake his head in bemusement. Wasn't he Kakashi supposed to be his lifelong rival? Why had he suddenly become the target of Guy's aspirations? As the sun set, Might Dewey and his son concluded their day of training. In order to keep pace with these two extraordinary individuals, Ye Feng had hardly taken any breaks. Might Dewey, with his naturally formidable physique, required little rest. Might Guy, though not as strong as Ye Feng, also took minimal breaks. Every time Ye Feng felt a hint of recovery, Might Guy was already up, diving into the next exercise. Upon reflection, it was not surprising. Might Dewey, at his peak, was merely a shinobi of elite rank, while Might Guy was on the brink of achieving legendary feats, a true genius in physical arts, excelling in stamina, willpower, and recovery. Exhausted after training, Ye Feng dragged his weary body home, each step feeling arduous and lengthy. Upon returning, he found Uchiha Obito waiting at home. To Obito, the door to Ye Feng's home seemed merely an illusion. "Where have you been today?" "You've been gone all day," Obito inquired as Ye Feng entered. "Today, I encountered Senior Dewey, and I am now training in physical techniques under his guidance." "Might Dewey? Gaia's father? Isn't he just a low-ranking ninja? What future could there be in training under him?" "If you're unsure, it's best not to speak out of turn. Senior Dewey is a formidable expert. Even mid-ranking ninjas are no match for him. If he unleashes his full power, he could surpass elite J-Nin." Imagining Might Dewey clad in his signature green jumpsuit with a somewhat juvenile expression, Obito found it hard to believe that such a person could be a true master. In his mind, a master was swift as the wind, wielding S-rank jutsu or even forbidden techniques, effortlessly parting the enemy ranks as if they were mere shadows. The disparity between this image and Might Dewey's was stark. Chapter 13. The Awakening of the Eye. At this moment, the conversation between Leaf Maple and Obito was interrupted by a series of knocks on the door. Leaf Maple rose to open it, revealing a tall figure clad in Uchiha attire, whose cold, indifferent gaze fixed upon him. "Who are you? What brings you here?" Leaf Maple inquired, perplexed by the unexpected visit, as his parents possessed mediocre abilities and rarely had clan members visiting. "Are you Uchiha Leaf Maple?" A voice, crisp and chilling, echoed. "Indeed, I am," he replied. "I am Uchiha and entrusted by the young clan leader to deliver your compensation from the clan. You will receive a monthly allowance from the Internal Affairs Department until you reach adulthood. In 2 months, the ninja school will commence, and your enrollment has already been arranged. The clan will cover the tuition." With that, he thrust a paper package into Leaf Maple's hands and turned to leave. utterly unconcerned with whether Leaf Maple responded. Left in a state of confusion by the abruptness of the man's actions, Leaf Maple closed the door behind him and, alongside Obito, opened the package to find a substantial stack of currency. "Wow, this is a considerable amount. It's more than I have ever received," Obito exclaimed, astonished by the sum. The Uchiha clan, recognizing the sacrifices made by its members, provides compensation to the families of those who fall in duty, ensuring they have a basic income. While it may not lead to great wealth, it suffices for basic necessities, offering a sense of security. However, the amount of compensation is typically regulated. In Leaf Maple's case, the sum clearly exceeded the standard, indicating that someone was favoring him, providing a generous amount and facilitating his entry into the Ninja Academy. It seemed he had caught the eye of the young clan leader. Reflecting on the recent events, Leaf Maple recalled that he had only intervened once, likely leading to word of the incident reaching the young leader's ears. Although it was merely a minor conflict, the displayed prowess was limited, suggesting he had not garnered significant attention from Uchiha Fugaku. This gesture, however, seemed to be a mere attempt to extend goodwill, a casting of a wide net. Even if he were not a prodigy, there was little risk involved. It could enhance his reputation, and should he prove to be a genius, it would serve as timely support, fostering goodwill for future endeavors. In truth, Konoha Village also provides compensation, albeit significantly less than the Uchiha clan. Observing Naruto's childhood, where he subsisted on instant noodles and expired milk, it was clear that resources were scarce. Having come to terms with this, Leaf Maple accepted the compensation without hesitation. Recognizing his current financial needs, Obito encouraged him to treat himself to a nice meal, but Leaf Maple, feeling fatigued and sore, opted for instant noodles and milk for dinner. Understanding Leaf Maple's exhaustion, Obito bid him farewell and departed. Leaf Maple was not one to be stingy in his current state of misfortune. He appreciated Obito's companionship and vowed silently that he would not allow his friend to meet a tragic fate like that depicted in the anime. After finishing his dinner, Leaf Maple settled into a meditative position to practice. However, during this session, he distinctly sensed a change. The energy he cultivated was absorbed by his body instantaneously, akin to a droplet vanishing into a sponge. His physical strength, which had slowed, now seemed to accelerate. Most notably, the refined energy flowed into his brain, enhancing his mental acuity. He felt a surge of dark chakra subtly seeping from his eyes, and he realized this was a precursor to awakening his eye. Seizing the moment, he quickened his training pace. A faint sound resonated in his mind, and the dark chakra continued to emanate from his eyes, granting him improved vision. As he focused on a few flying insects, their movements appeared to slow, revealing the intricate patterns on their wings. The chakra coursed through his veins, albeit in small quantities. As he attempted to manipulate this chakra, he found it remarkably effortless, enhancing his offensive and defensive capabilities across his hands, feet, and muscles. This experience was undeniably more exhilarating and rapid than practicing physical techniques. Were it not for the knowledge that chakra cultivation could shorten his lifespan, Leaf Maple would have eagerly delved into it. However, he was aware that while early chakra training yielded significant progress, it likely peaked at the level of Kagaya Otsutsuki. The initial stages of cultivation focused on refining the body, albeit at a slower pace, laying a solid foundation for transcending this realm in the future. Gazing into the mirror at his newly awakened Sharingan, the Crimson Eye radiated an aura of dominance. However, he quickly deactivated it, realizing that maintaining the Sharingan consumed chakra and mental energy. While he currently possessed ample mental strength, his chakra reserves, limited to what he had just awakened, could not withstand prolonged use. Thus, he understood that he could not afford to activate his eyes freely until he resolved his chakra issues. Continuing his training seemed the prudent choice. As he reached greater heights, many challenges would inevitably dissipate. Chapter 14. The commencement of ninja school the following day. As the sun timidly peeked over the horizon, Ye Feng opened his eyes. After a night of cultivation, he felt a substantial improvement compared to the previous days. Training alongside the Might Guy and his son indeed bolstered his physical prowess. He swiftly attended to his morning rituals, eager to arrive early at the gates of Konoha. Noticing that Might Guy and his son had not yet arrived, he began his warm-up exercises. Before long, two figures sprinted into his line of sight. Might Guy approached Ye Feng, exclaiming, "Indeed, Ye Feng, your diligence is commendable. You arrived before us. Youth should never be squandered, right, Kai? Tomorrow, we must commence our training even earlier." Yet another display of Might Guy's eccentricity. "Today, I have brought you a gift that will surely elevate your training experience, Tada." From seemingly nowhere, Might Guy produced a skin-tight, vibrant green suit, presenting it to Ye Feng as if it were a treasured artifact. As Ye Feng beheld the suit swaying in the breeze, he imagined himself donning it while walking down the street, only to be pointed at and ridiculed as a peculiar sight. A shiver ran down his spine, and he silently vowed never to wear it. "Thank you for your kind intentions, but my physique has certain peculiarities. Wearing such tight clothing would render me uncomfortable, as it hampers my breathing. It is indeed an impressive outfit, but alas, my body is uncooperative." A flash of inspiration struck Ye Feng, and he admired his own ability to concoct such a plausible excuse. What a pity. The sensation would undoubtedly be addictive. Mike lamented as he tucked away the bizarre suit. "All right, let us commence today's training. Are you excited? Let's give it our all. This is the essence of youth." The duo, once just two in their eccentric training, had now transformed into a trio. Exercising in Konoha often drew curious glances and whispers. This peculiar trait seemed contagious. And with the addition of a third member, Ye Feng felt compelled to distance himself to avoid the affliction. Time flew by, and 2 months slipped away in the blink of an eye. On this particular morning, just as Ye Feng prepared to step out for training, he was intercepted by Obito Uchiha. "Today marks the start of the Ninja Academy. Are you still planning to train? The third Hokage will be delivering a speech. I thought there were still a few days left until school began. No one informed me of the exact date." Ye Feng retorted. Obito scratched his head awkwardly. "You didn't ask. I assumed you were aware. Come on, let us go together. I'll show you the way." Not wishing to interrupt Might Guy and the others, Ye Feng contemplated notifying them to prevent unnecessary waiting. However, he soon realized that Might Guy would also be enrolling this year, and he had not received any notice from him either. It seemed that he was the only one unaware of the school's commencement. On their way to the Ninja Academy, Obito was bustling about, helping an elderly lady cross the street and assisting a grandfather with his stall. His kindness and vivacity were evident, though it also explained his habitual tardiness. If not for Ye Feng urging him along, he would have been late on the very first day of school. In a frantic dash, Obito managed to register just before they left the enrollment area, though he was perplexed to find that he had already completed his registration without realizing it. Dismissing the confusion, the two entered their classroom, Grade 1, Class 2. As they stepped through the door, the previously boisterous classroom fell silent, all eyes turning towards Ye Feng and Obito, remaining unflustered. Obito greeted the class. "Hello everyone, I am Obito Uchiha, destined to become Hokage." His declaration was met with a chorus of disdain and a flurry of thrown objects. Ye Feng, eager to avoid the ensuing chaos, quickly pulled Obito to the back of the room. "Wow, is that Rin? How fortunate to be in the same class." As they moved to the rear, Obito's eyes lit up at the sight of Rin, who was sitting nearby. He abandoned Ye Feng, eager to greet her with an expression of infatuation. "Hi, Rin. What a coincidence that we're in the same class." "Hi, Obito. I thought you were going to be late again. I already registered you," Rin replied with a gentle smile. "No wonder they said I was already registered," Obito mused, realizing that Rin was always looking out for him. At that moment, he noticed that sitting beside Rin was Kakashi Hitaki. "What are you doing here, you dead fish eye? This is just my luck, being in the same class as you," Obito exclaimed, his face contorted in disbelief. "Don't speak like that, Obito. We are classmates now, so we should respect each other," Rin interjected, turning to Kakashi. Kakashi merely acknowledged Rin with a nonchalant HM, avoiding eye contact with Obito altogether. This was Ye Feng's first encounter with Rin. Her short brown hair and large, deep brown eyes, complemented by a light pink dress and safety shorts, left a lasting impression on him. Her warm and sweet smile truly defined her as a remarkable girl. Obito frequently mentioned Rin's name in Ye Feng's ear, and even an outsider could discern his affection for her. Yet, it was evident that Rin regarded Obito as a naive younger brother, always considering his needs, as evidenced by her initiative to prepare his enrollment materials. Observing Rin's demeanor toward Kakashi, her cheeks slightly flushed and her eyes sparkling with admiration, Ye Feng realized that Obito's hopes were in vain, and he felt a twinge of sympathy for him. Chapter 15. The ninja school's opening ceremony. The bell for class suddenly rang, and at the same moment, the classroom door swung open. A figure in his early 20s, with short black hair and attired in a Chunin uniform, entered and approached the center of the podium, wearing a cheerful expression as he addressed the students. "Hello everyone. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am your homeroom teacher, Sato Kazuki." However, his greeting was met with the raucous sounds of playful bickering and flying objects. From his seat in the corner, Ye Feng could distinctly sense the change in Sato Kazuki's demeanor. His smile faded into a darker expression, and the increasingly prominent character on his forehead was evident. It was not long before a bellowing voice erupted. Anyone who does not sit properly and disrupts the class will be kicked out to stand. Instantly, the classroom fell silent, followed by a flurry of hurried and noisy movements as students quickly returned to their seats. No one wished to be punished on the very first day of school. Fearing the humiliation of being seen by others, Sato Kazuki, who had initially aimed to create a favorable impression for the new students, sighed at the sight of these mischievous youngsters, sensing that the days ahead would not be easy. With a forced smile, he addressed the students. From now on, I will be the homeroom teacher for Class 2 of Grade 1, and you can call me Sato Kazuki. I hope we can have a pleasant learning experience together over the next few years. Now, everyone gather in the playground. Shortly, the third Hokage will address you. Let's go. Leading the students out of the classroom, Sato Kazuki guided them to the playground, where a dense crowd had assembled. Currently, Konoha operated on a 4-year educational system, with approximately 100 students per grade, totaling over 500 across 4 grades. It was indeed a considerable number, especially when observing the youthful, innocent faces. Not long after the first-grade students graduated, they would soon face the third-grade ninja war. It was uncertain how many would survive the conflict. Before long, a figure clad in a white Hokage robe, with a red ninja outfit beneath and a Hokage hat atop his head, ascended the high platform in front of the playground. His back adorned with the words Third Hokage. This was Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage. At this moment, Sarutobi was in his prime, his gaze resolute and his skin slightly tanned, far from the elderly appearance depicted in anime. Presently, Sarutobi Hiruzen wore a warm smile as he addressed the students below. Hello everyone, I am Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage. This was met with a thunderous applause, and it must be said that the third Hokage's charisma was indeed effective. As the youthful students below displayed expressions of admiration and excitement, their small hands clapping fervently, the ninja school welcomed a new cohort of students, and gazing upon them was akin to witnessing the vibrant vitality of Konoha Village. Content omitted for brevity. Sarutobi Hiruzen's speech lasted a full 2 hours before he was escorted back to their respective classes by the homeroom teachers. Ye Feng was on the verge of dozing off. He found it tiresome to listen to teachers and principals drone on, even in this new world he had traversed. Meanwhile, the other students returned to class, still brimming with excitement. All right, everyone, please settle down. We are now one class, and I will begin taking attendance. When I call your name, please introduce yourself, your name, age, hobbies, dreams, or anything else you wish to share, Sato Kazuki announced, halting the still excited students and commencing the necessary introduction process for the newcomers. Tanaka Shu. Sato Kazuki called out. Here. A seemingly timid and delicate boy stood up nervously. My name is Tanaka Shu. I am 6 years old, and I love all kinds of flowers and plants. My dream is to live in a world without war and to have my own vast garden filled with rare and exotic flowers. His initial hesitance faded as he spoke of his passion for flora, revealing a genuine affection for them. Alas, in tumultuous times, survival took precedence. Otherwise, one had no right to pursue their passions. All right, sit down. Hitaki Kakashi. My name is Hitaki Kakashi. I am 5 years old, and I aspire to become an incredibly powerful ninja. Wow, so cool. After Kakashi's introduction, a chorus of admiration erupted from the girls, their eyes sparkling with infatuation. Even Haruno Rin looked on with a slight blush. Uchiha Obito, noticing Rin's expression, could not help but protest. What's so impressive? I am to become the Hokage. Sato Kazuki, observing the sudden disruption caused by Uchiha Obito, prompted him. Why don't you introduce yourself? My name is Uchiha Obito. I am 6 years old, and I will become a great Hokage in the future. As for my likes, dislikes. He glanced at Rin when mentioning his admiration. But when it came to his dislikes, he turned to Kakashi. Feeling a chill from the classroom's girls, Obito soon realized they were glaring at him, as though ready to pounce should the teacher not be present. All right, sit down, Uchiha Ye Feng. My name is Uchiha Ye Feng. I am 4 years old. 4 years old and already in school? So young. What a little brother. Ye Feng stood to introduce himself, only to hear the whispers of his classmates, fixating on his age. With a mischievous glint in his eye, Ye Feng felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. This cannot continue. I must swiftly change the subject. I enjoy admiring beautiful girls, and my dream is to develop discreetly. Laughter erupted at Ye Feng's peculiar interests, as if he had come to entertain. Obito silently bowed to Ye Feng, seemingly impressed. You actually got it. All right, sit down, Sarutobi Asuma. My name is Sarutobi Asuma. I am 5 years old, and I hope to become a strong ninja to protect Konoha. This boy, showing signs of maturity beyond his years, had notably thick sideburns. Indeed, the son of the third Hokage. Sato Kazuki mused to himself. Truly, He is worthy of being the third Hokage's son. He clapped vigorously and exclaimed, "Classmates, we should all learn from Sarutobi Asuma. Since we have chosen to become ninjas, let us strive to be great ninjas, protecting our families and safeguarding Konoha. No matter the challenges we face, always remember your dreams and pursue them." Sato Kazuki's impassioned speech, combined with praise for his superior's son, served as both flattery and motivation for the students, inspiring many to declare that their dreams had transformed into a desire to grow stronger and protect Konoha. Chapter 16. Sunset read as each student in the class had introduced themselves. Noon was fast approaching, and with Sato Ichiki's declaration of dismissal, the classmates dispersed. However, after a while, Ye Feng found himself in a state of bewilderment. He was unaware that the school did not provide meals, and seeing his classmates with their packed lunches, he turned to Obito with a puzzled expression. Upon noticing Ye Feng's look, Obito awkwardly scratched his head and confessed, "I forgot too. Look, I didn't bring anything either." Ye Feng was at a loss for words, unable to place his trust in Obito, who seemed so unreliable. However, the situation soon grew even more uncomfortable for him. "Obito, I figured you wouldn't bring lunch. I made extra today. Come over, let us eat together," came a voice from behind, belonging to Haruno Rin. Upon hearing Rin's voice, Obito's face lit up with joy, abandoning Ye Feng to eagerly follow her. Ye Feng was left alone, feeling disoriented as he watched his classmates enjoy their lunches while he sat there, hungry and idle. Suddenly, a bento appeared before him, filled with an array of adorably crafted and vibrantly colored sushi. Accompanying this was a voice that sounded like a celestial melody. "Here, Ye Feng-kun. I made too much for myself today, and I can't finish it all, so let us share." To his right sat a girl with striking red eyes. Speaking to him, it was Hinata Hyuga. With her long black hair and a slightly chubby face, she exuded an endearing charm. She was the very embodiment of the elegant goddess archetype in the future Hokage, now appearing as Ye Feng's savior from his predicament. "Thank you so much. I want to be polite." Ye Feng expressed his gratitude to Hinata, taking a piece of sushi and savoring it, exclaiming, "It's delicious." Yet, as he relished the food, he recalled that Hinata was the object of affection for Asuma Sarutobi, a privileged heir. He subtly glanced past Hinata to see Asuma glaring at him with gritted teeth, his grip on his rice ball so tight that it was squeezed out from between his fingers. At that moment, Ye Feng found the sushi in his mouth suddenly less appetizing, struggling to swallow it down. How embarrassing it was to be caught in such a predicament. He forced a smile, complimenting Hinata's culinary skills while trying to forget about Asuma, concentrating instead on the sushi before him. After enduring the awkward lunch period, he noticed Hinata pulling out a handkerchief to wipe the grains of rice from the corner of his mouth. Ye Feng could almost hear the sound of cracking knuckles nearby. "Oh dear. Hinata, please spare me. Are you not aware that a privileged heir is eyeing you with envy? Don't make me a target of resentment." Just then, a commotion erupted at the classroom door, and Ye Feng seized the opportunity to escape from Hinata and Asuma, darting toward the source of the noise. He saw Tanaka's shoe lying on the ground, clutching his abdomen in apparent pain. Nearby stood Uchiha Rei, clad in the clan's traditional attire, taunting Tanaka. "With your level of weakness, you can't even withstand a single punch. You think you can become a ninja? Go home and tend to your flowers." After delivering his insult, Uchiha Rei attempted to kick Tanaka again. Tanaka came from a family of commoners, possessing a slight talent for ninjutsu, which led to him being sent to the Ninja Academy. His parents lived cautiously in Konohagakure, avoiding any entanglement with the powerful clans. Aware that any trouble would be beyond their means to bear, they often warned Tanaka to avoid conflicts with the elite families at school, advising him to endure what he could. Having taken a punch from Uchiha Rei, Tanaka dared not retaliate, instead lying on the ground and holding his injured side to alleviate the pain. The onlookers, primarily students from powerful clans, displayed indifference, while even the commoners merely watched with detached expressions, as if this were an expected occurrence. With a modern sense of justice, Ye Feng found the situation intolerable. Although he could not change the status quo of Konohagakure at the moment, he still desired to protect those he could. In the future, when he became stronger and wielded significant influence, he would strive to transform the village. Without hesitation, Ye Feng kicked Uchiha Rei's foot, which was poised to stomp on Tanaka. "Uchiha Ye Feng, don't meddle in my affairs, or even as a member of the Uchiha clan, you'll still face consequences," Uchiha Rei boasted arrogantly, anger evident in his demeanor. "Sharing a clan with someone like you is a disgrace. As long as I'm here, you want to get away with your nonsense." Rei's temper flared upon hearing Ye Feng's insult, and he lunged with a punch. Ye Feng, however, was quicker, seizing his wrist and twisting it, causing Rei to wince in pain. Following up swiftly, Ye Feng drove his knee into Rey's abdomen. Rey's eyes bulged in agony, and he spat out a mouthful of bitterness, crashing into the wall before collapsing onto the ground, unable to rise. Ignoring Uchiha Rey, Ye Feng turned to help Tanaka to his feet and made his way to the infirmary. After they left, the nearby girls from several classes began to praise Ye Feng, exclaiming, "Wow, he is so handsome. Not only does he look good, but he is also powerful and has a sense of justice. And he is from a prestigious family. He is simply perfect. I warn you all, no one is to compete with me. Uchiha Ye Feng belongs to me." One girl declared. "Why should he belong to you? I could just as easily claim him for myself." Ye Feng's actions had significantly boosted his reputation, with several girls, including Hinata, clasping their hands over their chests, gazing dreamily at the retreating figure of Ye Feng, murmuring, "So cool." Yet in the corner, Asuma's expression grew increasingly dark. Chapter 17. The banquet. Ye Feng escorted Tian Zhongshu to the medical room, and before long, Tian Zhongshu had nearly fully recovered. Being mere children, they naturally sustained no significant injuries, and with the presence of medical ninjas, he was restored to normalcy within minutes. Indeed, medical ninjutsu is a remarkable asset, and Ye Feng found himself yearning to master such techniques. It far surpassed modern medicine by countless magnitudes. In the world of Naruto, as long as one is not on the brink of death or harboring grave internal issues, medical ninjutsu can virtually bring anyone back from the brink. It is nothing short of miraculous, effortlessly mending severed limbs. Upon returning to the classroom, Ye Feng and his companions noticed a distinct shift in the gazes of the female students, akin to famished wolves perceiving their prey, sending a shiver down Ye Feng's spine and raising goosebumps on his skin. The afternoon classes consisted primarily of theoretical knowledge, which felt exceedingly tedious to Ye Feng, who possessed a psychological age of over 20. Everything aside from training seemed a waste of time, prompting him to seek something to occupy himself. Thus, Ye Feng endeavored to practice his cultivation techniques, surprisingly finding himself able to do so, though he did not adhere to the prescribed movements of the cultivation method, resulting in a much slower pace. It was certainly preferable to idling away. He then buried his head in his books, using them to shield his face while he closed his eyes and delved into his cultivation. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed as Ye Feng's chair, seemingly struck by some force, shattered into pieces, sending him tumbling to the ground. The resounding noise startled the entire class, including the teacher. Ye Feng quickly rose, feigning indignation as he exclaimed, "Who is it that seeks to undermine me, orchestrating this prank?" He scanned the classroom with a scrutinizing gaze but found no culprit, leaving the matter unresolved. After switching chairs, Ye Feng resumed his studies. The initial deviation from the prescribed movements during his cultivation had caused an unstable flow of energy, resulting in the destruction of his seat. Fortunately, he had not been leaning against the table, or it too would have met a similar fate. It was no wonder that the cultivation method advised sitting cross-legged. It was indeed the simplest and most effective approach. This time, Ye Feng proceeded with greater caution, allowing the energy to gather at a slower pace, prioritizing stability. As he gradually became familiar with the flow of energy, he began to accelerate, only to hear another loud crash as his chair met a similar fate once more. In that instant, it felt as though a multitude of crows were circling above, cawing mockingly, "Fool! Fool!" Having just shifted the blame onto an imaginary culprit, Ye Feng felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. The teacher's expression shifted from sunny to stormy, leaving Ye Feng at a loss for words. He sheepishly greeted the teacher and, under the weight of their disapproving gaze, fetched yet another chair. This time, he diligently practiced at a measured pace, wary of any further mishaps. Time seemed to fly during his cultivation. As dusk fell, the school day came to an end. The long-absent Uchiha Obito finally reappeared, approaching Ye Feng with a smile. "Don't rush off just yet. Today Asuma Saratobi invited us out for barbecue and specifically requested your presence." "Asuma Saratobi? He invited me?" Ye Feng mused, feeling a twinge of suspicion, as if it were a banquet of treachery. Would he be caught in a trap? Just then, a group of students arrived, led by Asuma Saratobi, who walked beside Karina Yuki, a cheerful expression on his face. Following them were Inazuka Hinata, the second daughter of the Inazuka clan, along with the youthful trio of Inazuka Kiba, Nara Shikamaru, and Akimichi Choji, the prodigious Hyuga, the talented medical ninja Sakura, and even the prideful Uchiha Itachi, gathering all the prominent heirlooms of their generation. Sakura, not from a powerful clan, likely attended out of friendship with Obito, while Kakashi, with his aloof disposition, was notably absent. Yet it felt as though something essential was missing. At this moment, Uchiha Itachi glared at Ye Feng with fiery intensity. However, Ye Feng paid him no mind. Ye Feng thought to himself, what is there to fear? With my current strength, dealing with these amateurs is a trivial matter. Why worry about a banquet of treachery? If someone is foolish enough to foot the bill, I shall not decline. With that thought, Ye Feng confidently led the way, leaving the impression that he was treating the group, while Abito trailed behind, attempting to woo his crush. Upon arriving at the most expensive barbecue restaurant in Konoha village, Ye Feng glanced back, noting the twitching corners of Asuma's eyes and mouth. The others soon recognized Ye Feng's deliberate choice of venue, eliciting giggles from the girls and suppressed laughter from the boys, except for Choji, whose eyes sparkled with delight as he dashed past Ye Feng, exclaiming, "Thank you, Asuma, for your generous invitation." As Choji entered, Asuma had no choice but to lead the group inside, finding a suitable table to sit down. With past grievances lingering, Ye Feng, wary of further offenses, snatched the menu from the waiter before it reached Asuma, opting for the most extravagant selections, for he would not be spending his own money. Having traversed this world for so long without indulging in a grand feast, he was determined not to shortchange himself. However, he remained considerate, avoiding wastefulness, adhering to the cherished virtue of the Chinese people, selecting only a few costly dishes sufficient to satisfy his hunger. Chapter 18. Uzumaki Kushina. At this moment, two figures entered through the door, their striking yellow and red hair making them impossible to overlook. They walked directly to the table behind Ye Feng, engaging in lively conversation. Recognizing two acquaintances, Ye Feng decided to greet them. He called out to both Feng Watergate and his companion before taking a seat directly opposite them. "It's been a while, Brother Watergate. Have you got yourself a girlfriend?" The two newcomers included both Feng Watergate, while the one with the crimson hair was none other than Uzumaki Kushina. Given that both Feng Watergate had recently played the hero under the moonlight, rescuing a damsel in distress, and that the girl had vibrant red hair, the answer was all too apparent. Upon hearing Ye Feng's words, Uzumaki Kushina's cheeks flushed. Yet she graciously introduced herself. "Hello, I am Uzumaki Kushina." Meanwhile, both Feng Watergate, the oblivious straight man, scratched his head and hastily denied, No. Kushina and I are just friends." Ye Feng looked at both Feng Watergate in disbelief, soon realizing that Watergate's expression shifted to one of anguish. Understanding the implication, Ye Feng quickly amended, "I meant girlfriend. At that moment, Ye Feng noticed that Uzumaki Kushina had her hand resting on both Feng Watergate's waist, spinning in a loving 360-degree motion. "I am Uchiha Ye Feng, a little admirer of Brother Watergate. In matters of the heart." Both Feng Watergate was much like his son, Uzumaki Naruto, rather slow on the uptake. If Ye Feng had spoken up, Kushina might have been left waiting for ages for Watergate to acknowledge their relationship. However, Ye Feng couldn't help but feel a twinge of pity for both Feng Watergate. Dating Konoha's renowned little firecracker meant he would inevitably face a stricter life, losing his freedom in the process. "Is Sister Kushina on a date? Is this handsome big brother your boyfriend?" A voice chimed in. Ye Feng, both Feng Watergate, and the others looked up to see Yuhi Kurenai, Inazuka Kiba, and Haruno Rin peering over the partition between tables, addressing Uzumaki Kushina. With her optimistic and cheerful nature, Kushina was well liked in the village, especially by younger girls who idolized her. Kurenai, Kiba, and Rin were no exceptions, their personalities having been influenced by Kushina Kiba's carefree attitude, Rin's bright optimism, and Kurenai's competitive spirit. Noting the awkwardness between both Feng Watergate and Uzumaki Kushina, Ye Feng quickly excused himself and ushered Kurenai and the others to leave, lest they disrupt the couple's date further. Otherwise, both Feng Watergate might resent Ye Feng for it. Upon returning to their own table, the grilled meat had arrived. 3 grilling plates adorned their table, with a kimchi Choji monopolizing one, piled high with meat. Anyone daring to reach for his plate would be met with a fierce glare, as if they were his sworn enemies. His voracious appetite was astonishing. While the others finished one plate, Choji had already polished off 3, prompting Ye Feng to wonder if they would ever be satisfied. Observing the situation, the gracious host, Saratobi Asuma, saw an opportunity and declared, "Come, everyone, let us order more. Eat to your heart's content. It's on me." As soon as he finished speaking, Choji leapt up, unabashedly shouting, "Waiter, bring another order to match this table's portion." His words turned Saratobi Asuma's face a shade of green as he discreetly checked his wallet, seemingly assessing if he had enough to cover the bill. Although he had heard tales of the Akimichi clan's astonishing appetite, experiencing it firsthand revealed just how prodigious it truly was. Saratobi Asuma likely shared Ye Feng's thoughts. Never again would he invite an Akimichi to dine. After a hearty meal, Saratobi Asuma made an excuse to depart the table. Moving closer to the owner to whisper, I am Saratobi Isuma. I didn't bring much money today, but I will send someone to settle it shortly. The owner, familiar with the esteemed Saratobi family and their establishment, responded amiably, assuring him that settling the bill later was perfectly acceptable, relieved that he hadn't embarrassed himself publicly. Saratobi Isuma returned to the table to gather everyone. As they neared the exit, they noticed the owner bowing respectfully to Choji, saying, "Did you enjoy your meal? Young Master Choji? Please bring more friends next time to support the family business." At that moment, Ye Feng and the others were astonished to realize that Choji was dining on his family's fare while spending someone else's money. Saratobi Isuma felt like a fool, unwittingly aiding in the scheme. Nara Shikamaru, who was close to Choji, explained, "Most barbecue restaurants in Konoha are run by the Akimichi clan. Just as our Nara clan operates a significant deer farm and holds a substantial share of the village's medicinal business. Indeed, they were all wealthy landowners. If not them, who else would they target? In Konoha, nightlife was largely off-limits to children, with all late-night establishments prohibiting minors." After their meal, Ye Feng and the others prepared to head home. Rin intended to return alone, but Obito, acting like a lovesick puppy, insisted on escorting her. Suddenly, Inuzuka Kiba approached Ye Feng from the left, wrapping her arm around his. "Ye Feng-kun, it's so dark outside. I'm scared walking home alone. Please escort me." This scene did not go unnoticed by Yuhi Kurenai, who, visibly displeased, gritted her teeth and moved to Ye Feng's right side, encircling his other arm. "Ye Feng-kun is taking me home. You should find someone else to accompany you. Ye Feng-kun hasn't said he would take you home, and besides, your homes are in opposite directions. Why should he take you?" As the two girls seemed poised to quarrel, Ye Feng quickly intervened. "Please, no need to argue. I have plenty of time. I can take you both. Let's take Kurenai first since her house is closer." Fearing further conflict, Ye Feng did not wait for their response and led them out of the barbecue restaurant, leaving a confused Saratobi Isuma in his wake, pondering his misfortunes. Chapter 19. Little women are also tigers. The following day, as dawn broke, Ye Feng rose early. The previous day, having learned about the start of the ninja school only at the last moment, he had not taken the time to bid farewell to Might Dai before skipping his training. Today, he felt compelled to visit and inform him, as well as procure some ingredients, seasonings, and kitchenware. He certainly did not wish to face another day without a meal. While waiting at the entrance of Konoha village, he soon spotted the figures of Might Dai and his son, undeterred by the weather. "Ah, it's little Ye Feng. You didn't tea come yesterday. That's not a good habit," Might Dai greeted him first. "Senior Might Dai, I only found out about the school starting yesterday and had to attend on short notice. I may not be able to train with you anymore," Ye Feng explained. "You're going to school? But you're only 4 years old. Isn't that a bit young?" Dai responded. "It was arranged by my family," Ye Feng replied. "Well, if it's family arranged, there's little we can do about it. It just so happens that Kai is also enrolling. If you have time after school, you can come train with him. Remember, in physical training, stagnation leads to regression. If your physical skills reach a certain level, I will bestow upon you a grand gift." Might Dai said solemnly. "Yes, I will not disappoint your expectations." Ye Feng replied excitedly, knowing that Dai's grand gift was likely the 8 gates. The Uchiha clan's territory lay on the outskirts of Konoha, occupying a vast expanse. Proudly self-proclaimed as the most prominent clan in Konoha, the Uchiha wielded considerable power and influence, often behaving arrogantly. Consequently, few ventured into Uchiha territory. Only Ye Feng and Obito, being marginal figures of the clan, lived on the very edge, occasionally witnessing outsiders pass by. Upon returning home after purchasing the necessary ingredients for cooking, Ye Feng was greeted by Inuzuka Kiba and Yuhi Kurenai, who were already waiting at his doorstep. Each held a large food box, standing back-to-back with pouting faces, clearly having had a spat. In the world of Naruto, everything was delightful, except that the people matured far too quickly. Ye Feng felt a bit exasperated. Although he appreciated beautiful girls, he preferred adults, with the mind of someone in their 20s. He found it difficult to be interested in these two toddlers, though he did find their childlike innocence endearing. As the two girls rushed over upon seeing Ye Feng return, they immediately began to share their breakfast with him. Observing their competitive expressions, Ye Feng quickly shifted their focus, inviting them inside to tour his home. Once inside, the two girls eagerly presented the lovingly prepared breakfast they had brought for Ye Feng, which would have been a dream come true if they had been two stunning adult women serving him. However, the reality was that he was being fed by two feisty little girls, who were simultaneously trying to feed him, leaving him with a mouthful of food he could hardly manage. "Slow down, you two. I can't fit any more in." Ye Feng exclaimed, his mouth full. Ye Feng-kun, do you dislike us? The previously irritable girls instantly transformed their expressions, pouting with tears welling in their eyes. Seeing their distress, Ye Feng quickly concocted an excuse. It's not like that. I'm currently training with Senior Might Dai, and I'll be away most of the time. Upon hearing that he did not dislike them, the girls immediately brightened and continued to feed him. It seemed that, regardless of age, women could change their moods as swiftly as turning the pages of a book. Suddenly, the doors swung open, and Obito rushed in, calling out, Ye Feng, come on. I'll take you to try something good. Absolutely. But he halted mid-sentence upon seeing the scene before him. Ye Feng, surrounded by the two girls, his mouth stuffed with food while they eagerly offered him more. You. I must have entered the wrong door. Obito stammered in astonishment, retreating in haste. The commotion caused by Obito made Kiba and Kurenai's faces flush with embarrassment, making them all the more adorable. They quickly excused themselves and hurried away. Watching them leave, Ye Feng let out a sigh of relief. The allure of unattainability often felt infinitely delightful. However, the prospect of sharing his life with two jealous, bickering girls seemed like a catastrophe waiting to unfold. After swallowing the food in his mouth, Ye Feng felt a slight bloating in his stomach. Indeed, he had eaten quite a bit. Noticing the time, he began preparing lunch, aware that Obito likely hadn't brought a bento. He decided to prepare one for him as well. Having lived alone for over 20 years in his previous life, Ye Feng had honed his culinary skills. In the Naruto world, he had yet to encounter anyone who enjoyed Chinese cuisine. Fortunately, the ingredients here were quite similar to those of his past life, allowing him to craft authentic Chinese dishes. This time, he prepared a renowned Sichuan dish, twice-cooked pork and fish-flavored eggplant, accompanied by white rice, which made his mouth water at the thought. With everything ready, Ye Feng stepped out of his home, eager to embrace a new day of adventures at the ninja school. Chapter 20. Uchiha Shinichi. On the following day, Ye Feng arrived at school early, finding the classroom still sparsely populated. To his surprise, even Obito, who had left before him, had yet to arrive, likely delayed by an elderly woman crossing the street. With the teacher still absent, Ye Feng felt no need for concealment and began his training. However, before long, shadows loomed over him as a throng of students gathered around. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself face to face with a boy of about 8 or 9 years old, clad in Uchiha attire, accompanied by the bruised and battered Uchiha Lai. Are you Uchiha Ye Feng? The stoic leader of the group inquired. Indeed. What do you seek? Ye Feng replied boldly. At their age, their chakra was limited, and they lacked formidable jutsu. It was unlikely anyone could surpass him in strength. My name is Uchiha Jini, brother to Uchiha Lai and cousin to Uchiha Kaze. I've heard you bested them in a confrontation. Though their behavior is erratic and they lack merit, they are not easily subdued by just anyone. I challenge you. I shall wait for you on the playground. Regardless of the outcome, this matter will conclude here, and you shall not face further trouble from anyone henceforth. With that, the poker-faced boy turned and exited, disregarding whether Ye Feng accepted the challenge. Once Uchiha Jini left the classroom, it erupted into a frenzy. Uchiha Jini was renowned as a prodigy within the Uchiha clan, and despite still being in the 4th grade of the Ninja Academy, his strength had already surpassed that of a genin. Many speculated that he possessed the prowess of a chunin, although his true capabilities remained uncertain. Jini's challenge was unprecedented, especially directed at a newly enrolled 1st grader like Ye Feng. Such sensational news could hardly go unnoticed. Isn't this bullying? A 9-year-old challenging a 4-year-old. How shameless. Shoo. Lower your voices. There are others from the Uchiha clan in this class. Ye Feng, you needn't heed him. The disparity in strength is vast. It's perfectly reasonable to avoid the battle. Yuan Yilin urged Ye Feng to refrain from accepting the challenge. Even Ye Feng's supporters doubted the wisdom of engaging in this duel and quickly advised him against confronting such a formidable opponent. Ye Feng sensed that Uchiha Jini was a determined individual. If left unresolved, his days would not be peaceful. With a light chuckle, he stood and made his way toward the door, astonishing those around him. At that moment, Inuzuka Fuyuki and Yuhi Kurenai, who had just arrived, overheard the impending duel and hurriedly blocked the doorway to prevent Ye Feng from exiting. They were convinced that he stood no chance against Jini and would merely be inviting trouble. It's fine. I merely wish to speak with Uchiha Jini. Do not worry. I am not foolish enough to seek out punishment. Ye Feng reassured them. Really, just a conversation? Do I look like a fool to you? Uchiha Jini had already issued his challenge. Should Ye Feng refuse, Jini would not easily relent. If a conversation could resolve matters more amicably, that would be preferable. Inuzuka Fuyuki and Yuhi Kurenai stepped aside, allowing Ye Feng to proceed to the playground. Kurenai, more composed, quickly told Fuyuki, I will keep an eye on Ye Feng. You must find teacher Sato Ichiki to prevent any mishaps. Thus, they parted ways. In the small ninja academy, the news of Uchiha. The genius of the Uchiha clan and the top student of the academy, challenging a new first grader, spread like wildfire. While it bore a hint of bullying, it was laden with gossip. Before long, the playground was thronged with spectators eager to witness this confrontation involving the first-year Uchiha Ye Feng, who had provoked Uchiha's ire. Upon his arrival, a path opened through the crowd, allowing him to advance. There, Ye Feng beheld Uchiha, arms crossed and eyes shut in a display of nonchalance. Quite the performance, Ye Feng mused, tauntingly remarking, I detest those who abuse their power. Your two brothers are not virtuous, relying on their family's influence to oppress others. After defeating the younger ones, shall I expect an elder to challenge me next? You sharp-tongued brat, I am well aware of their true nature. I too disdain such wastrels. However, they are my brothers, and I shall take it upon myself to correct their behavior without your interference. Uchiha exuded an air of authority, his words bolstering his presence. I, Uchiha, never resort to bullying. Today, let us duel, and regardless of the outcome, this matter will be resolved. I assure you that no one will trouble you over this incident again. Ye Feng was taken aback. Uchiha exhibited a sense of principle uncommon among the Uchiha clan, but was somewhat overly proud. If he could win him over, he would gain a valuable ally. Very well, I can respect your principles. Allow me to see just how much strength you possess. Ye Feng, intrigued, was eager to test Uchiha's abilities. The onlookers gasped at the palpable tension between the two. Meanwhile, Yui Kurenai anxiously fretted. Didn't you say this was merely a conversation? How has it escalated into a duel? Where is Inuzuka Fuyuki? If she doesn't return soon, it may be too late. At that moment, Ye Feng's teacher, Sato Ichiki, stood alongside Uchiha's instructor, Fuji Ichiro, watching from the office window as the two faced off on the playground below. Inuzuka Fuyuki, in a state of alarm, implored, Teacher Sato Ichiki, you must intervene. If you delay, it will be too late, and if a fight breaks out, it could lead to serious consequences. Sato Ichiki remained unperturbed, his demeanor calm. Do not fret. Have you not noticed Ye Feng's composed expression? He surely possesses some measure of confidence. Moreover, there are seasoned experts present on the playground. They will ensure no harm comes to them. Just observe. Chapter 21, The Clash Unbeknownst to Uchiha Leaf. The news of their impending duel had already reached the ears of certain individuals, with some even fanning the flames of this confrontation. Perched atop the teaching building adjacent to the training ground were three figures, two men and one woman. One gentleman, distinguished by his long black hair and golden, elongated pupils, sat alongside another, whose white hair cascaded down to his waist, adorned with a forehead protector inscribed with oil characters. The woman, with her light yellow locks, were a bluish-purple mark upon her forehead. These three were none other than the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade. I heard you've been wandering the ninja world penning books. What brings you back so suddenly? Have you returned to escape some romantic entanglement? Tsunade remarked, addressing Jiraiya first. I'm not like some individuals who, having lost a fortune in gambling, return to hide from their debts, Jiraiya retorted. In an instant, Tsunade's forehead creased with fury as veins bulged on her hand, ready to unleash her formidable strength upon Jiraiya. Enough, you two. Must you bicker upon every reunion? Orochimaru interjected, aware that Tsunade was merely putting on a show, acting as the peacemaker. You see, part of my journey through the ninja world was to explore. But I also sought to test my luck in hopes of encountering the prophesied child of destiny foretold by the great Toad Sage to take as my apprentice. Perhaps I have finally found him. Orochimaru and Tsunade exchanged incredulous glances, having long dismissed the notion of the Toad Sage's prophecy. They placed their faith solely in tangible strength, never expecting Jiraiya to actually find the foretold child. Who is this individual capable of being deemed the child of prophecy? They inquired, curiosity piqued. I cannot be certain just yet. I merely harbor suspicions. In 2 years, I wish to return for confirmation, Jiraiya replied, his gaze drifting towards the training ground where the two challengers stood poised for battle. Today's youth are indeed combative. They begin their challenges at such a tender age. At that moment, Uchiha Shinichi, standing on the training ground, declared, I am older than you. Consider it a case of the older bullying the younger. I shall let you use one hand. You would do well to employ both hands. Otherwise, should you suffer a humiliating defeat, it will not concern me, Leaf countered, unruffled. Arrogant. Come forth. Shinichi retorted, genuinely placing his right hand behind his back, signaling to Leaf and the onlookers that he would refrain from using it. Since you have such peculiar preferences, allow me to oblige. With that, Leaf charged forward with astonishing speed. So swift that Shinichi could scarcely perceive his approach before Leaf stood before him. Reacting quickly, Shinichi raised his left hand to shield against the impending blow, retreating momentarily to create some distance. Such speed at such a young age, the three Sannin observed, astonished by Leaf's remarkable swiftness. However, Shinichi, having blocked Leaf's punch, recognized that it was not only rapid but also immensely powerful. His left hand trembled slightly from the impact. Realizing he had underestimated Leaf, Shinichi activated his Sharingan, his expression turning grave as he fixated on Leaf, bracing for the next onslaught. The gathered students and teachers were taken aback. Shinichi had not only endured Leaf's strike but also activated his Sharingan. Was this not an overreaction? Yet, the subsequent events would soon alter their perceptions. Leaf surged forward once more, launching a kick. With the aid of his activated Sharingan, Shinichi managed to anticipate Leaf's attack, swiftly sidestepping while countering with a punch aimed at Leaf. Unfazed, Leaf bent backward to evade the blow, seizing Shinichi's wrist with his left hand and maneuvering behind him, attempting to restrain Shinichi's left arm. Shinichi, seasoned and quick-witted, utilized the momentum from Leaf's grip to execute a front flip, driving his rear foot forcefully toward Leaf's head. Leaf had no choice but to relinquish his hold, raising his right arm to block the strike, while simultaneously delivering a kick to Shinichi's chest. At that moment, Shinichi disregarded his prior promise to allow Leaf one hand, fully aware that he could not withstand the force of Leaf's kick with just one arm. He thus guarded his chest with both hands, yet the overwhelming power sent him hurtling backward. He managed to roll, landing in a half-crouch to dissipate the force. This exchange of blows is reminiscent of Tsunade's extraordinary strength. Perhaps you should consider taking on an apprentice. Jiraiya gestured toward Tsunade. I'm not interested in the Uchiha brat. Tsunade replied curtly. The Senju clan had never held the Uchiha clan in high regard, particularly now that the Senju had dissipated, merging into Konoha, while the Uchiha stood dominant and increasingly arrogant. Have you noticed? This Uchiha Leaf appears to be utilizing no chakra, nor can I sense any trace of chakra within him. Quite intriguing, Orochimaru observed, noting Leaf's peculiarities. No chakra? Could it be pure physical prowess? Is such strength achievable solely through physicality? Jiraiya mused, promptly attuning his senses to Leaf, confirming the absence of chakra. Given his limited understanding of physical techniques, he turned to Tsunade for insight. At such a young age, it is inconceivable that pure physical strength could yield such power. This Uchiha child is certainly exceptional. Orochimaru, you should take the time to investigate further, Tsunade concluded, equally astonished by Leaf's formidable strength. Chapter 22, The Betting Battle. Without mentioning the legendary three ninjas of Konoha, at this moment, both Ye Feng and Uchiha Zhini had come to a halt as Uchiha Zhini had resorted to using his right hand. You truly are remarkable. To compel me to use my right hand means I have already lost, he conceded. Let us put the past behind us. I shall not trouble you again. Uchiha Zhini, it seemed, was a man of his word, conceding defeat outright. The crowd of onlookers erupted in astonishment. Uchiha Zhini had admitted defeat. He was the top student of this cohort, yet he surrendered so easily? I believe Uchiha Zhini is magnanimous, intentionally yielding to this young boy, providing him with a graceful exit, one student speculated. Meanwhile, Ye Feng's classmates erupted in cheers. Wow, Uchiha Ye Feng is incredible. He has defeated the top student. They praised him enthusiastically, filled with pride. Even Yuhi Kurenai wore a beaming expression, her excitement palpable as if they were praising her own accomplishments. Seeing Uchiha Zhini willingly concede, Ye Feng felt an improved impression of him, appreciating his straightforwardness. Since you have admitted defeat, it would be best not to cross my path again. Believing the matter concluded, Ye Feng turned to leave. Although he had considered winning Uchiha Zhini over, he felt it was premature and could wait a few more years. Not so fast. Uchiha Zhini called out to Ye Feng. What is it? Do you have further business? Ye Feng inquired, perplexed, wondering if Zhini intended to retract his concession. I know you did not use your full strength earlier. I wish to face you once more, with both of us giving our utmost. Uchiha Zhini stated solemnly. Do I appear to be at leisure? I merely agreed to your challenge to avoid your incessant annoyances. What benefit do I gain from continuing this match? With the previous conflict resolved, Ye Feng was disinclined to linger with Uchiha Zhini. Based on your previous fighting style, you must be practicing physical techniques. I possess a stone that can enhance one's physical strength, although it cannot be worn for extended periods, lest it induce mental issues. Should you manage to defeat me, it shall be yours. Upon hearing of a stone that could bolster physical prowess, Ye Feng's interest was piqued. As he was currently in the process of refining his body and could certainly benefit from such a mystical artifact, Observing Uchiha Jini's earnestness, Ye Feng readily accepted the challenge. The onlookers again displayed expressions of disbelief. Another match? Has Uchiha Ye Feng lost his senses? After winning once, he should leave while he can. Does he truly believe he can win again? Indeed, Uchiha Jini only used one hand previously, which not only limited his physical capacity but also his ninjutsu. Now that both hands are free, he can utilize ninjutsu. Uchiha Ye Feng is gravely underestimating the situation. Ye Feng's classmates shared their concerns, especially Yuhi Kurenai, who, hailing from a clan of ninjas, understood the devastating power of ninjutsu. Even the legendary Sannin above took notice. It seems these two youngsters are preparing to engage seriously. This should prove to be quite entertaining. Returning to the center of the training ground, Ye Feng and Uchiha Jini stood opposite each other. I will approach this with the intent to defeat you, unleashing my full power, and I hope you will do the same, or you shall be obliterated. Uchiha Jini warned gravely. With that, he activated his Sharingan and launched the first strike. His speed noticeably increased as he aimed a flying kick at Ye Feng. Unfazed, Ye Feng crouched to evade the kick, swiftly grasping Jini's calf with his left hand while his right hand seized the inner thigh of the other leg. Propelling himself upward with a shoulder charge that sent Uchiha Jini hurtling away. As Jini flew through the air, he executed a graceful maneuver, landing on a nearby tree to absorb the impact. Then, he formed hand seals, summoning two shadow clones, creating a trio that charged toward Ye Feng. Each clone had a specific target. The left and front clones aimed for Ye Feng's head and legs, while the right clone attacked his torso. For Ye Feng, who had developed the ability to perceive with mental energy, the shadow clones posed no real threat. Ignoring the attacks from the other directions, he focused on the rightmost attacker. Seizing their wrist, an action inspired by his studies of Tai Chi, favoring techniques that utilized minimal effort for maximum effect, and pulled them toward him. With a shoulder thrust, he struck Uchiha Jini in the chest, following up with two powerful punches to Jini's abdomen, sending him crashing to the ground. Ye Feng was mindful of the force he employed, ensuring not to inflict excessive harm. It was merely a painful blow. He then charged at Uchiha Jini, leaping to deliver a kick aimed at him. Anticipating this, Jini rolled to evade, narrowly escaping the strike. The force of Ye Feng's kick shattered the ground beneath him, sending debris flying and enveloping Jini in a cloud of dust. Observing the prolonged stillness of the dust cloud, Ye Feng grew puzzled at Jini's lack of response, prompting him to swiftly move aside. Meanwhile, Saito Kazuki and Fuji Aikiru, who had been leisurely watching the match, suddenly recalled the potential dangers, their expressions shifting to concern. Yet, reassured by the presence of the legendary Sannin, they steadied themselves. At that moment, a bright light emerged from the dust, followed by a colossal fireball that surged forth, striking the very spot where Ye Feng had stood moments before. It was none other than the Uchiha clan's fire release, Grand Fireball technique. Chapter 23 Reactions at this moment. Ye Feng had seized the opportunity while Uchiha Jini was performing his ninjutsu and swiftly maneuvered behind him. He struck decisively. Observing the dazed Uchiha Jini, Ye Feng aimed a blow at his neck, intending to knock him unconscious. However, in the next instant, Ye Feng realized the gravity of the situation. Uchiha Jini had transformed into a wooden substitute. Simultaneously, Ye Feng's gaze caught sight of the real Uchiha Jini appearing behind him, delivering a powerful punch towards his neck. Should that blow connect, Ye Feng would undoubtedly suffer grievously. In this moment of peril, Ye Feng, relying on his formidable mental strength, commanded his body's energy to forcibly redirect his trajectory midair. He deftly maneuvered Uchiha Jini's arm, using its momentum coupled with his own energy to swiftly turn around. As he pivoted, both of Ye Feng's feet landed on Uchiha Jini's back. In the face of such urgency, Ye Feng inadvertently exerted more force than intended, causing Uchiha Jini to crash violently to the ground, bouncing back from the impact and spitting blood before losing consciousness. Upon witnessing this, even the observing teachers could no longer remain calm, hastily contacting medical ninjas for assistance. Even the legendary Sannin had not anticipated this turn of events. They had assumed it was merely a scuffle between two children, likely resulting in minor injuries. They believed that, should the situation escalate, they would have ample time to intervene before any serious harm could occur. However, they had underestimated the strength of Uchiha Ye Feng, leading to Uchiha Jini's severe injury. Tsunade wasted no time, leaping onto the playground and kneeling beside Uchiha Jini to assess his injuries. Ye Feng, realizing he had struck harder than intended, felt a pang of fear regarding the potential consequences and wanted to offer assistance. However, he noticed the sudden appearance of a figure already tending to Uchiha Jini. With her light yellow hair tied up in a prominent ponytail, a striking blue-violet mark on her forehead, and captivating brown eyes, her voluptuous figure was unmistakable. It was Tsunade. With her on the scene, Ye Feng felt reassured that Uchiha would be all right. As Tsunade examined Uchiha further, her concern deepened. 2 ribs were fractured. Multiple internal organs were damaged and displaced, with the spleen suffering significant injury. Such harm indicated an immense level of force. Tsunade cast a sidelong glance at Ye Feng, her hands remaining busy as she began to treat Uchiha. Meanwhile, Orochimaru, still in the classroom building, wore a knowing smile. In the Hokage building, not far from the ninja school, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was gazing into a crystal ball that displayed the unfolding scene at the ninja school. He raised his head, his expression inscrutable, exhaling a plume of smoke as he slightly lifted his hand. A figure suddenly appeared. A member of the Umbu wearing a black bodysuit and a white mask adorned with an animal motif, who knelt halfway before Sarutobi Hiruzen, awaiting his orders. Investigate all recent activities of Uchiha Ye Feng and ascertain whether any unusual events have occurred concerning his parents, Sarutobi Hiruzen instructed slowly. Understood, the Umbu replied before vanishing. Sarutobi Hiruzen then rose and approached the window, looking out over the village of Konohagakure, lost in thought. Not long after Tsunade's treatment, Uchiha was no longer in critical condition and was handed over to hospital staff for recuperation. Tsunade subsequently vanished alongside Orochimaru and Jiraiya. The teachers at the school dispersed the gathered students, preparing to resume classes. Although the situation had resolved, the students' enthusiasm for discussion remained unabated. Amidst the cheers of his classmates, Ye Feng was led back to the classroom by Inuzuka Fuyuki and Yuhi Kurenai. Yet, both seemed unusually quiet, as if lost in contemplation. Soon, news of the incident at the ninja school spread throughout Konohagakure, with Ye Feng's profile and the detailed account of the events reaching the hands of various clan leaders. To possess near Chunin-level strength at the mere age of 4 was indicative of an extraordinary genius, destined for greatness, prompting all clans to seek a favorable relationship with him. The Uchiha clan was particularly elated. Within the Uchiha clan, clan leader Uchiha Tianshang was engaged in conversation with several elders and the young clan leader Uchiha Fugaku regarding Ye Feng's circumstances. To enable a 4-year-old child to possess such power suggests either a remarkable opportunity or exceptional talent. If it is an opportunity, it would be best for Uchiha Ye Feng to share it, as it would greatly benefit the clan, which could offer him suitable compensation. If it is exceptional talent, then such a genius must be firmly secured within our grasp and trained internally, allowing our elite Jonin to guide him, thus ensuring he becomes a formidable asset to our clan. Uchiha's second elder, Uchiha Chihua, asserted first. I believe we should prioritize Uchiha Ye Feng's will. Engage him in conversation. If it is an opportunity, the clan can offer substantial benefits in exchange, but we must not resort to coercion. If it is talent, the clan should provide some assistance in training to foster a sense of belonging, while secretly dispatching individuals to protect Uchiha Ye Feng from potential threats. Uchiha Fugaku offered a dissenting opinion. As members of the Uchiha clan, we must contribute to our family. Let us not forget that the honor he possesses is granted by the Uchiha lineage. Uchiha Chihua retorted angrily upon hearing opposition. Uchiha Ye Feng's family has long been marginalized and overlooked by the clan. Forcing him into submission will likely breed resentment, only driving him further away from us. Uchiha Fugaku countered, equally unyielding. The two were at an impasse, and Uchiha Tianshang, observing the conflict, felt weary. The second elder's controlling tendencies were strong, and he secretly resolved to assist Uchiha Fugaku in eliminating this threat before he stepped down. Yet, the time was not right for such actions. A compromise was necessary. Perhaps it would be best for Fugaku to personally visit Uchiha Ye Feng and inquire about his intentions. If it is an opportunity, the clan can offer all necessary resources for his training in exchange, along with a residence in the central area of our clan. If it is talent, we can provide some material support and assign a skilled elite Jonin for guidance. This way, Uchiha Ye Feng will feel the clan's sincerity. While the Jonin can subtly influence him, Uchiha Tianshang proposed. Realizing that their argument would lead nowhere, Uchiha Chihua and Uchiha Fugaku both conceded a step back, finding common ground within acceptable limits. Chapter 24. A call for help from Orochimaru in the Hokage's office. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, perused the comprehensive dossier on Ye Feng, including every utterance he had made during his excursions, meticulously recorded. This exemplified the formidable grip the third Hokage held over the village. What is your perspective, Shinobu? Hiruzen inquired of the ANBU operative standing opposite him. This operative was none other than Sarutobi Shinobu, Hiruzen's eldest son and the commander of the ANBU. I have met this individual. His chakra response is faint, yet his physical prowess is astonishing. My investigations reveal that merely 2 months ago, he was an ordinary child. devoid of any peculiar traits. Such rapid transformation in such a brief period is indeed remarkable. Unraveling the secret behind this change would yield tremendous benefits for the village. Shinobu replied after a moment of contemplation. Every individual harbors their own secrets, forcibly extracting them is akin to the actions of a bandit. This young man's demeanor suggests he diverges from the typical Uchiha, adhering to a unique set of principles and methods. That is what I regard most highly, Hiruzen remarked. Are you suggesting we recruit Uchiha Ye Feng? He belongs to the Uchiha clan, does he not? You and the other 3 advisors have historically been at odds with them. Shinobu responded, astonished. Uchiha Ye Feng's disposition aligns more closely with the will of fire. With his talents now emerging, the Uchiha clan will undoubtedly seek to elevate him. If we can discreetly draw him into our fold. Hiruzen's words trailed off. Are you proposing to turn Uchiha Ye Feng into a spy within the Uchiha clan? Shinobu queried. Why not? With such talent and character, he will surely become a pillar of strength for the village as he matures. Moreover, having him within the Uchiha would grant us unparalleled insight into their movements, rendering the Uchiha clan no longer a threat, Hiruzen asserted confidently. In an underground facility on the outskirts of Konohagakure, the information reviewed by the 3rd Hokage and the conversation with Shinobu were meticulously documented. An individual clad in attire reminiscent of the Anbu knelt before a one-eyed man draped in a grayish-white robe, his forehead and half his face swathed in bandages. This one-eyed figure was none other than Danzo Shimura, known as the Shadow of Konoha. The kneeling individual was a member of Danzo's root. Upon reviewing the report from root, Danzo chuckled softly. Hiruzen, you remain as hypocritical and naive as ever. True power must reside firmly in one's own hands to ensure peace of mind. Dispatch a messenger in the name of the Hokage to summon Uchiha Ye Feng to meet with me. At that moment, Ye Feng was attending class. While Uchiha Obito was once again tardy due to helping an elderly lady cross the street, resulting in a reprimand from the teacher. During the break, Obito expressed his astonishment and curiosity upon hearing about Ye Feng's exploits, bombarding him with questions, which Ye Feng deftly deflected by citing Obito's lack of diligence and training. Just then, the homeroom teacher, Sato Ichiki, entered, accompanied by someone dressed similarly to the Anbu. Uchiha Ye Feng, the 3rd Hokage has sent for you. Please follow us, Sato Ichiki called out. Observing the newcomer, Ye Feng sensed an aura of darkness emanating from him, and noted the subtle differences in the mask from the usual Anbu garb. Recognizing that this individual was likely from Root, Ye Feng thought to himself, it seems my previous bravado has drawn the attention of Konoha's shadow. Once I reach Root, my autonomy will be compromised. I must devise a means to extricate myself. Very well, I shall come at once, Teacher Sato, Ye Feng answered loudly while whispering to Obito. You must go find Lord Orochimaru immediately and inform him that I have been taken by Root. Urge him to assist me, if he is reluctant. Just mention the words eternal life. Hurry. With an innocent expression, Ye Feng cheerfully followed the Anbu operative. However, after leaving the school, he felt a twinge of unease. Should Obito fail to locate Orochimaru before he reached Root, it would spell disaster. Thus, he began to deliberately delay their progress, feigning injury from kicking a stone. Claiming urgency to relieve himself, and insisting on a visit to the hospital for a stomachache. Initially, the Anbu operative exhibited patience, but soon appeared to recognize Ye Feng's ploy and, adopting a feigned gentle tone, said, if we delay any longer, we shall face punishment from the Hokage. Perhaps I should carry you. No. I feel uncomfortable being held by a stranger. It feels like being pricked by needles, Ye Feng retorted, aware that he could no longer afford to procrastinate. Reluctantly, he continued to trudge along behind the Anbu operative. Meanwhile, Uchiha Obito, sensing the gravity of the situation despite his ignorance of the details, promptly made his way to Orochimaru's residence, only to find that Orochimaru had gone out with Jiraiya and Tsunade. Frustrated at not finding Orochimaru, Obito began to inquire of passing ninjas regarding his whereabouts. Fortune favored the diligent. He finally learned from a Jainin that Orochimaru was at an izakaya with Jiraiya and Tsunade. Without delay, Obito rushed there. Soon, he found Orochimaru and breathlessly relayed the situation regarding Ye Feng. The legendary Sannin instantly recognized that it was Danzo who had summoned Ye Feng and surmised his intentions. Though they feigned indifference, even Orochimaru, who had shown some interest in Ye Feng, hesitated to act against Danzo's wishes. Seeing their reactions, Obito understood that Orochimaru was indeed unwilling to intervene, and urgently implored, Ye Feng told me to convey 2 words to you. Eternal life. Upon hearing these words, Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with intensity, fixating on Obito, making him feel as though he were prey under the gaze of a predator. Then, Orochimaru spoke. Very well, I shall assist. Jiraiya and Tsunade exchanged astonished glances, bewildered by Orochimaru's sudden shift in demeanor, while contemplating the implications of the phrase eternal life. Chapter 25, The Transaction with Orochimaru. Returning to Ye Feng, the personnel from the root organization guided him through the bustling heart of the village, drawing ever closer to the border. If Orochimaru did not arrive soon, it would be too late. Relying solely on others was not an option. If Orochimaru failed to appear, Ye Feng would have no choice but to devise a way to eliminate his opponent and escape from Konoha, thereby becoming a rogue ninja. With a pained expression, Ye Feng's mind raced with anxiety, his gaze subtly scanning the leading root ninja, seemingly searching for an opportunity to strike decisively. As time slipped away, Ye Feng could wait no longer and prepared to launch an attack on the root ninja. Just then, the melodious, hoarse voice of Orochimaru echoed. I need to take this person with me. Orochimaru-sama, this individual has been specifically requested by Danzo-sama. We have a mission at hand. I hope you will not make things difficult for me, the root ninja replied, stepping forward to block Ye Feng's path. The root ninja's response was met with Orochimaru's overwhelming aura. Either I take him, or he dies. Naturally, the root ninja was no match for Orochimaru. However, he was perplexed as to why Orochimaru desired this young man. After much contemplation, he reluctantly stepped aside, watching as Orochimaru took Ye Feng away before hastily departing to report to Shimura Danzo. Upon arriving at Orochimaru's residence, Ye Feng observed Orochimaru activate a mechanism within a rock formation, which then shifted aside to reveal a descending passage. The area surrounding the entrance was adorned with intricate seals. Though invisible, Ye Feng could sense their formidable nature. Orochimaru entered the passage first, not sparing a glance at Ye Feng, who, undeterred, followed him. Now in Orochimaru's domain, Ye Feng felt confident in his familiarity with the future and his unique abilities, convinced that Orochimaru would not harm him. At the bottom of the passage, lights flickered to life, illuminating a vast space filled with various apparatus and equipment, culminating in an operating table that exuded an air of opulence. Orochimaru pulled a chair over and faced Ye Feng. You seem unperturbed by my presence, he initiated. I have long admired Orochimaru-sama, Ye Feng replied, casually pulling up another chair to sit. You appear to possess considerable knowledge. At such a young age, you understand the distinctions between the umbu and root. And you are aware of the fates that await those who join root. I know far more than you can imagine. Not only am I aware of your current desires, but I also comprehend the reasons behind them. It is due to the deaths of Yakushi Kabuto and Senju Rope Tree, is it not? Upon hearing Ye Feng's words, Orochimaru's pupils contracted, followed by a faint smile. What else do you know? I understand that through their demise, you have come to regard emotions with indifference, lamenting the fragility and brevity of life. Thus, you embarked on your quest for immortality. You should have already begun collaborating with Shimura Danzo to study the cells of the first Hokage. Hashirama Senju. Clap, clap, clap. Orochimaru applauded, saying, I did not expect someone to understand me so well. Are you not afraid I might kill you? As he spoke, he suddenly seized Ye Feng by the throat. Do not intimidate me. I am but a child. I know you will not kill me, for I sense no murderous intent from you. Do not attempt to probe my memories. I possess my own means to ensure that you gain nothing. And keeping me alive is far more advantageous for you than killing me. With calmness in his expression, Ye Feng remained unruffled despite being choked. For to lose composure would only render him a mere test subject for Orochimaru. With a slight exertion, he freed himself from Orochimaru's grip, clearly indicating that Orochimaru was hesitating. Oh, what can you offer me? Orochimaru, uncertain of the truth behind Ye Feng's words, decided it prudent to grant him the benefit of the doubt. I can guide you towards the path of immortality. Orochimaru's body trembled slightly, yet he remained silent, awaiting further elaboration from Ye Feng. You must have researched Yakushi Kabuto's spirit transformation technique and the second Hokage's impure world reincarnation. I understand your research methodology. You aim to completely extract your soul based on the spirit transformation technique and then occupy another's body using the method of impure world reincarnation. You even know about the second Hokage's impure world reincarnation. You are indeed remarkable. I am indeed investigating immortality along those lines. What can you bring me? What I can tell you is that this method can temporarily grant you longevity, but while your soul occupies another's body, that body will simultaneously erode your soul. With each reincarnation, the body's rejection will increase, shortening its lifespan. Your soul will become increasingly mottled and frail until your mind descends into chaos, rendering you a mere husk, living only by instinct, ultimately leading to your demise. Upon hearing Ye Feng's explanation, Orochimaru appeared momentarily stunned before falling into deep contemplation. As a scientist, He instinctively began to calculate the potential outcomes. Soon, astonishment crossed his face as he realized the plausibility of Ye Feng's assertions. Marveling at how someone so young could grasp such intricate concepts. Is there a solution? Orochimaru inquired eagerly, akin to a cat spotting a fish, his impatience evident. Would this solution be worth my life? Indeed, Orochimaru replied without hesitation. Orochimaru-sama, you have visited the Dragon Cave, yet you have not mastered Senjutsu. For studying Senjutsu subjects one's body to the corruption of natural energy. In truth, the natural energy within the Dragon Cave is infused with the consciousness of the White Snake Sage, capable of eroding a person's soul. You could base your research on pure natural energy to create a cursed seal, intertwining it with your own soul. Each time the cursed seal is activated, your soul would gradually infiltrate the vessel until it harmonizes with your body. Ye Feng straightforwardly divulged the method to Orochimaru. Ye Feng-kun, you share the method so freely. Do you not fear that I might renege? I possess a certain understanding of Orochimaru-sama's ways. Moreover, I have stated that by keeping me alive, you stand to gain much more. After saying this, Ye Feng contemplated making a deal with Orochimaru. Oh, what do you wish to barter with me? Orochimaru queried. I require your assistance in cloning and cultivating several bodies for future use. I will provide the cellular materials. The impure world reincarnation will also be refined by you. And I need the perfected version. Additionally, I require a protective umbrella and Konoha, one that no one can easily breach. Oh, cultivating clone bodies is a minor task. And I can also arrange the perfected impure world reincarnation. I can publicly declare you as my new disciple, ensuring that even Danzo cannot act against you without my consent. What, then, shall I gain? I believe you have a keen interest in Sage Mode. I possess a method to enhance your physique, granting you the potential to cultivate Sage Mode, though not immediately. Even if I claim I can do it now, you would not believe me. I will need several years. Furthermore, your research into the spirit transformation technique and impure world reincarnation will also require a minimum of several years. Very well, I must take my leave. With that, Ye Feng grabbed 2 sealed vials from the operating table and proceeded toward the passage, indifferent to whether Orochimaru agreed or not. Orochimaru did not hinder him, for indeed, as Ye Feng had stated, the boy's life held little significance to Orochimaru. What mattered more was the value Ye Feng could potentially provide. Chapter 26. Orochimaru takes a disciple. Having resolved all matters, Ye Feng emerged from the underground laboratory, gazing up at the sun, which appeared to shine even more brightly. It seems that Obito is still awaiting my news. I shall return now, just in time for lunch. Upon arriving back at the school, Ye Feng discovered that the morning classes had indeed concluded, and he sought out Uchiha Obito. Well, you finally returned. I was so worried about you. Where did they take you? Did Lord Orochimaru go with you? Obito rushed to inquire upon seeing Ye Feng. Rest assured, it was Lord Orochimaru who brought me back. And we even had a conversation. That's a relief. I'm glad you're all right. Did you bring lunch, Obito? Ye Feng asked knowingly, eager to witness Obito's embarrassment. I forgot to bring it again. I'll go check with Rin. Perhaps she has some for me, Obito replied. Come on, I've prepared some for you. Ye Feng said, no longer teasing him. Oh yeah, Ye Feng is the best. Ye Feng returned with the meal he had prepared, just as Inuzuka Kiba, Yuhi Kurenai, and Haruno Rin approached. Kiba and Kurenai wished to share their lunch with Ye Feng, while Rin was concerned that Obito had forgotten to prepare his meal and intended to offer him some of hers. They were intrigued by the Chinese cuisine Ye Feng brought. Having never encountered such dishes before, the aroma alone made their mouths water. Obito could not resist and quickly grabbed a piece of twice-cooked pork to savor. Have you washed your hands? Use chopsticks. Ye Feng admonished, swatting Obito's hand away once more. Noticing the 3 girls' shy desire to try the food, Ye Feng smiled and invited them to partake as well. Wow, this is spicy, but it's so satisfying and fragrant. It pairs perfectly with rice, absolutely delicious, Kiba exclaimed. Having never tasted Sichuan cuisine before, the other 2 girls, with their mouths full, mumbled incoherent responses, watching the 4 devour the food with such gusto. Ye Feng lamented that he had not prepared enough. Can I have a taste too? At that moment, Saratobi Asuma strolled over, eyeing the 4 as they indulged in swallowing hard. Having spent the last couple of days with Asuma, Ye Feng found him agreeable, lacking the arrogance often exhibited by scions of prominent families. While he was slightly irked by Asuma's closeness with Kurenai, he appreciated that Asuma refrained from resorting to underhanded tactics. Thus, he readily welcomed Asuma to join them. However, soon Ye Feng regretted this decision, as Asuma joined the fray, leaving Ye Feng with nothing to eat. The entire meal was consumed by the others, and when rice was insufficient, they resorted to using bland sushi as a substitute. As Ye Feng stared at the empty lunchboxes and the contented expressions of the five, he felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Only once they had satisfied their appetites did they realize that Ye Feng hadn't eaten. They exchanged glances between the empty boxes and Ye Feng, their faces flushing with embarrassment. The three girls hurriedly tossed their leftover sushi to Ye Feng, claiming they would help him wash the dishes as they scampered away. Ye Feng looked at the colorful boxes in his hands, nearly in tears, and could only nibble on a few pieces of sushi to fill his stomach. The flavors of home that he had worked so hard to prepare had gone uneaten, completely wasted. After Ye Feng departed from Orochimaru's estate, the latter continued his swift and decisive actions. By afternoon, the entirety of Konoha village was aware that he had taken Uchiha Ye Feng as his disciple. Even the students at the Ninja Academy were informed. Is it true that Lord Orochimaru has taken you as a disciple? Why didn't you mention it sooner? Why has he taken me? What makes me less than Ye Feng? Obito questioned Ye Feng, shaking his shoulders in disbelief. The other classmates looked on with expressions of envy, realizing that he had become a disciple of the legendary Sannin, which would surely elevate him to the status of an elite jonin and potentially lead to a future as Hokage. Upon hearing this news, Shimura Danzo suspected that Orochimaru had gained something beneficial from Ye Feng and sought to protect him, thus he approached Orochimaru directly. I hear you have taken Uchiha Ye Feng as your disciple? What do you see in him? What have you received in return? Danzo inquired bluntly. I have studied Ye Feng's unusual physique. It greatly aids my experiments, and this young man suits my interests well. I kindly ask you, esteemed advisor, to refrain from placing him in any difficult situations moving forward. Orochimaru replied, aware that Danzo would not believe he had taken a disciple without reason. He offered a plausible explanation, leaving Danzo's belief in question. Since Danzo had come, Orochimaru also took the opportunity to warn him he would protect Uchiha Ye Feng, advising him not to interfere with him. Danzo caught the implication, scoffing slightly. I hope you won't be pecked in the eye by a little chick, and turned to leave. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage was also informed of Orochimaru's new disciple and Danzo's actions under the pretense of his authority. The fact that Orochimaru has taken Uchiha Ye Feng as a disciple speaks volumes. He must indeed be remarkable. This aligns with the Hokage lineage, and I should foster further interaction to instill the right values in him. I'll send someone to warn Danzo. I have use for Uchiha Ye Feng. Let him know this is a one-time indulgence under my name. The Uchiha clan was the most anxious upon learning of Orochimaru's decision. In the Uchiha clan leader's study, he remarked, I did not expect the Hokage lineage to act so swiftly. They couldn't even wait for the Ninja Academy to dismiss. We must act quickly. Fugaku, go to the Ninja Academy and await Ye Feng. Make sure to engage with him immediately after classes. We have a natural advantage. Let us not miss this opportunity. Understood. Father. Chapter 27. A conversation with Uchiha Fugaku after school. Leaf Maple encountered members of the Uchiha clan waiting at the entrance. Inazuka Fuyu and Yuhi Kurinai. Upon witnessing this scene, disowned the situation and discreetly departed with others. One of the Uchiha members approached him, bowing slightly. Greetings, Uchiha Leaf Maple. I am Uchiha Fugaku. Leaf Maple was somewhat taken aback, having anticipated a visit from the Uchiha clan but not expecting it to be the clan's young leader. May we converse? Of course. Shall we head to the Hokage Rock? It's less crowded there, and the scenery is quite pleasant. Having resided in this world for over 2 months, Leaf Maple had mostly trained at home or in the village's vicinity, only venturing to the commercial district when necessary. This would be his first visit to the Hokage Rock. Upon reaching the Hokage Rock, Leaf Maple gazed down upon the village of Konoha, surrounded by lush trees. With his keen eyesight, he could observe merchants hawking their wares, children playing, friends conversing, and ninjas training outdoors, an image of harmony and stability. While such scenes were unremarkable in his past life, the tranquility of Konoha was indeed a rare treasure amidst the turmoil of the ninja world. Noticing Leaf Maple's fixation on the view below, Uchiha Fugaku smiled and remarked, It seems you truly appreciate the village's landscape. More than the scenery, I cherish this tranquility and stability. It appears Leaf Maple is a lover of peace. How do you perceive the relationship between family and village? People form families. Families constitute clans. Clans make up villages. A clan is merely a segment of the village. Leaf Maple understood the underlying question Fugaku posed but was reluctant to respond. And what if a conflict arises between the clan and the village? For instance, the Uchiha clan? Uchiha Fugaku, unsure if Leaf Maple was feigning ignorance, got straight to the point. Then we would endeavor to resolve the conflict. If resolution proves impossible, we would address those instigating the discord. Addressing the instigators? Are you implying the higher-ups in Konoha? Fugaka pondered for a moment. However, Leaf Maple merely shook his head, offering no answer to Fugaku's inquiry, feeling disappointed that the future clan leader lacked a broader perspective. No wonder the Uchiha clan faced extinction under his leadership. Realizing Leaf Maple had nothing further to say, Fugaku understood he might have failed to grasp the essence of the conversation. He set aside his doubts, no longer viewing Leaf Maple as a mere child lacking understanding. I come on behalf of the clan because we have noticed your significant changes lately and wish to inquire about their cause. Fugaku preferred to be direct. What if I choose not to disclose? Leaf Maple met Fugaku's gaze resolutely. That is acceptable. The clan will not coerce you. After learning of my parents' passing, I experienced some terrifying dreams. Upon awakening, I could not recall their content, but soon after, I awakened my Sharingan, and my physical prowess began to grow. With that, Leaf Maple activated his newly formed Sharingan. Having garnered much attention since his time at the Ninja Academy, Leaf Maple recognized the necessity of providing an explanation for his transformation. Otherwise, those around him would not relent. This vague excuse, unverifiable and coupled with the Sharingan, would compel belief. Uchiha Fugaku was taken aback upon witnessing Leaf Maple's Sharingan. Awakening it at the tender age of 4 was an extraordinary feat. Historically, no Uchiha had activated their eyes at such an early age. He found himself believing much of Leaf Maple's account. The clan held great importance to prodigies, and Fugaku informed him that the clan could provide resources for training and even assign a skilled jonin to guide him. However, knowing Leaf Maple accompanied Lord Orochimaru, he presumed he might not require such assistance. I am content with my current living arrangements and do not wish to change. As for the resources you offer, I will gladly accept them, but I require nothing further. I understand the clan's intentions, rest assured. I am also an Uchiha and will not align with the Hokage faction against the clan. However, should circumstances become dire, I will find a way to preserve a remnant of the Uchiha clan. Leaf Maple held his own views regarding the Uchiha clan and the village. He did not wish to witness the demise of his clan. If matters escalated uncontrollably, he would take action to safeguard some Uchiha members, allowing the disobedient to fend for themselves. It seems Leaf Maple does not harbor much hope for the clan's future. A healthy village requires a powerful and disciplined Uchiha, not one that poses a constant threat. A clan without a leader bold enough to challenge Konoha's authority would only lead to its own ruin. Leaf Maple also took the opportunity to advise Fugaku, urging him to ensure the Uchiha clan did not face an untimely demise before it could strengthen itself. As for the resources I need, I will prepare a list. Please send someone tomorrow to collect it. With that, he paid Fugaku no further heed and ran towards the training area where Might Guy and his team were engaged. Watching Leaf Maple depart, Uchiha Fugaku felt a tumult of emotions, deeply reflecting on Leaf Maple's words. Returning to the clan, he reported the conversation to Uchiha Tenkan. Uchiha Leaf Maple is truly exceptional. Both his talent and vision are unparalleled. Henceforth, we must treat him as an equal. As for his request for resources, we will fulfill what we can. If we cannot, inform me, and I will find a way to accommodate him. He may very well represent a turning point for the Uchiha clan, a chance to restore its former glory. Uchiha Fugaku had not anticipated that his father would hold Uchiha Leaf Maple in such high regard. In retrospect, the image of Leaf Maple seemed increasingly enigmatic. Chapter 28. Extraordinary spoils. Ye Feng swiftly arrived at the training grounds of Might Due, where both he and his father were drenched in sweat, evidently having been practicing for an extended period. My apologies, Elder Might Due. I was delayed by some matters and arrived late. Oh, it's you, little Ye Feng. Haha, I have long recognized your exceptional talents. Now that you have been taken as a disciple by Lord Orochimaru, your future is indeed boundless. Might Due greeted Ye Feng with great enthusiasm upon his arrival. Master Orochimaru is usually preoccupied with numerous affairs, and I am currently focusing on body techniques. I have already discussed this with him, and he has agreed for me to train under you first, Elder Might Due, without having acquired the 8 gates. How could I possibly leave just yet? I am grateful for Lord Orochimaru's attention. Well then, let us strive diligently and not squander our youthful vigor. Observing the familiar demeanor of Elder Might Due, Ye Feng felt a sense of relief, knowing that Orochimaru's acceptance as a disciple had not altered Dui's attitude towards him. That evening, as Ye Feng returned home, his weary body was met with an unexpected sight. Uchiha Obito was training in his living room. Well, this is a surprise. You actually have a day where you take your training seriously, Ye Feng teased Obito. I heard about your impressive display today. As friends, we cannot allow our disparities to be too great, especially since Rin has mentioned her preference for powerful ninjas, Obito replied, continuing his training without pause. I think it's mainly because of Rin, he added. You should put in the effort. If you can surpass Kakashi Hatake, Rin will surely be enamored with you. Obito, feeling somewhat embarrassed by the mention of Rin, scratched his head and weakly retorted, not at all. I am training hard to surpass you. Ye Feng mused. If Uchiha Obito could find a goal and train earnestly, perhaps it could indeed change the course of his fate with Rin. Ye Feng took out 2 small vials he had acquired from Orochimaru and handed them to Obito. Extract some of your skin flakes, hair, and blood, and place them inside. Ideally, you should also manage to include some fresh flesh. Moreover, find a way to collect Rin's skin flakes, hair, and blood as well, if you can obtain some flesh. That would be best. What is all this for? Why do we need blood and flesh? Obito inquired, perplexed. You need not concern yourself with the specifics. Suffice it to say, it will be greatly beneficial for both of you. Upon hearing it was beneficial, Obito wasted no time. He swiftly cut a small piece of flesh from his arm and placed it in the vial before handing it back to Ye Feng. I will collect Rins tomorrow. If you truly wish to train, I have a suggestion. Practice your chakra control extensively at night, and during the day, train under Elder Might Dway. If you're willing, I can speak to him about it. However, be forewarned, training with him is quite grueling. Do not proceed if you are unprepared. Ye Feng hoped to have Obito join in the training, as Might Dewey's methods were quite effective. Rest assured, regardless of the challenges, I will persevere and become a formidable ninja, Obito declared earnestly. Then let us meet after school tomorrow. Ye Feng could distinctly sense a newfound determination in Obito. By the way, they asked me to relay a message. Bring plenty of food tomorrow, as they do not plan to prepare lunchboxes anymore. With that, Obito slipped away. These gluttons are quite something, Ye Feng thought, but the idea of such a life was amusing. The following morning, while immersed in his training, Ye Feng sensed someone standing at his door without knocking. Suspecting it was someone from the Uchiha clan, he opened the door to find Uchiha, who had visited previously. This time, though still wearing an impassive expression, he lacked the previous chill in his voice. The young clan leader sent me to collect something. Indeed. In the world of Naruto, strength was paramount. Turning back to his room, Ye Feng retrieved the material list he had prepared the day before and handed it to Uchiha, who took it without uttering a word and promptly departed. Clearly, his lack of strength rendered him unable to exchange even pleasantries. Ye Feng's list comprised a complete set of herbal bath ingredients. Many items in this world bore similarities to those in the modern era, so he expected to find most of the herbs, albeit possibly under different names. He meticulously described their properties and appearances. However, Ye Feng did not expect to acquire everything. He would be content as long as he could gather the foundational materials for the herbal bath. After freshening up, Ye Feng began preparing his lunch for the day, boiled beef and spicy chicken. Intent on spicing things up for his friends, he prepared in ample quantity. Enough for 7 or 8 people, loaded with an abundance of chili peppers. With a childlike glee, he envisioned their expressions when faced with the heat, which brought him immense satisfaction. Upon arriving at school, he found Uchiha Retsu seated at his desk. Upon spotting Ye Feng, Uchiha Retsu approached and handed him a wooden box. The box, rather antiquated in appearance, was adorned with numerous intricate seals, suggesting that it contained something significant. This is a gift from the esteemed brother Genie, who lost to you. Be wary, as this item is rather ominous. It is best to use it sparingly. Uchiha Retsu remarked before handing the box to Ye Feng and turning to leave. This is how the Uchiha clan behaves, ignoring others as they depart. Perhaps thinking it makes them seem cool. Though he spoke such words, Ye Feng realized he too often behaved similarly. Curiosity swelled within him regarding the contents of the box. In the original narrative, there were similar items, a meteorite from Star Ninja Village, though that was radioactive and short-lived. Yet this one seemed to induce madness. Thus, Ye Feng cautiously began to open the wooden box, creating a slight gap, but in the next moment, his expression changed drastically, and he quickly closed it again, concealing it in his robes, fearful of it being snatched away. Internally, Ye Feng was overjoyed. What was poison to others could prove to be a boon for him. Chapter 29. Hinata Sora vs. Hatake Kakashi. After encountering such a remarkable item, Ye Feng felt as though an insatiable cat's claw was tugging at his heart, urging him to return home immediately. However, lacking a valid reason, he found himself unable to leave the ninja school, especially at a time when tensions were high. Venturing out without cause could easily draw the attention of ill-intentioned individuals. Thus, he was left to endure until school was dismissed. His focus was so fragmented that even his training suffered, yet it allowed him to notice 2 pairs of eyes occasionally glancing in his direction. Following his instincts, He looked back to find Kakashi Hitaki and Sara Hinata casting fervent gazes his way, had he not known their personalities. He might have thought they harbored secret affections for him. Time seemed to drag on interminably until Ye Feng finally reached the conclusion of his morning classes. Asuma Saratobi, Inazuka Kiba, Waihai Karinai, Nara Shikamaru, and Uchiha Obito, the famed five, gathered around him. Obito, taking the lead, jested, "We didn't bring lunch. If the food doesn't satisfy us, you'd better watch out." "I didn't pack much today, just enough for 5, Ye Feng replied. "If you're not satisfied, Obito, perhaps you should skip it altogether. What do you think?" At this, the other 4 instantly turned their backs on Obito. All right. We'll let Obito eat the most," they chimed in unison. Obito's face fell. "We were supposed to be on the same side. Enough teasing. I actually brought plenty today. There will be enough for all of you," Ye Feng said, choosing not to provoke him further. Upon opening the large bento box, a fragrant aroma of spicy peppers wafted through the air, prompting everyone to eagerly fill their bowls, ready to tackle the culinary feast before them. Obito, the first to dive in, instantly fixated on the spicy chicken. One bite sent his face flushing red with heat, prompting him to hastily shovel rice into his mouth to cool the burn. "Ye Feng, are you trying to kill us? This is ridiculously spicy." His reaction startled the others, who regarded Ye Feng with apprehension. Ye Feng, undeterred, asked, "Is it delicious?" Obito, savoring the flavor, replied, "Indeed, it's delicious," and promptly added more to his bowl. The others exchanged glances, then joined the fray, each battling against the spiciness yet unable to resist the allure of the meal. Observing their animated dining, curious classmates approached, eager to discover what they were consuming. Ye Feng welcomed all, and soon, a dozen students were enthusiastically partaking, creating a rather remarkable spectacle. Sichuan cuisine naturally whetted the appetite. And with Ye Feng and his 5 companions having consumed the lion's share of the food, little remained for the others. Those who had tasted Ye Feng's cooking wore expressions of longing, lamenting that he had prepared too little while chiding one another for eating too much. All in good humor, Ye Feng reveled in the harmonious, comical, and joyful scene before him. How delightful it was. "I, Uchiha Ye Feng, challenge you," a voice suddenly rang out. Upon hearing the challenge, Ye Feng turned to see Sara Hinata glaring at him with fiery determination. The classroom fell silent, followed by a flurry of whispers. Ye Feng had bested the top student of the 4th grade. Who dared challenge him? Little did they know, the pride of the Hinata clan lay in their taijutsu. Renowned as the finest in Konoha, Sara, having witnessed Ye Feng defeat Uchiha Jin solely through taijutsu, sought to measure his prowess against Ye Feng. Ye Feng thought to himself, "These self-proclaimed geniuses are truly brimming with energy." A glance out the window at Kakashi Hitaki practicing shuriken throwing sparked an idea. "Can you defeat Kakashi Hitaki? I've never fought him." "Then go find Kakashi. If you cannot best him, do not bother seeking me out," Ye Feng declared, exuding an air of arrogance. "Fine. Just wait," Sara retorted, rushing off to find Kakashi. Ye Feng mused on Sara's naivety. The 5 companions, intrigued, asked Ye Feng, "Have you ever fought Kakashi? Are you stronger than him?" "How could I know if I've never fought him?" "Then why let Sara seek Kakashi? If he doesn't go to Kakashi, he will keep challenging me, and I have no interest in playing along." "You're truly diabolical, Ye Feng," they collectively nodded in agreement. From the upper window, they soon spotted Sara racing toward Kakashi. Come on, the show is about to begin." The crowd of diners clamored, leaning out to watch. "Kakashi Hitaki, I challenge you." "I'm busy," Kakashi replied curtly, his attention unwavering as he continued to practice his shuriken throwing. Sara felt insulted. Ye Feng looked down upon him, sending him to challenge Kakashi first, as if he needed to prove himself worthy to face Ye Feng. Even Kakashi seemed indifferent to his presence. Sora's anger swelled, and he charged at Kakashi, shouting, "Whether you want to compete or not is irrelevant." Kakashi, sensing Sora's attack, sidestepped effortlessly. "I have no interest in competing with children." Sora's fury intensified. Being dismissed as a mere child was intolerable. Activating his Byakugan, he launched himself at Kakashi, the ground trembling beneath him. Kakashi's eyes widened in surprise at Sora's speed, and without hesitation, he sent out 4 shuriken. Sora, however, remained undeterred, his Byakugan effortlessly tracking the shuriken's trajectory. He deftly plucked them from the air and hurled them aside, cutting off Kakashi's escape route. Then, he closed in, aiming a precise strike at a chakra point near Kakashi's collarbone. With a sharp clang, Sora's fingers struck Kakashi's blade, prompting Kakashi to swing his sword towards Sora's abdomen. Sora narrowly evaded with a backflip. Kakashi then performed the shadow clone technique, creating 2 replicas, all 3 charging at Sora with blades drawn. For someone with Byakugan, the shadow clone technique posed no challenge. Sora smirked, unfazed by the clone's assault, and pressed forward to strike Kakashi's chakra point. Just as a triumphant smile graced Sora's face, he was met with disillusionment. The figure he struck dissipated into smoke. Another clone? Shadow clone technique. Realization dawned too late for Sora. Kakashi's blade was already poised at his throat. Chapter 30. The Pure-Eye Kakashi Hitaki. Observing the fallen Hinata, Sora remarked with an expressionless demeanor, "You're truly weak." His words shattered Sora's long-held confidence, leaving him incredulous as he gazed at his own hands, realizing, "So I am this weak." A surge of anger erupted from him, followed by a sudden collapse to the ground, as if all strength had abandoned him. Kakashi, indifferent to the plight of the weak, simply turned and walked away. "Wow, Kakashi won. He is truly remarkable," Lindara exclaimed excitedly by the window, while Obito Uchiha, watching her enthusiasm, felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. However, Ye Feng's expression turned grave as he perceived something that should not have been present, the pure eye. As Sora shouted in rage, Leaf noticed his eyes transform to a pale blue hue, with the whites becoming a dark gray. It was a fleeting moment, leaving Leaf uncertain if he had truly witnessed it. Yet, the thought of bringing Sora under his wing crossed Leaf's mind. After all, an enormous Rinnegan paired with a pristine Byakugan could forge an exceptional subordinate. Leaf had never been one for individual heroism. He preferred to surround himself with formidable allies. Turning away, Leaf observed the despondent expression on Obito's face and Lin's exuberance, understanding the source of their emotions. He patted Obito on the shoulder, saying, "You must strive harder. Kakashi is quite powerful, and you won't be able to surpass him otherwise." He then exited the classroom. Approaching Hinata, Sora, Leaf queried, "Do you feel weak? Do you desire to become a formidable ninja admired by all in the shinobi world?" Without further ado, he posed the question. Sora, snapping back to reality, heard Leaf's words and displayed a self-deprecating smile. "I am merely a weakling. How could I possibly become strong?" "I assert that you can. It merely depends on your willingness," Leaf replied. "What can you offer me? You are just a child like I am. Your age is irrelevant. What matters is whether you wish to seize this opportunity for strength. Moreover, understand that the gap between you and Kakashi will only widen. Only I can grant you the power to surpass him. I may be young, but I am not a fool. Do not attempt to deceive me. Believe it or not. As you stated, you are not foolish. Since you lack powerful methods, why not try mine? By the way, when I faced Shin Uchiha, I did not even utilize my full strength." Leaf's words widened Sora's eyes, and he suddenly scrutinized Leaf, as if trying to see through him. "I cannot trust such unexpected kindness. Why would someone with great power offer it to me? Because this formidable power is exclusive to your Hyuga clan, which is why I have chosen you." Upon hearing Leaf's words, Sora's despondent countenance regained some color. "What must I sacrifice in return? You need not pay a great price. Simply heed my advice in your training. Once you attain great power, I will require your unconditional obedience. Since I dare to offer you strength, I naturally have my means of reclaiming it." Sora's expression shifted multiple times, ultimately settling into a resolute determination. "Very well, I believe you. Henceforth, I, Hinata Sora, shall follow you, Uchiha Ye Feng. What must I do now?" "Excellent. From now on, you shall train with me every day after school, while you may arrange your own time otherwise." Leaf's face brightened as he returned to the classroom, with Sora faithfully trailing behind him, embodying the role of a loyal subordinate. Leaf contemplated the growing list of potential allies he had gathered. Obito Uchiha, the future little boss; Shin Uchiha, endowed with talent and character; Hinata Sora, who might possess the pure eye; the formidable Might Guy; and Orochimaru, an indispensable genius. It would be a waste not to recruit such a brilliant scientist. The afternoon slipped away as Leaf's thoughts meandered. At the entrance of the Ninja Academy, Obito, Sora, and Leaf followed Might Guy to seek training in taijutsu. Upon seeing Might Guy, Leaf greeted him. "Might Guy, I have brought along some classmates who are eager to train in taijutsu and wish to accompany you. Would that be convenient?" "Splendid. I am thrilled to have so many willing to join me in training. As long as they persist, I will gladly teach them." Might Guy responded heartily. "Did you hear that? Senior Might Guy is a master of taijutsu, and you must diligently fulfill every instruction." "Master? I dare not claim such a title. As long as youth is not wasted, that is what matters. Let us embrace our youth." Might Guy, filled with enthusiasm, commanded them to commence their training. Initially, Obito and Sora found the taijutsu training to be straightforward and unremarkable, merely involving running, weight-bearing, kicking, and punching. However, It was not until they were utterly exhausted, their limbs no longer obeying, that they realized they had completed only a quarter of the assigned workload. Meanwhile, Might Die, and Leaf were still drenched in sweat, having surpassed their task by more than double. They began to grasp the extent of their rigorous training, realizing the source of their exceptional prowess. Particularly striking was Might Guy, who had been deemed lacking in talent and relegated to the bottom tier of the school, yet completed far more than they could. The reality of their limitations hit them hard. They doubted they could even defeat Might Guy. No, it was not a matter of doubt. It was an absolute certainty. With no inclination to rest, they gritted their teeth and persevered through the tasks assigned by Might Die. For them, the first day of taijutsu training felt like a trial by fire, and by the end, they could scarcely move. It was Leaf who brought them home, as the Hyuga and Uchiha clan territories were adjacent, making the journey manageable. Upon returning home, Leaf found the interior filled with an abundance of medicinal herbs and a letter. The herbs you requested have been largely gathered, though some unfamiliar ones remain. The clan has arranged to search other countries for them. Below is the list of herbs we've obtained. Such as the power of a large clan. What had been requested in the morning was delivered in part by evening, including 2 roots of ginseng, each over 5,000 years old, and several lingji mushrooms, all exceeding 2,000 years in age. Leaf checked the materials for the strengthening medicinal bath. Most were present, with only a few auxiliary herbs still missing. However, with these exquisite primary ingredients, the absence of some auxiliary herbs would not significantly affect the efficacy of the concoction. Without further delay, Leaf procured a large wooden tub, filled it with boiling water, and proportionally added the herbs. The aroma of traditional Chinese medicine permeated the room. Without hesitation, Leaf disrobed and plunged into the scalding water, his skin reddening from the heat. Yet, the hotter the medicinal bath, the easier it was to absorb its essence. Leaf activated his cultivation technique, channeling his true energy to protect his scorched skin. His already fatigued body absorbed the medicinal power like a sponge, accelerating what had previously been a slow physical training process. After an hour, the medicinal potency in the tub was nearly fully absorbed, transforming the originally brownish liquid into something nearly transparent. Leaf felt a change within his physique. At this rate, it would not take long before he achieved perfection in body refinement. Chapter 31. The perfected body refinement stage. At this moment, Ye Feng recalled the spoils he had received that morning and quickly rose to rummage through his garments for the wooden box, fearing he might misplace it. Upon finding the box, he carefully placed it on the table and slowly opened it. Inside lay an irregularly shaped gem of a pale blue hue, reminiscent of a sapphire but considerably lighter in color. To the average observer, it might appear to be an ordinary gemstone. However, for Ye Feng, it held a different significance. He sensed a subtle emanation of natural energy from the gem. Upon deeper contemplation, he could feel the surging natural energy within, akin to the legendary spirit stones. Let us refer to it as a natural spirit stone. Ordinary individuals can absorb only a minuscule amount of natural energy to invigorate their cells and enhance their vitality. Yet, without knowledge of cultivation methods, this natural energy could erode the mind, leading to confusion and disorientation. Indeed, this was a true treasure. Nonetheless, Ye Feng was still in the body refinement stage, and the medicinal baths, along with the qi he had cultivated, were sufficient for his current needs. His demand for natural energy was not significant at this moment. He could reserve this natural spirit stone for when he entered the foundation establishment stage. To bolster his qi further, he pondered how the Uchiha clan had acquired this natural spirit stone. If he could discover the vein from which it originated, he would be set for life, never again troubled by a lack of cultivation resources. However, after some reflection, he decided to take a measured approach. It would be foolish to hastily inquire about its source immediately after acquiring such a treasure. Only a fool would divulge its origin, since he had no immediate use for it. He resolved to keep it safely stored away. Yet, he felt uneasy not having it on his person. Keeping it with him would be inconvenient due to its size. Thus, he resorted to digging a concealed compartment in the ground of his room, placing the wooden box containing the gem beneath where he meditated, making do for the time being. He longed for the day he would master sealing techniques under Orochimaru's tutelage, which would facilitate storage. He couldn't help but envy Uchiha Obito's Kamui space, thinking how splendid it would be to possess his own pocket dimension. Thus, 3 tranquil months passed. During this period, Uchiha Obito procured the blood and tissue samples of Rin, which Ye Feng entrusted to Orochimaru for the cultivation of 2 clones. He also obtained sealing scrolls and their corresponding sealing techniques from Orochimaru, feeling more secure with the natural spirit stone now safely on his person. Over these 3 months, Uchiha Obito and Hinata Sora also reaped significant benefits. Their physical resilience had notably increased, and their chakra cultivation progressed at a faster pace. Their skin had darkened, yet it bore an air of newfound determination. Uchiha Obito's strength would primarily rely on the evolution of his Sharingan. As for Hinata Sora, Ye Feng intended to bestow upon him the opportunity to wield the colossal Rinnegan. But that was a matter for the future. For now, his primary focus was to enhance his own body and chakra. Ye Feng even contemplated teaching Tai Chi to Hinata Sora once his physical fortitude reached a certain level. The gentle fist and Bagua palm were inherently similar to Tai Chi. Albeit Tai Chi leaned more towards agile techniques that utilized leverage to inflict damage, while the former two focused on manipulating the flow of chakra. The combination of these styles would render Hinata Sora's movements more fluid and his strikes more potent, further augmenting his close combat abilities. In the dead of night, Ye Feng awoke from his meditation, having reached an impasse. His body had ceased absorbing the medicinal properties of the baths and qi. Yet he had not entered the foundation establishment stage, leaving his dantian incapable of gathering qi, causing his cultivated energy to dissipate unnecessarily, truly a lamentable situation. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck him. If chakra diminishes cellular vitality while qi enhances it, might it be possible to refine chakra and subsequently nourish it with qi, thus avoiding cellular damage? With this thought, Ye Feng eagerly set to work, cautiously refining chakra while enveloping his entire being with his spiritual energy. At the slightest hint of weakness, he would halt the refinement of chakra and switch to cultivating qi to rejuvenate his body. Shortly thereafter, Ye Feng observed an increase in chakra, seemingly without any detriment to his cells. A wave of joy surged within him. Indeed, this method was viable. Although the refining process was somewhat slower, it was far more secure and did not jeopardize his longevity. Even a slower pace was acceptable. Given his physical condition and formidable spiritual power, his chakra refinement speed far exceeded that of an average individual. The following day was a weekend, with the Ninja Academy granting 2 days of respite each week. Despite having perfected the body refinement stage, Ye Feng remained uncertain about how to transcend this limit and enter the foundation establishment stage, suspecting it was still related to his physical form. He resolved to continue training under Might Guy, hoping that through persistent effort, he might break through his bottleneck. Noticing a surplus of medicinal herbs at home, which he had no further need for, Ye Feng decided to bring them to Might Guy and his companions. After all, he still had to learn Might Guy's forbidden techniques, and offering some benefits might ease the difficulty of acquiring such knowledge. With thoughtfulness, he prepared the herbs in individual bags for convenience, ensuring they would not mismanage the quantities. He then divided the collection into 3 portions using sealing scrolls and stored them away. Ye Feng arrived early at the entrance of Konoha village, where his companions had yet to arrive, and began his warm-up exercises. Before long, others began to gather, with Uchiha Obito arriving last as per his usual tardiness. These are the medicinal herbs I prepared. After returning, place them in a large water barrel. The hotter the water, the better the effects. Soaking in it will significantly accelerate your physical training. Each of you gets a portion, he said, producing 3 sealing scrolls and distributing them. The concept of medicinal baths was novel to them, and they had never heard of such a practice enhancing physical strength. However, knowing Ye Feng's integrity, they accepted the scrolls with a mix of skepticism and hope. Might Guy, I feel as though I have hit a bottleneck in my physical training, but I am unsure how to break through, Ye Feng inquired. Might Guy's expression shifted to one of surprise. Disbelief etched across his face as he gazed at Ye Feng. I never anticipated your talent in taijutsu to be so extraordinary. Since you have reached this stage, I shall share some insight. Every human body has its limits, which can restrict physical enhancement. However, should you surpass this limit, your body will undergo a qualitative transformation, enabling your physical prowess to rival that of A.J. Nin. Upon hearing Might Guy's words, the others expressed astonishment, for it was their first time learning that sheer physicality could yield such formidable strength. At that moment, Hinata Sora muttered to himself, if breaking through grants J-Nin level strength, then what level must the approaching breakthrough Ye Feng possess? Surely he surpasses the Chunin level, achieving such prowess at merely 4 years old? The others soon grasped the implications, all casting incredulous glances at Ye Feng. Chapter 32. The 8 Gates of Duanjia. Upon hearing Might Guy's words and observing the expressions of those around him, Ye Feng realized that his strength had been exposed. He promptly addressed them, requesting, please keep this a secret. I prefer to remain low-key, as being too ostentatious can lead to trouble. Ye Feng's sentiments were indeed valid. At his age, having reached such a formidable bottleneck was astonishing and would inevitably attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. Hence, everyone decided to feign ignorance regarding Ye Feng's prowess. Might Guy, understanding the gravity of the situation, echoed the others' sentiments and continued, as for breaking through one's limits, I have no surefire methods. I barely managed to transcend my bottleneck after 10 years of rigorous training. The others were taken aback, and without a moment's thought. Uchiha Obito blurted out, "Does that mean that you, Might Dai, have already attained the rank of Jonin? Then why are you still a Chunin?" I mean no disrespect. Might Dai remained silent, and Ye Feng took it upon himself to explain to Obito, this is due to Konoha's promotion system, which imposes certain requirements for chakra training and necessitates the completion of a specific number of missions. These factors limit Might Dai's advancement. Might Dai interjected, in truth, the majority of ninja only achieve a Chunin level of physical strength. It is the vast chakra that elevates one to Jonin, elite Jonin, or even Hokage levels. As far as I know, the third Raikage of the Cloud Village, A, is one of the few who has broken through this limit. I am not well acquainted with others. My talent is limited, and I can only rely on repeatedly challenging my limits for breakthroughs. However, Ye Feng, with your exceptional talent, you should be able to break through even more swiftly. Perhaps one day, you could reach the level of Hokage solely through your physical prowess. Might Dai's high regard for Ye Feng was not without reason. Surpassing the Chunin level in physical strength by the age of 4 left everyone wondering what heights he might reach in adulthood, especially with the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan at his disposal. The group gazed at Ye Feng as though he were a future titan. After hearing such explosive revelations, Obito and the others found their worldview profoundly shaken, instilling in them a sense of urgency to not fall behind, or at least not lag too far behind. This motivated them to train with unprecedented vigor that day. The following morning, Ye Feng was the first to arrive, soon followed by the Might father and son. Upon seeing Ye Feng, Might Dai's expression turned unusually serious. "Who else knows about the medicinal herbs you provided me?" Ye Feng was taken aback. He had always perceived Might Dai as somewhat naive, though a touch more astute than Might Dai. Dai's question, however, clearly hinted at deeper awareness. "Rest assured, I understand the gravity of the matter. Only you and your father are privy to this," Ye Feng replied. Might Dai immediately broke into a broad grin. "That's good to hear. The effects of this medicinal bath have indeed been remarkable. It has worked wonders for my body. When we train later, please come see me privately." "Of course, Dai-sensei," Ye Feng responded, intrigued by what Might Dai might want to discuss. Once Uchiha Obito and Hyuga arrived, they were assigned to train with Might Dai, while Ye Feng made his way directly into the woods. He hurried to catch up with Dai, who led him to a clearing before turning to him with a serious demeanor. "Little Ye Feng, I am deeply grateful that you have so generously shared such precious medicinal herbs with us. My time spent with you has allowed me to recognize your character, and I hope you shall not bring dishonor to my ninjutsu. Therefore, I have decided to impart to you the secret technique I have researched for 20 years, the 8 Gates of Duinjia." Upon hearing 8 Gates of Duinjia, Ye Feng felt a surge of excitement. He had not anticipated Might Dai would be willing to teach him such a forbidden technique so soon. Indicating that he viewed Ye Feng as a disciple, Ye Feng promptly adopted a serious expression and replied, "I shall not disappoint your expectations, Dai-sensei." Satisfied with Ye Feng's response, Might Dai began his explanation. Each individual possesses 8 gates that restrain their chakra. This suppression serves as a protective measure for the body. The 8 gates are the opening gate, rest gate, life gate, injury gate, dying gate, scenery gate, shock gate, and death gate. The 8 Gates of Duinjia is a technique that removes the body's restrictions on chakra, allowing for the release of surplus energy and unlocking a power several times stronger than one's original capabilities. Each person has these 8 gates, and theoretically, once one's body is trained to withstand the burden of opening all 8 gates, they can be activated. When all 8 gates are opened, it is referred to as the formation of the 8 Gates of Duinjia, enabling one to instantaneously gain tenfold or even dozens of times their normal strength, albeit at the cost of their life force, which is why this technique is classified as forbidden. Let us begin with the first gate, the opening gate. First, you must locate its position, which is situated at an acupoint on the left side of the brain. The opening gate releases the restrictions of the cerebral domain, allowing one to exert 100 of their physical capabilities, consuming excess energy to enhance both attack and speed. Familiarize yourself with the location of the opening gate. Given your physical strength, you may attempt to activate it. Might Dai presented Ye Feng with a rudimentary human acupoint diagram. For Ye Feng, who was already well-versed in human meridians, Dai's diagram seemed overly simplistic. With his formidable mental strength, Ye Feng quickly pinpointed the acupoint. After merely 10 minutes of exploration, he discovered the method to unlock the opening gate. He faintly heard a pop, and in that instant, clarity flooded his mind. The newfound sense of control made him feel as though he could command every muscle and meridian in his body with ease and grace. The sound of the opening gate's activation startled Might Dai, who gazed at Ye Feng in astonishment, thinking to himself, he opened the opening gate so quickly? It took me over a year to achieve that. Once he gathered his thoughts, Might Dai approached Ye Feng. I never expected you to unlock it so swiftly. Continue to keep the opening gate activated until you feel fatigued, then close it. This will help your body gradually adapt to this state, enabling you to activate it effortlessly in the future, perhaps even instantaneously. Ye Feng followed Might Dai's instructions, maintaining the opening gate for an extended period. Initially, it proved somewhat strenuous, but as he gradually acclimated, it became less taxing, to the point where he felt capable of sustaining it all day. He turned to Dai, saying, I believe my body can endure. I should be able to keep the opening gate activated for an entire day. Upon hearing Ye Feng's words, Might Dai stumbled, unable to contain his thoughts. What manner of monster is this? Chapter 33, Cooking with Might Dai. While Might Dai was astonished by Ye Feng, his feelings were predominantly of joy. Having someone to inherit his legacy was indeed a fortuitous circumstance. Well done. Your talent is unparalleled. The first gate was a breeze for you. The second gate should pose no significant challenge either. However, since you are still growing, it would be prudent to limit your practice of the 8 gates. With that, Might Dai proceeded to explain the location and precautions for opening the second gate. Ye Feng attentively absorbed Gai's wisdom. Despite possessing memories of his past life and a solid understanding of the 8 gates, the guidance from a seasoned mentor was invaluable. With the same proficiency he exhibited in opening the first gate, Ye Feng directed his chakra towards the second gate, the rest gate. However, contrary to his expectations, he found himself unable to breach it. It soon dawned on him that it was not a matter of physical inadequacy but rather a deficiency in chakra. With a wry smile, he conveyed this situation to Might Dai. Both realized that they had overlooked the fact that Ye Feng was merely 4 years old, approaching 5. An age at which one could hardly possess a substantial amount of chakra. Might Dai mused to himself, this is indeed how a child of 4 should be. Since your chakra is insufficient, there is no need to rush into the practice of the 8 gates, Might Dai advised. Your tasks henceforth will be twofold, to refine your chakra and to rigorously train your body to transcend your limits as soon as possible. Ye Feng understood that these tasks could not be accomplished overnight, yet he was aware that great journeys begin with small steps, and mighty rivers flow from tiny streams. With fervent enthusiasm, Ye Feng embraced his training regimen. Time flew by, and after more than 2 months, the new year arrived in the world of Naruto. The celebrations were just as boisterous as in his previous life. Walking through the streets, Ye Feng observed the vibrant decorations and festive adornments that filled the thoroughfares, with passers-by clad in colorful attire and beaming smiles. In that moment, Ye Feng felt a pang of homesickness. Although he had been solitary in his past life, he was surrounded by friends with whom he shared laughter and joy, engaging in childish yet heartwarming activities. In this world, he often felt like a mere observer, gazing at the lives and events around him from a distance, devoid of deep emotional ties. Sighing softly, Ye Feng lost interest in wandering the streets and turned to head home, only to encounter an unexpected visitor at his doorstep, Might Dai's son, Might Dai. Kai, what brings you here? Ye Feng inquired, puzzled. My father sent me to find you. It's New Year's Day, and knowing you are alone at home, he invited you to celebrate with us. He is preparing a feast, Kai replied. This was indeed a surprise. Ye Feng had never anticipated that Might Dai would extend such an invitation. In this world, it was customary for only the closest of kin to gather for such festivities. It seemed that Might Dai truly regarded him as a disciple or family. Ye Feng thought to himself, this is splendid. Visiting Might Dai's home is far preferable to returning to my desolate abode. Thus, he followed Kai without hesitation. Upon arriving at Might Dai's home, Ye Feng found Might Dai in a flurry, seemingly overwhelmed in the kitchen, with a faint burnt aroma wafting through the air. Little Ye Feng, today I shall showcase my culinary skills, Might Dai exclaimed, striking a comical pose upon seeing Ye Feng. However, Ye Feng soon detected the increasingly acrid scent of charred food. Realizing something was amiss, he hastily lifted the pot lid, revealing a charred heap of stir-fried meat. It became clear that Might Dai was utterly inept at cooking. No wonder their meals typically consisted of simple seaweed sushi or boiled meat. Quickly snatching the spatula from Might Dai's hands, Ye Feng smiled and said, leave the cooking to me today, teacher Dai. My culinary skills are quite commendable. Allow me to prepare a meal for you. Might Dai, feeling a bit embarrassed at having burnt the food, acquiesced. Ye Feng, who seldom cooked, chuckled, don't worry, it will be ready in no time. He appreciated the simplicity and ease of interacting with someone as straightforward as Might Dai. Observing the abundance of vegetables and meats laid out on the counter, it was evident that Might Dai had prepared a variety of dishes for him. and Ye Feng felt a surge of gratitude for the effort. Taking charge, Ye Feng skillfully prepared several beloved home-cooked dishes from his past life: kung pao chicken, braised pork, mapo tofu, steamed fish head with chopped chili, spicy shredded potatoes, and a stir-fried dish of farm-style pork, along with a couple of cold appetizers to accompany Might Guy's meal. In the Naruto world, minors are strictly prohibited from consuming alcohol. In less than 2 hours, the table was laden with delectable dishes, their alluring colors and aromas making Might Guy and Kai restless with anticipation. Observing the duo salivating over the spread, Ye Feng couldn't help but smile and declared, "Let us eat. Let's dig in," exclaimed Might Guy and Kai in unison, eagerly lunging for the dishes. Watching the spirited competition between the father and son over the food filled Ye Feng with a sense of satisfaction. The dinner was casual and relaxed, a feeling he had not experienced in quite some time, as he witnessed Might Guy and Kai employing acrobatic maneuvers to snag a piece of meat. The scene was both amusing and heartwarming. Caught up in the merriment, Ye Feng joined in, resulting in a delightful, chaotic atmosphere. After the meal, Ye Feng and Kai lay in the yard, gazing at the stars above, occasionally catching glimpses of fireworks. Might Guy busied himself with cleaning up the dishes. "Ye Feng-kun, we found you at last. We've been searching for you," chimed two melodious voices as Inuzuka Kiba and Waihai Kurenai bounded in, pulling Ye Feng along as they headed outside, followed closely by Nara Shikamaru, Uchiha Ibido, and Saratobi Asuma. Realizing that lying there stargazing was rather idle, Ye Feng decided it would be far more enjoyable to join the festivities and watch the fireworks. He bid farewell to Might Guy and brought Kai along with him. Chapter 34, Pursuit Outside. The atmosphere was indeed more vibrant, with fireworks illuminating the sky and a bustling crowd filling the streets, particularly in the commercial area where various stalls lined the way. The lights shone as brightly as daylight, offering an array of delicacies, trinkets, and clothing. The lively throngs of people exuded joy and vitality. Had it not been for the incongruity of the scene, Ye Feng might have felt as if he had returned to the night markets of his past life in Huaxia. Since Ye Feng's victory over Uchiha Shinichi, Inuzuka Fuyu and Yuhi Kurenai seemed transformed. They had ceased their quarrels and frequently walked to and from school together, enjoying a newfound harmony in Ye Feng's presence. The two girls often held up various beautiful hair accessories or garments for Ye Feng's opinion, eagerly inquiring whether they suited them. Ye Feng, in turn, affirmed their beauty, bringing them immense joy, and they purchased numerous items. Kanoa's Rin also tried on various hair ornaments and clothing but bought nothing, as she hailed from a modest background and was both mature and sensible, refraining from frivolous expenditures. Ibido, recognizing Rin's fondness for these items, felt a twinge of embarrassment. Although he belonged to the Uchiha clan, he relied on a meager pension to survive, with the added responsibility of caring for his grandmother. Thus, he quietly approached Ye Feng, whispering, "Ye Feng, do you have some money to lend me? I promise to repay you later." Ye Feng perceived this as a splendid opportunity to assist Ibido. Not overly concerned about the sum. "Go for it. As long as you win Rin's heart, consider this a gift for your future endeavors," Ye Feng jested. Ibido's face turned crimson, and he awkwardly protested, "What are you saying?" Yet he understood that Ye Feng was aiding him, muttering a soft thank you which only Ye Feng's exceptional hearing could detect. With a smile illuminating his face, Ibido hurried off to find Rin. Meanwhile, Ye Feng noticed the brooding figure of Asuma Saratobi in the background, whose gaze frequently darted toward Kurenai. The young man was clearly infatuated. "Asuma, do you fancy Kurenai?" Ye Feng asked, patting him on the back without any preamble. "How did you know?" Asuma replied, his voice tinged with guilt. "Your expression and eyes reveal everything. If you like her, pursue her. As long as she is not married, you still have a chance. Look at Ibido. Such a splendid opportunity should not be squandered. Go on," Ye Feng urged, pushing Asuma forward. Asuma glanced back at Ye Feng, his eyes brimming with gratitude. Ye Feng returned his smile, but his demeanor shifted suddenly as he sensed two individuals shadowing them from behind, maintaining a consistent distance, neither retreating nor advancing, their intentions blatant. While it was possible they were simply providing protection, given the unique statuses of Asuma, Inuzuka Fuyu, and Yuhi Kurenai, Ye Feng's heightened mental acuity detected a faint, ominous intent. Uncertain of their target, he suspected it might be himself, and he wished to shield his friends from danger. Therefore, he lagged behind, assessing whether the pursuit was indeed directed at him. With this thought, Ye Feng feigned interest in some snacks, halting his steps. The two followers mirrored his actions, pausing as well. As he resumed walking, the duo trailed him once more. Ye Feng pondered deeply. It was evident they were after him. And while he had not provoked anyone recently, his talent was unlikely to incite assassination attempts from prominent clans in the village. Moreover, as a member of the Uchiha clan, he deemed it unnecessary to put himself in peril. The most likely culprits were spies from other villages or members of Danzo's root organization. Only the latter would dare to follow him so openly. Since you wish to play, I shall indulge you, Ye Feng resolved inwardly, then departed from the crowd. Heading toward a less populated alley, the two root members, though puzzled by his choice, recognized that abandoning the crowd was advantageous for them, presenting an opportunity to eliminate Ye Feng. Typically, Ye Feng remained within the Uchiha compound or at the Ninja Academy, even during training. He was surrounded by friends like Might Guy, making it difficult for anyone to act against him. Now, however, they had a rare chance to confront him alone. As they entered the dim, deserted alley, they found Ye Feng waiting, seemingly anticipating their arrival. "Who are you? Why are you following me?" Ye Feng feigned ignorance, his voice trembling slightly, deliberately projecting a facade of vulnerability. "Want to know? You'll find out after you're down," one of the shorter root ninjas retorted, brandishing a kunai and charging at Ye Feng. These two underestimated him, believing that even a prodigy would be no match for them, a mere child of nearly 5 years. Even at the level of a chunin, was still considered weak, especially against a special jonin and a regular jonin. Yet Ye Feng was confident in his physical resilience. Even if he were to falter, escaping would not prove overly difficult. His act of feigned weakness was a ploy to disarm his opponents. He aimed to eliminate one before they could unleash their full power, significantly easing his burden. The second ninja, he would either defeat or evade. As the charging ninja approached, Ye Feng feigned a look of fear, which elicited a smirk from his assailant. The stationary jonin behind them scoffed, convinced their mission was nearing completion. However, as Ye Feng retracted his disguise, revealing a cunning smile, the oncoming ninja sensed something amiss, yet it was too late. Chapter 35. A full frontal assault. Ye Feng's eyes widened slightly as he activated his Sharingan. The first gate of the 8 gates was opened in an instant, revealing a clear world before him. This marked the first time Ye Feng unleashed his full power. With blinding speed, his right hand appeared before the special J-Nin, shattering a kunai, while his left hand grasped the J-Nin's right arm. He then propelled the root ninja backward, delivering a knee strike to the ninja's neck, causing blood to erupt forth, splattering onto Ye Feng's pristine robe, with some droplets even staining his face, adding a sinister aura to his figure. Ye Feng felt the warm, wet blood on his face, a wave of intense discomfort washing over him. It was his first kill, despite his mental preparation, witnessing the lifeless, wide-open eyes of the deceased stirred a profound nausea within him. Simultaneously, a familiar and ominous chakra began to flow from Ye Feng's eyes throughout his body, signaling an impending upgrade of his Sharingan. However, he understood that a formidable enemy was present, forcing himself to suppress the discomfort as his gaze fixated on the remaining root J-Nin. The root J-Nin, witnessing the swift demise of his companion, trembled in fear as he beheld Ye Feng's bloodied visage. This was no mere child of 5, the power before him was extraordinary. Instantly, he abandoned any underestimation, recognizing that carelessness could lead to his own demise. He swiftly launched several shuriken while simultaneously performing the shadow clone technique, creating 3 clones that charged toward Ye Feng. As they neared, the root J-Nin threw a smoke bomb, enveloping the surroundings in a thick cloud that obscured visibility. Ye Feng reasoned that if his Sharingan could not pierce through the smoke, then neither could his opponent's vision. The deployment of such a smoke bomb was advantageous for a ninja with sensory abilities, suggesting that his adversary possessed such skills. Ye Feng contemplated feigning a lack of perception, preparing for a surprise attack. It was time for Ye Feng's performance. His eyes darted about erratically, occasionally throwing kicks and punches, creating the illusion of a jester being toyed with. Suddenly, the opponent's silhouette emerged behind him. Ye Feng feigned a lack of evasion, allowing a kunai to graze his robe, drawing a small amount of blood. Seizing the moment, he leapt and spun, delivering a kick that reduced the opponent to smoke. Ye Feng had anticipated this. The initial assailant was indeed a shadow clone. Engaging in a flurry of taijutsu, he eliminated 2 clones with his injured arm, leaving only the original. Yet, Ye Feng found it peculiar that his opponent, despite their proficient taijutsu, had not employed any ninjutsu, which puzzled him greatly. Disregarding his curiosity, Ye Feng charged toward the last remaining clone, seizing the opportunity to strike at its true location. The root J-Nin, realizing he had been deceived, quickly raised his arms defensively to block the incoming punch. Ye Feng shouted, "Die!" However, the root J-Nin wore a contemptuous smile, prompting Ye Feng to sense imminent danger. He quickly noticed that the J-Nin was covered in explosive tags, and as he attempted to retreat, it was too late. A tremendous explosion erupted, startling the nearby residents, though its sound was muffled by the distant fireworks. Moments later, a figure landed atop a low-roofed house, head bowed, clad in tattered remnants of clothing, bloodied and panting heavily. This figure raised his head to gaze at the site of the explosion. The most striking feature was the crimson, tomo-imbued Sharingan Ye Feng had narrowly escaped. In that critical moment, as the root Jainin detonated himself, Ye Feng awakened his double tomo Sharingan, channeling all his chakra to shield his body, his hands protecting vital areas. The explosive force hurled him aside, narrowly averting death, though he sustained numerous injuries. Yet, Ye Feng found the situation perplexing. The battle had been brief, and he had concealed his strength. There was no reason for his opponent, who had the upper hand, to be laden with explosive tags, willingly preparing for a mutual demise. Pondering was futile. His priority was to recover. He retrieved the natural spirit stone he had been reluctant to use, beginning to absorb its natural energy. Suddenly, a new disturbance arose. Ye Feng sensed a mental force infiltrating his body, striving to seize control. Instantly, he summoned his formidable mental strength to counter it. Struggling to maintain control. To his astonishment, the root ninja, presumed dead from the self-explosion, materialized in the shadows of a nearby building, hands outstretched. Thumbs and forefingers touching in a gesture aimed at him. Was this not the secret technique of the Yamashiro clan, the heart-turning technique? Ye Feng realized that the mental force attempting to dominate him originated from this very ninja, prompting him to intensify his mental resistance. However, Ye Feng had just been severely injured by the explosive tags, and his mental faculties were compromised. Despite his efforts, he could only marginally slow the invading mental force. The root ninja, surprised, found this to be his first attempt at the heart-turning technique, struggling to fully succeed against Ye Feng's resistance. Yet, being a child, Ye Feng could only delay the inevitable. Recognizing the unfavorable turn of events, Ye Feng felt trapped and devoid of options. As he contemplated possible solutions, his gaze fell upon the still-glowing natural spirit stone. Divine intervention, he thought, as he began to absorb the natural energy with fervor, disregarding the refinement process. Enveloping the root ninja's mental force with the energy. Natural energy acted as a poison to mental forces, eroding their strength and dulling consciousness. The root ninja sensed his mental force being corroded and promptly withdrew it. However, the damage inflicted upon his mental state compelled him to spew forth a mouthful of blood, his head spinning from the backlash. At that moment, the root ninja suddenly sensed the rush of wind from an incoming fist. He turned just in time to see his small fist collide with his face, the force propelling him backward. Struggling to rise, the root ninja threw down a smoke bomb. But Ye Feng pursued, only to find that the opponent's presence had vanished. Chapter 36. Do you wish to become Hokage? Were it not for my grievous injuries, I would have left you here. Ye Feng seethed inwardly. It is unwise to linger in this place. I must depart at once. At this juncture, the only one capable of assisting me is Orochimaru, he contemplated. Thus, Ye Feng stowed away the natural spirit stone and sealed the corpse of the special Jonin from root within an intricate scroll before making his way to Orochimaru's abode. Not long after Ye Feng set forth, several members of the Umbu arrived at the scene. The area was rife with the aftermath of numerous explosive tags, and there were traces of blood ahead, indicative of a fatal encounter. However, no bodies were found. The signs of conflict suggested that at least 2 Jonin-level ninjas had engaged in battle, yet the outcome remained uncertain. The Umbu operatives surveying the scene reported their findings to the captain of another Umbu unit. Given the magnitude of the disturbance, it is likely that someone witnessed the combatants. You should investigate the nearby populace, while the rest of you gather intelligence and secure the area, the Umbu captain instructed, pointing at one of his subordinates. Indeed, the intelligence division of the Konoha Umbu is exceptional. Within merely 2 hours, they had pinpointed the individuals involved in the incident and documented the potential events, submitting their findings to the Umbu leadership. However, the fact that 2 or more Jonin had clashed and resulted in a fatality was beyond the Umbu's jurisdiction. After reviewing the materials, the Umbu captain promptly delivered them to the 3rd Hokage. Meanwhile, the root Jonin, struggling with severe injuries, staggered back to the root base, coughing up blood along the way. It was not until a station guard discovered him that he was carried on a stretcher to Shimura Danzo. While the guards tended to his wounds, Danzo interrogated the grievously injured Jonin. Gray Fox, what transpired? How could anyone in Konoha inflict such harm upon you? Danzo inquired, gazing at Gray Fox, whose injuries were alarmingly dire. Gray Fox was the alias of this root Jonin, while the deceased special Jonin was known as Poison Wolf. Uchiha Ye Feng had long concealed his true strength, having awakened his double Tomo Sharingan, possessing at least the power of a special Jonin and exhibiting remarkable prowess. Poison Wolf and I seized an opportunity to ambush Uchiha Ye Feng. In a moment of carelessness, Poison Wolf was instantly slain by him. The opponent's mental fortitude was exceptionally formidable. Even when struck by my mind-turn technique, he was able to resist. Ultimately, I was assailed by a peculiar energy that eroded my mental strength, leading to my injuries and a blow from Uchiha Ye Feng. Were it not for the explosive tags injuring him, I might not have returned, Gray Fox recounted slowly. At that moment, Ye Feng arrived at Orochimaru's residence. Passers-by, upon seeing him drenched in blood, recoiled in fear, keeping their distance. In these tumultuous times, it is better to avoid trouble than to invite misfortune. Ye Feng activated the mechanism of Orochimaru's underground passage, prompting Orochimaru, sensing the disturbance, to halt his experiments and peer towards the entrance, curious to discern the visitor's identity. However, the next instant, Orochimaru's pupils contracted in shock as he recognized the bloodied figure of Uchiha Ye Feng. Ye Feng, with his blood-soaked body, nonchalantly found a chair to sit in, seemingly indifferent to his own bloodshed. Notably, his injuries had healed significantly within the brief span of his journey to Orochimaru. Most of his wounds had scabbed over, while the skin damaged by the explosion had begun to shed, revealing tender new flesh beneath. Ye Feng, what has transpired to render you in such a state? Orochimaru exclaimed, preparing to assist in treating Ye Feng's injuries. Ye Feng waved his hand, halting Orochimaru's advance, signaling that he was fine. It seems the esteemed title of Orochimaru holds little sway in Konoha. As your disciple, I was unexpectedly ambushed. Were it not for my good fortune, I might never have seen you again, Ye Feng replied with a hint of sarcasm. Who could dare commit such an act in Konoha? Orochimaru's interest piqued. Such violence in Konoha was a grave offense. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was particularly concerned with maintaining face and would not tolerate such occurrences. Who could so brazenly stalk and attack within Konoha? Orochimaru pondered. Realizing that only one person could disregard the third Hokage's authority, Shimura Danzo. Ye Feng, I will handle this matter, Orochimaru declared. Ye Feng did not approach to reproach Orochimaru but rather sought his intervention. He did not expect Danzo to abandon his murderous intentions but hoped to keep them discreet. Otherwise, the relentless assassinations would make life unbearable. This is the assassin's corpse. You may handle it, Ye Feng stated, tossing the scroll containing Poison Wolf's remains to Orochimaru. Orochimaru unfurled the scroll and extracted the body, which bore no extraneous wounds save for a shattered neck and a ruptured jugular. With his extensive experience, Orochimaru recognized it as a swift and lethal strike. Upon removing the mask from the corpse, his pupils constricted once more. He identified the body as Poison Wolf, who possessed the strength of a special jonin and had been killed in an instant. Turning to gaze at the recovering Ye Feng, Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with intensity, revealing his contemplation. Ye Feng, sensing Orochimaru's unabashed scrutiny, opened his eyes. He was unafraid of Orochimaru's potential hostility, given Orochimaru's character and dedication to research. Ye Feng had ample means to dissuade any harmful intentions. Ye Feng held a favorable impression of Orochimaru, recognizing his exceptional research skills. He would not allow such talent to go to waste. As the saying goes, desire makes it easier to control someone. If one were entirely devoid of wants like a monk, words would hold little sway. Orochimaru, have you ever considered becoming Hokage? Ye Feng abruptly inquired. Chapter 37. Orochimaru boards the ship. Sarutobi Sensei, in the prime of his youth, still has at least a decade or two left to serve as Hokage. Is it not premature to speak of such matters now? Orochimaru, perplexed by Ye Feng's words, responded ambiguously. In the future, you will possess a long life. Have you not considered doing something with it? Once, my dream was to master all the ninjutsu in the ninja world. Now, my aspiration is immortality and to grasp the truths of this world. Ye Feng let out a deliberate chuckle, briefly displaying a look of disdain before swiftly masking it, his expression becoming neutral. Although the change was fleeting, Ye Feng was certain that Orochimaru had caught it. Does Ye Feng seem to disapprove of my dream? It is not a rejection of your ambition. Rather, it is a matter of perspective. Ye Feng tantalizingly withheld further explanation. What prompts such a perception from you? Ye Feng, I would appreciate your clarification. Curious about Ye Feng's abrupt silence, Orochimaru urged him to continue. Sensing that he had piqued Orochimaru's interest, Ye Feng began to weave his narrative. You aspire to attain immortality and become a figure akin to the first Hokage, striving for the pinnacle of this world and unraveling its mysteries. Am I correct? Orochimaru nodded slightly in acknowledgement. But have you ever pondered the origins of chakra? What was the ninja world like before its emergence? And what lies beyond the ninja world? Ye Feng posed a series of probing questions, leaving Orochimaru momentarily at a loss. He had dedicated his studies to the ninjutsu of the ninja world and the human body structure, yet had never contemplated the source of chakra or the existence beyond their realm. After all, it was widely accepted that chakra was a refinement of physical and mental energy. And no one had ever ventured beyond the ninja world. Even those capable of flight could only ascend to a certain altitude before being unable to rise further. Could it be that Ye Feng knows the answers to these inquiries? Ye Feng mused internally. Indeed, you have opened the door yourself. I shall not hold back. Our ninja world is merely a minuscule fragment of this vast universe, akin to a grain of sand. My dream is to transcend the confines of the ninja world, to explore other realms, to experience different worlds, and perhaps even to rise above this universe and behold the higher realms. Standing atop a chair, Ye Feng struck a pose as if preparing to take flight, while inwardly contemplating. Do you find the grand vision I paint appealing? Orochimaru listened, astonished. Beyond the ninja world, there are even more realms? Higher worlds still? Although he believed in the existence of other worlds beyond the ninja realm, the notion of their world being but a grain of sand in the universe, and the idea of even higher planes, left him incredulous. Yet, Ye Feng seemed to possess a wealth of knowledge that belied his tender age. Was he not inclined to elucidate? Or was the soul inhabiting Ye Feng's body that of another? Orochimaru's gaze was filled with curiosity and a desire to probe deeper. Alas, in my moment of triumph, I became careless and neglected to conceal my thoughts. He has discerned my secret. Ye Feng's mind raced for an excuse. Lord Orochimaru, you must recall my prior explanation to Uchiha Fugaku regarding my dream, where I awakened the Sharingan but cannot recall the specifics. Yet the visions from that dream remain etched in my memory, an infinite cosmos, countless stars, and witnessing the mightiest of beings transcending the void to ascend to other universes. I even sensed an energy from the cosmos, continuously nourishing my body, which explains my formidable strength. My goal is to rise as they did. Ye Feng hastily concocted a half-truth in hopes of deflecting suspicion and continued, moreover, I greatly admire your character and your research prowess, Lord Orochimaru. If possible, I wish to journey alongside you to the apex of the universe, even to transcend the void. Ye Feng's words were undeniably enticing. Yet they were so astounding and abstract that their veracity was difficult to ascertain. Furthermore, no one in the ninja realm had ever managed to escape its confines, rendering the authenticity of his dream unverifiable. Orochimaru maintained his composure, not allowing himself to be beguiled by Ye Feng's grand vision. What others cannot achieve does not preclude my potential, Ye Feng asserted, emboldened. Come, Lord Orochimaru, allow yourself to experience this. With that, he began drawing in the natural energy surrounding him, not to absorb it, but to merely gather it in his vicinity. Orochimaru's eyes widened in astonishment. Though he could not cultivate sage mode, he recognized natural energy. The Dragon Cave and White Snake Sage were replete with it, and he could sense the abundance of natural energy coalescing around Ye Feng, which he was controlling without integrating it into his body. Witnessing this spectacle, Orochimaru found himself believing Ye Feng's claims to a degree. Indeed, Ye Feng is a prodigious talent, a chosen one. Such abilities certainly herald a promising future. Orochimaru solemnly addressed Ye Feng. My methods are different from those of the ninja realm. If you wish, you too can master such capabilities. Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Ye Feng felt a measure of trust emanating from him and promptly dangled the prospect of benefits before him. Ye Feng is willing to share such abilities with me? Orochimaru was taken aback by Ye Feng's readiness to offer such a technique, perceiving his sincerity. This is an uncharted path, one I am gradually exploring. I believe that with your assistance, Lord Orochimaru, this journey will become significantly smoother. One day, we shall stand atop the pinnacle of this universe. Ye Feng and Orochimaru exchanged a knowing smile, both seemingly filled with hope for the future. Ye Feng was not merely deceiving Orochimaru. When the time came for him to ascend, he would not hesitate to grant Orochimaru the opportunity to do so as well. However, the tribulation period was perilous, with a survival rate that was dismally low. Chapter 38. The anger of Shimura Danzo having concluded his business, Ye Feng prepared to depart, expressing his hope for Lord Orochimaru's continued support. As he rose to leave, he felt a profound sense of fulfillment from having allied with Orochimaru. Why not wait until after your treatment to leave? Orochimaru suggested. Perhaps you could leave behind some cellular samples for my research? Initially, Orochimaru intended to tend to Ye Feng's injuries, but he soon realized that Ye Feng appeared remarkably unscathed. The scabs on his wounds had begun to fall away, revealing fresh, healed skin beneath, igniting Orochimaru's scientific curiosity. Ye Feng was not inclined to become a mere guinea pig or risk Orochimaru creating a clone of him. The thought alone was unsettling, prompting him to hastily vacate Orochimaru's residence. Watching Ye Feng move away, Orochimaru's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. He abandoned his experiments, donned his outer garment, and made his way toward the root base. At that moment, Shimura Danzo, having heard the report from the Gray Fox, was both astonished by Ye Feng's formidable power and pleased by it. Such strength at such a young age could not merely be attributed to talent. There must be a significant secret behind it. If he could uncover Ye Feng's secrets, his own ascent to power would be assured, and the position of Hokage would be within reach. The glint in Danzo's eyes revealed his greed. Suddenly, a root ninja appeared before Danzo, announcing, "Orochimaru has intruded." Danzo's brow furrowed. This was his territory. No one could act recklessly here. Not even the third Hokage's words held sway. He strode toward the exit. Upon seeing Orochimaru, he bellowed, "Orochimaru, who permitted you to invade the root base?" "Oh, it is merely the esteemed advisor, Shimura Danzo," Orochimaru replied, calling him advisor as a form of protest against Danzo's actions. Danzo quickly realized that Orochimaru had come to confront him. He was puzzled as to what benefits Uchiha Ye Feng had provided Orochimaru that would embolden him to confront Danzo in person over a mere assassination attempt. However, as the leader of Root, Danzo could not allow himself to be challenged in his own domain. "Orochimaru, do you realize this is the Root base? Your unauthorized entry suggests you wish to become a rogue ninja? Your words flow effortlessly, advisor. It seems our collaboration can no longer continue," Orochimaru retorted. "Are you threatening me?" Danzo shot back. "Whatever the advisor thinks. Uchiha Ye Feng is my disciple, and I do not wish for a rift to form between us," Orochimaru stated. Having achieved his purpose, turned and departed. After Orochimaru's exit, Danzo's grip on his cane tightened in anger, crushing it to splinters. "How dare he threaten me? Orochimaru, I shall not allow you to escape unscathed," Danzo seethed. A root ninja guarding Danzo stepped forward, gesturing as if to slit his throat. "Shall we?" "No. We still require Orochimaru's research results. It is not prudent to provoke further conflict. Issue a command to halt the assassination of Uchiha Ye Feng. Once we obtain the research results, we will handle the two of them," Danzo ordered, demonstrating his capacity for patience despite the humiliation he felt. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had been celebrating the new year at home, was abruptly summoned back due to urgent news. Midogate Inn and Tien Kamachi also arrived at the Hokage's office. "Have the matters been clarified?" Sarutobi inquired. "It has been confirmed that witnesses saw Uchiha Ye Feng along with two individuals clad in attire resembling that of the Umbu, their faces masked, entering the scene of the incident. Ye Feng's whereabouts have been tracked. Following the incident, he went at Orochimaru's residence, covered in blood, and subsequently returned home. The two individuals remain unaccounted for, and upon reviewing the Umbu personnel, it appears they are likely from Root," reported the Umbu captain. "Uchiha Ye Feng should be detained until we ascertain the facts. As for the Root ninja, summon Danzo here for questioning," Kamachi suggested, directing her remarks toward Shimura Danzo, insisting on Ye Feng's detention while seeking answers from Danzo. "Uchiha Ye Feng is a disciple of Orochimaru, and until we have a definitive conclusion, he cannot be detained." Sarutobi firmly rejected Kamachi's proposal. "Uchiha Ye Feng is also a citizen of Konoha and must adhere to the village's orders," Kamachi insisted. "Then prepare for Orochimaru to come knocking at our door," Sarutobi replied, rolling his eyes in annoyance. Since the stabilization of Konoha, Sarutobi had observed that the three advisors increasingly complicated matters. Danzo's Root disregarded his authority, focusing solely on their own interests, while Midogate Inn and Kamachi pursued power, prioritizing personal gain in every situation. "Bring Uchiha Ye Feng here, and summon Advisor Danzo as well," Sarutobi commanded, dismissing the advisor's protests. Meanwhile, upon returning home, Ye Feng found Inuzuka Fuyuki waiting at his doorstep. Upon seeing Ye Feng, tattered and bloodied, she was initially struck with fear, quickly followed by tears welling in her eyes. She rushed forward to check on his injuries. Ye Feng gently patted her head, reassuring her, "It's all right. Most of this blood isn't mine. The wounds aren't deep and are nearly healed." He peeled away a scab, revealing smooth, unblemished skin beneath. With her spirits lifted, Fuyuki explained her presence at his home. She and others had noticed Ye Feng's absence and searched the commercial district to no avail. They split up to check various locations where he might be, and Fuyuki had been tasked with searching near Ye Feng's residence. "Everything is resolved now. I need to wash up and change clothes," Ye Feng stated. Fuyuki blushed and offered to keep watch, adding with a hint of innocence that she wouldn't peek. After Ye Feng entered to bathe, Fuyuki remembered to notify the others to return. Chapter 39. The restless little Haru after finishing his bath and changing clothes. Ye Feng stepped out of his room to find his companions had returned, having already heard from Inuzuka Fuyu about Ye Feng's situation. Saratobi Asuma approached first, inquiring, "What has transpired? How could someone be so ruthless within the village of Konoha?" He urged them to remain uninformed about these matters, emphasizing that it would be of no benefit to them and that he wished to protect them from being drawn into the turmoil. The others were still insistent on seeking clarity regarding the events, but Saratobi Asuma, being the exception, understood the dark intricacies of Konoha as politics. Having witnessed the shadows cast by his father, the third Hokage, and his brother, the captain of the Umbu, he knew that their involvement would only burden Ye Feng further. Thus, he interrupted the incessant questioning from the others and solemnly said to Ye Feng, "If you require assistance, do not hesitate to ask." At that moment, the Umbu personnel summoned by the third Hokage arrived. Ye Feng had anticipated this, as such commotion would naturally prompt the third Hokage's inquiry. He reassured his friends to remain calm and assured them that he would return shortly. Upon arriving at the Hokage's office, Ye Feng found the third Hokage seated at his desk, flanked by two individuals of similar age, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a tribunal. This setting allowed Ye Feng to recognize that the two seated beside the third Hokage were Mido Gate-in and Uzumaki Haru. Though he had yet to encounter Shimura Danzo in person, we are already aware of the incidents that transpired at the commercial street. Uzumaki Haru began. "And I urge you to be forthcoming, as it would be advantageous for you." Ye Feng furrowed his brow at her words, pondering. Is Haru truly so naive as to openly offend others? How has she survived thus far? The third Hokage cast an annoyed glance at Haru before turning to Uchiha Ye Feng with a gentle demeanor, stating, "We have summoned you today to gain insight into the specifics of the events at the commercial street. Do not feel burdened. Simply speak the truth." It was no wonder that Saratobi Hiruzen held the title of Hokage. He, as an advisor, knew how to engage in dialogue without causing offense while still extracting necessary information. "I went to the commercial street today with my classmates to celebrate the new year and watch the fireworks. Suddenly, I felt an urgent need to relieve myself. So I sought a secluded corner. At that moment, two Umbu ninjas approached and attacked me, throwing multiple explosive tags while I was caught off guard. Fortunately, my taijutsu skills allowed me to escape swiftly. Otherwise, I would have been killed in the explosion." Ye Feng recounted this with a mix of truth and embellishment, deliberately omitting any mention of his capabilities. "That's nonsense. There were clearly fatalities at the scene, and it was not you who dealt the blows." Uzumaki Haru retorted angrily. "Do you believe I am capable of killing someone? I am merely a child. In such circumstances, it is only natural to evade danger," Ye Feng countered innocently. The third Hokage interjected, interrupting Haru's attempt to speak further. "Are you aware of the whereabouts of the two Umbu ninjas? I was injured by the explosive tags, and my head is still spinning. I barely managed to find my way to Orochimaru-sensei's home, where I took refuge. You can see my wounds. Orochimaru-sensei treated me, and they have already begun to heal," Ye Feng replied, his expression one of feigned distress, leaving it to them whether or not to believe him. At that moment, Shimura Danzo entered the room. Ye Feng glanced at him, noticing that his right eye was bandaged, though his right hand remained exposed, indicating that he had not yet undergone the transplantation of the first Hokage's cells. It was uncertain whether his right eye was a Sharingan. As Danzo passed by Ye Feng, his uncovered left eye narrowed slightly, gazing at Ye Feng with the intensity of a predator assessing its prey, which sent a chill down Ye Feng's spine, revealing Danzo's formidable aura. "Danzo, the purpose of your summons is to ascertain whether the two individuals in Umbu attire belong to your root division," the third Hokage stated. "I have been informed of this matter and have verified that they are not from my root division. I hope you will investigate thoroughly, Lord Third," Danzo replied smoothly, evading responsibility and feigning ignorance. The third Hokage and the two advisors found Danzo's claims hard to believe, with Uzumaki Haru rising in indignation. "Who else but your root could act so brazenly? It is possible that some spies aim to assassinate the genius of Konoha. Such threats cannot be underestimated," Danzo asserted with feigned seriousness, noting that the incident had been significant enough for the security division to be held accountable. The third Hokage likely cursed Danzo inwardly, knowing full well that the culprits were indeed from his root. Danzo's statement served to distance himself from the situation while simultaneously demonstrating his power within Konoha to Uchiha Ye Feng and casting aspersions on the Uchiha clan, who controlled the security department. However, the third Hokage had no intention of genuinely uncovering the assailants. He merely sought to navigate the situation, diminishing the severity of the incident while subtly warning Danzo. Ye Feng understood the third Hokage's intentions, recognizing that Danzo was his true ally. Even presenting evidence against Danzo would yield no results, thus, he chose to remain ignorant, since the victim had not encountered the assailants. And Danzo maintained that they were not his men, The inquiry concluded with the Umbu and Security Division being tasked to bolster their investigations and assess the Security Division's shortcomings. The matter was thus resolved, and everyone returned to their respective lives. In the Konoha Security Department, Uchiha Tenjo, the clan leader and head of the Security Division, convened a meeting in response to the assassination incident at the commercial street. This is clearly the work of Root, yet now it has become our responsibility. One of the Uchiha clan members expressed indignantly, "What use is shouting here? Do you have any evidence? If you have the ability, apprehend them and present them before the third Hokage," another replied dismissively. This is evidently an oppression from the Hokage faction against our Uchiha clan. Uchiha Tenjo observed the chaotic scene within the security department, feeling a wave of frustration. Enough. This matter is now settled. I will draft a report to the Hokage. You all must increase patrols and ensure we do not give anyone further grounds for criticism. Meeting adjourned. Chapter 40. The Special Black Maru in an instant. Various factions fell into silence. Uchiha Fugaku, the young clan leader of the Uchiha family, came to offer his condolences to Ye Feng. The supply of medicinal herbs continued unabated. Even though Ye Feng no longer required them, Might Guy and his son, along with others, still needed them. It was certainly preferable to bestow them upon those foolish Uchiha clansmen. As the Ninja Academy commenced, Ye Feng arrived early at the school, carrying a substantial lunchbox. Over the past 6 months, he had cultivated the habit of becoming the dedicated chef for the 5 gourmets, who had never brought their own lunches since tasting his culinary creations. Before long, Inuzuka Fuyu and Yugao arrived together. However, unlike before, Inuzuka Fuyu was cradling a small black dog in her arms, its head drooping and eyes squinted shut. Upon spotting Ye Feng, Inuzuka Fuyu sprang towards him, presenting the little black dog before his face. "Heavenly Maru, this is your brother Ye Feng," she announced. The small dog merely lifted its eyelids slightly to glance at Ye Feng before promptly closing them again. Ye Feng rolled his eyes, pondering how he had suddenly become a dog brother. "Where did you find this stray dog?" he inquired. "Stray? This is my ninja dog. Every ninja in the Inuzuka clan has one. Raised together from a young age," Inuzuka Fuyu replied. "Why haven't I seen you bring it before?" Ye Feng asked. "Heavenly Maru had some health issues. Eating excessively yet losing weight. It has been recuperating for the past year, and I couldn't bear to bring it out," Inuzuka Fuyu explained while stroking the dog's fur. "Oh, let me take a look," Ye Feng said, reaching out to pat Heavenly Maru's head. Suddenly, the dog sprang up and bit down on Ye Feng's hand with astonishing speed, catching him completely off guard. However, with Ye Feng's robust physique, the bite barely broke the skin. "Heavenly Maru, stop it at once. How can you bite someone?" Inuzuka Fuyu scolded, seeing Ye Feng in discomfort. Heavenly Maru quickly released its grip, looking up at Inuzuka Fuyu with a pitiful expression. It was Ye Feng's first experience of being bitten by a dog, and he felt indignantly, so fierce. "How dare you bite me? Next time, I shall have you neutered." Upon hearing this, Heavenly Maru's fur bristled, and it growled menacingly at Ye Feng, baring its teeth. "Heavenly Maru." Inuzuka Fuyu's warning brought the dog back to a submissive demeanor, gazing at her as if to say, "You treacherous one, how could you shout at me?" It then cast a fierce look at Ye Feng. Inuzuka Fuyu soothingly urged Heavenly Maru, and eventually, the dog consented to Ye Feng's touch. However, as Ye Feng reached out, he detected a hint of wariness in Heavenly Maru's demeanor. With an air of triumph, Ye Feng grabbed the dog's neck and feigned a medical examination, inadvertently brushing against its private areas and even attempting to flick its little lychee. In that moment, Ye Feng realized that Heavenly Maru was, in fact, a female dog. The creature buried its head between its forelegs in embarrassment. No wonder it had resisted the attentions of boys. Ye Feng hastily returned Heavenly Maru to Inuzuka Fuyu, reflecting on his earlier actions with a sense of guilt, resolving to treat the dog better in the future. During his earlier handling of Heavenly Maru, Ye Feng had indeed concentrated his chakra, sensing the canine's physical condition. He found that Heavenly Maru was exceedingly emaciated, yet its bones were remarkably strong and dense, comparable to steel. Its muscular resilience was also impressive, rivaling that of ninjas who specialized in physical training. No wonder it had such rapid biting speed. However, it seemed that the bones were absorbing nutrients from the body, leading to an inability to meet the nutritional demands of its growth. Now that he understood the cause, resolving the issue became simpler. "I've identified the reason for Heavenly Maru's condition. It's not a significant problem. After school, accompany me to my home to collect some medicinal herbs. We shall give Heavenly Maru herbal baths daily, ideally for at least an hour." "Really? That is wonderful. Thank you so much," Inuzuka Fuyu exclaimed, elated, and planted a kiss on Ye Feng's cheek. Ye Feng was taken aback, feeling as though he had been subjected to an uninvited advance. Even Yu Gao was astonished by Inazukafuyu's boldness, subsequently expressing her indignation. "You little sneak. How could you ambush me like that? We had an agreement that you and I." Blushing, Yu Gao wished to express affection like Inazukafuyu, but found herself too bashful to follow through, ultimately fleeing in embarrassment. Ye Feng felt relieved that Asuma Saratobi was not present, as it would surely have ignited a tempest of jealousy. The entire class erupted in playful teasing, prompting Inazukafuyu to escape the classroom in a flurry. As a lifelong bachelor, Ye Feng lingered on the sensation of the kiss, finding it quite delightful and rather intoxicating. Pondering the allure of such experiences that left many enamored. The notion of employing precious medicinal baths, which could enhance physical strength. For a ninja dog sparked Ye Feng's ambition to cultivate a formidable ninja beast, testing the waters with the little black dog. He sensed that Heavenly Maru possessed unique qualities. Such robust bones at a juvenile stage led him to wonder how it might evolve into adulthood. This world lacked methods to enhance physical strength and nourish the body. Training consumed vast amounts of nutrients. Without Ye Feng's intervention, Heavenly Maru might not survive to reach maturity, a fate indeed regrettable for such an extraordinary creature. Ye Feng was determined to nurture Heavenly Maru into a powerful ninja beast, aspiring to surpass even the likes of Gamabunta and Manda, and perhaps even establish a new sanctuary. Chapter 41. Shenong. After school at the Ninja Academy, Ye Feng patiently awaited the arrival of his companions to join Might Dai for training. However, it was peculiar that Might Guy was notably absent. Though puzzled, Ye Feng dismissed it, reasoning that perhaps Might Guy had other commitments or had left early. When the group arrived at the training grounds, they found it eerily deserted, with neither Might Dai nor his son in sight. This was decidedly unusual for the ever-determined Might Dai and his son, raising concerns that something untoward might have occurred. Feeling a sense of unease, Ye Feng instructed the others to commence their training while he set off to search for Might Dai and his son. He soon arrived near the Might residence, where, from a distance, he could hear Might Dai's distinct booming voice. "Kai, do not worry, it is merely a minor internal injury. Besides, encountering a benevolent doctor is indeed our fortune." Hearing Might Dai's hearty tone eased Ye Feng's worries, confirming that they were safe. Upon entering Might Dai's room, Ye Feng discovered the father and son embracing, both appearing unbandaged and in good spirits, suggesting that there was no serious issue at hand. "Elder Dai, why did you not train today? This is quite unlike you," Ye Feng inquired first. "It is nothing serious. I merely encountered a kind-hearted doctor today who discovered my internal injury. He wished to treat me, advising against strenuous activity during the recovery period to prevent exacerbation." Might Dai responded with a smile, aware of Ye Feng's concern. "Internal injury? Allow me to take a look." Ye Feng, knowing that those who engage in rigorous physical training often bear such internal injuries, though not fatal, was apprehensive that Might Dai might have fallen prey to a charlatan. "No need. The doctor assured me it is nothing alarming, and I should be healed in about 2 weeks. Besides, he is a kind soul who does not charge for his services." Might Dai reassured him. "I have some knowledge in medical matters. Let me examine you," Ye Feng insisted, and Might Dai, unable to refuse, relented, seeing no harm in it. With his hands placed gently on Might Dai's back, Ye Feng began to channel his energy, guiding it throughout Might Dai's body. However, the more he examined, the greater his confusion became. He noted only a few minor injuries from frequent training, which had notably improved due to the medicinal baths. Such injuries were common among ninjas. Why would this doctor single out Might Dai for treatment? Withdrawing his hands, Ye Feng refrained from disclosing his findings and calmly asked, "What is the name of this doctor? I would like to meet him. I believe it was something like Shin something. I cannot quite recall," Might Dai replied, somewhat embarrassed at his forgetfulness regarding such an important individual. "When will the doctor return? I wish to accompany him. Lord Orochimaru is currently conducting medical research, and it would be an excellent opportunity for me to learn." Ye Feng fabricated a reason to ascertain the doctor's true intentions. "The doctor will come again tomorrow morning at 8. However, mastery of medical arts is a skill not easily imparted, and one should focus on their training. One cannot excel in all pursuits," Might Dai cautioned, hoping Ye Feng would not be distracted from his physical training, aspiring for him to reach the level of a Kage. "That is of no concern. I shall speak with the doctor myself tomorrow. Besides, I have reached a bottleneck in my training. Acquiring additional knowledge may help me break through." Ye Feng argued, and Might Dai, seeing some wisdom in his reasoning, agreed to let him attend the doctor's visit. Ye Feng returned to complete the day's physical training with his companions, asking Hinata to help him request a few days off, choosing not to involve Abido, knowing his tendency to arrive late would hinder the process. Early the next morning, Ye Feng arrived promptly at Might Dai's home. Soon, he heard a few knocks at the door, and Might Dai opened it to reveal an elderly man adorned with a black round hat. His flowing white hair and beard giving him a wise appearance. Despite his age, his skin bore the vitality of someone in their 30s or 40s, exuding warmth and kindness. Recalling the tales of the Hokage, Ye Feng noted that there was no mention of any events involving Might Dai at this juncture. And the elderly man's white hair and beard were not distinctive enough to ascertain his significance. As the old man scrutinized him, Ye Feng, adopting an innocent demeanor, explained, "I am a disciple of Elder Dai, training under him. I have always had a keen interest in medical practices, so upon hearing of Elder Dai's situation, I shamelessly came today to learn some medical skills, hoping the esteemed physician will oblige." "Not at all. I would be delighted to see more individuals learn the healing arts, as it may alleviate the suffering of many. However, my time in Konoha is limited, and how much you learn will depend on your aptitude." The doctor replied with a compassionate expression, embodying the archetype of a benevolent healer. Ye Feng felt a surge of admiration. The inhabitants of the Naruto world could be extraordinarily virtuous or exceedingly malevolent, and it was indeed plausible for a doctor to possess such noble intentions. Yet, his suspicions remained. As he cautiously expressed, "I am grateful for your willingness, esteemed physician. Your benevolence is truly admirable. May I inquire your name, so that I may remember it?" "I am known as Shin Nong, a wandering physician who hopes to alleviate suffering to the best of my humble abilities," the doctor introduced himself. "I shall commit your name to memory," Ye Feng replied with respect, though internally he was engulfed in tumultuous thoughts. Shin Nong, was this not the leader of the Sky Ninja from the film, renowned for his regenerative abilities? His expertise in cellular research was unparalleled. And the medical forbidden techniques he developed, such as medical forbidden technique, body activation, medical forbidden technique, body regeneration, and even body resurrection, were legendary in their own right. Most astonishingly, he had utilized body resurrection and zero-tailed chakra to open the 8 gates, achieving an unthinkable state of immortality. Chapter 42. The Exposed Medicinal Bath Yet. Why would such an individual seek out Might Guy? The 8 gates? Could it be that the legendary 8 gates of Shinong originated from Might Guy? Thus, his objective must be the 8 gates possessed by Guy, but how does he intend to acquire them? Moreover, judging by his demeanor, it appears he has indeed mastered the forbidden medical ninjutsu, body activation. This technique enhances cellular strength. I wonder if it would benefit my current state. I must find a way to obtain it and experiment. For now, let us observe Shinong's intentions. Thank you, Lord Shinong, for your tireless efforts in treating my ailments. Might Guy bowed deeply to Shinong. Little did he know Shinong's true motives. If he were aware, would he still express such heartfelt gratitude? Shinong feigned modesty, quickly assisting Might Guy to his feet. "What are you doing?" "Healing others is my duty and my aspiration," he continued, as one who engages in rigorous physical training daily. "I am well aware of the toll it takes, accumulating hidden injuries within my body. I can endure this myself, but my son, Kai." Tears glistened in his eyes as he spoke. Indeed, Might Guy's son, Might Guy, possesses a talent for ninjutsu akin to that of his father, if not inferior. At least Might Guy gained admission to the academy, while Kai had to resort to backdoor means to enter the ninja school. For Kai, martial arts represent his sole path forward, and in his quest for Kai to inherit the 8 gates, Might Guy has been relentlessly increasing his training regimen, pushing every cell of Kai's body to its limits, albeit at the expense of Kai's health. This reflects the heartfelt struggles of a father. The Might Guy remains unaware that the medicinal bath provided by leaf maple also possesses restorative properties. "Rest assured, Guy, I shall do my utmost to heal you. Even if I cannot eliminate all hidden injuries, I will at least minimize the majority of them. Please, take a seat and remove your clothing. I will conduct a thorough examination." Shinong spoke with a gentle tone. "I shall assist as well." Leaf Maple stepped forward, eager to observe Shinong's methods, ready to intervene should any danger arise. "You are still young and may not be of much help. You can observe and learn from the sidelines." Shinong replied with a smile. Surprisingly, Shinong exhibited no wariness towards Leaf Maple, allowing him to remain in close proximity. Leaf Maple took the opportunity to scrutinize Shinong, recognizing that the body activation technique must be documented in a scroll. Shinong entered with only a bag, and the scroll would either be left at the inn or contained within his belongings. The likelihood of such a vital item being left at the inn seemed slim, suggesting it was more likely within the bag or on his person. "Perhaps, Lord Shinong, I could assist you in organizing your belongings or fetching some clothing," Leaf Maple suggested, reaching towards Shinong's bag. However, Shinong merely raised his gaze to Leaf Maple, smiling and nodding. Leaf Maple, feeling a twinge of guilt, lowered his head. "Surely. Hasn't he noticed? With the scroll likely absent from the bag and the chances of it being left at the inn minimal, it must be on him. Yet, Shenong's appearance did not suggest he carried any scrolls, leaving Leaf Maple perplexed as to its whereabouts. Realizing the scroll was not in the bag, he opted not to waste time with it, hanging it on the wall and positioning himself near Shenong to observe his techniques, hoping to discern the location of the scroll. Shenong explored Might Guy's chakra pathways, yet he pondered, was he the 8 gates of forbidden technique? Why then? Did he only discover a few long-accumulated hidden injuries on Might Guy? For a ninja who has engaged in continuous physical training, such a minimal amount of hidden injuries is indeed rare, especially for one practicing a forbidden technique. Might Guy must possess some means of bodily restoration. Thus, with a mixture of skepticism and curiosity, he inquired, Guy, some of your hidden injuries seem quite severe, while others appear to have healed significantly. Have you received assistance from a skilled healer? Such an individual would be invaluable for my research. Might Guy, bewildered, was just a humble man, managing to survive on D-rank missions, so where would he find a high-level healer willing to treat him? In an instant, a thought struck him. Could it be the medicinal herbs provided by Leaf Maple? If those herbs indeed possessed healing properties for hidden injuries, their worth would far exceed previous estimates. Nevertheless, Might Guy was not foolish. There was no way he would divulge this to Shenong. No one has treated me. Perhaps certain areas of my body are inherently robust, allowing for quicker recovery. Shenong noticed the expression on Might Guy's face, sensing he was concealing something. Such effects are rare within the ninja world. Perhaps it would benefit his research greatly. This method must be acquired. Thus, the 3 individuals, each lost in their own thoughts, fell into an eerie silence. Only Might Guy, in his navet, broke the stillness. Father, did you not use the medicinal bath sent by Leaf Maple? At this utterance, both Leaf Maple and Might Guy were taken aback, inwardly lamenting, how could we have forgotten this fool? Now, it was too late to intervene. The trio turned their gaze toward Might Guy, who remained oblivious, scratching his head in confusion, wondering, what just happened? Did I say something wrong? Oh, a medicinal bath. With such remarkable effects? Might I see it? With these herbs, we could surely save many more lives, Shenong exclaimed, genuinely elated, realizing an opportunity had presented itself. Yet, he understood that Might Guy would not speak carelessly, thus appealing to the noble cause of saving lives to urge him further. Faced with Shenong's inquiry, Might Guy could no longer feign ignorance. Given Shenong's goodwill in treating him, he quickly concocted a half-truth. Indeed, a friend once gifted me some herbs, claiming they could replenish energy and alleviate fatigue. You know how it is for us who practice martial arts. We are perpetually fatigued. I can soak in the herbs at home to mitigate some exhaustion. When you mentioned that you could treat hidden injuries, I hadn't considered that aspect. Meanwhile, Leaf Maple and Might Guy exchanged frantic glances, signaling to Might Guy to remain silent. Chapter 43. Scheming Might Guy remained oblivious to the intentions of Ye Feng and Might Day, and having seemingly misspoken earlier, he now refrained from further conversation. Observing Might Day's silence, both Ye Feng and Might Day sighed with relief. May I see one of the medicinal herbs? Shenong, noticing Might Day's evasion of his inquiry about the herbs, shamelessly pressed the matter once more. These herbs appear to be quite precious, and I have only received a few. My son and I have exhausted our supply, and as they were a gift, I felt it inappropriate to request more. Might Day inwardly relaxed, feeling that he had successfully navigated the situation. Shenong, recognizing the futility of his request for a physical demonstration of the herbs at this juncture, opted for a secondary approach. Might I inquire about your friend's name and address? I would like to pay him a visit. My friend belongs to the Uchiha clan, known for their exclusivity. Outsiders are not permitted within their territory, Shenong thought to himself, completely abandoning any hopes of further assistance from Might Day. It was often said that Might Day was a fool, yet he was surprised to find that his seemingly simple demeanor masked a shrewdness in times of crisis. No longer fixated on the herbs, Shenong resolved to first acquire the 8 gates technique. He began to feign a medical treatment. Although the green chakra emanating from his hands suggested he was merely addressing a few superficial ailments while predominantly traversing the chakra pathways, lingering longer at certain points. Each traversal seemed to be meticulously noted on a scroll, the contents of which remained a mystery to Ye Feng, hinting at Shenong's unique codes. Ye Feng deduced Shenong's method of exploring the 8 gates technique, tracing the flow of chakra and identifying the means to breach the 8 gates. Confident in Shenong's ability to treat Might Day, Ye Feng prioritized locating the scroll of the forbidden medical technique, activation of the flesh. Once it was in his possession, Shenong would become irrelevant, and he could then inform Orochimaru to conclude the matter. After an hour of treatment, Shenong withdrew his hands, wiping the perspiration from his brow. The first session is complete. It will take 10 to 15 days to eradicate the underlying ailment. We shall conclude for today. Ye Feng internally scoffed, reflecting on how minimal chakra had been expended during the hour, yet Shenong feigned exhaustion. Thank you, esteemed healer, Might Day expressed gratefully. Your efforts on my behalf are truly appreciated. Do not mention it. I shall return tomorrow, Shenong replied before taking his leave, with Might Day accompanying him to the door. Upon Might Day's return, Ye Feng remarked, Shenong is no simpleton. His chakra is remarkable, vastly superior to that of an elderly man. Moreover, Might Day's injuries are minimal, yet he lies. There must be some hidden truth. Ye Feng refrained from disclosing Shenong's identity and intentions directly, instead steering Might Day's thoughts. I have nothing of value in my home. No wealth. What could he possibly want from me? Might Day queried, puzzled. What do you cherish most? Ye Feng continued to probe. My son is my most treasured possession. Are you suggesting he intends to abduct children? Might Day appeared bewildered once more. Child abductions abound outside the village. Beyond your son, what else holds such significance? Aside from my son, the most valuable thing is the 8 gates technique, correct? Is that his true objective? Might Day's realization dawned. Understanding this, he concluded that Shenong should not continue his treatment. They ought to apprehend him directly. I have heard of this man. He is a renowned healer outside the village, revered by many. Capturing him without cause would only alert him. Furthermore, it is said he possesses a technique to enhance cells, which could be immensely beneficial to us. Then let us seize him and extract the information through coercion, Might Guy interjected, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Ye Feng and Might Day exchanged incredulous glances at Might Guy. Might Guy, sensing their scrutiny, recoiled and thought to himself, what have I said now? With his formidable strength and vast chakra, only the village's elite could hope to restrain him. What are our next steps? Might Day inquired. Now that we are aware of his intentions, surely you have a plan, Elder Day. I suspect the scroll is most likely with Shenong, and less likely at the inn where he stays. Tomorrow, we must keep him occupied while we investigate his lodging, Ye Feng deliberated. Do you know where Shenong resides? Might Guy suddenly asked. Ye Feng was momentarily taken aback. He genuinely did not know the address and turned to Might Day for assistance, only to receive a helpless shake of the head in response. Suddenly, Ye Feng's expression shifted as an epiphany struck him. How could I forget who I am? A prodigy of the Uchiha clan, a disciple of Orochimaru. Surely, there is no one in Konoha I cannot locate. With renewed confidence, he addressed Might Day and his son. You will continue to keep Shenong occupied tomorrow. I shall take care of the rest and arrange for an inquiry. With that, he bid farewell and departed. As he exited, he heard Might Guy's cries, followed by Might Day's voice admonishing, consider this a lesson. Know when to keep your comments to yourself. You nearly compromised Ye Feng today. Speak less around Shenong in the future. Realizing Might Day was merely reprimanding his son, Ye Feng chuckled to himself as he left. On his way, Ye Feng contemplated seeking Orochimaru's assistance. After all, when it came to the study of ninjutsu, Orochimaru was unparalleled. The forbidden medical technique, activation of the flesh, was not something he intended to hoard for himself. It would be immensely advantageous for Orochimaru, Might Day, and his son, as well as for his own future endeavors. Ye Feng's aspirations were firmly set on ascension, and he would not hesitate to seize this golden opportunity. Chapter 44. The astonished Shenong. Upon arriving at Orochimaru's domain, Ye Feng found him in the underground laboratory, seemingly devoting all his time to his experiments. Having had a prior encounter, Orochimaru sensed the opening of the passage and deduced who had come, well aware that Ye Feng never visited without purpose. Indeed, Ye Feng soon appeared, casually pulling out a chair and sitting before Orochimaru as if he were at home. I have come to present you with a grand gift, Ye Feng announced, observing the curious expression on Orochimaru's face. Oh, Ye Feng-kun has thought to bring me a gift? It must be something extraordinary, Orochimaru replied, intrigued, as he paused his experiments and took a seat across from Ye Feng. I have discovered a ninjutsu that may aid you in achieving immortality. Would you find such a gift appealing? Ye Feng teased, noting how their conversation had grown increasingly casual. What ninjutsu could possibly contribute to immortality, one that Ye Feng-kun holds in such high regard? Orochimaru inquired, now genuinely interested. It is the medical forbidden technique, body activation. Medical forbidden technique? Body activation? Orochimaru echoed, recognizing from the name that it was a medical ninjutsu focused on cellular enhancement. Truly remarkable, Lord Orochimaru, to discern the fundamental capabilities of this technique merely from its name. However, its abilities extend far beyond that. It can even restore one's youthful vitality and, importantly, possesses substantial potential for enhancement, allowing for body separation without death. Since you have sought me out, it implies that this ninjutsu is not yet in your possession. Speak, where is it? I shall assist you in retrieving it. Upon hearing Ye Feng's words, Orochimaru's eyes lit up with the glimmer of opportunity. The medical forbidden technique, body activation, is currently in the hands of a healer named Shinnong, who is temporarily residing in the village. However, his identity as a healer is merely a facade. He is also a formidable ninja, and even you would struggle to detain him. He is scheduled to assist Might Guy tomorrow, during which time you may send someone to search for him at his residence. As for where he is and how to find him, that is for you to determine. Ye Feng nonchalantly cast the responsibility onto Orochimaru, but still felt compelled to caution him. Regardless of whether you find the scroll, ensure that all traces are erased. Should Shinnong discover you before you locate the scroll, the chances of finding him again will significantly diminish. Rest assured, Ye Feng-kun, I will assign capable personnel to handle this matter. However, is it not somewhat reckless to keep such a precious ninjutsu at his lodging? Orochimaru mused. I suspect it resides with Shinnong. Though my observations have yet to reveal any obvious location for the scroll on his person, the lodging is merely a precaution, Ye Feng reflected, ultimately deciding that Shinnong must be eliminated to prevent future complications, particularly since, in the original narrative, Shinnong had absorbed Naruto's Nine-Tails chakra and met a disastrous end. Ye Feng had no desire to find himself in a confrontation against a Shinnong who could survive the 8 gates, akin to Uchiha Madara. He continued, moreover, investigate this individual's identity. Such immense chakra cannot belong to an ordinary person. His infiltration into the village must be for a specific purpose. If possible, it would be prudent to eliminate him after acquiring the scroll. Orochimaru nodded in acknowledgement, though he harbored curiosity regarding Ye Feng's intense animosity towards Shinnong, suggesting that Shinnong's identity was indeed quite significant. Having concluded their discussion, Ye Feng departed swiftly, while Orochimaru directed his umbu to track down Shinnong's whereabouts and residence. Utilizing the umbu for surveillance would avoid drawing undue attention. Should Shinnong detect them, he would likely dismiss it, as such tasks fell within the purview of the umbu. Meanwhile, Shinnong, having left Might Guy's home, hurried back to his lodging. The innkeeper, seeing Shinnong rush in, grew concerned, fearing some calamity had occurred, and incessantly questioned him, anxious about any repercussions on his establishment. After considerable effort, Shinnong finally reassured the innkeeper that everything was fine, albeit regretting his hasty actions and hoping he had not attracted unwanted attention. Once settled, Shinnong began examining data comprehensible only to him. However, his expression soon shifted to one of dismay as he compared his own physical data with that of Might Guy. Discovering that his own metrics were inferior despite having honed his body using the forbidden techniques he had invented, Shinnong fell into a state of self-doubt. Unable to reconcile this reality, was his invention merely a farce? Or was Might Guy's training methodology superior? Absolutely not. My training operates at the cellular level. It cannot be compared to mere conventional training. It must be Might Guy's innate talent, he insisted to himself. Indeed, Might Guy's prowess in taijutsu was exceptional, which accounted for his status among the few who had breached human limits. However, much of his strength stemmed from medicinal baths that not only eliminated hidden ailments but also converted into energy easily assimilated by the body. Confounded, Shinnong attributed his findings solely to Might Guy's exceptional talent. He relinquished his obsession and resumed his analysis, studying the chakra flow and anomalous acupoint data of Might Guy. Yet, the data remained too sparse to draw definitive conclusions, necessitating further collection during upcoming treatments. With a resigned expression, Shinnong exited the inn, still early in the day. He contemplated wandering through Konoha to scout for unusual ninjas while gathering information on Ye Feng, intrigued by the notion of a remedy that could enhance taijutsu training through medicinal ingredients. If he could not procure the 8 gates from Might Guy, acquiring such a formula would still yield significant benefits. However, shortly after stepping outside, he sensed he was being followed. Dismissing the notion, Shinnong reasoned that surveillance of outsiders in the village was commonplace. With his concealed identity and lack of any malevolent deeds in Konoha, he remained unperturbed by the scrutiny. Chapter 45. Inquiries. At this moment, Shinnong arrived at the Konoha hospital. The hospital, being the most accommodating place for various individuals, sees both civilians and ninjas congregating when they fall ill or sustain injuries. Thus, it serves as an excellent venue for gathering extensive data on ninja health. Furthermore, the nurses, who attend to a diverse array of patients daily, are often the first to learn of any significant events that lead to injuries. Shinnong, aware of these factors and possessing medical ninjutsu skills, sought to transform himself into a revered healer. This enabled him to access a wealth of data, gather intelligence, and leverage his already established reputation as a means of entry into various locations. Upon his arrival, Shenong was warmly welcomed by the director of the Konoha Hospital and the entire staff. Many doctors and nurses peered from behind corners, eager to glimpse the esteemed healer, yet hesitant to intrude upon his presence, displaying a demeanor akin to starstruck admirers. Shenong's amiable countenance significantly enhanced his charm, as he frequently bestowed warm smiles upon the observing medical staff, fostering a sense of closeness. After a brief conversation with the hospital director, Shenong expressed his eagerness to assist in treating patients, much to the director's delight. He was personally guided to the examination room, where numerous doctors and nurses followed closely behind, eager to learn from him. Before long, Shenong had established a rapport with the medical staff. Instead of immediately inquiring about the information he sought, he commenced treating patients. "Observe this patient," he began, noting the symptoms of upper left abdominal pain, pale lips, difficulty in breathing, and overall coldness, indicative of a potential spleen injury. "We shall employ medical ninjutsu to assess whether the spleen is compromised, ascertain the cause, and subsequently utilize healing techniques to detoxify." Shenong began to impart his surgical insights, with various technical terms flowing from his lips, as the nearby medical personnel listened intently, some even taking notes. Truly, Shenong-sensei is remarkable. His ability to swiftly identify the ailment and propose a remedy is astonishing. If only I could possess even half of his skills. The hospital echoed with admiration and praise. Shenong continued to diagnose the next patient, garnering further accolades until noon, when he concluded his medical teaching to partake in lunch. Though the number of patients had significantly diminished by midday, the hospital remained bustling. The staff had initially intended to invite Shenong to a restaurant, but he insisted on dining with the doctors and nurses to minimize wasted time and maximize patient care. As a result, a plethora of dishes was ordered and delivered to the hospital, allowing the medical team to enjoy a meal together. During lunch, Shenong casually inquired, "Are there any intriguing events occurring in Konoha? Perhaps something bizarre or astonishing?" I relished tales from the ninja world. He recalled having heard of a gruesome incident in the commercial district on New Year's Day, where a man-eating demon was rumored to have caused several disappearances, leaving behind significant bloodshed. I also heard that numerous guards and Umbu ninjas were dispatched, yet they found nothing. At this point, the doctors and nurses animatedly recounted various versions of the tale, each embellished with their own interpretations. Seizing the opportunity, Shenong nonchalantly mentioned, "I have heard some stories about Uchiha Ye Feng while in Konoha. I wonder how much of it is true." "Ah, Uchiha Ye Feng. I am aware of him. He is said to be a prodigious talent from Konoha and has already attained the position of top student at the Ninja Academy," interjected a nurse. Shenong was taken aback. He had assumed that Ye Feng was at least an adult, only to discover he was merely a student. However, he refrained from dwelling on Ye Feng's age, recognizing it was entirely normal for someone so young to be excelling academically. Indeed, a true genius. I would very much like to meet him. Does anyone know his address or where I might find him? Shenong inquired. The doctors and nurses exchanged glances, unsure of Ye Feng's frequent haunts or specific residence. It was no surprise, as Ye Feng rarely donned the Uchiha clan's garb and seldom interacted with others, leaving few who were acquainted with him. Finally, an older doctor spoke up. "Uchiha Ye Feng resides in the Uchiha clan's territory. However, few are permitted entry there. Perhaps you could submit a request for an audience with the Uchiha clan. Given your esteemed reputation, they're unlikely to refuse." This was indeed a viable option, yet Shenong was reluctant to pursue it. His interest lay in Ye Feng's medicinal bath ingredients, which were typically not easily shared. He anticipated needing to employ unconventional methods, which could attract unwanted attention. Should anyone connect his visit to Ye Feng, his cover would be blown, and he would no longer be able to remain in Konoha, where he still had other matters to attend to. Shenong contemplated, "I must seek alternative avenues. If all else fails, I shall wait until the 8 gates of Duinjia matter concludes before daring to approach." Another possibility crossed his mind, to stake out the Ninja Academy. If he executed this discreetly enough, he could conceal his true intentions. With a plan forming, Shenong felt at ease conversing with the doctors and nurses, resuming his teaching in the afternoon. As the time for the Ninja Academy's dismissal approached, he devised an excuse to exit, positioning himself at the entrance of the academy, hidden in the shadows. Before long, the academy released its students, and Shenong emerged from the shadows, adopting a benevolent demeanor as he approached a young female student. "Excuse me, little one, do you know Uchiha Ye Feng?" Fortuitously, he had inadvertently questioned Inuzuka Fengyu. "What do you need him for?" Inuzuka Fengyu replied, her expression wary. Shenong, taken aback by her vigilance, quickly smiled and said, "I seek Uchiha Ye Feng for a matter of importance. He is not at school today. He has taken a leave of absence," she informed him. "And when will he return?" Shennong pressed eagerly. That, I do not know. He'll probably come back once he finishes his business, she responded. Realizing Ye Feng was absent, Shennong felt a twinge of disappointment, but he reminded himself that he had time. Surely, Uchiha Ye Feng could not remain away indefinitely. He expressed his gratitude to Inazukafengyu and returned to the hospital to continue his teaching. Chapter 46. The plan to eliminate Shennong. Shennong never anticipated that a mere child he casually approached would be a friend of Uchiha Ye Feng. After Shennong departed, Inazukafengyu promptly visited the training ground frequented by Ye Feng to report that Shennong had been inquiring about him at the Ninja Academy. Upon hearing that someone had sought him out at the academy, Ye Feng felt a pang of curiosity. When he inquired about the appearance of the individual in question, it immediately dawned on him that it was indeed Shennong. He was taken aback that Shennong would wait for him at the Ninja Academy, indicating that he had not abandoned his quest for the medicinal bath's ingredients. Ye Feng realized he must eliminate Shennong. Otherwise, if this matter were to leak, the higher-ups in Konoha would undoubtedly compel him to relinquish the secret formula. Even if Orochimaru intervened, it would be futile. He needed to devise a plan to dispose of Shennong without alarming the village's elite. With this troubling thought, Ye Feng found himself unable to concentrate on his training and decided to consult Orochimaru about how to eliminate Shennong. Thus, he returned once more to Orochimaru's laboratory. Ye Feng was aware that he had been visiting rather frequently. He had just left in the morning and was back in the evening. Upon entering, he wasted no time and directly stated, Shennong visited the Ninja Academy today to inquire about me, fixating on something in my possession. What could possibly hold such significance for both you and Shennong? Orochimaru inquired, intrigued. A secret formula for a medicinal bath that can enhance physical capabilities. Enhance physical capabilities? What results can be expected? Orochimaru's interest peaked as he realized the potential of this newfound substance, which surpassed his previous knowledge and would greatly benefit his research. If used consistently, an ordinary ninja's physicality could exceed that of a ch-nin. For those with innate talent, their physical prowess might even surpass that of a ch-nin. Ye Feng contemplated sharing this formula with Orochimaru. Although the medicinal bath was of little use to him at present, once he broke through to the foundational stage, his body's natural cultivation would surpass the effects of the bath. Revealing this formula to Orochimaru posed no risk. But he knew he lacked the strength to remain unnoticed by Konoha's hierarchy. Such a potent medicinal bath formula. Orochimaru was astonished. He had been taken aback by Ye Feng numerous times, each revelation exceeding his comprehension. The more he learned, the more enigmatic Ye Feng appeared, solidifying Orochimaru's resolve to collaborate with him. I intended to write to you later. However, this matter has now been revealed to Shennong, and he can no longer remain alive. You are aware of the consequences, the importance of this formula for the village's strength. Have you ever considered sharing the formula with the village, Ye Feng? With it, Konoha's power would far surpass that of other villages. Do not presume that with your vast knowledge, you are unaware of the outcome. Even if the third Hokage does not take action against us, what do you think the other three advisors would do? While the formula could eventually be shared with the village, the time is not right. Ye Feng, you perceive the situation with remarkable clarity. What awaits us will be an endless cycle of assassinations. Such a critical secret must be retained within our grasp. Should Shennong promote this information beyond the village, we would encounter insurmountable troubles, potentially provoking the other four great ninja villages that do not wish to see Konoha dominate. Upon hearing the mention of war, Orochimaru's expression darkened considerably, recalling painful memories. His parents, Tsunade's mentor, and his disciple, Senju Rope Tree, all perished due to war, and their deaths twisted Orochimaru's psyche. War must not be allowed to occur. Shennong must die, Orochimaru declared vehemently. Observing Orochimaru's current state, devoid of the future's insidiousness, cruelty, and ruthlessness, Ye Feng felt a desire to preserve this version of Orochimaru, who still possessed a semblance of humanity. Thus, they could not delay this matter further. Have you gathered any intelligence on Shennong? We have located his residence, but the information on Shennong is superficial. He appears to have maintained an identity as a healer, wandering from place to place to treat the sick. Ye Feng hesitated, contemplating whether to disclose Shennong's true identity to Orochimaru. If the hunt did not proceed smoothly and alerted the village, they would lack justification for eliminating a renowned healer. The mere public outcry would be problematic, and the village would not easily believe they would arbitrarily kill someone without cause. A reason was essential. As far as I know, Shennong is the leader of the Sky Ninjas. Ye Feng decided not to dwell on it further. He had already exposed numerous secrets and was indifferent to revealing a bit more, especially since it was only to Orochimaru, the leader of the Sky Ninjas. How did you acquire such confidential information, Ye Feng? Orochimaru asked, perplexed. Ye Feng was merely a child who had never left the village. How could he possibly know? Did Ye Feng have other forces backing him? You need not concern yourself with how I obtained it. Just know that if the village is alerted, this will serve as our justification for eliminating Shinnong. As for how you choose to explain this to the village later, that is for you to handle. Without waiting for Orochimaru to press further, Ye Feng continued, tomorrow, Shinnong will be treating Might Guy. Dispatch some personnel to investigate Shinnong's residence and position others at different locations. Once Shinnong arrives, we shall surround Might Guy's home and execute my orders to jointly eradicate Shinnong. He is exceptionally skilled in taijutsu. Ensure he does not escape. Also, those sent must be at least J-Nin level. Anyone below that rank will struggle to inflict harm and only increase casualties. Do you have anything to add? Would it be convenient for you to apply poison? I have developed some new toxins that may prove useful, Orochimaru offered. Please provide me with some. It would be difficult to poison him in his food or drink. As a healer, he would sense it. I will apply it to my weapons to strike him swiftly and diminish his capabilities. Afterward, Ye Feng and Orochimaru deliberated for an extended period, refining every detail until the night grew deep, at which point Ye Feng took his leave. Chapter 47. The commencement of battle. As the sun rose the following day, Ye Feng ceased his training and silently prepared the equipment for the day's events. He was acutely aware that he would play a secondary role in the impending battle, with the primary responsibility resting on Orochimaru. Should the need arise, Might Guy would activate the 8 gates, though not all would need to be opened. For Ye Feng, the value of Might Guy far surpassed that of a mere Shinnong. Early in the morning, Ye Feng arrived at Might Guy's home to discuss the day's proceedings with him and his son. Elder Dai, today I shall slay the Shinnong here alongside Lord Orochimaru. There will be some collateral damage, and I will provide compensation afterward. I kindly ask that you refrain from revealing your strength and remain on standby to prevent Shinnong's escape if necessary. Also, it would be prudent for Kai to avoid staying here to prevent any uncontrollable situations that could lead to harm. There's no issue in allowing Kai to remain. Such a battle is rare, and it would be a good opportunity for him to witness it firsthand. I will ensure his safety, keeping him at a distance to observe. I will then slip back into the shadows to prevent Shinnong's escape, Might Guy replied, eager to seize this opportunity for his son to witness a high-level confrontation and ignite his enthusiasm. Given Might Guy's insistence, Ye Feng acquiesced, reasoning that with only one adversary, the danger would not be substantial. The trio felt a mix of tension and exhilaration as they awaited the forthcoming battle. Suddenly, a knock echoed through the air, prompting both Ye Feng and Might Guy to exclaim inwardly, "He's here." Might Guy tidied himself and donned a cheerful demeanor as he approached the door to greet Shinnong. Upon Shinnong's entrance, Ye Feng adopted an expression of admiration and joy, addressing him, "Lord Shinnong, I am grateful for your guidance. I have greatly benefited from your treatment yesterday." "There's no need for thanks. My treatment was merely routine, and your improvement is a testament to your own diligence," Shinnong replied with his characteristic amiable demeanor. "I hope to assist you more in the future, Lord Shinnong. Such dedicated students are rare these days, and I shall impart more knowledge to you today. Come, Dai. As we did yesterday, lie down bare," Shinnong instructed, retrieving the necessary tools and requesting Ye Feng to prepare a basin of warm water for their use. Upon hearing this, Ye Feng's eyes sparkled with inspiration. Perhaps he could discover the location of the ninjutsu scroll. He hurriedly fetched the hot water. As Shinnong prepared to use the instruments, he was unaware of Ye Feng's intent. Seizing the moment, Ye Feng pretended to trip, splashing the boiling water all over Shinnong, who instinctively recoiled, startled by the sudden scalding sensation. "My sincerest apologies, Mr. Shinnong. The water was heavier than I anticipated," Ye Feng exclaimed, rushing forward to feign wiping the water from Shinnong's drenched form. Might Guy, reacting instinctively, moved to assist, but Shinnong, sensing something amiss, quickly rejected the offer. Seizing the opportunity, Ye Feng produced a steel needle coated with Orochimaru's poison and lunged towards Shinnong's arm. Sensing the prick, Shinnong instinctively tensed his muscles, a sense of foreboding creeping into his thoughts. Ye Feng realized the needle had only penetrated halfway, indicating Shinnong was aware of the attack, and he swiftly reached for the scroll's potential hiding place. However, Shinnong's reflexes surpassed Ye Feng's. He blocked the grasping hand and retaliated with a swift kick to Ye Feng's abdomen, dislodging the needle in the process. Ye Feng was propelled through a wall, crashing into 2 neighboring homes before coming to a halt. Ignoring the pain, he shouted for help. In an instant, several figures materialized around Might Guy's residence, encircling it, with Orochimaru leading them. Observing the unfolding chaos, Might Guy reacted quickly, seizing Kai and breaking through the wooden wall, disappearing into the distance. Shinnong emerged slowly, seemingly oblivious to the surrounding ninjas, his gaze fixed upon Orochimaru, convinced that this entire scenario was orchestrated by him. I appear to have concealed my identity quite well. How did you discover it? Shinong pondered, perplexed by their awareness. At that moment, Ye Feng approached Orochimaru, clutching his abdomen, and declared, "The scroll is in his possession." This revelation sent shockwaves through Shinong. Their intent was to obtain his medical forbidden technique, body activation scroll. How could they possibly know? He had only opened the scroll a handful of times, always in secluded locations, ensuring his secrecy. The only explanation would be if he had inadvertently disclosed it. Yet, he could not fathom that anyone possessed the power to extract such secrets from him through genjutsu. Shinong, the esteemed creator of the medical forbidden technique, body activation, Orochimaru spoke. His voice dripping with intrigue. How could you possibly know that? It is impossible, Shinong retorted, disbelief evident in his tone. Sensing Shinong's growing unease, Orochimaru acted first, employing the shadow snake hands technique. A serpent erupted from the sleeve of Orochimaru's raised arm, coiling around Shinong, its tongue flicking menacingly toward his face. As the snake ensnared Shinong, the accompanying elite ninjas displayed expressions of delight, convinced that Shinong was far less formidable than anticipated. However, Orochimaru furrowed his brow, skepticism creeping in. He could not believe Shinong would be so easily subdued. In that instant, Shinong's demeanor shifted, the warmth in his expression vanished, replaced by disdain. A cacophony of laughter erupted from him, and as he laughed, his muscles began to contort as if countless larvae wriggled beneath his skin. His physique transformed. Growing taller and more robust, his hair shifting from white to black, morphing into that of a youthful warrior. Chapter 48, Orochimaru vs. Shinong. Upon witnessing this scene, Orochimaru's subordinates immediately dispelled their dismissive attitudes, their hearts filled with astonishment at the sight of Shinong rejuvenating. Orochimaru, however, was elated, as predicted by Lord Ye Feng. The strength of his muscles had evidently surpassed that of before, and he had regained his youthful appearance. Once transformed, Shinong exerted his power, causing his muscles to swell, shattering the venomous snakes that ensnared him. This transformation signified the true commencement of battle. The surrounding ninjas swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing their ninjutsu, wind release, great breakthrough, and fire release, dragon fire technique. These elite ninjas executed a combination technique in an instant, enhancing the potency of the fire release, dragon fire technique with the aid of wind. Surrounded by flames, Shinong remained unperturbed. He leaped upwards, evading the inferno. Yet, what awaited him was a vast net, as four ninjas descended from above, ensnaring him in a fishing net. Below, other ninjas unleashed their more formidable ninjutsu, water release, water whip, and lightning burial, feast of lightning. The two techniques intertwined, forming three water dragons emanating with the brilliance of lightning, surging toward Shinong. Unfazed, Shinong grasped the net with both hands, swinging it with immense force that sent the four upper ninjas controlling it flying. He then tore the net asunder and broke free before the ninjutsu could reach him. However, he was met by the figure of Orochimaru, who unleashed his upgraded technique, shadow snake hands. Countless venomous snakes surged forth, blocking Shinong's path, while more slithered in from behind to assault him. Shinong's expression hardened as he concentrated his strength in his right fist, delivering a powerful blow that reduced the advancing serpents to mere remnants, allowing him to burst through their encirclement. Orochimaru had not anticipated an easy victory over Shinong. He then activated the serpent array, summoning innumerable snakes to swarm Shinong. His subordinates quickly surrounded Shinong again, launching shurikens affixed with explosive tags, denying him the opportunity to leap. With the serpentine horde closing in, Shinong struck the ground, creating fissures that claimed countless snakes. Aware of the overwhelming disturbances, he abandoned his focus on Orochimaru and charged toward the recently descended subordinate of Orochimaru, his speed startling the ninja who had no time to cast ninjutsu. Orochimaru, unable to intercept in time, watched as the ninja braced his hands defensively. Yet, he was unprepared for the sheer force of Shinong's strike, which sent him crashing through two trees before halting at a third, leaving him gasping for breath as he spat blood, his hands broken and combat effectiveness diminished. Witnessing this, Orochimaru felt a chill. Shinong's strength rivaled that of Tsunade, who was known for her monstrous power. He commanded his subordinates to disperse, avoiding close combat and shifting his strategy to focus on long-range engagements. His ninjas leaped back, utilizing various restraining techniques as Orochimaru ascended into the air. Do not underestimate Orochimaru. His physical prowess was formidable, not achieved through mere training but rather through various technological enhancements. It's worth noting that in the future, he would become one of the most challenging beings to eliminate. Armed with a kunai, Orochimaru lunged at Shinong, who nimbly evaded. Despite Orochimaru's tenacity, he found himself outmatched in taijutsu, as Shinong displayed effortless finesse in their exchanges. Suddenly, as Orochimaru swung his kunai once more, two venomous snakes emerged from behind Shinnong, sinking their fangs into his back. Just as Orochimaru relished this apparent success, he was taken aback to see the snakes fail to penetrate Shinnong's skin. Seizing the moment of Orochimaru's distraction, Shinnong transformed his right hand into a blade, cleaving through Orochimaru's waist, just as Shinnong believed he had vanquished his foe. An astonishing sight unfolded. From the severed halves of Orochimaru's body, countless snake heads emerged, reconstituting his form. However, this technique drained considerable chakra, and the restored Orochimaru was now panting heavily. Intrigued, Shinnong remarked, "It seems you are also an expert in bodily research. Rather than fighting, why not collaborate in our studies? It would benefit us both, would it not?" Orochimaru, however, would not entrust his secrets to another. The consequences of exposing Ye Feng and his hidden truths were too severe. Orochimaru hesitated, recognizing that many of his techniques were countered by Shinnong. Using summoning techniques or more powerful ninjutsu would inflict significant damage to Konoha. Moreover, the speed of his subordinate's ninjutsu couldn't match that of Shinnong. As Orochimaru lingered in indecision, Shinnong resolved to retreat. Aware that he could not defeat Orochimaru and having already delayed too long, he knew the elite ninjas of Konoha would soon arrive. He had to withdraw before being encircled. With the intent to escape, Shinnong abandoned Orochimaru, but as Orochimaru prepared to unleash his ultimate technique upon seeing Shinnong flee, a sense of urgency gripped him. With Shinnong's speed, none could detain him. He shouted to his subordinates, "Quickly, stop him!" Unable to keep pace with Shinnong, Orochimaru's subordinates lagged behind. As Shinnong neared escape, Ye Feng, in a desperate bid, activated his Sharingan in the 8 gates, barely positioning himself to obstruct Shinnong's path. Upon recognizing Ye Feng, who had always appeared as a diligent student, Shinnong felt a deep resentment for the betrayal and intensified his assault against Ye Feng. Ye Feng, confronted with an opponent whose strength and speed far surpassed his own, found that his Tai Chi technique of leveraging force was rendered ineffective. Caught unprepared, he could only raise his hands defensively to absorb the blow. Struck, Ye Feng was propelled backward, skidding to a halt as he created 2 clouds of dust from the friction of his feet. His hands were numbed by the impact, but fortunately, his bones remained intact, allowing him to withstand the force. Chapter 49. The eruption of Might Guy. Shinomi's heart raced with astonishment. How could such a small child stand in his way? Observing Ye Feng's Sharingan, he suddenly realized, "You are Uchiha Ye Feng." The humiliation he felt was profound. The very person he sought was right before him, feigning ignorance. Enraged, Shinomi lunged towards Ye Feng, intent on delivering a fatal blow. However, Ye Feng was not one to confront him head-on. Instead, he deftly evaded, taunting, "Come at me. You're so weak that even a child like me can't be defeated. How embarrassing." Fuming with rage, Shinomi was about to pursue Ye Feng when he noticed Orochimaru and other ninjas had already caught up. He hesitated briefly, then decided to retreat, knowing there would be other opportunities. Ye Feng and Orochimaru, witnesses to Shinomi's resolve to escape, felt a sense of helplessness. They could not pursue him. Suddenly, while fleeing, Shinomi sensed a figure materialize before him, delivering a punch to his abdomen that propelled him back into the encirclement of Orochimaru and his comrades. Shocked by the sudden intrusion, both Orochimaru and Ye Feng exchanged incredulous glances as they beheld Shinomi embedded in the ground. A figure approached from the distance. It was Might Guy, radiating a vibrant green aura. The unmistakable chakra of the 8 gates released, and he had opened several of them. Orochimaru and his subordinates were taken aback, recognizing Might Guy, the eternal genin of Konoha. A figure considered a disgrace, yet now exhibiting such formidable power. "Do not feign incapacitation. Such feeble attacks cannot harm you," Might Guy declared. In response, Orochimaru and his men retreated, hurling kunai and explosive tags. An explosion ensued, enveloping the area in smoke, obscuring Shinomi's form. Suddenly, Shinomi burst forth from the mist, launching an assault on Might Guy. Caught off guard by the abrupt attack, Might Guy could only defend himself as the two moved with such speed that they became indistinguishable to the naked eye. Only Ye Feng's Sharingan could barely keep pace with their fleeting silhouettes. The onlookers could only hear the sounds of their bodies colliding and the rush of air from their rapid movements, while Orochimaru and his subordinates were engulfed in self-doubt. Was this truly the Might Guy they had mocked? If he was considered the weakest, what did that make them? Orochimaru mused, "Might Guy is indeed extraordinary. Such a colossal chakra response suggests he has employed some forbidden technique. His taijutsu prowess surpasses that of most elite genin. It is no wonder Ye Feng trains under him. He is undoubtedly a genius. If only I could study his physique." As the battle raged on, only Orochimaru could intermittently intervene in the taijutsu clash between Might Guy and Shinomi. The limited space allowed for the full display of taijutsu prowess. Orochimaru pondered summoning a giant snake or deploying wide-ranging ninjutsu to counter Shinomi, but the terrain was unsuitable, and Shinomi's escape was a concern. He could only rely on Might Guy's strength. The ground beneath them cracked with each impact, leaving it pockmarked and uneven. Meanwhile, Might Guy felt an inner struggle. Having opened the sixth gate, he found himself only slightly stronger than Shinomi, unable to secure a decisive advantage while also preventing his escape. The 8 gates had a time limit, and if he did not subdue Shinomi soon, he would be left defenseless. With the 7th gate barely within his grasp, thanks to Ye Feng's medicinal bath enhancing his endurance, Might Guy knew he needed to act quickly. Resolutely, he opened the 7th gate, unleashing an even more formidable chakra. Orochimaru and his team sensed the intensity of Might Guy's aura escalate, their astonishment deepening. Had he not just reached his limit? This power was approaching that of a Hokage. They struggled to reconcile Might Guy's usual foolish demeanor with this newfound strength. With the 7th gate activated, every movement from Might Guy ignited sparks as he rushed forward, delivering a punch to Shinomi. The sudden surge of speed and power caught Shinomi off guard. He failed to perceive Might Guy's approach until it was too late. Faced with Might Guy's overwhelming strength, Shinomi felt a mix of surprise and regret. He had underestimated the 8 gates' impact on one's prowess. He lamented not having mastered this technique himself. Had he done so, Might Guy would not stand a chance against him, and he would have been a formidable ninja in his own right. But alas, there was no turning back. Shinomi took a devastating blow from Might Guy, crashing to the ground in a cloud of dust. As the effects of the 8 gates waned, Might Guy returned to his previous state, kneeling and gasping for breath, clearly at his limit. In contrast, Shinomi lay unconscious, his tenacity failing to save him from death. Ye Feng rushed to assess Might Guy's condition, casting a knowing glance at Orochimaru. Orochimaru understood the scroll and the need for annihilation. Approaching Shinomi, he discreetly retrieved the scroll from the unconscious ninja, channeling powerful chakra to obliterate his head. Stop! A leader from the Umbu squad arrived just in time, witnessing Orochimaru's intent to execute Shinomi. He immediately intervened. However, Orochimaru feigned ignorance, and his subordinate proceeded to destroy Shinomi's head. The Umbu leader stepped forward to inspect the aftermath, finding Shinomi's head nearly obliterated. He shot a glance at Orochimaru and declared, "I will report this to the 3rd Hokage." "Do as you wish," Orochimaru replied indifferently. Chapter 50. Post-war Orochimaru. Being a disciple of the 3rd Hokage was not one to fear the reports from the captain of the Umbu division. Most likely, he would merely be summoned to provide an account of the day's events, of which he was already well aware. Ye Feng approached Might Guy to assess his physical condition, and a wave of sorrow washed over him. Indeed, activating the 7th gate of the 8 gates was far too taxing for Might Guy, whose body was on the verge of collapse. His cells exhibited a pallid hue, and after the final strike, cracks appeared throughout his body. Ye Feng summoned Orochimaru, who subtly handed him a scroll before crouching down to examine Might Guy's condition. Orochimaru possessed an unparalleled understanding of the human body, and this was his first encounter with Might Guy's physique. His expression grew grave as he noted that Guy's muscles, meridians, and skeletal structure were far more robust than those of a typical Genin. Yet, even such a formidable body could not withstand the backlash of forbidden techniques, resulting in its current state of disarray. Might Guy's condition was dire, with multiple fractures in his arms that would require extensive rest. Signs of muscle, cell, and meridian atrophy were evident, a consequence of forcibly straining his body. Unfortunately, there was little that could be done, and only time would reveal his fate. "Oh, but Ye Feng possesses a medicinal bath, which should yield some benefits," Orochimaru remarked, showing a newfound respect for Might Guy's strength. Acknowledging Orochimaru's admission of limited options, Ye Feng resolved to rely on the medicinal bath. Might Guy's home was no longer habitable, reduced to a state of disrepair due to the battle. Ye Feng contemplated bringing Guy to his own home for better care, which would certainly be preferable to leaving him with Might Guy. Speaking of Might Guy, Ye Feng instructed Orochimaru to locate him so that he could temporarily reside at Ye Feng's place. Meanwhile, the captain of the Umbu division had arrived before the 3rd Hokage, reporting the situation. Standing beside the Hokage were the 3 esteemed advisors, who had been disturbed by the commotion of the battle. The Umbu captain emphasized that Orochimaru had continued to act violently even after being instructed to desist, ultimately resulting in a fatality, which rendered the memory retrieval efforts futile. Upon hearing the Umbu captain's report, the 3rd Hokage promptly dispatched someone to summon Orochimaru to his office. Once the Umbu captain had departed, Tsunade, one of the advisors, was the first to voice her displeasure. Orochimaru is becoming increasingly audacious. Such a significant conflict should have been communicated with the village beforehand to prevent considerable collateral damage. Mito Minion concurred. Shimura Danzo remained silent, yet he found amusement in the criticisms directed at Orochimaru. Let us wait for Orochimaru's arrival before further discussion, the third Hokage interjected, preventing Tsunade from continuing her tirade. Before long, Orochimaru arrived, fully aware of the summons from the third Hokage. After instructing his subordinates to handle the remaining matters, he leisurely made his way to the Hokage Tower. On his path, he encountered the Umbu captain conveying the third Hokage's orders. But he paid him no mind and continued on. Teacher, it seems today's events have escalated significantly, even drawing in the three advisors, Orochimaru remarked, harboring some discontent regarding the advisors' interference in Hokage affairs, thus lacking in courtesy towards them. What is this attitude, Orochimaru? Is this how you regard your superiors and elders? Tsunade was quick to chastise. Orochimaru disregarded her entirely, focusing solely on the third Hokage. Please, enlighten us on today's circumstances, the Hokage inquired, wishing to quell any further discord. It was merely an attempt to apprehend a spy, but I did not anticipate the formidable strength of the target, which led to the considerable upheaval, Orochimaru explained, downplaying the severity of the situation. A spy? What kind of spy? The third Hokage and Danzo both expressed interest, as espionage had traditionally been the domain of the Umbu en route. It is a remnant from the Second Great Ninja War, the leader of the Sky Ninja, Shinnong. Have the Sky Ninja not been eradicated? How could there still be spies among us? What is your source of information? Mito Minion and Tsunade, both veterans of the Second Great Ninja War, were well acquainted with the Sky Ninja. Yesterday, Uchiha Ye Feng discovered someone inquiring about him and requested my assistance in investigating. Upon further investigation, I found that the title of Divine Doctor attributed to Shinnong was merely superficial. My intelligence operatives uncovered traces of prior contact with the Sky Ninja, and Shinnong himself possesses an astonishingly powerful chakra. These factors are highly irregular, prompting me to plan an operation to capture him today and ascertain his true identity, Orochimaru fabricated, drawing from Ye Feng's intel. And how did you ascertain that he is the leader of the Sky Ninja? Upon hearing this, Orochimaru realized that the Umbu had only reported on the aftermath of the battle, leaving the earlier details unknown to the third Hokage. He was uncertain of how much the Hokage had already been informed. His connection to the Sky Ninja, coupled with his immense chakra, led me to suspect he is a high-ranking member or even the leader of the Sky Ninja. During our initial confrontation, I confirmed his identity as their leader through dialogue, Orochimaru asserted. The third Hokage accepted Orochimaru's explanation without doubt, inquiring further. According to Umbu reports, Shinnong's strength appears to be formidable. Indeed, Shinnong's power likely surpasses that of an elite Genin, approaching that of a Kage. Even I may not stand a chance against him. And his physical prowess is exceedingly formidable. Should he choose to flee, I would be unable to stop him. At this revelation, the third Hokage and the advisors were taken aback. If such a powerful ninja had infiltrated Konoha with malevolent intentions, the repercussions for the village could be catastrophic. Moreover, the Sky Ninja excelled at aerial assaults, and with a ninja of such caliber working in tandem with infiltrators, the potential consequences were too grim to contemplate. The Sky Ninja lurking in the shadows is indeed a threat, Mito Minion declared. Our losses in the Second Great Ninja War were substantial due to them. We cannot allow the Sky Ninja to remain hidden within the Land of Fire, Danzo concurred. Mobilize personnel to investigate Shinnong's previous whereabouts and ascertain whether any Sky Ninja are present in the vicinity. Leave no one behind if necessary. Upon learning of Shinnong's identity as the leader of the Sky Ninja and his nearly Kage-level strength, the third Hokage was unable to remain passive. He issued immediate orders to the Umbu to investigate the situation regarding the remaining Sky Ninja. Shinnong had lingered near Konoha for an extended period, which was why he had garnered such renown within the village. With Shinnong deceased, it was not inconceivable that other Sky Ninja could be lurking, posing a threat to Konoha. For the Sky Ninja and Konoha were sworn enemies, each unwilling to show mercy to the other. Chapter 51. Hidden Motives After Issuing the Command. The third Hokage continued to question Orochimaru, inquiring about the situation regarding Uchiha Ye Feng and Might Guy. Upon hearing this question, Orochimaru was aware that the actions of Uchiha Ye Feng, who had stepped forward to intervene, had been observed and reported by the Umbu to the third Hokage, leaving him unable to conceal the truth. Uchiha Ye Feng had been diligently training in physical techniques alongside Might Guy, demonstrating remarkable talent and achieving impressive physical conditioning. Furthermore, he had already begun learning the forbidden technique of the 8 gates, which significantly enhances the power of physical combat. A forbidden technique? One invented by Might Guy? The third Hokage's eyes glimmered with interest. Forbidden techniques, though often accompanied by certain side effects, wield formidable power. According to the village's regulations, they would be documented in Konoha's scrolls of forbidden techniques, allowing him to study them openly. Indeed, it was a forbidden technique, but it placed immense demands on the body. It was likely that few within Konoha could endure the repercussions of such a technique. Even Might Guy, as its creator, had not opened all the gates. He had suffered significant muscle and skeletal damage, nearly costing him his life. Orochimaru doused the third Hokage's enthusiasm with a cold reality check. This outcome was undeniably severe, and the third Hokage felt a pang of concern for the village's ninjas, unwilling to risk their lives for the sake of mastering the forbidden technique. However, Danzo Shimura exhibited keen interest in the forbidden technique. He cared little for the lives of ninjas, as long as they possessed formidable strength. The third Hokage was well aware of Danzo's intentions. He interrupted Danzo, issuing a warning. The consequences of this ninjutsu are too brutal. Unless one possesses extraordinary talent, they are forbidden from learning it. Danzo, momentarily tempering his expression, inquired in a low voice about the technique's potency. It was said that the technique could unlock the 8 chakra points in the human body. Might Guy had reached the 7th gate, attaining strength comparable to that of a Kage and defeating Shinron. The 8th gate, however, would deplete one's energy entirely, leading to certain death. A fervent glimmer ignited in Danzo's eyes. If Root could train a dozen practitioners of this forbidden technique, it would result in more than 10 Kage-level ninjas. Who then would Danzo have to fear? The third Hokage and the other advisors began to entertain certain thoughts. If Konoha could indeed produce over 10 Kage-level ninjas, the village would be unassailable, ensuring prolonged peace and solidifying its dominance. Orochimaru, perceiving the gleam of ambition in the eyes of the third Hokage and the 3 advisors, doused their hopes once more. I have examined Might Guy's body, and his physical strength far exceeds that of a Jounin. Is there even anyone in all of Konoha who can match such strength? There are few who practice physical techniques, often facing exclusion. Finding someone with such formidable physicality is indeed challenging, though there may be potential candidates like Uchiha Ye Feng and Might Guy. Might Guy was indeed a prodigy. Given this, he could no longer remain a mere Genin. The third Hokage decided to promote him directly to Jounin, granting him the benefits that accompany the rank. Additionally, he had heard that Might Guy was not particularly astute, so he would assign him to Konoha's Special Combat Division. The third Hokage sought to have Might Guy under his command, viewing a simple-minded yet powerful individual as the ideal weapon. The other 3 advisors recognized the third Hokage's intentions and refrained from contesting his decision. The promotion system in Konoha had its shortcomings. It should introduce a special channel for advancement. Ninjas who may lack exceptional ninjutsu but excel in other abilities should have the opportunity to ascend, thereby preventing talents like Might Guy from being overlooked, suggested Mitomon. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow. It was evident that those who held advisory positions were not naive, having quickly identified the system's flaws and proposed improvements. This slightly elevated Orochimaru's regard for the advisors. Lastly, the third Hokage, with a serious demeanor, questioned Orochimaru. Why did you still kill Shinron and decapitate him despite the orders from the Umbu to refrain from taking action? Orochimaru replied, what you may not know is that Shinron was also a ninja specializing in physical techniques, possessing exceptional regenerative abilities that allowed him to regenerate from severe injuries. To ensure absolute safety, I had no choice but to eliminate him in the most definitive manner. The expressions of the third Hokage and the advisors shifted, astonished at the notion of someone possessing such regenerative capabilities. Danzo, maintaining a semblance of clarity, inquired, was any technical data or scroll discovered at the scene? Upon inspection, only some loose change and medical supplies were found, no technical documents or scrolls. Orochimaru would not divulge the existence of such scrolls to Danzo. Very well. Let this matter rest for now. The subsequent village repairs and compensations for the villagers will be handled by the Umbu. Orochimaru, you have been busy for quite some time. Take a moment to rest. With that, the group departed from the Hokage's office, each harboring their own thoughts. Did the matter truly conclude here? No. Many aspects of Orochimaru's account lacked evidence. It was merely his word against the circumstances. The third Hokage and the advisors showed no inclination to delve deeper into the murky details, as it would be futile to exhaust themselves over something so inherently unclear. At the very least, Danzo remained skeptical. Regardless of the truth behind the events, Orochimaru's ambush of Shinran was suspicious. Orochimaru was not one to act without motivation. There must have been a compelling reason behind his actions. It was conceivable that Shinran possessed something Orochimaru coveted, or that he had stumbled upon information he should not have known. Orochimaru's justification for decapitating Shinran seemed somewhat contrived and unverifiable. It suggested that Shinran had uncovered a secret of Orochimaru's, prompting him to eliminate the risk of anyone discovering it through his memories. If one could seize this secret, perhaps they could manipulate Orochimaru to serve their own ends, or even control the troublesome Uchiha Ye Feng. Chapter 52. Cellular Activation. Orochimaru departed from the Hokage building, returning home with a sigh of relief. In this incident, he and Ye Feng emerged as the greatest victors. Their secrets remained intact, and they had secured the coveted ninjutsu scroll. As for the explanations to placate the higher-ups of Konoha, it mattered little whether they believed it or not. No one questioned it, and the matter was thus resolved. Regrettably, Shimura Danzo was not yet ready to let him be. He followed Orochimaru home, arriving just as Orochimaru stepped through the door. Upon noticing Danzo, Orochimaru silently retreated to the inner room, with Danzo trailing closely behind. Investigating spies is hardly something you would engage in. Have you perhaps received some benefit from Shinomori? Danzo could not help but inquire. Whether or not there are spies is of no concern to me, but should you plot against my disciple, I will not let it slide, Orochimaru replied, his demeanor reflecting a growing estrangement from Danzo. You mobilized quite a number of people for this operation, even dispatching some to search Shinomori's residence. This hardly seems like a mere act of vengeance for your disciple. Danzo continued his probing, unwilling to relent. Given my suspicions about his identity, it is only natural to investigate further. After all, a renowned medical sage is not someone one can simply eliminate without cause. Yet to my surprise, he admitted it himself. Orochimaru's disdain for Danzo grew, wishing to distance himself from the conversation. Do you truly believe this rationale holds any weight? Do not compel me to resort to extreme measures. Danzo's patience waned, and his threats were laid bare. You may attempt it, but I fear the outcome may not favor you, Orochimaru replied, unperturbed, locking eyes with Danzo. Orochimaru's defiance caught Danzo off guard. What confidence did he possess? Danzo hesitated to gamble on it, ultimately departing in dissatisfaction. Meanwhile, Ye Feng returned home with Might Day. As his residence had ample rooms to accommodate the father and son, he prepared a large wooden tub, slicing generous portions of his treasured ginseng and reishi mushrooms, and filled the tub with boiling water before assisting Might Day into it. Wow, Ye Feng, do you usually use water this hot for your medicinal baths? Exclaimed Might Day. The hotter, the better for the herb's absorption. I've added ample ingredients this time. Please bear with it, Senior Day. Most individuals would struggle to withstand water at 100 degrees. But Might Day's body had transcended its limits, enabling him to endure it, albeit with a stinging sensation. Unlike Ye Feng, he lacked the vital energy to mitigate the pain. Seeing that Might Day had closed his eyes in endurance, Ye Feng turned his attention to today's findings, the forbidden medical technique, cellular activation. The principle behind this technique involved stimulating each cell with chakra, allowing them to be infused with abundant chakra, thereby enhancing their vitality and prolonging their lifespan. It was akin to endowing each cell with its own autonomy, enabling free movement, and even the capacity to control cell division and reproduction. Cells would no longer be confined, able to divide and proliferate significantly whenever the body required it, thereby augmenting overall physical strength. This notion was indeed ingenious. Who would have thought to regard cells as individual entities? Shinomori was truly exceptional, a promising scientist in his own right. However, the practicality of this technique was exceedingly challenging, necessitating unparalleled control over chakra and acute perception to assess the condition of each cell. If chakra could be utilized in such a manner, could not vital energy be employed similarly? Ye Feng pondered that his consciousness could extend to every cell, sensing their states, and in terms of perception, he felt confident. Naturally, the transformation of natural energy into vital energy was more pliable than chakra, making it easier for Ye Feng to manipulate, thereby reducing the difficulty significantly. Without further ado, Ye Feng began to gather natural energy around him, gradually refining it into vital energy that dispersed throughout his body. Soon, his body ceased to absorb the vital energy. At this juncture, Ye Feng began to consciously direct the vital energy into minuscule units flowing into each cell. Instantly, he felt a sensation of swelling, and the cells within his body began to writhe, not as violently as Shinomori's, yet it was evident that Ye Feng's muscles were in motion. This sensation was extraordinarily uncomfortable for Ye Feng. The vital energy was relatively gentle, but had it been chakra, the discomfort would have been far worse. He gritted his teeth, maintaining his body in a state of swelling, allowing the cells to absorb more vital energy as more and more areas of his body began to writhe. At that moment, Might Guy arrived after receiving word. And upon witnessing Might Day's unusually discolored skin and Ye Feng's undulating muscles, he was taken aback, crying out in alarm, which abruptly awakened both Might Day and Ye Feng, causing Ye Feng's efforts to unravel. After enduring for so long, Ye Feng lamented inwardly, "How could I have forgotten this fool?" It took considerable explanation for Ye Feng to clarify to Might Guy that his father was merely recovering from injuries in a medicinal bath while he was engaged in training. Realizing that Might Day was not in serious trouble, Guy was overwhelmed with a mixture of relief and distress, truly a simpleton. In truth, Might Guy's heart was also tumultuous. Although he often shared passionate moments with his father, he never believed he could achieve great heights, content with becoming a jonin. However, witnessing his father's valor and strength in battle today, along with hearing from others about his father's explosive power, filled him with admiration. He recognized that his father was a formidable presence, comparable to the village's top combatants, and he understood that his father's guidance was the right path. He held unwavering confidence that he could one day become a ninja of Hokage caliber. Having settled matters with Might Guy, Ye Feng realized that he could not afford to practice so casually anymore. Should any other acquaintances stumble upon him in such a state, they would undoubtedly find it alarming, prompting yet more explanations. He craved solitude, thus he fashioned a wooden sign to hang on his door, "Do not disturb while training," and retreated to his room to continue his practice. Before long, his body began to writhe once more. Konoha village was neither excessively large nor small. Yet the morning's battle had spread like wildfire throughout the village. Concurrently, various clans received notifications from the Hokage's office, announcing Might Day's exceptional promotion to jonin. Many clans sent representatives to inspect the battlefield, raising doubts about whether such extensive destruction could truly be achieved through martial arts. They found it unfathomable that a long-time underachiever, once the subject of ridicule, could have reversed his fortunes to attain strength akin to that of a Hokage, along with a status nearly equivalent to that of a Hokage. Chapter 53, Application for Early Graduation. It was not until dawn the next day that Ye Feng ceased his cultivation. By then, the intense swelling in his body had significantly diminished, a clear indication of progress. Ye Feng sensed that he had made some headway in mastering the forbidden medical technique, physical activation, which would undoubtedly allow him to break through his current bottleneck and enter the foundation establishment stage. At that point, he would be able to accumulate more true chi, employ certain celestial techniques and talismans, and even nurture a flying sword uniquely his own. The vision of soaring through the skies on a sword, a dream he had previously cherished, would no longer remain a mere fantasy. Upon returning to school, as Ye Feng observed the students streaming in, he felt that his time at the Ninja Academy had lost its significance. His abilities had been exposed to a considerable extent, and the terrifying visage he exhibited during training should not be witnessed by others. Among his classmates, he was only familiar with a few, and with a mindset more akin to those in their 20s, it was challenging to form close bonds with much younger children. He felt that remaining at the academy was merely a waste of time. Thus, he resolved to apply for graduation. With this thought in mind, Ye Feng made his way to the classroom teacher's office. Upon entering the office of Sato Ichiki, he overheard a heated argument between two individuals. "You should let Uchiha Ye Feng come to my class. He can develop much better here," exclaimed Fuji Ichiro, the fourth-grade teacher and Uchiha Juni's instructor, addressing Sato Ichiki loudly. "What makes you think you can't develop in my class? You only teach newly enrolled children who are not suited for Uchiha Ye Feng." Noticing that neither of the disputants had realized his presence, Ye Feng cleared his throat to get their attention. The two teachers immediately halted their quarrel and turned to face the standing Uchiha Ye Feng, their expressions turning awkward. However, Fuji Ichiro quickly regained his composure, approached Ye Feng, and urged him to enter the office. "You let Ye Feng decide whether he wants to join our class." The reputation of Uchiha Ye Feng as a prodigy had spread throughout Konoha village, and it would be a waste for such talent to remain in the first grade. This was the basis for Fuji Ichiro's confidence. "No matter what you say, I will not let Uchiha Ye Feng go to your class," Sato Ichiki retorted, his face flushed with indignation. "Could you both allow me to speak?" Ye Feng interjected, concerned that their prolonged argument might sour their friendship and leave him with nothing. "I have come to apply for early graduation and would like to know the necessary procedures and requirements." Fuji Ichiro was momentarily taken aback. As he had anticipated, Ye Feng would simply transfer to the 4th grade before graduating. He did not expect him to apply for graduation outright. Sato Ichiki, however, was elated. He had long recognized that the pace of the curriculum did not match Uchiha Ye Feng's extraordinary abilities, and he could not bear the thought of such a promising student being taken away by another teacher. Now, with Ye Feng applying for graduation, he would remain as Uchiha Ye Feng's sole advisor. Sato Ichiki hurried back to his desk, retrieved all the necessary learning materials, and presented them to Uchiha Ye Feng. You can participate in the early graduation assessment in a month. As long as you pass the written exam and ninjutsu evaluation, you will graduate. Here are the textbooks for your studies. Make sure to review them thoroughly, and feel free to come to me with any questions. With that, Sato Ichiki walked with fervor, guiding Ye Feng back to Class 2 of the 1st grade. Upon their entrance, the classroom was nearly full, except for Obito, who was still absent due to tardiness. I have an announcement to make. Uchiha Ye Feng has applied for the early graduation assessment. The unified assessment will take place in a month. I hope everyone will work hard to graduate and become excellent ninjas. The class erupted in applause upon hearing this sensational news. He is applying for graduation in the 1st grade. How impressive. Uchiha Ye Feng is the top student of this cohort. Early graduation is perfectly normal. How cool. This will surely set a record for the youngest graduation age in our ninja academy. I remember the fastest one graduated as a genin at 6 years old in the 2nd grade. Wow, my Ye Feng is truly remarkable. He is on track to become the youngest genin. Ye Feng's companions expressed their astonishment, noting how swiftly he was applying for graduation while they had yet to master anything. Kakashi Hitaki, upon hearing the news, felt a surge of competitiveness and boldly declared, Sato Ichiki-sensei, I also wish to apply for early graduation. This statement sent the classroom into a frenzy once more. Are they competing in secret? Is a showdown imminent? Who is stronger? Clearly, Kakashi is the best. Impossible. My Ye Feng is undoubtedly the strongest. Your Ye Feng? He is mine. You shall not claim him. My Ye Feng is the best, and I support him. Just then, the tardy Obito entered the classroom and overheard Kakashi's declaration. Kakashi, you want to apply for early graduation too? Then, so do I. Obito exclaimed dramatically. However, he was met with the thunderous reprimand of their teacher. Uchiha Obito, you are late again. Do you have enough chakra? Have you mastered the body flicker technique? Go stand outside as punishment. Obito was startled by Sato Ichiki's booming voice, and, amidst the laughter of his classmates, obediently stepped outside to face the punishment. Ye Feng, also taken aback by Sato Ichiki's outburst, reflected inwardly, I seem to be lacking in the body flicker technique as well. I have chakra now, but I have yet to learn it. I must master it quickly to avoid embarrassment. Since Kakashi has also applied for early graduation, come to me for your materials. The assessment will be in a month, and I will submit your information to Lord Hokage. With that, Sato Ichiki exited the classroom, adopting a cool demeanor, but once outside, he could hardly contain his joy. Haha, 2 super prodigies graduating at 5 years old are my students. I am destined for greatness. Chapter 54, The Technique of 3 Bodies. As Sato Kazuki departed, a cacophony erupted in the classroom. Ye Feng's friends surrounded him, chattering incessantly. Ye Feng, how could you apply for early graduation behind my back? Inazuka Hokuto lamented, his voice tinged with a mock sob. It was as though Ye Feng was a nefarious beast, abandoning them heedlessly. Yes. What will we do without you? I can't bear the thought of no longer enjoying delicious lunches. Why, hi, Karina chimed in, her reproach slightly lacking in sincerity. Nearby, Saratobi Asuma's expression darkened momentarily, though he quickly regained his composure. Hinata Sora seemed eager, clearly contemplating an early graduation as well. He had been diligently practicing physical techniques, resulting in a noticeable enhancement of his abilities. Should I apply for graduation too? Hinata Sora inquired, seeking Ye Feng's opinion. It would be wise for you to remain in school. Graduating early offers you little advantage. Ye Feng firmly declined. He hoped Hinata Sora would commit to mastering physical techniques, utilizing any spare time to refine his chakra. The cultivation of physical skills requires unwavering perseverance, and becoming a genin entails undertaking various missions, which would disrupt the regular practice essential for improvement. Lacking the innate talent for physical techniques like Might Guy and his son, and without the benefits of Ye Feng's cultivation, he held no illusions regarding Hinata Sora's potential through mere physical training. Continue honing your physical skills, and do not neglect the gentle fist techniques of the Hyuga clan. In the future, I shall present you with a grand gift. Ye Feng's intention was to bolster Hinata Sora's foundational strength, preparing him to bear the power of the Byakugan. Upon hearing about the promised gift, Hinata Sora's eyes lit up. It was undoubtedly a boon for his growth, something he earnestly desired. Thus, he harbored no objections to Ye Feng's plans, recognizing his own limitations and foundational strength, understanding that an overwhelming gift might be beyond his capacity to handle. Thereafter, Ye Feng could openly skip classes, as his prowess was sufficient for graduation, mastering theoretical knowledge sufficed. However, for someone with the maturity of over 20 years, these elementary concepts were mere trifles, given that Ye Feng was, after all, a university student. Amidst the envious gazes of his classmates, Ye Feng sauntered out of the classroom. Upon exiting the ninja school, Ye Feng felt a sudden void, uncertain of what to do next, as he lacked close friends and significant obligations. First, he resolved to approach Orochimaru to learn the basics of several ninjutsu techniques. He could not afford to fail the assessment due to inadequacy in the three bodies technique, which would be a significant embarrassment. In Orochimaru's underground laboratory, he greeted, "Ye Feng, what delightful surprise have you brought this time? This time, I present you with the forbidden medical technique, body activation. After all, you are my teacher. Should you not impart some ninjutsu to me? A free teacher is a treasure not to be squandered. What ninjutsu does Ye Feng wish to learn? The body double technique and the shadow clone technique." Orochimaru appeared somewhat taken aback. Forgiving Ye Feng's abilities, one would expect him to seek more powerful or intricate techniques. Though I hail from the Uchiha clan, I possess little heritage. I only have 2 C-rank fire release techniques. Ye Feng discerned Orochimaru's confusion from his expression. Orochimaru paused his experiments, washed his hands, changed out of his lab attire, and donned a clean outfit. It was evident that he took his role as a teacher seriously. "I shall temporarily assume the role of your instructor," Orochimaru stated earnestly. The principle behind the clone technique involves replicating an individual's form, aura, and spirit entirely. In theory, clones can utilize some of the original skills. However, we typically use a minimal amount of chakra for clones, resulting in mere semblance without substantial offensive capability. This technique primarily serves to confuse others, but it is ineffective against individuals with heightened sensory abilities. Orochimaru elucidated clearly, even demonstrating the flow of chakra involved in performing the clone technique. With such a detailed explanation and demonstration, Ye Feng grasped the concept of the clone technique and was able to utilize it competently after only a few attempts. "Your talent extends beyond physical techniques. Your aptitude for ninjutsu is remarkably high," Orochimaru noted. Next was the substitution technique, which relies on inscribing seals on objects meant for substitution, allowing for a swift exchange between the individual and the object. While this technique is not overly complex, it necessitates prior inscription of seals or requires the user to inscribe them unnoticed by the enemy. Likewise, this ninjutsu is considerably less effective against ninjas with strong sensory capabilities. Before learning, Ye Feng had regarded the substitution technique as almost mythical. How could it be classified as an E-rank ninjutsu? Now, through Orochimaru's thorough explanation, he understood that this technique had substantial limitations. The requirement to inscribe seals in advance posed considerable challenges, and ninjas of higher ranks typically possessed proficient sensory abilities, making discreetly inscribing seals quite difficult. This technique demanded fewer considerations, and Ye Feng mastered it in one go from then on. He merely needed to practice the speed of hand seals and inscription. The last technique within the 3 bodies was the transformation technique, renowned for its practicality. It operates on the principle of altering one's external appearance through chakra to achieve visual deception, making it suitable for reconnaissance and stealth. However, the transformation technique lacks substance, rendering it unsuitable for combat. It is also easily detected by ninjas with heightened sensory abilities. Yet, should one employ physical objects for transformation, even the Sharingan may struggle to discern the ruse, much like the puppet transformation techniques of Sunigakure. Ye Feng recalled Naruto Uzumaki's infamous harem technique, not solely because it could assume the form of something particularly stimulating, but also due to its surprising efficacy even against formidable foes like Kaguya Otsutsuki. Among the 3 bodies techniques, only the clone technique demands a higher level of chakra control, requiring mastery over the chakra that separates from the body. The remaining techniques were relatively straightforward, and Ye Feng completed his learning within an hour. Chapter 55. Guidance from Orochimaru. Next comes the advanced version of the clone technique, the shadow clone technique. The shadow clone technique operates on principles akin to that of the basic clone technique, creating a duplicate that mirrors oneself. The distinction lies in the necessity to infuse one's own spirit and a corresponding amount of chakra, thereby giving rise to a tangible clone, which even with unique ocular abilities or heightened sensory perception, remains undetectable. it is paramount to precisely calibrate the chakra to be allocated. With the foundational knowledge of the clone technique and bolstered by his formidable mental strength, Ye Feng found the mastery of the shadow clone technique to be a relatively effortless endeavor, succeeding after several attempts. However, the shadow clones are indeed a significant drain on chakra. After merely a few uses, Ye Feng found his reserves depleted. Additionally, each time a shadow clone is dispelled, he felt a jolt to his psyche, a minor impact, likely due to the limited number and duration of the clones. To speak candidly, Orochimaru's pedagogy is truly exceptional, enlightening Ye Feng, who is encountering ninjutsu for the first time, about the nuances of chakra transformation. If all ninja academies were staffed with instructors of Orochimaru's caliber, students would undoubtedly experience remarkable advancements. Once his chakra was exhausted, Ye Feng began to recuperate on Orochimaru's territory, revealing many of his secrets to Orochimaru and thus did not intentionally shroud his training from him. Yet, Orochimaru keenly sensed the uniqueness of Ye Feng's cultivation, noticing that, beyond merely extracting chakra, Ye Feng appeared to absorb natural energy as well. Your training seems distinct from that of ordinary ninjas. Natural energy flows towards your body during your practice. Might you enlighten me, Ye Feng? Orochimaru inquired without hesitation, eager to learn. Since you have observed it, I shall not conceal it from you. I possess the ability to absorb natural energy, which also fortifies my physical form. This is the reason I can assure you that you will be able to cultivate sage mode in the future, Ye Feng disclosed, intending to reassure Orochimaru. Having collaborated with him for so long, Ye Feng had only provided Orochimaru with a glimpse into the research of immortality and a promise, without offering further advantages. By revealing certain secrets of his training, he hoped to solidify Orochimaru's trust. Then does that imply you already possess the means to practice sage art? Would it not be more advantageous to pursue sage mode directly? Orochimaru proposed. Sage mode necessitates the confluence of physical energy, mental energy, and natural energy in a precise ratio of 1:1:1. While I have an abundance of natural energy, my youth renders my physical energy insufficient, and sage mode is exceedingly taxing. The sage chakra I can amass would likely be depleted within mere minutes. This serves as a preliminary introduction to sage mode for Orochimaru. Furthermore, it would be prudent for you to discover methods to enhance your mental strength. In the future, I shall assist in harmonizing your body. Natural energy will not elude you. Given your expertise in physical studies, augmented by the 8 gates and body activation techniques, you shall not lack physical energy. Yet your mental energy remains a concern that requires resolution. Having unveiled my capacity to absorb natural energy to Orochimaru, I do not mind empowering him further. My singular ambition is ascension. Should any insurmountable challenges arise, having a partner of equal strength and exceptional research talent like Orochimaru could alleviate considerable difficulties. The enhancement of mental strength appears rather challenging. To my knowledge, there are scant techniques within the realm of ninjutsu to bolster mental fortitude. Relying instead on natural physiological growth or focused practice in specific areas to yield modest improvements. Do you possess any effective methods, Ye Feng? Indeed. Methods for enhancing mental strength in the Naruto universe are limited, if not non-existent. Even the Uchiha clan stimulates their mental faculties through external stimuli, albeit with poor results that may lead to significant mental disturbances or yield no effect at all. My own cultivation techniques could indeed amplify mental strength, yet currently, I cannot divulge them to Orochimaru, as they are foundational to my existence. Perhaps in the future, I may share them once I have solidified my own power. My technique also involves physical training, which concomitantly enhances mental strength. This is not applicable to you at present, but when you are able to practice sage mode, you might consider a similar approach to augment your mental faculties or explore methods employed by the Uchiha clan when awakening their eyes, as well as Kato Dan's spirit manifestation techniques to develop a personalized approach to enhancing mental strength. The essence of one's mental strength stems from the soul, and research in this domain may necessitate living subjects. If Orochimaru desires to conduct experiments on living beings, he may capture them. But expressing such intentions plainly serves to gauge Ye Feng's temperament. You might consider certain death row inmates or individuals of heinous nature for your studies. Such individuals inherently possess malice. Their demise would not weigh heavily on your conscience, and they would facilitate your experiments. I advise caution, however. If you intend to venture beyond this world, it is wise to refrain from unnecessary slaughter, as this realm possesses consciousness. Excessive violence could adversely affect your future ascension. Ye Feng's assertion is not without merit. Excessive killing can lead to the accumulation of malevolent energy, hindering one's cultivation and intensifying the tribulations faced during ascension. Your perspective resonates with certain Buddhist teachings, yet the notion of this world possessing its own consciousness is indeed extraordinary, Orochimaru mused, hearing such thoughts for the first time. He found Ye Feng's assertions increasingly ethereal, uncertain whether it stemmed from his own lack of understanding or if they merely represented Ye Feng's conjectures. Absence of evidence does not equate to evidence of absence. Many ancient sages have verified such theories. It would be wise not to dismiss them. Naturally, if your intent is to remain within the ninja world and study it, that poses no significant issue and would not markedly affect you. I have no reason to doubt your words, Ye Feng, and I appreciate your counsel. I still wish to explore the highest peaks, Orochimaru replied. Chapter 56. The 5 Attributes Talent. I find myself in need of some forbidden techniques. Might Lord Orochimaru be able to assist me? Now that Ye Feng possesses chakra, he is eager to learn some impressive ninjutsu. What forbidden techniques does Ye Feng require? Orochimaru, intrigued, thinks it is only natural for Ye Feng to desire forbidden knowledge. The Flying Thunder God technique and the Multiple Shadow Clone technique. I am genuinely curious about how Ye Feng has come to know of these jutsu. It seems there is naught that escapes his awareness in Konoha. Previously, I was astounded by his knowledge of the impure world reincarnation. And now he is aware of both the Flying Thunder God and Multiple Shadow Clone techniques, even expressing certainty about them. This piques Orochimaru's curiosity. I possess a wealth of knowledge, and I have my own channels of information. As long as I wish to know, Konoha holds no secrets for me. Ye Feng, too, enjoys the allure of mystery. For the more enigmatic one is, the more one commands respect. Since you are unwilling to divulge any further information, I shall procure the forbidden techniques for you. Come by tomorrow to collect them. However, you are aware that these techniques are classified as forbidden, and you should understand their side effects, correct? Orochimaru harbors no discontent. Each has their own secrets, and he does not expect Ye Feng to reveal everything. I am well aware of the implications, you need not worry. For I seldom engage in endeavors without certainty. After leaving Orochimaru's abode, the evening had already descended. Ye Feng felt little hunger, as thoughts of mastering ninjutsu filled him with a sense of excitement. He contemplated which techniques to pursue. It seems I have yet to assess my own attributes. Now that I have some leisure time, I shall acquire a chakra testing paper to conduct my evaluation. I must say, chakra testing paper is rather expensive. With this amount of money, I could feast for over 10 days. Nevertheless, I shall procure it. After buying the chakra testing paper, Ye Feng ascended to the summit of Hokage Rock. He found himself increasingly fond of this location, as it was rarely frequented and offered a unique vista. Recalling his past life, Ye Feng began channeling chakra into the testing paper. He speculated that he must possess at least a fire attribute, as it was common among the Uchiha clan. Should there be additional attributes, that would be even better. Before long, the paper exhibited a transformation. One area ignited. Another was sliced, a section crinkled, another became damp, and finally, a segment shattered. This is the rhythm of the 5 attributes. Could it be that my constitution has been altered by natural energy? Upon reflection, it makes sense. Chakra is derived from the God tree, which absorbed the essence of the ninja world and assimilated a member of the Otsutsuki clan. Natural energy, too, is the quintessence of the ninja realm. Having been enhanced by natural energy means my body has been fortified by the essence of the ninja world, thus enabling me to accommodate the 5 transformations of chakra. There should also be changes pertaining to yin-yang attributes. The yin attribute is certainly present, as the Uchiha clan epitomizes it. I must seek an opportunity to learn about the yang attribute. Ye Feng was initially taken aback, but soon overwhelmed with joy. A ninja with all attributes. The mere thought was exhilarating. Yang release techniques are typically held by prominent clans, and one cannot simply learn them. Medical ninjutsu is also a form of yang attribute, with the Senju clan, particularly Princess Tsunade, being renowned for it. However, the Uchiha and Senju clans have a history of enmity, so it is unlikely that Tsunade would impart her knowledge to him. Nevertheless, Ye Feng merely wished to learn some transformations related to yang release, which should not be too difficult. Yet, upon consideration, he realized that among those he was familiar with, none practiced yang release. Ye Feng rarely ventured out, and his circle was rather limited. In times of need, one regrets their lack of knowledge. One cannot grasp the challenges of a task without first-hand experience, he mused. He felt it prudent not to devote himself solely to training. while he was at a standstill in his advancement. He should explore the world and make acquaintances with members of distinguished families. Visiting the Akimichi and Senju clans would be beneficial. Familiarity breeds comfort. The jutsu he had previously wished to learn included the multiple shadow clone technique, flying thunder god technique, Rasengan, summoning technique, and the 8 gates. He had already mastered the 8 gates, requiring only long-term training of his body and chakra refinement. As for the flying thunder god and multiple shadow clone techniques, Orochimaru would assist him in acquiring them tomorrow. This left only the summoning technique and Rasengan unaddressed. Now that he possessed all 5 attributes, he could begin to practice the Rasengan. Thus, he began to recall the principles of the Rasengan from his memories of the series. The Rasengan entails condensing chakra in one's hand, causing it to flow in various directions while compressing it to form a high-density spinning chakra sphere. With this in mind, Ye Feng concentrated, gathering chakra in his hand and controlling its rotation. As the speed increased, the chakra spiraled into a small whirlwind, indicating a clear failure. Indeed, controlling chakra was no simple task. Are you practicing a new ninjutsu? It seems you require no hand seals, a voice suddenly interjected. Upon turning, Ye Feng was taken aback to find it was Minato Namikaze. This was indeed an awkward encounter. For the Rasengan was a technique that the future Minato would invent. Ye Feng had stumbled upon a legendary figure. Fortunately, Minato had yet to master the Rasengan. Oh, it is you, brother Minato. I merely wish to experiment with utilizing ninjutsu without hand seals. After all, you have not yet mastered the Rasengan. What is there to fear? I sensed a fluctuation in chakra while training nearby, so I came to investigate. I did not mean to intrude upon your practice, but you seem to be attempting chakra manipulation at such a young age. Truly impressive. Minato felt a bit awkward, as it is frowned upon for ninjas to spy on others during their training. I merely had some ideas, but my control was insufficient, and I was unable to succeed. Perhaps you could give it a try, brother Minato. As the original creator, it should be much easier for you. After saying this, Ye Feng took Minato aside, explaining some principles and precautions regarding the technique. Minato attempted to adjust his chakra based on Ye Feng's descriptions, but the Rasengan proved to be more challenging than it appeared in the anime. The first step was to control the rotation of the chakra, while the second involved altering the rotation direction of the spinning chakra, transforming it into numerous seemingly chaotic yet orderly rotations. It was indeed true that an A-rank ninjutsu would not be easily mastered. Chapter 57. The capricious little chili pepper Ye Feng and Bo Feng Shui men engaged in a mutual exploration of the spiral sphere. The more they communicated through experimentation, the deeper their understanding became, until 4 hours later when the sky had turned pitch black. At last a blue, spherical chakra sphere materialized in Bo Feng Shui Men's hand, albeit small in size. He propelled the spiral sphere towards a nearby tree, which shattered into splinters, revealing a spiraled pit of considerable depth. This demonstrated a power surpassing that of B-rank ninjutsu, and it was merely its initial form. With mastery, it could undoubtedly reach at least A-rank status. Bo Feng Shui Men was astonished by this might. Creating A-rank ninjutsu was no simple feat to his surprise. He and Uchiha Ye Feng had developed an entirely new A-rank technique within such a short span, one that required no hand seals. Ye Feng truly was remarkable, having conceived such a potent technique without hand seals. I merely theorized. It is Shui Men who deserves the credit for bringing theory into reality. Ye Feng felt a slight flush on his cheeks, then offered a compliment. It is your theoretical foundation that matters, for without a sound theory, there can be no successful practice. But it is dark now. You must not have had dinner yet. Let me treat you to a meal. Bo Feng Shui Men scratched his head, excitement evident as he insisted on treating Ye Feng. However, a nagging feeling told him he had forgotten something important. Yet he could not recall what it was. As they descended from Hokage Rock towards the commercial district, they continued discussing insights about the spiral sphere. Yet, as they walked, Ye Feng sensed a formidable aura approaching them. Turning around, he beheld a girl with flowing red hair, reminiscent of an octopus, her eyes gleaming with ferocity. It was none other than the tempestuous Kushina Izumaki, clearly on the brink of fury. Ye Feng realized instantly that Bo Feng Shui Men had forgotten about her, which explained why Kushina had not accompanied him during their lengthy practice session. Upon seeing Kushina, Bo Feng Shui Men remembered his forgotten promise to accompany her shopping. Shui Men, perhaps we should call it a day. I have matters to attend to. Let us dine another time, Ye Feng suggested. Fully aware that the delay had partly been his doing, he preferred to evade the wrath that was sure to follow, and without further ado, he made a hasty retreat. "Wait, Kushina, allow me to explain," Bo Feng Shui Min stammered, fear evident in his voice. "You intend to dine together, yet you have forgotten something, Bo Feng Shui Min." Kushina's voice grew increasingly ominous as she approached him, her hands slightly raised, each step echoing with intent. Ye Feng, who had already sprinted away, silently mourned for Bo Feng Shui Min. Why choose to pursue the notorious little chili pepper of Konoha? And how dare he leave her hanging alone? Ye Feng hastily concluded his dinner and returned home to continue his training in the body activation technique. The next day dawned bright and clear. Guy and his son had already set out for their training. Ye Feng, having ceased his own practice, decided to explore the commercial district or other bustling areas to initiate his plan of serendipitous encounters. However, upon reaching the vicinity of the commercial street, he spotted Bo Feng Shui Min standing alone at a street corner, seemingly waiting for someone. Ye Feng hurried over, and under Bo Feng Shui Min's watchful gaze, circled him in astonishment. "Brother Shui Min, you're actually all right. I thought you would be bedridden for days." As he finished speaking, Ye Feng noticed that standing behind Bo Feng Shui Min was the freshly arrived Kushina Izumaki. A chill coursed through him, raising goosebumps across his skin. Bo Feng Shui Min, oblivious to Kushina's presence, remarked, "Kushina does have a bit of a temper. She can be rather trying at times." At this point, Ye Feng felt that Bo Feng Shui Min was courting disaster and promptly made frantic gestures to warn him. Yet, Bo Feng Shui Min did not see. And as the situation spiraled, he continued, "However, Kushina possesses many admirable qualities. She is lively, generous, compassionate, and optimistic. These are her virtues, her defining traits. Yesterday, she only raised her voice at me a few times, and I merely promised to accompany her shopping for the next few days." Hearing Bo Feng Shui Min seemingly recover from the brink of disaster, Ye Feng exhaled in relief, realizing he had narrowly escaped calamity. Suddenly, Kushina leapt forward, wrapping her arms around Bo Feng Shui Min's, her face beaming with joy. "You've made it, Shui Min. Have you been waiting long? You must be the little rascal who chatted with Shui Min for so long yesterday." She smiled warmly at Ye Feng, startled by Kushina's sudden appearance. Bo Feng Shui Min recalled his earlier words, and a shiver ran down his spine, realizing that perhaps his subsequent remarks had saved him. Ye Feng observed Kushina's sudden shift to a charming, harmless demeanor, contrasting sharply with the earlier chill. He mused to himself, indeed, a woman's moods can change swiftly, nonetheless. This version of Kushina was undeniably endearing. It was no wonder Bo Feng Shui Min was smitten. "Kushina, you still look beautiful as ever. I got a bit carried away talking with Brother Shui Min yesterday, causing a delay in your date. I'll refrain from being a third wheel today. Farewell." Ye Feng thought it best to make a swift exit rather than face disdain. "Brother Shui Min, I promised to treat you to dinner. How about noon today?" Ye Feng was about to make his escape when Bo Feng Shui Min called him back. Ye Feng glanced at Kushina beside Bo Feng Shui Min. Her warning gaze seemingly saying, "Dare to stay, and you shall regret it. I have plans today, so I won't intrude any further." Ye Feng hastily retreated, thinking to himself, "Brother Shui Min, do not lead me to my doom. Your very survival indicates that Kushina indeed harbors feelings for you." Chapter 58. News of Leaf Maple's parents having escaped the watchful gaze of the spirited little pepper of Konoha, Leaf Maple found himself in the bustling commercial district. Yet he remained uncertain about whom to approach. The village was already aware that the Senju and Akimichi clans possessed the rare ability of yang release. The Akimichi clan relied on consuming food to store energy within their fat, allowing them to unleash their yang release attribute in times of need, thereby magnifying their physical forms. However, this ninjutsu demanded excessive eating, leading to considerable weight gain, which Leaf Maple found unappealing. Moreover, he perceived the Akimichi clan as somewhat lacking in mental acuity, making communication rather challenging. Thus, the only option left was Tsunade of the Senju clan. Yet, given the historical animosity between the Uchiha and Senju clans, even after the forced unification by the first Hokage, the Senju held little fondness for the Uchiha. Approaching Tsunade might result in a confrontation with her formidable strength. Leaf Maple pondered, what could possibly sway Tsunade? Curing her fear of blood? Reviving Senju Tobarama? But wait, Tsunade was likely gambling outside the village at this hour, making any attempt at persuasion futile. Perhaps seeking Orochimaru's counsel would be more prudent, and he could also inquire about the forbidden techniques he desired. Arriving at Orochimaru's estate, Leaf Maple navigated the familiar path to the underground laboratory, where he found Orochimaru engrossed in his experiments. It seemed that all of Orochimaru's time was consumed by his research. He had become a phantom within Konoha. Orochimaru-sama, have you not left this laboratory recently? Leaf Maple inquired, observing the weariness etched on Orochimaru's face. I ventured out yesterday primarily to retrieve the forbidden techniques you requested from the old man, Orochimaru replied, summoning a small snake that appeared before Leaf Maple. Its mouth releasing two scrolls coated in a slimy substance that repulsed him. Leaf Maple grimaced at the sight, reluctant to touch them. Could you not use a different method to present the scrolls? How am I to handle this? He protested. Simply remove the slime. It will not taint the scrolls. Orochimaru responded, his focus unwavering as he continued his work, a glimmer of excitement flickering in his eyes. Curiosity piqued. Leaf Maple could not help but ask, Orochimaru-sama, have you made any remarkable breakthroughs in your experiments? Orochimaru's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he replied, to share with you, Leaf Maple-kun. The cell transplant experiment involving the first Hokage has made significant strides. It may soon be possible to transplant these cells into others, potentially allowing would release to re-emerge in the shinobi world. As Orochimaru's excitement grew, Leaf Maple felt a wave of confusion wash over him. From what he understood, the cells of the first Hokage possessed an overwhelming invasive capacity that ordinary individuals could not withstand, leading to their complete erosion by these cells. In the realm of the anime, only a handful could bear the first cells, such as Shimura Danzo, Uchiha Obito, and Uchiha Madara, while Yamato was merely a fortunate survivor, having only a trace of the first cells, and thus limited in his would-release capabilities. Suddenly, an idea struck Leaf Maple. Those who could adequately host the cells of Hashirama were predominantly those bearing Uchiha blood or possessing knowledge of yin-yang release, excluding Yamato, who was merely lucky to survive with a fragment of the first cells. Could it be that Orochimaru's nearly complete experiment involved? Have you been conducting experiments on members of the Uchiha clan? Leaf Maple exclaimed, his voice laced with alarm. Orochimaru's heart raced. He had only mentioned the first cell transplant and had not alluded to the Uchiha clan. How did Leaf Maple know of their involvement? Could it be? Orochimaru-sama, how did you learn of the Uchiha's participation? Have you known the results of the experiment all along, that the Uchiha bodies could withstand the first cells? Leaf Maple pressed, his expression darkening. Last year, Danzo sent 3 pairs of Sharingan and several flesh samples, consisting of 2 pairs of single Tomo Sharingan and 1 pair of double Tomo Sharingan. Were there any other items, or could you tell me whose eyes and corpses they were? When did you receive them? I demand the specifics. Leaf Maple's voice rose, filled with fury. Those were the only items sent, purportedly obtained from Uchiha clan members who perished during a failed mission around late April, Orochimaru explained. Late April? The Ninja Academy commences in July. It has been just over 2 months since my arrival in this world. Does that not imply that this occurred shortly after the deaths of Uchiha Leaf Maple's parents? A grim realization dawned on Leaf Maple. His parents were both in their 20s, possessing only single Tomo Sharingan, and it was highly probable that they had been assassinated by Shimura Danzo. A torrent of rage surged within Leaf Maple. While he had no profound attachment or affection for his parents in this life, an overwhelming sense of indignation welled up within him. Perhaps a vestige of the original consciousness of this body. Leaf Maple vowed silently, in this life, having taken possession of your body, I shall avenge your parents. Grabbing the scrolls, he hastily departed for the Uchiha compound without a word to Orochimaru, observing Leaf Maple's unusual and hurried exit. Orochimaru pondered the events leading up to this moment, deducing the cause of Uchiha Leaf Maple's startling behavior. Muttering under his breath, Orochimaru remarked, truly, one reaps what one sows. My dear Danzo, I am curious to see how your fate unfolds. It seems I must keep my distance from you. Orochimaru never doubted Uchiha Leaf Maple's capacity to eliminate Shimura Danzo. He viewed Leaf Maple as an enigma, one who seemed to observe the shinobi world from a divine perspective. Yet, what intrigued Orochimaru more was how Leaf Maple had discerned that the Uchiha clan could host the first cells. It appeared that he had little chance of uncovering the answer anytime soon. Chapter 59. Verifying clues. Having departed from Orochimaru's abode, Ye Feng hastened back to the Uchiha clan, making his way directly to the residence of the clan leader, for he needed to ascertain the veracity of his conjecture. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Uchiha clan leader's estate, he was intercepted by the ninja guard stationed there. This is the Uchiha clan leader's courtyard. Children should not be playing here. I seek an audience with Uchiha Fugaku, the clan's young leader. Please inform him that Uchiha Ye Feng has urgent matters to discuss. Ye Feng suppressed his anger, reminding himself to remain composed. His reputation within the Uchiha clan had already spread, and the guards, not wishing to cause any trouble, promptly relayed his request to Uchiha Fugaku. To Ye Feng's surprise, he was soon invited inside, as Fugaku himself came to welcome him, indicating a high level of hospitality. Acknowledging Fugaku's courtesy with a nod, Ye Feng, still simmering with frustration, followed him into the reception courtyard. "I wish to verify a matter with you, young leader Fugaku," Ye Feng stated plainly. "Feel free to call me elder brother Fugaku, Ye Feng. Please, share your concerns. I will assist you in any way I can." Recognizing the significance of Ye Feng's visit, Fugaku was eager to extend his support. "I would like your assistance in investigating whether there were any other Uchiha clan members who went missing or were killed around the time my parents disappeared. This information is recorded in our Uchiha clan's logs. Please wait a moment. I shall retrieve them." "Yamato, please fetch the logs," Fugaku instructed. Access to the clan logs was typically restricted to the upper echelons of the clan, but as the young leader and likely successor, Fugaku would not face any opposition in his request. "Have you uncovered something, Ye Feng? Might you be willing to share?" Fugaku inquired while waiting for Yamato to return. "I have indeed found some clues that may relate to my parents' disappearance, but I cannot confirm anything without further information, hence my visit to you." Given Fugaku's earnest willingness to assist, Ye Feng felt compelled to be forthright, recognizing the potential necessity of the Uchiha clan's influence against Shimura Danzo. "What? You have discovered leads regarding your parents' disappearance? If confirmed, please share the details with me. I implore you." Fugaku bowed deeply to Ye Feng. "There is no need for such formality, elder brother Fugaku. If I ascertain the truth, I will certainly not withhold it from you." Since the incident of the Uchiha clan members' disappearance, many had been dispatched to search without yielding any fruitful clues. It was unexpected that Ye Feng had managed to uncover something. And though there had been speculation regarding the involvement of Konoha ninjas, the lack of evidence had rendered those theories inconclusive. Ye Feng's findings bore significant weight for the Uchiha clan and could potentially influence its future trajectory. Moreover, Fugaku's bow reflected his determination to earn goodwill among the clan members. Before long, Yamato returned, carrying a large chest filled with numerous volumes of the Uchiha clan's logs, a testament to the clan's rich heritage. Fugaku hastily opened the chest and began sifting through the logs corresponding to the time frame surrounding Ye Feng's parents' disappearance. "I have reviewed the logs from a month before and after your parents' incident. There were 3 Uchiha clan members who either died or went missing, including your parents. Do you have information on the other individual, particularly regarding the Sharingan?" Ye Feng's anticipation heightened. "The other individual was your parents' supervising jonin, named Uchiha Fushing, who possessed a double Tomo Sharingan. Please investigate whether any other Uchiha clan members went missing or died within the year preceding the incident." Ye Feng had nearly confirmed that his parents had fallen victim to Shimura Danzo, yet he wished to ensure thoroughness in Fugaku's examination of the logs. Within the year before the incident, there was one clan member with a 3-Tomo Sharingan who perished during a mission. Uchiha clan members seldom leave the village, resulting in fewer casualties. The Uchiha Sharingan and flesh were sought for experimentation. Thus, even if preservation methods were employed, corpses could not remain unutilized for extended periods without compromising the accuracy of the experiments. With these considerations, Ye Feng was increasingly convinced that his parents had met their end at the hands of Shimura Danzo. Previously, he had thought Danzo merely an obstacle. Now, with the added burden of parental vengeance, Ye Feng vowed that Danzo would not die easily, but rather, he would ensure his disgrace before his demise. "Can you confirm whether the leads are useful?" Fugaku inquired, observing Ye Feng's silence. "Almost certainly, my parents and Uchiha Fushing both perished at the hands of Shimura Danzo." Upon hearing Ye Feng's assertion, Fugaku, though having suspected as much, was taken aback to find that the highest echelons of the village were indeed implicated. "How can you be so certain it was Danzo?" Fugaku questioned, acknowledging the gravity of the situation and recognizing the need for caution. "I learned from Orochimaru that Danzo had delivered 3 pairs of Sharingan and flesh samples to him a year prior, specifically 2 pairs of single Tomo Sharingan and 1 pair of double Tomo Sharingan. The freshest samples yield the best results, indicating that these specimens were recently extracted from Uchiha clan members." Ye Feng concluded his statement there. Yet Fugaku had already grasped the implications of Ye Feng's inquiry into the clan logs. The Sharingan and flesh samples could only have been sourced from recently deceased clan members, affirming that the missing individuals had indeed been taken by Shimura Danzo. Chapter 60. Irrefutable evidence. This matter is too significant. I must report it to the clan. Should the village intend to act against the Uchiha clan, We need to prepare in advance, Uchiha Fugaku declared, rising to leave the room. Brother Fugaku, do not be hasty. If the village truly sought to confront you, they would have taken action long ago, over a year ago, in fact. Reporting now would yield no benefits. It would only exacerbate the Uchiha clan situation. Leaf Maple interjected urgently, knowing the nature of the Uchiha clan members. Please enlighten me, Leaf Maple, Fugaku responded, having found merit in Leaf Maple's words. Over the past year, the Uchiha clan had suffered no significant casualties. If the village were indeed plotting against them, there would have been reports of injuries or fatalities among the Uchiha. Upon hearing Leaf Maple's words, Fugaku eagerly sifted through the family logs from the past year and exclaimed, Indeed, as you said, there have been no casualties. Since it was not the village's intention to eradicate the Uchiha clan, this was not the worst-case scenario. And Fugaku felt a wave of relief wash over him. This must be the doing of Shimura Danzo. And the higher-ups in Konoha had never held the Uchiha in high regard. With this evidence in hand, we can expose Shimura Danzo. Feeling reassured, Fugaku began to feel invigorated. Brother Fugaku, do not entertain such optimistic thoughts. Setting aside whether Orochimaru would be willing to testify, even if he were, this evidence cannot be deemed conclusive. Even with undeniable proof, you place too much significance on the Uchiha clan. The clan's leadership is so irrational, it is no wonder they are marginalized in the ninja world. Can the third Hokage truly protect Shimura Danzo under the public scrutiny? You must consider that Danzo and the third Hokage share a deep bond, even with irrefutable proof. He would shield Danzo, blurring the evidence. As for the other clans, unless the matter is grievous, they would not risk incurring the third Hokage's wrath for the Uchiha. The third Hokage, being sentimental, saved Danzo, yet it is also due to this sentiment that the Uchiha clan remains in Konoha today. Did they truly believe that eliminating a clan devoid of Hokage-level strength was a formidable task? Fugaku had never contemplated this. He understood that the Konoha elite had always targeted the Uchiha, a policy left by the second Hokage. However, he had thought the Uchiha clan stood firm due to their strength. Leaf Maple seemed to have stripped away the Uchiha clan's veil of protection. If not for the third Hokage's lingering ties to the village's founders, the Uchiha would have long been ostracized or even eradicated. Must we simply allow Shimura Danzo to wreak havoc upon our Uchiha clan? Fugaku's heart brimmed with indignation. The difficulty in eliminating Danzo does not preclude his demise. It merely indicates that the Uchiha alone cannot accomplish it. We need the support of at least half of the clans to agree to eliminate Danzo. Even the third Hokage would be powerless to intervene. As he spoke, a fierce glint appeared in Leaf Maple's eyes. How can we persuade half the clans to agree to Danzo's death? The Uchiha have always been ostracized by the village and the other clans. In Fugaku's view, no clan would willingly ally with them, especially for such a grave matter as condemning a village advisor to death. When one reaches a certain status, the desire to ascend further often leads to morally reprehensible acts. Patience is key. Opportunities will arise. I yearn to see Danzo meet his end more than you do. When the time comes, I shall invite you, Brother Fugaku, to witness this grand spectacle. Leaf Maple refrained from elaborating on future matters. Having ascertained the facts, Leaf Maple deemed it unnecessary to remain in the Uchiha clan leader's residence. He had formulated a rough plan. The disgraceful acts of Shimura Danzo could only be revealed by him or through his subordinates. However, Danzo's subordinates were bound by seals that prevented them from divulging secrets. And with his current strength, Leaf Maple could not dispel these seals. He would need to reach a later stage of foundation establishment to wield enough control over his chakra to eliminate the seals. Furthermore, Danzo's current actions had yet to provoke any significant figures. Leaf Maple required Danzo to engage in more reckless behavior, compelling influential individuals to exert pressure. With his plans in mind, Leaf Maple resolved to return to Orochimaru's laboratory, for he sought to reclaim his parents' flesh and Sharingan. Have you come to a conclusion, Leaf Maple? Orochimaru inquired, sensing Leaf Maple's somber demeanor upon his return. I have indeed reached a conclusion, but I cannot act against Danzo just yet. Lord Orochimaru, please do not associate too closely with him. Otherwise, you may be implicated when I eliminate him. Additionally, I wish to take my parents' Sharingan and flesh samples with me. You may take your parents' Sharingan and flesh samples, but I have a request. I am curious about how you discerned that the Uchiha clan cells could withstand the encroachment of the first Hokage's cells. This is merely my curiosity. If it is inconvenient, you need not divulge it. The Sharingan and flesh samples may be taken regardless. Orochimaru seemed eager to ensure that Leaf Maple did not perceive this as a threat and hastily added, "That is acceptable. I can share that with you shortly. For now, I wish to see my parents once more. I request that Lord Orochimaru utilize the impure world reincarnation." "Very well. But the impure world reincarnation requires living sacrifices to summon the souls from the afterlife, and the summoned spirits possess minimal power. I cannot leave the village at present, so I must ask you to find 2 living sacrifices among death row inmates. I merely wish to see my parents one last time, and their strength is of no consequence. Please wait a moment, Leaf Maple. I shall return shortly." With that, Orochimaru rose and made his way to the 3rd Hokage's office. It was impossible to carry out such an action without informing the 3rd Hokage, as Orochimaru lacked the authority to do so without his command. Chapter 61 The final meeting for Ye Feng. The waiting period felt rather protracted, not due to any shortcomings in his character, but because an overwhelming sense of urgency seemed to pulse within him. It appeared that after traversing through time, both his body and spirit remained imperfect, still haunted by the consciousness of another self. Ye Feng pondered this as he awaited the sound indicating the mechanism at the entrance of the underground passage, soon followed by a cacophony of curses. "May you meet a wretched fate, Orochimaru, for using us as your subjects. We shall not spare you even in death." Before long, Orochimaru appeared, dragging a chain that bound 2 prisoners who incessantly hurled invectives. "Ye Feng, I have brought the individuals as requested. Let us commence." "Thank you, Lord Orochimaru," Ye Feng replied. Orochimaru began to weave hand signs, channeling 2 beams of light that surged into the bodies of the condemned men. Their faces contorted in agony as their forms were enveloped in ash, revealing the visages of Ye Feng's parents. "What is happening? Have we been resurrected? Is that you?" Ye Feng, his parents, bewildered by their sudden revival, quickly recognized Ye Feng and rushed to embrace him. At that moment, Ye Feng felt a powerful consciousness surging within him, one he did not resist, allowing it to take control of his body. He understood that this was the innate consciousness of the body he inhabited, marking what could be their final encounter. In that moment, 5-year-old Uchiha Ye Feng, in a childlike manner, exclaimed, "Father, Mother, I have missed you so dearly." Orochimaru observed in astonishment. The Uchiha Ye Feng before him seemed far removed from the one he frequently encountered, appearing instead as an ordinary child. "What is the meaning of this? Were we not dead? How can this be?" Regaining their composure, Ye Feng's parents began to inquire about their predicament. "I am now a disciple of Lord Orochimaru. I beseeched him to grant you a brief resurrection, merely to see you once more." And thus began a nostalgic exchange between young Ye Feng and his parents, with the time-traveling Ye Feng and Orochimaru opting to remain unobtrusive. However, it was not long before a radiant light began to emanate from Ye Feng's parents. Orochimaru cautioned Ye Feng, "The time has come." "Father, Mother, I promise to grow up well," young Ye Feng said, his voice trembling with emotion as he comforted them. "We never anticipated seeing you again. Now that you are a disciple of Lord Orochimaru, we can depart in peace," his parents replied before dissipating into light, leaving behind the lifeless forms of the 2 prisoners. Ye Feng wiped away his tears as he reclaimed control of his body. "Only the child I just witnessed made me perceive you as a true child," Orochimaru jested. "Life compels us to mature. Enough of this trifling. If you seek knowledge, I shall impart it to you." Ye Feng paused, adopting a comfortable sitting position before continuing. "You must have heard of the Sage of the 6 Paths, a figure of genuine existence named Hagoromo Tsutsuki. He had 2 sons, Indra and Azura. Indra inherited the sage's ocular powers, manifesting as the Sharingan, while Azura inherited his physical prowess, embodying the sage's body, which is akin to the senjutsu of the 1st Hokage. In essence, the Uchiha clan descends from Indra, while the Senju clan descends from Azura. Isn't the sage associated with the Rinnegan? How could he have passed down the Sharingan?" Orochimaru queried, astonished by the myth surrounding the sage and perplexed by the origins of the Sharingan. The Rinnegan is the complete form of the sage's eyes. However, Indra inherited only the yin aspect, while Azura inherited the yang aspect, which endowed his descendants with remarkable vitality and regenerative capabilities. Many mythical tales are indeed rooted in truth. Were it not for your assertions, I would find it hard to believe. Does this imply that combining the Sharingan with the 1st Hokage's senjutsu could revert to the Rinnegan? Orochimaru suddenly grasped a notion, suppressing his excitement as he inquired. "Indeed, you are astute, Orochimaru. However, it necessitates the highest caliber of Sharingan and the most superior senjutsu. Fortunately, we have the 1st Hokage's unparalleled senjutsu. Is the highest caliber of Sharingan the legendary Meijiki Sharingan? Ye Feng shook his head, leaving Orochimaru incredulous. The Meijiki Sharingan was not the apex of ocular powers. Ye Feng continued, above the Meijiki Sharingan exists the eternal Meijiki Sharingan. Orochimaru sighed wistfully. He had long coveted the Uchiha Sharingan, but now, upon hearing Ye Feng's revelations, he yearned for the even more exalted Rinnegan, especially with a vital Senjutsu sample at his disposal, yet lacking the ultimate eternal Meijiki Sharingan. The Meijiki Sharingan had already become the stuff of legend, let alone the pinnacle of the eternal Meijiki Sharingan. Suddenly, a spark of determination ignited within Orochimaru. Since Uchiha Ye Feng was privy to so many secrets and possessed a Sharingan, could there not be a way to attain the eternal Meijiki Sharingan? With hopeful anticipation, he turned to Ye Feng and asked, "Do you know how one can acquire the eternal Meijiki Sharingan?" Recognizing the covetous glint in Orochimaru's eyes, Ye Feng understood his desires. "Lord Orochimaru, do not entertain such thoughts. The consumption of one's own Rinnegan is exceedingly substantial. You cannot bear it." Even the Uzumaki clan, famed for their vast chakra reserves, could not sustain such expenditure. Just as the thrill of discovery had overwhelmed Orochimaru, Ye Feng's words doused him with cold reality. Is there truly no other method? Orochimaru pressed, undeterred. There is a possibility. When your realm reaches a certain height, you can accommodate any eye, and even without a unique ocular power. You may achieve various ocular techniques, Ye Feng stated, hoping to encourage Orochimaru's enthusiasm. What level of cultivation is required to attain such a realm? Orochimaru asked, rekindling a flicker of hope. The 6 paths level will suffice, Ye Feng replied awkwardly. Orochimaru was momentarily taken aback, contemplating. If one reaches the 6 paths level, what need is there for ocular techniques? He would have ascended to the realm of the divine. Do not view the 6 paths level as an unattainable distance. My aspirations lie beyond the 6 paths. Orochimaru acknowledged Ye Feng's lofty ambitions, surprised by his insatiable appetite for power. Chapter 62, Foundation Establishment. The 6 paths level is considered the pinnacle of power within the ninja world, or indeed on this planet. This level serves as the foundational strength necessary to transcend the ninja realm and venture into the cosmos. Therefore, to navigate other worlds, one must possess strength that surpasses the 6 paths. Upon hearing Ye Feng's words, Orochimaru's mindset underwent a transformation. Many experiments and bloodline limits that once piqued his interest now seemed insignificant. He was solely focused on exploring higher realms of power. If you wish to tread the path of the Rinnegan and attain the strength of the 6 paths, you must cultivate an extraordinary physique and chakra. I can assist you in overcoming the challenges of the eternal Meijiki Sharingan. Once you achieve the sage body, you will be able to break into the 6 paths level. Ye Feng articulated, providing Orochimaru a potential path, hoping for his swift advancement. Thank you, Ye Feng, for your guidance. Orochimaru expressed his sincere gratitude. However, he acknowledged that he only knew the method to reach the 6 paths level, and to ascend to even greater heights would require his own exploration. Alternatively, you may wait a few more years. Perhaps I will present you with another path, he added. After contemplating Ye Feng's words, Orochimaru suddenly raised his head, resolutely stating, I can wait. I aspire to go further. Ye Feng was not surprised by Orochimaru's decision. He merely nodded and departed, carrying the remains of Ye Feng's parents and their Sharingan from Orochimaru's laboratory. Upon leaving, Ye Feng visited a coffin shop to purchase a casket. The shopkeeper, noticing the young boy acquiring a coffin, sensed the impending tragedy and refrained from excessive conversation, simply offering assistance in delivering it to its destination. Ye Feng, wishing to handle the matter himself, declined the offer and proceeded directly to the cemetery in Konoha, intending to construct a resting place for his parents in this lifetime. He sought out a picturesque spot, utilizing chakra to excavate a rectangular pit. He placed his parents' remains and Sharingan within the coffin and interred it in the pit, erecting a gravestone above it engraved with their names. At the base, he inscribed a heartfelt tribute from their son, dedicated by Uchiha Ye Feng. Having completed this solemn task, Ye Feng knelt and respectfully bowed 3 times before the grave, then rose to his feet. In that moment, he seemed to hear another consciousness whispering, "Thank you." Following this, Ye Feng experienced a profound spiritual elevation. His cells felt as if they were boiling. He sensed a torrent of natural energy surging towards his cells, inducing a feeling of saturation, followed by a sensation of swelling. Just as he felt overwhelmed, he heard a faint cracking sound. The barrier of his physical cultivation had shattered. A vast wave of natural energy surged towards Ye Feng like a tempest, invigorating every cell with life as they voraciously absorbed the energy. It wasn't long before the ambient natural energy around him began to dwindle, unable to keep pace with his cell's insatiable absorption, which showed no signs of abating. In fact, his cells emanated a faint sensation of hunger. Determined, Ye Feng retrieved a natural spirit stone and began to absorb its energy, barely matching the pace of his cell's consumption. The energies coalesced throughout his body, with his mind absorbing a significant amount. Soon, Ye Feng's eyes began to transform, the Sharingan activated, its double tomo spinning rapidly before gradually stabilizing into the three-tomo form. However, he paid little attention to this transformation. His primary concern was the dwindling natural spirit stone and the ongoing absorption by his cells. Anxiety flooded him. If the natural energy proved insufficient, where could he acquire more? He was uncertain of the implications of lacking the necessary energy for his advancement. As the natural spirit stone reached exhaustion, it seemed his cells had finally absorbed enough natural energy, and their pace began to slow. Ye Feng exhaled in relief, realizing he must pay closer attention to the availability of natural spirit stones or regions rich in natural energy, lest he find himself lacking in energy for future breakthroughs. The immense surge of energy released during his breakthrough was likely perceptible to many, prompting Ye Feng to hastily vacate the area to avoid drawing the attention of Konoha's higher-ups. As he sprinted away, he marveled at the terrifying capabilities of his body, contemplating, "I am faster than my usual self, even surpassing the speed of my predecessors. Although I have yet to test my strength, with the 8 gates and Sharingan combined, my power surely exceeds that of an average Jonin. I wonder how far I am from reaching the level of a Kage?" Upon returning home, Ye Feng took a moment to assess his condition. He felt that every cell within him could gradually absorb natural energy. Even without active cultivation, countless natural energies would converge within him, coalescing into true chi residing in his dantian. Even without deliberate practice, he would steadily accumulate true chi to enhance his strength. Most significantly, the vitality of each cell was exceptionally vibrant, prompting Ye Feng to entertain thoughts of living for hundreds or even thousands of years. Ye Feng concentrated, gathering a wisp of true chi at his fingertip, manipulating it into various shapes at will. Upon reaching the foundation establishment stage, he could store true chi, which could be projected outward. When sufficiently amassed, true chi would manifest as mist, eventually condensing into a liquid form. Once the liquid true chi filled his dantian, it could be further compressed into a solid state. The moment all true chi crystallized into solidity, he would break through to the golden core stage. At this stage of foundation establishment, he would be capable of employing various celestial techniques through the projection of true chi. For instance, he could utilize spirit runes inscribed with the blood of spiritual beasts to create formations that yield diverse effects such as invisibility, lightning strikes, clones, and fierce flames. He could also transform his true chi into elemental attacks, such as thunder palm, fire palm, and ice spike. Celestial attacks could be unleashed with mere hand seals, quicker than ninja techniques. Furthermore, spirit runes required only a modicum of energy to activate, sparing excessive consumption of his own energy, allowing for instantaneous strikes far superior to traditional ninjutsu. If he could amass a sufficient number of spirit runes, even in moments of energy depletion, he could exhaust his enemies using these runes. However, the challenge lay in the absence of the yellow paper and spiritual beast blood necessary for crafting spirit runes in this world. Ye Feng resolved to seek alternatives to yellow paper and explore whether the blood of summoned beasts could serve as a substitute. Chapter 63. The decisive Uchiha Tenjo. When it comes to summoning beasts, the first that springs to mind for Ye Feng is the toad Fukusaku from Mount Myaboku, Orochimaru's myriad snakes, and Tsunade's slug. After much contemplation, he concludes that acquiring the blood of Fukusaku would be more feasible, considering that the myriad snakes are beyond even Orochimaru's control, and the slug requires Tsunade's assistance, who has always had a contentious relationship with the Uchiha clan. If he were to request blood from Fukusaku through Jiraiya, it remains uncertain whether his request would be granted. As Ye Feng ponders the nature of spirit talismans, he remains oblivious to the commotion his breakthrough has caused among many. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage and his 3 advisors are present. "Have we yet determined what triggered such a massive surge of energy?" inquires the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Although the natural energy in the air is often imperceptible, Ye Feng's breakthrough has harnessed an overwhelming amount, akin to a tempest, allowing ninjas from numerous villages to sense it. The source of this energy seems to have vanished without a trace. Investigations into the cemetery have revealed that only a few civilians and children visited the site, and all have been checked by Umbu members, yielding no signs of significant energy within them. The Umbu captain reports, noting that Ye Feng's chakra is still in the early stages of refinement and not particularly potent. The third Hokage is troubled. A ninja capable of generating such immense power must possess formidable strength and likely harbors malevolent intentions towards Kanahagakure, akin to a ticking bomb. We should apprehend all individuals who visited the cemetery during that time frame for memory extraction, suggests Danzo Shimura. Adhering to his usual ruthless stance of better to wrongfully kill than to let escape. No, memory extraction inflicts severe damage on the soul, especially on those with little power, such as these civilians and children. Subjecting them to such procedures would be inhumane. As the leader of the village, I cannot condone such actions. The third Hokage firmly rejects the idea. Mito Kazuma and Tsurugi Kahara echo the third Hokage's sentiment, asserting that it is unacceptable to condemn these individuals based on mere suspicion. You remain too soft-hearted. This village will ultimately fall under your stewardship, Danzo retorts bitterly before departing. Orders are dispatched for Umbu personnel to remain vigilant regarding the cemetery, closely monitoring the civilians and children for any unusual activity. Such a vast surge of natural energy has also caught the attention of Orochimaru, who is astonished by the magnitude of this power. However, upon reflection, he deduces the likely source. The only individuals in the village capable of wielding natural energy are Jiraiya and Uchiha Ye Feng. Jiraiya's sage mode is not perfected enough to generate such a colossal amount of energy, leaving Ye Feng as the sole possibility. Orochimaru is taken aback by Ye Feng's ability to summon such immense natural energy, realizing that the depths of Ye Feng's strength are even more unfathomable than he had anticipated. With a faint smirk, he murmurs to himself, I underestimated you, Ye Feng. At the Uchiha clan grounds, within the clan leader's reception room, Uchiha Tenjo sits opposite Uchiha Fugaku. Did Uchiha Ye Feng truly express such sentiments? Uchiha Tenjo listens intently as Uchiha Fugaku recounts his conversation with Ye Feng, astonished by the young boy's insights. Indeed, he is not mistaken. Ye Feng possesses not only extraordinary talent, but also an intellect far beyond his years, a level of perception uncharacteristic of a mere 5-year-old. Uchiha Tenjo is equally impressed by Ye Feng's capabilities. It is indeed remarkable. Even I am astounded by Ye Feng's words and foresight. Should he remain unscathed, he could very well become a figure akin to Uchiha Madara. Given his exceptional talents and vision, he may even eclipse you as the next clan leader. The child does not mind relinquishing the position of the next Uchiha clan leader, as long as Uchiha Ye Feng can guide our clan out of adversity and towards greatness. Uchiha Fugaku replies earnestly, kneeling on one knee. Excellent. As members of the Uchiha clan, we must embody the spirit of sacrifice for our kin. In this regard, I fall short of you. However, given Ye Feng's disposition, I doubt he would aspire to the title of clan leader, Uchiha Tenjo observes with growing satisfaction toward Fugaku. Ye Feng's connection to the clan appears tenuous. His consideration for the clan likely stems from his identity as an Uchiha. You should engage with him more frequently. He could become a formidable asset for you. And there are certain individuals within the clan who must not remain. Father, what do you mean? Uchiha Fugaku's eyes widen in disbelief. This incident serves as a warning. Should Danzo's schemes come to light, the second elder's faction will incite further rebellion among the clan. At that point, it won't merely be the third Hokage we must contend with. Even the legendary Sannin of Konoha would be beyond our reach. We could be purged under the pretext of the higher echelons of the village. Thus, the second elder and his followers cannot be allowed to remain. Until the Uchiha clan is strong enough to protect itself, we cannot afford to have anyone jeopardize our family's future. Uchiha Tenjo's tone grows increasingly grim. However, the second elder wields considerable influence. If we attempt to eliminate him, it may lead to significant losses for our clan. Uchiha Fugaku hesitates. We need not eradicate everyone. Simply removing the second elder and a few of his staunch supporters will suffice. The clan meeting is next month, a time when only key members will be present, minimizing the risk. With careful planning, we can eliminate the second elder and his allies at minimal cost. As for the remaining individuals, without their leader, even if they harbor dissenting thoughts, they will lack the means to act. This also presents them with a chance, should they persist in their obstinance. I would not hesitate to eliminate more of them. Uchiha Tenjo's decisiveness is palpable. Uchiha Fugaku's expression shifts through a spectrum of emotions before he finally grits his teeth and replies, Understood. Chapter 64. Divine Consciousness at this moment. Ye Feng was oblivious to the extent of the influence his actions had on others. He vividly recalled having awakened the three-tomo Sharingan and promptly activated it, eager to test its formidable power. It was said that the single tomo enhanced dynamic visual acuity. The double tomo allowed one to perceive certain ninjutsu and replicate simple techniques, while the three tomo significantly augmented insight, replication, and genjutsu capabilities. Reflecting upon it, Ye Feng realized he had yet to learn any genjutsu. In the realm of Naruto, the most superior genjutsu seemed to be Tsukuyomi, while the more notable techniques were Itachi Uchiha's genjutsu, Mirror Heaven and Earth Turn, and genjutsu, Tormenting Chains. Itachi had employed these two genjutsu to subdue Hinata Hyuga, known for her mastery in illusions, and Kakashi Hitaki, who possessed a three-tomo Sharingan. These techniques were among Ye Feng's favorites, and fortunately, as they belonged to the Uchiha clan, acquiring them would be relatively straightforward for him. Considering he had been in this world for over a year, Ye Feng acknowledged that he had gained a modest amount of influence, albeit through the power of others. He could live without constant fear and even acquire advanced ninjutsu with relative ease, which filled him with a sense of quiet pride. For the time being, testing the prowess of his three-tomo was not feasible, so he turned his attention to other changes within himself. Ye Feng closed his eyes and concentrated on his condition. Despite not actively training, he sensed natural energy gradually entering his body, transforming into true qi. Upon further reflection, he discovered that each of his cells seemed to possess a life of their own, autonomously absorbing the surrounding natural energy and converting it into true qi for storage within him, although the amount was less than what he could actively absorb. The continuous influx meant that even without training, he could slowly enhance his strength over time. As he continued to sense his own divine consciousness, he realized it could extend to perceive nearby objects. With his eyes closed, Ye Feng could discern the size, distance, and even the color of items around him. It appeared his divine consciousness had transcended the confines of his physical form. He then expanded its range, perceiving the people and events nearby, observing their actions and expressions. Even their voices, a group of playful children, women engaged in conversation, a quarreling couple, and well, a rather unexpected scene. He also detected two masked ninjas lurking in the shadows. To his surprise, he could see the faces beneath their masks, their gazes seemingly scrutinizing Ye Feng's home. It was apparent they were monitoring him, likely members of the Umbu. Thankfully, they did not belong to the root organization. Otherwise, it might indicate that the incident at the cemetery had attracted the attention of Konoha's higher-ups. As long as they harbored no ill intentions towards him, he was unconcerned. While Ye Feng observed the Umbu ninjas assigned to monitor him, they became aware of an unseen presence watching them and began searching for any suspicious individuals. However, after a prolonged search, they found nothing, prompting Ye Feng to cease his scrutiny. Although his divine consciousness provided him with clarity, it was still perceptible to sensitive ninjas who could feel the sensation of being observed. Ye Feng continued to extend his divine consciousness until it reached approximately 3 kilometers, where the details of people and objects became indistinguishable and sounds faded. However, he could still sense signs of life. Expanding his reach to 5 kilometers, he could no longer detect any traces of life, which he surmised was his limit. The utility of divine consciousness was remarkable, far surpassing the third Hokage's telescope technique. Ye Feng chuckled to himself, occasionally sporting a rather mischievous expression. The telescope technique required a crystal ball as a medium and could only perceive specific chakra signatures, whereas Ye Feng's divine consciousness allowed him to see clearly within his range. Unaffected by visual obstructions, especially advantageous in battle, where even if one could not see, they could still perceive the entirety of the situation with greater clarity. A sudden thought struck Ye Feng. Cultivating divine consciousness to a certain degree could manifest as a mental attack, relying on immense and concentrated mental energy to disrupt an opponent's psyche, potentially leading to dizziness or unconsciousness. In a world where spiritual cultivation was virtually non-existent, such a technique could prove invaluable, being colorless and formless. This recent elevation in his capabilities had indeed brought about significant changes for Ye Feng. Not only had his physical prowess seen vast improvement, but his divine consciousness could now reach remarkable distances, marking him as an exceptionally perceptive ninja, further enhanced by sage arts and talismans. As long as he remained prudent, few in this ninja world could pose a threat to him. Having gained a thorough understanding of his abilities, Ye Feng noted that the day was drawing to a close. With his body now capable of self-training, he felt less urgency to engage in rigorous practice. Instead, he planned to venture out for a delightful meal, hoping to encounter Minato Namikaze along the way, as he wished to ask him to inform Jiraiya regarding the matter of Gamabunda's blood. At this time, it was likely dinner hour, and Minato would probably be occupied with Kushina. Ye Feng made his way to the commercial district, expanding his divine consciousness in search of familiar faces. Indeed, there were many people around. However, he seemed unaware of a nearby hot spring bathhouse. Upon extending his divine consciousness within, he stumbled upon a scene he had longed to witness, causing an uncontrollable nosebleed. Whose child was this, to bleed so profusely? Surely, they must be injured. The passers-by speculated about Ye Feng's embarrassing predicament, leaving him feeling utterly mortified, wishing for a hole to swallow him whole. Yet, that was not the most significant matter at hand. Ye Feng noticed a striking woman with light yellow hair and ample bosom hastily exiting the bathhouse. It was Tsunade, who appeared to be searching for someone. Having been bathing herself, she sensed the intrusion of prying eyes and immediately suspected Jiraiya had returned, intending to confront him for daring to spy on her. However, after a brief search, she found no trace of him. Chapter 65. The team leader. How could I encounter this formidable figure? No, I must make a hasty retreat. Just moments ago, my senses had vaguely detected a striking silhouette. It couldn't possibly be Tsunade, could it? Realizing the precariousness of the situation, Ye Feng hurriedly fled. He recalled Jiraiya's near-fatal encounter while spying on Tsunade. Their relationship certainly lacked the warmth that might spare him from a similar fate. Tsunade, unable to find any trace of Jiraiya, scanned the bustling crowd with a skeptical gaze. Fortunately, she only saw the fleeing Uchiha Ye Feng, and it was a blessing that he currently possessed the form of a mere 5-year-old child, which prevented her from drawing any alarming conclusions. Otherwise, today could have marked the end of Ye Feng. Indeed, one should not carelessly wield their psychic abilities. With so many formidable ninjas in Konoha, a simple scan could easily reveal Tsunade, leaving one to wonder who might be uncovered next. Since my psychic senses were now unusable, locating Minato Namikaze became a daunting task, and without knowledge of his residence, it seemed prudent to postpone that search. First, I must satisfy my hunger. Konoha is renowned for its barbecue. However, after indulging too much, Ye Feng found it rather monotonous. Thus, he opted for an izakaya, seeking to sample different fare. As fate would have it, after braving the risk of death in search of Minato, he unexpectedly spotted him at the izakaya. Seated across from the illustrious Konoha White Fang, Kakashi's father, Tsukumo Hitaki. It would be rude to interrupt their conversation. Thus, Ye Feng decided to address his dinner needs first. Upholding the virtues of good manners, he took a seat at the table adjacent to Minato. At such a close distance, it would be difficult for Minato not to notice him. Come, join us for a meal, Minato invited warmly. Ye Feng, feeling pleased, responded. I am truly grateful for your hospitality, Brother Minato. He then politely greeted Tsukumo. Good evening, Uncle Tsukumo. Ah, you are Uchiha Ye Feng. I often hear of you from Kakashi. Your talents are indeed remarkable, Tsukumo remarked. A ninja of exceptional prowess, even surpassing the legendary Sannin. Tsukumo undoubtedly possessed strength akin to that of a Hokage. Had he not been so emotionally sensitive, he may not have met such an early demise. I'm merely a child. Kakashi is also here, and this is my first meal with him, Ye Feng replied, finally noticing that Kakashi sat beside Tsukumo, his small stature obscured by his father's presence. Am I interrupting your conversation? Ye Feng feigned innocence. Not at all. Tsukumo merely hopes that Kakashi will be assigned to my team upon graduation, Minato explained, adding. Kakashi has applied for early graduation. He will likely become the youngest genin. You must strive to keep up with Kakashi, Minato encouraged. His ever-cheerful demeanor unwittingly causing discomfort for both Tsukumo and Kakashi. While Minato was unaware of some of the village's latest happenings, Tsukumo and Kakashi certainly were. It was common knowledge that Uchiha Ye Feng, being even younger than Kakashi, possessed extraordinary abilities, making his promotion to genin a foregone conclusion. Ahem. Minato. You should know that Ye Feng is among those applying for early graduation as well, Tsukumo quickly interjected, feeling the need to clarify. Ye Feng is truly remarkable. It's no wonder he has created A-rank jutsu, Minato responded, his astonishment quickly turning into acceptance. However, Ye Feng wore a look of exasperation. Minato's candidness had inadvertently exposed his secret. What? Uchiha Ye Feng has actually created A-rank jutsu? Kakashi's expression was one of disbelief. He recognized Ye Feng's prowess. Yet he never imagined he would be outshone in such a manner, especially in the realm of jutsu creation. Tsukumo, too, found it hard to believe. A-rank jutsu typically required advanced mastery over elemental transformations, something even genin struggled to achieve. The way Tsukumo now regarded Ye Feng shifted from that of a mentor to a recognition of extraordinary genius. Kakashi, however, felt a sting of pride. He had always considered himself superior among his peers, but Ye Feng's accomplishments had decisively challenged that notion. Let us keep this under wraps. It wouldn't do for such information to spread, Ye Feng insisted, wishing to maintain a low profile and develop quietly without drawing undue attention. Realizing his misstep, Minato cast an apologetic glance towards Ye Feng. By the way, are there many students graduating early? Ye Feng tactfully redirected the conversation. There are only you two from the first year. The rest are fourth-year graduates. If you hadn't been training under Orochimaru, perhaps you and Kakashi would have been placed on the same team, Tsukumo explained, displaying his knowledge on the matter. Graduating early at such a young age clearly indicated prodigious talent. The third Hokage would not overlook Kakashi and would certainly seek to include him in the elite ranks. With the Sannin no longer accepting disciples, the most likely mentor for Kakashi would be Minato, who possessed both strength and talent, destined to become a formidable figure. This was precisely why Tsukumo wished for Minato to take Kakashi under his wing. Since Orochimaru is always in the lab, I rarely see him. Does that mean Kakashi and I will become teammates, with you as our leader, Brother Minato? I will have lost a measure of seniority, Ye Feng lamented dramatically. Tsukumo and Minato exchanged incredulous glances, bemused by Ye Feng's perspective. To have multiple powerful mentors was a privilege sought after by many, yet here he was, expressing dissatisfaction. Chapter 66. The Toad went after a hearty meal. The group parted ways. Yet, Ye Feng did not forget his mission and hurried to follow Minato Namikaze. Ye Feng, you seem to have something to discuss with me, Minato observed as Ye Feng trailed behind him, sensing the urgency in his demeanor. Actually, I seek Lord Jiraiya. I desire some blood from the summoning beast, Toad Wenta. However, Lord Jiraiya has been traveling extensively, and I lack his contact information, so I must trouble you. Ye Feng admitted, slightly embarrassed to directly ask for assistance. I can summon Toad Wenta myself, but he can be rather uncommunicative, and given the nature of blood extraction, he is unlikely to consent, Minato replied. Have you already signed a summoning contract with Mount Myaboku? Ye Feng was surprised to learn that Minato had secured such a contract so early, suggesting that he was nearing the ability to cultivate Sage Mode. Could you inquire on my behalf? Ye Feng proposed. With Minato Namikaze at his side, he felt confident that there was no need for Jiraiya. Why don't I summon Toad Wenta, and you can converse with him yourselves? We should find a clearing in the forest. Toad Wenta is quite large, Minato suggested. Uncertain if he could guarantee success and preferring to let Ye Feng handle it. With that, he leaped off the rooftop, eager to test Ye Feng's abilities. Minato was curious about Ye Feng's prowess, as he had been dubbed a genius by Kakashi Hatake, indicating that he possessed considerable strength. Thus, he sprinted ahead to see if Ye Feng could keep pace, which served as a small test. As Minato glanced back while running, he noticed that Ye Feng had indeed caught up, prompting him to accelerate. However, the distance between them continued to diminish. When they were not far from their destination, Ye Feng chose to slow down. Following closely behind Minato, Ye Feng discerned his intentions. He was confident that his current speed surpassed Minato's, so he exerted just enough effort to maintain a balanced distance behind him. Realizing that the gap remained constant, Minato understood that Ye Feng was holding back, further piquing his curiosity about Ye Feng's abilities. Unfortunately, they soon arrived at their destination, leaving little time for further testing. Ye Feng, it is hard to imagine that at such a young age you possess this level of strength, Minato remarked genuinely. Thank you. It seems the heavens have favored me. Ye Feng replied with a hint of modesty. Since his breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage, he felt his spirit had ascended, allowing him to engage in light-hearted banter with friends. Please stand back a bit. I am about to summon him. Be prepared, as Wenta has quite the temper, Minato cautioned. Stepping back 20 meters, he then bit his finger, formed hand seals, and pressed his hands to the ground, where a vast and intricate summoning formation appeared, enveloped in a thick cloud of smoke. Toad Wenta's imposing figure materialized within the mist. Although Ye Feng had seen the enormous toad in anime, witnessing its massive presence in person evoked an entirely different sensation. Its towering stature and overwhelming aura could easily intimidate many. A booming voice echoed, resonating like a powerful speaker, causing Ye Feng's ears to ring. You little brat, what business do you have summoning me? Lord Wenta, this young man has something he wishes to discuss with you. Minato interjected upon hearing the toad's inquiry. Is that so? What do you want, young one? Wenta shifted slightly, casting a downward glance at Ye Feng. The mere motion from Wenta felt seismic to Ye Feng. Lord Wenta, I seek some of your blood, Ye Feng stated plainly. Ha! You think you can simply demand my blood? What do you intend to offer in return? Wenta scoffed, his laughter thundering like a storm. Realizing he had neglected to consider an appropriate exchange, Ye Feng scrambled to think of what Wenta might desire. However, he could not recall anything that Wenta lacked or particularly wanted. What does Lord Wenta desire? Perhaps I can fulfill your needs, Ye Feng suggested, hoping to prompt Wenta to articulate his demands. Ha! I doubt you possess anything of value to me. Do not summon me again unless it is necessary, Wenta declared dismissively. Turning to warn Minato. Seeing Wenta preparing to leave, Ye Feng felt a surge of desperation but struggled to conceive an adequate offering. In a moment of impulsivity, he exclaimed, Lord Wenta, do you underestimate me? I challenge you to a duel. Oh, I have no time to play with a child. Run along to your mother, Wenta retorted. Minato. Lend me a kunai. If Lord Wenta thinks so little of me, I shall not hold back, Ye Feng declared, readying himself for combat. Ye Feng, remain calm. Wenta is far too powerful for you, Minato urged, concerned for Ye Feng's safety. I haven't encountered such an audacious child in ages. I'm curious to see how you intend to proceed, Wenta mused, perhaps entertained by Ye Feng's bravado. Rest assured, Minato, I will manage. I simply need a weapon. Ye Feng assured, knowing he would need to borrow one from Minato. Recognizing the determination in both Ye Feng and Wenta, Minato realized he could not dissuade them. He retrieved a kunai and tossed it to Ye Feng. Ye Feng caught it deftly, practiced a few motions, and then called out to Wenta, prepare yourself. Chapter 67, Blood at Hand with a teasing grin. Wenta the Toad observed Ye Feng and remarked, do as you please. Upon hearing Wenta's words, Ye Feng began to circulate his chakra throughout his body, enhancing his physical attributes. The first gate of the 8 gates was instantly unlocked, and Ye Feng felt a sense of ease as he withstood the initial surge. Encouraged, he attempted to open the second gate. Given Ye Feng's exceptional physical strength, surpassing even Might Guy, it was reasonable to believe that he could unlock the 6th gate. However, he had yet to experience the trials of the other gates and had not acclimated to the shocks of the 8 gates. Nevertheless, activating the second gate posed little challenge. Watching from the sidelines, Minato Namikaze sensed the immense chakra emanating from Ye Feng as he unlocked the 8 gates. When Ye Feng opened the second gate, his chakra surged once more, generating gusts of wind that sent dust and small stones swirling around him. Minato was left astounded. He had initially overestimated Ye Feng, but now he realized he had still underestimated him. I'm going in, Ye Feng exclaimed as he charged forward. His speed was so extraordinary that Minato barely registered his movement, only noticing the ground shatter from the force of his departure. The velocity took Ye Feng by surprise as well, but thanks to the clarity of mind and ultimate control over his body granted by the first gate, he managed to steady himself. He swiftly made a small incision on Wenta's forelimb, from which blood began to flow. For the colossal Wenta, it felt akin to a mere prick from a needle. To Ye Feng's astonishment at how easily he succeeded, he quickly turned to collect the blood in a vial. However, before he could gather much, Wenta swung his forelimb, sending Ye Feng tumbling away. In the aftermath, Wenta's furious roar echoed, "You insolent brat, how dare you injure me?" As Ye Feng was tossed aside, he deftly rolled upon landing and surveyed the vial containing a third of the blood. Glancing back at the enraged Wenta, he thought, a third of a vial should suffice for the time being. With such a massive creature incensed, it would be wise to keep my distance. Thus, Ye Feng shouted from afar, "I sincerely apologize, Lord Wenta. I have matters to attend to. Please do not see me off." With that, he turned and fled. Wenta, incensed by Ye Feng's escape, felt humiliated, outwitted by a mere child and wounded, albeit lightly. Though the wound healed in mere moments, it was a blatant affront. Not long ago, he had mocked Ye Feng for overestimating his capabilities, and now he found himself injured and having lost blood. Such indignity was intolerable. "You little brat, do not think you can run away. I will kill you," Wenta bellowed, pursuing Ye Feng. This sudden turn of events alarmed Minato, who could not allow the massive Wenta to enter Konoha. He quickly positioned himself in front of Wenta, explaining and apologizing profusely. Wenta, still seething, recognized that he could not enter the village. Ultimately, he let out a resounding roar, "You insolent brat, do not let me see you again." With that, he dissipated into smoke. From a distance, Ye Feng watched the smoke vanish, sighing in relief. If Wenta had pursued him relentlessly, Ye Feng would have found it challenging to deal with. His current abilities lacked the offensive power to confront such a gigantic foe. However, his speed was unmatched, and he had no fear of Wenta. He simply wished to avoid escalating the situation. He could always find a way to make amends with Wenta later. Lost in thought, Ye Feng suddenly noticed Minato's figure appearing beside him. A moment later, Minato lamented, "You've put me in a difficult position, Ye Feng. I promised various benefits just to send him back. My sincerest apologies, Minato. I truly did not anticipate that the toad would be so infuriating. Nonetheless, the outcome was favorable. I acquired the blood, albeit in lesser quantity." Ye Feng felt somewhat guilty for leaving the situation for Minato to handle. "By the way, what do you need Wenta's blood for?" Minato, somewhat oblivious, only thought to ask now. Indeed, he had inherited his son's tendency to be a bit slow on the uptake. This blood is of great use. Once I finalize my concoction, I shall present you with a vial, an absolute bargain, I assure you. It was a way to compensate Minato for the trouble he had inadvertently caused. How has your Rasengan training progressed? Minato, not one to dwell on grievances, quickly shifted the topic. I've been too busy to practice lately. You must have perfected it by now. Indeed, it now possesses the power of an A-rank jutsu, but I feel there is still room for enhancement. I sense there must be a way to grow stronger. True to his reputation, Minato was always forward-thinking. Once the Rasengan is fully matured, consider incorporating some elemental attributes. While the pure form is only A-rank, its lack of elemental affiliation allows for greater adaptability to other transformations, potentially elevating its power to at least S-rank. Ye Feng was leveraging his memory to instruct the creator on his own jutsu. Minato's eyes lit up at Ye Feng's suggestion. He was not lacking in talent. He simply had not contemplated such a transformation until now. Ye Feng's presence had expedited this realization considerably. In the future, it would be his son, Naruto Uzumaki, who would integrate elemental changes into the technique. Your idea is indeed feasible. Adding wind attributes would enhance the cutting power. An A-rank technique combined with wind would surely yield S-rank potency. Alternatively, incorporating lightning attributes could produce explosive effects, also reaching S-rank. Ye Feng, you are truly a genius. Minato became somewhat animated, eagerly theorizing the possibilities of various elemental integrations while lavishing praise upon Ye Feng. Seeing Minato so absorbed, Ye Feng realized he could not linger any longer. If he delayed further, he risked encountering Konoha's little firecracker again. He quickly interjected, Minato, please take your time to ponder. I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Without waiting for a response, he sprinted away. Chapter 68. Crafting Spirit Talismans. The requirements for spirit talismans in relation to blood are contingent upon the intricacies of the inscription and the requisite amount of vital energy. Naturally, more complex talismans necessitate a greater number of strokes, while more potent spirit talismans demand an increased infusion of vital energy, as well as a larger quantity of blood to adequately sustain this energy. Ye Feng, however, was uncertain of the precise amount of blood and vital energy required for a single talisman, and he even lacked knowledge of what alternative paper could replace the traditional yellow paper. Initially, Ye Feng visited a ninja tool shop, purchasing a variety of papers suitable for ninjutsu, including those for recording scrolls, explosive talismans, and even animal hide paper. Unfortunately, the prices were exorbitant, resulting in him acquiring less than 10 sheets of each type, depleting his funds entirely. Moreover, having already accepted the medicinal materials provided by the Uchiha clan, requesting additional money would seem inappropriate. Once Ye Feng had gathered his supplies, he wasted no time in returning home, eager to create his first spirit talisman and test its effectiveness. Upon his arrival, he laid out a sheet of each type of paper on the table and retrieved a specialized brush for writing ninjutsu, replacing the ink with the blood of Gamabunta, and began inscribing several strokes on each sheet while infusing vital energy into the mixture of blood. It is noteworthy that, as one of the three great summoning beasts, Gamabunta's blood, when combined with natural energy, could seamlessly integrate with vital energy. This realization bolstered Ye Feng's confidence in the feasibility of spirit talismans. The high compatibility suggested that he could potentially inscribe advanced talismans. However, his current reserves of vital energy were insufficient for such endeavors. Ye Feng procured 7 types of paper for ninjutsu, yet only 3 could withstand Gamabunta's blood, and among those, merely 2 were capable of sustaining the fusion of blood and vital energy. The paper for sealing ninjutsu scrolls, referred to as sealing paper, and the paper for explosive talismans. The sealing paper exhibited remarkable stability in accommodating the fused energy, albeit this stability required a greater expenditure of energy for release, slightly elongating the activation time. On the other hand, while the explosive talisman paper could also bear the fused energy, it was less stable, rendering the resulting talismans difficult to store for extended periods. The more potent the talisman, the shorter its lifespan before it would spontaneously detonate. Nevertheless, they provided the advantage of rapid release, requiring only a minimal amount of energy for swift activation. Consequently, Ye Feng resolved to prepare a few sealing talismans, termed sluggish talismans, and explosive talismans, termed swift talismans, prioritizing the latter due to their shorter shelf life. He commenced with the most elementary fire talisman, which, as the name suggests, embodies the fire attribute. Based on its fusion capabilities, he inscribed a fire attribute formation, wherein the infusion of energy would activate the formation, transforming the fused energy into fire and unleashing it. Despite being a basic talisman, the intricacies of its inscription were far from simple. Previous sketches merely tested the paper's properties, which did not demand high standards. In contrast, the actual writing required a concentration of mental energy to control every portion of the fused energy. Any minor flaw in the inscription would render the talisman unusable, and the energy needed to remain evenly distributed throughout the process. Otherwise, instability would ensue, jeopardizing the entire paper. The formation itself was exceedingly intricate, necessitating prolonged engraving. After an hour, Ye Feng managed to inscribe 5 talisman papers, only to find the first one ruined due to a mistake. The remaining 4 were devoid of errors, however. The uneven infusion of energy caused them to explode, leaving Ye Feng's face charred and singeing a portion of his hair. Realizing he could not continue in this manner, Ye Feng pondered the difficulty of controlling his mental focus, as even slight fluctuations in thought could disrupt his concentration, leading to variations in energy infusion. Wasn't the first gate of the 8 gates of Uchiha designed to enhance such control? Determined, he decided to activate the first gate. Almost immediately, he felt his mental clarity improve, allowing for greater control over his body. With renewed determination, he inscribed the 6th talisman. Feeling a marked difference in his ability to manage the fused energy, completing the task seamlessly and without pause. Buoyed by his initial success, he proceeded to inscribe the 7th, 8th, and 9th talismans, all of which were executed with remarkable ease. Upon finishing the 9th talisman, he realized he had exhausted the explosive talisman paper. Nevertheless, Ye Feng felt mentally drained. Crafting spirit talismans was inherently taxing, and activating the 8 gates of Uchiha intensified this fatigue. Though he could manage his control more smoothly now, the exhaustion began to distract him. He found himself bewildered by the sheer toll of inscribing just a few basic talismans. Pondering how laborious the creation of advanced or even top-tier talismans would be, he had envisioned himself wielding thousands of talismans against enemy forces, embodying an indomitable warrior spirit. Now, however, this aspiration felt utterly unattainable. The prospect of gathering thousands of talismans seemed improbable unless he committed to daily creation, forsaking his training to complete the task before the impending Third War. Resolving to abandon unrealistic fantasies, he opted for a brief respite to recuperate his mental faculties. In his fatigued state, Ye Feng neglected to tidy the cluttered table before retreating to his room to meditate, unaware that he was not alone in the house. The recovery of his mental state was excruciatingly slow, compounded by the significant expenditure of his mental energy. He persisted in his meditation late into the night. Meanwhile, Guy returned from his training, and upon entering, his eyes immediately fell upon the scattered inscription papers and completed spirit talismans on the table. Curiosity piqued. Guy examined the papers, noting their disarray and concluding they were not of great importance. However, knowing that both ninjutsu scrolls and explosive talismans required a modicum of chakra for activation, he surmised that these similarly crafted papers might function likewise and attempted to infuse them with a bit of chakra. Chapter 69. Piercing the roof at that moment. Guy observed a red glow emanating from the talisman, followed by a tremendous fireball that erupted forth. Fortunately, he was not directly facing the talisman. The fireball whizzed past his face, singeing a few strands of his hair, and with a resounding bang, it pierced through the roof and soared into the sky. The thunderous sound startled Ye Feng, who was in the midst of his training. Realizing something was amiss, his expression changed dramatically as he dashed out of the room. There, he beheld a terrified Guy and a gaping hole in the roof. In piecing together the situation, Ye Feng surmised what had transpired. At that moment, Guy, who was recuperating at home, also emerged to investigate the commotion. Ye Feng, having no time to explain, hastily gathered the materials and talismans from the table and stashed them back into his room. Just as he finished tidying up, ninjas from the Uchiha guard burst in. Did fire ninjutsu originate from your side? What has transpired? The Uchiha clan was generally courteous to its members, especially to Ye Feng, who had been emphasized for cultivation by the family. My sincerest apologies. I was merely practicing ninjutsu and accidentally misfired. Ye Feng fabricated an excuse to deflect the guard's inquiries about the talisman. Be more careful next time. Thankfully, there were no injuries. Otherwise, even a genius of the Uchiha clan would find himself in jail for a few days. We shall take our leave, as it was merely a mistake. The Uchiha guards warned Ye Feng to exercise caution before departing. Once the guards had left, Might Dai approached to inquire about the incident. Might Guy recounted the events in a fragmented manner. Might Dai glanced between Ye Feng and the large hole in the roof, sensing that Ye Feng was engaged in something extraordinary. However, since these matters were secrets of Ye Feng, he refrained from probing further. He promptly warned Might Guy. Little Ye Feng is a genius. He may concoct various unusual things in the future. Do not meddle. It will only bring trouble to Ye Feng. Furthermore, this matter must not be disclosed. Otherwise, I shall break your legs. Seeing Might Guy reprimanded, Ye Feng hurriedly intervened. It's nothing serious, merely an experiment with ninjutsu. Kai, are you hurt anywhere? No, the fireball shot past me. I am unscathed, but the roof Might Guy pointed towards the ceiling. Ye Feng sighed inwardly. He was quite impoverished and now faced this predicament. He needed to find a way to earn some money soon, or he wouldn't even have funds to repair the roof. Yet, he put on a facade of nonchalance, aware that Might Dai and his son were also financially strained. It's nothing, just a damaged roof. I'll have someone fix it tomorrow. Now, let us all return to our meals and rest. Upon returning to his room, Ye Feng organized the items he had hastily thrown about earlier, gazing at the remaining 3 fire talismans. He pondered, if I wish to earn money quickly, selling fire talismans is my only option. However, they cannot be openly sold in Konoha. I must discreetly sell them to acquaintances. The only familiar faces he could think of were Orochimaru and Minato Namikaze, so he decided to sell them to Minato, as he had previously promised him a finished product. As he observed the night sky darkening, he resolved to venture out the following day. He prepared a simple dinner and then practiced his spiritual recovery techniques. The next morning, Ye Feng set out early. Although he was unaware of Minato Namikaze's exact residence, he had a general idea of the area and began to inquire nearby. Once he discerned Minato's address and arrived at his home, he coincidentally spotted Minato just as he was about to leave. Brother Minato, do you have a moment? Ye Feng called out eagerly. Ye Feng-kun, you've come early to see me. Is there something you need? Minato recalled that he had never shared his address with Ye Feng, so it was clear that Ye Feng had intentionally sought him out. The product made from Gamabuna's blood is ready. I promised to deliver one to you yesterday. I'm here to bring it and test its effects. Did you finish it so soon? What kind of item is it? Minato inquired, intrigued, as it was made from Gamabuna's blood. Ye Feng produced a fire talisman from his pocket. This is it. I call it the fire talisman. It is an offensive ninjutsu. I've just completed it and have yet to test its power. Would you like to join me, Brother Minato? I wasted one yesterday, but it merely pierced the roof, making it difficult to gauge its true strength. I can only surmise that its power must be considerable. Very well. However, I need to pick up Kushina. Would it be all right to bring her along? Minato asked, somewhat apologetically, knowing that such matters should remain confidential. Ye Feng considered this. If Minato knew, it would be equivalent to Kushina knowing as well. Minato wouldn't intentionally hide anything from her, and Ye Feng trusted their integrity. Of course, but please keep it a secret. Naturally. Let us go. Minato replied with delight, leading Ye Feng to find Uzumaki Kushina. Upon arriving at Kushina's home, she was already waiting at the door. Seeing Minato approach, she eagerly leaped forward and asked, "Where are we going to play today?" However, her smile quickly faded upon noticing Ye Feng emerging from behind Minato. She questioned him, "What are you doing here, you brat? Want to tag along with us?" Ye Feng forced a smile, fully aware that his presence would be seen as an unwelcome interruption to her romantic escapades. "Kushina, Ye Feng has invented something fun. Let's go check it out together." "This will be my first time seeing it too," Minato hurriedly explained, sensing the tension in the air. "Really? I didn't expect this little brat to be an inventor. I must see what it is that has you so excited." Minato, Kushina, like a child, was captivated by the prospect of something new and intriguing. Chapter 70. The Power of the Fire Spirit Talisman. Before long, the 3 individuals arrived at the secluded spot where the summoning toad, Fukusaku, had previously been. This remote location was indeed perfect for their experiment. Upon reaching the site, Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki fixed their gazes intently upon Ye Feng. The creation of spirit talismans was no simple task, and releasing one felt rather disheartening. Yet, to ascertain the true power and value of his creation was essential. Hence, he retrieved the last 3 talismans from his pocket, handed one to Minato, and explained its usage. This is the Fire Spirit Talisman. By infusing a modicum of chakra, it can be activated to unleash a considerable fireball upon enemies. However, it is a one-time use item, and once expended, it becomes ineffective. Upon hearing about the function and efficacy of the Fire Spirit Talisman, both Minato and Kushina were intrigued. Most scrolls in the ninja world were primarily used for reading or recording information or for sealing and storing items. Some were designed to control ninja tools, summoning them for offensive purposes. However, they had yet to encounter a summoning ninjutsu like this. Thus, Minato and Kushina bombarded Ye Feng with questions about the talisman. Just a small amount of chakra is sufficient to activate it? Can it attack from a distance? Is there a delay in its release? Caught off guard by the barrage of inquiries, Ye Feng replied, "You'll find out its effects by simply using one." In their excitement, Minato and Kushina did not contemplate further. Minato grasped the fire spirit talisman, oriented the drawing side towards the trees ahead, and infused a slight amount of chakra. Immediately, a massive fireball seemingly materialized from thin air, hurtling towards a large tree, which was obliterated by the explosive effect of the talisman. The fireball continued onward, crashing into a second tree and demolishing half of its trunk before finally dissipating. Such power. This must surpass a rank ninjutsu. Minato and Kushina were taken aback by the potency of the fire spirit talisman, with Kushina momentarily at a loss for words. It indeed exceeded A rank, yet did not reach S rank. However, the instantaneous activation without the need for hand seals and the minimal chakra consumption were remarkable. Minato quickly regained his composure, making a relatively accurate assessment of the talisman's strength. Initially, upon hearing it was a paper talisman for releasing ninjutsu, they instinctively assumed its power would be limited, comparable perhaps to an explosion tag, if not weaker. Yet, its ability to attack from a distance and its simplicity of activation made it a commendable item. They had not anticipated its strength to exceed A rank. And even more astonishing was its instant activation. The minimal chakra requirement meant that a seasoned jonin could potentially activate thousands of fire spirit talismans. If a ninja could carry 1,000 of these talismans, one could only wonder who in the ninja world could withstand such an onslaught. If each leaf ninja were to carry a few, the mortality rate during missions would be significantly diminished. Minato's eyes gleamed with fervor as he inquired, "Ye Feng, might I ask how many of these fire spirit talismans you have left? Is mass production a possibility?" Upon seeing the expression on Minato's face, Ye Feng understood his implications and promptly doused his hopes with a sobering remark. "Minato, you need to abandon that thought. I have exhausted all my energy to create these 3 fire spirit talismans, and I have yet to recover. I only brought them out for testing because it was my first attempt, and they were crafted using Fukasaku's blood, which is not easily obtained. Furthermore, the blood required is quite substantial. I used almost half of what I had last time." Disappointment washed over Minato's features as he hesitantly suggested, "Would it be possible to?" Ye Feng interrupted, fully aware of Minato's intentions. "This creation cannot be offered to the village. Setting aside the fact that it requires the blood of a powerful summoning beast, only I can create it. Just exposing this to the higher-ups of Konoha would spell trouble for me. As a jonin, you should be aware of their character." Minato seemed inclined to defend the third Hokage, stating, "I believe the third Hokage would not covet your creation. And what of the other higher-ups? Can you trust them so easily? The mere thought of them wanting my life is enough to ensure that even the third could not protect me," Ye Feng asserted, extinguishing Minato's unrealistic fantasies. Kushina chimed in to counsel, "Indeed, Minato, Danzo Shimura would undoubtedly seek to monopolize this secret technique. Even if the third disapproves, he would proceed, and his methods would likely leave little regard for Ye Feng's life. Moreover, Ye Feng only agreed to test the fire spirit talismans with us due to his trust." Minato, hearing Kushina's words, felt a chill and disdain for the actions of the Konoha higher-ups, his demeanor gradually returning to normal as he apologized to Ye Feng. "Ye Feng, I am sorry. I was overly optimistic and have betrayed your trust. Do not worry. By presenting this fire spirit talisman, I have placed my trust in you. This talisman is for you. While it may not enhance your tangible power, its instantaneous nature could serve as a means of survival in dire situations," he said, extending the fire spirit talisman towards Minato. "And what of mine, dear Ye Feng?" Kushina suddenly interjected with a gentle tone. Ye Feng thought to himself, "Konoha's little firecracker is quite familiar. I never agreed to be your brother. Being your brother would be a trial." However, despite this internal dialogue, he refrained from voicing such sentiments. Seeing that Kushina desired the talisman, he decided to sell it to her, stating, "I only have this one fire spirit talisman left, and the materials necessary for its creation are quite costly. I have spent all my living expenses on it. Since Kushina wishes for it, and Ye Feng, you will require funds for materials for future creations, I shall purchase the other fire spirit talisman from you." "Name your price," Minato interjected at the opportune moment. Ye Feng feigned hesitation before slowly extending a finger. Chapter 71. The ambush on Minato Namikaze's 1 million. Indeed a price well justified. Excellent. Let us settle on this figure. Should any novel items arise in the future, do not forget my name. Ye Feng was somewhat taken aback, pondering. 1 million. I merely sought 100,000. Are the Jonin of Konoha truly this extravagant? However, to forego a profitable venture would be foolish. I must seize this opportunity. Thus, Ye Feng presented another fire spirit talisman to Kushina Uzumaki. Minato Namikaze and Kushina were equally swift, promptly escorting Ye Feng to retrieve his earnings. The sensation of possessing wealth is delightful. Although I seldom require money, merely having a substantial amount instills a sense of confidence in my stride. Now, I have sufficient funds for repairs and to procure materials for future endeavors. Earning money is indeed so effortless. With 1 million in hand, Ye Feng's demeanor radiated joy, even indulging in a bit of vanity in his thoughts. Yet, while Ye Feng's finances had markedly improved, the supply of blood remained insufficient. Although it was not as exaggerated as he had claimed to Minato, having used up half his blood. The previous day's failed inscriptions combined with the blood consumed for the successful creations had amounted to 1/5 of his total. Even if he were to succeed in all future inscriptions, he could only produce around 20 or 30 talismans, and he also aspired to create other basic talismans. With no immediate solutions at hand, he dismissed the thought for now, should he find himself in dire need of blood later. He might consider partnering with Orochimaru or Minato to exploit the resources of Manda or Gamabunta. Ye Feng pondered this with a hint of irritation. After purchasing an abundance of crafting materials, Ye Feng returned home and continued inscribing talismans using the 8 gates technique. He first crafted 2 fire spirit talismans for protection, before attempting to inscribe an invisibility talisman. As its name suggests, the invisibility talisman allows the user to become concealed, enveloping them in a layer of true energy, rendering them undetectable to the naked eye and sensory perception of others. In the realm of cultivation, such talismans hold little significance, as true energy can often be sensed by other practitioners. However, in the world of Naruto, this changes drastically. Here, ninjutsu is rooted in chakra, and true energy is seldom detectable, save for ninjas proficient in sage arts or those endowed with extraordinary sensory abilities. This greatly enhances the efficacy of the invisibility talisman. Moreover, even while attacking, the user remains undetectable, although such actions significantly reduce the duration of invisibility, as the true energy consumed during an attack diminishes the talisman's effectiveness. This rudimentary invisibility talisman lasts only 3 minutes. Further attacks could grant the user mere seconds of concealment. However, as long as the user refrains from aggression, it serves as a potent life-saving artifact. This was precisely why Ye Feng chose to learn its creation second, perhaps due to his inexperience with inscribing the invisibility formation. His first attempt was a failure. The second and third attempts, however, were more successful, allowing him to complete the invisibility talisman. Yet, Ye Feng found his mental energy and true energy nearly depleted. After a night of cultivation, he had not fully restored his mental acuity, and his true energy remained scarce. Having inscribed only 4 talismans, he had exhausted his recently recovered reserves. Ye Feng realized that he had been depleting his mental and true energy without any tangible increase in strength, which was disconcerting. Sacrificing his advancement for the sake of talismans was a misallocation of priorities. He resolved to establish a rule, to produce a maximum of 2 talismans daily, conserving the rest of his energy for personal growth. Once he amassed a sufficient quantity of talismans, he would cease their production. Feeling fatigued, Ye Feng found himself unable to pursue further endeavors and began his training early the next morning. He contemplated visiting Minato once more to test whether the invisibility talisman could elude his senses and to gauge how long he could maintain concealment while attacking. If successful, he could sell another talisman to Minato. With this thought, Ye Feng immersed himself in his training. He practiced diligently until the break of dawn. Realizing he had gone nearly an entire day without sustenance yet felt no pangs of hunger. It seemed his cells were sufficiently absorbing natural energy to meet his bodily needs. Perhaps this meant he could practice fasting, though he chose to maintain his eating habits and set out to purchase breakfast. With yesterday's experience in mind, Ye Feng easily located Minato's residence, though the front door was firmly locked. However, he noticed an open window on the 2nd floor, concealing himself in a secluded area. He activated his invisibility talisman and slipped through the window into Minato's home. At that moment, Minato had risen and was engaged in his morning routine. Ye Feng quietly approached him. Observing the reflection in the mirror, he was pleased to see that his own image was absent. and it appeared Minato was unaware of his presence. The value of the invisibility talisman had increased in Ye Feng's eyes. He then delivered a light punch to Minato's arm before swiftly retreating. Exercising control over his strength, he employed a power akin to that of a chunin. Suddenly, startled by the unexpected attack, Minato's expression shifted to one of alarm as he swiftly assumed a combat stance, scanning his surroundings in an attempt to identify the assailant. Observing Minato's frantic movements, Ye Feng felt a surge of amusement and casually took a seat at the dining table. Unexpectedly, Minato, who had been searching for his attacker, hurled 3 shurikens toward the location where Ye Feng sat. Taken aback by the sudden assault, Ye Feng instinctively rolled away, narrowly avoiding the projectiles as they embedded themselves in the table. However, his invisibility talisman seemed to have reached its limit, revealing Ye Feng's presence. Upon catching sight of the small figure, Minato lunged forward to strike, but upon recognizing Ye Feng, he halted, staring intently at him as if demanding an explanation. Chapter 72. Deception. As Ye Feng sensed the disappearance of the energy from the invisibility talisman and caught sight of the grinning Minato Namikaze beside him, he realized that his concealment had been compromised. With an awkward smile, he began to explain, "I have crafted a new talisman and came over to test its efficacy." A new talisman? What is its purpose? Minato's interest peaked at the mention of the new talisman, and he eagerly pulled Ye Feng toward a nearby sofa to sit. This time, it is the invisibility talisman. You just experienced its effect, did you not? Ye Feng deliberately left his sentence unfinished. You used this talisman when you ambushed me earlier? I was completely unaware of your approach, not even sensing a chakra response. Minato was astonished by the formidable stealth capabilities of the invisibility talisman. However, a moment later, he recalled something and exclaimed, "You attacked me just now. Yet your form did not reveal itself." While the ninja world is not devoid of stealth techniques, most rely on the environment to deceive visual perception, making it possible for perceptive ninjas to detect them. Moreover, utilizing an offensive technique typically exposes the user. Yet, Ye Feng's earlier attack on Minato had not revealed his form. Minato speculated that the invisibility talisman must have some limitations. Indeed, you are astute, Minato. You have discerned the characteristics of the invisibility talisman. It envelopes the user with energy distinct from chakra, achieving invisibility for a duration of only 3 minutes. If one attacks, the invisibility time shortens. Such a remarkable item. How many invisibility talismans do you have? I would like to acquire some. They are invaluable for ambushes. Minato, this time, did not utter any foolish remarks, directly proposing to buy them. The crafting process is quite challenging. I have only produced 2 thus far. I used one for testing, so I can give the remaining 1 to you, Minato. After all, I have no need for it while staying in the village, Ye Feng mused to himself, intending to sell it specifically to him. Ultimately, he received 1,000,000 from Minato at the old price. The 2 talismans in your possession also have a shelf life. They can last up to 3 months, or they will self-destruct. This is primarily due to the inferior quality of the talisman paper. While they can be activated instantly, their stability is lacking. Additionally, I need to find an opportunity to summon Gamabunta again. I am running low on the blood I acquired last time. The summoned beasts from the 3 great sage regions are unparalleled. Ye Feng continued to weave his web of persuasion to Minato. Perhaps not. The previous incident has yet to conclude, Minato replied with a wry smile. Although he was tempted, he knew that summoning Gamabunta was no simple task. Why not summon Gamabunta when you encounter formidable ninjas? It would be ideal if your enemies could inflict some damage on him. If your opponents prove to be less formidable, you could feign an accidental injury to Gamabunta to procure some blood. I can certainly create more talismans for you in return. I still have several types yet to be crafted, and I only lack the blood. Ye Feng continued his persuasion. Minato hesitated to agree to this request, yet he contemplated. Once in a while, Lord Bunta should not be too harsh, right? Moreover, he was indeed curious about the other extraordinary talismans Ye Feng might possess. Observing the fluctuating emotions in Minato's eyes, Ye Feng realized he was making headway and intensified his efforts. Besides, the fire talisman and invisibility talisman you possess are merely basic talismans. Once I grow stronger, I will be able to craft intermediate and even advanced talismans, requiring even more blood. If the fire talisman and invisibility talisman are merely basic, what extraordinary effects might the intermediate and advanced talismans possess? This thought ignited a fervor in Minato. I'll leave the matter of the blood to you, Minato. I must take my leave now, Ye Feng said, sensing Minato's eagerness. With the money secured and the blood task assigned, he hurried away, not wishing to wait for Minato to regain his senses and change his mind. Having successfully dealt with Minato, Ye Feng now possessed 2 million in funds. He intended to find someone to repair his house before heading straight home. His current energy reserves were still insufficient, and he needed to accelerate his training. Not only was Minato coveting the advanced talismans, but Ye Feng himself yearned for the extraordinary effects and formidable power they could bring. However, upon returning home, Ye Feng discovered a member of the Uchiha clan seated in his abode. Upon seeing Uchiha Ye Feng, the Uchiha clan member spoke, "The second elder wishes to see you. Follow me." With that, he turned and proceeded deeper into the Uchiha clan's territory. Ye Feng frowned slightly, feeling discomfort with the individual's mannerisms. It seemed the second elder was not a benevolent figure. Nevertheless, as Ye Feng's strength was not yet formidable enough to disregard the Uchiha clan, he pondered for a moment before deciding to follow the Uchiha clan member. The Uchiha clan member, noticing Ye Feng's compliance, displayed a look of disdain but said nothing further, continuing to walk ahead. Ye Feng arrived at the second elder's estate, where he found 4 guard ninjas stationed at the entrance, with several others lurking in the shadows. Peering through the gate, he beheld lush flora and various ornamental rock formations, with rare plants towering high enough to extend their branches beyond the walls. The grandeur of this estate far exceeded that of the Uchiha clan leader's residence, seemingly crafted to convey the message of who truly should lead the Uchiha clan. Ye Feng thought to himself, recognizing the second elder's insatiable thirst for power. Inform the second elder that Uchiha Ye Feng has arrived, the Uchiha clan member announced to the guard ninjas. One of the guards promptly turned and dashed inside. Chapter 73. The second elder. Before long, someone returned, guiding Ye Feng into a spacious room. The guide then turned and exited, closing the door behind him, leaving Ye Feng alone in the chamber. Unlike the typical reception rooms found in ordinary households, which usually consist of a simple arrangement with a small table and a few cabinets, the second elder's room was distinctly different. The wooden walls adorned with a variety of portraits showcased diverse styles, while the surroundings were filled with exquisite crafts and rare potted plants. The craftsmanship of these items was undoubtedly exceptional, and their materials were evidently of high value. In the center, an incense burner emitted a gentle wisp of smoke, which Ye Feng inhaled without detecting anything amiss. Ye Feng felt no immediate concern. Should the second elder oppose him, he was prepared to break free. With his current strength, escaping should not prove overly difficult. However, after waiting for an hour without any sign of visitors, Ye Feng began to suspect that the second elder was attempting to assert his dominance by deliberately leaving him waiting. He thought to himself, "Since you are not in a hurry, I shall not be either. I might as well take a moment to rest." With that, he reclined on the floor, closed his eyes, and feigned sleep while gradually accelerating his natural energy absorption. A vigilant ninja, monitoring the room's conditions, promptly reported back to the second elder. Upon hearing the update, the second elder's expression darkened with annoyance, thinking to himself, "How dare he act so brazenly on my territory?" All remnants of guilt from earlier had vanished. Thus, he decided against prolonging this encounter and directly proceeded to Ye Feng's chamber. As the second elder opened the door, he found Ye Feng feigning slumber on the ground. His irritation dissipated, replaced by an apologetic smile as he addressed Ye Feng with feigned warmth. "Ye Feng, I sincerely apologize. I intended to discuss matters with you, but an urgent issue arose that delayed me." Ye Feng sensed the second elder approaching the door, but kept his eyes closed. Upon hearing the elder's voice, he feigned surprise, expressing regret. "It's quite all right. I've been so busy with my training that I scarcely have time to sleep. It seems I dozed off while waiting." The second elder's perception of Ye Feng dipped further upon hearing this, though he maintained a smile. "No need to worry. Treat this place as your home. Rest when you are weary. May I inquire what business you have with me, esteemed elder?" "Ye Feng," the second elder began, "you are a prodigy of the Uchiha clan, and our future depends on talents like you. However, the Uchiha's current situation is precarious. The higher-ups in Konoha view us as adversaries despite our contributions to the village's founding. Our clan leader, unfortunately, lacks the resolve to stand against this oppression. If this continues, the Uchiha clan may face extinction." The second elder's face displayed a mixture of frustration and disappointment. Ye Feng remained silent, amused by the elder's performance, fully aware of the Uchiha's plight, but choosing not to engage. The second elder, realizing that he could not rely on Ye Feng to take the initiative, said, "Ye Feng, your remarkable talent positions you as a potential pillar of our clan. I hope you can assist me. The esteemed elder is too kind. I am merely a 5-year-old child. lacking the strength to be of any assistance. Ye Feng replied, recognizing the elder's intentions to recruit him. There is no need for false modesty. If you are willing, you may access the clan's ninjutsu and resources. I can ensure you attain the 3-tomo Sharingan in the shortest time possible. You are still young, and with my guidance, you might even evolve into the legendary Mangeki Sharingan. The second elder attempted to entice him further. I am still growing, and acquiring the Sharingan prematurely could have unforeseen consequences. I prefer to focus on strengthening my foundation first. Ye Feng was not swayed by the second elder's temptations, as he was already in possession of the 3-tomo Sharingan, though others were unaware. Seeing that Ye Feng remained unmoved by such a significant allure, the second elder intensified his persuasion. If you assist me, once the clan's issues are resolved, I will support you in becoming the Uchiha clan leader. I appreciate your kind offer, but my priority is to enhance my strength. Only with power can I ensure my safety. I do not wish to share the fate of my parents, who went on missions and never returned. Ye Feng continued to find reasons to decline. Frustrated by Ye Feng's obstinacy, the second elder's facade crumbled, revealing a more sinister demeanor as he spoke with a threatening undertone. Ye Feng, do you truly refuse to aid me? Thank you for your consideration, but I simply wish to lead a peaceful life. Ye Feng reiterated his refusal. Witnessing Ye Feng's steadfastness, the second elder no longer concealed his anger, his voice turning harsh. Do you understand the consequences of opposing me? I advise you to comply and allow me to utilize your talents. Do not assume that being a genius makes you invulnerable. Many fallen prodigies are forgotten. If you leave this room today, you will wish you hadn't. I do not consider myself extraordinary, but I am not someone to be threatened lightly. If I wish to depart, you will not be able to stop me. Ye Feng was no longer pretending to be oblivious. Then I shall see how you intend to leave, the second elder remarked with a sinister grin. Chapter 74. Deception. Upon observing the expression of the second elder, Ye Feng instinctively sensed that something was amiss. Although he could not pinpoint the source of the issue, he resolved to leave at once. However, just as he attempted to make a hasty exit, he felt a strange energy infiltrating his meridians, obstructing the flow of his internal qi and corrupting other areas of his body. Realizing that he had been poisoned, Ye Feng immediately mobilized his qi to counteract the effects. You dare to poison me? I haven't consumed anything since entering this room, and the plants are non-toxic. How could you have poisoned me? He inquired while resisting the toxin. Fortunately, this poison was not as potent as his internal qi, allowing him to gradually expel the toxins from his body. Yet, time was of the essence. Did you truly think that poison could only be so overt in its application? Look at the incense before you, the second elder remarked smugly, reveling in Ye Feng's predicament. I have tested this incense. It is harmless, Ye Feng retorted. It is indeed harmless, but combined with this. The second elder continued, producing a sachet from his robe. Upon seeing this, Ye Feng realized his oversight, underestimating the adeptness of the shinobi world in the art of poisoning, which had culminated in a concoction of mixed toxins. However, there was no remedy available, and the second elder would not offer him a chance to escape. Bring him down and confine him in the secret dungeon, commanded the second elder to his subordinates. Understanding that he could not afford to delay the expulsion of the toxins any longer, Ye Feng lamented that he should have conserved more qi for self-preservation, or at least retained an invisibility talisman. Without further hesitation, he channeled his qi to resist the poison while activating the 8 gates of Duanjia, propelling himself forward. The second elder and the approaching shinobi were taken aback by Ye Feng's unexpected resistance, their surprise palpable. Seize him at once. If he escapes, you shall all face punishment. The second elder bellowed in urgency. Hearing the second elder's command, the shinobi intensified their pursuit, determined to capture Ye Feng. Other shinobi within the estate quickly joined the chase upon hearing the commotion. As Ye Feng sprinted toward the main gate, he noticed an increasing number of pursuers behind him. While ahead, more shinobi awaited to intercept him. The distance to the gate was still considerable, and Ye Feng cursed internally. Why must this courtyard be so expansive? It hinders my escape. The 4 shinobi ahead of him, without hesitation, unleashed shurikens and fire-based ninjutsu to obstruct his path, aware that any delay would complicate his escape. Ye Feng fortified his arm with qi, deflecting the shurikens and dispersing the fire techniques. Fortunately, the hastily cast ninjutsu lacked potency, sparing him from injury even as he dismantled them. The 4 shinobi, astonished that Ye Feng continued to charge forward despite their attacks, quickly halted and activated their Sharingan, drawing kunai in preparation for a physical confrontation to restrain him. Ye Feng, acutely aware of his dwindling chi as he battled the poison, felt a sense of desperation. He resolved to gather the last of his energy, concentrating it in his hands as his Sharingan fully activated, propelling him forward with the full speed of the 8 gates. The 4 shinobi, stunned by the sight of a child wielding a fully activated Sharingan, hesitated, allowing Ye Feng to exploit their moment of distraction. He surged forward, delivering a devastating blow to the chest of each of the 2 shinobi in his path, swiftly withdrawing his hands and executing a turning strike that cleaved through the torso of a nearby adversary. The final shinobi finally reacted, swinging their kunai toward Ye Feng's head. Ye Feng ducked, then sprang up, delivering a powerful upward punch that shattered the opponent's jaw, rendering them incapacitated. With no time to spare, Ye Feng disregarded the others, aware that a moment's delay would allow the pursuing shinobi to close in. The toxin's gradual encroachment on his body, coupled with his waning chi, left him in a precarious position. He had to burst forth from the second elder's estate. Failure would leave him at the mercy of the second elder, with dire consequences. Ye Feng ceased to resist the poison, channeling all his chi into his legs. With the enhancement of the 8 gates, his speed surged, and he quickly approached the main gate. To his dismay, 4 shinobi stood guard at the entrance, the very ones who had previously defended it. While their strength was likely limited, they were not foes Ye Feng could easily overcome in his current state. Worse still, the effects of the 8 gates had begun to wane. Exhausted and feeling the toxin's grip on his body, Ye Feng's consciousness began to blur, instilling a sense of despair as he neared the threshold of freedom, only to encounter one last obstacle. Is this how my journey ends? Ye Feng thought bitterly. He had always approached this world as a game, never considering the significance of these characters, yet here he was, caught in a web of misfortune. No, I refuse to perish here. This is not my destined conclusion, nor is it inevitable. If I can break free, I can alert the Uchiha clan's young leader and perhaps survive. This thought ignited a flicker of hope within him. Ye Feng's resolve solidified, and he vowed silently, if I survive this, I shall ensure the second elder suffers a fate worse than death. As the 4 gatekeepers noticed Ye Feng's approach, they spread out. The 2 in the center lunged forward with their kunai, while the flanking shinobi began forming seals to unleash ninjutsu. Ye Feng stood his ground, allowing the kunai to pierce his body. Given their moderate strength and Ye Feng's formidable physique, the kunai merely grazed his muscles without damaging his internal organs, a fortunate circumstance that spared him from severe injury. Seizing the opportunity, Ye Feng grasped one shinobi and pulled them forward, shattering their throat with a powerful strike. He then retrieved his 2 remaining fire talismans, directing them toward the enemies on either side. 2 fireballs erupted, seemingly materializing from thin air, hurtling toward the flanking shinobi. One was consumed entirely by the flames, reduced to ash, while the other, despite a desperate attempt to evade, suffered grievous injuries, leaving their innards exposed, sealing their fate. Chapter 75. A clash of titans. Having vanquished 4 ninjas, Ye Feng, burdened by fatigue, burst through the gate and called out to the gathering Uchiha outside. Inform the young clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku, that Uchiha Ye Feng is ensnared within the residence of the second elder. Upon uttering those words, Ye Feng observed the pursuers drawing near, yet an unexpected tranquility enveloped his heart. He had exerted himself to the fullest. Fate would take its course, and fortune lay in the heavens. As the second elder's subordinates closed in, Ye Feng remained unperturbed. Uchiha Ye Feng attempted to assassinate the second elder and was to be apprehended for clan judgment. Outsiders were to refrain from interference, lest they face punishment for treason. The leading ninja, aware of the delicate nature of apprehending a clan prodigy without cause, cleverly accused Ye Feng of murder, thereby justifying their pursuit while cautioning others against meddling. Alas, fate had other plans. A voice resonated, one that struck Ye Feng like celestial music. Realizing he would not perish today, he settled down to replenish his chakra, disregarding the chaos around him, focusing solely on refining his energy to combat the toxins within. To be dealt with by the clan? Perfect. I shall take him with me. Any subsequent outcomes will be reported at the clan assembly. It was Uchiha Fugaku's voice, unexpectedly present, much to Ye Feng's relief, as it spared him from being captured and subjected to torture. Uchiha Ye Feng attempted to assassinate the elder. I must escort him to face justice, declared the leading ninja. However, he could not allow Uchiha Fugaku to take Ye Feng so easily. If this matter were to surface, it would severely tarnish the second elder's reputation. Clan members who transgressed were to be judged by their peers, not arbitrarily by the second elder alone. Uchiha Fugaku stood his ground, refusing to yield. The leading ninja found himself at a loss. Allowing Uchiha Fugaku to take Ye Feng would lead to severe repercussions for him as well. Just as he pondered his next move, the second elder's voice boomed. Uchiha Ye Feng has attacked me. I shall ensure he is judged within the clan. There is no need for the young clan leader to concern himself. Such trifle should not trouble you. I shall handle it myself, Fugaku replied, unwilling to confront the second elder openly just yet. I am aware of your close ties with Uchiha Ye Feng. Yet attempted murder of a clan elder is an egregious act of treason. He cannot be handed over to you, lest you err in judgment. The second elder's words insinuated that Fugaku sought to shield Ye Feng, thereby casting a shadow over the young leader's reputation. It appears the second elder harbors some unspeakable secret he wishes to keep from us. I must take him away. You are merely the young clan leader, not the clan leader, and you lack the authority to command an elder. This matter requires no interference from you. I shall personally ensure this matter is handled within the clan. Fugaku doubted the second elder would allow Ye Feng to escape lightly, predicting a swift execution, leaving no witnesses. Perhaps claiming Ye Feng took his own life out of guilt or attacked the guards during transport. No one would dare confront the second elder over a dead man. Yet, the second elder, in his capacity as an elder, denied Fugaku's attempt to take Ye Feng away, leaving him powerless to resist without risking a violent confrontation. Just as Fugaku grew anxious, a new voice emerged. If Fugaku lacks the authority to take Ye Feng, then do I possess that right? At that moment, Uchiha Tianchong appeared, flanked by two personal guards. Greetings, father. With Tianchong's arrival, Fugaku, who had previously been anxious, found reassurance. Greetings, clan leader. The surrounding Uchiha bowed in deference. Even the second elder, amidst the assembly, had to incline slightly, addressing Tianchong with respect. Tianchong approached the second elder, gestured towards Ye Feng, and asked sternly, "Am I permitted to take him?" "Of course, clan leader, you may take him. However, Uchiha Ye Feng has proven to be quite cunning, deceiving me and even attacking me when my guard was down. Such a person is unworthy of being an Uchiha. I suggest we execute him immediately." The second elder continued to slander Ye Feng, and, seizing a moment when Tianchong was distracted, attempted to strike him down. Yet, Tianchong was not one to allow the second elder to prevail. He seized the elder's wrist, halting his assault on Ye Feng. Whether Uchiha Ye Feng is guilty or not will be determined by our clan's judiciary. There is no need for your intervention. He released the second elder's hand and commanded his guards to escort Ye Feng away, turning to leave with Fugaku following suit. Both Tianchong and the second elder knew they could not escalate matters in public. Even Tianchong, who had contemplated eliminating the second elder, recognized the inopportune timing and thought, "Let him live for now. He can survive another month." However, the second elder underestimated Tianchong's newfound resolve. He believed Tianchong remained the same cautious leader who had once prioritized the clan's strength, afraid of his own influence. He doubted Tianchong would dare use Ye Feng's case against him, fearing it would ignite a civil war within the Uchiha, further weakening their already fragile clan. Yet, he gravely misjudged Tianchong's current fortitude. Chapter 76. Preparing for battle. At this moment, Ye Feng, who had been lifted, ceased his cultivation. The true energy he had refined was now capable of resisting toxins, though it could not yet eliminate them, rendering him temporarily unharmed. Observing the two ninjas who had carried him and the leading figures, Uchiha Tianchong and Uchiha Fugaku, followed closely by Uchiha Yen, Ye Feng let out a sigh of relief. This experience marked the closest brush with death he had encountered since arriving in this world. "Thank you, young clan leader and clan leader." Ye Feng expressed his gratitude to Uchiha Tianchong and Uchiha Fugaku for their timely rescue. Upon hearing Ye Feng's words of thanks, Uchiha Tianchong paused, turning to Ye Feng with a warm smile. "I am just glad to see you safe." This was precisely what Uchiha Tianchong had hoped for. Uchiha Fugaku, turning back, supported Ye Feng, saying, "Fortunately, I arrived in time. Otherwise, you would have been taken back by the second elder and his men." At this point, Ye Feng felt curious about Uchiha Fugaku's presence at the second elder's doorstep and voiced his confusion. In truth, Uchiha Fugaku had received word that the second elder's people were waiting for Ye Feng at his home. He had also learned that Ye Feng was taken to the second elder's residence. Suspecting that the second elder's intentions were not benign, Uchiha Fugaku decided to arrive early at the second elder's door to glean information and had even considered that, given his own status, he might not fare well before the second elder. Thus, he had reported the situation to Uchiha Tianchong and expressed a desire for him to accompany him. Uchiha Tianchong, being more cunning, was determined to be present regardless of whether Ye Feng faced trouble. He intended to solidify a favor that Ye Feng would owe him, a leverage for future assistance. If Ye Feng were to not emerge from the second elder's inner courtyard, or worse, perish within, Uchiha Tianchong would find himself powerless. Unable to search an elder's residence without cause, at most, he would merely have made a futile trip. Uchiha Tianchong chose not to send anyone to escort Ye Feng home. Instead, he arranged for Ye Feng to stay at his own residence. This served multiple purposes, allowing Ye Feng to recuperate, fostering a closer relationship, and preventing the second elder from resorting to desperate measures, such as sending assassins after Ye Feng. Uchiha Fugaku also sent word to notify Might Guy and his son that Ye Feng would not be returning home for the time being. After this incident, Ye Feng harbored a burning animosity towards the second elder. Uchiha Fugaku even briefed Ye Feng on the matters to be discussed at the clan meeting next month, to which Ye Feng expressed his desire to participate, even voicing a wish to personally eliminate the second elder. Uchiha Fugaku recognized Ye Feng's formidable strength. The fact that he could escape from the second elder's residence despite being poisoned was no small feat. He reflected upon whether he himself could have done the same and found the answer to be negative. Thus, he readily agreed to Ye Feng's request. Days slipped by swiftly, and soon it was the last day of the month, with only 5 days remaining until the clan meeting. Since arriving at Uchiha Tianchong's residence, Ye Feng had not ventured out. The toxins within him had been eradicated on the first day, and he spent the remaining time, aside from meals, engrossed in his training. This near brush with death had served as a wake-up call for him. Strength was paramount, especially with the impending clan meeting on the horizon, which promised to be a challenging affair. Ye Feng felt an urgent need to enhance his power, and although his training over the past days had yielded some growth, the overall improvement was modest. With time running short, Ye Feng realized that the second elder could no longer detain him given his present capabilities. Seizing this moment, he returned home briefly to gather materials for crafting spiritual talismans, intending to create some for self-defense. He believed that the benefits of producing talismans would surpass those of mere training in the days to come. There are 6 types of basic talismans: the 5 elements talismans and the invisibility talisman. The 5 elements talismans consist of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Ye Feng was already aware of the effects of the fire and invisibility talismans. The metal talisman conjures numerous metallic spikes that relentlessly barrage the enemy for 3 seconds, with the tips imbued with a piercing effect that grants formidable penetration. The water talisman transforms the area within 5 meters into a flurry of snowflakes, lacking offensive power. Yet those struck by the snowflakes experience a significant reduction in blood and energy flow, rendering their muscles somewhat rigid, thus providing excellent crowd control, albeit indiscriminately affecting all except the user. The wood talisman grants the target extraordinary vitality, proving effective for those near death or with severe wounds. The earth talisman envelopes the user in a layer of hardened earthen armor, offering exceptional defense until it is shattered or automatically dissipates after 10 minutes. The 6 basic talismans encompass a comprehensive range of offensive, defensive, control, healing, ambush, and retreat capabilities. However, for Ye Feng, the invisibility, metal, and fire talismans were more suited to his needs. His robust physique and rapid recovery diminished the effectiveness of the earth and wood talismans, while the water talisman's limited range rendered it less impactful for him. Nevertheless, he resolved to prepare several of each type for unforeseen circumstances, prioritizing the invisibility, metal, and fire talismans. Yet, Ye Feng decided against dedicating all his energy to talisman crafting as he had previously. He settled on producing 3 talismans daily for 4 consecutive days, reserving the final day for recuperation. Of the 12 talismans, he planned to create 3 invisibility talismans, 2 wood talismans, 2 metal talismans, and 1 water talisman, with the remainder crafted into fire talismans. The metal talisman offered sustained damage, ideal for sweeping attacks against weaker foes, while the fire talisman boasted significant single-target damage, enabling Ye Feng to more readily dispatch formidable opponents. It is worth noting that even in Konoha village, elite ninjas are few and far between. The Uchiha clan, being merely one among many in Konoha, had most of its members aligned with the Uchiha clan leader. After excluding some neutral parties, the second elder commanded at most a dozen elite ninjas, while the Uchiha clan leader's strength would undoubtedly surpass that of the second elder. Ye Feng was not overly concerned about facing an overwhelming number of elite ninjas, The talismans he crafted would suffice for his needs. Chapter 77. The tension rises. The Uchiha clan assembly commenced as usual, with the prominent figures of the family arriving as scheduled. A throng of individuals gathered and made their way towards the ancestral grounds of the Minami Shrine. This clan meeting was not open to just anyone. It was predominantly attended by three categories of individuals. The first category consisted of the Uchiha high-ranking officials, the governing body of the clan, who were naturally required to be present. The second category included elite ninjas of Jonin rank, the stalwarts of the family. The third category comprised ninjas who had been exceptionally permitted by the highest echelons of the Uchiha clan to attend the assembly. These were ninjas who had made remarkable contributions or possessed extraordinary abilities, or those with immense potential who had yet to attain Jonin status but had been granted special permission, akin to the current presence of Ye Feng. In fact, Ye Feng, having awakened his Sharingan, was eligible to attend the clan assembly. However, he intentionally concealed his abilities. Only a handful of ninjas sent by the second elder had glimpsed Ye Feng's Sharingan, and they had all met their demise at his hands. Thus, no living soul had witnessed Ye Feng's Sharingan, serving as one of his hidden cards. As Ye Feng observed the jovial Uchiha leadership and Jonin conversing ahead, he murmured to himself, wondering if they would remain as carefree when the time came. Upon reaching the Minami Shrine, he surveyed his surroundings and noted that the guards were not particularly numerous. Nor did he detect any concealed ninjas. This was under the condition that he had not activated his sensory abilities, as the drawbacks of such powers were evident. While they allowed for clear vision over a considerable range, they also engendered a sense of intrusion, making detection likely. As the group entered the main hall of the shrine, Ye Feng was positioned at the rear. The second elder had noticed Ye Feng from the outset of the gathering, and seeing him attending the clan assembly was somewhat embarrassing for the elder. After all, the previous incidents had circulated within the clan, and he had repeatedly asserted that Ye Feng was the perpetrator of an assault against him. Now, witnessing Ye Feng at the assembly felt like a slap in the face to the second elder. While the gathering was still underway, it was not the moment to incite chaos, but once everyone had entered the main hall and the customary rites had yet to commence, the second elder eagerly seized the opportunity to voice his objections. Esteemed clan leader, why is Uchiha Ye Feng present here? This man assaulted me and has not been apprehended, yet he dares to attend the clan assembly. The second elder believed that the Uchiha clan leader would not risk a confrontation with him, emboldened by this assumption. He felt compelled to suppress Ye Feng. Having already crossed the line, he could not afford to allow Ye Feng any avenue for advancement. The truth about Ye Feng had been uncovered. He was innocent and recognized as a genius within the Uchiha clan, thus qualified to participate in the assembly. Uchiha Tianchang responded with a voice that resonated with authority. The words of Uchiha Tianchang caused the second elder's previously amiable expression to stiffen. He had not anticipated such a blatant disregard for decorum from the clan leader. His demeanor shifted to one of indignation. Laced with fury, are you implying that I have deliberately slandered Uchiha Ye Feng? Having resolved to eliminate the second elder that day, Uchiha Tianchang chose to forego civility. Is it not you who should recognize the truth of your own accusations? What do you mean? While you may be the clan leader, it does not grant you absolute power. Your long-standing rapport with Uchiha Ye Feng is evident. I never imagined that you, as clan leader, would shield a criminal. The second elder sensed an unusual fortitude in Uchiha Tianchang that day, and he was determined to maintain his stance that Ye Feng was indeed the assailant, aiming to tarnish Trinchan's reputation in the process. You claim Uchiha Ye Feng is the assailant, yet that is merely your word. Should we not interrogate your subordinates? The truth will inevitably surface, Uchiha Tianchang asserted, confident in revealing the facts. Preposterous. You accuse Uchiha Ye Feng of being the assailant, yet you propose to interrogate my people? The second elder was unwilling to surrender his position. Let us ensure fairness. We shall interrogate both sides. Second elder, summon your subordinates. Uchiha Tianchang smiled as he addressed the second elder. The clan is well aware of our discord. If I hand over my people to you, what chance will they have? I am the clan leader of the Uchiha. Would I endanger my own kin? I merely seek to provide clarity to the clan. It appears you have become blinded by greed, sacrificing your own people for personal gain, turning a blind eye to the higher-ups of Konoha. You are no longer the clan leader who acted in the clan's best interests. I propose we take this opportunity at the assembly to depose Uchiha Tianchang from his position as clan leader. The second elder had resolved to divert the conversation from Ye Feng, recognizing that clinging to that matter would only jeopardize his standing. He was intent on fulfilling his agenda for the day. Uchiha Tianchang was taken aback. The second elder's demeanor was indeed uncharacteristic. While the second elder was influential, He had never been able to surpass Tianchang's authority. Yet today, he exhibited an unusual level of aggression, suggesting he had some hidden support, which stirred a sense of unease within Uchiha Tianchang. Uchiha Chihua, do you dare to rebel? The clan leader position is not one that can be so easily usurped. Uchiha Tianchang's anxiety manifested as anger. I only wish for the clan to flourish, unlike you, who grovels before the powers of Konoha. I cannot allow the clan to be relegated to history under your leadership. The second elder adopted a countenance of self-sacrifice for the sake of the family. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Uchiha Tianchang understood that today was not solely about him plotting against the second elder. The second elder was equally scheming against him. It was evident that the second elder had long planned for this confrontation. If you possess the capability, reveal it. I do not believe that your mere dozen or so individuals can overthrow me, the clan leader. With clarity dawning upon him, he dismissed any pretense of restraint, signaling for the ninjas hidden outside to surge forth, encircling all present in the main hall. Chapter 78. The capricious, the ever-neutral elder, upon witnessing the unfolding situation, recognized the gravity of the day's events and promptly intervened, exclaiming, "We are all members of the Uchiha clan. Why must we resort to violence? Surely, there are matters we can resolve through dialogue. How can such a leader guide the Uchiha clan towards glory?" The second elder shouted back at the grand elder, turning to gaze at Uchiha Tianchang. An air of unease still enveloped Uchiha Tianchang, as the second elder's demeanor remained unnervingly composed. Even with the appearance of his own supporters, he exhibited no hint of trepidation. It seemed that the clan leader was indeed prepared to eliminate him today. If these were the only forces he had, then this day would mark his demise. The second elder, shedding any pretense, observed Uchiha Tianchang's followers with a hidden glee, relieved that he had come better prepared. "Come forth," the second elder bellowed. In response, numerous ninjas clad in a variety of garments emerged, encircling Uchiha Tianchang's subordinates. Their attire obscured their identities, yet their faces were unfamiliar. Uchiha Tianchang's expression shifted dramatically, his voice laced with disbelief and fury as he shouted, "Uchiha Chihua, how dare you conspire with outsiders to infiltrate our clan's territory and assassinate Uchiha members? Are you mad? Do you not fear that your foolish actions could bring ruin upon the Uchiha clan? How dare you commit such an atrocity?" Uchiha Tianchang could scarcely fathom that the second elder would collude with outsiders to trespass upon their sacred ground, an unforgivable taboo for the Uchiha clan. Others within the clan began to voice their accusations against the second elder. Even those who remained neutral could not condone the presence of outsiders in their ancestral domain. To achieve great things, one must not be bound by trifles. As long as we can overthrow this incompetent clan leader and lead our kin to glory, what do we have to fear from such minor details? The second elder bore a triumphant expression, pride radiating from him as he addressed Uchiha Tianchang. "Today, should you be willing to take your own life, I shall overlook your past transgressions and spare the other Uchiha members. Father, if it comes to death." "The Uchiha clan fears not the end," Uchiha Feng declared, unwilling to submit to the second elder's treachery, even if it meant perishing alongside his father. "Indeed, the clan leader faces death, yet we shall not surrender to this insidious villain." The supporters of Uchiha Tianchang echoed their resolve to resist until the end, feeling increasingly desperate. Uchiha Tianchang noticed Leaf Maple stealthily approaching Uchiha Feng. In a hushed tone, he whispered, "I will draw some of the second elder's attention. You must inform your subordinates to retreat 5 meters around me at my signal. I have my methods to weaken their strength. And then we shall strike to eliminate a number of them." In a situation where power disparity was evident, only through an element of surprise could they hope to turn the tide. "Damn the second elder! All you wish is to kill me, fearing that I might expose your vile deeds. Do you truly believe that no one knows of your misdeeds?" Uchiha Leaf Maple shouted suddenly, capturing the second elder's attention, while Uchiha Feng discreetly relayed instructions to his men, gradually distancing them from Leaf Maple. "How dare you show yourself? Do you really think you can escape today? I shall ensure your demise is slow and painful," the second elder snarled, his face contorted in malice. "If it were not for your despicable poisoning, do you think your band of incompetent fools could have restrained me? No matter, I assure you, you shall not survive this day." With Uchiha Feng having arranged his subordinates, Leaf Maple ceased further dialogue with the second elder and commanded, "Action." Uchiha Feng led his men to launch a surprise attack on the surrounding adversaries, catching the second elder's forces off guard, allowing several to break free from the encirclement. Even some of Uchiha Tianchang's followers managed to turn back and block the second elder's men. Leaf Maple swiftly produced a water spirit talisman, activating it, and instantly, a flurry of tiny snowflakes descended within a 5-meter radius around him. All within this vicinity were ensnared by the snowflakes, which melted into an intangible frost, beginning to encase their skin, muscle, blood, and veins in ice. Engage. Leaf Maple decisively leapt onto a rooftop, wielding a metal spirit talisman, directing it towards the now stiffening foes below. Uchiha Tianchan's subordinates, witnessing the ninjas affected by the snowflakes moving sluggishly, were astonished by the effectiveness of the jutsu but had been forewarned. They swiftly unleashed a barrage of attacks. Shuriken, kunai, and various long-range jutsu flooded the icy field. Yet, many of Uchiha Tianchan's followers were still trapped within the icy expanse. Despite efforts to avoid collateral damage, several were inadvertently harmed, with a few tragically meeting their end. However, the greater toll was borne by the Second Elder's forces. After this round, only a handful of powerful J-nin remained, all sustaining injuries. In fact, Leaf Maple had inflicted the most damage upon the enemy, as the metal spikes shot from the metal spirit talisman possessed formidable penetrating power. He observed some ninjas attempting to deflect the kunai, only to be pierced through. Although the spikes were small and typically caused only injuries unless they struck critical points, the sheer number of them could indeed prove lethal. Seeing the injured and momentarily immobilized J-nin below, Leaf Maple seized this rare opportunity for a decisive strike. He leapt from the rooftop, his palm infused with vital energy, transforming into a blade that cleaved through one ninja from above. Rising swiftly, he formed a fist and struck another J-nin, though this J-nin struggled to respond. His keen eyesight and prowess allowed him to cross his arms in defense against Leaf Maple's punch. Having witnessed Leaf Maple's previous lethal strike, he did not underestimate the seemingly simple blow. Nonetheless, the overwhelming force sent him hurtling through the air, though it appeared he had sustained minimal injury. Chapter 79. Ye Feng vs. Elite Jonin. Upon witnessing the ninja being flung through the air, yet sustaining minimal injuries, Ye Feng sighed inwardly, acknowledging the formidable nature of a Jonin. However, he did not pursue the injured foe. Instead, he directed his attention to the nearest ninja. This Jonin, though still formidable, was significantly weaker than the previous one, likely due to just recently attaining Jonin status, compounded by the effects of the water spirit talismans and prior injuries. Consequently, he was unable to withstand Ye Feng's onslaught and succumbed, bleeding to death after just a few strikes. Before long, Ye Feng, in concert with several of Uchiha Tianchan's subordinates, decimated the remaining Jonin, leaving only the last one standing, the very Jonin who had been launched by Ye Feng and had emerged unscathed. The other subordinates of Uchiha Tianchan found themselves embroiled in a fierce battle with the Second Elder's forces outside the icy expanse. What initially seemed like an advantageous position for the Second Elder had turned dire, as he suffered considerable losses due to the unforeseen circumstances. The once neutral faction led by the Elder had joined forces with Uchiha Tianchan, gradually diminishing Tianchan's disadvantage until their strengths were nearly equal, suggesting that a resolution would not be reached anytime soon. At this moment, Ye Feng instructed the others to assist Uchiha Tianchan while he confronted the final and most powerful Jonin alone. Indeed, you are extraordinary. To possess Jonin strength at such a tender age is remarkable. With a talent like you in the Uchiha clan, there is hope for the future. However, we stand on opposing sides today, and one of us must perish here, the elite Jonin spoke slowly. Your tone suggests dissent against the Second Elder's ideology. Why then do you support him? Ye Feng asked, astonished by the Jonin's candidness. My parents owe their lives to the Second Elder. He rescued me from the brink of death. My life has belonged to him since that moment. I have attempted to counsel him, yet he has grown indifferent to my words. The Jonin's voice resonated with regret before transforming into a resolute declaration. This battle shall be my final tribute to the Second Elder. Whether I survive depends on his fortune. With that, the Jonin unleashed a surge of chakra, a formidable force that caught Uchiha Tianchan's attention, who mused to himself, I did not anticipate such a formidable individual among the Second Elder's ranks. His power exceeds that of many elite Jonins. The Second Elder truly conceals his talents well. As Ye Feng beheld the fierce determination in the elite Jonin's eyes, he too released his full potential, honoring the Jonin with his respect. He activated the 8 gates, unleashing his true energy throughout his body, enhancing his capabilities to their zenith. A grateful ninja, you embody genuine sentiment, though perhaps misguided in your loyalty. I shall also unleash my full strength, as a sign of respect. Allow me to accompany you on your journey, Ye Feng declared as he charged forward. In this optimal state, Ye Feng's speed and attack power reached their pinnacle, surpassing even that of the current Minato Namikaze. In an instant, he stood before the elite Jonin. Observing the shift in the Jonin's gaze, Ye Feng discerned that the Jonin was capable of tracking his movement, However, his body could not keep pace. Ye Feng wasted no time, delivering a powerful punch, certain that even this elite Jonin would be injured by the blow. With a resounding thud, the elite Jonin transformed into a mere wooden stool. Ye Feng's heart sank as he realized his error. The figure of the elite Jonin re-emerged in the distance, already forming hand seals. Earth release, earth spike, he shouted. Maintaining his forward momentum, Ye Feng sensed the ground shifting beneath him. He quickly engaged his muscles, propelling his body into a rapid spin, channeling his energy into his fists to shatter the emerging earth spikes. Once the onslaught ceased, Ye Feng halted, regaining his stance. Yet, the elite Jonin would not relent. He completed another technique, fire release, great fireball technique. A colossal fireball hurtled toward Ye Feng. Undeterred, he concentrated even more energy into his right hand, delivering a swift and forceful punch that pierced through the fireball. Suddenly, from the dissipating flames emerged the elite Jonin, his kunai aimed directly at Ye Feng's heart. Ye Feng's heart raced, realizing that his inexperience had led him into peril. His fist remained poised in attack, unable to retract in time, leaving him vulnerable to the impending strike. What alarmed him further was the wind chakra enveloping the kunai. Had it been merely the weapon, Ye Feng might have sustained only a minor injury. However, the wind chakra's cutting properties posed a grave threat, capable of shattering his heart. In a moment of crisis, Ye Feng summoned his strength and leaped to the right, narrowly evading a fatal blow to his heart. Yet the kunai grazed his right side, exposing his innards. Having escaped the kunai's grasp, Ye Feng instinctively distanced himself from the elite Jonin, though the severe wound on his right flank rendered the right side of his body numb. With no time to hesitate, Ye Feng retrieved Wood's spirit talisman and activated it, applying it to his injured side. The elite Jonin, seizing the advantage, charged at Ye Feng once more. Although the talisman began to mend his wound, it could not provide instantaneous recovery. Ye Feng realized he could not evade the Jonin's assault. Yet he still possessed a fire spirit talisman, waiting for the right moment to unleash it. As the elite Jonin closed the distance to a mere 2 meters, Ye Feng's mind screamed, "Now!" He activated the fire spirit talisman, summoning a massive fireball. The elite Jonin, taken aback by Ye Feng's ability to execute a jutsu without hand seals, was unable to evade at such a close range. The fireball collided forcefully with his abdomen, the overwhelming power incinerating his lower half to ashes. Chapter 80. Guerrilla Warfare. Ye Feng observed as the elite Jonin's upper body crashed heavily to the ground, on the brink of death. A sigh of relief escaped him as he sank down, pressing his right hand against the wound on his lower back. He could feel the injury healing rapidly, estimating that within a minute, he would be restored to his former self. During this brief recuperation, Ye Feng remained vigilant, disregarding any sense of being watched, fully extending his spiritual awareness to prevent any unwarranted ambushes. With the ongoing battle, there was no time to concern himself with such trivialities. Elsewhere, the fighting raged on, with numerous ninjas sustaining injuries or even perishing, yet the overall situation remained unclear. Uchiha Tianchang's heart ached. He had aimed to eliminate the second elder with minimal cost, but never anticipated such dire consequences. Had it not been for Uchiha Ye Feng, his entire group might have faced annihilation. Nonetheless, the relentless combat had already claimed many of his elite subordinates, and the Uchiha clan's strength would significantly diminish as a result. Although they would remain a prestigious clan, they would no longer rival the Hyuga family or other top-tier clans. As Ye Feng surveyed the battlefield, he suddenly noticed that the elite Jonin was still alive, now crawling towards Uchiha Fugaku, clutching a multitude of explosive tags in an apparent attempt to take others down with him. With his body still mending, Ye Feng knew he could not move without risking further injury. "Fugaku, watch out for the ninja behind you. He has explosive tags," Ye Feng urgently warned. Upon hearing Ye Feng's alert, Uchiha Fugaku swiftly distanced himself from the enemy ninja. The half-destroyed body was now perilously close, and he knew he had to act quickly. The elite Jonin was astonished. How had Ye Feng discerned his intent and the presence of the explosive tags? Yet, as Fugaku prepared to retreat, he realized hesitation was no longer an option and activated the explosive tags. In an instant, a tremendous explosion erupted, reducing the remaining half of the elite Jonin to ashes. Thanks to Ye Feng's timely warning, Uchiha Fugaku was propelled away by the shockwave but emerged unscathed, reflecting on the elite Jonin's unwavering devotion to her cause. Even in her dying moments, Ye Feng felt a deep respect, albeit tinged with sorrow, for their opposing allegiances necessitated one of them to perish. There was no time for lamentation. The battle pressed on. Uchiha Fugaku nodded in gratitude to Ye Feng before rejoining the fray. The minute of healing passed swiftly without further incident. Once the wound on his lower back fully healed, Ye Feng tested his body, finding no abnormalities. His remarkable recovery capacity prompted him to consider preparing additional healing resources in the future, a testament to his own formidable physique. Sensing that only a fraction of his energy remained, Ye Feng still resolved to engage in the ongoing conflict, aware that the Uchiha clan were his allies, and their losses would ultimately impact him as well. Thus, he activated the 8 gates, infusing his body with energy and charging into the battlefield. However, upon entering, Ye Feng realized he couldn't distinguish friend from foe among the Uchiha clansmen engaged in combat. His limited interactions with the clan left him unfamiliar with most faces, save for a few, including Uchiha Tianchong and Uchiha Fugaku. Disregarding this confusion, he focused on the few familiar figures, attacking their adversaries while targeting those not clad in Uchiha attire. Without hesitation, Ye Feng implemented a guerrilla warfare strategy reminiscent of Mao Zedong's tactics, striking swiftly at opponents before retreating as they attempted to counterattack. He never lingered in one spot, and if an opportunity arose to eliminate an enemy, he would seize it without mercy. Ye Feng's incredible speed allowed him to evade harm and leave his adversaries with no chance to retaliate. Under Ye Feng's influence, the Second Elder's subordinates faced severe limitations, forced to defend against both their opponents and Ye Feng's surprise assaults. He managed to injure and eliminate several of their ranks, tipping the scales of victory in favor of Uchiha Tianchong. Frustrated by the unfolding situation, the Second Elder abandoned his own combat to confront Ye Feng, realizing that if this continued, he might very well meet his end today. The once promising circumstances had turned dire due to Ye Feng's unexpected interference, placing the Second Elder at a disadvantage. His animosity towards Ye Feng surged to a boiling point. Uchiha Tianchong, keenly observing the battlefield, recognized the hope Ye Feng brought and anticipated the Second Elder's approach. He positioned himself to block the Second Elder's advance, refusing to allow him to disrupt Ye Feng. Uchiha Tianchong, even if I perish, I will drag you down with me, the Second Elder declared, his impatience boiling over. Uchiha Tianchong stood his ground resolutely. Then let us see your true capabilities. The Second Elder's power was already inferior to Uchiha Tianchong's, compounded by his age. Uchiha Tianchong, still in his prime, had a distinct advantage. If not for the Second Elder's deep-seated experience, he might have been easily subdued by Tianchong. In a fit of frustration, the Second Elder's desperation led to mistakes, providing Uchiha Tianchong with an opportunity to sever his left arm. Chapter 81. The conclusion of the clan assembly war. The Second Elder fell to the ground, having lost his left arm to Uchiha Tenjo. He slumped backward, unable to rise again, his face a mask of despair as he surveyed the dwindling number of allied ninjas around him. His expression was one of profound sorrow, revealing a sense of hopelessness. Uchiha Tenjo, having ceased his assault, regarded the now powerless Second Elder and glanced around the blood-soaked battlefield littered with corpses. A wave of melancholy washed over him, overshadowing any sense of triumph. Cease all hostilities, commanded Uchiha Tenjo. The head of Uchiha Chiho has been taken. Any who surrender now shall be granted a chance at life. Those who continue to resist will be slain. Upon hearing Tenjo's voice, Ye Feng too halted his actions. The invading ninjas had been completely eliminated, leaving only 7 or 8 of the most formidable Uchiha clan warriors. After a moment's hesitation, witnessing the fallen Second Elder, they too ceased their combat. As Tenjo observed the cessation of fighting around him, he ordered the remaining Uchiha ninjas to have their chakra sealed, preparing to escort them back to their clan's territory for further deliberation. The corpses of the Uchiha clan members were also to be collected and sealed within scrolls, ensuring they would not become lost to the world. The tumultuous Uchiha clan assembly ended with Tenjo's victory, yet the outcome was far from what he had wished to see. 1/3 of the ninjas he had brought with him lay dead, and those who survived bore wounds. The casualties among the elders were similarly grave, with the Second Elder's faction suffering the most. Only he and a few elite shinobi remained alive. Overall, the upper echelon of the Uchiha clan had lost over half its strength, a devastating blow to their lineage. In light of such calamities, no one wished to continue the assembly. One by one, the attendees departed for their village, their numbers significantly diminished compared to when they had arrived, many adorned with bandages. It was impossible to conceal such an event. The residents of Konoha, witnessing the Uchiha's plight, feared a war had erupted, causing widespread anxiety. Such family disgrace was not meant for public discourse, and Uchiha Tenjo offered no explanations, silently leading his clan back to their homeland. Shortly after the Uchiha clan's return, news of the assembly's events reached various families and the higher echelons of Konoha, albeit only in broad strokes, lacking specific details. The three advisors alongside the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, convened in the Hokage's office. "This is an opportune moment to eliminate the Uchiha clan once and for all," suggested the ever-impulsive Tsunade. "That is inadvisable," countered Hiruzen. "The Uchiha are founding families of the village. To eradicate them without provocation would reflect poorly on us in the eyes of other clans." Hiruzen was not inclined towards the annihilation of the Uchiha clan. Rather, he recognized their formidable power as an asset that should not be underestimated. If he could harness their strength, it would provide him with significant leverage. The Uchiha's internal conflict, however, was unexpected and fortuitous for Hiruzen, as it diminished the risk of rebellion against Konoha's high command. The weaker the Uchiha became, the easier it would be for him to extend his influence over them. "Let us strip the Uchiha of their authority over the Guard Division," proposed Mito-Gaiden. "The Guard Division was established to marginalize the Uchiha clan. If we remove their control over it, how can we continue to suppress them?" retorted Shimura Danzo, preempting Hiruzen's dissent. "With so much of their elite strength diminished, how can they maintain the village's security?" Mito challenged. "This is even better. We can subtly instigate disturbances that will keep the Uchiha preoccupied, leading to their further decline in reputation and influence," Danzo suggested, his perspective decidedly ruthless. Hiruzen, nodding slightly at Danzo's proposal, did so not to oppress the Uchiha, but to see if he could draw them to his side. He intended to exert pressure at opportune moments, offering them an olive branch in times of need. "I propose we have some of the Uchiha's prodigies directly pledge their loyalty to the root. Let us see if the current Uchiha dare refuse, thereby enhancing our village's strength." Danzo's ambitions were laid bare. "Such actions would only portray us as opportunistic, undermining our standing with the other major clans," Hiruzen replied, recognizing the potential backlash. The implications of Danzo's intentions were detrimental to both himself and the village, and Hiruzen would not acquiesce to them. Stability must prevail within the village. It is not the right time to act against the Uchiha. Other clans are watching closely, and given the Uchiha's current state, they are unlikely to pose a significant threat in the short term. Let us refrain from interfering with their affairs, provided they do not jeopardize the village's safety. Thus, Hiruzen reached a decisive conclusion. The other major clans remained observant, aware that the Konoha leadership's efforts to suppress the Uchiha clan were no longer a secret. The pressure exerted by Uchiha Madara had made them wary, and while they took pleasure in observing the Uchiha's decline, they were reluctant to witness their complete eradication. The disappearance of the Uchiha could very well foreshadow their own family's downfall, thus they awaited Konoha's next move with bated breath. In the days that followed, the only communication from the Hokage's office to the Guard Division was a warning regarding the security of the village. No further actions were taken against the Uchiha. Such restraint provided reassurance to the major clans, demonstrating that the village leadership would not recklessly interfere with another clan. Chapter 82. It is best not to proceed thus in the Uchiha clan's ancestral grounds. Within the conference room, Uchiha Tenzo occupied the seat of honor, while Uchiha Fugaka sat beside him. Both bore pallid expressions, their spirits notably depleted due to the overwhelming matters that had burgeoned within the clan over the past few days. They were tasked with restructuring the personnel and responsibilities of both the clan and the security division, alongside addressing the aftermath of the recent war, leaving them with little respite. Across from them sat the remaining senior management of the Uchiha clan, accompanied by over 30 elite shinobi, the C-Army de la C-Army of the Uchiha lineage. Amongst the assembly, Leaf Maple found himself seated at the back, a position he had reluctantly accepted after being compelled by Uchiha Tenzo to attend this crucial family meeting, which he had initially wished to avoid. Tenzo had insisted that Leaf Maple must participate, even arranging for him to sit to his left. However, Leaf Maple was loath to occupy such a conspicuous spot, pondering how one could sit there, as it was hardly a casual placement. His presence at such a significant gathering was already striking. Did they seek to thrust him into the limelight even further? Eventually, Uchiha Tenzo relented, allowing Leaf Maple to choose a seat for himself, which he did, opting for the most secluded corner. Yet, despite this effort to remain inconspicuous, the assembly's attention was inevitably drawn to him. After all, in a room filled predominantly with seasoned shinobi, a mere 5-year-old child's presence was undeniably jarring. Nevertheless, those gathered had witnessed Leaf Maple's valor during the recent conflict, and their recognition of his prowess was evident. While he may not have been the strongest in terms of combat capabilities, his youth was remarkable. At such a tender age, his abilities were prodigious, to the extent that even Uchiha Madara at that age had not possessed such strength. Leaf Maple's exceptional physical condition and agility on the battlefield had greatly contributed to their recent endeavors. Most notably, his ice and snow ninjutsu, which had altered the tide of battle, was an unprecedented technique that none present had ever encountered. They had privately speculated about this powerful jutsu, convinced it was a secret weapon of Uchiha Leaf Maple, and thus had received only vague responses from Uchiha Tenzo and Fugaku, leading them to mistakenly believe it was a technique bestowed upon him by Tenzo. The purpose of convening this meeting was to deliberate on several pressing issues. The first being the state of the security division. The recent skirmishes had primarily engaged the upper echelons of the clan's combatants, leaving the lower ranks unscathed. However, the depletion of their upper-tier strength necessitated a discussion on potential solutions. At that moment, Uchiha Hakadai, the captain of the 2nd Division of the Security Force, spoke up. Lately, the Security Division has been inundated with minor issues as usual, yet we have seen a disturbing rise in suspicious activities, likely involving spies. Many of these matters exceed the capabilities of our Nin and Genin. With so many issues surfacing at this juncture, it is evident that someone is orchestrating these disturbances. Most likely from within the village's higher echelons, he continued. Moreover, the 3rd Hokage has specifically instructed us to ensure the village's safety, which feels like an attempt to shift the blame onto us. As murmurs of discontent rippled through the assembly, Uchiha Tenzo interjected, "I have called you here to resolve issues, not to sow suspicion among one another." In response, Uchiha Fugaku suggested, "Perhaps we should consider recruiting individuals from other clans or even from the civilian shinobi to alleviate some of our burdens." However, as Fugaku spoke, dissent arose from the assembly. The Uchiha clan possesses only the security division as a bastion of power within the village. Inviting outsiders would only undermine our authority, one voice protested. Indeed, if we were to lose control of this division, our position within Konoha would become untenable, another added. You believe this is a desirable role? The security division has always been a thankless task. Given the village's current aversion to our clan, it would be wiser to initiate a transformation within the security division itself, Fugaku countered, steadfast in his argument. Uchiha Tenzo contemplated the matter, recognizing that as long as the minister of the security division and its captains were Uchiha clan members, they could retain control over it. Furthermore, this could potentially alleviate the village's fear of the Uchiha clan. Yes, we should focus on securing key positions of power, allowing outsiders to handle the more menial tasks, thus lightening our load significantly. If we can shift public perception of the Uchiha, we may even solidify our standing within the village and perhaps leverage popular support for the next Hokage. They began to rally behind Fugaku's proposal. Hearing this, many in attendance began to echo their agreement with Fugaku's suggestion. Uchiha Tenzo, seeing the consensus form, nodded. Since the majority supports this approach, we shall proceed accordingly. I strongly advise against this course of action. A sudden voice interjected, cutting off Tenzo's words. All eyes turned towards the source of the interruption, a child's voice, unmistakably belonging to Leaf Maple. What insights do you possess, young one? Uchiha Tenzo inquired, unperturbed by the interruption, even exhibiting a hint of cordiality. While the other Uchiha clan members remained silent, their thoughts betrayed their skepticism. This Leaf Maple is rather audacious, daring to contradict the clan's decisions. Just because he possesses some talent and strength, he feels entitled to such arrogance. What profound insights could a mere child possibly have? If this decision is enacted, it will only exacerbate the Uchiha clan's difficulties, potentially leading to our demise, Leaf Maple asserted. Yet, his proclamation was met with a chorus of rebukes. What could you possibly know, child? If you lack understanding, refrain from speaking out of turn. Do you think this is a mere game? Adults are conversing. Kindly refrain from interjecting and listen attentively. Are you capable of handling these responsibilities without bringing in others? Do you truly believe you are equipped for such tasks? Chapter 83. Strategizing. Uchiha Tenkan raised his hand to silence the others, his expression solemn as he addressed Ye Feng. Ye Feng, please continue. What led to the downfall of our clan? The stance of Konoha's upper echelon was evidently clear, a systematic suppression of the Uchiha clan. However, as long as the Uchiha did not infringe upon the village's interests, there would be no overt eradication, at most. Minor tactics would be employed to render the Uchiha increasingly unpopular within the village. Slowly, Ye Feng began to speak. Uchiha Tenkan and the other Uchihas were aware of this situation, which had made their clan's existence increasingly arduous over the years. Ye Feng continued. Although the security department holds actual power within the village, it is overshadowed by the even more authoritative Umbu. This implies that the security department's real influence is somewhat limited. Moreover, to put it bluntly, the Uchiha clan has grown complacent, often disregarding the common folk. were it not for the security department's role in safeguarding the village. Our attitudes might have been even worse, which is precisely what Konoha's upper echelon relishes. Thus, involving other families and the commoners is an opportune strategy to mitigate our conflicts with the village. At this moment, dissenters from earlier spoke up. While this may indeed be a sound approach for the Uchiha's development within the village, have you forgotten that the current leaders are the third Hokage and his ilk? They wish to see the Uchiha clan weakened rather than rising. Furthermore, this is the most vulnerable time for us. We lack the strength to resist. What do you think will happen if we attempt to reform in a positive direction now? What measures will the village's upper echelon take? Once Ye Feng concluded, murmurs erupted from the assembly. Are we to be perpetually trampled upon by the village? Indeed, if it comes to that, we might as well disperse. If we suffer, they shall not fare any better. I propose we find an opportunity to leave the village. A place like this is unworthy of our loyalty. Upon hearing this last remark, Uchiha Tenkin's eyes blazed with anger. Silence. I do not wish to hear such words again. As Ye Feng listened to the increasingly outrageous discussions, he sighed inwardly. With such a mindset, the Uchiha clan's survival seems bleak. Uchiha Tenkin harbored his own frustrations toward the village's leadership, which persistently targeted the Uchiha. Yet he patiently sought Ye Feng's counsel. Ye Feng, what do you propose we do? Do nothing. Maintain the status quo. But that would lead to lapses in the security department's duties, providing the village's upper echelon with further justification against us. Uchiha Tenkin frowned. What kind of strategy is that? So what? The Uchiha's upper echelons are critically lacking in strength. This village is not solely ours. If we lack sufficient guards, cannot we turn to the third Hokage? We can shift the blame to him, as long as the Uchiha does not trouble the village, who can truly harm us. Ye Feng believed that the higher-ups had yet to grasp their own precarious situation. Wouldn't that imply we are admitting the Uchiha's inadequacies? Moreover, we would be bound to the third Hokage's faction. Some higher-ups retorted. The Uchiha clan no longer possesses the strength of a top-tier family. Since we lack power, we must relinquish the notion that we still hold such status. What the Uchiha truly needs is to recuperate and restore its former strength. Inviting the third Hokage's intervention will grant the younger generation more time to cultivate. Besides, the Uchiha already lacks a good reputation. We need not concern ourselves with further tarnishing it. Most importantly, Konoha's upper echelon is not a monolith. The third Hokage does not genuinely wish to eradicate us. He merely seeks to control us. The other three advisors, however, aim for our elimination. By pursuing this course, we can buy ourselves time to recover and sow discord among the higher-ups. Ye Feng gradually elucidated his strategy for the Uchiha leadership. Are we to become mere subordinates of the third Hokage? Some Uchiha members were loath to accept such a fate. We are merely requesting assistance from the village when necessary. This is their obligation. Furthermore, we are only feigning such dependence, which resolves the security department's issues and convinces the third Hokage that we align with him, thereby affording us room for growth. Let us not forget, every endeavor requires a formidable power as its foundation. But if we prolong this too long, might the third Hokage not realize our true intentions and respond with anger? Uchiha Tenkin voiced his concerns. Thus, we must strive to extend this timeline, using it to address our conflicts with the village, enabling us to freely develop the Uchiha clan. And how do we resolve this conflict? At this juncture, Uchiha Tenkin resembled a student earnestly seeking guidance from a teacher. The discord between us and the village has existed since the second Hokage's era. If we cannot resolve the conflict, we must eliminate the source of the discord. Eliminate the source? Are you suggesting we assassinate the village's upper echelon? Uchiha Tenkin asked incredulously. That is the last resort. We should ideally gather intelligence and evidence discreetly, utilizing overt methods to remove Konoha's higher-ups. Following this, we must transform the Uchiha clan. Ye Feng's words plunged the gathered leaders into deep contemplation. His plan appeared more suited to the Uchiha's current circumstances. Yet, they remained hesitant, unable to relinquish their pride. Let us proceed with Ye Feng's approach, but now is not the time to confront the third Hokage. We shall delay for a few days. During this time, you may find yourselves busier than usual. Furthermore, from this moment on, all matters concerning Uchiha Ye Feng shall be deemed the highest family secret, with no disclosures permitted under threat of treason. Uchiha Tenkin recognized Ye Feng's significance to the Uchiha and resolved to shield him from enemy eyes. The other Uchiha leaders, having witnessed Ye Feng's remarkable abilities alongside his innate talents, came to understand the clan leader's decision. Henceforth, Uchiha Ye Feng's standing within the Uchiha family would ascend rapidly. Chapter 84. The spy. As the matter was concluded, Uchiha Tenjo prepared to rise and adjourn the meeting. The gathered senior members appeared bewildered, and one of them promptly inquired, "Respected clan leader, did Did you not mention there were several issues to address? How can we conclude with just one matter? Due to the devastating losses suffered by the Uchiha clan in the clan meetings conflict, I feel a profound sense of remorse towards our ancestors and the responsibilities of the clan leader. Thus, I have resolved to resign from my position, allowing Uchiha Fugaku to assume leadership of our family. However, the clan currently faces significant challenges. It is only fitting that I undertake some of the less favorable tasks as a means of atoning for my previous mistakes, Uchiha explained to his kin. The conflict during the clan meeting was the fault of the second elder, not yours. We still require your leadership, another voice interjected. I did not declare my resignation to take effect immediately. Once the family stabilizes, I shall step down. Moreover, resignation does not imply withdrawal from our endeavors. I will continue to contribute to the clan's affairs, Uchiha concluded, rising to leave. Ye Feng was equally astonished by Uchiha Tenjo's resolution. Pondering internally, it seems that my intervention has significantly altered the original trajectory of the Uchiha clan. Previously, there was no rebellion from the second elder, nor was there any premature resignation from the current clan leader. I wonder whether this will yield positive or negative outcomes in the future. At this moment, within the base of the root organization, a figure shrouded in shadows sat, their features obscured. A chilling voice emerged. Have we ascertained the events that transpired at the Uchiha ancestral grounds? Kneeling before the shadowy figure was a masked ninja, unmistakably the Gray Fox, who had previously attempted to assassinate Ye Feng. The Gray Fox replied, "We have only discovered that a rebellion occurred at the Uchiha ancestral grounds. The second elder conspired with numerous outsiders to assassinate Uchiha Tenjo and ascend as the new clan leader. However, this plot ultimately failed, resulting in significant casualties among his followers. Curiously, our investigation indicates that the second elder, along with a number of outsiders and clan members, should have surpassed the clan leader's strength, yet they suffered a devastating defeat." The shadowy figure slowly emerged, revealing Shimura Danzo, who continued, "Have we identified the specifics of the battle? We have been unable to infiltrate the upper echelons of the Uchiha clan with spies, relying instead on lower-tier operatives to gather information from the ninjas present at the time. Some details have surfaced. The Uchiha ancestral grounds seemingly experienced significant interference from certain individuals and unique jutsu, which diminished the second elder's forces, rendering him weaker than Uchiha Tenjo, leading to his defeat. Nonetheless, the clan leader's side also suffered grave losses. However, when inquiring about the identities of these individuals and the jutsu used, the Uchiha members displayed skepticism and refused to discuss the clan's conflict further. It appears we cannot extract the truth from them. We must find a way to contact the imprisoned second elder and his remaining ninjas. They may find pleasure in Uchiha Tenjo's misfortune, Danzo commanded the Gray Fox. However, the risks associated with this operation are considerable, and the spies may face fatal consequences. The Gray Fox hesitated. Yet, it is merely the demise of one Uchiha spy. Inform him that should the task be accomplished, I will intervene to ensure his safety, along with that of the second elder, Danzo instructed. Understood. I shall attend to it immediately, the Gray Fox affirmed before vanishing from sight. At the Uchiha ancestral grounds, within the prison cells, a Uchiha clan member approached the door. Appearing to be a Chunin, the guard stationed at the entrance halted him, stating, "Only by the clan leader's command may others enter." The Uchiha Chunin produced a token and presented it to the guard. This Chunin was, in fact, Danzo's spy. The guard inspected the token and permitted the Uchiha Chunin to proceed. The Uchiha Chunin made his way to the cell where the second elder was held. Observing the elder, it appeared he had not endured severe torture. In fact, his living conditions were quite decent, with a tidy bed and clean surroundings. The Uchiha Chunin addressed the second elder. "I did not expect someone of your former stature to meet such a fate. Uchiha Takuya, have you not already received my sentence?" The second elder replied, his demeanor surprisingly calm despite speaking of his impending execution. "My visit is not by the clan leader's directive but to convey a message from Lord Danzo." Uchiha Takuya stated slowly, "You have betrayed the Uchiha. Have you no pride left?" Reduced to being Danzo's pawn, the second elder thundered in anger. "Is it not a betrayal of the Uchiha to conspire against our own? I am no more treacherous than you. In fact, I bring tidings. Should you agree to assist Lord Danzo, he can ensure your survival," Uchiha Takuya replied with a sardonic smile. "Forget it. I, as a member of the Uchiha, will never betray my clan," the second elder roared defiantly. "Do not be foolish. Your options are limited to awaiting death. This is your only chance for salvation. Alternatively, you could recount the events of the clan meeting to me, and Lord Danzo may spare your life," Uchiha Takuya pressed. The second elder fell silent, his expression shifting as he contemplated. Finally, he resolved, I am still the Uchiha's second elder. Until my last breath. I refuse to betray my family. Guards. Uchiha Takuya is a spy. Upon uttering the first half of his declaration, the second elder bellowed the latter half. Uchiha Takuya was taken aback by the elder's maneuver, realizing the gravity of the situation. He hastily retreated, cursing, You old fool, you will pay for this. The guard, alerted by the commotion, rushed in to assess the situation, only to see Uchiha Takuya exiting the cell. Hurry inside. The second elder has gone mad. We must investigate, he exclaimed. Upon hearing this, the guards dared not hesitate and rushed into the cell. Chapter 85. The Uchiha Sumbu Uchiha Takatsuki watched as the guarding ninja rushed inside. No longer daring to remain there, even within the confines of the Uchiha clan's territory, he felt compelled to flee. Seizing the moment before the news spread, he hastily made his way to the designated rendezvous with the root, seeking Shimura Danzo's protection for his life. Meanwhile, in the dungeon, the guarding ninja, upon confirming the safety of the second elder and learning of Uchiha Takatsuki's betrayal, hastened to report to Uchiha Tensho about the situation. Upon arriving at the appointed location, Uchiha Takatsuki encountered the gray fox emerging from the shadows. Have you brought the information? The gray fox inquired. The old coot, Uchiha Chiho, refused to reveal the truth and even drew the guard's attention. I had no choice but to retreat, Uchiha Takatsuki replied anxiously. You incompetent fool. If you cannot handle such a trivial matter, what use are you to me? The gray fox retorted, clearly enraged by Uchiha Takatsuki's failure. Given my past efforts to relay messages for you, you must ensure my survival, or at the very least, aid my escape from Konoha, Uchiha Takatsuki pleaded, half kneeling in fear. Rise. Seek out the root base. Lord Danzo will decide your fate. The gray fox's tone suddenly softened, addressing Uchiha Takatsuki calmly. Upon hearing the gray fox's words, Uchiha Takatsuki felt a surge of joy, immediately expressing his gratitude before turning to dash toward the root base. However, at that very moment, a blade pierced through his chest. In disbelief, Uchiha Takatsuki gazed down at the half-exposed blade, realizing the gray fox stood behind him, gripping the hilt. You are worthless. It is better you do not continue to live, the gray fox declared, withdrawing the blade as Uchiha Takatsuki collapsed, his eyes wide open in death. Wiping the blood from the blade, the gray fox stored Uchiha Takatsuki's body within a scroll and departed. Uchiha Tensho, upon receiving the report from the guarding ninja, was visibly shaken and hurried to the dungeon, where he found the second elder. They faced each other, kneeling. To Uchiha Tensho's surprise, the second elder smiled faintly and spoke first. I did not expect we would meet again. Opportunities always arise, yet I hesitate on whether to execute you. I did not come here to discuss this. I wish to know what Uchiha Takatsuki sought from you, Uchiha Tensho expressed, his concern for Takatsuki's intentions evident. Uchiha Takatsuki sought to extract information about the clan meeting from me, hoping to barter my life for it. The second elder replied slowly. What did you reveal to him? Uchiha Tensho gasped, eager to learn what Takatsuki might know, as it pertained to Uchiha Ye Feng and the fate of the Uchiha clan. Rest assured, I revealed nothing. Though I harbor hatred for you, I would never betray my clan, the second elder reassured, a smile lingering on his lips. Surprised by the second elder's silence, Uchiha Tensho released a breath of relief. Regardless, I must thank you for withholding the details of the clan meeting from Uchiha Takatsuki. You seem quite invested in this matter, the second elder noted, puzzled, as the events of the clan meeting were not particularly significant, primarily revolving around a talented Uchiha ninja. Uchiha Ye Feng. After a moment's hesitation, Uchiha Tensho divulged the details of the previous high-level meeting to the second elder. After a lengthy pause, the second elder sighed. We bicker about trivialities, yet it is a child who possesses true foresight. He may indeed be the hope of our clan. Thus, all matters concerning him must remain confidential. A genius only reveals their potential once they mature. Surely a decision regarding my fate has been made. The second elder finally broached the subject of his own situation. Not yet. Considering your past contributions to the clan, I hesitate to execute you. However, in light of the fallen clan members, I cannot spare you without providing some form of justice, Uchiha Tensho replied candidly, seemingly enlightened by Uchiha Ye Feng's circumstances. In that case, I propose a solution. Do listen. You may confine me here, yet should the clan require my assistance in battle, I shall fight on their behalf. If I perish, it would serve as restitution for my previous actions, the second elder stated calmly, as if death were not a concern for him. Uchiha Tensho did not anticipate the second elder's proposal, and his resentment toward him diminished considerably. He nodded slightly. Let it be as you suggest. One more matter I hope the clan leader will consider. The ninjas who followed me acted under my influence, and I request that you grant them another chance. The second elder implored, his tone now respectful. They are the clan's elite, and I wish to retain them, yet their placement remains undecided. After all, they bear the blood of our kin on their hands, Uchiha Tensho admitted, troubled by this dilemma. Perhaps the clan leader could mold them into a covert unit, tasked with managing matters that are inconvenient for the clan to address openly, directly under your command, akin to an Umbu division. The notion of forming such a unit sparked Uchiha Tensho's interest, as it would allow the clan to serve while avoiding recognition by others, thus preventing turmoil. However, he hesitated, recalling that they had previously opposed him and doubted his ability to persuade them. As long as the clan leader agrees to this idea, I can assist you. I merely need to meet with them, the second elder offered, undeterred by the potential consequences, knowing they were stripped of their chakra and posed no threat. Yet, Uchiha Tensho found himself unsettled by the second elder's profound transformation. Chapter 86, Homecoming. Thus, Uchiha Tensho led the second elder to the prison where the rebellious ninjas from the clan meeting were held. Upon seeing the second elder, the rebellious ninjas were visibly excited, as if he were their pillar of support. After some pleasantries, the second elder spoke. I have conferred with the clan leader. Your current path is a result of my influence. The clan leader is willing to grant you another chance, as long as you remain loyal to the Uchiha clan. He will not pursue your past transgressions. The group exchanged glances, uncertain of what the second elder meant by opportunity. The Uchiha ninja standing at the forefront, clearly their spokesperson, inquired, what will happen to the second elder? You need not concern yourselves with my fate. I am aware of my sins. I have requested to remain here to atone. Should the opportunity arise to die in battle for the clan, it would be an honor to face our ancestors, the second elder explained, seeking to allay their concerns. Upon hearing his words, the others agreed with the second elder's proposal. Uchiha Tensho was overjoyed and allowed the second elder to reminisce with them while he returned to arrange the formation of the Uchiha Umbu. With a clear objective, the organization took shape swiftly. By the end of the afternoon, everything was in place. Uchiha Fugaku provided the rebellious ninjas with new attire and masks, leading them to an underground base of the Uchiha clan. The second elder was also returned to his cell, but it had been enhanced with various facilities, improving his conditions, a gesture of compensation from Uchiha Tensho. After some contemplation, Uchiha Tensho sought out Ye Feng to share the developments. Ye Feng found the idea quite commendable. This approach is indeed sound. However, they cannot all remain within the village. A few may stay for covert guard duties, while the rest should be released to form a small organization to undertake bounty missions, eliminating malevolent bandits or ninjas, and simultaneously rooting out spies. This will bolster their strength and enhance their reputation, which may prove useful in the future. Since you are here, I need not search for you. I just wanted to inform you that matters here have concluded, and it is time for me to return, Ye Feng added. Uchiha Tensho was reluctant to let Ye Feng depart, as his intellect was invaluable, and within the Uchiha leader's estate, few would dare to act out, ensuring his safety. However, Ye Feng was unwilling to stay. He harbored too many secrets and desired more freedom to pursue his endeavors. Ultimately, he returned to his own home. Upon returning, Ye Feng discovered Inuzuka Fuyumi and Yuhi Kurenai in his house. They appeared to have been there for quite some time, as they were attempting to cook, albeit in a rather chaotic manner indicative of novices. Beside them, Karamura barked at the pot, seemingly warning them of impending disaster. What are you doing? Ye Feng asked, bewildered by the scene. Ye Feng is back. The two women exclaimed, rushing to him, each taking hold of one of his arms, while Karamura bared his teeth at Ye Feng. With a mischievous grin, Ye Feng extended his hand in a mock gesture of patting. Karamura, sensing something ominous, dashed out of the house in fright. Inuzuka Fuyumi called after Karamura, but he was already far away. There was no need to worry about him getting lost in Konoha. Turning back to Ye Feng, Inuzuka Fuyumi exclaimed, you finally returned. If you hadn't come back soon, we would have had to send Senior Dai to the Uchiha clan grounds to find you. I merely stayed at the clan leader's residence for a short while. Did I not inform Senior Dai? Ye Feng replied. We were already aware of the events at the Uchiha clan grounds. We heard you also went there. We were just worried about your safety, Yuhi Kurenai playfully chimed in. What are you two up to now? Ye Feng inquired. We're making dinner. Ever since you left school, we haven't had the pleasure of your cooking. Since you've been away, we thought we would try to make something ourselves. However, after many attempts, it turned out quite inedible. Inuzuka Fuyumi pouted as she explained. Indeed, they had always relished Ye Feng's culinary skills, and given his recent preoccupations, he too had been missing the flavors of home. Realizing there was no pressing matter at hand, he suggested, then allow me to take over today, and I will also teach you both. You can try your hand at cooking in the future. Yay, we're in for a treat today. Inuzuka Fuyumi cheered. As she spoke, she planted a kiss on Ye Feng's cheek, seemingly emboldened after her first attempt. Yui Kurenai, her face flushed, hesitated but ultimately mustered the courage to kiss him on the other cheek, her head dropping in shyness as if to bury herself in the floor. Ye Feng, enveloped by the warmth of their affection, felt no malicious thoughts as he smiled and proceeded to gather the ingredients for their meal. Chapter 87. The elite ninja Might Guy Ye Feng, now financially secure and preoccupied with various commitments, prepared an extravagant array of dishes today. The menu featured more than just Sichuan cuisine. It included a variety of home-style dishes such as beef with potatoes, kung pao chicken, and poached fish. While cooking, he endeavored to impart some culinary wisdom to the two young women present, yet he sensed that their minds were elsewhere, lost in their own reveries. By the time Ye Feng finished preparing the meal and laid everything out on the table, night had fallen. The table was adorned with 8 well-known and visually appealing dishes from his original world, each radiating aroma and flavor. At that moment, Might Guy and his son returned from their training session. Haha, little Ye Feng is back. Nothing is amiss, thank goodness. These two girls have been pestering me daily to find you. Might Guy exclaimed joyfully upon spotting Ye Feng. Not at all. Senior Guy, please refrain from such exaggerations. The two young women quickly interjected, feeling a bit embarrassed by his comments. Senior Guy, your timing is perfect. I've just finished cooking. It has been ages since you last tasted my culinary skills. Come, take a seat and join us. Ye Feng felt a warm familiarity with Might Guy and eagerly invited him to share the meal. Hey, you rascal. Hurry and fetch us some chairs. Are we supposed to eat standing? Might Guy playfully scolded his son, Might Guy. During Might Guy's period of recuperation, Ye Feng had hardly paid attention to him. Furthermore, due to the Uchiha incident, he had been away from home for over half a month. Seeing Might Guy again made him realize the significant changes in him. As his words were filled with joy, Senior Guy, is there some good news? You appear to be in high spirits. Haha, you've noticed. I have been promoted to elite ninja, a special recognition from the village. Moreover, Kai will no longer need to follow the conventional path of ninja promotion. He can advance just like I did. I am now surrounded by admirers everywhere I go, and every day. I train with a throng of people eager to learn martial arts from me. Might Guy's laughter was infectious as he spoke. You have no idea how impressive Senior Guy has become. He is now an idol to many students who wish to learn martial arts from him. However, his standards are exceedingly high. More than half of those who attempt to meet them fail. Even those who pass initially must continue to prove themselves, or they will be dismissed. Inuzuka Fuyuki chimed in, showing no sign of remorse for the failures. Ye Feng felt a surge of happiness for Might Guy. In the original storyline, he was often looked down upon until his demise, when his talents were finally recognized. Yet, by then, it was too late. Now, due to Ye Feng's intervention, Might Guy's extraordinary abilities had been revealed earlier, earning him the respect of the village and fulfilling his long-held dream of showcasing his martial arts prowess. We must celebrate this momentous occasion. This feast is perfect for honoring Senior Guy's achievements. Ye Feng expressed his genuine delight for Might Guy. I owe much of this to you, Ye Feng. Without your assistance, I would not have gained the strength to defeat Shin. This version of myself would not exist. As for Kai, although he was passionate about training alongside me before, he has become even more driven. I believe my battle with Shin sparked hope and confidence in him. I am truly satisfied with the results. Though Might Guy often appeared somewhat foolish, he possessed a keen awareness of his circumstances. Senior Guy, you are too modest. You have helped me immensely as well. I have merely returned the favor. Then I shall not thank you further. That would be excessive. Now that you have returned, my injuries have healed. And Kai and I plan to move back home tomorrow. Isn't living here more appealing? There are no worries about food, and it is close to various training grounds. Actually, the village allocated me a house, but I declined it. I have a sentimental attachment to the old place and cannot bear to leave. I merely renovated and expanded my former residence. Besides, your cooking is so delightful that I find it hard to resist. It significantly disrupts my training discipline. Might Guy said with a half-joking tone. With the conversation reaching a natural conclusion, Ye Feng saw no reason to press further. After all, they would not be strangers forever. At that moment, Might Guy's son had arranged the table and chairs, signaling the commencement of dinner. Might Guy was always down to earth, which eased the tension for Inuzuka Fuyuki and Hinata Hong, allowing the five of them to enjoy a harmonious meal together, rekindling Ye Feng's nostalgia for home. The following morning, just as dawn broke, Might Guy and his son had already packed their belongings and set off for home. Ye Feng contemplated seeing them off but was met with a polite refusal from Might Guy, who cited the need to adjust to the separation before anything else. Such a robust excuse. Ye Feng mused. Ultimately, he returned to his solitary existence. Initially, he felt little about it, but now, a sense of loneliness began to creep in. It appeared he was gradually acclimating to life in the Naruto world. Yet, loneliness only accompanied him during the day as he spent most of his time training. Occasionally perusing textbooks from the ninja academy that proved too simplistic for him, requiring little time to comprehend. As evening approached, Inuzuka Fuyuki and Hinata Hong arrived, ostensibly to learn culinary skills. However, as days turned into weeks, their cooking abilities showed no improvement, and soon, their dining companions multiplied from 2 to 5, including Saratobi Asuma, Uchiha Obito, and Haruno Rin, forming a delightful gathering of food enthusiasts. Even Uchiha Obito requested a takeaway, saying it was for his grandmother. Chapter 88. The examination commences. Days passed uneventfully, with no significant occurrences in between. The affair concerning Uchiha Takuya's defection gradually faded into obscurity, particularly due to his mysterious disappearance. The higher-ups of the Uchiha clan speculated that Takuya might have been discreetly dealt with by Shimura Danzo. Without concrete evidence, they found themselves unable to accuse a village advisor. And given the Uchiha's diminished status, it was ill-advised to stir up further turmoil. The security department also experienced a series of minor lapses, prompting Uchiha Tenten to seize the opportunity to approach the third Hokage. Citing the severe deficiency in the upper echelons of the security department, he requested assistance from the Umbu to safeguard the village's security. This rationale left the third Hokage with little choice but to acquiesce, as he welcomed the Umbu's involvement in the affairs of the security department. This led the third Hokage to mistakenly believe that the Uchiha had reached a point of weakness, having seemingly bowed to him. However, he was not foolish. He intended to probe the Uchiha clan further to ascertain whether they had genuinely capitulated. Setting aside such matters, the day of the examination for Ye Feng's early graduation had arrived. For Ye Feng, the upcoming assessment posed no significant challenge, and thus he approached it with a casual demeanor. However, some of his friends were quite disheartened. The location for the examination was once again at the Ninja Academy, which meant that the academy was closed for the day. The Delicious Five group, accompanied by Hinata Sora, arrived at Ye Feng's residence early, urging him to hasten to the academy for the examination. Surprisingly, Uchiha Obito also showed up early, seizing the opportunity for breakfast, which transformed an otherwise leisurely morning into a bustling affair. Upon arriving at the Ninja Academy, Ye Feng and his companions found that the examination was nearly underway, while Obito's habit of helping the elderly cross the street had delayed him, leaving him likely unable to attend. Nonetheless, the turnout was substantial, with representatives from various clans present, including some clan leaders and members of the village's leadership, as well as curious villagers. After all, graduation examinations often yielded promising talents, and if any were from commoner backgrounds, they would likely attract the attention of the prominent clans for further development. This year, however, was particularly noteworthy due to two prodigious 5-year-olds seeking graduation, garnering attention and significance beyond the ordinary. Even the Uchiha clan was represented, with Uchiha Fugaku attending. His presence was twofold. As someone close to Ye Feng and as the clan's deputy leader, it underscored the Uchiha's regard for Ye Feng. Kakashi Hitaki's graduation examination was also a given for his father, Hitaki Tsukumo, who stood alongside Orochimaru. It was unexpected for Orochimaru to manifest interest in the Ninja Academy's graduation examination. His infrequent appearances in the village made his attendance surprising to Tsukumo. I have little interest in others, but Uchiha Ye Feng is my disciple. His examination piques my curiosity, particularly since I am the chief examiner for the second round, Orochimaru remarked, smiling as he spotted Ye Feng and subsequently approached him. Orochimaru, known for his arrogance, typically limited his attention to exceptionally gifted or powerful ninjas, with Tsukumo being one of them. Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Tsukumo's brow furrowed slightly before relaxing. He had some understanding of Orochimaru's nature, which was unpredictable. Perhaps this graduation examination would differ from previous assessments. But he had faith in Kakashi. If even Kakashi could not pass, the evaluation would be utterly unjust. Ye Feng, noticing Orochimaru's arrival, felt a twinge of surprise. Is Master Orochimaru here to observe my graduation examination? In the presence of others, Ye Feng maintained his respect for Orochimaru as his mentor. You should do your best. As I am the chief examiner for the second round, Orochimaru replied with a playful smile before turning and heading toward the school. Ye Feng was astonished by the thought. Orochimaru coming to be the chief examiner, surely he has no ulterior motives in store for me. After Orochimaru departed, Uchiha Fugaku approached. He had intended to converse with Ye Feng but felt it inappropriate to do so while Orochimaru was present. He waited until Orochimaru had left before approaching, merely wishing to exchange pleasantries with Ye Feng to demonstrate his support for him at the Ninja Academy. With time of the essence, Ye Feng distanced himself from the group and entered the school. A throng of children at the entrance cheered for him, drawing the attention of those nearby. This made Ye Feng feel somewhat awkward, prompting him to rush into the school. Fortunately, there was no segment in the graduation examination for the third Hokage to speak, or the wait would have been excruciating. By the time Ye Feng entered the examination hall, it was nearly filled to capacity. The large classroom accommodated over 100 individuals, and Ye Feng spotted Kakashi in a prominent corner. He promptly made his way to sit beside him, offering Kakashi a broad smile. However, Kakashi merely responded with a proud huff, perceiving Ye Feng as someone who deliberately concealed his abilities to watch him fail. At that moment, 3 ninjas clad in Chunin attire entered, carrying the examination papers. Leading the group was Sato Ichiki, Ye Feng's homeroom teacher. Ichiki noticed Uchiha Ye Feng and Kakashi Hitaki, casting them a self-satisfied grin. His position as the chief examiner was largely attributed to their presence. Otherwise, he would typically serve merely as a proctor overseeing the examination's decorum. The examination commenced. As Ye Feng received his paper, he felt as if he had returned to his student days, but this time, he was the top student. He completed the questions in merely half an hour. Glancing up at Kakashi, he noticed that Kakashi was not lagging far behind, having already written a substantial portion, truly deserving of the title of Konoha's foremost genius. Kakashi sensed a gaze upon him and looked to find Ye Feng observing him and his paper. He mistakenly assumed Ye Feng was struggling and hoped to cheat off him. Hesitating, Kakashi shifted his paper slightly toward Ye Feng, lowering the arm that had obstructed it. Ye Feng, witnessing Kakashi's actions, couldn't help but feel amused, realizing Kakashi's intentions. He was taken aback that Kakashi was willing to assist him, even though Ye Feng did not require such help. Ye Feng lifted his own paper, directing it toward Kakashi. It was at this moment that Kakashi noticed Ye Feng's sheet filled with answers. The embarrassment was palpable, and it was accompanied by a hint of irritation as he huffed at Ye Feng once more. Chapter 89. Cheating Tactics. Observing Kakashi Hitaki's demeanor, Ye Feng realized he had inadvertently offended someone again. However, Ye Feng felt quite innocent. It was a misunderstanding on their part that led to accusations of plagiarism against him. After completing his examination paper, Ye Feng chose not to leave immediately. He understood that this test was rather challenging and was curious to see what strategies his fellow candidates would employ when faced with difficult questions. As the written exam progressed past the halfway mark, Ye Feng remained vigilant but was disappointed to find no signs of cheating among the students. The 3 proctors seemed almost comatose, with 2 seated at the front and 1 at the rear, utterly motionless. Suddenly, Ye Feng caught sight of a shadow darting across the room like a fine thread, ensnaring a portly student. The boy then began to write furiously, as if a light had switched on in his mind. Following the shadow, Ye Feng identified a boy with pigtails, also scribbling diligently. He recognized him as a member of the Nara clan, while the chubby student was undoubtedly from the Akimichi clan. The proctor at the back seemed to sense something amiss, awakening and standing up, prompting the Nara boy to hastily retract his shadow manipulation technique. Once the teacher resumed his seat, the shadow re-emerged. As Ye Feng observed, he was suddenly struck by a familiar sensation. A mental force intruded upon his consciousness. Having previously clashed with members of the Yamanaka clan, he quickly deduced that it was a Yamanaka's mind technique at play. His gaze swept across the classroom until it landed on a girl with yellow hair. Her eyes closed. She was the one responsible. Ye Feng was taken aback to find himself a target of someone else's cheating efforts. Yet, recognizing their youth, he felt reluctant to intervene aggressively. Instead, he gently pushed back against the mental force. As it returned to the Yamanaka girl, she jolted awake, her heart racing with shock. This was her first failed attempt at using a mind technique on someone her own age or younger. Typically, successful execution of such techniques incurs minimal backlash, but failure usually results in significant repercussions. The fact that she experienced little harm astonished her, suggesting that the opposing mental force was exceptionally powerful and intentionally non-harmful. The Yamanaka girl instinctively turned to glance at Ye Feng, only to find him gazing at her with a half-smile, which, combined with his youthfulness, sent a chill down her spine. She quickly averted her gaze, her focus on the exam evaporating. Had Ye Feng been privy to her thoughts, he might have protested. "I was merely offering a benevolent smile. How could it be perceived as terrifying?" By the time the exam concluded, Ye Feng had observed numerous cheating methods, predominantly employed by the scions of prominent families, who utilized various secret techniques. Nevertheless, some conventional tactics were executed with remarkable finesse and timing. Kakashi Hitaki, Having completed his own paper long ago, noticed Ye Feng's keen interest as he surveyed the room and followed suit in observing the other students. He noted several clever cheating strategies, some of which impressed him and sparked inspiration. At that moment, Kakashi's perception of Ye Feng shifted. He pondered. Is he constantly absorbing various techniques, even from less skilled ninjas? Such an unyielding spirit of inquiry must be what enables him to develop A-rank ninjutsu at such a young age. I have been dismissive of those with lesser abilities. How arrogant of me. Ye Feng remained an amused spectator to the antics of his peers, blissfully unaware of Kakashi's newfound respect for him. Noticing Kakashi's unwavering gaze, he turned to find Kakashi staring intently, his expression growing increasingly animated. Could it be that Kakashi has crossed into a different realm of interest because of me? I am but a normal person, hoping to engage with the girls of the ninja world. I should keep my distance, he thought. The written examination, lasting merely an hour and a half, concluded swiftly. The instructors at the Ninja Academy were remarkably efficient, having graded all papers by midday and posting the results on the notice board. A throng of parents and students gathered around the board, eager to glimpse the results. Ye Feng's name shone prominently at the top, followed closely by Kakashi and other students. The successful candidates celebrated exuberantly, while those who failed wore expressions of dismay, perhaps envisioning the reprimands awaiting them at home. Ye Feng, confident in his performance, did not push through the crowd to check the results. However, Obito Uchiha, still anxious, squeezed into the throng to verify Ye Feng's rank. Moments later, he emerged, shouting, "Wow, Ye Feng, you're in first place. Higher than Kakashi. Let us see him strut now." It seemed that overshadowing Kakashi was a dream for Obito. Obito, don't be like that. They're all classmates. Passing is a good thing. Don't dwell on Kakashi, Rinoura chimed in, ever protective of Kakashi. Yet Obito merely scoffed. It's great that Ye Feng passed, but he'd better treat us to a meal. No need for that. Ye Feng has the ninja technique exam this afternoon, Rin quickly countered. Thinking of Ye Feng's well-being. The afternoon would bring another examination, and traditionally, as long as one could perform the body replacement technique, they would pass. Ye Feng, confident, felt little concern unless Orochimaru decided to stir trouble. It's fine. We'll grab a quick bite for lunch. We won't have time for barbecue. But I'll take you all out for that tonight, Ye Feng proclaimed, rallying his friends for support. Yay. The children chattered excitedly as they headed toward the nearest restaurant. Time flew by, and soon the afternoon assessment was about to commence. The students gathered, forming a rectangular line in anticipation of the chief examiner's arrival. The classroom door swung open, and sure enough, Orochimaru strode in, flanked by two assisting teachers. The children buzzed with excitement at the sight of Orochimaru. Though he may not be able to best the legendary Hashirama Senju, his notoriety far surpassed that of Kakashi. Wonderful. Lord Orochimaru is here to oversee the exam. If I could catch his attention, I'd be willing to sacrifice years off my life. One exclaimed. Forget 10 years. I'd gladly give up 20. Another chimed in. Stop dreaming. Lord Orochimaru doesn't take on apprentices anymore, someone cautioned. Who says? Didn't Uchiha Ye Feng become Lord Orochimaru's disciple? Another reminded them. Chapter 90. An unconventional graduation assessment. The words spoken by the students during the assessment were overheard by Orochimaru, who, instead of smiling, addressed them with a grave demeanor. Silence. The classroom fell into an immediate hush. Orochimaru continued. Originally, your assessment only required the three-body technique. However, I have decided to alter the content of the examination. I shall allow you to experience the thrill of combat ahead of schedule. All of you, gather on the playground. With that, he departed, accompanied by two proctors. A cacophony of sounds ensued, yet none dared to approach Orochimaru, merely trailing behind him. Upon reaching the playground, the students were struck by its unusual arrangement. Upon the platform sat the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, with 5 seats positioned behind him, Tsunade, Uchiha Fugaku, Kakashi Hitaki, and a figure unknown to Leaf Maple, though his eyes revealed him to be of the Hyuga clan. An empty seat beside Tsunade likely reserved for Orochimaru, and further back were representatives from various prominent clans. Surrounding them was a throng of villagers and students, with Uchiha Obito's cheers for Leaf Maple ringing particularly loud. The third Hokage himself has graced us with his presence. I must perform exceptionally well. Perhaps I might catch his eye for further training, one student mused. You're overreaching. The Hokage's presence indicates he has high hopes for certain individuals in our cohort. Do you believe you are among them? Another retorted. I may not rival those prodigies, but I have excelled in the 4th grade. Perhaps I too could attract the Hokage's attention. You? Can you compare to Uchiha Shinichi? Dream on. Another scoffed. And what about Uchiha Leaf Maple? You think you stand a chance against him? While discussions continued among the crowd, Leaf Maple noticed 8 white circles drawn on the playground, each approximately 15 meters in diameter. It seemed today's graduation examination would be anything but simple. Soon, around 200 students gathered for the assessment, revealing that due to the large number, the written exam had been divided into 2 venues. No wonder Leaf Maple had not seen Uchiha Shinichi earlier. He had assumed Shinichi had been disheartened by his own performance. Uchiha Shinichi spotted Leaf Maple, his eyes ablaze with fervor. He had been brooding over his previous defeat to Leaf Maple and had trained relentlessly since. This graduation assessment presented him with an unexpected chance to face Leaf Maple once more and redeem himself. At that moment, Orochimaru ascended the platform, and his voice echoed, "Once you become ninjas, you will encounter various battles. Today, I shall grant you an early taste of combat. There are 8 circles on the playground. You will engage in battles within these circles. There are no designated opponents, nor is there a limit to the number of fights. You may choose to enter the circles at will, and the final 8 standing within the circles shall advance. Each will be awarded a C-rank ninjutsu scroll as a prize. You have half an hour. After this, anyone outside the circles will be eliminated, as will those within a circle with 2 or more participants. Begin." With that, Orochimaru returned to his seat. True to Orochimaru's style, he had not afforded the 3rd Hokage an opportunity to speak, diving straight into the assessment. The crowd of onlookers and representatives from the great clans began to murmur among themselves. Isn't this a bit chaotic? If a group teams up against one, isn't that a guaranteed loss? This hardly seems fair. Becoming a ninja means facing the unpredictable nature of battle. Who would negotiate fairness with an enemy? It's merely a graduation assessment. There is no need for such complexity. Perhaps it is beneficial to witness the reality of ninja combat, aiding in the maturation of their still naive perspectives. The group of students glanced around, and to their surprise, no one stepped into the circles. Everyone understood that entering first would likely result in disadvantage, as they would face more battles. Each student preferred to wait for others to tire themselves out before swooping in for an easy victory. The atmosphere grew tense and awkward as no one dared to take the initiative. Then, Uchiha Shinichi boldly stepped into one of the circles, gazing expectantly at the other candidates, seemingly awaiting a challenger. Leaf Maple, unwilling to remain idle, decided to join him. Upon noticing Leaf Maple approaching, Uchiha Shinichi's eyes lit up with anticipation, believing Leaf Maple had come to challenge him. However, to Shinichi's disappointment, Leaf Maple merely walked to the adjacent circle, turning to offer a smile. Shinichi, though momentarily disheartened, felt a swell of pride. The first 2 to enter the fray were both from the Uchiha clan. Despite their diminished strength, their prowess and courage remained notable. With 2 participants already in the ring, others soon began to follow suit, though many preferred to delay their entry. The presence of prominent figures from the village urged them not to appear lackluster. The playground soon exhibited 2 contrasting scenes: the circles of Uchiha Shinichi, Uchiha Leaf Maple, and Kakashi Hitaki remained eerily quiet, as if they were mere spectators, while the other 5 circles erupted into fierce battles, with numerous students emerging bruised and battered. Meanwhile, Leaf Maple observed the skirmishes with growing boredom, finding little creativity in the brawls, which primarily devolved into brute force. Suddenly, Leaf Maple noticed 3 students advancing towards him, piquing his interest. At last, a chance to engage in combat, albeit with a hint of unfairness against younger opponents. However, these 3 students had a different mindset. Uchiha Shinichi and Kakashi Hitaki were both renowned for their formidable skills, and though Leaf Maple had demonstrated remarkable power during his single display at school, his true capabilities remained somewhat ambiguous due to his youth. Thus, the trio believed Leaf Maple's strength must be limited, prompting them to team up for an easy victory. As the 3 approached, they swiftly encircled Leaf Maple. 2 of them launched shurikens aimed at his upper and lower body, compelling him to evade. Curious about their intentions, Leaf Maple opted to dodge rather than counter. The 3rd student prepared a ninjutsu, which Leaf Maple recognized as the Great Fireball technique. For one of their age to wield such an ability was commendable, and their coordination was decent. However, the formidable fireball he had anticipated failed to materialize, replaced instead by a mere flicker of flame. Leaf Maple pondered, could it be a lack of chakra that limits their output? Chapter 91. An additional match, such a diminutive fireball has been unleashed, barely capable of penetrating my defenses. How utterly contemptuous. Ye Feng smirked, nearly swinging his arm to deflect the attack. However, he soon sensed something amiss. Alongside the fireball, he heard several impact sounds, and to his dismay, a few shuriken fell from his arm. Ye Feng was momentarily stunned. It was evident that the ninjas of the Naruto world were inherently skilled fighters. mastering various techniques at such a young age. What perplexed him further was the unexpected presence of shuriken within the attack. Had he known, he would have preferred to evade the fireball entirely. After all, ordinary ninjas lack the formidable muscular defenses that Ye Feng possessed. Although these shuriken had been launched by a mere graduating genin, they still bore a certain level of lethality. The fact that they managed to pierce his skin was indicative of Ye Feng's remarkable physical defense. Indeed, the representatives from the clan seated on the platform and the surrounding spectators began to murmur amongst themselves. Was this purely a matter of physical defense? Who has ever witnessed such formidable resilience? Surely, even a genin with no physical training would sustain injuries from such an attack. This seems somewhat exaggerated. Perhaps the young assailant's aim was simply lacking. It was rumored that Uchiha Ye Feng trained alongside Might Guy. Could this be the reason for his prowess? Might Guy, the exceptional taijutsu specialist who ascended to genin status, was his training partner. Is taijutsu truly that powerful? Orochimaru, too, pondered. Truly, Ye Feng is remarkable. Even during a modest graduation assessment, he manages to showcase something extraordinary. Tsunade, a ninja with commendable achievements in taijutsu, recognized that while taijutsu leans more towards offensive capabilities, she was well acquainted with its intricacies. The fact that Ye Feng's physical strength surpassed her own was astonishing, although she would not be harmed by the shuriken. Her formidable recovery abilities merely mitigated the minor penetration of her skin. The third Hokage, contemplating further, concluded that Uchiha Ye Feng was undoubtedly an exceptional talent. While his physical strength may not rival that of Might Guy, it was certainly noteworthy, suggesting he would eventually attain the level of a Kage-level ninja. Alas, he belongs to the Uchiha clan. No, even as a member of the Uchiha, I shall ensure he becomes a ninja of the Fire clan. Such a ninja must belong to the village. Ye Feng was acutely aware that his physical prowess had been exposed. Although not entirely revealed, it drew considerable attention. However, the events had transpired, and he could only accept the situation with a wry smile, hoping it would not bring about misfortune. As Ye Feng ruminated, the three students who had previously surrounded him were equally astonished. With such impenetrable defenses, what was the point of continuing to fight? They exchanged glances and hastily retreated. Kakashi Hitaki and Uchiha Shinichi, having refrained from battle, observed Ye Feng's match with clarity. They too fell into contemplation regarding how to breach Ye Feng's formidable defenses should they ever engage him in combat. The more they thought about it, the more daunting the challenge appeared. Ye Feng's defensive capabilities rendered most of their techniques ineffective. The assessment continued, and Ye Feng's display made it abundantly clear to all participants that he was not to be trifled with. Those who had entertained notions of testing him quickly abandoned such ideas and joined the competition for the final 5 circles. As time passed, the number of students forced to withdraw increased until Orochimaru's voice rang out, declaring the time was up. The battles on the training ground ceased, and the circles were devoid of participants. 7 circles had determined their victors, while the last circle still had 3 combatants engaged, ultimately leading to their disqualification. Ye Feng, Kakashi Hitaki, and Uchiha Shinichi remained until the end. Among the trio, only Ye Feng faced a challenge, while the other 2 stood victorious without contest. Ye Feng did not recognize the other 4 competitors, but observed their struggle and noted they too were exceptionally gifted, though still lacking in comparison to Ye Feng, Kakashi, and Shinichi. As the assessment concluded, Orochimaru, the chief examiner, addressed the participants. We have witnessed your performances. Most of you have done well, though some have underwhelmed. The specific results will be announced tomorrow. However, I wish to organize an additional match, a free-for-all among the 7 of you. The victor will receive an A-rank ninjutsu scroll from me. The third Hokage raised an eyebrow at Orochimaru's announcement, as he had been unaware of such an arrangement, especially one involving an A-rank ninjutsu. It is known that such techniques are scarce among prominent clans, highlighting their value. Nevertheless, the third Hokage deemed it a minor issue and tacitly approved Orochimaru's proposition. The others gasped in astonishment, surprised that Orochimaru would part with an A-rank ninjutsu as a reward. Yet, they were eager to witness the ensuing spectacle. Orochimaru certainly knew how to stir things up. After the assessment, he introduced this unexpected twist. I have no desire to participate in this nonsense, Ye Feng thought, internally grumbling as he called out, Report. Teacher Orochimaru, may I withdraw? It was an A-rank ninjutsu. Why was this fellow not enticed? Did he truly wish to withdraw? Perhaps he deemed himself unworthy of the challenge, not wanting to face potential defeat. Did they not see how formidable his defenses were? How could he possibly be lacking in strength? What they failed to realize was that he was a disciple of Lord Orochimaru, and thus lacked for nothing in ninjutsu. Ignoring the murmurs around him, Orochimaru smiled and replied, Of course, you may withdraw at any time. However, should you choose to do so, it will be counted as a failure in the assessment, and you will have to wait until next year to try again. Orochimaru anticipated that Ye Feng might wish to withdraw, thus providing a reason for him to continue. The expressions of the others and the slight twitch at Ye Feng's lips indicated their agreement. This was not an option to withdraw at will. It was a coercion to continue competing. Do you still wish to withdraw? Orochimaru inquired, his gaze fixed on Ye Feng with a smile. Ye Feng reconsidered. An A-rank ninjutsu was indeed a rare treasure. Gazing at Orochimaru's smile, he sensed a hint of malice. What wicked amusement was this? Since you choose not to withdraw, let the final contest commence. The arena shall be this training ground, and as long as your lives are not in peril, employ any means necessary. With that, Orochimaru resumed his seat, appearing content to watch the unfolding drama. At this moment, Tsunade leaned in and remarked, Orochimaru, I never imagined you would engage in such antics. Aren't you concerned your precious disciple might harbor resentment? I am merely providing him with an opportunity for growth and a chance to entertain you, Orochimaru replied with a chuckle. Tsunade found it astonishing. Ever since Orochimaru had taken on a disciple, the cold, brooding aura that once surrounded him seemed to have diminished significantly. And now he could even share a jest. Chapter 92. Hatake Kakashi vs. Ye Feng. As Orochimaru returned to his seat, Ye Feng realized that resistance was futile and returned to the competition. Just as he rejoined his team, the others dispersed, maintaining a wary distance from one another. Hey, do you really need to be this enthusiastic? Ye Feng muttered, devoid of any motivation. Yet, he couldn't help but consider that none of the others had the same backing he did with Orochimaru. Even Kakashi Hatake and Shin Uchiha were keenly interested in A-rank ninjutsu. Both Kakashi and Shin were eager to challenge Ye Feng, but their pride prevented them from taking advantage of others. Ye Feng, on the other hand, merely wished to wait for the match to conclude, thinking, go ahead and fight, just leave one for me to deal with, or better yet, eliminate each other. Kakashi and Shin harbored their own sense of pride, while the remaining 4 participants understood the formidable nature of these 3. Thus, they naturally banded together, intent on eliminating Kakashi, Shin, and Ye Feng before determining the ultimate victor among themselves. Kakashi Hatake's father, Tsukumo Hatake, was a legendary figure in the village, and Kakashi himself was undoubtedly a prodigy. Making their focus on Shin Uchiha, a renowned genius in his own right, seemed plausible. Although Shin was the top of his grade, they believed he was slightly weaker than Kakashi, especially with their combined numbers. Ye Feng, having previously triumphed over Shin, was an even greater threat. With this in mind, they charged toward Shin Uchiha without hesitation. When Shin saw them approaching, he felt a surge of irritation at being perceived as an easy target. Thus, he showed no mercy, activating his Sharingan, which revealed the ominous Two-Tomo. This allowed Shin to perceive their movements with clarity, seemingly slowing their speed. He deftly evaded the attacks of the first 2 assailants, countering with a punch that sent the other 2 flying, but they sustained only minor injuries. After all, Shin lacked the physical resilience of Ye Feng. Ye Feng observed Shin's double Tomo Sharingan with a sense of intrigue, realizing that the previous incident had significantly impacted him, allowing him to unlock such power. Meanwhile, Fugaku Uchiha, Shin's father, was equally astonished to discover his son's progress, feeling invigorated and resolved to enhance Shin's training. For the Uchiha clan desperately needed such talented individuals to secure their future. As Kakashi engaged with the 4 attackers, his gaze shifted towards Ye Feng, seemingly ready to spring into action. Ye Feng, aware of Kakashi's intentions, was reluctant to fight. Kakashi, don't look this way. We're friends. Focus on Shin. He is your true opponent. Kakashi, however, disregarded Ye Feng's plea and lunged at him with his blade. Ye Feng quickly evaded, exclaiming, Hey, are you trying to commit murder? Is this how you treat a friend? Kakashi paid no heed, performing a swift spin and charging at Ye Feng. As he closed in, he swung his blade towards Ye Feng's head, but Ye Feng ducked just in time. Kakashi followed up with a sweeping kick aimed at Ye Feng's legs, which he easily leaped over. When it came to martial arts techniques, the ninjas were no match for Ye Feng. Having traversed various temples and monasteries during his quest for enlightenment, he had become quite familiar with martial arts, despite not being a martial artist himself. In contrast, the ninjas typically focused on overwhelming strength or cunning tactics, rendering traditional martial arts ineffective. Nevertheless, Ye Feng had acquired enough skills to handle lesser opponents with ease. Frustrated that his attacks were being effortlessly avoided, Kakashi leaped towards Ye Feng with renewed vigor. Ye Feng, amused by the opportunity, thought, You're presenting me with an opening. He sidestepped Kakashi's slash, seizing the wrist of Kakashi's sword arm with his left hand while delivering a series of punches to Kakashi's abdomen with his right. Kakashi, Caught off guard and unable to escape, absorbed several blows, the final strike sending him stumbling backward. Ye Feng had no intention of severely injuring him. He merely sought to playfully spar. Consequently, Kakashi felt a sting of humiliation, realizing that Ye Feng had intentionally held back, though he acknowledged Ye Feng's strength. It was disheartening to find himself needing such mercy. Determined to redeem himself, Kakashi launched a furious offensive once more. From his vantage point, Tsukumo Hatake furrowed his brow. Clearly dissatisfied with Kakashi's reckless behavior, a ninja must maintain composure at all times. Had Ye Feng not been his fellow villager with no intent to harm, Kakashi would likely be lying on the ground by now. Yet, Kakashi showed no signs of reflection, charging forward with abandon. At that moment, Shin had dispatched his own opponent. Having expended considerable effort but retaining enough strength for a confrontation with Ye Feng. Observing Kakashi's aggressive approach, he seized the opportunity to assess the strengths of both combatants. Aware that either could become his next adversary, Ye Feng, discontent with Kakashi's reckless charge, was taken aback by his lack of composure. With a swift motion, he extended his left hand forward, his right hand forming an eagle's claw, a stance reminiscent of Tai Chi in an elegant maneuver. Ye Feng subtly shifted to the right, deflecting Kakashi's blade with his left hand. He then pivoted, using his elbow to strike Kakashi twice in rapid succession, forcing him to retreat. The force of the elbow strikes was significantly greater than that of a punch, causing Kakashi to cough up a small amount of blood. However, the damage was not severe. As Ye Feng had tempered his strength, refraining from infusing his strikes with chakra or true energy, thus limiting his attack's potency. Kakashi, seething with frustration after being repelled twice, felt as though Ye Feng's seemingly gentle techniques were laden with hidden complexity and formidable power. It was as if Ye Feng had seen through his every move. While he struggled to anticipate Ye Feng's next action. Chapter 93, 2 against 1. The urgency within Hatake Kakashi grew as he pondered his situation. He was acutely aware that his father was observing from the high platform, yet his performance was less than satisfactory. Instinctively, he glanced toward Hatake Tsukumo, who was indeed watching him. However, Tsukumo's countenance bore no signs of displeasure, only a look imbued with encouragement, although Hatake Tsukumo felt a twinge of dissatisfaction with Kakashi's performance. He understood that this was a trial for his son, who had always excelled without defeat. If Kakashi could navigate through this challenge on his own, he would undoubtedly emerge even more remarkable. Realizing this, Hatake Tsukumo directed an encouraging glance at Kakashi when their eyes met. For Kakashi, this encouragement was invaluable. He had always aspired to be like his father. The fact that Tsukumo continued to support him in this moment allowed Kakashi to release the weight upon his heart. He began to reflect on the prior battle, acknowledging his recklessness. Engaging in close combat was Leaf Maple's strength. Yet he had stubbornly insisted on attacking him in that manner, an act of sheer folly. Having gained clarity, Kakashi altered his approach. He produced a smoke bomb and hurled it between himself and Leaf Maple, enveloping them both in a shroud of mist. Kakashi then utilized the shadow clone technique, sending his clones forward to attack while he retreated to form hand seals. Have you finally come to your senses? Do you truly believe that obscuring my vision will prevent me from perceiving your presence? Leaf Maple remarked, witnessing Kakashi's transformation. Yet, Kakashi's assumptions proved overly simplistic. With a burst of speed, Leaf Maple surged into the smoke. Suddenly, an apparition of Leaf Maple emerged behind the retreating Kakashi, delivering a powerful blow that sent him flying, also obliterating the clones into wisps of smoke. This time, Leaf Maple's strength had significantly increased, and Kakashi found himself coughing up blood. However, what astonished Kakashi even more was the realization that amidst the smoke, he had lost track of his position. How had Leaf Maple so precisely determined his location and struck him from behind with such incredible speed? Leaf Maple had circumnavigated to his rear while he was merely retreating and forming seals. Such velocity was unattainable for Kakashi. He could only brace himself for Leaf Maple's impending assault from within the haze. Alas, Kakashi's concerns were unfounded. The smoke soon dissipated, revealing Leaf Maple standing still. Why not come at me together? Otherwise, you shall have no chance, Leaf Maple declared, suddenly invigorated by the thrill of battle, reminiscent of Uchiha Madara's demeanor. He desired to engage both Kakashi and Uchiha Shinichi simultaneously, reveling in the challenge. Yet, Uchiha Shinichi remained aloof, uninterested in intervening in the clash between Leaf Maple and Kakashi. While Kakashi remained silent, observing Uchiha Shinichi's expression, Leaf Maple discerned the outcome. He thought to himself, you seek to impress me yet maintain your pride. It seems I must teach you a lesson. With that, he accelerated toward Uchiha Shinichi. Taken aback by Leaf Maple's speed, Uchiha Shinichi had not anticipated such swiftness while concealed in the smoke. Now, however, The reality of Leaf Maple's velocity was vividly apparent, almost beyond the capacity of his eyes to track. Instantly, he activated his Sharingan. This time, he could perceive Leaf Maple's form. Yet the speed at which he moved rendered Uchiha Shinichi incapable of countering effectively, resulting in him receiving a heavy blow and spitting blood. The scene left the representatives of the clans and the onlooking villagers in disbelief. Uchiha Leaf Maple's prowess evidently surpassed that of the two renowned Konoha prodigies by a considerable margin. Supporters of Leaf Maple, including Uchiha Obito, were equally astonished by the disparity. Uchiha Shinichi, once the foremost student, had now entered his fourth year. Although Leaf Maple's previous performance had barely secured victory, Uchiha Shinichi had activated his double tomo. His strength nearing that of a Chunin, perhaps even surpassing it, yet he still could not withstand Leaf Maple's assault. This revelation left them momentarily speechless. Their spirits dampened as they felt the chasm between themselves and Leaf Maple widening, as if they inhabited entirely different realms. Uchiha Shinichi was incredulous at how much he had improved, only to find himself still outpaced by Leaf Maple, with the gap seemingly expanding. In his astonishment, he glanced toward Hitaki Kakashi, understanding the helplessness of witnessing one's own inadequacy. He hoped for a partnership with Kakashi, otherwise, they might never claim victory over Leaf Maple. Kakashi, perceiving Uchiha Shinichi's gaze, hesitated. Leaf Maple appeared to possess extraordinary perceptive abilities, far exceeding ordinary speed and strength. As for Genjutsu, he was ill-equipped to contend with it, leaving him devoid of a clear path to victory. Ultimately, he offered a slight nod to Uchiha Shinichi. The onlookers became increasingly animated, thrilled at the prospect of witnessing two of the village's elite talents joining forces against a single opponent. Such a spectacle was a rarity, and they eagerly anticipated this high-stakes, suspenseful confrontation. Seeing the two prepare for combat, Leaf Maple smiled. Uchiha Shinichi and Hitaki Kakashi's combat experience surpassed his own, prompting Leaf Maple to resolve to utilize only a fraction of his strength to practice and adapt to their fighting styles. The 2-on-1 scenario would divert his attention, yet it would also facilitate his rapid growth. Leaf Maple took the initiative, charging at Uchiha Shinichi, who, being forewarned, withdrew to afford himself ample time to respond. Kakashi flung 2 shuriken along Leaf Maple's path, buying Uchiha Shinichi additional time while he too advanced. Kakashi recognized that Uchiha Shinichi lacked significant advantages in close combat. His true strength lay in ninjutsu. Thus, Kakashi had to take the lead, using his swordsmanship to restrain Leaf Maple and granting Shinichi the opportunity to display his abilities. Uchiha Shinichi made every effort to maneuver towards Kakashi's side. Once they regrouped, Shinichi began forming hand seals, while Kakashi unleashed a shuriken, simultaneously employing his most adept sword techniques to close in on Leaf Maple. The glinting edge of his short blade deterred Leaf Maple from recklessly engaging. Although Leaf Maple had only scratched the surface of Tai Chi, lacking the accompanying internal techniques, he relied solely on his physical prowess. While this might suffice for casual practice, it proved inadequate against ninjutsu and ranged attacks. Leaf Maple decided against further use of his true energy, as revealing it in front of notable figures was unwise. Thus, he resolved to rely on his taijutsu and a few less advanced ninjutsu. However, confronted with Kakashi's blade, Leaf Maple realized he could not simply absorb the blow without revealing his true energy. He contemplated, now that I possess true energy, I must cultivate my own celestial sword. Otherwise, such assaults will prove difficult to withstand. Chapter 94, Claiming Rewards. As Ye Feng prepared to evade the swift blade of Kakashi Hitaki, he noticed that Shin Uchiha had completed his hand seals. With a fiery technique, the fire release, Phoenix Fire technique unleashed a barrage of fireballs, targeting the very spot where Ye Feng had intended to relocate. Witnessing such seamless cooperation on their first collaboration was a testament to their prodigious talents, prompting the third Hokage on the high platform to offer a commendation. Ye Feng immediately halted his movement, confronted by the relentless barrage of fireballs. While he could channel his energy to withstand the assault, Kakashi Hitaki stood nearby, poised to seize any opportunity. Ye Feng found himself compelled to endure Kakashi's onslaught. Had he possessed a weapon, he would have readily defended himself with it, reinforcing his ambition to cultivate his own celestial sword. Nonetheless, he had to face the current predicament without further amplifying his defenses, as it would lead to unwelcome explanations later. Thus, Ye Feng activated the 8 Gates technique, resulting in a sudden surge of chakra that propelled him forward at an unprecedented speed, swiftly evading Kakashi's attack range, causing Shin Uchiha's fire technique to miss its mark. Kakashi and Shin exchanged astonished glances, taken aback by Ye Feng's remarkable acceleration, prompting them to retreat and maintain a wary distance. Ye Feng had not anticipated that his desire to conceal his strength and gain combat experience would lead to such an unexpected revelation. However, having unleashed the Eight Gates technique, there was no turning back. He surged forward, not directly towards the two, but instead, he leaped onto a nearby stone, which bore Kakashi's substitution seal. While others may have overlooked it, Ye Feng's heightened perception allowed him to discern every detail of the battlefield with clarity. Kakashi had not foreseen that Ye Feng would uncover his tactic, which had been executed just outside Ye Feng's line of sight. Both Kakashi and Shin's expressions darkened. It was evident that Ye Feng possessed formidable sensory abilities, enabling him to detect the substitution seal with ease, thereby nullifying any possibility of a surprise attack. Kakashi nodded subtly to Shin and charged towards Ye Feng, while Shin resumed forming his seals. Did they intend to employ the same strategy once again? Ye Feng found himself perplexed. Their initial attempt had failed to connect, and with his heightened alertness and the Eight Gates activated, striking him would prove even more challenging. Regardless, Ye Feng resolved to abandon any restraint, for with his current speed, there was no need to hold back. This encounter needed to reach its conclusion before Kakashi could reach him. Ye Feng sprang forward, his velocity surpassing Kakashi's response time. A powerful kick landed squarely on Kakashi's abdomen, sending him stumbling backward. However, Shin was caught off guard, unable to comprehend how Kakashi had been so easily overwhelmed. His fire release, Great Fireball technique had reached its culmination, but he immediately interrupted the release, using his own body to brace Kakashi's retreat and mitigate the damage sustained. Yet, just as Shin managed to stabilize Kakashi, Ye Feng was upon them, launching twin punches aimed at Kakashi's head and Shin's heart. However, his fists halted mere centimeters from their targets, the sheer force of his attack whipping Kakashi's hair and Shin's clothing about violently. Both Kakashi and Shin stared at Ye Feng's poised fists, momentarily paralyzed by disbelief. Had they truly lost? Were they to suffer such a crushing defeat despite their collaboration? Despondency enveloped them as time appeared to freeze in that instant. With only the sound of the wind echoing around them, Ye Feng withdrew his fists, standing tall as he walked back to the center of the arena. Orochimaru's voice resonated, declaring, "The victor of this match is Uchiha Ye Feng." At that moment, the crowd erupted into thunderous applause and cheers. This match had been nothing short of spectacular. Uchiha Ye Feng had proven his prowess. That speed. I couldn't even see his figure. How did he become so fast? You may not be aware, but Uchiha Ye Feng trained under the esteemed Dai. Is that true? No wonder he relies on physical techniques. Does that strength stem from training in martial arts? While the specifics remained unclear, it was indisputable that his speed and power were products of his rigorous training. The explosive speed and strength he had displayed must have been honed through Dai's forbidden techniques. I must ensure my child studies under Dai as well, even without such defenses. That speed would render ninjutsu ineffective. Ye Feng remained oblivious to the fact that his graduation assessment had sparked greater interest in physical training among the villagers. Should anyone be fortunate enough to train under Might Dai, it would be an incredible stroke of luck. As a result, the ranks of Dai's disciples swelled significantly, prompting the village to construct larger training grounds to support the cultivation of physical prowess. These developments would unfold in due course. With the conclusion of the match, the graduation assessment reached its end, paving the way for the award ceremony. Orochimaru produced 20 scrolls of ninjutsu for the 7 participants to select from. Ye Feng dismissed the C-rank techniques, deeming it more beneficial to utilize his energy for attribute-based attacks, which offered greater potency without the need for hand seals. Nevertheless, in the spirit of fairness, he randomly selected a scroll, which upon inspection revealed the wind release, Great Breakthrough, a technique that was adequate and suitable for gifting. The allure of A-rank rewards held little appeal for Ye Feng, while advanced ninjutsu boasted greater damage. Their complexity and longer preparation times rendered them less advantageous than directly employing celestial techniques. However, among the 6 A-rank scrolls, he discovered the medical ninjutsu, Healing Palm, which piqued his interest as it could prove useful in the future. The family representatives on the high platform regarded Ye Feng's choice of medical ninjutsu with confusion. Wouldn't it be preferable to select a more potent offensive technique? The third Hokage, however, found satisfaction in Ye Feng's decision, as it indicated a reduction in his bloodthirst and an increase in compassion, an outcome that would ultimately benefit the village and facilitate the Hokage's efforts to influence Ye Feng for his own purposes. Each A-rank ninjutsu scroll symbolized a specific category: offensive techniques of the 5 elemental releases, medical ninjutsu, offering insight into the character of those who chose them. Generally, those with aspirations for power opted for offensive techniques, while only those inclined towards healing would select medical ninjutsu. Orochimaru Fully aware that Ye Feng could absorb natural energy and had no need for the 5 elemental techniques, recognized that Ye Feng's interest lay solely in medical ninjutsu and sealing techniques. Yet, the scrolls of sealing techniques were conspicuously absent from the selection, indicating that the choices presented to Ye Feng had been subtly orchestrated by Orochimaru himself. Chapter 95. Infusing natural energy. Orochimaru's actions were motivated by a desire to safeguard Ye Feng. He was already aware of the rebellion concerning the Uchiha clan's ancestral land, and the clan, having suffered significant losses, was precariously positioned. Fortunately, their intelligence led them to align with the third Hokage. Otherwise, their fate in Konoha would have been uncertain. While the Uchiha clan was willing to protect Uchiha Ye Feng, in dire circumstances, his safety would ultimately depend on Orochimaru. Although Orochimaru held considerable reputation and power, he could not rival the influence of the Konoha advisor, Hamura Mitokado. He needed to leverage the third Hokage to counter Hamura's ambitions, and with his assistance, Ye Feng's risks would diminish significantly. Orochimaru understood the third Hokage's intentions to court the Uchiha clan, with Uchiha Ye Feng being of utmost importance. With Orochimaru operating from the shadows, the third Hokage's influence over Ye Feng would only improve. If necessary, Ye Feng could even be brought under the third Hokage's wing, as the Hokage's lineage was the rightful path for Konoha. Once everything was settled, Orochimaru invited Ye Feng back to his residence rather than the laboratory. Do you comprehend the reason behind my alteration of the graduation assessment today? Orochimaru inquired. Not merely to indulge your malicious whims. Was it for my benefit? Ye Feng, not lacking in acumen, quickly grasped Orochimaru's intentions. There was no need for such measures. My current abilities are sufficient for self-preservation. Should I choose to flee, none could impede me, Ye Feng confidently asserted. While evasion from Konoha may seem plausible, you would then be branded a rogue ninja, facing a myriad of troubles. Indeed. Under one roof, one must bow their head. You imply that you wish for me to align with the third Hokage. Precisely. Your prodigious talent only intensifies Hamura's desire to eliminate you. In such a scenario, I would be unable to protect you. It is wiser for the old man to shield you. With him in the light and I in the dark, your safety would be significantly enhanced. There is no harm in approaching the third Hokage. His vision for the village aligns somewhat with mine. However, I cannot condone his partiality, sacrificing the weak for stability. Ye Feng's impressions of Konoha's upper echelons were mildly more favorable towards the third Hokage, primarily due to his willingness to sacrifice himself for the village, while he held little regard for the other high-ranking officials. Tomorrow, you will officially become a genin. Will you remain by my side for greater freedom? Or do you intend to form a genin team? I believe forming a team would be best. I wish to undertake missions and explore. Furthermore, only upon leaving the village will certain individuals have the opportunity to act. Should someone strike, I will find my chance to eliminate them, Ye Feng remarked with subtle implication. Since you have made your decision, I shall refrain from further commentary. Orochimaru sensed that Ye Feng had his own plans, and thus chose not to interfere. Since I am here, I have also developed certain abilities. I shall assist in regulating your body. Ye Feng's vital energy had accumulated to a notable extent, and by enabling Orochimaru to adapt to natural energy, he ensured that, should any unforeseen events arise, his own vital energy would suffice to protect Orochimaru. Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with anticipation. This was the very condition Ye Feng had promised him. He had not expected Ye Feng to assist him so swiftly. His longing for sage mode had been intensified by Jiraiya's progress, as the once mediocre Jiraiya had advanced tremendously after mastering sage techniques, even catching up to Orochimaru himself. Thus, he sought to learn as well. After much searching, he had finally located the Dragon Cave, but the reality had dealt him a crushing blow. Learning sage techniques in the Dragon Cave was a straightforward yet brutal process, directly infusing natural energy into Orochimaru. However, he had been unable to withstand it, nearly becoming a statue. This left him despondent, and he gradually chose to forget about sage techniques. Now, with Ye Feng reviving the possibility of rapid power growth, hope was rekindled within Orochimaru. Is there anything I need to do? Orochimaru inquired cautiously. Nothing is required. Simply find a comfortable position to lie down or sit. Adapting to natural energy is quite simple. It involves allowing the natural energy to gradually stimulate your cells. As progress is made, the infusion of natural energy will increase. Should any danger arise, I will control my vital energy to absorb any excess natural energy, preventing you from being petrified, Ye Feng explained. Next, he elaborated on the process of cultivating natural energy. In the initial phase, there is no need to synchronize with chakra to condense it into sage chakra. Just allow the natural energy to permeate your body, enabling it to gradually endure the influx. This method differs from that of the sacred site. which directly condenses it into sage chakra. While that approach can yield quicker results if one possesses sufficient talent, it requires time to gather energy for sage mode, and the duration is limited. My method, however, will render your body more adept at absorbing natural energy, enabling faster absorption and even the storage of natural energy within yourself, allowing for seamless entry into sage mode with prolonged duration. One day, you may even wield true sage techniques based on natural energy. True sage techniques? Aren't Jiraiya's techniques considered sage techniques? Orochimaru expressed disbelief. Those are merely a half-finished version of sage techniques, albeit a useful method when combined with chakra. To me, chakra is merely a simplified energy system derived from natural energy, making it easier for practitioners to grasp. However, the potency of the energy is significantly diminished. Even the most basic natural spiritual symbols possess the offensive power of A-rank ninjutsu, underscoring the advantages of natural energy. Orochimaru was astonished to discover that a more powerful energy system existed beyond sage chakra. Initially, he had believed that achieving sage mode was a significant accomplishment. But Ye Feng had presented him with an even greater surprise. Yet, now was not the time for excitement. Orochimaru composed himself, reclining in the chair as Ye Feng placed his hands upon Orochimaru's shoulders. Gradually, the surrounding natural energy was drawn in and controlled by Ye Feng, slowly entering Orochimaru's body. I will introduce a specific amount of natural energy. Should you feel overwhelmed or sufficiently adapted, inform me immediately. I will consider whether to continue increasing the input of natural energy or to absorb the excess from your body. As this was Ye Feng's first attempt, he proceeded cautiously to avoid overwhelming Orochimaru with an excess of natural energy. As the natural energy Ye Feng infused into Orochimaru's body reached a certain threshold, he dispelled the surrounding natural energy, continuously monitoring Orochimaru's condition. Chapter 96. The near exposure in but a fleeting moment. Ye Feng sensed the surge of natural energy within Orochimaru, as if it were voraciously consuming the energy from his very being. The hue of Orochimaru's skin began to alter, clearly indicating that he was struggling to withstand the encroachment of this natural energy. Reacting swiftly, Ye Feng absorbed half of the natural energy from Orochimaru's body, continuing to observe his transformation. In truth, the natural energy that Ye Feng had drawn to himself was not significant, yet Orochimaru still encountered difficulties, suggesting a notable weakness in his capacity to endure such energy. It remained uncertain whether this was due to Orochimaru's inherent deficiencies or the influence of the Tsutsuki on the human constitution within the realm of ninjas. Eventually, Orochimaru managed to maintain a steady amount of natural energy, seemingly withstanding its effects. Ye Feng then inquired, "How do you feel, Orochimaru?" "Just moments ago, I felt as though I was losing my sense of self, unable to control my own body. Now, I feel considerably better. The natural energy has barely integrated into my cells," Orochimaru responded. "Let us maintain this state for 3 days. Afterward, I shall return to assess the situation. If all appears favorable, I will increase the input of natural energy during my next visit. For the next few days, refrain from engaging in battle and do not venture outside. Here are 2 talismans. Keep them for your protection," Ye Feng instructed, handing Orochimaru a fire talisman and an invisibility talisman. Acknowledging Orochimaru's previous efforts to maintain his reputation, Ye Feng felt compelled to offer these talismans in gratitude. "What are these?" Orochimaru queried, examining the talismans for a while without comprehending their purpose. However, he could sense a formidable energy emanating from the paper, akin to natural energy but distinctly different. Ye Feng elucidated the functions and usage of the fire talisman and the invisibility talisman to Orochimaru. "Such wondrous talismans. Did you craft them yourself, Ye Feng?" Orochimaru marveled at the capabilities of the talismans, genuinely impressed by their utility. "The creation of these talismans is quite arduous, and I possess only a limited number. I have reserved these 2 for you, so please ensure they remain concealed from outsiders," Ye Feng cautioned, wishing to avoid any exposure of his own capabilities. "I seem to perceive an alternative energy akin to natural energy," Orochimaru voiced a lingering curiosity. "This is but one application of sage techniques, which must be inscribed in advance. Their release is rapid, potent, and difficult to detect," Ye Feng explained. "Is this the authentic sage technique based on natural energy? Have you truly mastered it, Ye Feng?" Orochimaru was taken aback, having previously regarded Ye Feng merely as a fortunate individual privy to certain secrets regarding natural energy. However, the implications of his inquiry revealed that Ye Feng had indeed grasped the essence of sage techniques, a feat far beyond what he should have been capable of at present. Thus, 2 possibilities emerged. Either Ye Feng was not the true Ye Feng, but rather an alternate soul possessing unique memories, reminiscent of the soul reincarnation he was currently researching. Or Ye Feng was under the tutelage of a master of unparalleled prowess. Regardless of which scenario held true, Ye Feng represented a treasure trove of knowledge and opportunity for Orochimaru. Should the first possibility be accurate, the allure for Orochimaru would be irresistible, as it would imply a chance to acquire all that Ye Feng possessed. If he could maintain an amicable relationship with Ye Feng, it would undoubtedly be advantageous, providing him with a formidable guide to avoid numerous missteps. Conversely, if the second scenario were true, it too would benefit Orochimaru, as having a master of extraordinary strength would serve as a shortcut and a protective shield. At that moment, Ye Feng realized he had revealed too much. Although he had previously disclosed certain information to Minato Namikaze, Orochimaru's understanding of him was far deeper. Such sage techniques could not be concocted by a mere child, and Ye Feng had not possessed this level of power prior to recently acquiring it. Although he currently felt unafraid of Orochimaru, a falling out could lead to troublesome consequences. Given our extensive cooperation, I see no harm in sharing this with you. On the night of my parents' demise, a sage appeared, claiming to have recognized my extraordinary aptitude and took me on as a disciple. My master has lived for over a millennium. Originally, the ninja world lacked chakra, and he has always cultivated his abilities based on natural energy. Ye Feng crafted a plausible explanation, hoping to placate Orochimaru for the time being. Is there any chance I might meet Ye Feng's master? Orochimaru inquired, eager to encounter this sage and ascertain the truth. My master has long since reached the pinnacle of this universe and has embarked on journeys across various realms, seeking opportunities to transcend his current state and ascend to higher worlds. Moreover, I am not his sole disciple. He has taken on students from various realms, hoping to identify those among us who can reach the final stage, allowing him to glean insights into the ascension process. I am uncertain if I will have that opportunity myself. However, my master has left me a sage talisman that I may shatter in times of peril, and he will come to my rescue. Ye Feng believed this rationale to be sufficiently reasonable to placate Orochimaru. What a pity it is to miss the chance to meet such a remarkable sage, Orochimaru lamented, his expression one of genuine regret or perhaps feigned dismay, leaving Ye Feng uncertain of the truth behind his sentiment. Having inherited my master's teachings is more than sufficient. It represents my opportunity. Even if I ultimately fail to ascend, I remain confident in my ability to become one of the preeminent powers in this universe. Moreover, Orochimaru, you two are an extraordinary talent. Perhaps together we can transcend this universe, Ye Feng mused, recognizing that a combination of his talents and Orochimaru's could solidify their partnership. Without substantial incentive, Orochimaru was unlikely to turn against him, and presently, Ye Feng was the only one capable of offering him a brighter future. It appears I must rely on Ye Feng's future assistance. Since you were already aware that the first Hokage's cells and Uchiha cells could be fused, my experiments have ceased. I hope you might divulge more secrets to me, thereby allowing me to avoid unnecessary detours, Orochimaru earnestly requested of Ye Feng. If you wish to conduct experiments, it may be wise to wait until you have acclimated to and can control the natural energy. This way, your strength and perspective will broaden, clarifying your objectives. Alternatively, you might explore chakra as a foundation and seek its ultimate form, the most potent manifestation of the goddess of the moon. Chapter 97. Officially becoming a genin, the goddess of the hair in the realm of ninjas. Various legends akin to myths circulate, many of which are mere fabrications, leading Orochimaru to largely dismiss them. However, the goddess of the hair does indeed exist, known as Kaguya Otsutsuki. Upon hearing that surname, Orochimaru instinctively sensed a connection. Kaguya Otsutsuki is the mother of Hagoromo Otsutsuki, the sage of six paths, and the original wielder of chakra. In truth, all the chakra present in the ninja world belongs to Kaguya Otsutsuki. Tragically, she was sealed away by her two sons. The moon visible in the sky is, in fact, the prison of Kaguya Otsutsuki. Given that Kaguya is the mother of Hagoromo, why did they become adversaries, ultimately sealing her away? This question pertains to Kaguya's intentions for coming to the ninja world. In the beginning, this world lacked both ninjas and chakra. Kaguya originated from another realm. Her purpose for arriving here was to plant the divine tree, which would absorb the essence of this world over time. Afterward, a member of the Otsutsuki clan would be sacrificed, allowing the tree to bear a fruit that would grant immense power, equivalent to that of the sage of six paths. Kaguya was meant to be that sacrificial offering, but unwilling to accept her fate, she cunningly manipulated a fellow clansman into being the sacrifice instead, consuming the fruit herself. This act negated the need for Hagoromo and his brother to seal her away. However, Kagaya's insatiable desire to continue absorbing the world's essence posed a threat of annihilation, leading Hagoromo and the Otsutsuki clan to intervene and seal her. Thus, Kagaya Otsutsuki is regarded as the ultimate source of chakra. Perhaps this perspective could illuminate the understanding of the primal force, potentially granting one the power of the Sage of Six Paths. My own path of cultivation is guided by a mentor, yet much remains for me to explore independently. Nevertheless, I believe that all paths ultimately converge upon the universal truth. Orochimaru found himself lost in thought, as this narrative fundamentally altered his worldview. He had never considered that chakra was not a product of their own cultivation, but rather the utilization of another's power. Previously, he had sought greater strength, only to realize that it was merely a struggle to seize the power of others. Should Kagaya Otsutsuki ever return, his own strength might prove to be futile. This revelation diminished Orochimaru's interest in studying chakra, and he felt fortunate to have encountered Ye Feng, who had illuminated an alternative path for him. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Orochimaru bowed to Ye Feng, expressing his appreciation for the guidance and companionship. There is no need for such formalities. The journey of breaking through realms is fraught with challenges, and I hope to provide you with multiple avenues for success. Perhaps one day, Orochimaru, you may ascend before me, Ye Feng replied, seizing the moment to solidify their bond. Your kind words will not be forgotten, Ye Feng. I am eternally grateful for your assistance, Orochimaru responded earnestly. It is merely mutual support. However, I do have a query regarding the sacred Kusanagi sword. Are you aware of its whereabouts? Ye Feng inquired. He sought to hone his own celestial sword, either by forging one himself or acquiring a remarkable existing blade, prompting his thoughts to wander to the Kusanagi sword, a revered artifact in the ninja world, which bore resemblance to traditional Chinese swords. Orochimaru, who possessed one in the original narrative, was the perfect person to consult. To my knowledge, there exists one in the Dragon Cave. If you wish, I can procure it for you in the future, Orochimaru replied. Your assistance is immensely appreciated, Ye Feng exclaimed, his face alight with joy and gratitude for Orochimaru's offer. In truth, this talisman could serve as a hidden card for you. If questioned publicly, simply state that it was a gift from me. Given my prolonged presence in the lab, it would not be unusual for me to create something novel. If anyone inquires, I shall cite the complexity of its production as a reason for silence. However, I hope you will refrain from using it if possible to avoid unnecessary complications. That is indeed a wise suggestion, Ye Feng agreed, recognizing that if it were attributed to Orochimaru, it would be deemed far more credible, reducing the likelihood of unwanted attention. With the crucial matters addressed, Ye Feng and Orochimaru engaged in conversation for a while longer, mostly with Ye Feng sharing while Orochimaru listened. Eventually, Ye Feng returned home. Upon his return, Ye Feng noticed the absence of his companions but thought little of it, assuming they were celebrating with Orochimaru and chose not to disturb him. The following day, Ye Feng arrived at the Ninja Academy, where the day marked the official distribution of genin certificates and headbands. Typically, school officials would handle this, but today, it was the third Hokage himself who would preside over the ceremony. Although the third Hokage was also the principal of the Ninja Academy, his busy schedule often kept him from engaging in school affairs. This presence heightened the excitement among the students eagerly awaiting their genin certificates and headbands, many wishing to rush in and converse with the third Hokage. When it was Ye Feng's turn to receive his items, the classroom was occupied solely by the third Hokage and two guards. Upon seeing Uchiha Ye Feng enter, the third Hokage greeted him with a warm smile, stamping the seal on his genin certificate before presenting him with a Konoha headband. Congratulations, Uchiha Ye Feng, on officially becoming a genin. What are your future plans? The third Hokage inquired. Recently, Orochimaru sensei has been engrossed in new research and is unable to attend to me. Therefore, I wish to join a ninja team, training under a teacher while also executing village tasks and perhaps even exploring beyond the village, as I have yet to venture outside since my birth, Ye Feng replied, feigning modesty in his response. Do you have any aspirations of joining the Umbu? The third Hokage probed further. I have heard of this division from Orochimaru sensei. It comprises the village's elite. I believe my strength is still insufficient, and I wish to train alongside my mentor for a few years before entering the Umbu, thereby better preparing myself for the challenges ahead. I hope that, when the time comes, you might grant your approval, third Hokage, Ye Feng replied, recognizing the opportunity to align himself with the Hokage's interests. That is a reasonable approach. This is indeed your golden period for training and enhancing your prowess. Thus, I shall arrange for you to join a ninja team. Please return to this classroom in the afternoon, where a supervising teacher will be present to guide you." The third Hokage concluded, clearly pleased with Ye Feng's response. The third Hokage was satisfied with Ye Feng's demeanor, noting the absence of Uchiha pride and appreciating his calmness and foresight. The prospect of having Ye Feng under his wing was a source of great satisfaction for the third Hokage. Chapter 98. Flying Thunder God. The process of obtaining the Jinnin certification and forehead protector merely required some time in line, and overall it did not consume much time. By the time Ye Feng exited the academy, there was still ample time until noon. However, it was rather unusual that he did not see the usual 5-member gourmet group making an appearance today. Their absence felt slightly disconcerting. With nothing pressing on his agenda, he decided to investigate what they might be up to. While it was challenging to track down the others, Hinatake's whereabouts were relatively easy to discern. He tended to be calmer and more grounded, and at this hour, he was likely training under Might Guy's tutelage. A brief run around the village would surely lead him to them. Indeed, Might Guy's group was easy to locate, as he was followed by a large entourage of individuals, all diligently practicing martial arts. The sheer number of people astounded Ye Feng. Had his influence transformed Konoha village to this extent? Amidst this throng, Hinata-ke, dressed in white attire, was particularly easy to spot. To Ye Feng's surprise, he also recognized several familiar faces among the crowd, including Hitaki Kakashi and Uchiha Shinichi. It was astonishing that, having just received their Jinnin certifications, they were already engaged in martial arts training, especially with a teacher assignment scheduled for the afternoon. Was it truly necessary to exert themselves to such an extent? Ye Feng also noticed several disciples from prominent clans, all sweating profusely as they honed their physical skills. He was unaware of how many had been inspired by his performance during the graduation assessment. For anyone of similar rank, encountering someone with Ye Feng's speed and strength was a daunting experience, so swift that it left them unable to react, even to the point of rendering their ninjutsu ineffective. This realization underscored the significance of martial arts, leading many to consider the possibility of mastering physical techniques to a high level. Subsequently applying to learn the 8 Gates technique, an enticing shortcut to achieving a Hokage-level status, given that martial arts demanded far less innate talent. Hitaki Kakashi and Uchiha Shinichi were particularly affected by Ye Feng's astonishing speed and power, feeling a sense of despair at their inability to evade him. Thus, they too sought to bolster their martial prowess, at least to ensure they could compete when facing Ye Feng again. Ye Feng chose not to disturb them and approached Might Guy directly. "Ah, it's little Ye Feng. Isn't today the day for distributing Jinnin certifications? What brings you here?" Might Guy greeted him with his usual enthusiasm. "I merely came to take a look, but your training group is indeed an impressive sight," Ye Feng remarked sincerely. "I'm not quite sure what has happened. The number of participants has surged significantly since yesterday, including many from prominent families. It seems they were spurred by something. Though I wonder how many will be able to persevere," Might Guy replied, wholly focused on his martial training, unaware of Ye Feng's influence on this influx. It was this very purity of purpose that had shaped Might Guy into the man he was today. Upon hearing Might Guy's words, Ye Feng reflected on his connection to this phenomenon. Although he had not revealed the full extent of his martial abilities, he had nonetheless showcased enough to draw attention to the value of physical training. As Ye Feng's martial arts instructor, Might Guy had inspired many to join his training regimen. As long as there were no issues with his friends, Ye Feng felt reassured. Moreover, engaging in martial arts would undoubtedly benefit them. So he decided to leave them to their endeavors. Ye Feng proceeded to the summit of the Hokage Rock, where he had already acquired most of the forbidden jutsu scrolls he needed. However, due to recent distractions, he had yet to practice these techniques. He laid several forbidden scrolls on the ground. The multiple shadow clone technique required an immense amount of chakra, which he currently lacked, so he set that aside. As he did not yet possess a summoning beast, the summoning technique was also off the table. This left him with the Flying Thunder God technique and the Rasengan as the only techniques available for study. Ye Feng had practiced the Rasengan for some time, yet his progress felt sluggish, as if he were missing something crucial. With no clear direction, he decided to consult Minato Namikaze again in the future for guidance. Next on his agenda was the future-renowned Flying Thunder God technique. The principle behind this technique involved utilizing the Flying Thunder God seal as a spatial node, allowing the user to sense the seal and ultimately achieve teleportation to its vicinity. However, this jutsu demanded a high level of proficiency from its user. First, one needed to be able to perceive spatial nodes. Second, one must understand how to traverse between two spatial nodes. Third, An exceptionally quick reaction time was essential, lest one become a mere target. And fourth, a certain amount of chakra was required to support the technique. Currently, Ye Feng's chakra reserves were not substantial. Thus, his immediate goal was to sense the spatial nodes and experiment with transitioning between them. He attempted to leave a flying thunder god seal on a nearby tree and began to sense it. His perceptive ability primarily relied on his spiritual awareness. Within a 5-kilometer radius, he could detect the seal. However, despite this ability, he struggled to ascertain how to traverse to it. Ye Feng sat down, closed his eyes, and gradually quieted his mind, attuning himself to the surrounding environment, the flora and fauna. The spatial node should be a hidden coordinate within the world. According to the spatial theories from his past life, a space was composed of numerous nodes, each position corresponding to its unique node. Therefore, to navigate through space, it was crucial not only to identify each node, but also to understand how to connect two nodes. Ye Feng endeavored to see if he could sense these spatial nodes through his spiritual awareness. Unfortunately, despite his prolonged effort, while he could clearly perceive the tangible objects around him, the concealed spatial nodes remained elusive. Suddenly, an idea struck Ye Feng. If Qi could enhance his physical body, could it also strengthen his brain and spiritual awareness? However, he was aware that the brain was exceptionally fragile. With a single misstep, one could lose consciousness and become mentally impaired. Nevertheless, he felt this approach was feasible. By experimenting gradually with small increments, he should encounter no significant issues. Furthermore, the 8 gates technique also activated the brain's acupoints without damaging it, even enhancing bodily control. Chapter 99, The Unique Flying Thunder God. With this thought, Ye Feng no longer hesitated and began to gradually channel his true energy into his brain. Initially, the input of true energy did not yield significant changes. But as he increased the flow, Ye Feng noticed a transformation in his spiritual awareness. The range of his perception began to expand. When he felt a slight swelling in his brain, he ceased the input of true energy. At this moment, his spiritual awareness encompassed a radius of 6 kilometers, with an indistinct sensing range extending to 10 kilometers. The entirety of Konoha village was encompassed within this perception, but Ye Feng, in his eagerness to test, overlooked the drawbacks of his awareness, leading to a palpable sensation of being spied upon felt by the village's experts. In the third Hokage's office, he commanded, "Immediately investigate. I need to know who dares to brazenly pry into Konoha." His anger prompted the dispatch of Anbu to uncover the source of this intrusion. Similar disturbances arose in the bases of prominent clans such as the Uchiha and Hyuga families, causing a flurry of activity among Konoha's ninjas. Even the typically uninvolved Hyuga clan deployed their strongest members to seek out the ninja responsible for this invasive perception. Orochimaru also sensed the intrusion, which even penetrated his protective barriers and reached his laboratory. Although he was not conducting experiments at that moment, he was still acclimating to natural energy, and the laboratory offered him a degree of safety. The only individual Orochimaru could suspect of possessing such formidable spying capabilities was Ye Feng, albeit only as a mere possibility. Or perhaps it was a superpower from the ninja world operating incognito in Konoha. Among the powerful individuals known to him, none possessed such extraordinary perception. Ye Feng, too, perceived the chaos unfolding in the village and promptly retracted his spiritual awareness. Fortunately, the adept ninjas of Konoha could sense the intrusion but could not discern its source. Akin to headless flies casting their nets in search of answers throughout the village. Indeed, true energy enhanced Ye Feng's spiritual awareness. But his true goal was not the breadth of perception, but rather its depth. With his awareness contracted, he began to utilize true energy to amplify his perceptive abilities. As his awareness reached its zenith, he could faintly discern a myriad of spatial nodes. Though hazy, they were indeed visible, with the clearest and most distinct node being the mark of his flying thunder god. A plethora of spatial nodes connected Ye Feng to the flying thunder god mark. He felt that traversing these nodes would lead him directly to its location. With eagerness, he attempted to navigate through these nodes, utilizing true energy. As he made contact with each node, there was no response until he reached the flying thunder god mark, at which point it felt as if 2 points had been bridged. Without further hesitation, he plunged into the spatial node, and in the next moment, Ye Feng found himself beside the tree inscribed with the flying thunder god mark, albeit in a rather awkward manner, having arrived upside down and landing ungracefully. Ignoring the pain from the fall, he stood up, exhilarated. "I did it. I have mastered the flying thunder god," Ye Feng exclaimed, elated at his achievement. Although it was merely a simple traversal, it was indeed a success. Before embarking on this journey, Ye Feng had harbored doubts about his talent. Considering that only 2 individuals in the entire ninja world had mastered the Flying Thunder God, the second Hokage, Tobarama Senju, and the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, both of whom were endowed with top-tier gifts. Ye Feng was uncertain whether he could achieve this skill. He had even contemplated that if he were unable to learn it, he could simply wait until his cultivation reached new heights. To his surprise, he had indeed succeeded, and in such a short time. Although the method differed slightly from the original Flying Thunder God, it was nonetheless functional, and he noted that his true energy expenditure was minimal, likely due to the proximity of his destination. Curious about the effects of distance on energy consumption, Ye Feng ventured into the dense forest behind him, approximately 3 kilometers away. This time, he sensed the spatial nodes more swiftly and, after channeling true energy, vanished from his original location, reappearing next to the Flying Thunder God mark. Upon assessing his true energy usage, he discovered a significant increase in consumption. About 1/5 of his total true energy was expended. Based on this calculation, it seemed he could only teleport approximately 10 kilometers in total. Ye Feng lamented, "My abilities remain insufficient, and my spiritual awareness can only extend so far. Any potent ninjutsu necessitates a solid foundation of strength." He then attempted to connect 2 spatial nodes 3 kilometers apart using chakra as a medium. However, despite channeling nearly all of his chakra, he could only tenuously establish a connection between the nodes, unable to enter them himself, although he could transport small objects through. It appeared that the chakra consumed was directly proportional to the size of the objects being transferred, yet he found himself unable to teleport even once using chakra, as the expenditure was too great. Although Ye Feng was not accustomed to refining chakra, he possessed a considerable amount, nearing that of a chunin, though he rarely utilized it, preferring the efficacy of true energy. Nevertheless, the chakra consumption for the Flying Thunder God was exorbitant. He pondered how Minato Namikaze managed to execute long-distance uses of the Flying Thunder God during the Third Great Ninja War, defeating numerous skilled opponents. Such a feat must require an immense reservoir of chakra. Suddenly struck by a realization, Ye Feng looked up at the sun in alarm. Unbeknownst to him, considerable time had passed while he practiced the Flying Thunder God, and noon had already come. He worried that the teacher for the afternoon class might have arrived. Deciding against lunch, he hurried to the ninja school, reassured that having revealed some of his strength, a swift journey would not arouse suspicion. In just a few minutes, Ye Feng burst into the classroom, now filled with students, indicating that class had yet to commence. He quickly found a seat and waited for the teacher to arrive. Shortly thereafter, Kakashi Hitaki rushed in, visibly sweating, having just concluded his training and hurrying to class. Barely a minute after Ye Feng settled, a genin entered, called out 3 names, and left without further comment. The chosen students understood that this was their future team leader, though the situation felt somewhat awkward. They could only silently follow him out of the classroom. After the departure of those 3 students, another genin entered, repeating the process with the same brevity, leading away 3 more individuals. Gradually, the class dwindled, leaving only Kakashi and Ye Feng behind. Chapter 100. Team 7. Ye Feng felt a sense of bewilderment. Only he and Kakashi remained, which hardly constituted a 3-man team. He was fairly certain that their instructor would be Minato Namikaze, yet the man's arrival was notably tardy, a disservice to his illustrious title as the Yellow Flash. After half an hour of waiting, when Ye Feng and Kakashi were beginning to lose hope of anyone showing up, Minato finally made his entrance, apologizing profusely for the unexpected delay. "I'm sorry for the hold-up. Something came up unexpectedly," he said with a look of genuine regret directed at Ye Feng and Kakashi. "Now that it's just the 2 of us, what shall we do about the missing member?" Ye Feng inquired. "Just accompany me for now. As for the 3rd member, the Hokage will assign someone tomorrow. Let us head out for some discussion," Minato replied, leading the way as Ye Feng and Kakashi followed closely behind, making their way to the Hokage Rock. Upon returning to this spot, Ye Feng couldn't help but murmur to himself, "Had I known, I would have waited here for them. From this moment forth, we are members of Team 7. Now, let us adhere to tradition and introduce ourselves, name, preferences, dreams, and so forth. As your teacher, I shall set the example." Upon reaching the designated area, Minato spoke. "I am Minato Namikaze, proficient in ninjutsu, enjoy spending time with those I cherish. And my aspiration is to surpass all previous Hokage and become the greatest Hokage." With that, he gestured for Kakashi to proceed. Kakashi, shedding his usual arrogance, maintained a serious demeanor as he introduced himself. "I am Kakashi Hitaki, skilled in both swordsmanship and ninjutsu. My former dream was to become a great ninja like my father. But now I have added another goal, to personally defeat a certain individual. At the mention of this certain individual, Kakashi cast a glance at Ye Feng, who felt a twinge of unease. I haven't wronged you in any way. I considered you a friend. How can you treat me like this? Ye Feng was taken aback, realizing that since his arrival, Kakashi's character and trajectory had dramatically shifted. Originally, he was to join Team 7 4 years later, but now he was here early. With a temperament that was markedly less hostile, Kakashi chose to ignore Ye Feng's protests, remaining silent, clearly having completed his introduction. Now, Ye Feng, it is your turn to introduce yourself, Minato encouraged, though it seemed he had inadvertently lapsed into a more familiar address, prompting Kakashi to glance sideways. Pondering, even Minato uses honorifics for Uchiha Ye Feng. His strength must exceed what we witnessed in the exam. Minato, you are my instructor now. Please be mindful of your words, Ye Feng promptly corrected him. If Minato continued to address him with such honorifics, it would surely raise eyebrows. My apologies. I shall simply call you Ye Feng from now on, Minato conceded, appearing far less authoritative in that moment. I am Ye Feng Uchiha. I cherish a stable life and detest those who cultivate darkness. My current aspiration is to reach the pinnacle of this world. If possible, I seek to alter the course of this shinobi realm. Upon hearing Ye Feng's words, both Minato and Kakashi recognized the ambitious nature of his dreams. The desire to change the shinobi world was merely a secondary ambition to standing atop the world itself. According to tradition, they would typically engage in a match. But with one member absent, they would have to wait until tomorrow for the newcomer. However, Minato added, if you have any special requests, we could have a one-on-one match. Follow me if you wish to engage. Though Minato spoke lightly, his gaze was fixed on Ye Feng, as if urging him to express his desire for a duel. Yet, Ye Feng feigned ignorance, rejecting the notion of a match, leaving Minato somewhat disappointed. Following Ye Feng's display of astonishing speed when he confronted Gamabunta, Minato had been eager to test himself against Ye Feng, his competitive spirit ignited. Kakashi, too, perceived Minato's interest in a match with Ye Feng, suggesting that Ye Feng's capabilities were undoubtedly greater than he had demonstrated during the graduation exam, perhaps even on par with Minato. This realization ignited Kakashi's own ambition. He wished to challenge Minato to gauge his own strength relative to Ye Feng's. As the gathering seemed poised to conclude, Kakashi unexpectedly voiced, I wish to engage in a match with you, Minato-sensei, to understand the extent of the gap between us. Both Minato and Ye Feng were taken aback. This was uncharacteristic of Kakashi. Yet, Minato welcomed the challenge, eager to face Kakashi and establish a sense of hierarchy within the team, which would facilitate future collaboration. Standing opposite each other, Ye Feng stepped aside to observe. The match unfolded predictably. Though Kakashi had grown significantly stronger, he remained at a disadvantage against Minato. As the team leader, Minato allowed Kakashi to initiate the engagement. Kakashi charged forward, employing his sword technique against Minato. Ye Feng watched with a sense of bemusement. It was evident that Kakashi, aware of his inferiority, was recklessly confronting Minato. This was not a battle. It was a path to self-inflicted hardship. Nonetheless, Kakashi's sword technique was indeed unpredictable and versatile. Despite the shorter blade, he and Minato exchanged blows for quite some time, with Minato primarily on the defensive. Keen to assess Kakashi's skill, having gauged Kakashi's abilities, Minato decided it was time to end the sparring. He deftly deflected Kakashi's blade with his kunai and delivered a swift kick, sending Kakashi sprawling. However, since this was not a life-or-death struggle, Minato refrained from using excessive force, allowing Kakashi to land safely without injury. Regaining his footing, Kakashi recognized that his prior assault had yielded no results. Thus, he altered his strategy, darting into the forest to conceal himself. Ye Feng smiled, realizing that Kakashi had finally embraced the ninja's tactical approach. This was the only way to leverage his disadvantages against Minato and potentially inflict damage. However, one should not underestimate Minato. Although he had yet to master the Flying Thunder God technique, his perceptive abilities were exceptional. Otherwise, he would not have been able to learn it. Chapter 101. The transformation of Kakashi upon witnessing Kakashi Hataki's intention to engage in battle within the dense forest, Minato Namikaze felt a sense of admiration. In circumstances where there exists a significant disparity in strength, it is often the unpredictable environment that begets opportunities. Minato granted Kakashi this chance, allowing him to venture into the thicket. Shortly after entering the forest, Minato was assailed by several shurikens and kunai flying towards him from a distance. He swiftly leapt onto a tree, evading the onslaught. However, he soon discovered two explosive tags affixed to the very branch upon which he stood. Realizing the impending danger, he jumped to the ground just in time to narrowly escape the explosion. Yet he remained oblivious to another explosive tag concealed beneath him. It seemed that Kakashi, perhaps wary of the potential devastation from an excess of explosive tags, had placed only one, believing that if it were to detonate and harm Minato, it would secure his victory. At the moment of the explosion, Kakashi felt a flicker of triumph. He had won. However, in the next instant, a kunai was pressed against his throat, its icy touch snapping him back to reality as he turned to behold Minato behind him. "You have lost." Minato's gentle words struck Kakashi with a profound impact. Kakashi realized that the attack he had orchestrated was merely a diversion created by a shadow clone, while Minato's true form had stealthily maneuvered behind him, delivering a decisive blow, both in terms of direct confrontation and covert strategy. Kakashi's efforts had proven ineffective against Minato's prowess. Yet, it was not merely Minato's strength that weighed heavily on Kakashi's mind. It was the unsettling realization that someone like Hate, who was younger, could possess such formidable power. He grappled with the discomfort of accepting that someone he considered his junior could surpass him to such an extent. Noticing Kakashi's despondency, Minato approached him with words of encouragement. "Your current strength does not define your future potential. Much like Jiraiya-sensei, who was once at the bottom of our class, he has now become one of the legendary Sannin of the ninja world. With effort, you can certainly grow stronger. Moreover, you are not at the bottom. You are a rare genius in Konoha, and your chances of becoming a powerful ninja are immense." These words resonated deeply within Kakashi, akin to a revelation. Indeed, he recognized that his recent mindset had faltered. Was it possible that he could only accept being stronger than others but struggled to accept when others surpassed him? Even if others excelled, he must strive to catch up, whether it took a year, 2, or even 10 years. With his innate talent, he would undoubtedly surpass his rivals one day. With this newfound clarity, Kakashi felt a lightness envelop him, and his thoughts became more lucid. Minato and Hate sensed an intangible transformation occurring within Kakashi, an elevation of his spirit. Rising to his feet, Kakashi bowed sincerely to Minato, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Sensei Minato, for your guidance." Minato, pleased to witness Kakashi's growth, replied warmly. "Very well, that will conclude today's events. We shall reconvene here tomorrow at 8 in the morning." Dismissed. With the training concluded and other matters resolved, Minato announced the gathering's end. He still needed to report to the third Hokage, while Kakashi was determined to hone his taijutsu, mindful of Hayate's remarkable speed. This left Hate alone atop the Hokage rock. With the others departed, Hate sought a tranquil environment to continue refining his flying thunder god technique. Although he could execute the technique, he still found his speed lacking. His ambition was to reach a level akin to Minato's mastery, able to teleport with a mere thought to his flying thunder god mark. Moreover, he needed to gain control over his body's orientation during the teleportation process. Otherwise, each teleportation would result in a stumble, which could prove fatal in combat. Time passed swiftly during his training, and before long, darkness enveloped the sky. Hate ceased his practice of the flying thunder god technique. Though night had fallen, he felt it was still too early to return home, so he decided to visit Orochimaru. Upon arriving at Orochimaru's laboratory, he found the latter reclined as if he had not moved at all. "How do you feel?" Hate inquired as he approached, attuning himself to Orochimaru's condition. "It is not as unbearable as yesterday, yet the encroachment of natural energy persists," Orochimaru replied. "That it is less difficult is a positive sign. It signifies progress. With daily advancements, you shall soon be able to cultivate your own sage mode," Hate encouraged. "Today, someone has been surveilling the entirety of Konoha. It wouldn't happen to be you, would it, Hayate-kun?" Orochimaru pondered, a hint of suspicion evident in his voice. Initially inclined to confess, Hate suddenly reconsidered and replied, "That was not my doing. My master returned unexpectedly and conveyed some matters to me from afar." With that, he took his leave. The notion of someone possessing such extensive sensory capabilities across Konoha was indeed alarming. Hate opted to attribute the feat to his master, allowing him to obscure his own involvement while simultaneously enhancing his master's mystique. "Oh, I wonder what business your master had that required such a return," Orochimaru remarked. Though he respected Hayate's decision not to elaborate, for Hate, there was little to conceal. He recounted, "My master mentioned encountering 2 members of the Otsutsuki clan who were searching for the coordinates of the ninja world. They have since been guided elsewhere. Yet there is a possibility they may return to seek out the ninja realm. so I must be prepared. The mention of the Otsutsuki clan elicited an immediate reaction from Orochimaru, who sat up abruptly, nearly losing control over the encroaching natural energy. Do not be overly agitated. Even if they do come, it will not be for many years. We have time to develop, Hate reassured him, realizing he may have overstimulated Orochimaru with his revelation. Did your master provide any insights into their strength? Orochimaru inquired, knowing well the Otsutsuki clan's formidable legacy, including figures like Kagaya and Kinshiki, who were unparalleled within the ninja world. The prospect of facing two such powerful beings left him at a loss for how to counter them. They are somewhat weaker than Kinshiki, yet they far exceed the current strength of the Kage, Hate recalled, his memory surfacing of the Otsutsuki clan, including the likes of Urashiki, who traversed time and space, and though not overwhelmingly strong, had still managed to overpower Naruto Uzumaki. Following him were the likes of Momoshiki, Kinshiki, and Kagaya, all of whom possessed remarkable strength. Chapter 102. The fourth member of the team we must prepare in advance. It is not ideal to adapt to natural energy at such a slow pace. If I receive a bit more natural energy, I should be able to endure it. Orochimaru was genuinely anxious, daring to take risks to hasten the adaptation of his chakra. There is no need to rush so much. Traversing the cosmos occurs over years. By the time the Otsutsuki realizes the misdirection, several years will have passed, and returning will take additional years. Subsequently, locating the shinobi world could take yet another few years. All told, we have at least a decade to spare. Ye Feng intended to instill a sense of urgency in Orochimaru, not to make him so frantic. However, Ye Feng's counsel did little to alleviate Orochimaru's anxiety. Furrowing his brow, Ye Feng remarked, "This is not the Orochimaru I know. In moments like this, you must remain calm. The less composed you are, the more likely mistakes will arise, which will only prolong our efforts. Remember, haste makes waste. We must proceed with diligence." Upon hearing Ye Feng's words, Orochimaru reflected, "I apologize, Ye Feng. I have been too impatient. However, I believe I can hasten the adaptation to natural energy. I know my body well enough to endure more." Since Orochimaru insisted, Ye Feng refrained from further objections, as long as Orochimaru could withstand it. A slight acceleration was indeed feasible. Ye Feng approached Orochimaru, drawing more natural energy into his body. Orochimaru frowned slightly but said nothing. Ye Feng was cautious not to input too much, fearing for Orochimaru's safety. During this infusion, Ye Feng sensed that the natural energy was gaining the upper hand. Yet Orochimaru was resolutely resisting, managing to keep the energy from overwhelming him and allowing it to remain relatively stable throughout his body. Ye Feng was uncertain how long Orochimaru could hold out and, considering his own training, decided to temporarily stay with Orochimaru, practicing while monitoring his condition. Time swiftly passed, and after 6 hours, Orochimaru had managed to endure without calling for Ye Feng's assistance. He even began to handle the influx of natural energy with increasing ease, requesting Ye Feng to continue augmenting it. Ye Feng complied, reassured by Orochimaru's presence. It was not until the next day at dawn that Ye Feng opened his eyes from meditation. Orochimaru had adapted to a greater influx of natural energy and even encouraged Ye Feng to increase it further. However, this time Ye Feng declined. Balance was essential in training, and he needed to regroup. Thus, he allowed Orochimaru to continue acclimating to the existing natural energy. Upon exiting Orochimaru's residence, Ye Feng, who had gone nearly a day without food, felt no pangs of hunger. He recognized that he would gradually detach from the need for sustenance, consuming food merely to satisfy a fleeting desire rather than for any tangible benefit. Yet, adhering to habit, Ye Feng had breakfast before heading to the summit of Hokage Rock for the assembly. By the time he arrived, Kakashi Hitaki was already present, performing push-ups. Ye Feng found waiting tedious. He had many secrets of training to conceal, so he practiced controlling the Rasengan to pass the time. As this technique was ostensibly his creation and no one would question his practice of it. Before long, Minato Namikaze arrived, this time without delay, accompanied by a ninja, Uchiha Shinichi. Kakashi halted his training, a look of astonishment on his face as he joined Ye Feng. "Minato, could it be that Uchiha Shinichi is our team's fourth member? Isn't he a genius of the Uchiha clan? Would the clan leader allow him to join?" Ye Feng pondered various scenarios, but he had never considered that Uchiha Shinichi would participate in a ninja team, given his status as a prodigy meant to be nurtured by his family. As for Ye Feng, the Uchiha clan had no say in his affairs, especially with his teacher bearing Orochimaru's name. This was Uchiha Shinichi's own request, which received consent from both the clan leader and the third Hokage. "From now on, Uchiha Shinichi will be your comrade, and you are to assist and integrate with one another. After all, you have fought alongside each other before and are somewhat familiar with each other's capabilities, Minato explained, acknowledging their confusion. In truth, Uchiha Shinichi had approached the clan leader, Uchiha Tenkan, after receiving his Jinin qualification the previous morning, seeking to join a ninja team. Initially, Uchiha Tenkan instinctively rejected the idea, believing that the clan's genius should remain within the family. However, upon learning that Ye Feng's team was one member short, Uchiha Tenkan had a change of heart and personally visited the third Hokage to discuss Uchiha Shinichi's desire to join Minato's team. The third Hokage was taken aback that Uchiha Tenkan would relinquish a clan genius to be trained by the village's ninjas, leading to some disbelief. Yet, this also caused a misunderstanding, as the third Hokage mistakenly interpreted it as a sign of loyalty from Uchiha Tenkan. In truth, this was Uchiha Tenkan's deliberate ploy to create such a misconception, as Uchiha Shinichi was ostensibly entrusted to Minato's guidance. While the reality was that Uchiha Tenkan intended for Ye Feng to mentor Shinichi, believing Ye Feng would provide superior instruction. Thus, amidst the machinations of Uchiha Tenkan and the third Hokage, Uchiha Shinichi successfully joined Ye Feng's ninja team. Now that you are all acquainted, I shall refrain from further introductions. As arranged yesterday, the three of you will engage in a match with me today to better understand each other's strengths and abilities and to cultivate your teamwork, Minato declared, eager to commence the day's activities. However, he suddenly recalled something and added, this will be a 3-on-1 match, so Ye Feng, you are prohibited from using the 8 gates or any tools. Ye Feng and his companions exchanged puzzled glances. How could they familiarize themselves if restrictions were placed on Ye Feng's abilities? Minato, however, offered no explanation and continued deeper into the forest. Musing to himself, with the 8 gates activated, I am uncertain if I could handle Ye Feng, especially with 2 other competent teammates. I wish to avoid a painful challenge. And Ye Feng's unique techniques are unpredictable and cannot be anticipated. After traveling approximately 5 kilometers away from the village, they arrived at a vast clearing. Evidently a training ground newly established, but the trio was unaware of its existence. Chapter 103, Team Competition. Upon noticing that Minato Namikaze had taken his position, Ye Feng understood that this would be the battlefield for their upcoming contest. He turned to Kakashi Hatake and Shin Uchiha, stating, I will engage Minato in close combat, while Shin provides ranged support. Kakashi, set traps and coordinate your attacks with my openings. Do not grant him a moment's respite. Although Kakashi and Shin were not particularly fond of Ye Feng's commanding demeanor, they could not dispute his superior prowess, thus acquiescing with nods. Minato, having observed their conversation, interjected, since you've come to an agreement, feel free to commence at any time. Ye Feng wasted no time and charged at Minato, with Kakashi following closely and Shin already beginning to form hand seals. In terms of close combat, Ye Feng harbored no fear of anyone. He approached with a powerful punch, and Minato did not evade, wishing to test Ye Feng's strength. To his surprise, Minato's palms met Ye Feng's strike, yet he was forced back 3 meters, his arms tingling from the impact, a testament to the force he had absorbed. Despite the distance created by Minato's retreat, Shin's fire release, great fireball technique was already upon them. Ye Feng, having sensed Shin's impending ninjutsu, deftly sidestepped the trajectory of the technique. Knowing he could not withstand the enormous fireball, Minato leaped to evade, only to find Ye Feng had positioned himself behind him, fists raised for another strike. Instinctively, Minato twisted his body, crossing his arms to absorb Ye Feng's blow. He quickly rolled back to his feet but had momentarily forgotten about Kakashi, who emerged from the ground, initiating earth release, inner decapitation technique. Yet, Minato was not one to be easily caught off guard. With a swift motion, he unleashed an unmarked Rasengan from his right hand, shattering Kakashi's technique. In a seamless motion, he seized Kakashi's wrist and spun, hurling him toward the approaching Ye Feng. This was the first time Kakashi and Shin had witnessed an unmarked ninjutsu, which allowed for an astonishingly rapid execution and formidable power. As Ye Feng caught Kakashi with one hand, he propelled them both toward Minato. Ye Feng's speed and relentless assault were impressive, yet Minato's reflexes were extraordinary. He consistently evaded or redirected Ye Feng's strikes. In this brief interlude, Kakashi showcased his family's blade techniques, while Shin's distant ninjutsu harassment nearly inflicted harm upon Minato several times. Realizing the futility of the current strategy, Minato swiftly repositioned himself. Turning his back to Shin and facing Ye Feng, he chose not to evade Ye Feng's heavy punch but to absorb it. Utilizing the force to propel himself forward toward Shin, Ye Feng quickly discerned Minato's intentions and cursed under his breath. recognizing that he could not keep up without fully unleashing his speed or opening the 8 gates. It was merely a friendly match. And Ye Feng did not wish to exert himself entirely. He hurried toward Shin, hoping he would not be defeated too quickly. However, Ye Feng underestimated Minato's capabilities. For he was more than capable of rescuing Kushina Uzumaki from the hands of 3 Genin. As Minato charged at Shin, the latter quickly unleashed Fire Release, Phoenix Fire Technique, aiming not to inflict damage but to slow Minato down. Yet, Minato effortlessly dodged Shin's jutsu and launched 2 shuriken at him. Shin managed to deflect one with his kunai, but Minato closed the distance and struck Shin in the abdomen, sending him crashing to the ground, incapacitated. With Shin dealt with, Minato turned his attention to the already approaching Ye Feng. Ye Feng could not help but admire Minato's extraordinary reflexes. To overcome such agility, he would need to exert all his strength and speed. Hoping that Minato's mind could not keep pace with his body. However, Ye Feng's own swiftness was glaringly apparent. He considered that perhaps a draw would be the best outcome for this contest. Unfortunately, Minato had other plans. Summoning 2 shadow clones to obstruct Ye Feng while the originals advanced on Kakashi. It's not only you who can use shadow clones, Ye Feng thought, quickly forming seals to produce a single shadow clone. It seemed that as Ye Feng's physical prowess increased, so too did the chakra consumption of his clones. He could only create 1 clone now to maintain his speed and strength. The battlefield had shifted to a 3-on-3 standoff, with neither side gaining the upper hand. Yet, Ye Feng recognized that prolonged engagement would only disadvantage his team. Although Minato's clones were formidable, they still lacked the strength of Kakashi. If the battle dragged on, Kakashi might inevitably succumb. As Ye Feng pondered his options, he suddenly heard Kakashi's agonized cry. Glancing sideways, he saw Kakashi's short blade flying through the air as he collapsed, rendered incapable of further combat. Ye Feng sighed, realizing that this contest had reached its conclusion. Perhaps it was for the best, as it would make future missions under Minato's leadership more manageable. With that thought in mind, Ye Feng had no desire to continue fighting. He swiftly withdrew from the combat zone, calling out to Minato, "Minato, I concede." Minato, however, was not inclined to conclude the match. Having sought about with Ye Feng the previous day, which was declined, he saw this as an opportunity for a one-on-one contest. Although he had expended considerable energy, his fighting spirit remained undiminished. Upon hearing Ye Feng's concession, Minato grew anxious, exclaiming, "No, allow me to use the 8 gates. Let us continue." Is that truly necessary? As the team leader, winning the match aligns perfectly with your objectives and would facilitate future missions, Ye Feng replied, somewhat exasperated, having not previously realized Minato's combative nature. After some deliberation, Minato acknowledged that perhaps it would be wiser to end the competition. Chapter 104, the completion of the Rasengan as the team competition concluded. Leaf Maple found himself indifferent to the outcome. However, Minato Namikaze felt a twinge of regret for not being able to engage Leaf Maple in a full-fledged bout. Izuna Uchiha and Kakashi Hitaki, on the other hand, were left disheartened, particularly Izuna, who had been unable to withstand Minato's onslaught. Kakashi, having lost yesterday due to the distraction caused by his shadow clones, faced them again today, only to find himself defeated once more. This experience enlightened them to Minato's formidable strength and their own inadequacies, prompting both to set aside their previous arrogance, recognizing their positions as the weakest in the team. Noticing their expressions, Minato nodded with faint satisfaction, contemplating how much easier it was to guide humble disciples. He then glanced at Leaf Maple, thinking that this one might prove to be a challenge. With mutual understanding established, it was time to reflect on their future development paths. Minato offered to provide some guidance. Having achieved the purpose of the competition, I wish to learn the teacher's formless ninjutsu, focusing on sword techniques and close combat, Kakashi declared, shedding any remnants of his earlier pride. I too wish to learn this. It would yield a surprising advantage in close quarters, Izuna echoed. This left Minato in a quandary. So he turned to Leaf Maple, inquiring, can this be taught? After all, it was Leaf Maple's technique, and Minato felt it inappropriate to make a unilateral decision. This question left Kakashi and Izuna bewildered. Why would he consult Leaf Maple about teaching ninjutsu? Leaf Maple, equally perplexed, thought, if you wish to teach, just do so without seeking my approval. He could only nod slightly in response. However, this left Kakashi and Izuna even more confused. One teacher sought permission while one student simply acquiesced. The truth was that this technique, the Rasengan, was developed by Leaf Maple and possessed A-rank potency, requiring adept chakra control. Before Minato could elaborate further, he noticed Kakashi and Izuna staring incredulously at Leaf Maple. Kakashi stammered, This is the A-rank ninjutsu you mentioned. Crafted by Leaf Maple? Indeed, It was Leaf Maple's own creation, though it had yet to reach its full potential, with further development. It could undoubtedly ascend to S-rank or even forbidden techniques. Minato's tone clearly conveyed his admiration for this ninjutsu. Kakashi and Izuna felt a wave of embarrassment wash over them. Not only did they lack the strength to compete, but they also found themselves outclassed in talent. They realized that in comparison to Leaf Maple, they were mere ordinary individuals. Minato anticipated this reaction, yet he proceeded to explain the principles behind the Rasengan. Leaf Maple leaned in to listen, despite being the creator. He had yet to master it himself, having seen Minato grasp it first. As he absorbed the explanation, he felt no breakthrough. How could it be? If that fool Naruto could learn it, why can't I? Leaf Maple found himself engulfed in self-doubt. Minato then demonstrated the Rasengan's usage, and as Leaf Maple observed. A flicker of inspiration brushed against his mind, yet he struggled to capture it, leaving him unsettled. Kakashi and Izuna, having witnessed Minato's demonstration, began their attempts, while Leaf Maple, unwilling to concede, insisted on watching Minato's Rasengan continuously. Suddenly, a bolt of clarity struck Leaf Maple's mind. He finally grasped the concept. The Rasengan resembled a ball of yarn, with a single strand twisting and shifting directions, coiling into a sphere. With this revelation, he transformed his chakra into a thread and began to intertwine it, gradually increasing his speed. Once he mastered the initial technique, he added a second thread, then a third, and a fourth. As the number of strands multiplied, the Rasengan became increasingly complete. Before long, Leaf Maple held a fully formed Rasengan in his hands. "Well, I finally succeeded," he exclaimed, having mastered what had once been the most challenging ninjutsu for him. He rushed to Minato, eager to showcase his accomplishment. Minato chuckled, amused to see this side of Leaf Maple. However, he soon returned to examining the scroll in his hands, observing that the others were absorbed in their trainings. Leaf Maple felt a twinge of disappointment, so he approached Minato to see what he was studying. Upon recognizing the familiar symbols and characters, Leaf Maple realized it was the Flying Thunder God technique, a renowned skill of golden brilliance. To think he was already beginning to learn it. Yet it made sense. By the time Minato faced Kakashi in the Chunin exams, he would have already mastered the technique, perfectly aligning with the timeline. Leaf Maple looked forward to witnessing the formidable Minato wielding the Flying Thunder God. Noticing Leaf Maple's keen interest in his scroll, Minato assumed he too wished to learn the Flying Thunder God. Do you wish to learn it as well? This technique requires a certain spatial aptitude. Otherwise, it can be quite difficult to master. If you desire to learn, I can request permission from the third Hokage. No. I possess the scroll for the Flying Thunder God too. I just haven't mastered it yet. Given his relationship with Orochimaru, Leaf Maple felt no need to hide the technique from Minato, though whether he could master it remained uncertain. Do you really have a scroll? Did the third Hokage approve it? Minato inquired, surprised. It was given to me by my teacher Orochimaru, who encouraged me to give it a try. Although I still struggle to understand the principles. This way, even if someone discovered Leaf Maple's ability to use the Flying Thunder God, it would be reasonable, ideally. He could navigate stealthily without drawing suspicion. Minato considered, that makes sense. If Jiraiya could acquire it, it stands to reason Orochimaru could as well. With your talent in ninjutsu, you should learn quickly. Perhaps we can study together and devise a simpler method. Though Minato himself harbored doubts, as only the second Hokage had ever mastered the Flying Thunder God, Leaf Maple's involvement significantly increased their chances of success. Chapter 105, The Boar, Deer, and Butterfly. Ye Feng was more than willing to accompany Minato Namikaze in exploring the intricacies of his swift teleportation techniques. He yearned to grasp not only the nuances of such rapid transit but also the methods of maintaining and altering one's form during the process. After all, the future Minato, having perfected the Flying Thunder God technique, would possess formidable advantages. Ye Feng could easily feign an epiphany and offer Minato some insights. The four-man team soon divided into two groups, one focusing on the Flying Thunder God technique and the other on the Rasengan. Both were advanced A-rank ninjutsu, undeniably challenging and not something one could master in a short span of time. Before long, noon arrived, marking the first gathering of Team 7. Minato invited everyone to enjoy a barbecue. The number of patrons for lunch was significantly less than in the evening. Yet Ye Feng noticed that nearly all were acquaintances of Minato, predominantly newly assigned genin, and their supervising teachers. To his surprise, he even spotted the girl from the Yamanaka clan who had previously employed the mind-body switch technique against him. She was seated across from two boys from the Nara and Akimichi clans, who had resorted to cheating with the shadow imitation technique. The Yamanaka girl recognized Ye Feng as well and whispered something to her teammates and teacher. They all turned their gaze toward him, and their supervising teacher approached directly. Aha, what a coincidence to run into you here, Minato. Why don't you introduce me to your team? The laughter preceded the man's arrival, indicating a person of jovial disposition. It turned out to be Brother Iemura, who unexpectedly had taken on a leadership role as well. This is my team, Uchiha Ye Feng, Hatake Kakashi, and Uchiha Shinichi. Ah, this is Brother Iemura from the Iemura clan. I have received his kindness on numerous occasions, Minato said, beaming with joy as he introduced them. Minato, you truly are fortunate. This year's top 3 ninjas have all become members of your team. The future holds great promise for you. It was evident that Minato and Iemura shared a close bond. Are those your team members over there? Call them over, the merrier, Minato exclaimed, clearly pleased with the commendation of his team. He promptly urged Iemura's team to join them, unperturbed by the expense. Soon, Iemura's team settled at the table, directly across from Ye Feng and his companions. However, Iemura's team seemed fixated on Ye Feng, creating an oddly tense atmosphere. Even Minato and Ye Feng exchanged puzzled glances, turning their attention to Iemura. With a hearty laugh, Iemura explained, you see. Yamanaka Keiko attempted the mind-body switch technique on Uchiha Ye Feng but failed. It is known that a failed attempt can damage one's mental strength. Yet Ye Feng managed to return Keiko's mental energy without causing her harm. This feat requires an exceptional level of mental prowess. I have yet to witness another ninja capable of such a thing, which has piqued their curiosity about Ye Feng's mental strength. At this revelation, the group seemed to understand. Though Kakashi and Shinichi regarded Ye Feng as if he were a marvel, his physical prowess is astonishing, his ninjutsu talent remarkable, and even his mental strength is extraordinary. Is there any aspect in which you do not excel? However, Ye Feng could not divulge his secrets. He merely suggested that perhaps the news of his parents' demise had spurred a significant enhancement in his mental strength upon awakening the following day. Iemura was simply curious and did not press further, respecting the personal nature of such matters. With Minato and Iemura facilitating introductions, the two teams grew familiar with one another. Ye Feng also learned the names of the other 2 members, Akimichi Dingyuan and Nara Shikahai. Together, they formed the current iteration of the pig, deer, and butterfly trio. Interestingly, this generation seemed to possess even greater strength than the previous one featuring Naruto. Only Shikahai appeared less intellectually gifted than Nara Shikamaru. Nevertheless, his chakra levels surpassed those attributed to the original description of Shikamaru, and he exhibited no signs of lethargy. Akimichi Dingyuan's chakra reserves indicated a capacity befitting a nin. While Yamanaka Keiko's mental prowess was already renowned among her peers, such a formidable trio left Ye Feng pondering. Given their evident talent and potential, why were they not mentioned in the original narrative? Moreover, they were older than him, and he had not crossed paths with them before his arrival. Ye Feng decided not to dwell on it. Answers would eventually reveal themselves. For now, their talents were commendable enough to warrant friendship. Minato, are you currently assigning them D-rank missions? Iemura inquired suddenly. My team has just come together today. I plan to teach them some foundational skills this afternoon. And we intend to start on missions tomorrow, but we will be commencing with C-rank missions, a special approval from the 3rd Hokage, Minato replied. What? You're starting with C-rank missions? Minato's conversation with Iemura immediately captured the attention of the other 6, with Keiko expressing disbelief, exclaiming in astonishment. Both Minato and Iemura were startled by her outburst, drawing the gaze of other ninjas nearby. Iemura, recognizing his standing as a nin, offered apologies to those around, restoring the previous atmosphere. Why did you shout so loudly? Iemura admonished Keiko. Brother Iemura, we want to start with C-rank missions too. D-rank tasks are so tedious, Keiko pouted. The pig, deer, and butterfly trio had already completed 2 D-rank missions that morning, one involving the capture of a stray orange cat and the other assisting with agricultural labor. They felt exhausted and found no substantial training in such tasks. Upon hearing that Minato's team would directly embark on C-rank missions, they cast envious glances, with Keiko even resorting to her charms. Your flattery won't sway me. This isn't my decision to make, Iemura replied, exasperated. It was a strict rule in Konoha that newly minted genin could only undertake D-rank missions. Then why can Uchiha Ye Feng and his team take on C-rank missions while we cannot? Keiko pressed, unwilling to relent. How about this? If you 3 can defeat Uchiha Ye Feng and his team, I will speak to the 3rd Hokage and advocate for your C-rank missions, Iemura proposed, resorting to a test of strength. At Iemura's words, the trio of pig, deer, and butterfly immediately deflated, ignoring the other 2. They recognized that Uchiha Ye Feng alone could effortlessly defeat them, leaving them feeling quite helpless. Chapter 106, basic assessment Emil passed amidst the envy and jealousy of Zhu, Lu, and Dai. Once lunch concluded, Fujiwara Amura led his small team away, while Uchiha Shinichi eagerly jumped in front of Namikaze Minato, his face alight with excitement. Teacher Minato, is it true that we are to embark on a C-rank mission tomorrow? That depends on your performance this afternoon, if you do not meet the standards. You may as well forget about it, Namikaze Minato replied, dousing Uchiha Shinichi's enthusiasm with a dose of cold reality, for otherwise they could not concentrate during their afternoon training. Minato guided them to the banks of a small river. This morning, you showcased your abilities commendably, however. Do not let that lead to complacency. Remember, there are always those beyond your current capabilities. As he imparted this lesson, Uchiha Shinichi and Hatake Kakashi glanced at Ye Feng. For to them, he embodied the very essence of beyond. This afternoon, I will assess your fundamental chakra application. Anyone who fails to meet the requirements by the end of today will forfeit the C-rank mission tomorrow. Follow my lead. With that, Minato approached a large tree and walked effortlessly along its trunk, defying gravity as he inverted himself beneath a branch, resembling a bat in suspended animation. Kakashi, seeking to emulate Minato, climbed onto another tree's trunk, subsequently hanging upside down from a branch. Next was Uchiha Shinichi, who also successfully ascended and inverted. Now, only Ye Feng remained, staring blankly. Despite mastering several formidable ninjutsu, including forbidden techniques, he had yet to learn the art of tree walking. Minato, Kakashi, and Shinichi watched Ye Feng with anticipation, hoping to see him effortlessly ascend the tree, thereby concluding this exercise. However, upon seeing Ye Feng remain motionless, Minato's expression shifted to one of incredulity, leading him to inquire, Ye Feng, have you not yet learned how to walk on trees? This question left Shinichi and Kakashi momentarily dumbfounded, their incredulity palpable as they gazed at Ye Feng. With a sheepish scratch of his head, Ye Feng replied, no one has taught me that yet. The trio was left in stunned silence. How could someone so extraordinarily gifted as Ye Feng lack such a fundamental skill? It was akin to a bird that could fly but had yet to learn to walk, an incredulous notion for them to accept. In truth, both Shinichi and Kakashi had been trained by formidable family members from a young age, mastering the basics of tree and water walking. Minato merely hoped to guide Ye Feng through the process, unaware that he had not yet learned these foundational techniques. Minato jumped down from the tree, allowing Shinichi and Kakashi to practice freely on the side before he began to instruct Ye Feng on the principles and techniques of tree walking. Given Ye Feng's remarkable control, the process proved to be rather simple. All he needed to do was maintain a steady flow of chakra beneath his feet, with no prior instruction. He had forgotten to practice this skill, but after a few attempts to gauge the chakra required, he quickly adapted, walking and hanging effortlessly on the tree. Within mere minutes, Minato called Shinichi and Kakashi back, informing them that Ye Feng had already mastered the technique. This revelation left them speechless. They had labored for days to achieve proficiency, while Ye Feng accomplished it in mere moments. Next, Minato directed the trio to the riverbank, instructing them to stand on the surface of the flowing water for 3 minutes. He also provided Ye Feng with a brief explanation of the principles of water walking. Unlike tree walking, which was static and required mere adherence, water was dynamic and necessitated a continuous release of chakra to keep the body afloat. In simpler terms, tree walking maintained a constant chakra level, while water walking required a consistent downward release of chakra. Both Shinichi and Kakashi succeeded in walking on the water, but as Ye Feng stepped onto the surface, it initially submerged half of his foot. Gradually increasing his chakra output, he soon found himself standing on the water's surface, familiarizing himself with the necessary chakra release. He maintained his position effortlessly for a full minute. As he began to float, reminiscent of the renowned lightness of martial arts, Ye Feng reveled in his newfound ability, frolicking across the water as if a child with a new toy, utterly captivated. Minato and the others could only shake their heads in disbelief. They had never seen someone so elated by a simple water walking exercise, not even in the pursuit of an A-rank ninjutsu. The subsequent exercises involved basic skills such as throwing shuriken, kunai, and trap making. For someone of Ye Feng's prowess and exceptional control, these tasks were trivial, and for Shinichi and Kakashi, they were even more so, as they had long mastered them. Thus, they swiftly completed their foundational training, observing that daylight still lingered. Minato attributed the early conclusion of their training to the remarkable talents of Ye Feng and his companions, allowing them ample time to prepare for their impending journey outside the village for the C-rank mission the following day. Excitement bubbled within the trio, each eager to explore the world beyond their familiar surroundings. As Ye Feng departed the training ground and strolled through the streets, he found himself at a loss for what to prepare. Many of his techniques could not be revealed, and his focus would primarily be on physical combat. He decided to pack a couple of kunai and shuriken but dismissed other items like explosive tags, considering them inferior to his spiritual talismans. Unsure of what else to bring, he resolved to consult Orochimaru and check on his condition. With that thought, Ye Feng made his way to Orochimaru's residence. Upon entering the laboratory, he found Orochimaru reclining as usual, yet sensed a distinct change. Rushing to check, he discovered that the natural energy within Orochimaru had increased since his departure that morning. "Have you begun to attract natural energy on your own?" Ye Feng queried, perplexed, as it seemed unlikely that Orochimaru's body could adapt so swiftly. "After you left this morning, I sensed some natural energy in the vicinity you occupied. Though faint, I was indeed able to perceive it. Elsewhere, however, I could not," Orochimaru answered candidly. "And you absorbed that natural energy into your body. You were courting danger. If something were to go awry, there would be no one to save you," Ye Feng admonished him, his tone laced with urgency. Chapter 107. Preparing to leave the village. Though his tone was accusatory, Orochimaru sensed the genuine concern emanating from Leaf Maple, which warmed his heart. In this world, few people truly cared for him anymore. Leaf Maple understood Orochimaru's eagerness to enhance his prowess, given the immense pressure from Otsutsuki. Yet he could not condone Orochimaru's reckless actions. The current situation was relatively stable. Should anything happen to Orochimaru, not only would Leaf Maple lose a formidable ally, but his own days in Konoha would become increasingly difficult. Orochimaru smiled in response, saying, "I am merely experimenting. I am well aware of my own body, and besides, I am unharmed at the moment. Being unharmed now does not guarantee future safety. If you cannot withstand the natural energy, the only outcome is petrification," Leaf Maple remarked, his irritation at Orochimaru's nonchalance evident. "Very well, I shall be more cautious moving forward. You must have come to see me for a reason." Orochimaru deftly shifted the topic. "I am to leave the village tomorrow on a mission, and since you possess experience in this regard, I would appreciate your guidance on what I should take with me," Leaf Maple stated, revealing his purpose for the visit. "You are to embark on a mission so soon after becoming a genin? A secret task for the village?" Orochimaru expressed his surprise, noting that it was rare for a newly minted genin to undertake such assignments unless they were classified. "This is a special authorization from the third Hokage, permitting me to commence directly with C-rank missions," Leaf Maple explained. "The old man has high hopes for you." "Let me impart some knowledge," Orochimaru replied, slightly taken aback by the third Hokage's endorsement. "Firstly, one must be adequately equipped for combat. As you favor close-quarters combat, you might want to carry kunai and shuriken for ranged attacks. While you possess fire talismans, they are precious and should be conserved for more critical moments. Smoke bombs are also invaluable for obscuring visibility. Should you possess strong sensory capabilities, this will provide you with an advantage, especially in scenarios requiring retreat. Lastly, explosive tags are essential for traps, destruction, and erasing traces, practical and cost-effective. You should also carry your talismans for unforeseen circumstances." Impressed by Orochimaru's wealth of experience, Leaf Maple initially thought 2 kunai would suffice but realized the myriad uses for these seemingly inconspicuous tools. He resolved to prepare more. "Next, consider your basic necessities for living. Food, shelter, and travel are paramount. For sustenance, soldier pills are practical, though not particularly palatable. Additionally, avoid making fires in the wild, as they may reveal your position. Ensure you have sufficient water in case you cannot locate a source. Bring multiple changes of clothing. You will need them for combat, rain, and replacements. Speaking of rain, do not forget to pack a couple of raincoats." Leaf Maple attentively absorbed this invaluable wisdom from his senior, which would undoubtedly save him from unnecessary detours. After a lengthy discussion lasting nearly half an hour, he realized he had quite a lot to prepare. Fortunately, most items could be stored in scrolls, with only urgent combat essentials requiring placement in his ninja tool pouch. Thankfully, Orochimaru had many of these items readily available, as he was affluent and kept such supplies at home for his special missions. However, for personal clothing, Orochimaru did not possess garments in Leaf Maple's size. Thus, Leaf Maple needed to return home to prepare. With little else to do, Leaf Maple decided to head home for preparations, planning to return to Orochimaru's residence that evening to observe his adaptation to natural energy. He had minimal belongings to pack, mostly clothing and rain gear, which he still needed to procure. His home had not anticipated that a 5-year-old child would venture beyond the village, hence no preparations had been made. As Leaf Maple gathered his belongings into scrolls, he thought, "These storage scrolls are indeed marvelous inventions. They are so convenient." Once he had completed his shopping, it was late. Yet he was not far from Might Guy's training ground and decided to take a visit. uncertain when he would return after his mission the following day. At this hour, the Ninja Academy had just dismissed its students, resulting in a bustling training ground. Among the throng, Leaf Maple spotted the delicious five, Asuma Saratobi, Karina Yuhi, Lin Yamanaka, and Kiba Inazuka, who were all noticeably tanned from their rigorous training in taijutsu, drenched in sweat. Their small frames and determined expressions tugged at Leaf Maple's heartstrings. Yet he recognized that in the ninja world, enemies would show no mercy. Only through strength could one hope to survive. In that moment, Leaf Maple felt a desire to contribute something to the world of Naruto. As this thought surfaced, he realized he was becoming assimilated into this realm, harboring aspirations for peace within the ninja world. No wonder so many sought to wield power to forge a harmonious existence. Shaking his head, he attempted to dismiss such notions. He was merely a transient in this world, so why concern himself with such matters? He sought out Might Guy to inform him of his impending mission. As Might Guy had taken on a paternal role in Leaf Maple's life, earning his utmost respect, thus it felt only right to share his plans with him. Akin to a child informing their parents of their whereabouts to alleviate their worries. Having addressed all matters, Leaf Maple returned to Orochimaru's abode with a sense of relief, engaging in training while observing Orochimaru acclimate to the natural energy. The next day dawned as promised, and Leaf Maple awoke early, ready to depart. Before leaving, he reiterated his admonition to Orochimaru to refrain from absorbing natural energy in his absence. Leaf Maple intended for Orochimaru to have a respite and to prevent any potential mishaps. He dispersed the natural energy that had accumulated from Orochimaru's training, ensuring he could not sense or absorb it. Orochimaru regarded Leaf Maple's incessant warnings and his actions with mild exasperation, pondering, how deeply does he doubt my reliability? Am I truly so untrustworthy? After all, I am one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha. Nonetheless, he endured the lecture, recognizing the weight of his past transgressions, despite his mild annoyance. Orochimaru found a peculiar enjoyment in this dynamic, gradually beginning to view Leaf Maple as one of his own. Whether or not he considered him family remained uncertain. After several prompts from Orochimaru, Leaf Maple finally departed the residence, eliciting a sigh of relief from Orochimaru, who was glad to see him off. Chapter 108. The commencement of the C-Class mission. When Ye Feng arrived at their usual meeting place, he found it devoid of any companions. He presumed he might have arrived too early, so he decided to remain there, practicing his ninjutsu while awaiting the others' arrival. However, after a considerable time had elapsed without anyone showing up, and with half the morning slipping away, Kakashi Hitaki finally rushed over. Upon seeing Kakashi, Ye Feng began to voice his grievances. You all are exceedingly late. If you had delayed any longer, it would have almost been noon. Yet, Kakashi's response left Ye Feng momentarily speechless, as he informed him that the team always gathers at the village gate for missions. Questioning why Ye Feng had chosen to wait in this location. How was I to know where to wait? Not a single one of you mentioned it, Ye Feng exclaimed, a rare curse escaping his lips in frustration. Meanwhile, Minato Namikaze, Shinichi Uchiha, and Kakashi had also been waiting at the village gate for quite some time without sight of Ye Feng. Minato speculated that Ye Feng might be oblivious to common knowledge, prompting him to instruct Kakashi to quickly search for Ye Feng at their habitual meeting spot, which indeed proved to be the right assumption. Upon Ye Feng's eventual arrival, he expressed his complaints once more, while Minato apologized, having forgotten that Ye Feng was unaware of such matters. Finally, Minato's team set off, albeit more than an hour later than anticipated. Along the way, Minato began to instruct them on the essential precautions to take while on the journey. Ye Feng, endowed with sensory abilities, took the lead, with Shinichi Uchiha providing support in the middle and Kakashi trailing behind to guard against any potential ambush from the rear. Ye Feng had no intention of concealing his sensory abilities from his teammates, as they would frequently operate together in the future. He merely disclosed that he could sense approximately 3 kilometers around him. As Ye Feng extended his perception, Minato felt a familiar sensation of being watched, reminiscent of the previous time when a mysterious presence had observed Konoha. This led Minato to speculate that Ye Feng might be the enigmatic figure who had once spied on the village. However, Ye Feng had kept this ability hidden until now, demonstrating his trust in them, and Minato had no plans to report these developments. Kakashi and Shinichi, lacking perceptive skills, remained unaware of the prying sensation. But they were astonished by Ye Feng's 3-kilometer sensing range, recognizing that he possessed an advantage over them. Once the team had arranged their positions for travel, Minato began to outline the mission at hand. They were tasked with eliminating bandits from the Black Wind camp, which, according to intelligence, did not include any ninjas but had a considerable number of members, thus classifying it as a C-class mission. The location was somewhat distant, Though still within the land of fire, it was perilously close to the borders shared by the land of rain and the land of grass. Such areas were prone to harboring bandits who, upon sensing danger, could easily retreat into foreign territories, and Konoha ninjas would be reluctant to enter another nation's domain, potentially leading to misunderstandings, which provided the bandits with an opportunity. Our speed will require approximately 2 to 3 days to reach the destination. Although enemy ninjas seldom appear in the land of fire, there are still some ill-intentioned ninjas or rogue ninjas present, so remain vigilant of your surroundings. This is your first mission. Do not let carelessness lead to disaster, Minato spoke with a serious demeanor. Unless faced with a life-or-death crisis, I will not intervene to assist you. I will address your shortcomings after the mission. Do you understand? Understood. Ye Feng and his companions replied in unison. Subsequently, Minato vanished in an instant, and the trio continued on their path, with Ye Feng's sensory ability remaining active, allowing him to perceive that Minato was approximately 300 meters to their right. Ye Feng understood Minato's intention. His presence provided psychological support to the team. However, for Ye Feng, it made little difference whether Minato was nearby or not. Thus, the four of them journeyed for 2 days, fortunate that it did not rain during this time. Easing their burden, whenever hunger struck, they consumed military rations, the taste of which was rather unpalatable, leading Ye Feng to feign eating. When thirsty, they drank from their water pouches, replenishing them whenever they passed a water source. At night, they would find shelter beneath a large tree, where Minato would return to rest with them, while the trio took turns keeping watch until dawn. On the second day, they tidied up and resumed their journey, with Minato still concealed in the shadows. Throughout the trek, Ye Feng detected several people, with only 2 ninjas sensing his prying awareness, both of whom were also Konoha ninjas on a mission. On the third day, not long into their journey, Ye Feng signaled for the group to halt, and Minato appeared beside him. The reason for the stop was that Ye Feng's sensory ability had detected a somewhat robust figure hiding inside a hollowed-out tree, muttering curses that had caught Ye Feng's attention. Damn it. Is it just because I want a little extra money that they've sent me to this wretched place to stand guard? One day, I'll make you pay for this, the figure complained. Sigh. The women back at the village were much more appealing. I could have had my fun there. Ye Feng relayed what his senses had perceived to Minato and the others, speculating that this individual was likely a bandit, though it remained uncertain if he was their target. Minato and the others were astonished by Ye Feng's description, not solely by the man's words, but by the realization that Ye Feng's sensory abilities extended beyond mere perception of presence. He could see and hear everything the individual said. What kind of ability is this? They marveled. Such a skill was nothing short of extraordinary, if an adversary possessed Ye Feng's capabilities. They could observe every word and action with clarity from afar, sending chills down Minato and his companion's spines. Yet, they were grateful that Ye Feng was on their side, as it granted them a significant advantage. However, Minato contemplated further, adopting a serious expression as he addressed Ye Feng and the others. This matter must remain a secret among us four. Under no circumstances should it be disclosed, otherwise Ye Feng will become a prime target for enemies, and we too will be implicated. Ye Feng and his companions quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. Such tactics were best employed discreetly. Only when the enemy remained unaware could they achieve an element of surprise, especially in the context of warfare, where the lives of hundreds, if not thousands, hung in the balance. Should the enemy uncover this secret, they would undoubtedly aim to eliminate Ye Feng at the first opportunity, regardless of the cost in ninjas. Chapter 109. Total annihilation. After wave when Minato issued a warning to others, he vanished in an instant, evidently choosing to disengage from the unfolding events. Kakashi Hatake and Shin Uchiha turned their gazes towards Ye Feng, clearly seeking his judgment. After a moment of contemplation, Ye Feng declared, Kakashi, you shall stealthily approach and incapacitate that individual. Ideally, deliver a blow that renders him unconscious. Since he is on guard duty, he must possess means of communication. I will keep watch over our surroundings to prevent any interference. Upon hearing this, Kakashi concealed himself and advanced stealthily toward the bandit. Ye Feng's perception detected Kakashi maneuvering behind a large tree, inching closer with utmost caution to avoid detection. When he was merely a meter away, he sprang forth, delivering a powerful punch to the bandit's head, immediately rendering him unconscious. Observing this, Ye Feng noted the absence of any other threats and signaled for Shin Uchiha to follow him to Kakashi's position. Gazing upon the now unconscious bandit, Ye Feng inquired of Shin, have you studied any genjutsu? Although Ye Feng himself had yet to learn the art of illusion, he was confident that his 3-tomo Sharingan could bewilder an ordinary individual. However, he deemed it prudent to reserve its use for a more critical moment, making Shin's involvement fitting for the task. I have learned a few basic genjutsu, Shin replied candidly. I will awaken him, and you shall directly utilize your genjutsu on him, Ye Feng instructed. Before splashing water from his canteen onto the bandit's face as Shin activated his double Tomo Sharingan, the bandit, roused by the cold water, was met with a pair of crimson eyes, which soon rendered his gaze vacant. Are you a bandit? Ye Feng asked urgently, witnessing the bandit's compliance with the genjutsu. No. Came the unexpected response, catching Ye Feng and his companions off guard. Did we capture the wrong person? Shin speculated. His demeanor and speech seemed consistent. Perhaps the inquiry was flawed. Let me pose a question, Kakashi suggested, stepping before the bandit to query, are you from the Black Wind Village? The bandit numbly replied, yes. That still implies he is indeed a bandit. Even under genjutsu, he can lie. Ye Feng began to feel uneasy about the situation. Kakashi elucidated. It is said that some bandits consider themselves protectors of ordinary people. Those they protect cater to their desires, allowing them to survive in tumultuous times. Though the lives of those being protected may be worse than death, then what is the purpose of such protection? Ye Feng pondered, perplexed by the ordinary people's compliance. I'm not well versed in the details. I've only heard my father mention it, and I've never witnessed it myself, Kakashi admitted, revealing the limits of his knowledge. Perhaps you should inquire further about the Black Wind Village, Ye Feng suggested, yielding the questioning to Kakashi once more. It appeared that the bandit held a considerable position within the Black Wind Village, and the remainder of the interrogation yielded crucial information regarding the village's location and defensive arrangements. The only surprising revelation was that the three leaders of the Black Wind Village seemed to be ninjas, though this remained uncertain, as no one had witnessed them employing ninjutsu. Their sheer physical prowess was remarkable. Upon receiving this intelligence, Ye Feng and his companions found themselves in a predicament. This mission transcended a mere C-rank task. The conventional response would be to abandon the mission and return to report. Yet, this was their inaugural mission, and surrendering so soon felt unsatisfactory. Perceiving the sentiments of the other two, Ye Feng tentatively proposed, shall we press on? If we encounter a CH Nin or J Nin, I shall restrain them, while you two handle the others. The two appeared to concur with Ye Feng's audacious plan, believing that even if a J Nin were to engage, they might not be overly formidable. Even if Ye Feng could not vanquish them, his speed would allow him to effectively restrain them. Thus, the trio reached a consensus and advanced toward the Black Wind Village. As for the unconscious bandit, Shin took it upon himself to resolve that matter, marking his first experience with taking a life. Though he felt a tinge of discomfort, it did not hinder their operations. In the shadows, Wave Wind Minato observed the trio with a shake of his head. By conventional standards, a junior ninja should have indeed abandoned the mission, as it surpassed what a typical shinobi could contend with. However, the strength of Ye Feng and his companions was not to be underestimated. Even the weakest among them could be considered CH Nin level. They had the option to proceed, albeit advancing without precise intelligence about the enemy was undeniably perilous. Nevertheless, with Minato keeping a vigilant watch, he felt confident that no calamity would befall them, regarding any potential mishap as a valuable lesson for the trio. At that moment, Ye Feng and his companions reached the outskirts of the Black Wind Village. The perimeter was surprisingly extensive, and Ye Feng's perception failed to encompass the entire area. Yet, within the confines of his awareness, he detected no signs of ninja presence. To mitigate any potential risks, he augmented his perception with chakra, effectively doubling his range. He could now discern the entirety of the village's defenses and its interior, yet no traces of ninjas were evident. However, as he surveyed the scene, his expression darkened. With a grave demeanor, Ye Feng addressed Kakashi and Shin. When we encounter the bandits of the Black Wind Village, do not hold back. Eliminate them all. The intensity in Ye Feng's voice when he uttered the word kill was palpable, imbued with a sense of murderous intent that momentarily stunned Kakashi and Shin. They exchanged glances, uncertain of what Ye Feng had witnessed to evoke such ferocity. However, trusting in Ye Feng's judgment, they nodded in agreement. The number of bandits within the Black Wind Village was significant, exceeding 200. Should Ye Feng and his team engage them directly, they risked being overwhelmed and facing perilous consequences. Consequently, Ye Feng resolved against a frontal assault, opting instead for stealth and surprise to eliminate the sentinels without alerting the others. Employing a strategy reminiscent of Mao Zedong's rural encirclement of urban centers, the results were remarkable. Within a mere half-hour, the trio had dispatched the outer guards, totaling over 40 bandits. Their success was, in part, due to Kakashi and Shin's lack of long-range sensing abilities. Had they been able to separate and strike swiftly, the process would have been even quicker. With the outer perimeter cleared, only the densely clustered bandits within the village remained. Attempting to stealthily attack them without raising alarm was now impossible. Shin, do you see the area with the highest concentration of adversaries? Ye Feng directed. You will unleash your most expansive ninjutsu there. Kakashi and I will flank from either side, aiming to eradicate that cluster of bandits as swiftly as possible. We must act before reinforcements arrive from other areas, or we may find ourselves in a precarious situation. Ye Feng articulated the forthcoming battle plan, orchestrating their next moves with precision. Chapter 110. The three leaders having devised a plan, Uchiha began to weave hand signs. Upon observing the signs, Leaf Maple recognized the technique as the fire release, Great Fireball technique, surmising that Uchiha possessed only a limited repertoire of ninjutsu. Soon, a sizable fireball materialized before them. Larger than before, hurtling towards the bandits with great speed. Leaf Maple and Kakashi Hitaki followed closely, racing toward the marauders. By the time the bandits realized the impending threat, it was too late. The fireball struck, erupting violently, claiming the lives of 30 to 40 individuals and injuring many more. At that moment, Leaf Maple heard a piercing whistle and saw a bright light shooting skyward, exploding into a brilliant display. Realizing the danger, he urgently called out to Kakashi and Uchiha, urging them to hasten their retreat to avoid encirclement. While speaking, Leaf Maple swiftly dispatched the injured bandits, ensuring that even the fallen were not spared. Observing Leaf Maple's ruthless efficiency, Kakashi and Uchiha followed suit, delivering fatal strikes to each adversary. Some bandits, feigning death, abandoned their charade upon witnessing the trio's merciless actions and desperately sought escape. A few, resigned to their fate, charged recklessly toward Leaf Maple and his companions. This group of bandits was not to be underestimated. As Leaf Maple assessed the battlefield, he sensed additional bandits converging to encircle them. He quickly implored Kakashi and Uchiha to retreat, warning them of the imminent encirclement and instructing them to fall back in the direction they had come, while he would cover their retreat. Aware of the urgency, the two complied without hesitation, abandoning their fight. Leaf Maple, while fending off attacks, continued to retreat. Just as Kakashi and Uchiha were about to exit the Black Wind Village, they unexpectedly turned back, followed closely by three ninjas. Upon reuniting, Uchiha anxiously relayed, "Three ninjas are approaching from behind, at least of nin rank." It became apparent that these three were the leaders of Black Wind Village, who had not been present when the attack commenced. Leaf Maple quickly deduced their identities. He needed to eliminate them swiftly to avoid being besieged alongside the remaining bandits, which could lead to casualties. In truth, these three leaders had been meeting with their contacts, acting as spies dispatched to the Land of Fire, disguised as bandits to gather intelligence and relay it back. However, they had refrained from venturing too deep into the territory, as they were merely nin and could easily be exterminated in the Land of Fire. Today marked their routine report day, and upon receiving news of an enemy incursion, they hurried back, hoping to vanquish the intruders or, if overmatched, to flee. Fortunately, the intruders consisted of a mere genin squad, one nin accompanied by three genin. The nin had already engaged two of their contacts, leaving the three young ninjas to be dealt with by the village leaders. Yet, unbeknownst to them, this genin squad was no ordinary group. As Leaf Maple prepared to switch positions with Kakashi and Uchiha, he resolved to end the battle swiftly. Activating the second gate of the 8 gates, his chakra surged throughout his body. Kakashi and Uchiha felt a powerful wave of energy as Leaf Maple dashed forward, his form becoming a blur before vanishing entirely. Both were rendered speechless, even as Uchiha activated his Sharingan, struggling to discern Leaf Maple's silhouette. They simultaneously pondered, was this truly Leaf Maple's genuine speed? It seemed he had concealed much of his strength during the graduation exams. Suddenly, an arrow zipped between Kakashi and Uchiha, jolting them back to reality. This was a battle of life and death, demanding their full attention as they prepared to confront the throng of bandits ahead. Leaf Maple's explosive speed sent chills down the spines of the three village leaders. The foremost leader suddenly felt dizzy, only to glimpse a headless body before succumbing to darkness. The other two leaders, unable to comprehend how their comrade had perished, were gripped by fear, yet they could not identify their foe. They swung their weapons wildly, hurling shurikens and shouting for Leaf Maple to reveal himself, but to no avail, as they were powerless to alter their grim fate. Having dispatched the three leaders, Leaf Maple ceased the 8 gates. Exhaling deeply, he acknowledged the incredible power derived from the technique, though it exacted a heavy toll on his stamina, leaving him somewhat fatigued. Fortunately, he would not need to maintain that state for long. However, the delay caused by these leaders had allowed the remaining bandits to encircle Leaf Maple and his companions. Originally numbering over 200, The bandits had dwindled to just over 100 after the trio's onslaught and the leader's intervention. Both Kakashi and Uchiha Geni had suffered considerable exhaustion. With no options left, Leaf Maple prepared to fight fiercely, contemplating the necessity of revealing some of his sage techniques or talismans, attributing any explanations to Orochimaru if questioned. Before long, the intensity of the battle began to wear on Kakashi and Uchiha Geni, resulting in occasional errors that placed them in peril, while Leaf Maple remained relatively unscathed. Though anxious about his companion's endurance as 50 bandits still stood against them, after some contemplation, he resolved to reveal his abilities. Reasoning that Minato was already aware of the existence of talismans. Summoning Kakashi and Uchiha Geni to his side, Leaf Maple instructed, "When I count to 3, leap as high as you can." Though uncertain of his intentions, they trusted Leaf Maple's capabilities. Leaf Maple produced a gold talisman and declared, 1, 2, 3. As they jumped, he infused energy into the talisman, causing it to spin, while metal spikes shot forth, piercing the surrounding bandits. Though small in size, these spikes incapacitated most of the ordinary foes, with only a handful remaining standing. The few survivors, witnessing the devastation, were paralyzed with fear and scrambled to escape. Leaf Maple, however, had no intention of letting them flee, charging forward to eliminate the last of the bandits. Chapter 111. Unworthy of existence after Ye Feng dispatched the fleeing bandits. He paused to survey the gruesome scene at Blackwind Stronghold, the air thick with the metallic scent of blood. Half of these lives had been extinguished by his own hand. Though a sense of discomfort and brutality lingered within him, he harbored no regrets. Kakashi Hatake and Geni Uchiha stood in astonishment at Ye Feng's prowess. Such formidable methods rendered him impervious to encirclement. Yet, it was evident that Ye Feng had deliberately concealed this power, for he would have revealed it sooner otherwise. Thus, they refrained from inquiring further. The mission to eradicate the bandits had been accomplished, yet the figure of Minato Namikaze was conspicuously absent. His presence failed to register within Ye Feng's senses, leaving him puzzled. Amplifying his spiritual awareness with chakra, Ye Feng soon discerned Minato engaged in battle against 2 other ninjas, accompanied by 2 humanoid puppets, an obvious indication of a puppeteer at work. The combatants appeared evenly matched. While Minato possessed superior strength, his adversaries had the advantage of numbers and relentless assaults. Without hesitation, Ye Feng directed Kakashi and Geni to scour the battlefield, ensuring no foes remained alive, as he hastened towards Minato's side. Minato, deeply focused on countering the 2 enemies and their puppets, found the puppeteers to be particularly troublesome. Their puppets were impervious to standard attacks, deftly evading powerful jutsu, and synchronized perfectly with their master. Armed with poison weaponry, they kept Minato on high alert, searching for an opportunity to subdue them. Despite the turmoil of battle, Minato's composure remained unshaken. He was unconcerned about Ye Feng's situation, for 3 Nin were no match for him. All he needed to do was buy time until Ye Feng arrived. Sure enough, he sensed Ye Feng approaching rapidly, filling him with joy. It indicated that Ye Feng had likely dealt with his opponents, leaving the puppeteers for them to confront. Minato repelled the 2 puppeteers before retreating to stand alongside Ye Feng. "One of us will engage one, while the other swiftly subdues the remaining ninja. Be cautious of their puppets, they are laced with poison," Minato instructed. Upon receiving Ye Feng's nod, they charged towards their respective adversaries. Facing a Nin, Ye Feng remained vigilant, enveloping himself in chakra without resorting to the 8 gates technique, deeming it unnecessary to exhaust his strength in anticipation of other contingencies. As Ye Feng advanced, the puppeteer positioned his puppet to block his path. Launching several shurikens from its abdomen, Ye Feng smirked inwardly, "If you wish to obstruct my way, I shall oblige." Gathering his chakra into his fist, he deftly evaded the incoming projectiles and struck the puppet's head with a powerful blow. Underestimating the impact of Ye Feng's seemingly small fist, the puppeteer failed to command his puppet to evade. The result was catastrophic, reducing the puppet's head to mere fragments. This revelation struck terror into the opposing puppeteer, who realized he must not allow Ye Feng to approach him, as he was far less resilient than his puppet. Consequently, the puppeteer altered his strategy, maintaining distance while utilizing his puppets for long-range assaults, refraining from direct confrontation with Ye Feng, who was pleased with this development. Before long, a resounding crash echoed through the air, drawing both Ye Feng and the enemy puppeteer's attention. They beheld the other puppeteer's head, now deformed, his eyes vacant and breath faint, nearing the brink of death. Ye Feng's heart soared with elation, yet the remaining puppeteer was stricken with dread, promptly turning to flee. Ye Feng would not grant him the luxury of escape. Activating the 8 gates once more, he surged ahead, intercepting the puppeteer with astonishing speed. With a punch, he sent the foe tumbling toward Minato, who seized the opportunity to strike the back of the puppeteer's neck, rendering him unconscious without delivering a fatal blow. Subsequently, he employed a sealing technique to bind the puppeteer's mind and chakra. The puppeteer's lack of speed and his disarray in thought, driven by panic to flee, had rendered him vulnerable to Ye Feng's decisive strike. The lifeless body of the other puppeteer was not overlooked. Ye Feng sealed both the corpse and its puppet within a sealing scroll to return to their village for the third Hokage's judgment. With these matters addressed, Minato joined Ye Feng as they reunited with Kakashi and Shinji, who had thoroughly cleared the battlefield of any survivors. Upon witnessing Ye Feng and Minato's return, bearing the unconscious ninja, they understood that another confrontation had unfolded elsewhere. The remaining task was to scour Blackwind's stronghold for valuables. Yet Ye Feng felt no inclination to pursue material gain. Instead, he moved toward the rear of the stronghold, where the others followed suit. As Ye Feng gently pushed open the door, a wave of putrid odor assaulted his senses. Inside, he discovered over 30 young maidens huddled together, alongside several clearly young girls of merely 7 or 8 years, and a few infants cradled in their arms. Their faces were pallid, their garments scant, some even completely unclothed. In a corner of the room lay 2 recently deceased female corpses. The exposed skin of these women bore numerous scars, some even oozing blood. Upon Ye Feng's entrance, fear and despair flickered in their eyes. It was painfully evident what kind of hell they had endured within these walls. Moreover, through the crevices of the house, one could glimpse a large pit behind, filled with the bodies of numerous naked women, mostly young girls and children, mingled with a few male corpses, emanating an unbearable stench. This scene darkened Minato's expression, while Kakashi and Shinji seethed with rage, recognizing that the mere act of slaying these bandits felt far too lenient. They now comprehended the depths of Ye Feng's murderous intent and his refusal to leave any alive. Such wretches do not deserve to inhabit this world. Ye Feng endeavored to speak softly. "We are ninjas from Konoha, here to rescue you." His words ignited a flicker of hope in the maiden's eyes. But it swiftly dimmed into skepticism. They doubted that a mere 4 individuals could liberate them, especially with 3 being mere children. Seeing their indifference pained Ye Feng, who urged, "If you do not believe me, you may step outside and witness for yourselves. The bandits have been vanquished." Yet, they remained motionless, their heads bowed, unresponsive to his entreaty. Chapter 112. Temptation of Culinary Delights. As Ye Feng observed their reactions, he was about to speak, but Buffing Watergate intervened, stating, "It is futile. They have already succumbed to despair. Allow me to handle this." With that, Buffing Watergate formed hand seals, and from the ground erupted countless colossal earth spikes, forcefully launching the walls and roof of the house into the air. The young maidens within were left pale with fear, their gasps echoing in the air. Subsequently, the spikes retracted back into the earth, while the dislodged structure crashed heavily not far away. After a prolonged silence, the startled maidens gradually regained their composure. Taking in their surroundings and the sight of numerous bandit corpses littering the ground behind Ye Feng and his companions, their eyes widened in disbelief, tears welling up and cascading down their cheeks, followed by soft sobs that escalated into heart-wrenching wails. Even the infants appeared frightened by the cries, joining in with their own relentless weeping. Ye Feng and his companions, upon hearing this sorrowful lamentation, chose not to intrude after such prolonged repression. It was only natural for them to release their pent-up emotions. Buffing Watergate then led Ye Feng and the others to search the various rooms for clean garments, as the attire of the maidens was no longer wearable. Fortunately, the abundance of people in the Blackwind village made it relatively easy to find clothing, although most were somewhat oversized and ill-fitting. When Buffing Watergate and the others returned, the cries of the maidens had diminished significantly. They distributed the clothes among the young women and subsequently departed to seek the remaining valuables of the Blackwind village, while also addressing the matter of the corpses, as their presence, being men, was not fitting in such a situation. The task of handling the bandit corpses was straightforward. They gathered the bodies together and incinerated them with a fire technique. The collection proved somewhat troublesome, as blood and severed limbs were strewn about. By the time Ye Feng and his companions had amassed the bodies, nearly 2 hours had elapsed, with their skirmish only taking a little over an hour. The corpses formed a small hill, which Uchiha Shinichi ignited with a fire technique, the aroma of roasted flesh wafting through the air. Upon catching a whiff of the enticing scent, Ye Feng and his companions realized that it was already afternoon, and they had yet to partake in lunch. They had been so focused on the battle that they had lost track of time. Now, with their minds finally at ease, Buffing Watergate and his companions felt the pangs of hunger, while Ye Feng himself, being able to forego meals, did not share in their appetite. Fortunately, the Blackwind village had a plethora of ingredients, and Ye Feng surmised that the maidens must also be famished. He resolved to prepare a meal. opting for a culinary upgrade after their previous fare of military rations. As for the rule of minimizing fire during missions, Ye Feng had no intention of adhering to it. After all, the Black Wind village had previously cooked over an open flame, and the fire from the pile of corpses was far more significant. Seeing Ye Feng organizing ingredients in the kitchen, woefully Watergate cast a puzzled glance at Uchiha Shinichi and Hatake Kakashi, inquiring, "Can Ye Feng actually cook?" In school, Ye Feng had prepared his own meals, though their palatability was unknown to woefully. However, according to Obito and the others, his cooking was exceptional. Hatake Kakashi, having only witnessed the delicious five mooching off Ye Feng, had yet to taste his culinary skills and thus shared in the speculation, while Ye Feng busied himself with cooking. Woefully Watergate and the others ventured to the large pit where the bodies were buried. Woefully, gazing at the remains, murmured, "These are all unfortunate souls. They deserve a peaceful rest." With a technique of earth manipulation, he buried the pit, covering it with soil from either side. Ye Feng worked swiftly, completing the meal in half an hour, bringing several large pots filled with various ingredients, releasing a distinctive aroma that was unmistakably that of a spicy hot pot. Regrettably, Ye Feng lamented the absence of Sichuan peppercorns, resorting to substitutes that could not replicate the original flavor. Due to the pervasive bloodstains in the Black Wind village, they could only find a relatively clean patch of ground nearby to set the large pots directly on the earth. Ye Feng approached the maidens, inviting them to join for a meal. Hesitant yet shy, they gathered around the pots amidst Ye Feng's gentle urging, the enticing fragrance igniting their appetites. Observing their bashful demeanor, Ye Feng smiled and declared, "Let us dine." The maidens quickly began to eat as if they had not feasted in ages, disregarding decorum as they devoured their portions ravenously. Woefully Watergate and his companions, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of compassion as they enjoyed the fragrant spicy hot pot. The three could not help but be astounded by its extraordinary flavor. They exchanged glances, realizing they had transformed into the very image of those who had not eaten for days, eagerly competing for the delectable dish. Woefully, utilizing his Jonin speed, skillfully scooped up mouthfuls, while Hatake Kakashi and Uchiha Shinichi struggled to keep pace. Ye Feng, bemused, thought to himself, "Mind your image. How can you compete for food with a group of disciples?" Yet, his subordinates were equally engaged in the fray, leaving Kakashi and Shinichi scrambling for opportunities amidst the chaos. In a mere 10 minutes, the large pots were emptied, leaving everyone reclining against them, rubbing their slightly distended bellies, clearly having overindulged. Fortunately, Ye Feng had anticipated this outcome and prepared a generous quantity of hot pot. Otherwise, Kakashi and Shinichi may not have been satiated. Determined to master physical techniques, Kakashi and Shinichi resolved to enhance their skills, lest they fall behind in such culinary competitions. "I had no idea Ye Feng possessed such culinary prowess. Perhaps we should assign him the responsibility of cooking for our missions henceforth," mused Woefully Watergate, patting his belly in praise of Ye Feng's cooking, while secretly hoping to entice him into becoming the exclusive chef for their team, ensuring gourmet meals during their quests. Kakashi and Shinichi cast hopeful glances in agreement. Yet, it seemed Woefully had forgotten the rule of minimizing fire during missions. Ye Feng, fully aware of Watergate's intentions, outright rejected the notion by referencing the rule. Disappointment flickered across Woefully Watergate's face, for the tantalizing spicy hot pot, with its piquant and fragrant allure, had indeed captivated their senses and significantly whetted their appetites. Chapter 113. Resettling the refugees. The situation at Black Wind Village had been resolved, yet the remaining group of young maidens posed a dilemma for Minato Namikaze and his companions. They feared that if left alone, these girls would become easy prey for others, and they wished to spare them from returning to their former lives. As Minato grappled with this predicament, a large group of nearly 1,000 refugees approached. The maidens, upon seeing them, dashed towards the crowd as if they had spotted long-lost kin. Ye Feng and his companions surmised that these must be the girls' relatives. An elderly man emerged from the throng, supported by others, and approached Ye Feng and his companions. "I am the spokesperson for this group. We are grateful for your rescue of these children," he stated. Attempting to bow in gratitude and kneel before them, the companions quickly intervened, unwilling to accept such a gesture from someone of his age. After a lengthy conversation between Minato and the elder, they learned about the dire circumstances these people faced. Born into a chaotic era, the refugees were akin to ants, their lives hinging on the whims of others. Following the arrival of 3 bandit leaders in the area, they began to seize valuables, abducting beautiful maidens at will. There have been instances of resistance, but those who fought back were ruthlessly slain. Such occurrences were commonplace along the borders, especially in this tumultuous tri-border region. The 3 bandit leaders had declared that as long as tribute was paid to them, They would ensure the safety of the refugees. For these displaced individuals, the leaders loomed like insurmountable mountains, impossible to confront, that could only endure. Fortunately, the leaders largely kept their word, and since then, the refugees had not encountered significant disturbances from other factions, as any aggressors were swiftly expelled by the bandits. The leaders also conscripted some of the stronger villagers to establish Blackwind Village. Why not seek refuge deeper within a nation? Surely there. Uchiha Shinichi began to question. However, Minato interrupted to clarify. Each nation harbors individuals without citizenship, referred to as refugees. They can only survive along the borders, where they are not officially recognized by any state, as a precaution against espionage. Their presence in a nation's interior would prompt immediate eradication. If we eliminate Blackwind Village, will the other citizens not lose their protection? Shinichi pondered, uncertain if their mission was beneficial or detrimental. The eradication of Blackwind Village is imperative. They have transcended mere banditry, Minato replied, wishing to dissuade Shinichi from overthinking the matter. In fact, the initiative to dismantle Blackwind Village originated from us. Their power has grown exponentially over the years, and we can no longer bear the burden. Many have already perished from starvation. This is a regrettable yet necessary course of action. The village chief recognized Shinichi's compassion and sought to reassure him, albeit with an air of resignation. Is there truly no other way, Lord Minato? Ye Feng and his companions looked to Minato, hoping for a more palatable solution. This is a national regulation. Beyond the influence of mere ninjas like us, Minato lamented. After a moment of contemplation, Ye Feng appeared to have conceived an idea and whispered something into Minato's ear. Minato, taken aback, responded, is that truly feasible? And can my name wield such influence? I have observed your good rapport within the village. Do you possess a better alternative? Ye Feng countered. Very well, let us give it a try. We have little choice, Minato conceded, turning to the village chief. I have an idea, though I cannot ascertain its efficacy. Please consider it. Honorable ninja, please share. Anything must be better than our current predicament, the village chief replied with an open mind. I can escort you partway into the heart of Konoha, though not too far, as we must avoid arousing suspicion from the land of fire. However, the likelihood of bandits and rogue ninjas appearing will significantly diminish, Minato explained his proposition. Thank you immensely, honorable ninja. The village chief, overwhelmed with gratitude, again attempted to kneel, only to be stopped by Minato. If there are no further issues, gather your belongings. We shall set off together at dawn. The village chief expressed his profound gratitude once more before returning to relay the good news to the others. Upon hearing the announcement, nearly 1,000 refugees knelt before Minato and his companions, their voices a cacophony of thanks. The scene was indeed grand, solidifying Minato's resolve to assist them to the end. On the following day, the throng of nearly 1,000 refugees arrived early at Ye Feng's camp. Remaining silent for fear of inciting the wrath of the honorable ninjas and jeopardizing the agreement made the previous day. Nevertheless, even in such trying times, the four ninjas remained vigilant, and as the last of the refugees gathered, Kakashi Hitaki called upon the others to prepare. The Minato team, carrying the still unconscious puppet master, led the refugees toward the heart of the land of fire. The procession of nearly 1,000 individuals could not escape the notice of Konoha's guarding ninjas and reconnaissance teams. Minato had no intention of hiding their presence, upon seeing that the leading figure was a Konoha ninja. The guarding ninjas revealed themselves and approached Minato and his party for inquiries. The refugees behind them were visibly apprehensive, fearing these ninjas might halt their progress, a fate they had often experienced before. Fortunately, this time luck was on their side. After a brief inspection, the guarding ninjas allowed the group to proceed, having been reassured of Minato's identity and his intention to report the situation directly to the third Hokage. Minato and his companions journeyed with the refugees for an entire day before halting their progress. Although the time had been lengthy, the pace was slow due to the presence of the elderly and the infirm among the refugees. They had reached a location that was no longer considered the border. Beyond lay the true interior of the land of fire, where the leadership would not permit these individuals to enter. Minato addressed the crowd. I can only lead you thus far. Along the way, you have observed that most of the ninjas belong to Konoha. If you settle here, your safety will be greatly enhanced. Upon my return to the village, I will ensure that our ninjas periodically patrol this area, not only to protect you, but also to deter any potential spies. I will also erect a sign here. Any ninja who sees it will likely extend me some courtesy and refrain from causing you undue hardship. Thank you, honorable ninja. The throng of nearly 1,000 once again knelt in gratitude to Ye Feng and his companions, who could only accept the outpouring of thanks with a sense of reluctant humility. Chapter 114. the disturbance in Sunagakure after ensuring the safety of the refugees. Minato Namikaze and his companions erected a sign detailing the purpose of their arrival, hoping that passing ninjas would extend their care to these unfortunate souls. Minato sincerely desired to assist these pitiable individuals. Freed from the burden of the refugees, he and his companions returned to the village with remarkable speed. Reaching the gates of Konoha in just a day and a half, Ye Feng and his companions cheered exuberantly, exclaiming, "At last, we have returned. Konoha is truly the best." Although they had been away for only a few days, it felt as if they had experienced years. Witnessing the harsh realities of the world and the tragedies of ordinary people, which profoundly altered their perspectives, Minato, accustomed to such scenes, had chosen this mission deliberately to expose them to the world's cruelties. With the task now formally concluded, he announced a day of rest followed by a gathering at the training ground atop Hokage Rock the day after. While he disbanded the ninja team, he did not return home, for he had more pressing matters to discuss with the third Hokage. In the third Hokage's office, after perusing Minato's mission report, the Hokage exhaled a plume of smoke and inquired, "Is it confirmed?" Minato replied with gravity, "It is nearly confirmed. Organizations of such scale and strength are rare. Moreover, we have captured a live subject for your examination, Hokage-sama." Notably, Minato's report omitted any mention of Ye Feng's extraordinary sensory abilities, merely stating that Ye Feng possessed a certain degree of perception while concealing the appearance of the Golden Spirit Talisman. With a wave of his hand, the third Hokage summoned an Umbu ninja. "Take this ninja and the other corps to the analysis team. We require useful intelligence as swiftly as possible." Upon issuing the command, the Umbu departed with the scroll and the unconscious ninja. Minato continued, "There is another matter. I led a group of refugees deeper into the land of fire, and I wish to provide a detailed account of their situation." The third Hokage accepted the scroll, glanced at its contents, and his expression grew somber. Rising from his seat, he approached the window, gazing out at the village of Konoha, and spoke slowly, "They are all unfortunate souls." The first Hokage toiled tirelessly, yearning for peace in the shinobi world, yet tragedies continue to unfold. "Sigh. Let those people be settled there. I will ensure that their situation is monitored closely. As for the affairs in the land of fire, I shall make the necessary arrangements." Turning to Minato, he continued, "You have worked hard, Watergate. This C-rank mission has been elevated to A rank, and you have acquired valuable intelligence. Each of you shall receive a bonus of 100,000 Ryo. Take some time to rest and instruct these three children. They are the future of Konoha." It was evident that the third Hokage was pleased with Minato's performance. He was capable, compassionate, and possessed a commanding presence. At that moment, the third Hokage even contemplated nurturing Minato as the fourth Hokage, though he seemed more inclined towards Orochimaru. As for Ye Feng and his companions, the third Hokage was equally satisfied. Their strength, strategy, and temperament aligned with his standards, prompting him to consider additional rewards. Shortly after Minato's departure, an Umbu appeared bearing the results from the analysis team. It was undeniable that the secret techniques of the Yamanaka clan were remarkably effective, capable of reading others' memories, yielding results that were both swift and accurate, albeit with the risk of rendering the subject mentally impaired. As the third Hokage examined the scroll, his frown deepened with each passing moment. "Go. Notify the three advisors to convene a meeting," he commanded with a hint of anger. In a mere 5 minutes, the three advisors arrived, but Shimura Danzo was the first to voice his objections. Minato recklessly led so many refugees into the land of fire. They should all be eliminated to prevent spies from infiltrating. Such actions jeopardize the safety of Konoha and warrant severe punishment. "I will handle those refugees myself. I did not summon you to discuss this matter. I have just received new intelligence for your review," countered the third Hokage, cutting off Danzo's further complaints and handing over the intelligence scroll. Upon reading its contents, Nara Shikaka gasped, "What does the third Kazekage intend? The second Great Ninja War has barely concluded, and does he seek to instigate a third Great Ninja War?" The intelligence was indeed shocking, mere years after the war. As each ninja village sought to recuperate, the third Kazekage was already training an army and deploying multiple spies into the land of fire, raising suspicions of an impending assault on Konoha. The losses in Sunagakure during the Second Great Ninja War were not catastrophic. They could swiftly recover and prepare for war. Analyzed Mito Minin. "I require more personnel to infiltrate the Land of Wind for intelligence gathering. We must remain vigilant against other ninja villages as well. Our routes are currently insufficient." Danzo seized the opportunity to advocate for the expansion of his own power, ostensibly for the benefit of Konoha, though his true motives remained ambiguous. Yet, the third Hokage could not dismiss such a reasonable request and thus acquiesced to Danzo's demands. we must also be prepared for the possibility of war at any moment. A thorough cleansing of the land of fire is necessary, Mito suggested. Indeed, the land of wind may harbor such intentions, and thus we must remain cautious. We shall bolster our defenses along the borders of the land of wind, while the borders of other ninja villages will remain unchanged for now, pending further intelligence. Additionally, we will issue more missions to eliminate bandits and rogue ninjas within the land of fire and to expel any wandering ninjas. The third Hokage stipulated regarding the situation with the land of wind. With this, the fate of the refugees became even more precarious, prompting Danzo to reiterate the initial objective. This signifies Konoha's stance, and we cannot indiscriminately slaughter refugees. Such actions would tarnish Konoha's reputation and dishearten those who cherish peace. For now, let them remain in that area. But during these extraordinary times, they are forbidden from leaving the vicinity. Those who breach this directive will be eliminated. The third Hokage would not permit the wanton slaughter of these individuals, whether for the sake of reputation or the village's safety. Meanwhile, Ye Feng returned to his empty home, feeling somewhat disoriented. Having spent days in close quarters with his teammates, his schedule had been fully occupied, and the sudden solitude required some adjustment. It was no wonder that ninjas were granted a few days of leave upon returning from missions to acclimate to the shift in their environment. However, Ye Feng noticed that despite his absence, his home was dust-free, indicating that someone had come to tidy up. The likely candidates were either Might Guy and his son or Inazuka Kiba and Yuhi Kurenai. Chapter 115. Recollections. Ye Feng felt a twinge of emotion. Reflecting, since there are those who care so deeply, and with nothing pressing upon him at present, he might as well pay them a visit. At this hour, the Ninja Academy had not yet dismissed for the day, so Ye Feng decided to first check in on Might Guy. Upon arriving at the training grounds, he was greeted by a multitude of ninjas honing their taijutsu. Although there were fewer students from the academy, the numbers still remained substantial. This training ground had evidently become Might Guy's exclusive domain, attracting ninjas eager to learn taijutsu from their esteemed senior. To Ye Feng's astonishment, he spotted Kakashi Hitaki and Shin Uchiha engaged in a sparring match, seemingly testing each other's mettle. Had these two just returned home only to rush back out for training? Was this the new norm for ninjas? Deciding not to intrude on their rivalry, Ye Feng made his way directly to Might Guy, who was still engrossed in his rigorous training. Might Guy, he called out, his voice breaking through the intensity of the moment. Ah, Ye Feng, you've returned from your mission. Was it successful? Did you sustain any injuries? Might Guy replied, his focus unwavering, yet his concern palpable in the barrage of questions he posed. I encountered a great deal during my mission. Ye Feng recounted the journey's revelations, opting to withhold specific details about the mission in accordance with Konoha's regulations. He did share the harrowing experiences of the refugees, and soon found himself training alongside Might Guy. Alas, suffering exists everywhere, yet compared to the plight of the refugees, the villagers of Konoha fare significantly better. This is a reality purchased by the sacrifices of countless ninjas. One day, I wish to allow Kai to witness the world beyond, Might Guy mused. Although he remained a genin, he had undertaken missions beyond the village. I hope Kai will never have to see such harsh truths. They only serve to illustrate the cruelty of this world, which is not something we wish for him to behold. Might Guy silently agreed with a nod, though no words escaped his lips. Gazing skyward, Ye Feng continued, if given the chance, I aspire to transform this ninja world, where no one need worry for their survival, and tragedy cease to exist. I hope that, when that time comes, you will lend me your support, Might Guy. Haha, I shall certainly be there. Might Guy chuckled, dismissing Ye Feng's earnestness as mere jest. After all, the power of one individual is limited. Even the legendary first Hokage could not accomplish such a feat. Ye Feng recognized the jest in Might Guy's tone but chose not to pursue the matter further, instead shifting the conversation. Upon my return home, I noticed someone had tidied up. Do you know who that was, Might Guy? Haha, that was likely Yugao and Inazuka Kiba. The day after you left, they came to me inquiring about your well-being. Might Guy's expression morphed into a teasing grin as he added, so, Ye Feng, which one has captured your fancy? I could play matchmaker. Both of them are quite delightful. If you desire both, there are ways to make that happen. With a maturity beyond his years, Ye Feng merely rolled his eyes at Might Guy's playful banter, retorting, perhaps you should find a girlfriend for your son, Kai. The two exchanged knowing glances before bursting into hearty laughter. After an extended conversation, they noticed a throng of children approaching from the distance, signaling the end of the school day. The students were indeed quite enthusiastic. Might Guy, along with the food-loving quintet and Hinata, also arrived, gathering around Ye Feng upon learning of his return. Ye Feng, did you encounter any formidable adversaries on your first mission? Might Guy inquired, his eyes alight with excitement, as if he eagerly anticipated tales of grand battles. While others wish for smooth missions, you seem to hope for trouble for Ye Feng. Might Guy chided, delivering a light thump to Might Guy's head before Ye Feng could respond. Ye Feng recounted his experiences to the eager group of friends. How tragic for those people. Those bandits should be eliminated at once. I must become Hokage and lead everyone towards peace. The group erupted into a cacophony of discussions filled with empathy, outrage, and motivation. Observing his friend's dedication to training, Ye Feng suddenly turned to Might Guy. Have you discovered any promising talents? One person's strength is limited. Perhaps we should gather more individuals. Might Guy shook his head. Taijutsu demands prolonged perseverance and resilience. Such determination cannot be gauged in the short term. For now, we can only identify those who are truly committed. I have already discussed with the third Hokage that anyone who can push their body to the first limit will be taught the 8 gates. As for whether they can master it, that is beyond my concern. Speaking of which, how many gates have you opened, Ye Feng? I have been through the 2nd gate for quite some time and am preparing to adapt to the 3rd. Might Guy felt a pang of sorrow. It had taken him nearly 4 years to reach the 3rd gate, and Ye Feng's rapid progress was somewhat disheartening. Yet, Might Guy's spirits surged as he suggested, Ye Feng, we have trained together for so long without a match. How about we spar? The friends cheered at the prospect of witnessing a duel between Might Guy and Ye Feng. Very well, but this area is unsuitable. Let us proceed to the training ground atop Hokage Rock, Ye Feng declared, brimming with enthusiasm. Thus, Ye Feng led the group to the training ground atop Hokage Rock, only to find Minato Namikaze and Kushina Izumaki present. They appeared to be engaged in a blend of training and innate. Upon noticing Ye Feng and his companions, Minato and Kushina exchanged shy glances before inquiring about their purpose. When they learned of Might Guy and Ye Feng's intention to duel, interest sparked within them, and they expressed a desire to join the gathering. Might Guy glanced at Ye Feng, seemingly seeking his approval. Ye Feng readily consented. After all, Minato was already privy to many of his secrets, so what difference would it make? Minato expressed his gratitude and then called out to the nearby woods. You two can come out as well. If you wish to watch, do so openly. Kakashi Hitaki and Shin Uchiha emerged from the shadows, somewhat sheepishly scratching their heads. Initially, their curiosity about Ye Feng and Might Guy's intentions had prompted them to follow discreetly, eager to witness Ye Feng's true prowess. However, they had forgotten about Ye Feng and Minato's heightened sensory abilities. The crowd of onlookers had now swelled considerably, yet they were all allies, each privy to varying degrees of Ye Feng's secrets. A sudden realization washed over Ye Feng. Had he not wished to remain low profile? Why were so many aware of his secrets? Perhaps he should strive to be even more discreet. Chapter 116. Ye Feng vs. Might Guy. Ye Feng and Might Guy stood facing each other, each adopting a stance ready to strike. This was Might Guy's first encounter with Ye Feng. Yet he did not underestimate Ye Feng's prowess and physical techniques. With a sudden burst of energy, both figures launched toward one another, their movements so swift that the weaker observer, Obito, and several girls could only catch a blur, unable to discern the specifics of their actions. Hinata and Uchiha Shinichi activated their eyes to keep pace with Ye Feng and Might Guy's rapidity. Neither employed extravagant techniques. Their combat was raw and visceral, igniting their primal instincts. Despite the ferocity of their exchange, both combatants exhibited restraint. Might Guy possessed a repertoire of physical techniques but refrained from using them, while Ye Feng merely utilized a modicum of true energy to enhance his speed and strength, not unleashing his full might. Nonetheless, their display astonished the onlookers, eliciting gasps and fervent excitement. This was the quintessential embodiment of male combat. After another flurry of exchanges, the two distanced themselves, both recognizing the thrill in each other's eyes. Ye Feng smiled and remarked, Senior Guy, I believe our warm-up is nearly complete. Let us engage in earnest now. Warm-up? A chorus of disbelief erupted from the spectators. The velocity they displayed surpassed that of their graduation assessment, and the notion that this was merely a warm-up was unfathomable. Did he still harbor hidden strength? The Delicious Five and Hinata had yet to witness Ye Feng's true speed, but Minato and others had seen Ye Feng demonstrate even greater swiftness. To describe their previous exchange as a warm-up was not an exaggeration. The intensity of their combat had left neither breathless, indicating vast reserves of strength. Might Guy laughed heartily in response. Haha, very well, let us proceed. With that, both warriors simultaneously unlocked the 2nd gate of the 8 gates, unleashing a torrent of chakra that sent ripples through the air, causing the spectators' garments to flutter wildly. Suddenly, the ground beneath them fractured, and their figures vanished, replaced by the sounds of sonic booms and fierce clashes echoing through the training ground, which regularly bore the scars of their fierce combat. Inuzuka FK turned to Hinata K and asked, "Can you see their forms?" Hinata K shook his head. Even with his Byakugan activated, he could not discern their movements. FK then glanced at Uchiha Shinichi, who, before she could speak, simply shook his head in resignation. Among the onlookers, only Minato, with his remarkable sensory abilities, could barely track their movements. Even Kushina struggled to keep up. Kakashi turned to Minato and inquired, "Given Ye Feng's speed and strength, would you consider him a Genin? If one were to evaluate solely based on speed and power, he surpassed most Genin. However, in terms of physical techniques alone, he could only be classified as a Genin, for combat encompasses a myriad of styles and is inherently unpredictable. Relying solely on physical techniques can easily lead to being countered. Even Minato could not match such velocity, though with the Flying Thunder God, he would be different. Currently, he had only just begun to grasp the technique and had yet to master it. Meanwhile, the two combatants continued their exchange, growing increasingly invigorated and spirited with each strike. Ye Feng sensed that his physicality surpassed Might Guy's, and having acclimated to the second gate of the 8 gates, he contemplated unlocking the third gate. As Ye Feng's chakra surged, the third gate opened with a resounding blast, causing his chakra to swell further. The spectators around them were left in awe. With Uchiha Shinichi murmuring in disbelief, "He can still grow stronger. Is there no limit? Truly, he is a monster." Hearing her, several companions nodded in agreement, affirming, "Indeed, a monster." Upon noticing Ye Feng's skin take on a reddish hue and his chakra transform to a vibrant green, Might Guy recognized that Ye Feng had activated the third gate. He immediately halted his offensive, aware that while the third gate was the last of the safe gates, it still carried certain risks, and he worried about Ye Feng's well-being. Ye Feng, seeing Might Guy pause, also refrained from advancing, needing a moment to assess his bodily state under the third gate. Though he felt no alarming strain, he noted the rapid depletion of chakra. Realizing he could not maintain this state for long, he nodded toward Might Guy. Upon receiving Ye Feng's nod, Might Guy understood that Ye Feng was likely fine, and joy surged within him as he mused, truly a genius in physical techniques. Thus, Might Guy activated the third gate as well. Only with equal prowess could their battle reach such exhilarating heights. The two figures, now enveloped in a green aura, swiftly vanished from sight, making it exceedingly difficult for even Minato to track them. He could only catch fleeting glimpses of green silhouettes, unable to discern their identities. The onlookers remained entranced by this extraordinary display of physical prowess, a spectacle that might elude the average ninja throughout their lifetime. This served to reinforce their resolve to train in physical techniques, hoping to one day enter such realms of speed. Even Minato found himself pondering, "Should I also pursue physical training? Is it too late?" Yet, he quickly dismissed the thought, recognizing that physical strength requires extensive time to cultivate. He was already late in starting. Mastering the Flying Thunder God would grant him similar speed. 5 minutes later, the two combatants separated once more. Ye Feng collapsed onto the ground, drenched in sweat and exhibiting signs of exhaustion, while Might Guy fared slightly better, merely seated but equally perspiring. It was evident that Might Guy's physical techniques still surpassed Ye Feng's, though this was partly due to Ye Feng's restraint in utilizing his true energy. Ye Feng sat up, exchanging a hearty laugh with Might Guy, both relishing the experience of their match. Might Guy's physical fortitude exceeded that of most, and only Ye Feng could elicit such formidable techniques from him. "I shall seek you out for another match once I achieve further breakthroughs." Might Guy eagerly proposed for their next encounter. "In future bouts, it would be wise to avoid the village for your sparring," Minato interjected, gesturing to the devastated training ground around them. Ye Feng and Might Guy suddenly realized the extent of the destruction wrought by their unrestrained combat, feeling a twinge of embarrassment at the state of the training arena. Chapter 117, The Humbling of Leaf Maple. At this moment, Minato Namikaze contemplated something, a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "I shall take care of this training ground later, but only under certain conditions." "What conditions?" Leaf Maple inquired eagerly. "You shall prepare tonight's dinner," Minato said with a mischievous glint in his eyes. "I knew it. Brother Minato, you've changed. This is all a scheme." Leaf Maple protested, his dissatisfaction palpable. The Gourmet Five turned to Minato, asking, "Can we join?" Even Kakashi Hitaki and Shinichi Uchiha displayed hopeful expressions. Looking at everyone, Minato smiled and replied, "Then let us all partake together." The group erupted in cheers, and FK Inuzuka turned to Leaf Maple, declaring, "Your protest is futile. Keep striving, right everyone?" In unison, the companions chimed, "Right? Protest is futile." Leaf Maple, somewhat speechless, chuckled. This feeling was rather delightful. The group then began to allocate their tasks. Kushina Izumaki took the Gourmet Five and Might Guy to procure ingredients, instructing them to buy whatever they fancied, while they left the cooking entirely to Leaf Maple. The others accompanied Minato to his home. However, upon returning home, Minato and the others received a mission scroll dispatched from the Hokage's office. He quickly unrolled the scroll, examining its contents, and then sighed, "Leaf Maple, Kakashi, Shinichi, your leave is cancelled. Assemble at the gate of Konoha tomorrow." "Is something amiss?" Might Guy asked. Having not received such notification himself, "I cannot divulge specifics, but rest assured it is not a grave matter. The mission involves clearing out bandits and rogue ninjas within the Land of Fire," Minato reassured them. The absence of war eased their apprehension significantly, yet Might Guy, being older and more aware, understood that once operations commenced in the Land of Fire, it could be a prelude to national-level events, possibly war. However, he refrained from voicing this, wishing not to alarm the others. Minato, desiring to keep the group's spirits high, swiftly shifted the conversation to more cheerful topics. The others cooperated, seemingly forgetting the sudden task. Before long, Kushina returned, bounding with a group of children, each laden with an abundance of ingredients. "What are you all doing? Emptying the vegetable market? How can we possibly consume all this?" Leaf Maple exclaimed, his face paling at the sight of the overwhelming bounty. "Just focus on cooking. Whether we finish it is our concern," Kushina boldly replied. Leaf Maple sighed internally. A tigress. I cannot provoke her." He turned to prepare the meal. The Gourmet Five, reveling in Leaf Maple's plight, were expressions of schadenfreude. Minato, amused by Leaf Maple's predicament, stepped in to assist, realizing the sheer volume of ingredients was excessive. He organized the items, setting aside some of each and storing the surplus for future use. Even so, a considerable amount remained, and having witnessed Leaf Maple's culinary skills, Minato feared he had reserved too little. Leaf Maple found himself in a quandary. This was not like the previous spicy hot pot that could be haphazardly tossed together. Each ingredient required individual preparation, consuming precious time. Scanning the room for help, he noticed that only Minato seemed capable. Suddenly, inspiration struck Leaf Maple. He quickly formed hand seals, producing 6 shadow clones. As the task did not require high physical prowess, he easily created the clones. This would suffice, although the stove was somewhat limited. Not to worry. With Minato's assistance, the cooking would be expedited. Should the elders of Konoha witness this scene, they would surely be astounded. Shadow clones cooking, fire techniques employed for stir-frying. Despite the increase in manpower, the sheer quantity of ingredients proved daunting. Over an hour passed before Leaf Maple finally completed the dishes, nearly 40 in total. More than sufficient for 20 individuals in his past life, yet meant for merely a dozen here, most of whom were children. As Leaf Maple presented the final dish, the group, already ravenous, could hardly contain their excitement, awaiting his command. Without delay, Leaf Maple announced, "Dinner is served." His voice detonated like a bomb, prompting everyone to disregard decorum as they lunched for the array of delectable foods. This left Kushina, who had never tasted Leaf Maple's cookings. Bewildered, she barely had the chance to pick up her chopsticks. Kushina mused, "It's just a meal. Is it really necessary to act this way? Perhaps I should wait until they finish before I eat." She set her utensils down. Noticing Kushina's hesitation, Minato briefly paused, then understood her intent. Fearing she would end up with nothing, he swiftly filled her bowl with food, urging her, "Hurry and eat, or you'll miss out." Kushina regarded the somewhat unfamiliar side of Minato, having never seen him like this before, yet obediently began to eat. The moment she tasted the food, the reason behind the frenzy became clear. Inwardly she cursed, "A bunch of ruffians, they all know how delicious Leaf Maple's cooking is, yet kept it from me." Thus, Kushina erupted, unleashing her octopus mode, diving into the fray without regard for propriety. Seeing this, the others swiftly followed suit, employing their utmost speed to secure their share. The Gourmet Five, being the weakest, found themselves with the least food. Thankfully, the others, while competitive, maintained some decorum, leaving a few dishes untouched for the Gourmet Five to sample, merely taking a bite to savor the flavors. This unspoken war persisted until every plate was emptied. Gradually drawing to a close, each person leaned back, hands resting on their full bellies, thoroughly satiated. Kushina, unashamed, let out several loud burps, which elicited laughter from the girls. She joined in, unembarrassed, sharing in their merriment. The evening's feast fostered camaraderie among all, with no rifts caused by the scramble for food. In fact, this shared meal drew them closer together, allowing them to be themselves without pretense, akin to being with family, engaging in lighthearted conversation. Chapter 118. The mission begins. Ye Feng cherished such warm scenes, yet as he gazed upon the myriad plates and bowls before him, a sense of foreboding washed over him. Quickly adopting a look of sudden realization, he exclaimed, I just remembered some urgent matters. I must take my leave now. The rest is up to you all. Thank you, Brother Watergate, for your hospitality. With that, Ye Feng hastily exited the house. The others seemed to have recalled something as well. Their eyes darting to the chaotic dining table, and they began to conjure various excuses to take their leave, hastening away with remarkable speed. The once bustling table was now devoid of company, leaving behind only a wry smile from Bo Feng Shui-min. Fortunately, Uzumaki Kushina remained, tenderly assuring him, "I will help you." This brought a bright smile to the otherwise troubled Bo Feng Shui-min. Upon leaving Bo Feng Shui-min's residence, Ye Feng proceeded to Orochimaru's abode to check on his condition. Orochimaru's natural abilities had diminished considerably, likely due to a partial fusion with his body, indicating he had not engaged in any reckless behavior during Ye Feng's absence. Of course, it was also possible that Orochimaru could not sense natural energy, rendering any mischief impossible. Nonetheless, this was a positive development. At his current pace, Orochimaru might adapt to natural energy in less than a year. Ye Feng continued to channel natural energy into Orochimaru until he reached his limit, then informed him about the mission set for the following day. Although Orochimaru had not ventured out recently, he was still aware of the movements within Konoha and understood the purpose of this mission from the third Hokage. The assignment was prompted by unusual activities from Sunagakure, indicating preparations for war. Fortunately, there were no alarming reports from other hidden villages. No news was good news, as Sunagakure would hesitate to confront Konoha directly without support from its allies. However, given the unpredictable nature of the shinobi world, it was wise to remain vigilant during the mission. In the event of an actual conflict, prioritizing one's safety was paramount. Returning to Konoha should take precedence. Rest assured, I am quite cautious about my life and would not recklessly place myself in harm's way, Ye Feng replied. In his recollections, Sunagakure had not initiated hostilities against Konoha at this juncture, suggesting that the current sweep of the Land of Fire would likely be uneventful. Nevertheless, he resolved to remain cautious, uncertain whether his presence might inadvertently alter the course of events. The night passed without incident, and Orochimaru continued to endure the encroachment of natural energy. As dawn broke, Ye Feng departed from Orochimaru's residence, grateful that the supplies he had prepared previously remained untouched, allowing him to utilize them directly. As he walked through the streets of Konoha, Ye Feng noted a distinct change. The village was quieter than usual, with fewer passers-by and a noticeable absence of ninja. He surmised that many had been deployed for the sweeping mission, which accounted for the diminished presence in the village. Ye Feng could only hope that this was merely a false alarm and not the onset of a new war. Upon reaching the gates of Konoha, he found Bo Feng Shui-min had arrived early, while Kakashi Hitaki and Uchiha Shinichi had yet to appear. Ye Feng, you left quite the mess for me yesterday, having to clean up for an entire hour. Bo Feng Shui-min lamented upon seeing Ye Feng. I forgot about the matters concerning Orochimaru-sensei and hurried off to see him. Ye Feng replied, unwilling to admit it was intentional. Bo Feng Shui-min merely vented his frustrations without pursuing the matter further. Shortly thereafter, Kakashi Hitaki and Uchiha Shinichi arrived, completing Bo Feng Shui-min's team, though they did not set off immediately, seemingly waiting for someone. After a few minutes, Fujiwara and Amura approached with the trio of Inuzuka, Shikamaru, and Choji. Bo Feng Shui-min greeted them warmly. Once the eight were gathered, after a brief exchange of pleasantries, Bo Feng Shui-min began the introduction. This mission involves two teams working in tandem. As you can see, we are 8 in total. We will depart from Konoha towards the hidden village of the Rain, eliminating all bandits and rogue ninjas encountered along the way. As for wandering ninjas, our primary objective is to drive them away. Those unwilling to cooperate may be dealt with decisively. Is that clear? Understood. Ye Feng, along with the trio of Inuzuka, responded enthusiastically. Let us depart, Bo Feng Shui-min commanded, and the 8 set off from Konoha. This mission served as a cleansing operation, with each team assigned a sensory ninja to detect any ordinary individuals and ninjas in their path. Each member was to conduct thorough checks until they reached the borders of the Land of Fire. The sensory ninja for Fujiwara and Amura's team was Yamanaka Keiko, while Bo Feng Shui-min's team originally designated Ye Feng for this role. However, Bo Feng Shui-min chose to keep Ye Feng's identity concealed and assumed the role of sensory ninja himself. On the first day outside of Konoha, they encountered few individuals beyond the village, allowing the group to feel somewhat relaxed. That evening, while setting up camp, Yamanaka Keiko approached Ye Feng's group, her face alight with curiosity. How does it feel to encounter an A-rank mission on your first outing? Exciting, isn't it? Ye Feng and his companions were taken aback, pondering. When did we undertake an A-rank mission? They turned to Bo Feng Shui-min, bewildered. It was then that Bo Feng Shui-min seemed to regain his senses, realizing. I forgot to mention that our previous C-rank mission was promoted to A rank. Your rewards have also increased by 100,000. You may claim them at the mission office. Brother Watergate, how could you be so unreliable? We were together yesterday, and you didn't mention the mission's elevation. We had to learn it from someone else. Ye Feng exclaimed in disbelief, incredulous that such a detail could slip his mind. You know I was busy yesterday, and it slipped my mind. It's not too late to mention it now. The rewards won't vanish, Bo Feng Shui-min explained, somewhat sheepishly. Isn't it said that newly appointed genin cannot leave the village for missions? How did you manage to come out? Uchiha Shinichi inquired. Puzzled by how Fujiwara Inamura's team had been permitted to undertake a mission, it is merely a matter of our strength within this batch of genin teams. Few can match our abilities. It is only natural for us to participate in missions, Yamanaka Keiko replied with pride, having previously acquainted themselves. Ye Feng and his companions did not take offense at Yamanaka Keiko's tone. Instead, they listened with interest as she spoke animatedly. Nara Shikaku, however, coughed awkwardly, as if to remind her that the true strength lay with Bo Feng Shui-min's team and that there was no need for her to boast. Chapter 119. Kakuzu Ye Feng and his companions understood that Yamashita Keiko harbored no malicious intent. Moreover, having an energetic girl in their midst could infuse some enjoyment into their monotonous tasks. As the second day dawned, the number of individuals encountered by the group of 8 began to increase significantly. They busied themselves with scrutinizing each person, although most were merely ordinary citizens or wandering ninjas. With no bandits or rogue ninjas in sight, the group worked diligently until nightfall, completing their assessments and beginning the search for a suitable camping spot. Having encountered so many people in just 2 or 3 days, imagine how many more await us. Yamashita Keiko lamented once they settled down. Be content. It's merely a matter of inspection. A little hardship for 5 or 6 days, and we should be nearing the end. If we happen upon a formidable rogue ninja, there could be casualties, Nara Rokuhira expressed, preferring to see the mission through to its conclusion without further complications. I would rather encounter some rogue ninjas and show them our strength, Yamashita Keiko hinted, a glimmer of anticipation in her eyes. Both Namikaze Minato and Fujiwara Imura exchanged wry smiles and slight shakes of their heads, aware that within the land of fire, it was unlikely they would face powerful adversaries. Otherwise, they would not have brought along a team of lower-ranked ninjas. If they did run into a formidable foe, even a couple could jeopardize the safety of their group. However, as the adage goes, misfortune often befalls those who are unprepared. On the 4th day, the 2 teams arrived at a village that, while small, was bustling with activity. Fujiwara Imura frowned, turning to Namikaze Minato. This place is on the verge of leaving the internal regions of the Land of Fire. It's normal for the number of ninjas to increase, but isn't the number here rather excessive? Indeed, proceed with caution. I will scout ahead. Minato replied before vanishing from sight. The others prepared for combat, as Fujiwara Imura spoke sternly. Yamashita Keiko's anticipation heightened, whereas Fujiwara Imura hoped that the increased ninja presence was merely a routine occurrence. After nearly 10 minutes, an explosion erupted from within the village, and Fujiwara Imura cursed under his breath. Everyone, prepare yourselves. We will enter the village and assess the situation. Remain vigilant. Anyone in the village could be an enemy. He then led the charge toward the source of the explosion. Before long, Ye Feng and the others arrived at a combat zone. Witnessing Namikaze Minato engaged in battle with a rogue ninja, seemingly at a disadvantage, the others stared in astonishment at the adversary, clad in gray ninja garb, wearing the forehead protector of Takigakure-s traders, with green eyes obscured by a mask. Isn't that Kakuzu? Ye Feng exclaimed in shock. Kakuzu? Fujiwara Imura echoed, surprised, while the lower-ranked ninjas looked on in confusion, as they were unfamiliar with the name. However, Fujiwara Imura was well aware. The group turned their gazes to him, eagerly awaiting an explanation. I have not encountered him personally, but I have heard tales. He is a rogue ninja from Takigakure, rumored to have stolen the village's secretary and even fought against the first Hokage without perishing. It is said he possesses strength akin to that of a Kage. Fujiwara Imura explained somberly, reluctant to provoke such a being, yet compelled to assist Minato now that they were engaged. Be cautious and do not involve yourselves in the fray. I will aid him. Fujiwara Imura cautioned the lower-ranked ninjas, recognizing that facing such an opponent left him little energy to protect them. His involvement swiftly turned the tide of battle in Minato's favor as the two formed a united front. How did you come to face such a troublesome enemy? Fujiwara Imura inquired, knowing Minato was not one to seek out trouble. Did you recognize this rogue ninja, Brother Minato? I merely entered to scout when he suddenly attacked me. I am still unclear about the situation, Minato replied, a hint of frustration in his tone. This man is Kakuzu, a rogue from Takigakure. Likely possessing strength on par with Akage, Fujiwara Imura swiftly articulated, leaving Minato astonished, as he had not sought out such a foe. At that moment, Kakuzu spoke. Oh, another bounty ninja has arrived. Today is truly fortuitous. I shall claim the rewards for 2 high-value targets. This incited a mix of indignation in Minato and Fujiwara Imura, who were taken aback by the implication of their own inadequacy in the eyes of their adversary. Kakuzu, unconcerned by their reactions, quickly formed hand seals, summoning a massive wind ball propelled by a white mass that emerged from his back, connected by countless black threads. The wind sphere surged toward Minato and Fujiwara Imura. Both were astonished, realizing that such a powerful technique could be unleashed with merely a few seals. They further noted that Kakuzu's body bore signs of modification, with a face mask emerging from his back to execute ninjutsu. Nevertheless, astonishment aside, Minato and Fujiwara Imura swiftly dodged the incoming wind sphere. Upon impact, it detonated, unleashing a violent explosion that obliterated the surrounding structures. The two narrowly escaped the epicenter of the blast. Although the shockwave did not harm them, it obscured their vision. When they regained clarity, 2 lightning spears were already hurtling toward them. Minato, utilizing his exceptional sensory abilities, evaded the second strike, but Fujiwara Imura was caught off guard, the spear nearly upon him. A resounding crash echoed as a deep crater formed where Fujiwara Imura had stood, but he had vanished without a trace. The trio of Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi stared in disbelief. Could their formidable superior have perished so easily? Yamashita Keiko cried out in anguish, Teacher Fujiwara, do not panic. I am not dead yet. A voice interjected, startling the trio, as it bore a striking resemblance to their Minoras. They turned to the sound, discovering Fujiwara Imura half-seated on the ground, with Ye Feng's figure behind him. The trio erupted in tears of joy, realizing that in the nick of time, Ye Feng had rushed in, pulling Fujiwara Imura to safety just before Kakuzu's attack struck. Ah, there's another formidable little brat. Too bad your name isn't on the bounty list. Kakuzu's irritating voice interrupted their moment of relief. Chapter 120. Forcing Kakuzu away at this moment, Fujiwara Imura also stood up and returned to the battlefield. Without him, Minato Namikaze would be in even greater peril, as would the other lower-ranked shinobi. Although he was uncertain of his own ability to triumph, perhaps he might even meet his demise, he had no choice but to act. Minato and Fujiwara exchanged a glance, and together they charged forward. They had witnessed Kakuzu's ninjutsu before. Its astonishing speed of release and formidable power left them overwhelmed. Thus, they resolved to engage him in close combat. However, Kakuzu's prowess in close quarters was no less impressive. His agile movements, coupled with the occasional emergence of dark threads, placed considerable pressure on both Minato and Fujiwara. Seizing an opportunity, Fujiwara skillfully wielded his kunai and severed one of Kakuzu's arms. This brought immense joy to both him and Minato, as the loss of an arm would undoubtedly diminish Kakuzu's close combat capabilities. With renewed vigor, their attacks intensified, inflicting some damage upon Kakuzu, though it was not substantial. Suddenly, Minato felt something clutching at his foot. Looking down, he was startled to see the severed hand, which had somehow crept up to his ankle and was gripping it tightly, connected to dark threads. Realizing that Kakuzu had deliberately allowed Fujiwara to sever his arm as a ruse, Minato understood the gravity of the situation, but it was too late. Kakuzu seized the opportunity, pushing Fujiwara back and pulling Minato closer with the hand still tethered by the black threads. As he began to form hand seals for his next jutsu, Minato recognized that he was running out of time. Kakuzu's speed was unparalleled. With a distance still separating them, he could not reach him with his Rasengan. His only options were to endure or to unleash a ninjutsu more swiftly than Kakuzu. Without hesitation, Minato revealed his fire spirit seal and activated it, sending a massive fireball hurtling towards Kakuzu, who had never encountered an attack that required no hand seals. At such close range, there was no evading it. He was struck by the fireball, followed by a resounding explosion. As the smoke cleared, Kakuzu lay on the ground, emanating wisps of steam. As if he had been cooked by the explosion, his mask shattered beside him. Exhausted, Minato and Fujiwara sank to the ground, having expended significant energy and chakra in combat against such a formidable adversary. They yearned for a moment of respite. Unbeknownst to them, however, the severed arm that had ensnared Minato was stealthily maneuvering behind him, its hand morphing into a blade and swiftly darting towards his heart. Minato sensed a disturbance behind him and turned to see the hand poised to strike, his heart racing in alarm. In an instant, a kunai appeared, pinning the hand to the ground. It was then that he realized Leaf Maple had arrived at his side, the kunai having been thrown by him. Leaf was well aware of Kakuzu's abilities and did not believe he was truly defeated. Thus he had been vigilant regarding Kakuzu and the threatening hand's movements, allowing him to neutralize Kakuzu's attack at the critical moment. Stop pretending. I know you're not dead. If you don't rise, I won't hesitate to kill you 4 more times, Leaf declared, directing his ire at Kakuzu's seemingly lifeless form. You little brat seem to know me quite well. I don't recall anyone having met my secretary and lived to tell the tale, Kakuzu murmured, slowly rising from the ground, confusion etched across his face. Upon hearing Leaf's threat of killing him multiple times, Kakuzu realized that Leaf was privy to his secret, leaving him profoundly astonished. His secret was known to almost no one, and those who did were all dead. How could this child possibly know? How I know is none of your concern. Continuing this fight will yield you no benefits and may even lead to your eternal demise. Why don't we both take a step back? We will let you leave, and in return, you must exit the land of fire, Leaf proposed, fully aware of Minato and Fujiwara's precarious condition. Continuing the battle would likely end poorly for them. After all, their mission was to cleanse the land of fire. Allowing Kakuzu to leave would still fulfill that objective. Kakuzu hesitated momentarily, reluctant to part with the reward he sought. Had Leaf not intervened, he would have already slain the 2 shinobi for their bounty. However, with his secret exposed and facing 3 formidable opponents, he recognized the potential for his own demise. It was wiser to retreat and seek another opportunity for revenge. Conceding, he agreed to Leaf's terms. Very well, I shall spare your lives for now. With that, Kakuzu vanished in an instant, unconcerned about any potential change of heart from Leaf and the others. Given Kakuzu's strength, defeating all 3 would have posed a challenge, but should he choose to escape, they would be powerless to stop him. Though Kakuzu had departed, Minato and the others remained uncertain about his true retreat. They attuned themselves to his direction until he finally slipped beyond Minato's sensory range, at which point they breathed a sigh of relief. Had Kakuzu been determined to fight to the end, they could not guarantee their survival, and the lower-ranked shinobi might have been drawn into the conflict, leading to greater casualties. I must express my gratitude to Leaf for his timely assistance, otherwise, I might have perished here, let alone driving Kakuzu away, Fujiwara said, approaching Leaf with heartfelt thanks. For he had indeed saved his life. That was primarily due to Minato and Fujiwara's formidable strength. Without them, I would not have been able to persuade Kakuzu to leave. He was wary of your abilities, Leaf humbly replied, unwilling to take credit for the victory. Observing Leaf's humility, Fujiwara felt increasingly favorable towards him. A person of talent and intellect, coupled with such modesty, was a rare find. Unable to restrain himself, he remarked to Minato, Minato, how about you let me have this Uchiha Leaf? I find myself growing fonder of him. Minato, recognizing Leaf's worth, was not inclined to part with him. That will not do. Moreover, this was a specific request from the 3rd Hokage, who tasked me with properly mentoring Leaf. I cannot defy that. Upon hearing Minato invoke the 3rd Hokage, Fujiwara relinquished his aspirations of claiming Leaf as his own disciple. However, the conversation did not go unnoticed by the trio of Inoshikacho, who were filled with jealousy at the overt praise for another's disciple, feeling it was a blatant affront. They simultaneously scoffed, expressing their discontent. Chapter 121. Marahoshi Kogai. Upon hearing the cold voice, Fujiwara Amura realized that he had indeed overlooked the feelings of the 3 children, prompting him to immediately console them. Fujiwara Amura was known for his good temperament. Otherwise, he would not have taken the lead to cheer up a few lower-ranked ninjas. At this moment, Minato Namikaze turned to Leaf Maple and expressed his curiosity. Leaf Maple, how did you know that Kakuzu is still alive? Leaf Maple produced a prepared explanation. I once heard Lord Orochimaru mention some renowned ninjas within the shinobi world. Kakuzu is known for stealing the secret techniques of the Takigakure village, enabling him to absorb the hearts of others and acquire their ninjutsu abilities. However, he can only absorb a maximum of 4 hearts, making a total of 5, including his own. Each heart transforms into a mask, representing an element and signifying a life. Does that mean Kakuzu possesses ninjutsu of 5 different attributes? Is it possible that as long as he can continually replace hearts, he could achieve immortality? Is there truly a secret technique for immortality in the shinobi world? Upon hearing Leaf Maple's explanation, the accompanying lower-ranked ninjas displayed keen interest, bombarding him with questions. While Kakuzu's abilities seem to extend one's lifespan, true immortality is uncertain. After all, a person's spirit cannot remain unyielding indefinitely, once the spirit weakens while the body endures. One may succumb to mental chaos until their heart fails. Leaf Maple speculated that Kakuzu was aware of this dilemma, which is why he remained fixated on wealth, perhaps to prolong his sanity. Now, the shinobi world is rife with secret techniques, and you will witness a myriad of them in the future. Therefore, do not underestimate any ninja. Fujiwara Imura, not wanting the lower-ranked ninjas to dwell on the concept of immortality, swiftly shifted the conversation back to their mission, which was to investigate the village for any remaining rogue ninjas or bandits. After Leaf Maple and his team conducted a thorough search, they discovered a currency exchange establishment, which explained the presence of a bounty hunter like Kakuzu. However, bounty hunters are not all rogue ninjas. Many are merely freelance ninjas, and few rogue ninjas are brazen enough to accept bounty missions. This exchange was also quite compliant, having removed all bounty missions from the Hidden Leaf Village. So Minato and his team did not impose any difficulties upon them. They merely eliminated some rogue ninjas and uncooperative wanderers before departing. Perhaps due to the prior congregation of ninjas in the village, Leaf Maple and his companions encountered very few individuals throughout the night. Moreover, they had already ventured beyond the borders of the Land of Fire, estimating that they would reach the boundary to complete their mission within a day. However, the closer they approached the border, the more unpredictable the situation became. That night, the group engaged in conversation once more, particularly Hazuki Yamashiro, who remained captivated by the day's battle. The lower-ranked ninjas had yet to witness many formidable encounters, and the skirmish with Kakuzu had truly broadened their horizons. Two renowned jonin had been unable to subdue Kakuzu and had nearly lost their lives. They had no opportunity to intervene, with only Leaf Maple capable of stepping in at a crucial moment. Leaf Maple, have you heard of any other powerful and unique ninjas like Kakuzu? Yamashiro suddenly inquired, drawing the attention of the others, who seemed equally intrigued. Leaf Maple contemplated for a moment, aware that the ninjas he knew were those who would become famous in the future. As for the current renowned ninjas, he couldn't recall any, as many of them were likely just children at this point in time. Ninjas like Kakuzu, who possess such strength, are indeed rare. Typically, it is the Kage of the major villages and elite jonin who are well known. Suddenly, Leaf Maple thought of someone. If we're speaking of powerful ninjas that few know about, I have someone in mind from our Hidden Leaf Village. Is there someone powerful in our village that we are unaware of? The lower-ranked ninjas pondered for a while, unable to identify the individual. His name is Marahoshi Kogai. He is our village's perennial lower-ranked ninja, Leaf Maple stated slowly. Fujiwara Amura's eyes widened in realization, while the others remained bewildered, seemingly unfamiliar with the name. Even Minato Namikaze appeared puzzled, noticing Minato's lack of knowledge. Fujiwara explained, Marahoshi Kogai is considered a disciple of the second Hokage. In his youth, he made an erroneous judgment that led to the death of two teammates, prompting him to vow to the second Hokage that he would remain a lower-ranked ninja forever. It is understandable that Minato, being so young at the time, would not know this. But why is he regarded as powerful? Hazuki Yamashiro inquired curiously. His talent and the will of fire are highly regarded by both the second and third Hokage. The second Hokage even personally taught Marahoshi Kogai the water release techniques, granting him true mastery. Furthermore, the third Hokage entrusted him with all the modified water release techniques he had developed, indicating their esteem for him. Additionally, his swordsmanship is nothing short of extraordinary. He even created the Konoha-style willow swordsmanship, which integrates both swordplay and illusion techniques. In terms of strength, he is at least at the jonin level, if not higher. As Fujiwara Amura spoke, a look of admiration spread across his face. Wow, that is incredible. I must pay him a visit when we return, Hazuki Yamashiro exclaimed excitedly. Kakashi Hitaki appeared lost in thought, muttering, the combination of swordplay and illusion techniques, huh? The night passed swiftly, and the two teams set out once again. The final leg of their search proceeded smoothly, as the bandits and rogue ninjas seemed to have fled the Land of Fire upon realizing that the Hidden Leaf Village was conducting a sweep. Leaf Maple and his team searched several bandit hideouts, all of which were abandoned. It was likely that as soon as they departed, those bandits and nomads would return. Fujiwara Imura and Minato Namikaze anticipated this scenario and did not dwell on it, as their task was merely to cleanse the interior. The chaos at the border was of little concern. However, as Minato and Fujiwara prepared to lead their respective teams back to the Hidden Leaf Village, Minato sensed something amiss. Although he could not pinpoint the cause, This unsettling feeling left him somewhat anxious. As he approached Leaf Maple, Minato said, "Leaf Maple, could you sense if there's anything unusual nearby?" At this moment, he decided not to conceal Leaf Maple's perceptive abilities any longer, intending only to reveal that Leaf Maple possessed such a capacity, which had already been reported to the third Hokage and would not expose the full extent of his abilities. Leaf Maple felt a hint of confusion, but since Minato had requested it, he sensed there was merit to his words. Without further ado, he activated his sensory perception to examine the surroundings. As soon as Leaf Maple expanded his sensory awareness, Fujiwara Amura felt a prying sensation, recognizing it as Leaf Maple's perceptive ability. Chapter 122. Discovery of the Sand-Hidden Village Ninjas. This sensation led Leaf Maple to discern something unusual, and he couldn't help but admire the keen sensitivity of Wind Watergate. He whispered something to Watergate, who immediately understood the source of his earlier discomfort. Consequently, Watergate discreetly performed hand seals, and due to his unwavering focus on Watergate, Fujiwara Well Village also noticed the hand seals being formed. Realizing the implication, they subtly prepared for battle. In a splendid display, Watergate unleashed the fire release, Great Dragon Fire technique, sending a fire dragon towards an unoccupied area. However, from this seemingly deserted spot, 6 figures suddenly emerged, swiftly escaping the dragon's fiery onslaught. Although Watergate had sensed the presence of others, his thorough search yielded no results, which left him feeling uneasy. The ability to evade his sensory perception indicated that these ninjas were not to be underestimated, prompting him to alert Leaf Maple. While Leaf Maple's sensory abilities were commendable, the sense of being spied upon remained quite evident. Perhaps once his mental fortitude improved, such issues would dissipate. The 6 individuals, upon realizing they were being watched, felt a sense of foreboding but could not yet confirm their detection. The subtle fluctuations of chakra confirmed their fears, prompting them to vacate their hiding place just in time to narrowly escape the fire dragon's attack. The 6 ninjas quickly regrouped, and a leading jonin stepped forward with a smile, saying, "We are ninjas from the Sand-Hidden Village, currently on a personal mission to the Land of Frost. In our haste for a swift journey, we took the risk of traversing through the Land of Fire. We kindly request your understanding in allowing us to pass unimpeded. The Sand-Hidden Village will offer compensation thereafter." With 3 jonin and 3 chunin, their composition for a personal task seemed somewhat dubious. Having entered the Land of Fire, it was prudent for them to undergo an inspection. Fujiwara Well Village was not naive. They were aware that this cleaning operation was linked to the Sand-Hidden Village. Since we are all on missions, let us not cast blame upon one another. There will be ample rewards in the future. Moreover, we have 3 jonin here, and it would not be wise to make a scene. The implication of the Sand-Hidden Village's jonin was clear. Fujiwara Well Village assessed their own team and recognized their disadvantage, which left them in a state of hesitation. At that moment, Wind Watergate quietly inquired of Leaf Maple and the others, "Is it feasible to hold off 1 jonin and 3 chunin? It could be troublesome. I can manage to hold 1 jonin, while Jinny and Kakashi should be able to handle 1 each. As for the remaining 1, I'm uncertain if the Inoshikacho trio can manage." Leaf Maple expressed confidence in his own team but was unsure of the others' capabilities. "Do not underestimate them. 3 against 1 chunin should suffice. We do not require them to eliminate their foes, simply holding them off will do." Seeing that their side was capable, Watergate promptly conveyed the situation to Fujiwara Well Village, who was taken aback. "Is that truly possible?" Watergate nodded affirmatively. With a determined resolve, Fujiwara Well Village replied, "Very well." Before turning to the Sand-Hidden Village ninjas, "Given your prowess in entering the Land of Fire, you will have to undergo our inspection. If not, I shall classify you as invaders and eliminate you," Fujiwara Well Village declared firmly. The Inoshikacho trio was perplexed by Fujiwara Well Village's boldness. Who would confront the additional jonin? It seemed inevitable that a confrontation was on the horizon, and they were to tread carefully to avoid total annihilation. The 3 jonin against 2 jonin favored the Sand-Hidden Village's odds, as their earlier decision to traverse the Land of Fire was predicated upon their superior strength. They were taken aback to discover that someone dared to obstruct their path. Watergate and Fujiwara Well Village ceased their dialogue and directly confronted the 2 opposing jonin, while the remaining jonin chuckled, leading the 3 chunin towards Leaf Maple and his companions, intending to eliminate the remaining adversaries. However, before the jonin could reach Leaf Maple, he intercepted them, while Uchiha Jinny and Hatake Kakashi engaged 1 chunin each, leaving the last chunin from the Sand-Hidden Village for the Inoshikacho trio. Despite their trepidation regarding the jonin's strength, the trio was confident against a mere chunin. The most significant disparity in combat strength lay between Leaf Maple and the Jonin. After all, one was a Jinin while the other was a Jonin. The Jonin thought Leaf Maple foolish for attempting to obstruct him. How long could a mere child last against him? The battle commenced instantaneously, with others engaging their respective opponents. Only Leaf Maple and the Jonin had yet to begin. The Jonin laughed. "You little brat, your teacher has abandoned you. Why not join me, and I shall guarantee your safety." Leaf Maple's task was to stall. Since the opponent was not eager to strike, he was content to engage in verbal sparring. "Really? But my teacher is quite fierce. I'm afraid of being tortured by him if you fail," he responded, feigning a shiver. "I have 3 Jonin and 3 Chunin. Our strength overwhelmingly surpasses yours. Are you really afraid of losing? How about we wait and see? If any of our Jonin perish or our Jinin are defeated, I shall defect to your side. Once they are dead, what use would you be? You shall perish." The Jonin was unwilling to waste time on a Jinin, thinking, "This Jinin actually wishes to wait for the battle's outcome. How naive." Without further ado, the sand-hidden village Jonin lunged at Leaf Maple with a blade. How shameless. Attacking a Jinin. Leaf Maple, ever vigilant, feigned surprise and narrowly evaded the strike, muttering insults to disrupt the Jonin's focus. However, becoming a Jonin was no simple feat. The Jonin was not easily swayed by Leaf Maple's taunts and unleashed a flurry of taijutsu attacks, all of which Leaf Maple narrowly dodged. As time passed, the Jonin sensed something amiss. This Jinin consistently evaded his strikes at the last moment, creating an illusion that each blow would connect, yet they always missed. It was evident that the Jinin was feigning weakness. Thus, the Jonin decided to stop holding back, producing a scroll to summon a puppet. With 1 person and 1 puppet, he unleashed a barrage of attacks upon Leaf Maple. Realizing he was up against a formidable puppeteer, Leaf Maple ceased his pretense. His speed surged as he concentrated his energy into his right fist, dodging the puppet's assault and retaliating with a punch aimed at the incoming kunai. The Jonin was taken aback, thinking, "You dare to meet a kunai with your fist? Are you seeking death? Very well, if you wish to die, I shall oblige." He quickened the kunai's speed, aiming it directly at Leaf Maple's fist. Chapter 123, The Death of the Sand Village Jonin. However, the anticipated scene where the kunai would pierce Ye Feng's fist did not unfold. Instead, the kunai shattered against Ye Feng's fist. The Sand Village Jonin was taken aback. But it was too late to retract his right hand, as Ye Feng's fist struck his arm with unwavering force, shattering it to pieces. Immediately, the Jonin commanded his puppet to counterattack, while swiftly retreating from Ye Feng. Gazing at the remnants of his right hand, he harbored a fierce desire to rend Ye Feng limb from limb. Fueled by rage, he unleashed his chakra, vowing to butcher Ye Feng mercilessly and prepared to charge forward. At that moment, a figure appeared beside Ye Feng. "Need assistance?" It was Kakashi Hitaki, who had swiftly dealt with his opponent and rushed over to aid Ye Feng. The Sand Village Jonin, observing this turn of events, scanned the battlefield and noted that Kakashi's adversary lay lifeless on the ground, a gaping hole in his chest. Blood still pouring forth. This sight filled the Jonin with foreboding. "You go assist the others in dealing with the remaining Chunin. I can handle this." "Your battle will not be disturbed," Ye Feng suggested. Compared to the Jonin, Kakashi's strength was still lacking. Engaging in combat with the Jonin would only serve as a distraction for Ye Feng. Understood, Kakashi replied without hesitation, promptly departing to aid his comrades. Confident in Ye Feng's prowess, Kakashi's departure held different implications for the Sand Village Jonin. With 2 formidable ninjas now reduced to 1, he anticipated an easier fight. The Jonin abandoned any pretense of restraint, commanding his puppet to swiftly close the distance to Ye Feng while launching a barrage of shuriken. Simultaneously, he unleashed a wind release technique, obscuring Ye Feng's vision with swirling gusts. A smirk curled at the corners of Ye Feng's mouth as he thought, "You believe you can deceive my senses with such trivial tactics? You overestimate yourself, fool." Ye Feng decided to play along, charging forward to dismantle the puppet and uncover the Jonin's remaining tricks. However, as Ye Feng approached the puppet, he noticed the storage compartment within began to move erratically, and the chakra emanating from it surged. Sensing imminent danger, Ye Feng attempted to withdraw, but it was too late. He hastily summoned his chi, forming a protective barrier around his body, while dispersing additional chi to safeguard himself. Suddenly, the puppet erupted in a blinding flash of white light, detonating and sending countless shuriken flying indiscriminately in all directions. Over a dozen of these projectiles hurtled toward Ye Feng, their lethality amplified by the explosion. Though Ye Feng managed to shield himself with his chi, the rapid-fire shurikens still found their mark. However, fortified by his chi, Ye Feng remained unscathed, as the projectiles devoid of chakra enhancement could not penetrate his defenses. In a moment of inspiration, Ye Feng devised a cunning plan. As the shuriken approached, he used his chi to draw them toward him, allowing them to embed themselves in his body, feigning injury. He collapsed to the ground, manipulating the skin around the embedded shuriken to turn an ominous shade of purple, simulating the appearance of poisoning. The sounds of the explosion and the flying shuriken captured the attention of all on the battlefield. They watched as Ye Feng emerged from the smoke, seemingly pierced by numerous shuriken, lying motionless on the ground, occasionally twitching. Both Minato Namikaze and Fujiwara Imura prepared to rush to Ye Feng's aid. But the Sand Village Jonin would not allow them to escape, ensnaring them in combat. Kakashi, meanwhile, could have intervened, but he was unable to match the Jonin's speed. As the puppet exploded, the Sand Village Jonin, fixated on the smoke, observed Ye Feng's plight and felt a surge of glee. Seizing the opportunity to strike the fatal blow, he charged toward Ye Feng. The Konoha ninjas, despite wishing to assist, found themselves powerless, helplessly watching as the Jonin approached, kunai poised to plunge into Ye Feng's heart. Suddenly, the Jonin halted, blood trickling from his mouth, incredulously staring at the kunai that had pierced his own chest. He turned his gaze toward Ye Feng, bewildered. How could he still possess the strength to resist after being struck by a shuriken and poisoned? At that moment, Ye Feng wore a triumphant grin, his right hand grasping the kunai that had embedded itself deep within the Jonin's torso. With a surge of determination, the Jonin summoned all his strength to thrust downward toward Ye Feng once more. Yet, Ye Feng was not inclined to grant him that opportunity. Channeling his chi into the kunai, he triggered an explosion that transformed the Jonin's chest into a gaping void, resulting in his instantaneous demise. Witnessing Ye Feng's survival and his triumphant dispatching of a Jonin reignited the spirits of the Konoha ninjas, their attack speed quickening in fervor. Unfazed, Ye Feng continued to assist his comrades, swiftly eliminating the remaining Chunin. To his surprise, the Inuzuka trio displayed remarkable synergy, overpowering their opponent with ease. Had they possessed a more versatile array of powerful techniques, they might have dispatched their foe long ago. No wonder Aiko Yamanaka had always expressed confidence in her team's capabilities. Seizing the moment, Ye Feng entered the fray, dispatching a Chunin with a single blow. With the Chunin eliminated, only 2 Sand Village Jonin remained, locked in combat with Minato Namikaze and Fujiwara Imura. Recognizing the tide had turned, the 2 remaining Jonin contemplated retreat. However, Minato and Fujiwara were not inclined to let them escape. Having once been the pursuers, the tables had turned, and they now found themselves ensnared in battle, denying their adversaries any chance of flight. At this juncture, Ye Feng stealthily approached the Jonin engaged with Minato, seizing the opportunity to launch 2 kunai with tremendous force, enhancing their speed and power. Caught off guard, the Jonin could not evade. The kunai pierced through his legs, granting Minato the opportunity to swiftly decapitate him. Now, only 1 Sand Village Jonin remained. Minato concluded his battle and joined Fujiwara in encircling the final Jonin. Aware that escape was futile, the Jonin contemplated surrender, believing it might afford him a chance at survival. However, the outcome would surely be grim. His expression hardened with resolve. Recognizing the Jonin's demeanor, Minato and Fujiwara rushed forward to intervene, but it was too late. The Jonin struck his fist against his own head, intent on obliterating the memories that could implicate him. With a resounding thud, the last Sand Village Jonin took his own life. Chapter 124. The Third Wind Shadow. Fujiwara Imura was acutely aware that there was a clandestine matter at hand, one that must not be conveyed back to Konoha. Thus, he swiftly collaborated with Namikaze Minato to gather useful items from the fallen Sand Village ninjas, subsequently sealing all the corpses within sealing scrolls. The gravity of the situation compelled him to hasten back to Konoha with the bodies and intelligence, hoping to extract valuable information from the remains. Fujiwara Imura promptly set off for Konoha, while Namikaze Minato led the other lower-ranking ninjas back at a steady pace. Understanding the potential severity of the circumstances, Minato and his team did not linger on the journey, and after 2 days, they returned to Konoha just as dusk began to fall. Upon arriving at the village gates, they were informed that the third Hokage wished to summon them to his office. The group, rather than rushing home, proceeded directly to the Hokage's office. Fujiwara Imura had already briefed the third Hokage on all pertinent matters, including suspicions regarding the Sand Village's activities and the commendable performances of the members from both teams. This prompted the third Hokage to personally meet with the lower-ranking ninjas, intending to offer them rewards as a means of fostering goodwill. When Leaf Maple and his companions gathered in the Hokage's office, the third Hokage greeted them with a warm smile, praising their valor and affirming their embodiment of the will of fire throughout the mission. Ultimately, he elevated the mission to an S-rank status, granting each lower-ranking ninja a reward of 200, 000 Rio, while the leading Jainin received 1,000,000 Rio. This announcement sent waves of exhilaration among the lower-ranking ninjas. The prospect of completing an S-rank mission as mere Genin was exhilarating, especially with such a substantial monetary reward. Overwhelmed with gratitude, the group expressed their sincere thanks to the third Hokage as they exited his office, a reaction that pleased the Hokage immensely. However, Minato was retained for further discussion. "The intelligence you have brought back is of utmost importance," the Hokage remarked. "It is almost confirmed that the Sand Village intends to wage war against Konoha. The Jainin you encountered from the Sand Village was likely on a mission to negotiate with the Cloud Village, given his status as Jiraiya's prized student." The third Hokage held Minato in high regard, thus he was inclined to share some intelligence with him. "What is the current response from the Cloud Village?" Minato inquired. "Reports indicate that the Cloud Village is presently exhibiting no unusual activity. Moreover, the Wind Country is situated closer to the Earth Country, suggesting that the Sand Village may have already made contact with the Rock Village, possibly even reaching some form of consensus. Therefore, the stance of the Cloud Village is particularly crucial. I intend to send Orochimaru to the Cloud Village the day after tomorrow to engage with the Third Raikage. Should we forge an alliance, it would be advantageous. You should accompany him to broaden your horizons," the third Hokage said with a benevolent expression. Minato recognized this as a privilege bestowed upon him by the third Hokage and felt a deep sense of gratitude for his guidance. Suddenly, he thought of Leaf Maple and his two companions, now a team leader himself. He considered that their diverse skill sets could prove beneficial in averting unforeseen complications while also enhancing their experiences. "I would like to bring my team members along, if permissible," Minato respectfully requested from the third Hokage. The Hokage hesitated momentarily, expressing concern. "The outcome of this journey to the Cloud Village is uncertain. Bringing them along may become a liability. Rest assured, the three of them possess at least the strength of Nin. Leaf Maple, through the 8 gates, can achieve Jainin level prowess. Furthermore, should he wish to retreat with the others, few would be able to pursue them," Minato confidently asserted, bolstering his faith in Leaf Maple. "Oh, they possess such capabilities? Then by all means, let them accompany you. He's also a disciple of Orochimaru, so he should be well taken care of." The third Hokage acquiesced, reminded of Might Guy upon hearing of Leaf Maple's formidable physical prowess. He had not anticipated that Uchiha Leaf Maple's strength would progress so swiftly to Jainin level, especially as he was also a disciple of Orochimaru, with Minato as his mentor. This realization brought the third Hokage a sense of reassurance and delight regarding Leaf Maple's rapid growth. Perhaps one day, Uchiha Leaf Maple could assume leadership of the Uchiha clan, alleviating the need for constant vigilance against them. With Leaf Maple's innate talent, he might even rise to the heights of Uchiha Madara. If Orochimaru were to become the next Hokage, he could serve as Konoha's protector. The third Hokage found this notion increasingly plausible. Meanwhile, in the Sand Village, within the Wind Shadow's office, a Sand Village Jainin was reporting to a blue-haired, yellow-eyed ninja clad in blue with a white Wind Shadow cloak, the third Wind Shadow. "The Leaf Village has completed the cleanup of the Land of Fire. They seem to have caught wind of our intentions," the Jainin reported. "Have the individuals sent to the Cloud Village not returned yet?" The Wind Shadow inquired slowly. "Not yet. They may have been intercepted by Konoha along the way, or perhaps something has transpired in the Cloud Village," the Sand Jainin speculated quietly. The Wind Shadow approached the window, gazing out at the swirling sands, and sighed. "To make every effort to locate them. Dispatch another team to the Cloud Village. We must bring them to our side. Otherwise, that old Kudanoki will not easily agree to an alliance." The Wind Shadow harbored a dream of leading the Sand Village out of the desert, while Konoha thrived amidst lush greenery and fertile lands, embodying a perpetual spring. This vision had fueled his relentless ambition to conquer Konoha, transforming it into the territory of the Sand Village. The Wind Shadow sought to capitalize on Konoha's current state of disarray, uniting with other ninja villages to mount an assault on Konoha, willing to pay any price to achieve his goal. As Leaf Maple exited the Hokage's office, night had already fallen. He decided to head directly to Orochimaru's residence to check on his status. Upon seeing Orochimaru again, he found him not in a languid state but actively engaged in work within his laboratory. A brief smile greeted Leaf Maple's entrance before Orochimaru returned to his experiments. Curious about Orochimaru's research, Leaf Maple asked, "What remarkable discovery have you made this time?" "I have found that natural energy is not the final form. It remains quite loose. I am investigating whether it can be further condensed, transforming it into an even greater power," Orochimaru responded, his excitement palpable. It turned out that while absorbing natural energy, Orochimaru began to study its intrinsic nature. After numerous experiments, he serendipitously discovered that this energy could continue to gather and compress, undergoing transformations that seemingly enhanced its potency. This revelation thrilled the experimental enthusiast Orochimaru, who, despite not yet sensing the natural energy, recognized that it resided within his own body. Thus, he endeavored to extract some of this natural energy for further study. Chapter 125, The Hypothesis of the Flying Thunder God. Upon hearing this, Ye Feng was astounded. Wasn't this merely the most rudimentary form of true energy? He had merely set the stage for Orochimaru, yet the latter had managed to research true energy. Such talent, if placed within the realm of cultivation, would undoubtedly be extraordinary. However, Ye Feng found himself in a quandary. Should he reveal the existence of true energy to Orochimaru? After all, it was the very foundation of his existence. Suddenly, he chastised himself, realizing that with Orochimaru's research prowess, he would inevitably uncover true energy in due course. When Orochimaru witnessed Ye Feng utilizing true energy, he would undoubtedly discern that Ye Feng possessed this ability, which could potentially sour their relationship and lead them to opposing sides. It might not be detrimental to inform Orochimaru about true energy. After all, he had initially sought Orochimaru's assistance for his research. Wouldn't investigating true energy be more advantageous than studying chakra? Furthermore, revealing this information to Orochimaru could be seen as a favor owed to him, especially since Orochimaru lacked subsequent cultivation techniques, posing no threat to Ye Feng. With this thought, Ye Feng began to feel more at ease and said to Orochimaru, perhaps you should refrain from further research and take a look at this. As he spoke, Ye Feng focused his energy into a manifestation of true energy at his fingertip, then casually waved it, causing the energy to swiftly penetrate the metallic platform and vanish underground. Orochimaru observed this scene with disbelief, peering through the hole in the metal platform and gazing into the seemingly bottomless pit below. He turned back to Ye Feng, astonished, and inquired, "Is this the new energy formed after the accumulation of natural energy? Its penetrative power, who could withstand it? This energy is known as true energy." Ye Feng explained, "It is the energy I learned to cultivate from my master. Its initial form is natural energy, which is then refined and condensed into true energy. True energy is a primordial force that can transform into various attributes, each possessing unique applications. Its penetrative ability is merely one of its many properties." Seeing Orochimaru's astonishment, Ye Feng took the opportunity to elaborate on true energy, amplifying Orochimaru's shock and pressure. The existence of such energy was astonishing. No wonder Ye Feng had progressed so swiftly in his cultivation. Orochimaru, both shocked and impressed, contemplated, if Ye Feng's abilities are this formidable, what might his master be capable of? Only someone of such strength could traverse the cosmos. Perhaps one day I too could achieve that. As these thoughts crossed his mind, the fervor in Orochimaru's eyes intensified. Let us set aside these matters for now. It is paramount that you adapt to natural energy promptly, for only then can you gather and compress it into a more advanced form of energy. If you cannot even sense natural energy, then discussing advancement is futile. Once you have mastered a higher level of energy, your research will undoubtedly progress more swiftly and further, Ye Feng advised. Orochimaru, recognizing the wisdom in Ye Feng's words, responded with sincere regret, "Thank you for your guidance, Ye Feng. I have been somewhat impatient. My passion for research is not a flaw. I sought to walk this path with you because I value your innate qualities and research capabilities. Together, we may succeed in venturing into another world. Once you can manipulate natural energy freely, I will teach you how to condense true energy." Ye Feng painted an enticing vision for Orochimaru. "I can see that your natural energy is running low. Allow me to guide some more into you." Ye Feng, having observed Orochimaru's condition, prepared to assist him in further acclimating to natural energy. "There's no need to increase my natural energy right now. The day after tomorrow, I must depart on a mission that requires me to retain some combat strength," Orochimaru interjected, halting Ye Feng's actions. "Is something significant about to occur?" Ye Feng sensed an undercurrent of urgency surrounding recent tasks and events. "Do you also feel the impending storm, Ye Feng?" Orochimaru inquired. "I shall be traveling to the Hidden Cloud Village the day after tomorrow to negotiate with the Third Raikage. The objective is to form an alliance with the village, ensuring they remain uninvolved in any potential conflict." Orochimaru did not shy away from sharing this confidential matter with Ye Feng. With their perspectives, both Ye Feng and Orochimaru had long ceased to focus solely on the wars of a single nation or village. "I wish you good fortune. And be cautious of the Third Raikage. Should complications arise, he may prove to be an obstacle," Ye Feng cautioned, recalling that in the original story, no wars occurred at this time. Nonetheless, he felt it prudent to offer a warning. Since Orochimaru no longer needed to adapt to natural energy, Ye Feng decided to return home and continue his cultivation. During this period of practice, Ye Feng had significantly increased the true energy within his dantian, and the rate of transformation and circulation had improved. However, there remained a considerable gap before his dantian could be completely filled with true energy. Ye Feng realized that without fortuitous circumstances, it might take him over a decade to achieve this goal. Without accumulating small steps, one cannot reach 1,000 miles. Without gathering minor streams, one cannot form a river, Ye Feng encouraged himself. The next day, Ye Feng arrived early at the training ground behind Hokage Rock, where he found Minato already present, engrossed in researching the Flying Thunder God technique. Minato appeared troubled, his brow furrowed. Ye Feng approached and asked, "Minato, are you encountering difficulties?" "Ah, Ye Feng, I feel that there may be a better method for mastering the Flying Thunder God technique," Minato replied, his expression revealing his contemplation. "A better method?" Ye Feng's eyes widened in surprise as he thought to himself. The original story only mentioned that Minato improved the Flying Thunder God technique, but it never specified how. This was a perfect opportunity to inquire further. Using the method described in the scroll, one senses the mark through their perception and then communicates with it, allowing the body to be transported. But what if we could infuse a bit of spiritual energy into the mark? Would that not enhance the sensing distance of the Flying Thunder God? Minato explained. This is merely a hypothesis. I have yet to devise a method for leaving a spiritual mark. A spiritual mark? Our mental energy is indeed derived from spiritual energy. So our mental power possesses a certain spiritual imprint. Perhaps you could try infusing your mental energy into the mark, Ye Feng suggested immediately. I have attempted this. But the Flying Thunder God mark cannot sustain mental energy, causing it to dissipate, Minato replied, a hint of frustration in his voice. Unable to sustain mental energy? Without that capacity, we cannot experiment with this effect. Wait a moment. Didn't the original story indicate that Minato's Flying Thunder God mark is different from the second Hokage's? Could this be the reason for the improvement? Ye Feng pondered aloud. If we are to alter the method of the Flying Thunder God, perhaps we can also modify the mark to accommodate mental energy. Upon hearing Ye Feng's words, Minato's eyes lit up with excitement. Ye Feng, you truly are a genius. How did you think of that? His face broke into an enthusiastic expression, and he hurriedly left the training ground. Ye Feng, puzzled by Minato's sudden haste, wondered what he was off to do. Chapter 126. The purpose of learning the sword art. However, Ye Feng was quite intrigued by the method suggested by Minato Namikaze. Seizing the opportunity when the training ground was unoccupied, Ye Feng marked a Flying Thunder God seal on a distant tree, infusing a small portion of his chakra into the seal. He then began to run towards the village, eager to test his ability to sense the seal from a distance. The outcome thrilled Ye Feng. Even upon reaching the far boundary of the village, he could still perceive the mark, and remarkably, he had not even utilized his spiritual perception. Continuing his attempts to activate the Flying Thunder God technique with his chakra, Ye Feng's figure vanished in an instant, reappearing beside the seal as if he had never moved. This success filled him with exhilaration, prompting him to check the consumption of his chakra. The distance covered was an impressive 7 to 8 kilometers. Yet the chakra expended was merely 1/3 of what he had previously used. This indicated that with Ye Feng's current chakra reserves, he could execute the Flying Thunder God technique 3 times, and his chi could be activated over 20 times, especially since he had significantly increased his chi compared to before. Nevertheless, he was aware that this chi would dissipate over time, and he was uncertain how Minato Namikaze would address this issue. With the innovator of the Flying Thunder God technique at hand, Ye Feng felt little inclination to ponder the matter himself. Reflecting on his initial aspiration for an S-class forbidden technique, he realized he had already mastered quite a few. The Shadow Clone technique, Flying Thunder God, Rasengan, Summoning Jutsu, and the 8 Gates. Now, he only needed to learn the Summoning Jutsu and the Shadow Clone technique. The Summoning Jutsu required a powerful summoning beast, which he had yet to encounter. He held little interest in the beast of the 3 great sanctuaries. Thus, he decided to set the Summoning Jutsu aside for now and focus on mastering the Shadow Clone technique instead. Acquiring this jutsu would undoubtedly accelerate his progress in learning sage arts. As he contemplated this, Ye Feng suddenly had a bold idea. If a shadow clone could cultivate chi, could it exist for an extended period without the primary body dissolving the jutsu? Intrigued by this notion, Ye Feng immediately performed the shadow clone technique, instructing the clone to utilize several jutsus to deplete its chakra before commencing his own chi cultivation. After a while, the shadow clone could distinctly feel its chakra diminishing. Yet it possessed no chi whatsoever. This was hardly surprising, as the shadow clone divided the chakra to form a physical duplicate but did not share the chi. 10 minutes later, as the shadow clone sensed its chakra nearing depletion, it promptly dispersed the newly gathered chi throughout its body. Remarkably, even after the chakra was entirely exhausted, the shadow clone did not vanish. It appeared that the chi had begun to replace the chakra, depleting at a significantly slower rate. Ye Feng surmised that an hour of cultivation would suffice to sustain the shadow clone for an entire day, although combat would certainly accelerate the chi consumption. However, the shadow clone lacked meridians and thus could not elevate its physical state through cultivation, nor could chi enhance its own abilities. Nevertheless, it could still utilize certain sage arts, which would similarly heighten its chi expenditure. Upon forming seals to dispel the shadow clone, the memories and experiences of the clone surged into Ye Feng's mind. He felt no discomfort but gained a wealth of knowledge and sensations. With the insights acquired from the shadow clone, Ye Feng began to contemplate a new idea that, if successful, would greatly benefit him and significantly hasten his cultivation speed. He set aside thoughts of mastering the shadow clone technique, recognizing the importance of this new concept, and hurried home to validate his hypothesis. Upon returning home, Ye Feng left another flying thunder god seal and created 6 shadow clones, the maximum number his chakra would allow. The primary body then restored its chakra while the 6 clones began to practice their cultivation techniques, refining their chi. At that moment, Kakashi Hatake was making his way to the outskirts of Konoha, to the residence of Maruhoshi Keikai. The previous day, Kakashi had inquired about Keikai from his father, Tsukumo Hatake. From his father's words, it was evident that Tsukumo held Keikai in high esteem, even suggesting that in terms of swordsmanship, he might not be Keikai's equal. This revelation astonished Kakashi. To him, his father was the epitome of respect, and all his diligent training was aimed at becoming a ninja like him. He never expected that Maruhoshi Keikai would earn such admiration from his father. This only solidified Kakashi's resolve to learn from Keikai. When Kakashi expressed his desire to study under Keikai, Tsukumo neither opposed nor endorsed the idea. After a moment of contemplation, he advised Kakashi that every individual's path in the sword art was unique, and merely emulating another's technique would make it challenging to achieve greatness. He urged Kakashi to solidify his own foundational skills first, for with a robust foundation, he could assimilate the strengths of others and forge his own path in swordsmanship. As for Kakashi's wish to learn from Keikai, Tsukumo felt that doing so might positively influence Kakashi's character, which was not a negative prospect. Kakashi absorbed his father's words, albeit somewhat perplexed. However, he recognized that Maruhoshi Keikai's Konoha-style willow technique was formidable, which made it a viable means to quickly catch up to Uchiha Ye Feng. Upon arriving at Keikai's residence, Kakashi knocked on the door. After a short while, a middle-aged man in his 40s opened the door. It was Maruhoshi Keikai. Upon seeing Kakashi, Keikai greeted him warmly, smiling and inviting him inside, offering snacks and pouring tea, which left the typically aloof Kakashi feeling somewhat out of place. He could only express his intentions in a fragmented manner. As Keikai listened to Kakashi's aspirations, his smile softened, and he asked, "What is your purpose in studying swordsmanship?" "I aspire to become a respected ninja like my father, and I wish to bridge the gap in strength between myself and a teammate, even surpassing him." Kakashi candidly revealed his motivations. "You must understand that being respected does not inherently equate to possessing great strength. The admiration your father receives stems from his tireless efforts to protect Konoha and its villagers." Keikai's words left Kakashi momentarily disoriented. Was his father's respect not tied to his strength? Yet Kakashi was not one to remain oblivious. He quickly grasped the underlying distinction. He expressed his gratitude to Keikai, stating, "Thank you for your guidance. My pursuit of swordsmanship is driven by the desire to attain formidable strength. For only with such power can I better protect Konoha and its people." Chapter 127. The secret to accelerated cultivation. Maruxin Gujiye exhibited an expression of a mentor pleased with a promising student. He observed that both articulated purposes for practicing the swordsmanship aimed at enhancing strength, yet there existed a distinction. One pursued swordsmanship for the sake of personal power, while the other sought it for the noble cause of protection. The response of Hatake Kakashi was precisely what Maruxin Gujiye had hoped for, leading him to agree to Kakashi's desire to learn, albeit without formal apprenticeship, merely guiding him in his unique sword style. Kakashi's exhilaration was palpable, as he had not anticipated Maruxin Gujiye's compliance would come so readily. Following him into the backyard, Maruxin Gujiye declared the training task for the day, to draw the sword 10,000 times. Kakashi was left dumbfounded, not due to the daunting number of draws, but because he had expected a direct tutorial on the Konoha style. Noticing Kakashi's bewilderment, Maruxin Gujiye remained unperturbed, casually drawing his own sword with remarkable speed. then returning it to its sheath before setting it aside to rest. Kakashi, perplexed, was unsure of the purpose behind this display. Suddenly, the quiet yard was pierced by a sound of friction. Kakashi turned to investigate, witnessing a training post that appeared to have been sliced through at an angle, its top slowly descending with a perfectly smooth cut. Realization dawned upon Kakashi, and he looked incredulously at Marux and Gujie. The mere act of drawing the sword had severed the distant post. Such mastery of swordsmanship was astonishing. Overwhelmed by this revelation, he cast aside his doubts and began to practice the drill repeatedly within the yard. By afternoon, Ye Feng and his shadow clone had been diligently training. And at this moment, Ye Feng's main body awoke, his chakra fully restored. He dispelled the shadow clone, and as the clone vanished, an abundance of true energy was left in its wake, beginning to dissipate. Ye Feng seized the opportunity, absorbing every last bit into his own body. Witnessing a notable increase in his internal energy, Ye Feng felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Previously believing it would take decades to fill his dantian with true energy and subsequently liquefy it. Now, with the aid of shadow clones, as long as there was sufficient chakra, he could continuously generate clones to serve as vessels for his cultivation, dramatically accelerating his progress. This realization prompted Ye Feng to incorporate chakra cultivation into his training regimen. He swiftly formed seals, invoking the technique of multiple shadow clones. This technique did not require him to divide his chakra among the clones, he merely needed to input chakra, which explained why Naruto Uzumaki mastered it so readily in the original story. 12 shadowy figures materialized around Ye Feng, yet he distinctly sensed a severe drain on his chakra, his body feeling somewhat weakened. Had he not been primarily focused on chakra cultivation, he might have collapsed on the spot. Although multiple shadow clones allowed for the generation of numerous clones, it came at the expense of his own stamina. If his chakra supply was insufficient, he might succumb before even engaging in combat. This technique was best suited for those with an abundant chakra reserve, such as Naruto Uzumaki. Reflecting on Naruto, a sudden thought struck Ye Feng. What if he became a Jinchuriki himself? Such a transformation would undoubtedly amplify his training speed exponentially. However, he was acutely aware that all tailed beasts were currently claimed, making immediate action impractical. He decided to wait for a more opportune moment. At that moment, Ye Feng heard a knock on the door and wondered who might be visiting at this hour. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by the figure of Minato Namikaze, a harbinger of matters requiring attention. "Brother Minato, what brings you here?" Ye Feng inquired. "I forgot to inform you this morning. Prepare yourself, for we have a mission to depart the village tomorrow. We've only just returned, and now we must embark on another mission?" Ye Feng expressed his reluctance, still eager to explore his newfound accelerated training methods. "This mission is primarily to broaden our horizons, a visit to the Cloud Village." "To the Cloud Village? Is it related to Orochimaru's mission?" Upon hearing Cloud Village, Ye Feng recalled Orochimaru's alliance task. "Indeed, you are correct. There will be no combat required. It is merely an opportunity to observe other ninja villages." "Very well then. I have yet to visit another ninja village, so I shall seize this chance." Ye Feng's curiosity was piqued, particularly regarding the formidable Third Raikage and the Jinchuriki. Then it settled. "I will notify the others. By the way, here is a specially crafted kunai that can seal a person's mental energy, and you can inscribe your unique Flying Thunder God mark upon it." Minato presented Ye Feng with a kunai resembling that from the original story, adorned with seals upon the handle but lacking the inscription of the Sword of Love, indicating it was tailor-made for Ye Feng to inscribe his own mark. As Ye Feng examined the seals, he surmised they were related to sealing techniques, capable of preserving mental energy and preventing its dissipation, a rather ingenious concept. It was fortunate that Minato's partner was Kushina Izumaki. Otherwise, mastering sealing techniques would have posed a significant challenge for him. While Ye Feng was engrossed in inspecting the kunai, Minato departed to inform the others. Returning indoors, Ye Feng observed the 12 shadow clones still intact and promptly instructed them to train in true energy while pondering what kind of Flying Thunder God mark to inscribe. After deliberation, Ye Feng decided to condense chakra into the Flying Thunder God mark, forming the characters for Hua Xia, as no one here would recognize them, serving as a nostalgic homage to his past. A kunai with a unique Flying Thunder God mark solely belonging to Ye Feng was thus created. However, he felt that possessing only one kunai seemed insufficient. Minato, during combat, would unleash multiple kunai in an unpredictable manner, facilitating both escape and defense. It appeared prudent to seek an opportunity to learn sealing techniques from either Kushina or Minato for his own convenience. Ye Feng envisioned his Flying Thunder God mark becoming widespread throughout the ninja world, enabling him to travel without the burden of time-consuming journeys, instantaneously teleporting to his desired destination. albeit at the cost of greater chakra expenditure over long distances. He even contemplated the idea of having a shadow clone accompany him, which could transform into a reservoir of true energy during battles when his own reserves dwindled. Yet, having a shadow clone persistently by his side felt peculiar, and its constant presence might raise suspicions. Lacking a viable solution for the moment, he set that thought aside, recognizing that he had ample time to consider it later, focusing instead on intensifying his chakra cultivation to generate more clones, which was paramount. Chapter 128, The Land of Soup. The following day, Ye Feng once again arrived at the entrance of Konoha village, reflecting on the irony of his circumstances. Before becoming a genin, he yearned to explore the world outside. Yet after attaining that rank, he found himself perpetually occupied with missions, leaving no respite. Upon his arrival, he noticed that Orochimaru was already present. Displaying no hint of surprise at Ye Feng's appearance, he had likely received prior notification. Ye Feng greeted Orochimaru, expressing his initial belief that he would not be involved, only to find himself included in the mission. This was a fortunate opportunity for Ye Feng to broaden his horizons. The task at hand was of significant importance, allowing only a brief exchange between him and Orochimaru. All the ninjas had gathered, forming a team of 10, and commenced their journey to the village hidden in the clouds. It was said that the village hidden in the clouds was established atop towering peaks, shrouded in mist and resonating with the deafening roar of thunder. Consequently, the ninjas of this village were particularly adept in lightning techniques and swordsmanship, with a general proficiency in body enhancement techniques. Ye Feng's group was composed of formidable individuals, led by Orochimaru, who was accompanied by 3 genin, 3 elite chunin, and the 3 genin, including Ye Feng. Despite the presence of 3 genin, their strength surpassed that of average chunin, and the third Hokage harbored intentions of showcasing their might to the village hidden in the clouds. In less than 3 days, they reached the borders of the Land of Fire. To enter the Land of Lightning, they needed to traverse the Land of Hot Water and the Land of the Moon. Fortunately, this mission was sanctioned, having received prior approval from both nations. The Land of Hot Water and the Land of the Moon were neutral territories, refraining from involvement in conflicts between the nations. The Land of Hot Water was primarily known for its tourism industry, famous for its hot springs and the various businesses that flourished around them, including ryokan, izakaya, and entertainment districts. Orochimaru intended to broaden the group's experiences, choosing not to take the most direct route. Instead, they traveled through the most prosperous city in the Land of Hot Water, taking a moment to rest and recuperate after 3 days of arduous travel. As they walked along the bustling streets, they were greeted by women in revealing attire, who flirtatiously beckoned to passers-by, even playfully posing for Ye Feng and his companions. This spectacle left Uchiha Shinichi and Hatake Kakashi, who had never encountered such scenes before, blushing intensely, while their peers teased them relentlessly, making them wish to escape the situation. In stark contrast, Ye Feng remained composed, seemingly indifferent to the advances of the women, which intrigued the onlookers who speculated about his character. Could he be a training fanatic, uninterested in women? Perhaps he harbored an unusual orientation, prompting them to consider keeping their distance from him. Fortunately, Ye Feng was oblivious to their thoughts. Having come from a modern society, such scenes were trivial to him. He held no disdain for the women in such establishments, yet he felt no attraction either. The group arrived at a sizable ryokan, impressed by its pleasant ambience, and decided to stay for the night. Ye Feng and his 2 companions, being genin, shared a room that was tastefully decorated, exuding a homely feel with all necessary amenities. The space was impeccably clean, and upon opening the back door, they discovered a sizable hot spring, complete with a cabinet stocked with clean towels and bath caps. In contemporary society, most hot springs were artificial, and Ye Feng had yet to experience an authentic one. Without hesitation, he stripped and jumped into the water. The temperature was slightly warm but bearable, and the sensation was undeniably soothing, enveloping him in relaxation. Observing Ye Feng reveling in the hot spring, Kakashi and Shinichi quickly shed their clothes and joined him, intrigued by the experience. Ye Feng glanced at Kakashi, bemused, and remarked, "Kakashi, do you really need to wear your mask even in the hot spring? Does it not feel hot?" "I don't feel it. I'm used to it," Kakashi replied weakly. Suddenly, Ye Feng conceived a mischievous idea, a grin spreading across his face as he leaned closer to Shinichi and whispered, "Are you curious about what lies beneath Kakashi's mask?" Initially, Shinichi thought nothing of it, as masked ninjas were common, but Ye Feng's suggestion piqued his curiosity, prompting him to nod in agreement. Then it settled. "I will restrain Kakashi, and you can lift his mask," Ye Feng declared excitedly as he moved towards Kakashi. Kakashi, trusting of his companions, was unaware of Ye Feng's intentions and failed to notice him approaching. Ye Feng stealthily positioned himself behind Kakashi, seizing his arms and locking them behind his back, while Shinichi moved in front of Kakashi. Kakashi, taken aback by their sudden assault, recognized their intent as Shinichi reached for his face. Instinctively, he turned his head to evade Shinichi's grasp while simultaneously delivering a kick, though he refrained from utilizing chakra, merely pushing Shinichi aside without causing harm. As Kakashi attempted to free himself from Ye Feng's grip, he found it futile. Ye Feng's strength was beyond his capability to break. With a swift kick aimed at Ye Feng, he discovered that Ye Feng was not as easily overcome as Shinichi. Ye Feng effortlessly secured one of Kakashi's legs between his own, rendering him immobile. With a carefree demeanor, Ye Feng taunted Shinichi, "Are you even capable? You couldn't manage this. And yet you got kicked." Once Shinichi regained his balance and saw Kakashi struggling against Ye Feng, he approached with a vengeful grin, resembling a rogue taking advantage of an unsuspecting victim. Kakashi, realizing his predicament, succumbed to the inevitable as Shinichi's hand reached his face, and he resigned himself to having his mask lifted. Ye Feng eagerly leaned in closer, eager to unveil Kakashi's true visage, only to be met with a finely sculpted lower face. "What's the point of wearing a mask if there's nothing extraordinary about your face?" he remarked while internally contemplating. "This pretty boy is slightly less handsome than I am. Well, just a bit." Releasing Kakashi, who silently snatched back his mask, he prepared to exit the hot spring. Chapter 129. Chidori, have we perhaps gone a bit too far? Uchiha Shinichi asked uncertainly. Yet, Leaf Maple refrained from responding. Instead addressing Kakashi Hitaki, "Surely, you are not upset over this? That would be quite petty." Kakashi, however, ignored him and continued walking forward. Leaf Maple had no choice but to resort to a grand gesture. "If it comes to that, I might as well teach you an A-rank ninjutsu as an apology." Upon hearing this, Kakashi halted and turned to face Leaf Maple, and the gleam in his eyes made it clear he was intrigued. Uchiha Shinichi, unable to contain himself, chimed in. "Why not let me take a look at my face too, and teach me an A-rank ninjutsu as well?" Leaf Maple regarded the two with disdain. "You two were completely uninterested before, yet the moment A-rank ninjutsu is mentioned, you both change your tune." Unfazed by Leaf Maple's sarcasm, Kakashi and Shinichi were solely focused on the prospect of learning a powerful ninjutsu. Observing their eager expressions, Leaf Maple relented. Fine. I shall indeed teach you an A-rank ninjutsu, but if you fail to grasp it, do not blame me. First, allow me to enjoy my soak in the hot springs." Leaf Maple felt he had lost out on this deal, gaining nothing while offering an A-rank ninjutsu in return. However, the only A-rank ninjutsu he was proficient in was the multiple shadow clone technique. Unsure of what else he could impart, a light bulb went off in his mind. Why not try Chidori? This is originally Kakashi's creation. I can claim it as a preliminary development. Besides, mastering Chidori is not a necessity. Merely demonstrating it suffices, as transforming chakra into lightning is rather straightforward. With this plan in mind, Leaf Maple relaxed, enjoying the soothing waters of the hot springs. Once he emerged into the evening breeze, Kakashi and Shinichi trailed closely behind, causing Leaf Maple to feel somewhat uncomfortable. After donning his attire, he led them to a secluded area devoid of onlookers. "Let me make this clear. I will only teach this once. Whether you can learn it depends on your talent," Leaf Maple announced. He then formed the hand signs for lightning release and extended his right hand, gathering lightning chakra. After all, chakra is easily sensed, so he needed to maintain appearances. In an instant, his hand was enveloped in a cascade of lightning, pulsating and radiating outward. "This technique is called Chidori," he continued to explain, which involves both the transformation of chakra's properties and its form. When unleashed, it produces a sound akin to countless birds chirping, hence the name Chidori. First, concentrate the high-intensity lightning chakra into your hand. This alone can inflict damage comparable to an A-rank ninjutsu. However, Chidori is more than just this. It can be combined with extraordinary speed, granting it both electrical damage and formidable piercing power. Among A-rank techniques, it stands out as exceptionally potent. With that, Leaf Maple dashed forward, sprinting to a nearby tree. He unleashed Chidori against the trunk, resulting in a thunderous crash as the tree was cleaved in two, its upper section collapsing to the ground. The impact left Kakashi and Shinichi in awe. They had expected to learn a well-known A-rank technique, yet this Chidori was entirely unfamiliar to them. Could it be another of Leaf Maple's unique inventions? The sheer force of the technique led them to question whether it had ascended to S-rank. In reality, Chidori did not possess such overwhelming power. Leaf Maple had merely infused it with a small amount of true energy, otherwise, the destruction would not have been so great. Nevertheless, he was satisfied with the results, and their astonished expressions delighted him. It is important to note, he added, that this is merely the initial form of Chidori. It has substantial potential for further development, allowing for the creation of even more advanced techniques. Kakashi, upon hearing Leaf Maple's words, felt a surge of determination. This is not its maximum potential? Gazing at the devastation wrought by Chidori, his eyes sparkled with desire. Given his strong affinity for lightning, he immediately set about practicing as Leaf Maple had instructed. Leaf Maple, noticing Kakashi's fervor, felt a twinge of concern about his lack of restraint, so he cautioned, Chidori requires an immense amount of chakra to gather, and the lightning attribute can inflict harm on oneself. Considering your physical condition, you should limit yourself to a maximum of 5 uses per day, lest you incur serious injury. Kakashi paused momentarily at Leaf Maple's warning but did not cease his training, uncertain if he had fully comprehended the advice. Unlike his future self, who had become lethargic, he resembled a spirited Sasuke, brimming with resolve. On the other hand, Uchiha Shinichi faced a dilemma. Although he possessed a lightning affinity, it could not compare to the inherent compatibility of fire. This left him torn between the desire to learn Chidori and the fear that he lacked the necessary affinity to master it. Ultimately, he approached Leaf Maple and inquired, "Is there a fire release technique with similar power?" Leaf Maple, lacking any other ninjutsu to teach, suggested, "If your affinity is lacking, it would be best for you to diligently learn the Rasengan. Once you have mastered it, attempt to infuse it with fire chakra. It will undoubtedly surpass ordinary S-rank techniques, and it requires no hand signs. Additionally, remember that Uchiha strengths are not solely in fire. Do not forget to develop your Sharingan." Upon hearing about the Rasengan's potential, combined with its lack of hand signs, Shinichi promptly abandoned his pursuit of Chidori and dedicated himself to mastering the Rasengan. Observing the two engrossed in their training, Leaf Maple decided to leave them to their devices. He intended to relish the rare moments of leisure, even if his young body could not partake in much. A soothing massage was still within reach. Time swiftly passed, and several hours later, the night had completely enveloped the land. Having enjoyed a lavish feast and a rejuvenating massage, Leaf Maple returned to his room, only to find that Kakashi and Shinichi had yet to return. Frowning slightly, he resolved to check on their progress and training. Upon reaching the previous training ground, he discovered both of them panting heavily, still at it, with Kakashi's palm visibly bleeding. Seeing their reckless dedication, Leaf Maple decided it was time to teach them a lesson. He utilized the transformation technique, assuming the form and stature of an adult, his face concealed beneath a mask, a mischievous smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Leaf Maple unleashed a fire release technique, Phoenix Fire Technique, against Shinichi, then swiftly vanished from sight. The sudden onslaught startled Kakashi and Shinichi. Shinichi, despite his fatigue, barely managed to evade the barrage of fireballs, while Kakashi attempted to assist. However, Leaf Maple had already positioned himself behind Kakashi, who caught a glimpse of the enemy just a moment too late, succumbing to a swift blow that rendered him unconscious. Chapter 130. Ye Feng's design. Having narrowly evaded a fireball, Uchiha Jini immediately began searching for the enemy, only to discover that Hatake Kakashi had already been knocked unconscious on the ground. This revelation left Uchiha Jini in a state of shock. Kakashi's strength was undoubtedly superior to his own, and yet he had succumbed without even putting up a fight. Realizing he was no match for the adversary, he urgently sought assistance. Without hesitation, Uchiha Jini produced a signal flare for help. But just as he was about to ignite it, another hand grasped his wrist. A knee strike struck Uchiha Jini in the abdomen, rendering him unconscious as well. Ye Feng surveyed the two unconscious figures, procured a rope, and suspended them upside down from a tree, using his chakra to block their chakra flow. He then summoned a shadow clone, which transformed into the guise of an unfamiliar adult. With preparations complete, Ye Feng used his chakra to awaken Kakashi and Jini while he and his shadow clone feigned ignorance, engaging in conversation. As Kakashi and Jini slowly regained consciousness, they overheard the dialogue. Ye Feng inquired, "How's the plan progressing?" The shadow clone responded, "Rest assured, the message has been conveyed. Uchiha Ye Feng is to come alone, without informing anyone." Ye Feng continued, "How are the traps set up?" The shadow clone replied, "They are ready, employing the latest toxin, colorless and odorless. Anyone who inhales it will be unable to utilize chakra, and 5 elite Jainin are positioned nearby. Should Uchiha Ye Feng dare to arrive, he will surely meet his demise." Hearing this, both Kakashi and Jini were astounded, realizing they had become bait to lure Ye Feng into a perilous situation. They attempted to break free, but their chakra yielded no response, leaving them in despair. Ye Feng feigned sudden recollection of Kakashi and Jini's predicament, remarking, "Time is passing. Those two will awaken soon. Let us strike them again to ensure they remain unconscious longer." The shadow clone swiftly approached the two and rendered them unconscious once more. Ye Feng exchanged a glance with his clone, and they both erupted into laughter. Ye Feng then created another shadow clone, transforming into a version of himself that had been slain by a sword, lying lifeless on the ground. He subsequently awakened Kakashi and Jinny again. The shadow clone proclaimed, "Mission accomplished. Uchiha Ye Feng has been slain. This is his corpse." Ye Feng feigned exuberance, exclaiming, "Haha! Excellent! You shall be richly rewarded upon our return." Upon hearing this exchange and seeing the lifeless form of Uchiha Ye Feng, Kakashi and Jinny immediately recalled the plan they had overheard upon awakening, causing them to feel faint. Jinny, unable to contain himself, shouted in anguish, "You beasts! Using us as bait to murder a genin. You all deserve to die. I will ensure your demise." Kakashi, too, could no longer pretend to be unconscious, yet he maintained his composure, scanning for a way to escape and seek vengeance from Orochimaru for Ye Feng. To Ye Feng's surprise, he noticed the Sharingan in Jinny's eyes rapidly spinning, transforming from its initial double tomo into the three-tomo variant. Ye Feng was astounded that Jinny's emotional turmoil had triggered such a significant awakening. Feeling a sense of pride, he mused, "Truly a promising talent, without my intervention. You would not have awakened the three-tomo Sharingan so readily." Feigning delight, Ye Feng declared, "Oh, what fortune today! Not only have I completed my task, but I have also encountered a pair of three-tomo Sharingan. Today is indeed a significant gain." He then used a kunai to sever the rope binding Jinny, causing him to fall. As Jinny continued to curse, Ye Feng approached him, slowly extending his hand toward Jinny's Sharingan. Kakashi, hanging from the tree, grew anxious and exclaimed, "He is a genius of the Uchiha clan. If you kill him, the entire clan will pursue you with their full might. You would be wise to spare him. You could use him as leverage to negotiate with the Uchiha for greater gains." Kakashi, feeling helpless, sought to trade substantial benefits for Jinny's survival. However, Kakashi's words failed to sway Ye Feng, who persistently reached for Jinny's eyes, appearing intent on gouging out the Sharingan. Jinny, witnessing the approaching hand, felt an escalating dread. Unable to confront the impending horror, terrified, he shut his eyes, only to feel a light tap on his head instead of the anticipated pain. Startled, Jinny opened his eyes to find his enemy before him, puzzled. Kakashi was equally bewildered by Ye Feng's actions, rather than gouging out Jinny's eyes. He had merely tapped his head. Observing their expressions, Ye Feng burst into laughter, and shortly thereafter, his shadow clone vanished, restoring him to his original form. As Jinny and Kakashi witnessed their adversary transform back into Ye Feng and the other enemies dissipate, confusion gripped them. They quickly deduced what had transpired, their expression shifting to one of fury as they shouted, "You scoundrel! How dare you mock us? I will kill you." Ye Feng admonished them sternly, "You should consider yourselves fortunate that this incident did not result in dire consequences. Had you encountered someone else, what might have transpired? This is not Konoha, outside. One must always preserve their strength. Have you forgotten? If today's events had unfolded differently, how many times do you think you would have to die to atone for it?" Kakashi and Jinny, who had been seething with rage moments ago, now appeared contrite, adopting a tone of remorse as they replied, "We are sorry, Ye Feng. We realize our mistakes." Ye Feng continued, "If you understand your errors, return quickly. Furthermore, the matter of Jinny awakening the three-tomo Sharingan must remain a secret. No one is to know, especially you, Jinny. Unless it's a critical moment, you are not to activate your Sharingan, particularly within Konoha." Both Jinny and Kakashi were perplexed by Ye Feng's words. Was the three-tomo Sharingan not a remarkable achievement? Why must it be concealed? They regarded Ye Feng with confusion. Observing their expressions, Ye Feng lamented that these two had yet to experience the harshness of reality, pondering whether to reveal some of the village's darker truths, fearing it might shatter their idealistic perceptions of Konoha. Chapter 131. Kirabai. Sooner or later, Kirabai will come to know the truth. It is better to be informed in advance than to be sold out later. With this thought in mind, Ye Feng gazed at the two individuals opposite him, his dark pupils transforming into a crimson hue. Each eye adorned with three-tomo, he had activated his three-tomo Sharingan. Uchiha Jinny was taken aback upon witnessing Ye Feng's Sharingan. He had no prior knowledge that Ye Feng had awakened such a powerful ability. It was astonishing that someone of such tender age could unlock the three-tomo, and he pondered the remarkable achievements that awaited him. As Uchiha Jinny was lost in thought, Ye Feng's voice broke the silence. "I have long activated my three-tomo, yet I have refrained from using it. You two are among the very first to witness it. Can you fathom the reason?" Uchiha Jinny and Hitaki Kakashi did not consider the village's perspective, leaving them confused and staring at Ye Feng. Ye Feng continued, "Do not romanticize the village too much. The reason you both have managed to live so comfortably is due to your not-so-extraordinary talents and the support of your family's elders, along with the relative benevolence of the third Hokage. Should you possess extraordinary talent and potential, you may find yourselves in peril without warning. Hatake Kakashi was about to retort, but Ye Feng raised his hand to interrupt him. Do you understand why the esteemed Hyuga clan refrains from engaging in the village's affairs? Do you comprehend why the Uchiha clan has faced such oppression? And why the village's powerful ninjas either perish or wander the world? It is because there are those in Konoha who do not wish for the emergence of exceptionally strong ninjas. Should they appear, they are destined to be mere vassals. Both Hatake Kakashi and Uchiha Geni were skeptical of Ye Feng's assertions. Uchiha Geni believed that the oppression of the Uchiha clan stemmed from the grudges of the previous generation, particularly the Senju clan. He thought that if the Uchiha were to grow powerful enough to become Konoha's protectors, their circumstances would surely change, and the Uchiha clan would regain its former glory. Meanwhile, Hatake Kakashi was steadfast in his belief in the will of fire and held firm in his conviction that Konoha embodied this spirit. He could not accept the notion that such individuals existed within the village without the third Hokage intervening. Moreover, he found it implausible, as his father was a powerful ninja who remained alive and well. Observing the fluctuating expressions of the two, Ye Feng discerned their disbelief and continued, Geni, you may verify this matter with your clan leader. However, until then, do not reveal your three Tomo Sharingan. Kakashi, your father will undoubtedly pass away within the next 2 to 3 years due to unforeseen circumstances. Upon hearing Ye Feng's ominous prediction about his father, Hatake Kakashi became enraged and attempted to strike Ye Feng. Yet, Ye Feng effortlessly intercepted his punch and proposed, let us consider this a wager. If I am correct, you will follow me in the future. If I am wrong, I shall serve as your subordinate, at your beck and call. Hatake Kakashi, upon hearing Ye Feng's words, ceased his aggression, though turmoil brewed within him. He could not fathom that Ye Feng would make such a bet without some degree of certainty. Ye Feng led the day's duo back to the inn, disregarding their thoughts, and commenced his training. The following day, the group set forth, continuing their journey towards the land of lightning. Hatake Kakashi and Uchiha Geni bore the signs of sleeplessness, their eyes resembling those of pandas, evidently affected by Ye Feng's words. The others, noticing their condition, teased them about their late return to the inn. However, Kakashi and Geni were absorbed in contemplation of the previous day's events. Traversing through the land of hot water, they soon entered the land of the moon, a diminutive territory devoid of any ninja villages, coexisting peacefully with the land of lightning. Before long, Ye Feng and his companions reached the borders of the land of lightning, where they were met by ninjas from the Hidden Cloud Village, led by the renowned aide of the third Raikage Tsukadai. It was evident that the Hidden Cloud Village was extending considerable courtesy to the Hidden Leaf Village, which brought a modicum of relief to Orochimaru, who thought, it appears that the Hidden Cloud Village does not have any dealings with the Hidden Sand Village. This mission should proceed with relative ease. The Land of Lightning is bordered by the sea on 3 sides and shares a boundary with the Land of the Moon, imparting a salty tang to the air. Perhaps due to the warm climate, most of Tsukadai's entourage were clad in simple attire, their muscular physiques and slightly darker skin giving them the appearance of robust warriors. However, the mountainous terrain of the Land of Lightning slowed their progress significantly, and it was not until the 4th day that they finally arrived at the Hidden Cloud Village. The third Raikage personally received them, and Ye Feng beheld this towering figure, a formidable warrior wielding both the strongest spear and shield. Despite his rough demeanor and towering stature exceeding 2 meters, his words and actions suggested a complexity beneath the surface. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the third Raikage instructed Tsukadai to arrange accommodations and meals for Ye Feng and his companions, indicating that the details of their mission would be discussed the following day. Overall, the mission was progressing smoothly without any significant complications. Tsukadai ensured that proper arrangements were made for Ye Feng's group, including guides to accompany them if they wished to explore the area. While referred to as guides, their true purpose was surveillance, standard protocol for the village, which Ye Feng and his companions accepted without concern. Intrigued by the mountainous Hidden Cloud Village, Ye Feng, after settling in, took Hatake Kakashi and Uchiha Geni with him to venture out. The designated guide followed closely behind, ready to provide insights and lead them through the village. The architecture of the Hidden Cloud Village was perched atop various peaks, resembling a landscape adorned with earthen spikes crowned by an array of semicircular structures. Suddenly, Ye Feng heard a series of awkward rap verses emanating from a distance. A dark-skinned boy adorned with the Hidden Cloud forehead protector and an iron emblem on his right arm approached, performing peculiar gestures as he walked and rapped. Recognizing the iron emblem and the boy's flamboyant demeanor, Ye Feng deduced that this was none other than the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki, Kirabai. The surrounding villagers appeared to harbor disdain for Kirabai, as many frowned and distanced themselves from him, despite Kirabai's inherently cheerful disposition in the original narrative. He could not escape the unwelcoming fate that befell Jinchuriki. Ye Feng suddenly stepped forward to Kirabai, extending his fist and declaring, "I am Uchiha Ye Feng from the Hidden Leaf. It is a pleasure to meet you." The Hidden Cloud Guide attempted to intervene, but it was too late to stop Ye Feng. Kirabai halted his rap, momentarily taken aback by Ye Feng's outstretched fist, but soon broke into a smile, reciprocating the gesture. "I am Kirabai, a rapper," he exclaimed. Chapter 132, Resurgence of Waves. Killer Bee was elated. He was the first person to engage in a fist bump with him since becoming a Jinchuriki, apart from his elder brother. Uchiha Shinichi and Hitaki Kakashi were equally perplexed by Leaf Maple's initiative to connect with this young man, and they observed the reactions of those around them. Realizing that Killer Bee seemed quite exceptional, Leaf Maple addressed Killer Bee. "This is my first visit to the Hidden Cloud Village. Would you be my guide?" Killer Bee, delighted, responded, "Sure. I know Hidden Cloud Village like the back of my hand and can show you many fun places." Turning to the tour guide, Leaf Maple inquired, "I would like to invite Killer Bee to take us on a tour of Hidden Cloud Village. That should be acceptable, right?" The guide, uncertain of how to respond, recognized that Killer Bee was a Jinchuriki and the brother of the future Fourth Raikage, leaving him unable to object. Thus he said, "Let Killer Bee show you around. I will inform my superiors." With that, Killer Bee took Leaf Maple by the hand and dashed off, while Kakashi and Shinichi could only follow, somewhat helplessly. Indeed, Killer Bee was well acquainted with Hidden Cloud Village, revealing to Leaf Maple many sights he had never heard of or seen before. The village, nestled amidst mountains and water, was rich in resources and home to numerous exotic creatures, far surpassing the zoos of Leaf Maple's previous life, and all were wild. However, Killer Bee's incessant and awkward rapping left Leaf Maple somewhat exasperated. Growing weary of it, Leaf Maple decided to demonstrate authentic rap from his past life, showing Killer Bee what true rap entailed. Upon hearing Leaf Maple's performance, Killer Bee was electrified, immediately embracing Leaf Maple in excitement and expressing a desire to be his apprentice in rapping. Leaf Maple found it nearly impossible to extricate himself from Killer Bee's enthusiastic grip, silently cursing himself for engaging in a rap battle with Killer Bee. Amidst their playful antics, the quartet spent the day reveling until evening. Killer Bee insisted on treating Leaf Maple and the others to their local specialty beef, but Leaf Maple firmly declined, unable to endure Killer Bee's clingy nature. Nevertheless, he did not harbor any ill feelings towards Killer Bee. Instead, he admired the latter's remarkably optimistic outlook, a quality essential for resonating with the Eight-Tails. It was only upon returning to their inn that Kakashi and Shinichi finally voiced their curiosity. "Leaf Maple, why are you so invested in Killer Bee? You seem to have a good rapport with him." Leaf Maple candidly replied, "He is the Jinchuriki of the Eight-Tails. I simply wanted to connect with him. He is a decent fellow despite his lackluster rapping skills." Both Kakashi and Shinichi expressed astonishment. The Jinchuriki of the Eight-Tails? Leaf Maple realized they were unaware of the Jinchuriki concept and elaborated. The Sage of Six Paths created 9 colossal beasts composed solely of chakra, known as tailed beasts. The more tails a beast has, the greater its power. The strongest is the 9 tails, while the weakest is the 1 tail. Even the weakest possesses strength surpassing that of a shadow-level ninja. Humanity feared these formidable creatures, thus sealing them within human hosts, known as Jinchuriki, to serve as weapons of war and deterrence. The first Hokage captured all 9-tailed beasts and distributed them among the major ninja villages to leverage their deterrent power and reduce conflicts. The Hidden Cloud Village houses the 2 tails and the 8 tails, with Killer Bee being the latter. Kakashi and Shinichi were astounded to learn of such powerful beasts being sealed within human hosts. "What tailed beast does our Leaf Village possess?" Leaf Maple answered. "Our village is home to the strongest, the 9 tails, with Kushina Izumaki as its Jinchuriki." Both Kakashi and Shinichi were taken aback by this revelation, exclaiming, "Sister Kushina is the Jinchuriki of the 9 tails. Shoo, is it necessary to be so loud?" Leaf Maple admonished, "This information has always been confidential in Leaf Village, so refrain from discussing it indiscriminately." After resting for the night, Orochimaru, accompanied by other personnel, promptly made his way to the Hidden Cloud Village conference room to discuss the potential alliance between the 2 villages. Observing Orochimaru being politely escorted away, Leaf Maple pondered. If the Hidden Cloud Village were to learn of the previous Jinchuriki of the 8 tails demise, instigated by Orochimaru, I wonder if they would still treat him with such courtesy. As soon as Orochimaru departed, Leaf Maple intended to remain at the inn for rest, only to hear that Killer Bee had arrived once more. What a peculiar character. Leaf Maple sighed, feeling a twinge of a headache. This amused Kakashi and Shinichi, who relished the rare sight of Leaf Maple in distress. However, they found it difficult to refuse Killer Bee's company, so Leaf Maple had no choice but to accompany him for another tour. Leaf Maple felt as though he were the guest in Hidden Cloud Village, questioning whether he was escorting Killer Bee or vice versa. Thus, Leaf Maple endured 2 more days of this, and by the end, the alliance between the Leaf Village and Hidden Cloud Village was nearly solidified. Although some negotiations regarding mutual benefits remained unresolved, the Hidden Cloud Village was astute, possessing its own intelligence network, and was aware of the circumstances surrounding the Leaf and Sand Villages. It would be peculiar for them not to seize the opportunity to extort some advantages. Considering this, the Leaf Village offered certain concessions to the Hidden Cloud Village, yet there remained a disparity between what the two parties sought. The Hidden Cloud ninjas were all formidable fighters, evident by their muscular builds. At the suggestion of the Third Raikage, it was proposed that the elite ninjas from both villages engage in a series of matches, 3 rounds, with the losing side adhering to the agreed-upon distribution of benefits. While this match seemed fair in theory, the reality was that they were in the Hidden Cloud Village, and the Leaf Village had only sent a few representatives, while the majority of the Hidden Cloud's elite were present, placing the Leaf Village at a disadvantage. Consequently, under Orochimaru's strong recommendation, the matches were adjusted to include 3 different tiers of battles, 1 for Jonin, 1 for Chunin, and 1 for Genin. Orochimaru had considerable confidence in Leaf Maple, which is why he included the Genin match. As for the Chunin and Jonin matches, Orochimaru had his preferred candidates but could not guarantee victory. He was essentially gambling. However, this was an unavoidable situation, as the primary goal was to ensure that the Hidden Cloud Village did not side with the Sand Village. Even if they incurred greater losses, it would still be worth it. The matches were scheduled for the following morning at the Hidden Cloud Village's arena. Just when it seemed that the outcome was all but settled, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The Sand Village's delegation arrived at the Hidden Cloud Village and learned of the impending matches and their purpose. This news sent the Sand Village's ninjas into a frenzy. Their intent in coming to the Hidden Cloud Village was to forge an alliance to attack the Leaf Village. If the Hidden Cloud Village allied with the Leaf Village, the third Kazekage's plans would be rendered futile. The leading ninja from the Sand Village, disregarding the need for rest, urgently requested an audience with the Third Raikage, hoping he would reconsider the situation. However, the alliance between the two villages was nearly finalized, and it was not a matter that could be so easily renegotiated. Chapter 133. The astute Third Raikage. The ninjas of Sunagakure could not allow the situation to solidify. Thus they presented a multitude of enticing offers, requesting to partake in the upcoming contest. Should Sunagakure triumph, they demanded that the Third Raikage reconsider the alliance and reassess the conditions before reaching a decision. The Third Raikage, upon observing the provisions offered by Sunagakure, felt a twinge of temptation. After all, this was merely a participation in a competition, granting Sunagakure an opportunity while garnering substantial resources in return. He consented without much deliberation, which brought a sigh of relief to Sunagakure as they prepared for the contest the following day. Orochimaru soon received news of this development and hastened to the office of the Third Raikage. Lord Raikage, we had an agreement. How can it be altered so arbitrarily? He exclaimed anxiously upon entering the office. Calm yourself, Orochimaru. Sunagakure is offering resources without cost. How could I refuse? Moreover, the format has changed to a 3-person free-for-all, allowing our 2 villages to jointly overpower them. This way, we could acquire a bounty of resources. What is there to lose? Even if, by some chance, Sunagakure prevails, it would merely serve as a pretext to reconsider and then finalize the alliance agreement, ensuring no detriment to our coalition. Why not take advantage of this? The Third Raikage explained nonchalantly. Orochimaru, having heard the Raikage's reasoning and assurances, found himself with no choice but to leave, inwardly cursing, indeed, a crafty old fox, eager to win the contest while seizing Sunagakure's resources. The Third Raikage's acceptance of Sunagakure's proposition was a calculated move, intending to achieve 2 objectives simultaneously. Kumogakure, being a target of both villages' flattery, would naturally lead to an initial clash between the other 2 villages, allowing the Raikage's forces to confront the exhausted ninjas of Kumogakure later. A fully rested ninja would hold a distinct advantage over one that had already fought. Orochimaru discerned the Raikage's intentions. As long as the Raikage did not retract his agreement, the outcome of the contest remained uncertain. Back at the inn, Orochimaru gathered everyone to discuss the day's events and deliberate over the fighters to represent them. Upon hearing the news, Ye Feng promptly recommended for a genin. I believe Kakashi would be an excellent choice. His swordsmanship is solid, and his chakra capacity and speed are commendable. Orochimaru, however, dismissed Ye Feng's ramblings, determined to ensure the third Raikage encountered a setback. For the Genin, it shall be Uchiha Ye Feng. Do not think to slack off. For the Ch. let Sarutobi Muse take the stage. As for the J-Nin, Orochimaru's words extinguished Ye Feng's thoughts of idleness. Nevertheless, concerning the J-Nin, Ye Feng believed that Namake's Minato would be the most suitable choice. At this juncture, Minato had already mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, though he lacked practice. Defeating several J-Nin should pose little challenge. Yet, Orochimaru remained unaware of Minato's current status and hesitated over who should compete. In truth, Orochimaru held high regard for Minato, calm and astute, but his strength was not significantly superior to that of the other two, thus he hoped they would step forward themselves. After a minute of silence, as disappointment crept into Orochimaru's heart, Minato finally spoke up. Perhaps I shall take on the challenge. My strength should suffice. Very well. The J-Nin match shall be entrusted to Minato. You must strive to at least defeat the ninja from Sunagakure, declared Orochimaru. Finalizing the decision, the group dispersed, leaving Orochimaru alone. What do you predict for tomorrow's contest, Ye Feng? Orochimaru inquired, still eager for Ye Feng's insight. That is not your concern. Your worry should be whether the third Raikage will renege on his agreement, Ye Feng replied with a smile. Are you inclined to favor Minato or Sarutobi Muse in the match? Orochimaru pressed, puzzled by Ye Feng's confidence. I am uncertain about Sarutobi Muse, but I can assure you that Minato will not lose tomorrow, even in your current state. Defeating him is not guaranteed, Ye Feng asserted confidently. Orochimaru felt a stir of trepidation. With Ye Feng's aid, his own strength had risen, reaching a level akin to that of a Kage. Yet, the realization that he might not best Minato was startling. Had Minato been concealing his true prowess all along? Orochimaru had no doubts regarding Ye Feng's discernment, indicating that Minato's abilities far surpassed what had been previously displayed. With Ye Feng's words, Orochimaru felt reassured. The following day, at the Kumogakure arena, the translucent dome above gradually opened, allowing sunlight to flood the arena, illuminating it brightly, while numerous spotlights were activated, casting an even more radiant glow upon the contest ground. This spectacle momentarily led Ye Feng to believe he had returned to a modern society. The arena's facilities bore a striking resemblance to the technological marvels of his past life. Thanks to Kumogakure's deliberate promotion, the entire village was aware of the contest against ninjas from other villages, resulting in a packed arena, with many villagers standing at the periphery to witness the battles. Kumogakure had even reserved 3 areas along the edge of the arena for the participating ninjas. Observing the bustling arena, Orochimaru mischievously mused. If the third Raikage had foreseen the outcome of the contest, would he have regretted publicizing it? At that moment, all spotlights converged on the center of the arena, where an opening appeared, and a figure gradually ascended from it. Greetings, everyone. I am the host for today's contest, Oue. Thank you for taking the time to witness today's battles. Oue? That name is quite fitting for a host. Ye Feng couldn't help but quip upon hearing it. I understand that no one appreciates excessive chatter, so let us proceed to the main event. Please welcome the first match featuring the J-Nin from the 3 great hidden villages. As Oue's voice faded, the arena erupted in enthusiastic applause as the 3 J-Nin stepped forward from their respective areas. Today's J-Nin competitors are Namake's Minato from Konoha, Yura from Sunagakure, and our very own Troy. Oue's voice crescendoed at the mention of Troy, eliciting a fervent reaction from the audience. Troy? That name seems familiar. I believe he appeared in the original story, possibly as a user of a bloodline limit technique, Ye Feng mused, recognizing that any ninja featured in Naruto was no ordinary combatant. Now that the competitors have arrived, I shall not delay any further, Oue announced as he stepped away from the arena's inner circle and called loudly, "Let the contest begin." With Oue's declaration, the ninjas from Sunagakure turned their gaze toward Minato, clearly intending to confront him first before determining the victor against Kumogakure's J-Nin. Chapter 134, Magnetic Escape. In light of the current circumstances, Wave Wind Minato was acutely aware that it was not the opportune moment to strike against the Hidden Cloud Village. Thus he engaged with a ninja from the Hidden Sand Village. Troy seemed to have anticipated this situation, stepping back a few paces, evidently unwilling to interfere in the duel between the two. Yuri was the first to make a move, swiftly forming hand seals and unleashing a wind release. Great breakthrough directed at Wave Wind Minato. Minato, perceiving the hand signs, foresaw the jutsu and effortlessly evaded, rapidly closing in on Yuri. Being chosen to compete by the Hidden Sand Village indicated that Yuri was no mere novice. His close combat skills were formidable. and he exchanged blows with Minato, even appearing to have the upper hand in close quarters. This combat scenario caused Orochimaru to furrow his brow. Minato's displayed combat prowess seemed merely that of a high-ranking ninja, lacking any extraordinary qualities, leaving Orochimaru puzzled as to the source of Ye Feng's confidence. As the battle progressed, Minato grew increasingly wary. Yuri's physical techniques were astonishing, and his reflexes were commendable. Victory in close combat appeared to be a daunting challenge, compelling Minato to contemplate an unexpected strategy. After several exchanges, Minato finally seized an opportunity, grasping Yuri's left hand with his right, preventing him from escaping. Elated, Yuri converted his left hand into a palm, locking it with Minato's right. Meanwhile, his right hand brandished a kunai, aimed at Minato's unguarded body. A sense of triumph surged within Yuri. He had drawn his weapon first, and at such close range, his opponent would be unable to perform any jutsu in time. If he struck now, Minato would surely sustain severe injuries. However, just as Yuri's kunai approached Minato's chest, a pale blue sphere of chakra materialized in front of the kunai, shattering it before swiftly colliding with Yuri's abdomen. Confounded, Yuri pondered the origin of this jutsu. Yet, time for contemplation was no longer his ally. The chakra sphere, imbued with formidable force, sent him hurtling into the arena's inner wall, which cracked and caved in, leaving Yuri gravely injured and unconscious. Indeed, this was Minato's spiraling sphere, a technique that could be executed rapidly without the need for hand seals. Minato aimed to subdue his opponent before they could comprehend the nature of this jutsu, swiftly neutralizing the threat. The onlookers, primarily ninjas, were astounded by this unprecedented technique. Even those unfamiliar with the intricacies of ninjutsu recognized that most techniques required hand seals for execution. Today, however, Minato's spiraling sphere transcended their comprehension. The third Raikage and the leading ninja from the hidden sand village were taken aback by Minato's unexpected strike and expressed a keen interest in the sealless technique. The third Raikage even contemplated incorporating this jutsu into the alliance's terms. Conversely, the hidden sand ninjas schemed to obtain the means of mastering this jutsu should they succeed in annihilating Konoha. Even Orochimaru felt a flicker of interest in the spiraling sphere, albeit a fleeting one, as his fascination with chakra-based techniques had diminished, his curiosity now leaning towards the essence of life energy. Having dispatched Yuri, Minato gradually straightened his posture, directing his gaze towards Troy, seemingly indicating that he was next. Troy approached Minato, halting at a respectful distance, and arrogantly proclaimed, "Your strength is commendable. However, your victory over Yuri was merely due to your unexpected jutsu. As long as I maintain my distance and remain vigilant against your technique, victory will elude you. I advise you to concede before you find yourself impaled." Minato, brimming with confidence, replied, "The outcome can only be determined through battle. I am eager to see what you are capable of." With a dismissive smile, Troy responded, "If it is the experience you seek, I shall oblige." He then bit into a scroll, summoning countless square shuriken with his hands, unleashing a torrent of projectiles towards Minato. Minato observed the incoming assault with perplexity. While such an onslaught was challenging to evade, it posed little threat to a high-ranking ninja. He could simply deflect the shuriken aimed at him, knowing that Troy must have a subsequent plan to contend with. Unfamiliar with Troy's tactics, Minato proceeded with caution. As anticipated, he drew a kunai and deflected the lethal shuriken. The onlookers were baffled, but Ye Feng understood the situation. Troy's bloodline limit was magnetic release, differing slightly from the third Kazekage's version. By making contact with his weapons, Troy could imbue his opponents with magnetic properties, ensuring that any subsequent attack would be inescapable, as they would be irresistibly drawn back. However, Ye Feng remained unperturbed, confident in Minato's prowess, particularly with the Flying Thunder God technique at his disposal. Unbeknownst to Minato, Troy's capabilities were still shrouded in mystery, and he remained on guard. Troy summoned another wave of shuriken, launching them once more. Minato, perplexed, questioned the rationale behind reusing such seemingly ineffective tactics. But soon he noticed a crucial difference. Many of these shuriken were not aimed directly at him and began altering their trajectories, all converging upon Minato. Minato sprang into action, evading and deflecting the relentless barrage of shuriken, yet the sheer volume overwhelmed him, as if they were inexhaustible. Meanwhile, Troy continued his assault, conjuring 3 enormous square shuriken. Upon witnessing the colossal projectiles, Minato's heart raced. If such massive shuriken possessed the ability to lock onto their target, he would find himself in grave danger. Realizing he could no longer conceal his abilities, he swiftly repositioned himself, simultaneously hurling a kunai toward Troy. Troy regarded the kunai with disdain, scoffing, "Is this your ultimate ploy? Do you truly believe such a trivial weapon could harm me? You must have a low opinion of my skills." He leaned slightly, effortlessly dodging the incoming kunai. Yet in the next moment, Troy's pupils dilated in shock as he sensed a presence behind him. He turned to see a glowing blue chakra sphere pressing against his back. Filled with confusion, he wondered how Minato had managed to position himself so stealthily, and before he could process anything further, he lost consciousness. The multitude of shuriken fell to the ground, devoid of Troy's control. Chapter 135, Scorpion. At this moment, the audience was taken aback, as Troy had no idea how his opponent had appeared behind him. The spectators failed to discern how Minato Namikaze had materialized at Troy's rear, leading to a cacophony of discussions filling the arena. In contrast to the boisterous chatter of some attendees, a few more seasoned ninjas appeared contemplative. The third Raikage and Orochimaru had already deduced that this was the Flying Thunder God technique, a signature move of the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. The shuriken aimed at Troy was no ordinary weapon. It was, in fact, a specially crafted Flying Thunder God shuriken by Minato Namikaze. As the shuriken soared to Troy's back, Minato activated the Flying Thunder God technique and teleported behind Troy, swiftly following up with a Rasengan to secure victory. While many young ninjas were unfamiliar with the second Hokage's legendary technique, the more experienced ones recognized it, and both the third Raikage and Orochimaru had witnessed it firsthand. Orochimaru, upon observing the Flying Thunder God technique, realized that Minato had mastered it and seemingly improved upon its efficacy. Minato's talent and prowess were indeed remarkable. No wonder that Ye Feng recognized his abilities. Orochimaru had long coveted the Flying Thunder God technique, yet lacked the spatial aptitude to master it himself. In contrast to Orochimaru's admiration, the third Raikage wore a grave expression. Watching Minato wield the Flying Thunder God technique, he recalled the second Hokage, a ninja of unparalleled talent and strength. Although the Hidden Cloud Village had historically maintained a favorable relationship with the Hidden Leaf Village and had benefited from the second Hokage's patronage, the third Raikage was resolutely opposed to the emergence of a ninja of equal power to the second Hokage in the Leaf Village. He summoned his subordinates, instructing them quietly, investigate and gather all available information on Minato Namikaze. Thus ended the first match of the Elite Genin, which had begun with fervor but concluded rather abruptly, leaving the audience feeling somewhat unsatisfied. Minato exited the arena and returned to his village's section, while the other two combatants were escorted back by their respective ninjas for recuperation. The host, Oya, then announced, "The victor of this match is Minato Namikaze of the Hidden Leaf Village. We thank the three Genin for their thrilling display. Such battles are indeed rare." He continued, "We shall now proceed directly to the next match, the Nin battles. May the combatants step forward." From the three teams, one ninja emerged from each to take their place in the center of the arena. Oya's voice resonated once more. The ninjas competing in this bout are Sarutobi Muse from the Hidden Leaf Village, Sasori from the Sand Village, and our own Korwa. Without further ado, let the battle commence. Sasori? Could it be the renowned Red Sand Sasori? Upon hearing the host's introduction, Ye Feng was startled, suspecting that this Sasori was indeed the infamous one, as the Sand Village's Nin bore red hair. He pondered if the truth would only be revealed during the match. The ninjas from the Hidden Cloud Village instinctively retreated a few steps, remaining expressionless and motionless. Sarutobi Muse, unable to contain his impatience, charged towards Sasori. However, Sasori remained unperturbed, producing a scroll that summoned three puppets to obstruct Muse's advance. Three puppets, along with the crimson hair in this name, unmistakably indicated that this was the Red Sand Sasori. Given his deep-seated animosity towards the Leaf Village, Sarutobi Muse found himself in peril. The puppets brandished long blades and lunged at Muse. In a 1-on-3 scenario, the Nin faced a significant disadvantage. Lacking sufficient chakra, Muse struggled against the overwhelming odds. Suddenly, the chest of the three puppets opened, each firing a flurry of shuriken. This unforeseen turn of events caught the already beleaguered Muse off guard, resulting in several cuts from the shuriken, which began to change color. Poison. Muse distinctly felt a numbing sensation emanating from his wounds, which began to spread. Realizing he was on the brink of defeat, Muse summoned the last of his strength to distance himself from Sasori. Yet, Sasori showed no intention of sparing him. The three puppets surrounded Muse, their blades aimed at his vital points. Seeing Sasori poised to take his life, Muse was frightened into an immediate declaration of surrender, but the puppets accelerated their assault, denying him the opportunity to concede. The Leaf Ninjas and those observing were astonished that a Sand Village ninja would resort to lethal measures during a match. Suddenly, the ground beside Sarutobi Muse shifted, and a semicircular earthen wall rose up to protect him. The puppet's attack struck the wall, denting it momentarily before it reformed. The savior was none other than Orochimaru, who had executed the earth release, Earth prison technique to shield Muse. Sasori turned to Orochimaru and remarked, "Is the Leaf Village intent on intervening in this contest? Since it is merely a match, I did not expect you to resort to lethal force. It is true that there was no stipulation against killing one's opponent, but there was also no prohibition against saving a ninja who wishes to surrender," Orochimaru replied nonchalantly. Sasori understood that engaging in a war of words was futile and thus shifted his focus to Kurwa. A leaf ninja approached to escort Sarutobi Muse back. At this juncture, Sasori's displayed prowess had transcended that of a mere nin. Even among Nin, his skills were commendable. Moreover, one could only speculate whether Sasori had fought at full strength. Kurwa recognized the disparity between himself and Sasori and, after exchanging a few blows, seized an opportunity to withdraw and concede. Unlike his pursuit of Sarutobi Muse, Sasori did not chase after Kurwa, for he bore no animosity towards the hidden cloud village. And the situation did not permit such aggression. Orochimaru then quietly inquired of Ye Feng, "How did you foresee that Sasori would attempt to kill Sarutobi Muse?" It was clear that Orochimaru had prepared his jutsu in advance, prompted by Feng's warning, which allowed him to rescue Muse at a critical moment. "If you knew who Sasori's grandmother was, you would understand the reason," Feng replied cryptically. "Oh? It seems Sasori's grandmother is also a renowned ninja. Sasori's grandmother is Chiyo. It is no wonder that Sasori would harbor such animosity towards the Leaf Village. We must ensure that the Sand Village remains unaware of Kakashi Hataki's existence. During this period, do not let Kakashi stray from your sight." Sasori's parents perished at the hands of the Leaf Tsukumo Hataki during a mission, which explains his deep-seated hatred for the Leaf. Moreover, Kakashi is Tsukumo's son. Should Sasori discover Kakashi's presence, he would undoubtedly seek to eliminate him. Chapter 136. The Two-Tailed Jinchuriki. At this moment, a ninja from Konoha rushed to Orochimaru's side, speaking in a frantic tone, "It is dire. The poison in Sarutobi Muse cannot be cured and continues to spread throughout his body." Upon hearing this, Orochimaru immediately approached Sarutobi Muse, examining him closely. As a skilled ninja proficient in the manipulation of the human body, Orochimaru was no stranger to medical ninjutsu. However, after a thorough inspection, he furrowed his brow in concern. The poison afflicting Sarutobi Muse was not ordinary. It appeared to be a unique toxin devised by the assailant, exceedingly potent, and no immediate remedy was apparent. At a loss, Orochimaru sought the aid of the third Raikage, hoping for assistance from the hidden cloud village. He conveyed the situation to the Raikage, who, recognizing the gravity of the matter, given that this was a Konoha ninja, could not afford to allow a Konoha shinobi to perish within their village, even if they were not directly responsible. Thus, the Raikage mobilized the medical team of the village to exert their utmost efforts in treatment. Scorpion, confident in his toxic research, believed that without him, even the entirety of the hidden cloud village would be incapable of saving Sarutobi Muse, unless Tsunade from Konoha were to arrive, which seemed highly improbable as she was currently traveling far from the village. Consequently, it appeared that Sarutobi Muse was doomed. A fact that contributed to Scorpion's decision to refrain from further disputation with Orochimaru. Sarutobi Muse was promptly transported to the hospital for treatment, yet the tournament continued unabated. The victor was Scorpion from the Sand Village. His formidable prowess had allowed him to defeat 2 opponents in succession. Next came the battles of the Genin, and we eagerly anticipated the surprises that the talented Genin from each village might unveil. Oya's voice resonated throughout the arena. Ye Feng left his seat and stepped into the center of the fighting arena, observing the throngs gathered in the elevated stands. This evoked within him a sense of nostalgia, as if he had returned to the days of ancient Rome, with himself as the gladiator of this contest. Oya's voice broke through Ye Feng's reverie. The ninjas competing in this match are Uchiha Ye Feng from Konoha, Maki from the Sand Village, and our own 2 wooden men. Upon hearing the names of his opponents, Ye Feng's composure faltered. Maki, a prospective elite Nin, was evidently not a mere genin at this age. And as for the 2 wooden men, were they truly classified as genin? They were, after all, the Two-Tailed Jinchuriki. However, the designation of genin was nebulous. The Sand Village had firmly categorized Maki as such, leaving no room for dispute. While the Two-Tailed Jinchuriki was indeed a genin, the power they could unleash was far beyond that of an average genin. Ye Feng cursed inwardly, lamenting the audacity of the Third Raikage and the Sand Village. Nevertheless, this overconfidence was one reason behind the Sand Village's belief in their inevitable victory. Although the first match had ended unexpectedly, the subsequent Nin match had been won with relative ease. As for this third match, Maki, despite being classified as a genin, had already surpassed the capabilities of an average Nin, merely lacking the opportunity to participate in the Nin exams. With Oya's command, The battle commenced. The three ninjas remained steadfast, eyeing one another with unwavering confidence, each believing they could triumph over the others. The two wooden men transformed their hands into claws and launched their initial assault. The third Raikage, observing from the stands, frowned slightly, feeling irked that the two wooden men were neglecting their advantageous position. Ye Feng's strength lay in his speed, although the two wooden men were swift. They were not fast enough to pose a threat to him. Conversely, Maki, while not particularly fast, exhibited remarkable reflexes, consistently evading the attacks of the two wooden men. As the two wooden men found it challenging to catch up with Ye Feng, they focused their efforts on the slower Maki. Ye Feng was pleased with this turn of events, swiftly maneuvering to distance himself from the fray, content to reap the benefits like a cunning fisherman. Maki, however, was no fool. Recognizing that he could not easily shake off the two wooden men, he unleashed a cloud of toxic smoke from his mouth, enveloping them, while simultaneously condensing wind blades in his hands, launching them into the fog. He retreated, finally creating some distance from the two wooden men. The two wooden men emerged from the side of the toxic cloud, enveloped in a layer of ethereal blue chakra, which rendered them immune to the effects of the poison. However, the slicing power of the wind blades still inflicted wounds upon them, though these injuries were healing at a visibly accelerated rate. Maki, astonished by the rapid healing of the two wooden men, could hardly comprehend the nature of these beings, who seemed to disregard his toxic mist, with their wounds mending swiftly. The two wooden men, unfazed by Maki's shock, were now filled with rage, as they had previously looked down upon their opponents, now, having sustained injuries in battle. They felt humiliated. Accelerating their charge towards Maki, the two wooden men exhaled a blue, mouse-shaped chakra, propelling themselves with increased speed. Maki, seeing this, hastily drew a kunai and aimed it at the mouse-shaped chakra. Yet, before the kunai could reach its target, the chakra detonated, erupting into countless blue flames that surged towards Maki. Startled by the onslaught of blue flames, Maki turned to flee, but the flames seemed to possess a homing instinct, relentlessly pursuing him. In the arena, devoid of any obstacles to shield himself, Maki fought valiantly to dispel several of the blue flames, yet he was ultimately overwhelmed, suffering significant injuries and being forced to withdraw from the match. The ethereal blue mouse-shaped chakra was a ninjutsu derived from the unique properties of the two tails, known as the fire mouse ball. Upon detonation in midair, it transformed into an array of blue flames that pursued the opponent until they either struck an obstacle or made contact with their target. The two wooden men, exercising restraint, chose not to deliver a lethal blow to Maki. Maki's exit signified the unraveling of the Sand Village's strategy. They now hoped fervently for a victory from the hidden Cloud Village, which would result in each faction claiming one win, allowing the Sand Village to retain some maneuverability. Should Konoha triumph once more, their mission would be deemed a failure. While some alliances might be inconsequential in the pursuit of profit, the third Raikage held his commitments in high regard, only willing to forsake them for benefits of immense value, an offer that the Sand Village was unlikely able to provide. Having dealt with Maki, the two wooden men turned their gaze towards Ye Feng's, their eyes brimming with indignation at his evasive tactics as he watched them battle Maki as if a mere spectator. Once again, the two wooden men unleashed a blue mouse-shaped chakra towards Ye Feng. Having observed this jutsu previously, Ye Feng devised a countermeasure, immediately employing the fire style, Great Fireball technique. His fireball was extraordinarily vast, and even as the fire mouse ball detonated, it was wholly engulfed by the enormous fireball, resulting in a collision of ninjutsu that left only a plume of smoke in its wake. Chapter 137, Instant Kill. Suddenly, a figure darted forth from the smoke, lunging towards Ye Feng with astonishing speed. Even Ye Feng, caught off guard, could only narrowly evade the attack, but the claws still grazed his clothing. Had he not reacted in time, that strike could have severely injured him, perhaps even grievously wounding his chest. The assailant was none other than the two wooden beings, each sporting a ghostly blue tail that signified an infusion of Two Tails chakra, enhancing their speed and strength exponentially. Ye Feng, observing the torn fabric before him, felt a lingering dread. While a direct hit would not have resulted in death, it would have certainly placed him at a disadvantage. He chastised himself internally for underestimating his opponents yet again. Though he had managed to dodge this time, what would happen next? The smile that once adorned his face transformed into a stern expression. He was resolved not to grant the wooden beings another opportunity. One could never be certain of their mastery over the tailed beast chakra, and should they unleash the two tails again, many of his hidden cards would be rendered useless, leaving him in a precarious position. Ye Feng's vital energy began to radiate throughout his body as he opened the third gate of the 8 gates, an explosive surge of power reverberating through the arena. Fortunately, a barrier surrounded the fighting ground. Otherwise, this overwhelming presence could have affected the spectators. The third Reikage observed Ye Feng's burgeoning aura with a grave expression. Having already contended with the likes of Minato Namikaze, he now faced another prodigy, Uchiha Ye Feng. The very name evoked the prestigious Uchiha clan, and though Ye Feng had yet to activate his Sharingan, it remained unclear whether he simply hadn't awakened it or had done so without revealing it. However, once he did awaken his Sharingan, combined with his physical prowess, he would undoubtedly possess the strength of an elite Genin or higher. Should he refine his skills further, Konoha would gain another formidable force. The third Reikage couldn't help but lament the fortune of Konoha, where masters seemed to emerge with relentless frequency. With figures like the third Hokage, the legendary three ninjas, and Kakashi Hitaki, the arrival of Minato and Ye Feng made it clear that Konoha was not a village that could be easily shaken by others. Ninja from Sunagakure watched Ye Feng's demonstration with grim faces. Given the current circumstances, it was evident that Ye Feng held the upper hand. And the fact that such a young genius hailed from Konoha only exacerbated their frustration, igniting a desire to eliminate him immediately. The two wooden beings were equally astonished. The overwhelming aura emanating from Ye Feng suggested immense power, though they were left to wonder just how formidable he truly was. Ye Feng, undeterred by the thoughts of others, swiftly closed the distance to the vigilant wooden beings, delivering a punch simultaneously. His speed was such that only a select few elite Genin and Kaga-level shinobi could discern his movements. The wooden beings, in their childlike forms, merely noticed Ye Feng's sudden disappearance, only to find him before them a heartbeat later. They had no time to react before his fist collided with them. And had it not been for the protective chakra of the two tails, the strike would have surely inflicted severe damage. Yet even with such restraint, the blow was beyond what the wooden beings could endure. They were sent hurtling through the air, blood spewing from their mouths as they crashed against the barrier, which cracked under the impact. They then fell heavily to the ground, unconscious. The outcome left the audience in stunned silence. The fact that the two wooden beings, known to be the Jinchuriki of the two tails, could not withstand Ye Feng's strike even after partially harnessing the tailed beast's chakra was simply unacceptable to the spectators from Kumogakure. How could such strength belong to a mere genin? Perhaps it was an ancient monster in disguise? The Reikage, present and astute, would certainly recognize such a ruse. What kind of strength must such a genin possess to grow into? The thought was terrifying. As chaos reigned in the arena and discussions erupted among the onlookers, the third Reikage found himself regretting the decision to hold this match. Ye Feng's display was nothing short of breathtaking, and his youth only added to the astonishment. He even contemplated whether to retain Ye Feng within Kumogakure, but practicality forbade such whims, and he could only sigh deeply. The only individuals unfazed by the spectacle were Orochimaru, Kakashi Hitaki, and Uchiha Shinichi. They were well aware of Ye Feng's formidable prowess. However, the extent of his strength remained elusive. While Ye Feng's performance today was indeed impressive, it was still within the realm of the acceptable. Given Ye Feng's penchant for concealing his true abilities, it was likely that what he showcased today was but a fraction of his true potential, possibly far from his limits. This realization only reinforced Orochimaru's belief in the promising future he envisioned for Ye Feng, instilling him with greater confidence. Meanwhile, Kakashi and Shinichi quietly speculated about Ye Feng's true capabilities, lending credence to Ye Feng's earlier statements regarding Konoha's shadows. The outcome of the match left the third Reikage discontented, prompting a hasty conclusion to the event. Orochimaru instructed the others to return to their lodgings while he made his way to the third Reikage's office. With the match just concluded, Orochimaru was eager to secure the alliance contract between Kumogakure and Konoha before any complications arose. Upon entering the office of the third Reikage, Orochimaru recognized the intent behind the Reikage's demeanor. Yet, the third Reikage lacked the inclination for conflict, swiftly signing the alliance agreement between the two villages. After departing from the Reikage's office, Orochimaru surveyed the alliance scroll in his hands, a smile gracing his features as he felt fortunate for having brought along Minato and Ye Feng, which facilitated the smooth completion of their mission. The only unforeseen complication was Sarutobi Mu's injury due to poisoning, now being treated in Kumogakure's hospital, with the outcome still uncertain. With this in mind, Orochimaru headed directly to the hospital, intent on learning about Sarutobi Mu's condition. Upon inquiring about the room, he was informed that Sarutobi Muse was still in critical care. This revelation caused Orochimaru's brow to furrow. How could it take so long to heal? While Kumogakure's medical facilities were not on par with Konoha's, they were still of high quality. It was baffling that the poison inflicted by Sasori was proving so difficult to counter. Determined not to waste any time, Orochimaru approached the hospital director, revealing his identity and demanding to know the true status of Sarutobi Mu's condition. The director, unable to conceal the truth, explained that they had employed numerous methods to expel the toxins, but to no avail. It appeared the poison had integrated into his very flesh, and for the time being, they could only suppress its effects, hoping to buy time for further research into a solution. It was unlikely there would be any results in the immediate future. Chapter 138. Detoxification. Orochimaru still held the contract and could not afford to wait for results before returning. However, the situation with Sarutobi Muse did not allow him to go back to Konohagakure. Just as Orochimaru found himself in a dilemma, the image of Ye Feng flashed through his mind. Indeed, Ye Feng had an array of methods and should have a solution. Orochimaru chided himself for not thinking of Ye Feng sooner amidst his worries. Thus, he hurried back to find Ye Feng, explaining Sarutobi Muse's condition and inquiring if he had any remedies. "I'm not particularly proficient in medical ninjutsu," Ye Feng replied, "but if it involves detoxification, I might have some means. However, I need to assess the toxin first." Upon hearing Ye Feng's words, Orochimaru felt a glimmer of hope. He promptly took Ye Feng back to the hospital. Observing the significant discoloration of Sarutobi Muse's body, now a purplish hue, Ye Feng realized the toxin had permeated deeply. Placing his hand on Sarutobi Muse's wrist, Ye Feng channeled his vital energy into the meridians, meticulously sensing the changes in the toxins within Sarutobi Muse's body. It was undeniable that the poison from Scorpion was particularly insidious. It bore a striking resemblance to human cells, thus facilitating its infiltration into the flesh. Moreover, the toxin gradually assimilated with normal cells, diminishing their numbers. Yet, the toxins were not genuine cells. Ye Feng could still detect a slight resistance from the cells against the toxins, albeit feeble, rendering them temporarily incapable of expelling the toxins. Since there was a resistance in the body, the situation was manageable. Ye Feng's current approach was to temporarily enhance the cells with his vital energy, increasing their expulsion capacity to flush the toxins out through the bloodstream. Having devised a plan, he wasted no time and instructed Orochimaru, "Please clear the room. I have a method to try, but it is best done without an audience." Orochimaru understood Ye Feng's implication. This required the use of vital energy, and the fewer witnesses, the better. Ignoring the objections of the hospital staff, he expelled everyone from the room. Orochimaru positioned himself outside the door, ensuring no one interrupted Ye Feng's treatment. The detoxification process was time-consuming, necessitating the expulsion of toxins from every inch of Sarutobi Muse's skin. Ye Feng labored for over an hour before consolidating the toxins, which flowed out through the blood vessels in his arm, emitting a noxious stench and billowing black smoke as they landed on the ground. Ye Feng felt a significant drain on his vital energy and mused, "Scorpion's toxin is indeed troublesome. I must devise a more effective countermeasure for the future." After finishing, Ye Feng approached the door and informed Orochimaru of his departure, intending to recuperate his vital energy. Observing that Sarutobi Muse's complexion had returned to normal, Orochimaru concluded that the problem had been resolved. He then carried Sarutobi Muse out of the hospital with a sense of triumph. The doctors and nurses in the hospital, witnessing the restoration of Sarutobi Muse's complexion and skin, speculated that the toxin had been neutralized, leaving the entire Yunin village hospital astounded. Previously, they had assembled their finest medical ninjas, only able to temporarily suppress the toxin. Yet, the Konoha ninja had resolved it in just over an hour? Were Konoha's medical ninjas truly that formidable? Surely, it couldn't be genuine. Perhaps they had merely managed to hold the toxins at bay. Konoha ninjas would not treat their own so callously, likely having truly detoxified him. Their swift success prompted some to question their own medical ninjutsu's efficacy, with some vowing to visit Konoha to assess their skills. This news quickly reached the ears of the Third Raikage and the Sand Village ninjas. The Third Raikage understood that Orochimaru lacked the capability for such a feat, leading him to suspect it was the work of Uchiha Ye Feng. His desire to retain Ye Feng grew stronger, yet he hesitated, knowing that forcibly keeping him would sour relations with Konoha, a scenario he wished to avoid. Moreover, with the presence of Minato Namikaze, the user of the Flying Thunder God technique, retaining Ye Feng would not be an easy task, prompting him to suppress that thought once more. The Sand Village ninjas, lacking intelligence in Yunin Village, were only aware that Konoha had neutralized Scorpion's toxin but were unaware of who had accomplished it. Having witnessed the potency of Scorpion's poison, they doubted even Chio could confidently neutralize it. The fact that Konoha's ninjas managed to do so indicated that there was a medical ninja among them whose skills rivaled Tsunade's, igniting a murderous intent within the leading Sand Village ninja. Upon returning to the inn with Sarutobi Muse, Orochimaru gathered everyone and announced that the mission was nearly complete. As long as they returned with the contract, the task would be deemed fully accomplished. Hearing this news, the other Konoha ninjas erupted in cheers. This mission would bolster Konoha's security and, being at least an S-rank task, promised a substantial reward, allowing them to exchange for more resources. The Konoha ninjas were naturally elated. Although they had yet to retrieve the contract, with Orochimaru leading the team alongside Minato and Ye Feng, along with 2 other genin. There was little that could impede their progress unless rival major villages resorted to deploying dozens of genin. With the mission practically complete, Orochimaru decreed a night of rest before gathering in the morning to return to Konoha. He then dismissed all the ninjas, with the contract scroll being consumed by a summoned snake. The final night in Yunin village passed peacefully, and the next morning, a rejuvenated Ye Feng and the others assembled, preparing to depart. Sarutobi Muse required further recuperation, so 2 Nin assisted in carrying him. Suchikage once again came to bid farewell, showering Ye Feng and his companions with pleasantries until they reached the borders of the Land of Lightning before parting ways. Unbeknownst to them, shortly after their departure, a contingent from the Sand Village also left Yunin Village. The third Raikage was aware of this development but chose not to disclose it to the Konoha ninjas, leaving his true intentions shrouded in mystery. At this moment, Ye Feng and his companions had traversed the Land of Moon, opting not to pass through the bustling regions of the Land of Water, but rather taking the most direct route to expedite their return to the Land of Fire. However, during their journey, Orochimaru commanded the team to halt, summoning countless small snakes to burrow into the ground, seemingly to investigate their surroundings. The others watched in confusion, unaware of any potential threats. Ye Feng, recognizing that Orochimaru's actions were deliberate, expanded his senses to survey the vicinity. The other 2 genin in the Konoha team sensed an undercurrent of scrutiny, their hearts racing as they quickly scanned their surroundings, but could not pinpoint the source. Noticing that neither Orochimaru nor Minato exhibited any signs of alarm, they suppressed their doubts for the moment. Chapter 139, The Encirclement. At this moment, Ye Feng's perception revealed the presence of the sand-hidden village ninjas trailing behind him. With a hint of disdain, he thought, do they dare to follow with such a meager number? Do they not fear annihilation upon turning back? However, Ye Feng did not underestimate the sand-hidden village. He knew they must have a backup plan. With such scant personnel, their survival was questionable. Thus, Ye Feng amplified his sensory abilities using his chakra and, indeed, spotted over 20 ninjas waiting ahead. Their foreheads bore no headbands, leaving their village affiliation ambiguous. Yet, given their position and their cooperation with the sand-hidden village, it was evident that these ninjas belonged to either the sand or rock-hidden villages. The audacity of the sand and rock-hidden villages was remarkable, mobilizing such a significant number of ninjas merely to deal with Ye Feng and his companions, intent on leaving no one behind. Ye Feng relayed the situation to Orochimaru, who, upon hearing this, wore a solemn expression. The sheer number of ninjas indicated that their strength would be formidable, otherwise, they would merely serve as cannon fodder. Even with Orochimaru's considerable power, a safe escape could not be guaranteed, especially with the presence of Nin and Genin by his side. Ye Feng felt a desire to engage in battle, to gauge how many adversaries he could confront with his full strength. However, revealing his secrets and true capabilities was a significant concern for him. It would be prudent to retreat first, relying on the Flying Thunder God technique of Minato and Namikaze to ensure their escape. Approaching Minato, Ye Feng whispered, "Brother Minato, what is the maximum distance you can teleport using the Flying Thunder God technique, and how many individuals can you bring with you?" Understanding Ye Feng's intent, Minato pondered and replied, "I can sense up to 20 kilometers away, but I have yet to test how many I can teleport. According to the technique's principles, transporting others significantly increases the chakra consumption, so I cannot guarantee that I can take everyone that far. Then we should teleport a shorter distance. Can we manage 9 people over 10 kilometers? Ye Feng suggested. 10 kilometers should be feasible, Minato confirmed after a moment of contemplation. Very well. Let us proceed to inform Orochimaru-sama, Ye Feng declared. He led Minato to Orochimaru and outlined his plan. Ye Feng would take Minato as Flying Thunder God Kanai, evade the enemy ninja's line of sight, and position themselves 10 kilometers behind the enemy. Once the enemies encircled Orochimaru and his group, they would immediately activate the Flying Thunder God technique to reach Ye Feng's location, thus circumventing the encirclement. After teleporting, the Konoha ninjas would dash towards the Land of Fire. As long as they breached the country's perimeter, their escape would be deemed successful. Orochimaru, considering Ye Feng's strategy, asked, "How do you plan to avoid the enemy ninja surveillance and barriers? Have you forgotten that I possess an invisibility talisman, Orochimaru-sensei?" Ye Feng replied, Orochimaru instinctively glanced at Minato, who showed no change in expression, indicating he was aware of the talisman's existence. Ye Feng continued, Orochimaru-sensei, please provide me with the explosive tags from our team. I will set a trap to hinder the enemy's pursuit. Agreed, let us proceed, Orochimaru said, promptly gathering all the explosive tags and handing them to Ye Feng. Armed with the explosive tags and the flying thunder god kunai, Ye Feng instructed Minato to divert the attention of the other ninjas, while he utilized the invisibility talisman to stealthily depart from the group. Once Orochimaru saw Ye Feng's figure vanish, he led the remaining members to continuously change positions, buying more time for Ye Feng. The stretcher-carrying Sarutobi Muse was abandoned, now borne by a Jonin. However, the ninjas from the sand and rock hidden villages had encircled Ye Feng and his companions, leaving little room for escape. Soon, the three groups encountered one another. The Konoha team found themselves in the middle, facing a squad of over 20 ninjas, primarily Jonin, while behind them, the ninjas dispatched from the cloud-hidden village blocked their retreat. The Konoha ninjas bore grave expressions, realizing they were surrounded by more than 30 enemies, most of whom were Jonin. Orochimaru, observing the leading ninja from the opposing side, remarked with a smile, so, the rock-hidden village has even sent you. There is no need for pretense. Your alliance with the sand-hidden village is evident, isn't it? Show. To participate in the encirclement of one of the legendary Sannin. I find myself rather exhilarated. Sho, feeling somewhat smug, responded, Indeed, it is a privilege to face you, Orochimaru. As Sho showed no intention of attacking first, Orochimaru was pleased to delay further. When did the famed Sho of the rock-hidden village resort to collusion with the sand-hidden village for such nefarious deeds? You Konoha are truly fortunate, brimming with talent. If we can trap you here, Konoha will undoubtedly suffer significant losses, allowing the rock-hidden village a period of peace. However, the observant Maki noted that one member was missing from the Konoha team. Uchiha Ye Feng was absent. He immediately called out, Be cautious. The Konoha team is down one member. Uchiha Ye Feng is not with them. Maki's words startled all the ninjas. And only then did the sand and rock ninjas realize that the original 10-member team had now dwindled to 9. Even the Konoha ninjas were puzzled as to when Ye Feng had vanished from their ranks. You dare to deceive me, Orochimaru? Sho seemed to sense that Orochimaru was stalling for time. Recognizing he could no longer delay, Orochimaru commanded, Everyone, grab hold of Minato's clothing. The Konoha ninjas, understanding the urgency, promptly clutched Minato's attire. Once Minato confirmed that everyone was ready, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique and teleported them away. The Konoha ninjas felt a fleeting sensation before arriving at a new location, where they spotted Ye Feng setting up explosive tag traps. Orochimaru quickly inquired, Ye Feng, are the traps ready? All set. We must retreat swiftly, Ye Feng replied, knowing the moment had come to leave without further delay. Orochimaru led the group sprinting towards the land of fire. The sand and rock ninjas, upon witnessing the collective disappearance of the Konoha team, understood they had escaped. Sho, with a darkened expression, muttered, That little brat must have used the Flying Thunder God mark to leave the group. I never anticipated that the technique could transport so many at once. Let us pursue them. They still have injured and lower-ranking ninjas. Their speed cannot be swift. Everyone, follow me. Initially, Sho had underestimated the Flying Thunder God technique, believing that as long as they monitored the Flying Thunder God marks, the Konoha ninjas would not escape their grasp. Moreover, with the sand-hidden village conducting thorough searches for the marks to prevent premature escapes, he had grown complacent. Even now, Sho remained oblivious to how Uchiha Ye Feng had eluded their encirclement. Chapter 140. Here and now is not the time for hesitation. The pressing task at hand is to capture this group from Konoha. Sho, accompanied by a cadre of ninjas, hastened towards the land of fire, disregarding those slower ninjas who fell behind. Soon, Sho and a dozen elite Jounin arrived at the location where Ye Feng and his companions had just teleported. However, as they landed, one Jounin inadvertently triggered an explosive tag concealed in the ground, leading to a series of detonations. Fortunately, due to their considerable experience, most of the Jounin managed to vacate the explosion zone promptly, though one was killed, and another lost both legs in the blast. Once the explosion subsided, Sho surveyed the casualties with a pang of sorrow. Both injured ninjas were from a Wagakure, and before a battle had even commenced, they had already suffered significant losses. Yet, this was not the moment for Sho to dwell on grief. He designated one ninja to tend to the wounded and await the others, while the rest followed him in pursuit. An hour later, Ye Feng sensed the approach of a group of individuals. Immediately, he amplified his perception and discerned Sho and his cadre of ninjas in rapid pursuit, likely accompanied by additional ninjas who lagged behind. Ye Feng relayed the situation to Orochimaru. They still had some distance to cover, allowing them to run a bit longer. Currently, only Orochimaru, Ye Feng, Minato Namikaze, and 2 other Jounin were capable of combat. Minato, having previously utilized the Flying Thunder God technique, had depleted much of his chakra and could not engage in prolonged conflict. As the enemy drew within 2 kilometers, Orochimaru commanded the 2 Jounin, "You two take the others and continue running. Bring a Flying Thunder God kunai belonging to Minato. Once you have covered 15 kilometers, discard the kunai, and under no circumstances should you look back, regardless of what transpires." The 2 Jounin understood that Orochimaru intended to remain behind to delay the enemy. Hesitant, they replied, "Lord Orochimaru," but Orochimaru swiftly interrupted, "This is an order." The 2 Jounin, recognizing that this was to prevent others from hindering Orochimaru, ceased their protests and pressed forward with the group. Meanwhile, Orochimaru, Ye Feng, and Minato halted. As they watched the others retreat, Ye Feng spoke urgently, "Minato, restore your chakra immediately." Orochimaru continuously released large-scale fire release techniques into the sky. Uncertain of Ye Feng's intentions but trusting in his judgment, both Orochimaru and Minato complied. Orochimaru's chakra reserves and ninjutsu execution speed far surpassed that of ordinary ninjas, and soon vast clouds gathered overhead. Ye Feng activated his 3-tomo Sharingan, attentively monitoring the clouds while occasionally directing Orochimaru to adjust the trajectory of his fire release. Indeed, Ye Feng was preparing to unleash the lightning release, Kirin, a technique originally wielded by Uchiha Sasuke. Moreover, Ye Feng's true energy could effortlessly transform into lightning, making it far easier for him to control than for Sasuke. At that moment, Sho arrived before the trio. Minato ceased his chakra restoration, readying himself for battle. Sho initiated the exchange. "Are you willing to sacrifice yourselves to buy time for the others? I will not be deceived again." With that, he charged forward. Orochimaru immediately employed the summoning technique, Triple Rashomon, to obstruct Sho's advance. He was uncertain of Ye Feng's plan, but recognized that it would require time. Thus his ninjutsu aimed primarily to delay. Ye Feng observed the clouds above, where lightning was beginning to coalesce, yet it was still insufficient. Therefore, he concentrated his true energy and hurled it upwards. Upon entering the clouds, the energy vanished, but the lightning grew in size and intensity. At that moment, Sho and his ninjas circumvented the Rashomon and approached Orochimaru. They beheld the ominous lightning flashing above, a sense of unease creeping into their hearts. Prepared, Ye Feng joined Minato. And upon witnessing Ye Feng's actions, Orochimaru understood that the time for Ye Feng's technique had arrived and retreated beside Minato. "Let us savor the feast we have prepared for you," Ye Feng declared, swinging his true energy. From the clouds crackling with lightning, a colossal Kirin emerged, its fearsome form lunging towards Sho and his group. Recognizing the terrifying energy emanating from the lightning Kirin, Sho exclaimed, "Such a wide-ranging attack. Do you intend to perish alongside us?" But he quickly recalled the Flying Thunder God technique, realizing that Ye Feng and the others would likely escape. Sho shouted, "Everyone, scatter immediately. This is an attack we cannot withstand." He himself fled into the distance. Orochimaru and Minato felt the oppressive might of the descending Kirin, their breaths becoming labored under its weight. Yet they could not help but marvel at Ye Feng's prowess. Such an assault could easily obliterate a small nation. "We must depart," Orochimaru murmured softly. His words snapped Minato back to reality, and he promptly executed the Flying Thunder God technique, transporting them 15 kilometers away. Even at that distance, both Minato and Orochimaru felt the Kirin's pressure. When the Kirin struck the ground, an immense sound erupted, and the trio, even 15 kilometers away, sensed the subtle tremor beneath them. Ye Feng was unaware of the Kirin's exact power in the original work, but he surmised that the enhancement from his true energy had significantly amplified its strength beyond that of the original. The 3 glanced back momentarily at the distant Kirin before turning to depart. They were uncertain how many of their adversaries would survive. Leaving was the most prudent course of action. On the way back, Ye Feng instructed Orochimaru to keep this technique confidential and not to document it in the mission log, also advising Minato to refrain from disclosing its existence. As the Kirin's assault subsided, Sho miraculously remained alive, albeit bloodied and battered. He struggled to rise and slowly made his way back to the site where he had encountered Orochimaru and the others, taking in the devastation around him, the charred remnants of the battlefield, and the lingering aura of dread. At that moment, ninjas from Sunagakure and Iwagakure arrived, witnessing the bloodied Sho with eyes wide in shock. Reflecting on the terrifying lightning Kirin they had glimpsed from afar, There was a flicker of respect in their hearts for Sho, who had survived such a formidable attack. Sho, however, had no time to ponder their thoughts. He immediately ordered them to scour the area for any survivors. Half an hour later, the searchers returned, reporting only one surviving Jounin, who was grievously injured with one arm and one leg missing, barely alive, yet rendered incapacitated. The bodies of the other ninjas were found, but they were in a tragic state, largely unrecognizable. Sho beheld this outcome with immense sorrow. The pride he had once felt was now overshadowed by profound grief. With no desire to continue the pursuit, he led the remaining ninjas away from the land of water. Chapter 141. Return. Ye Feng and his companions were unaware of what lay ahead, but it was prudent to maintain a safe distance. They continued their swift journey until they caught up with other Konoha ninjas, accelerating towards the land of fire. Upon entering the land of fire and reaching the Konoha military camp stationed at the border, Ye Feng felt a sense of relief as neither Sunagakure nor Iwagakure made an appearance within his consciousness. It was only then that the tension in the group eased, allowing them to sit down on the ground. The captain of the station ninjas, belonging to the Sarutobi clan, recognized Orochimaru and observed the weary state of his group, which clearly indicated they had been traveling tirelessly for an extended period. He couldn't help but wonder if anyone in the ninja world could force Orochimaru into such a state. Orochimaru, however, paid no heed to the captain's curiosity. After all, the ambush from Sunagakure and Iwagakure was a significant matter that could not be taken lightly before the third Hokage reached a resolution. Understanding the unspoken rules, the captain refrained from inquiring further and instead prepared meals and places for Ye Feng and his companions to wash up and rest. After a hearty meal and some freshening up, the group reconvened. Nearly 30 Jonin couldn't hold us back. I could boast about this for a lifetime, exclaimed one of the Jonin with a broad smile. Your escape was due to your own merit? It was thanks to Namikaze Minato, Uchiha Ye Feng, and Lord Orochimaru. Another Jonin interjected playfully, though his beaming expression indicated his agreement with the first. Indeed, especially that terrifying lightning Kirin. It was the most formidable ninjutsu I've ever witnessed. And I still feel a shiver at the thought of it, another added. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. What is the name of that ninjutsu? It was truly remarkable. Orochimaru contemplated explaining, yet hesitated due to his prior promise to Ye Feng to keep it a secret. Ye Feng quickly interjected, this is a ninjutsu that Lord Orochimaru devised on the spot, harnessing the power of lightning from the heavens, transforming into the lightning Kirin. Perhaps Lord Orochimaru could name it? Ye Feng's suggestion set the tone, leaving Orochimaru with no choice but to suggest, since the lightning transforms into a Kirin, let it be called Kirin. Orochimaru had long been an idol to many in the village, and this incident further elevated his status in the eyes of the group. After resting for the night, Ye Feng and his companions departed the border early the next morning, eager to return and complete their final task. On their journey back, Kakashi Hatake and Uchiha Shinichi sprinted with all their might, seemingly venting their frustrations, compelling the three Chunin to quicken their pace, thinking to themselves how embarrassing it would be to be outpaced by Genin. Unbeknownst to them, they unconsciously overlooked Ye Feng, a Genin. Orochimaru and the other Jonin recognized the pent-up frustration in Kakashi and Shinichi, understanding their need to run vigorously. Nevertheless, experiencing setbacks as Genin could serve as a valuable lesson, igniting their motivation. Yet, Kakashi and Shinichi remained notably silent. During this mission to Kumogakure, they had not once contributed to the task and, on the return trip, had become a burden. Even Ye Feng had stayed behind to fend off enemies, leaving them no choice but to run ahead and avoid being a greater liability to the team. This sensation was disheartening. They were accustomed to standing above their peers, but now they found themselves looking up to Orochimaru, Minato, and Ye Feng. Thus, a fierce determination brewed within them, a drive to push themselves to their limits. This resolve propelled the group back to the village at an accelerated pace. By the time night fell the following day, Orochimaru and his companions arrived at the gates of Konoha. Anticipating their return, the third Hokage, accompanied by 2 advisors and several clan leaders, awaited them at the entrance, including Uchiha Tenkan from the Uchiha clan. Such a grand welcoming assembly left the ninja team feeling both surprised and honored. The third Hokage's intelligence network spanned the entire ninja world, with even Kumogakure and the land of water harboring hidden informants. This allowed the third Hokage to be informed in advance about the alliance's outcome and the pursuit by 30 Jonin. While the specifics remained unclear, it did not diminish the recognition owed to Ye Feng and his companions for their contributions to Konoha. Thus, the third Hokage invited the advisors and clan leaders. Though Shimura Danzo was conspicuously absent, The clan leaders, having received their information from the third Hokage, were eager to show their support for the accomplished ninjas, hoping to foster goodwill, which would be beneficial for their clans. Uchiha Tenkin's presence was solely to honor Ye Feng and to curry favor with the third Hokage, thereby alleviating any wariness towards the Uchiha clan. The third Hokage was indeed pleased with Tenkin's attendance. Esteemed ninjas, I express my gratitude on behalf of Konoha for your endeavors during this perilous journey. The third Hokage addressed them warmly. This left Orochimaru and his group taken aback, prompting them to respond, all for the sake of Konoha. We willingly risk our lives for its glory. The third Hokage nodded in satisfaction, precisely what he had hoped for. After offering a few more words of encouragement, he granted Ye Feng and his companions a much-deserved extended leave to recuperate. Meanwhile, Orochimaru followed the third Hokage and his advisors back to the Hokage's office, where they found Shimura Danzo waiting impatiently. Upon seeing Danzo, Orochimaru couldn't help but harbor a sense of disdain. He possessed the ambition to become Hokage but lacked the capacity to achieve it, resorting instead to underhanded tactics without daring to step into the limelight. Once seated, Orochimaru began to report on the mission's details. He did not conceal the events that transpired in Kumogakure, as the Hokage's intelligence was far-reaching and there were no secrets to be held. Regarding their return journey, he merely mentioned Minato's Flying Thunder God technique and how the lightning Kirin was inadvertently conjured from the heavens. Has Minato truly mastered the Flying Thunder God technique? The third Hokage, despite being informed, could not resist asking again. This technique was renowned as the signature skill of the second Hokage, and the third Hokage and his advisors had long sought to replicate it without success. Even when Jiraiya previously inquired about this ninjutsu, the third Hokage had not harbored any expectations for Minato. It is indeed the Flying Thunder God technique, though it differs slightly in execution from that of the second Hokage, suggesting modifications have been made. Moreover, Minato's version allows us to escape as a group of 9, Orochimaru noted, pleased that the third Hokage's focus remained on Minato, as it allowed him to diminish the presence of others, knowing Minato was Jiraiya's disciple and would not be allowed to come to harm. Chapter 142. The report. Upon receiving confirmation from Orochimaru, the third Hokage felt a surge of joy within. The Hokage lineage would soon gain another formidable shadow-level expert. How had Uchiha Ye Feng managed to escape the encirclement of 30 ninjas? At that moment, the voice of Shimura Danzo echoed in the room. Ye Feng, without utilizing chakra, moved with remarkable speed, employing certain unique concealment techniques that rendered him undetectable to the enemy ninjas. Meanwhile, I led the others to divert the enemy's attention. Orochimaru, somewhat irritated, had initially believed he had successfully distracted them, only for Danzo to pull the focus back. What sort of concealment technique is this? Capable of eluding the senses of a sensory-type Genin? Danzo pressed relentlessly. This is a method I inadvertently devised. However, it is effective only for smaller-sized ninjas with substantial chakra, and Ye Feng fits those criteria perfectly. I am currently researching it. Once it can be adapted for adult use, I shall report it to the village, Orochimaru claimed, shouldering much of the responsibility. And what of the lightning Kirin ninjutsu? Danzo continued, his inquiry persistent. This time, Orochimaru fell silent, clearly annoyed by Danzo's probing. Observing the tension, the third Hokage intervened. We merely seek to understand the fundamental aspects of this ninjutsu, given its extraordinary lethality. The third Hokage had already received intelligence from the front lines, detailing the aftermath of the ninjutsu's use. The terrain was displaced, surrounding flora reduced to ashes, with numerous remains and large pools of blood indicating a casualty count exceeding 7 or 8. The deceased were all Genin, compelling the third Hokage to take a keen interest in this ninjutsu. The occurrence was somewhat fortuitous. A massive storm cloud formed overhead, accompanied by abundant lightning. I merely directed lightning attribute chakra to attract the bolts from the sky, resulting in a random assault. Fortunately, with Namake's Minato present, we were able to escape in an instant. As for the aftermath, I am uncertain, Orochimaru explained. While he could disregard Danzo's inquiries, he felt obligated to respond to the third Hokage's questions. Upon concluding his report, the third Hokage handed Orochimaru a dossier detailing the situation at the ninjutsu site. Upon examining the results, Orochimaru's pupils contracted slightly, his astonishment palpable. Although he had suspected the lightning Kirin's might, he had not anticipated such devastating power. It was no wonder no one pursued them afterward. Most of those ninjas had likely perished beneath the onslaught. The subtle changes in Orochimaru's demeanor did not escape the notice of the third Hokage and his advisors, indicating that Orochimaru had spoken the truth and was unaware of the full extent of the ninjutsu's effects. Is this ninjutsu capable of being controlled by a person? The third Hokage was particularly concerned whether this technique could be employed in future battles or even wars. This occurrence was a mere coincidence. I shall strive to research it further and endeavor to transform it into a controllable ninjutsu, Orochimaru replied earnestly to the third Hokage. Well then, it seems the matter has been clarified. You have all performed excellently on this mission, which is classified as a high-level S-rank task. Each member of the team shall receive an S-rank reward. Orochimaru, ensure you rest well. You have worked diligently during this period. The third Hokage assured him with a smile as he bid Orochimaru farewell. Once Orochimaru departed, only the third Hokage and his 3 advisors remained in the office. How much credence do you lend to Orochimaru's report? Danzo inquired. Is there any issue with Orochimaru's account? Moreover, he has no reason to conceal the truth. Inquiries made to other ninjas would corroborate his statements. Mito Kazan defended Orochimaru. I suspect the Lightning Kirin is not as simple as Orochimaru claims. Perhaps he has already mastered this ninjutsu, Danzo speculated. Regardless of whether Orochimaru can control it, he remains my disciple. I do not believe he would undertake any actions detrimental to the village, the third Hokage stated. Expressing his dissatisfaction with Danzo's suspicion and rendering a final verdict on the matter. Seeing the third Hokage's resolve, Danzo deemed it unnecessary to argue over something so ambiguous. He rose and exited the Hokage's office without uttering a word to anyone. Has Danzo become increasingly brazen, leaving without so much as a word? Tori Kokushin remarked with displeasure. While the other 2 advisors shared a measure of dissatisfaction, they refrained from voicing it, and the 3 dispersed. Upon returning to the village, Ye Feng and his companions exchanged addresses before parting ways. Sarutobi Mizu's was escorted home by members of the Sarutobi clan, while Ye Feng and Uchiha Shinichi were summoned by Uchiha Tenjo, who wished to reward the 2. Prior to Tenjo's departure, he had instructed his subordinates to prepare a lavish feast. Intending to extend a warm welcome to Ye Feng and engage in conversation, with Shinichi being an incidental guest. Seated across from Ye Feng and Shinichi, Uchiha Tenjo began. The dangers of this mission have been conveyed by the third Hokage. Your safe return is indeed a stroke of fortune. This outing has offered me valuable insights. Revealing the deceptions prevalent among the various ninja villages, Ye Feng shared, his distaste for the brutality of war evident. Tenjo's gaze frequently flitted toward Shinichi, as if contemplating whether certain matters should be kept from him. If you have something to discuss, please speak freely. It would be prudent for Shinichi to be informed. Lest he remain overly naive, Ye Feng suggested, hoping to draw Shinichi closer and enlighten him about some secrets. Previously despondent and listless, Shinichi perked up at Ye Feng's words, realizing that the forthcoming discussion would delve into the intricacies of the Uchiha clan's secrets. The plans we established are nearing execution. The Umbu has already been dispatched to the borders of the Land of Fire, forming a significant organization near the junction with the Land of Water. Primarily tasked with bounty missions and the eradication of bandits, Uchiha Tenjo reported to Ye Feng. Shinichi regarded Tenjo with disbelief. The clan leader was indeed reporting to Ye Feng? We have instructed them to conceal their strength, focusing primarily on intelligence gathering and winning the hearts of the local populace. Should any promising talents arise within the clan, they may be sent for training. Now that the clan is relatively stable, should we consider taking action against the village's advisors? Tenjo queried. Not at this time. Although there are 3 advisors, we need only deal with Danzo. If we are to strike, it must be decisive. We cannot afford him the opportunity for a comeback. The time is not yet ripe. We must wait a while longer. Chapter 143. Absorbing shadow clones. Uchiha Shinichi was profoundly astonished by the conversation between Leaf Maple and the clan leader today, as it completely overturned his previous understanding. He couldn't help but ponder with a hint of anxiety. Does the village chief mean to eliminate Shimura Danzo? Has the Uchiha clan truly come into conflict with the higher echelons of Konoha? Are they aiming to eradicate the elite of Konoha and seize control over the village? Yet, the Uchiha clan currently finds itself significantly weakened. Do they truly stand a chance against the Hokage's faction? Even if they were to achieve victory, the cost in lives would be substantial. The more Uchiha Shinichi contemplated, the more uneasy he became. He did not believe that the Uchiha had any realistic hope of overcoming the Hokage's faction. Leaf Maple then stated, I require a high-level Jinjutsu scroll from the Uchiha. And please also prepare one for Shinichi. Uchiha Tenzo was about to explain that the high-level Jinjutsu required the use of the 3-Tomo Sharingan when he suddenly appeared shocked, stammering. Why, you have already awakened it? Leaf Maple nodded and continued to enjoy his meal. Then, Shinichi as well? Leaf Maple nodded again. Uchiha Tenzo. Upon witnessing Leaf Maple's affirmation twice, momentarily lost his composure, but soon his expression transformed into one of great joy. Haha, splendid. This is a sign that the Uchiha will flourish. He declared, I shall arrange for this matter immediately. Shinichi, with your remarkable talent, it would be best for you to leave the ninja team. The village will assign the finest jonin to guide your training. And regarding your eyes, let it remain a secret among the three of us. Do not disclose it to anyone, nor utilize those eyes. In his elation, Uchiha Tenzo reminded Shinichi to keep his eyes concealed. Although neither Leaf Maple nor the clan leader explicitly mentioned the three-tomo Sharingan, Uchiha Shinichi discerned the implication. Leaf Maple had revealed the existence of the three-tomo Sharingan to the clan leader, who, like Leaf Maple, cautioned him to keep it hidden. Was the village truly as dark as Leaf Maple suggested? Uchiha Tenzo moved swiftly, and after the three finished their meal, the Jinjutsu scrolls were prepared and handed over to Leaf Maple. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Uchiha Tenzo, Leaf Maple took his leave, with Uchiha Tenzo escorting him to the door. However, Uchiha Shinichi showed no intention of departing. Uchiha Tenzo recognized that Shinichi had something on his mind, so he led him back to the residence. Speak freely. We are of the same clan and need not hold back. Clan leader, are you truly planning a rebellion? Uchiha Shinichi hesitated for a moment before voicing his concern. Upon hearing the term rebellion, Uchiha Tenzo couldn't help but chuckle. What makes you think that? The Uchiha clan has no intention of opposing the village. Then why take action against the village's advisors? Uchiha Shinichi was taken aback by the clan leader's response, wondering if he had misunderstood. Since you have raised this matter, I shall elucidate it for you. However, what you hear today must remain confidential. Currently, the Uchiha clan has no significant conflict with the third Hokage. In fact, there exists a degree of camaraderie. Nonetheless, the three advisors of the village harbor animosity towards the Uchiha clan, with intentions that could lead to our destruction. With Shimura Danzo's methods, even if we have done no wrong, he will fabricate some baseless accusations to suppress the Uchiha clan. Therefore, I have adopted Leaf Maple's approach. If we cannot resolve the conflict, we must remove the source of the conflict. Remove the source of the conflict? Uchiha Shinichi murmured to himself. Upon grasping the full situation, Uchiha Shinichi found merit in this strategy as a means to reconcile the village's issues with the Uchiha clan. However, he was even more astonished that this plan originated from Leaf Maple. This led him to recall Leaf Maple's earlier words and inquire. Has Konoha experienced a series of top-tier experts mysteriously dying or disappearing over the years? Why do you ask such a question? Uchiha Tenzo was puzzled by Shinichi's inquiry. I heard Leaf Maple mention it, so I wanted to verify it with you, clan leader. Leaf Maple? Had it been anyone else, Uchiha Tenzo might have dismissed it. But the name Leaf Maple compelled him to reflect deeply. Since the ascent of the third Hokage, it seemed that the once renowned ninjas of the village had indeed dwindled in number, with only a few leaders from prominent clans remaining alive. He had not considered this before. But in retrospect, it was quite peculiar. The mortality rate among experts was even higher than during times of war. It appeared that Leaf Maple had uncovered something significant, perhaps linked to him. Maybe this was what Leaf Maple referred to when he said the time was not yet ripe. Recalling Leaf Maple's words and the potential threats within the village, Uchiha Tenzo pieced together a plausible theory, albeit lacking concrete evidence. Having contemplated these matters, Uchiha Tenzo addressed Uchiha Shinichi's concerns. Upon reflection, it is indeed true. Many powerful ninjas have vanished, and as for the reasons, perhaps Leaf Maple has insight into this situation. Uchiha Shinichi, upon hearing the clan leader's words, felt vindicated in his belief in Leaf Maple, which left him profoundly disillusioned with the village, quelling any desire to probe further. Rising to his feet, he bowed to Uchiha Tenzo and said, Thank you for your guidance, clan leader. I understand now. I also appreciate your hospitality. I shall take my leave. Uchiha Tenzo nodded slightly. With the clan leader's consent, Uchiha Shinichi departed, feeling crestfallen as he exited the residence. Uchiha Tenzo watched Shinichi's retreating figure and murmured, You are already a prodigy, yet your talent and intellect pale in comparison to Leaf Maple. With that, Uchiha Tenzo turned and returned inside. After leaving Uchiha Tenzo's residence, Leaf Maple hurried home, mindful of the 10 shadow clones awaiting him. Upon his return, he found 12 shadow clones still engrossed in their training, their eyes shimmering with golden light. With a mere thought, 3 of the clones dissipated, releasing a substantial amount of true energy. The sudden disappearance of 3 clones affected Leaf Maple slightly, as the influx of memories momentarily stunned him. However, he dismissed any concern. The abundant true energy would go to waste if he did not absorb it promptly. Nonetheless, leaf maple's absorption rate was limited, and he could only assimilate approximately 80% of the total true energy. This realization left him feeling a sense of loss. He had always struggled with the insufficiency of natural energy and now faced the unexpected issue of excess true energy. This experience revealed the limitations of his absorption capacity. Consequently, he resolved to be more prudent in the future, opting to absorb 2 shadow clones at a time, allowing the true energy to transform into his own before absorbing another pair of clones. Chapter 144. The perfect Konoha. It was not until dawn the following day that Ye Feng absorbed all 12 of his shadow clones. He felt a significant surge of true energy within his dantian, nearing half of its total capacity. Recognizing the benefits of this training method, he formed seals to perform the multiple shadow clone technique, increasing the number to 13, a sign of recent progress in his chakra. Today marked the first day after completing a mission, and typically, there would be no assembly, allowing the ninja to rest and recuperate. Thus, he instructed his 13 shadow clones to begin refining their true energy while he retrieved the illusion scroll he had obtained from Uchiha Tianchong. The scroll contained a limited number of high-level and practical illusions, such as illusion, binding technique, illusion, Sharingan, illusion, mirror world, and illusion, unknowing fire. The first 2 required the use of a 3-tomo Sharingan, boasting power that far exceeded ordinary illusions. The latter 2 could be cast without the Sharingan, although its presence would enhance their effectiveness. Ye Feng's mental prowess already surpassed that of others, yet he lacked experience in utilizing it. The illusions of the Sharingan could temporarily compensate for this deficiency. Once he reached the later stages of the Golden Core period, illusions would become obsolete, as he would be capable of creating his own illusionary realms with far greater potency. In the early stages of the Golden Core period, he could also employ mental attacks and control those with weaker minds. Among the illusions, illusion, binding technique, and illusion, mirror world were particularly favored by Ye Feng. In the original narrative, Uchiha Itachi had used these 2 illusions to defeat Orochimaru and Yuhi Kurenai. Ye Feng had a greater admiration for Itachi's Tsukuyomi, but that was a unique ocular technique that he could not learn. He also found himself eagerly anticipating the skills he would acquire upon awakening his own Mangekyou Sharingan. As Ye Feng immersed himself in the study of illusions, a knock echoed at his door, prompting him to wonder who would seek him out at such an early hour. Upon opening the door, he found Uchiha Zhini standing there, looking haggard. "What has happened to you, Zhini? You appear distressed," Ye Feng inquired. "After you left last night, I discussed certain matters concerning the village with the clan leader. I have always taken pride in being from Konoha and the Uchiha clan. Yet I never imagined that Konoha was not the ideal I envisioned," Zhini lamented. Observing Zhini's demeanor, Ye Feng felt a sense of exasperation. Why did members of the Uchiha clan always dwell on despair? Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Obito, and even the future Uchiha Shisui and Itachi all seemed to be ensnared in this mindset. Could they not entertain a different perspective? However, he refrained from voicing this directly and instead sought to guide Zhini. The evolution of any power structure inevitably involves changes in leadership and differing ideologies. Do not allow the actions of a few to tarnish your view of Konoha. If you take pride in being a ninja of Konoha, endeavor to transform it into the Konoha you envision. Ye Feng's words seemed to illuminate a path for the bewildered Zhini, who murmured, "Transform Konoha into the vision I hold dear." The more he spoke, the brighter his eyes became, until he turned to Ye Feng and asked, "What does your ideal Konoha look like?" Hearing this, Ye Feng inwardly rejoiced at Zhini's receptivity, seizing the opportunity to reshape his mindset. "In my vision of Konoha, children play and run freely without a care in the world. Everyone engages in joyous conversation, untouched by the ravages of war or the specter of unnecessary death, free from the anxiety of survival." Ye Feng painted a picture of unparalleled harmony and prosperity, one that resonated with Zhini's own ideal. Yet, Ye Feng interrupted Zhini's reverie, declaring, "I shall not spare those who dare to disrupt the Konoha I envision." His intent was to redirect Zhini's frustration towards those who threatened the tranquility of Konoha. Zhini, indeed, appeared resolute, gazing earnestly at Ye Feng and affirming his support for the plan to eliminate the 3 advisors who disturbed Konoha's peace. Recognizing that his words had taken effect, Ye Feng articulated an even grander aspiration. "Konoha is merely a fragment of my ideal. In this ninja world, nations are embroiled in conflict for their own interests, leading to widespread devastation and despair. My dream is to establish a ninja world devoid of war, where all can live in peace and security, free from the scourge of survival." Zhini was taken aback by Ye Feng's ambitious vision. He had only desired to improve Konoha, never contemplating the broader implications. Recalling the harrowing scenes from their first mission at the Black Wind Village, Jinny found himself in complete agreement with Ye Feng's grand ideal. Ye Feng, from now on, I shall follow your lead. I too wish to contribute to such a world. Not yet. We are still too weak to effect change in the ninja world. We must first possess the strength to do so. Let us train diligently. One day, I will stand at the pinnacle of this world with you, overseeing the new ninja realm we create. Ye Feng's words ignited a fire within Jinny, who nodded emphatically. With his objective achieved, Ye Feng bid Jinny farewell. Return and train earnestly. Your 3-Tomo Sharingan has awakened, and your strength will grow rapidly. Learn as much as you can from the illusions the clan leader has provided. It will greatly enhance your abilities. With firm steps, Jinny departed from Ye Feng's residence, heading towards the Uchiha clan leader's estate. He recalled the promise made to him yesterday and hoped the clan leader would arrange for an illusion master to bolster his skills. Meanwhile, upon learning of Jinny's request, Uchiha Tianchong felt elated. Jinny's willingness to seek him out indicated his alignment with Tianchong's faction. With the two most talented individuals of the Uchiha clan on his side, Tianchong could not help but feel a swell of pride. At that moment, Hatake Kakashi arrived at the estate of Maruxing Gudra, diligently practicing with his short blade. Maruxing observed from the side, quickly noting the difference in Kakashi's demeanor today. He sensed a pent-up frustration within him that infused his movements with a fierce determination. However, in the pursuit of swordsmanship, maintaining a tranquil state of mind is paramount. Practicing under such emotional turmoil would yield little benefit. Chapter 145. The Unreliable Minato Namikaze. Stop it. Your practice of the swordsmanship is of no use in this manner. Speak to me. What issues have you encountered during this mission? Maruhoshi Koji gently interrupted Kakashi Hitaki's training. Kakashi, sensing the need for honesty, recounted the events that transpired during their assignment in the Hidden Cloud Village, including the competition and the ambush by two powerful ninja villages that left him feeling powerless and a burden. However, he refrained from divulging the specific details of the mission, adhering to the village's regulations, and Maruhoshi Koji showed no interest in the mission's content. Recognizing the gap in your abilities is a positive development, as it allows you to pinpoint your shortcomings and fuels your motivation to advance. Yet, these realizations should not disturb your peace of mind. Reflect on the perilous nature of this mission. Did the experienced Nin and your team exhibit the same level of emotional turmoil as you? Maruhoshi Koji advised Kakashi, who recalled the composed demeanors of Orochimaru, Minato Namikaze, and Ye Feng during their dire circumstances. Even the two least competent Nin remained serious, exercising caution in the face of over 30 hostile ninjas without a hint of panic. At this moment, Kakashi experienced an epiphany. His mental state was evidently lacking. In terms of mindset, strength, and intellect, he fell short of Ye Feng. Nevertheless, he resolved not to surrender, acknowledging that this was merely the beginning and not the conclusion. Thank you, Teacher Koji, for your guidance. I understand now. Kakashi expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Observing Kakashi's realization, Maruhoshi Koji smiled. I have already stated that I am not your teacher. Your awakening is a testament to your exceptional talent. Knowing the disparity in abilities should drive you to work harder. Now, go forth, he encouraged with a chuckle. Kakashi resumed wielding his short blade, this time with greater stability, which pleased Maruhoshi Koji. Meanwhile, in the office of the Sand Village's Hokage, the third Kazekage was in a furious rage, cursing, "This cowardly old fool retreats at the slightest setback. What kind of Kazekage is he? He should step aside and let someone else take charge." It was no surprise that the third Kazekage was incensed. Upon returning to the Rock Village, the ninja reported the details. The alliance between the Leaf and Cloud villages was solidified, and the Leaf village had displayed formidable jutsu that decimated over 10 Nin. This revelation left the third Tsuchikage, Inoki, both astounded and deeply pained by the loss of so many Nin. Realizing that the situation was beyond remedy, Inoki communicated with the third Kazekage to dissolve their previous agreement. With the agreement nullified, the third Kazekage lacked the strength to launch a solo offensive against the Leaf village, which further fueled his ire, leading to relentless curses directed at Inoki. Our investigation has clarified the events. It appears to be an S-rank lightning release jutsu that caused devastating casualties among the pursuing Nin. A female advisor from the Sand Village, Chiyo, stated, "We must deploy more spies into the Leaf village. I want to understand the specifics of this jutsu and, if possible, acquire its training methods. Such a powerful technique could be a vital asset in warfare," the third Kazekage remarked, his envy palpable. After venting his frustrations, the third Kazekage regained some composure. Though this plan had failed, he would seek another opportunity. His eyes gleamed with determination. The Leaf Village will inevitably belong to the Sand Village. In contrast to the Sand Village, the Rock Village had gathered more intelligence, as the ninja had witnessed Ye Feng unleash a Kirin Jutsu. This piqued their interest in the Leaf Ninja, prompting orders to their spies embedded in the Leaf Village to monitor Ye Feng's movements closely. Inoki aimed to capture Ye Feng and seize all that he possessed. The once tense atmosphere along the borders of the three nations dissipated as Ye Feng and his companions completed their mission in the hidden Cloud Village, resulting in both the Sand and Rock villages withdrawing their border troops. Upon receiving this news, the third Hokage was filled with joy, as he wished to avoid conflict and the sight of countless fallen comrades. Meanwhile, Danzo Shimura remained entrenched in his root base, examining the intelligence regarding the border and Ye Feng's performance during the Hidden Cloud mission. After reviewing the reports, Danzo remarked, Ye Feng's strength has increased significantly. He can no longer be allowed to remain. Otherwise, he will become a grave threat. Hi, a shadowy figure appeared, Gray Fox, the one who had attempted to assassinate Ye Feng last time. Your orders, sir? He inquired. Maintain constant surveillance on the mission site, the Hokage's office, and the main entrance of the Leaf Village. Should Ye Feng attempt to leave, you are to report immediately. Understood. Gray Fox replied before vanishing from sight. Left alone, Danzo's voice turned dark as he muttered, in the Leaf Village, whoever I desire to perish must meet their end. The following morning, Ye Feng concluded his training with the Flying Thunder God technique and arrived near the training ground atop the Hokage Rock. He was the first to arrive, as the others had not yet appeared. Thus, Ye Feng resumed his study of the illusion scroll. After extensive research the previous day, he had grasped the fundamentals and could barely execute the illusion with the aid of his Sharingan, though its effectiveness remained uncertain. Today, he planned to test it against Kakashi and Uchiha Shin. Before long, Ye Feng sensed a ripple in the air and turned to see a Flying Thunder God mark, followed by the appearance of Minato Namikaze. Ye Feng realized that his perception seemed to detect spatial fluctuations, as Minato's activation of the Flying Thunder God technique had allowed him to sense it in advance, filling him with delight. This ability must be cultivated further, for it would render him unafraid of ninjas adept in space-time techniques. Ah, Ye Feng, you have arrived early. I have something to announce. Minato greeted him with a smile. Ye Feng, confused, asked, something to announce? Aren't you waiting for Kakashi and Shin? Oh, they have already taken leave. Shin needs to train with the elders of his clan, and Kakashi is learning swordsmanship from Koji-sensei. As for me, I will also be focusing on ninjutsu training for a while. With only 4 members in their team, 3 had pressing matters, and you couldn't inform me in advance? Ye Feng expressed his dissatisfaction. I forgot yesterday. Haha, my apologies. I just remembered today while coming to train and thought to inform you. The third Hokage has granted special permission. Our team will not be on duty until March next year. We will focus on our training, and you can always come to me if you have questions later. Minato replied, maintaining his unreliable demeanor. Ye Feng stood up, intending to return and continue his study of illusions, when Minato added, Oh, by the way, I've registered you all for the Chunin exams next March. Don't forget. Ye Feng turned back, exasperated, and stared at Minato, who began to feel anxious under his gaze. Did I say something wrong? Minato inquired. I merely wanted to see if there was anything else. Could you please say it all at once? This time, there is truly nothing else. Chapter 146. Half a year time flies, and in the blink of an eye, half a year has passed. Ye Feng has grown considerably, resembling a child of 8 or 9 years. He now stands taller than Uchiha Obito by a significant margin, which has left Obito rather perturbed for quite some time. During this period, whenever he had a moment to spare, Ye Feng would visit Orochimaru to observe the progress of his natural energy absorption. In fact, a month and a half after Ye Feng returned from his last mission, Orochimaru had begun to sense natural energy. However, at that stage, the energy was still quite sparse, necessitating Ye Feng's assistance in guiding it. Gradually, Orochimaru became capable of absorbing natural energy independently, and his body's expulsion of this energy diminished significantly. Perhaps in another 6 months, Orochimaru will be able to cultivate autonomously. In his leisure time, Ye Feng would often seek out Might Guy for conversation, and occasionally, they would engage in a sparring match. Ye Feng's group of friends also did not let him off easily, insisting he play the role of the chef during their picnics and games. This leisurely lifestyle captivated Ye Feng, yet he remained steadfast in his ambitions, harboring a desire to one day return to Earth. During this period, Ye Feng continued his training in illusion techniques and true energy. He became quite adept at utilizing illusions, and whenever he made advancements, he would challenge Minato Namikaze to test his skills. Initially, it was manageable. Minato could dispel the illusions almost instantaneously and pointed out their shortcomings. However, as Ye Feng progressed, even Minato found it increasingly challenging to break the illusions, taking a considerable amount of time. In a real combat scenario, such a delay would have been fatal for Minato. Eventually, he could not dispel the illusions at all and had to wait for the duration of the illusion to expire, which left him exclaiming in admiration at Ye Feng's talent. Since then, Minato was reluctant to assist Ye Feng in practicing illusions, as he understood the mechanics well enough to avoid being ensnared by Ye Feng's techniques. Ye Feng's training in true energy also advanced significantly, with his dantian nearly brimming with energy. Once he absorbed the remaining shadow clones, his dantian would be full. With liquefaction close at hand, he stayed focused and continued to dissipate 2 shadow clones, drawing in true energy. When only 2 shadow clones remained, Ye Feng's dantian finally filled to capacity. However, he did not cease his absorption and dissipated the last 2 shadows, continuing to compress and cultivate the true energy within his dantian. The energy gradually transformed from a misty state into droplets, coalescing at the base of his dantian. Once all the misty true energy had liquefied, Ye Feng found himself with nearly 1/10 of liquid true energy. Ye Feng attempted to absorb the natural energy surrounding him and discovered that his range of absorption had increased significantly, as had the speed of gathering and assimilation. Utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique, he arrived near the training grounds of Hokage Rock and opened his sensory perception. He noticed a remarkable change in his sensory abilities. He could seemingly alter the state of his perception. Extending his senses in a semicircle opposite Konoha, he was astonished to find that his range had increased dramatically, enabling him to see clearly for up to 20 kilometers. He continued to extend his reach until he could no longer perceive beyond 30 kilometers, at which point he could only sense living beings but could not discern specific objects. Nonetheless, Ye Feng felt immense satisfaction, noticing the vicinity was devoid of other individuals. He concentrated true energy into his fingertips, which had transformed into a milky white hue, radiating a divine aura. He shaped the true energy into a sword form, and with a casual motion, a resounding crash echoed as the ground trembled. The true energy sword obliterated everything within a 50-meter radius, leaving behind a massive chasm in its wake. This startled Ye Feng. This newfound strength far exceeded his previous capabilities. Yet, acknowledging the magnitude of destruction he had wrought, he quickly activated the Flying Thunder God mark to teleport home. Upon returning, Ye Feng gazed at the milky white true energy in his hand and marveled at its destructive potential. If this was merely in its liquefied state, what devastation could be unleashed upon solidifying into the golden core phase? The thought of being able to obliterate a mountain with a mere gesture filled him with awe at the power of true energy. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, the third Hokage had also heard the explosion and felt the tremors beneath his feet. He immediately rushed out of his office toward the peak of Hokage Rock. Accompanying him were clan leaders, powerful Jainin, the village's security forces, and members of the Umbu, all gathering near the vast chasm. A collective expression of shock adorned their faces as they surveyed the ravine, which appeared to have been carved by an extraordinary sword. Who in Konoha possessed the strength to strike such a blow? The third Hokage summoned Kakashi Hitaki, recognizing that his famed sword techniques were renowned throughout the ninja world. Kakashi, examine this chasm. Could you create such a powerful impact? The third Hokage inquired, furrowing his brow. Kakashi replied, I believe I could achieve a similar length. But creating such a profound ravine simultaneously is beyond my capabilities. Moreover, we arrived immediately after hearing the sound, yet did not detect any fluctuations in chakra. Nodding slightly, the third Hokage acknowledged Kakashi's observations, which only deepened his confusion. Could such damage truly be inflicted without the use of chakra? Regardless of his uncertainties, he understood the necessity of action. Since Konoha's protective barrier had not sounded an alarm, the perpetrator might still be within the village. He commanded the security and Umbu units, effective immediately. All personnel from the security and Umbu must mobilize to conduct a thorough search of Konoha. At this moment, no one is allowed to enter or exit the village. The third Hokage's orders instilled a sense of gravity among those present. However, Orochimaru and Minato shared knowing glances, both contemplating a particular individual. While Minato merely speculated, Orochimaru had already made a definitive conclusion. As the third Hokage returned to his office accompanied by 3 advisors, he noted the similarities between this incident and the earlier infiltration event 6 months prior. It certainly showcases the immense power of this individual. Yet no tangible harm has befallen Konoha, Mito Minion remarked. Indeed, it highlights their formidable strength without causing direct damage, Tsunade concurred. Perhaps an attack has already occurred. Yet we remain oblivious, chimed in Danzo Shimura, embodying the spirit of conspiracy. Regardless, the presence of such a person in Konoha represents a threat. We must identify this individual to devise a solution. Otherwise, there will remain a looming sword over Konoha, the third Hokage declared, turning to Danzo. This time, your root organization must be fully mobilized to covertly track this person's movements. Danzo, of course, did not hesitate to agree, nodding in affirmation. Chapter 147. The astute Minato Namikaze. At this moment, Orochimaru chose not to return but rather to avoid most people and visit the residence of Leaf Maple. Upon seeing Leaf Maple for the first time, Orochimaru immediately sensed a difference. The current Leaf Maple exuded an aura that instilled a sense of dread within him, a feeling typically reserved for those whose strength surpassed his own. Is there something you wish to discuss, Orochimaru? Leaf Maple inquired, surmising the purpose of Orochimaru's visit, yet still seeking confirmation. Orochimaru smiled, his eyes gleaming with amusement. Why hide it? Leaf Maple? The rift atop Hokage Rock was your doing, wasn't it? Ha. It seems I cannot conceal anything from you. I merely intended to test my newfound strength. Not anticipating such a commotion, Leaf Maple admitted, acknowledging his involvement. Newfound strength? To what level has your power ascended, Leaf Maple? Orochimaru asked, astonished by the growth he had perceived. By conventional measures, I would say I have reached the level of a Kage. However, to ascertain the true extent of my abilities, one must engage in combat, Leaf Maple replied, withholding the full truth of his capabilities. At this juncture, he had surpassed the Kage level, though he had yet to determine whether he qualified as a Super Kage. Indeed, Leaf Maple, your talent is extraordinary. To possess such strength at your age is truly a rarity in the ninja world, Orochimaru remarked, though he was uncertain of the veracity of Leaf Maple's claims, nonetheless. He was convinced that Leaf Maple's prowess could not be less than that of a Kage. The mere thought of Leaf Maple's age juxtaposed with his strength left Orochimaru in awe, reinforcing his belief that someone of Leaf Maple's caliber was destined for greatness. Reflecting on his own journey, Orochimaru felt an overwhelming sense of inadequacy. There is no need for such sentiments, Orochimaru. The early stages of cultivating one's chakra may yield rapid progress, but as one advances, the journey often slows. It is not uncommon for an individual to spend a century within a single realm. Consider my master, who required several centuries to reach his current level, Leaf Maple advised, sensing Orochimaru's unease and striving to console him. Indeed, as one progresses, the time required grows longer. I can only hope to reach the realm of your master within my lifetime, Orochimaru lamented. There is no need for despair. The path of cultivation is inherently challenging. Without a resolute heart, one risks shortening their journey, Leaf Maple counseled. You are right, Leaf Maple. Regardless of the outcome, I wish to strive for it, Orochimaru declared, his previous despondency dissipating. After engaging in conversation for an extended period, Orochimaru departed from Leaf Maple's residence, invigorated and exuding a resolute spirit. As Leaf Maple calculated the time, he realized that the Chunin exams were merely days away. Given his strength, he felt little concern regarding the exams, provided there were no unforeseen complications like those Orochimaru had previously caused. With nothing pressing on his agenda and the chaos outside bearing no relevance to him, Leaf Maple contemplated the Flying Thunder God technique devised by Minato Namikaze. He had long desired to disseminate the Flying Thunder God seal throughout the ninja world, and now seemed a perfect opportunity to seek Minato's guidance. With this thought in mind, Leaf Maple left his home and journeyed to Minato's residence. Upon arrival, however, he discovered that Minato was not at home, likely occupied with some errand. How unfortunate that Minato is not present, Leaf Maple muttered to himself, preparing to leave when a mischievous idea struck him. After wandering around Minato's home, Leaf Maple noticed that the window on the second floor remained ajar. Seizing the opportunity, he leapt through the window and extended his consciousness throughout the house, detecting the Flying Thunder God seal on the bedroom wall. Approaching the seal, Leaf Maple infused it with chakra and soon felt a spatial disturbance as Minato materialized before him. Minato, who had been coordinating with the Umbu to investigate personnel in Konoha, sensed the fluctuation emanating from the Flying Thunder God seal at home. He quickly informed his companions and teleported back, leaving the Umbu members envious of his swift return. Upon arriving home, Minato was startled to find a face adorned with a mischievous grin before him, prompting him to instinctively retreat. It was then that he recognized it was Uchiha Leaf Maple. Leaf maple, barging into someone else's home is quite inconsiderate, and to appear here unannounced is rather alarming. Minato chastised. What can I say? You are always so busy that I had no choice but to resort to this method, Leaf maple replied. Now, what brings you here? Minato inquired. I wish to learn how to create the Flying Thunder God seal. As you know, I am also studying the Flying Thunder God technique. Although I have yet to master it, I would like to learn the sealing technique for the Flying Thunder God seal first, Leaf maple responded, adopting a conciliatory demeanor. Minato regarded Leaf maple's obsequiousness and asked, Then first tell me, was the rift beside the training ground you're doing? Leaf maple, sensing the implication of suspicion in Minato's question, feigned ignorance. Rift? What rift? When did our training ground acquire a rift? Was there a battle among ninjas? Minato, not entirely convinced by Leaf maple's denial, pressed on. It truly wasn't you? Indeed, it was not me, Leaf maple asserted with utmost seriousness. Then who else could it be? The energy signature resembles your fire spirit seal. And there are no other chakra fluctuations, Minato stated, unwavering in his conviction. Upon hearing Minato's deduction, Leaf maple marveled at his perceptiveness. He had deduced the connection between the energy present at the scene and the fire spirit seal, leading to Leaf maple himself. Realizing he could no longer deny responsibility, he feigned innocence, saying, It was indeed me. However, it was merely a mishap during my research on mid-tier spirit seals that caused an explosion, resulting in an errant attack. You understand that my spirit seals are not meant for public scrutiny, and upon recognizing the gravity of the situation, I discreetly made my exit. Relieved by Leaf Maple's admission, Minato felt a weight lift off his shoulders, grateful it was Leaf Maple responsible. Had it been someone else, it would have caused him great distress. Minato observed Leaf Maple's innocent expression, recognizing it as an act. However, a mischievous thought crossed his mind, and he broke into a grin, startling Leaf Maple, who thought, how could the once sunny and kind Minato transform into this? But Leaf Maple failed to consider who Minato had learned this from. You even thought to deceive me while seeking to learn sealing techniques? Your lunch today will be your payment. If I am not satisfied, you may as well forget about ever learning this sealing technique, Minato declared. You, Minato. How have you become like this? Leaf Maple protested. From you, Minato replied. Now that Leaf Maple sought Minato's assistance, he had no choice but to acquiesce to Minato's demands, silently lamenting his misfortune in encountering such a situation. Chapter 148, The Joint Chunin Exam. Upon witnessing Leaf Maple's agreement, Minato Namikaze ceased to withhold his knowledge and commenced instructing him in the Flying Thunder God technique's sealing method. In truth, the art of sealing is not overly complex, however. Grasping the significance represented by the symbols demands a considerable reservoir of knowledge regarding sealing techniques. Fortunately for Leaf Maple, he needed to learn merely one sealing technique, thereby allowing him to focus solely on comprehending the symbols pertinent to the Flying Thunder God technique. Even so, Minato devoted half an hour elucidating these concepts, leaving Leaf Maple, who was unfamiliar with sealing techniques, utterly confounded. For the time being, he could only rely on rote memorization, intending to explore further at a later date. After imparting his knowledge, Minato suggested that Leaf Maple experiment independently, claiming he had some matters to attend to outside. As Leaf Maple endeavored to unravel the intricacies of the sealing technique, he eventually found a semblance of clarity and felt a surge of joy. However, upon glancing at the time, he realized it was nearing 11 o'clock, and Minato had yet to return. Deciding not to wait any longer, Leaf Maple headed to the kitchen to inspect the available ingredients for lunch. While rummaging through the pantry, a sudden knock on the door startled him. Curiosity piqued. He wondered who could be visiting. It certainly wasn't Minato, who possessed his own key and the Flying Thunder God technique, rendering knocking unnecessary. With a sense of intrigue, Leaf Maple opened the door, only to be greeted by a jubilant group of children. The 7 youngsters exclaimed in unison, surprise. We've come for a meal. These 7 children comprised the gluttonous 5, along with Hinata K and Might Guy. Behind them stood a smiling Kushina Izumaki, Might Dai, and a mischievous Minato, each carrying an ample supply of ingredients. Realizing he had been duped, Leaf Maple glared at Minato in indignation. You've set me up, Minato retorted with feigned innocence. I merely asked you to prepare lunch for today. I never specified it was solely for you. Before Leaf Maple could respond, Kurenai Yuhi and Inazuka Kiba, with pitiful expressions, chimed in. Leaf Maple, do you not wish to cook for us? Caught off guard, Leaf Maple could only chuckle awkwardly. I would be delighted to cook for you. But aren't you supposed to be at school today? The 7 children cheerfully replied, it's the weekend. With that, they rushed into Minato's home, nearly pushing Leaf Maple aside in their excitement. As Minato approached Leaf Maple, he murmured, Minato, you've truly outdone yourself by gathering such a crowd. I had hoped to invite Uchiha Shinichi and Hatake Kakashi, but they were both preoccupied with training and could not be found. Alas, Minato responded with a look of regret before entering the house, leaving Leaf Maple fuming in frustration. However, he realized he could only blame himself for trusting Minato too readily and agreeing to his request so readily. Nonetheless, Leaf Maple did not let Minato off the hook easily, insisting that Minato assist him in the preparations. Minato, not overstepping his bounds, willingly contributed to the cooking. After more than an hour, the dining table was laden with a variety of dishes, leading to the inevitable scramble for food. Observing the joyous chaos as everyone jostled for the meal, Leaf Maple's earlier irritation dissipated, replaced by a smile as he joined the fray. The following day, Minato gathered the entire team. The enormous ravine beside the training ground had been filled in, though the ninja responsible for creating it remained elusive. Leaf Maple had not seen his two companions for half a year. Kakashi Hatake appeared noticeably darker, yet his eyes radiated sharpness, indicating significant growth during their time apart. Similarly, Uchiha Shinichi exuded a newfound maturity, though it remained unclear how much his strength had increased. While Leaf Maple observed them, they, in turn, scrutinized him. Externally, he seemed to have merely grown taller, but they sensed a shift in his aura that felt distinct from before. Both understood that this past half-year had brought progress not only to themselves but also to Leaf Maple, though they were uncertain of the extent of his advancement. However, neither entertained the idea of challenging Leaf Maple, knowing full well that even their considerable growth would not measure up to his prowess from 6 months prior, let alone his current capabilities. Minato, observing the trio before him, noted their evident progress with satisfaction. As you are all aware, in 5 days, the Chunin exam will take place. However, this time it is unlike any previous exam. It is a joint venture between the Hidden Cloud Village and the Hidden Leaf Village. Ninja from the Cloud Village will participate, and they are en route to our village as we speak. Upon hearing this, Kakashi and Shinichi exchanged solemn expressions, recalling their past encounters with the formidable ninjas from the Cloud Village during their mission alongside Leaf Maple. They understood well not to underestimate the strength of the Cloud Village's lower-ranked ninjas. Leaf Maple, however, furrowed his brow at the news. He could not recall a joint Chunin exam between the Hidden Cloud Village and the Hidden Leaf Village in his memory. Had his presence altered the course of the future? Such changes could diminish his foresight advantage, which displeased him. Minato continued, the Cloud Village is renowned for its ninjutsu, which gives their lower-ranked ninjas a distinct advantage. Do not underestimate them. Of course, ninjas like the two from the Cloud Village are exceptional cases. They are not merely ninjas but also hosts of tailed beasts. Noticing the grave expressions on Kakashi and Shinichi's faces, Minato understood they were recalling the strength of the two ninjas they had encountered. Had it not been for Leaf Maple's extraordinary speed, victory would have been far from certain, adding pressure on Kakashi and Shinichi. Hearing Minato's words eased some of their tension. Yet they soon turned their gazes toward Leaf Maple, aware that he had single-handedly defeated the host of the two-tailed beast. Now that we've covered the necessary details, let us proceed to the main event. It has been half a year since we last met, so I would like to see how much both of you have improved. Kakashi and Shinichi, I want you to team up against me. I am eager to gauge your growth, Minato declared, eager to test their abilities. At this moment, Leaf Maple interjected, what about me? Minato shot him an exasperated look, seemingly questioning whether Leaf Maple was truly unaware of his own strength. Go play. Understanding Minato's expression, Leaf Maple resigned himself to the sidelines. Very well, I shall simply observe your performance. Taking a seat at the edge of the training ground, Leaf Maple settled down, watching as the three faced off in anticipation. Chapter 149, Transformation. Woefully Watergate gazed at the figures of Hatake Kakashi and Uchiha Shinichi across from him, a slight smile gracing his lips as he declared, begin. Hatake Kakashi took the initiative, charging forward, yet refraining from drawing his blade, his right hand firmly grasping the hilt. Uchiha Shinichi activated his Sharingan, beginning to form hand seals. As Kakashi approached Watergate, he swiftly unsheathed his sword, unleashing a wave of sword energy that sliced through the air. Watergate was momentarily taken aback by the speed of Kakashi's draw, which was nearly imperceptible and accompanied by a lethal aura. He immediately evaded, but at that moment, several bolts of white lightning struck towards him, the technique known as lightning release, thunder arrow, executed by Uchiha Shinichi. Realizing he could not evade in time, Watergate utilized the Flying Thunder God technique, teleporting to a previously placed mark in the training field. From the sidelines, Leaf Maple, ever the instigator, shouted, Watergate, don't trip on your own feet. That would be quite the embarrassment. Watergate acknowledged that he had underestimated the duo. Their speed and coordination exceeded that of typical Nin. With a more serious demeanor, he launched several kunai imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique. Kakashi and Shinichi, aware of the troublesome nature of these kunai and recognizing their disadvantage in a direct confrontation with Watergate, exchanged glances and retreated into the forest. Leaf Maple approved of their decision. Facing Watergate, who possessed the Flying Thunder God technique, would be tantamount to courting disaster. Watergate smiled and nodded as he watched them disappear into the trees, retracting the kunai before following suit into the woods. Intrigued by their battle, Leaf Maple remained, despite the trio vanishing from sight. Yet, as he activated his sensory perception, he noticed that Kakashi and Shinichi seemed to sense his watchful gaze, casting suspicious looks around before they appeared to dismiss the sensation altogether. Leaf Maple was taken aback, pondering what kind of training had enhanced their perceptive abilities over the past 6 months. Meanwhile, Watergate traversed the forest, ever vigilant of his surroundings. Suddenly, a noise from his right caught his attention, and upon turning, he beheld the blood-red tomo of a Sharingan, instantly recognizing that he had fallen into an illusion. He swiftly dispelled it, a skill honed from his recent practice with Leaf Maple. When the environment came into focus, Kakashi was already upon him, his short blade poised for an attack. Watergate promptly drew a kunai to parry. As Kakashi revealed himself, Watergate retaliated with taijutsu, pushing Kakashi back. The two engaged in a physical struggle until they reached a thicket, where Uchiha Shinichi emerged, unleashing a Rasengan towards Watergate. Despite the surprise of Shinichi's appearance, the Rasengan was easily detectable, and Watergate had anticipated Shinichi's position within the bushes. With a swift kick, he sent Kakashi flying, then seized Shinichi's arm and hurled him towards a nearby tree, the Rasengan creating a significant impact upon collision. Watergate's strength was undeniable, effortlessly countering their combined assault. At that moment, the sharp crackle of lightning pierced the air. Watergate turned to see Kakashi channeling lightning chakra in his hand, forming the Chidori. As Kakashi completed his Chidori, he surged towards Watergate. The latter was astonished, pondering when Kakashi had acquired such a technique. The Chidori's speed was formidable, but the distance afforded Watergate a moment to react, allowing him to sidestep and evade the attack. However, as he dodged, Watergate furrowed his brow, realizing that Kakashi had not altered the Chidori's trajectory. It dawned on him that Kakashi and Shinichi had coordinated their movements. Understanding their combined strength, Watergate decided to conclude the match, vanishing in an instant. Kakashi sensed Watergate's disappearance and immediately felt a sense of foreboding, instinctively swinging his blade towards Shinichi's rear. This unexpected action startled Shinichi, yet he refrained from resisting, trusting Kakashi's instincts. Kakashi's judgment stemmed from his constant vigilance against the Flying Thunder God technique, positioning himself away from areas previously occupied by Watergate and avoiding direct contact, thereby deducing that Watergate's teleportation was aimed at Shinichi. As Watergate materialized, poised to eliminate Shinichi, he found Kakashi's blade already descending upon him, forcing him to abandon his intent and teleport away once more. Both Watergate and Leaf Maple were struck by Kakashi's decisive maneuver, his quick thinking and resolute spirit showcasing a marked improvement over the past 6 months. Truly deserving of the title of Leaf's prodigy. Grateful for Kakashi's intervention that thwarted Watergate's attack, Shinichi quickly searched for his Flying Thunder God mark, discovering it at the bottom of his sleeve. Without hesitation, he tore off the entire sleeve. Producing a scroll, he summoned a giant shuriken, launching it towards Watergate. As Watergate prepared to dodge low, he noticed that the shuriken was connected by a thin wire. With a swift pull, Shinichi divided the giant shuriken into 5 pieces, effectively encircling Watergate's position. Unable to evade as initially planned, Watergate resorted to the Flying Thunder God technique for escape. Observing the two before him, Watergate couldn't help but reflect on the remarkable growth of both Kakashi and Shinichi over the mere span of 6 months. Shinichi's mastery of illusions and shuriken manipulation, combined with Kakashi's swordsmanship and reflexes, began to exert a subtle pressure on Watergate, though it was merely a hint of challenge. No longer holding back, Watergate formed hand seals for the water release, Water Dragon Bullet technique, summoning a majestic water dragon that surged forth towards Kakashi and Shinichi. The two immediately leapt to the sides to evade, yet Shinichi suddenly realized that the water dragon concealed kunai within its depths, an unsettling revelation. Unfortunately, Watergate offered no opportunity to counter, as a kunai pressed against Shinichi's neck. Chapter 150, The Arrival of the Hidden Cloud Village Ninjas. As Kakashi Hitaki witnessed the elimination of Shin Uchiha, he resolved not to give up and turned to leave the place. At that moment, a shadow darted towards him, glinting in the sunlight, obscuring its identity. By the time Kakashi discerned what it was too late. It was none other than the flying thunder god Kanai, and Minato Namikaze appeared before him, delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen. It turned out that Minato had previously left a flying thunder god mark in that location, and utilizing the sun's cover. The Kanai swiftly approached Kakashi, concluding the match. After the contest, the four reconvened at the training ground. Minato remarked, "Kakashi and Shin have made remarkable progress. Their individual strengths now surpass that of an average Chunin. Together, they could contend with a typical Jonin. I am genuinely pleased to witness such significant growth." However, Kakashi and Shin did not share in Minato's praise. They had expected that even if they couldn't defeat him, they wouldn't fall so easily. Their previous skirmish with Minato had been brief, and once he exerted his strength, they were quickly bested. Noticing their discontent, Ye Feng interjected, "Do not be too presumptuous. Do not regard Minato as an ordinary Jonin. His current prowess is not far from that of a Hokage. Do you truly think it would require much effort for him to defeat you two?" Upon hearing Ye Feng's words, Kakashi and Shin were instantly taken aback, staring intently at Minato. Minato, feeling their gaze, quickly replied, "Do not heed Ye Feng's exaggerations. I have merely improved a bit." Although Minato did not explicitly confirm it, his response lent credence to Ye Feng's assertion. The expressions of Kakashi and Shin brightened considerably. Being defeated in a single move by ninja nearing Hokage level was more palatable. With their spirits lifted, Minato ceased to dwell on the question of whether he possessed Hokage-level strength. In the ensuing 2 days, the four of them trained diligently at the training ground, developing a mutual understanding of each other's abilities. Ye Feng, however, remained an enigma. Minato and the others were unaware of his true power, primarily because Ye Feng stubbornly refrained from revealing his full capabilities. With only 2 days remaining until the Chunin exams, the group was training when they were informed by the Umbu that the ninjas from the hidden cloud village were approaching. The third Hokage instructed Minato and his team to welcome them, given their prior familiarity with the hidden cloud village. Reluctantly, the four complied, taking their positions at the entrance of Konoha to greet the arriving ninjas. As noon approached, the ninjas from the hidden cloud village finally arrived, led by the Tobi who had previously welcomed Ye Feng and the son of the third Raikage A. Even the formidable Killer Bee accompanied them, followed by nearly 40 ninjas, most of whom Ye Feng did not recognize, save for the familiar figures of Troy and the 2 Yui from the Wood Village. Ye Feng mused internally. The hidden cloud village is indeed audacious, bringing forth the next Raikage heir and both the 2 Tails and 8 Tails Jinchuriki. Are they not concerned that Konoha might eliminate them? Yet, he understood that Konoha would never resort to such drastic measures, as that would only present an opportunity for the Sand Village to conspire against them. Forcing Konoha to reconsider their own strength, even if they could prevail, it would come at a great cost. Upon spotting Ye Feng, Killer Bee broke away from the group, grasping Ye Feng's hand and launching into a spirited rap, expressing his joy at seeing him and insisting that Ye Feng join him in the performance. Meanwhile, the 2 Yui from the Wood Village regarded Ye Feng with irritation, huffing when he glanced their way. Troy, too, caught sight of Minato. His eyes ignited with a fierce competitive spirit, evidently still harboring resentment over being bested by Minato's flying thunder god technique. After about an hour of managing the group, Minato and his companions finally escorted the visitors to their lodging, seizing the opportunity to slip away unnoticed. Ye Feng sensed that Minato was drifting further from his original persona, wondering if it was due to his influence or if Minato had always been this way. Once they escaped, Minato treated Ye Feng and the others to a barbecue. However, fate had other plans. The Umbu located them, specifically seeking Ye Feng, who had been designated as the guide for the ninjas from the hidden cloud village. Ye Feng immediately deduced that this was Killer Bee's request, recalling how he had similarly insisted on being the guide in the hidden cloud village. The thought of Killer Bee's persistent nature filled him with dread. Consequently, Ye Feng instructed Minato and the others to order their meals while he stepped away briefly. Shortly thereafter, the barbecue was served, but upon his return, Ye Feng was not alone. The 2 Yui had decided to tag along, leaving him perplexed, as he barely knew them and had not even exchanged a word. Nonetheless, as guests, he could not refuse their request and brought them along. Minato and his companions recalled the formidable strength of the 2 Yui, who were still genin, likely to participate in the upcoming Chunin exams as potential adversaries for Ye Feng's group. The atmosphere grew awkward as Kakashi and Shin silently observed the 2 Yui, while Ye Feng, uninterested in pleasantries, focused on grilling his own meat. Fortunately, Minato, being more experienced in such matters, initiated introductions. When introducing the 2 Yui, they politely greeted the others, surprising everyone who had presumed them to be aloof. However, When it came to Ye Feng, their demeanor shifted to one of hostility, evidently still remembering their previous encounter. As the evening progressed, the six engaged in light-hearted conversation and laughter, fostering camaraderie, especially as Killer Bee, despite his clumsy rapping, ceased his insistence on teaching Ye Feng. After a satisfying meal, Minato led the group, including Killer Bee and the two Yui, on a tour of Konoha. The iconic Hokage Rock and the panoramic views of the village left a lasting impression on the two Yui, who were captivated by the beauty of Konoha, so distinct from that of the hidden cloud village. Chapter 151. Karabi versus Might Guy. Karabi gazed over the entirety of Konoha, his attention drawn to a distant cluster of individuals engaged in rigorous training, piquing his curiosity to the extent that he insisted on investigating further. Unable to refuse them, Minato Namikaze decided to escort them to the scene, deeming it not a secret worth keeping. Upon arrival, both Karabi and his companions from the Land of Wood were astounded by the sheer number of people fervently sweating in their exercises. Initially, the crowd appeared modest from afar, but proximity revealed a multitude of individuals, many of whom were children similar in age to them. The two companions from the Land of Wood could not help but inquire, "Didn't we hear that Konoha's ninjas excel in ninjutsu? Why are there so many practicing taijutsu, especially children?" This barrage of questions left Minato somewhat at a loss for words, as he turned to Leaf Maple, recognizing that this phenomenon was largely attributable to him. Due to the Chunin exams, the Ninja Academy had granted a holiday, and the likes of the Gourmet Five and Hanada-Kei were among the throngs of trainees. At that moment, Kurenai Yuhi and Inuzuka Kiba noticed the arrival of Leaf Maple, particularly the presence of a young girl standing closely beside him, resembling him in stature. They immediately approached with irritation, forcing their way to Leaf Maple and demanding, "Who is this girl, and why is she with you?" Leaf Maple, sensing the tension, cautiously replied, "This is a ninja from the village hidden in the clouds, here to participate in the Chunin exams. I am responsible for their reception." Upon hearing this, Kurenai and Kiba's expressions softened considerably. However, the two companions from the Land of Wood were displeased, having been brusquely pushed aside, and, noticing the evident affection Kurenai and Kiba held for Leaf Maple, they could not help but retort, "What a scoundrel." Leaf Maple was left speechless at being unjustly labeled a scoundrel. Just as he prepared to retort, Karabi's voice rang out, "May I have a match with that esteemed senior?" He pointed at Might Guy. "Karabi, that is my teacher. You must not act so recklessly." Leaf Maple interjected hastily upon realizing Karabi intended to challenge Might Guy. "Apologies, Leaf Maple. I merely sense that he too is a formidable master of taijutsu, and I am somewhat eager to test my skills," Karabi expressed, demonstrating an understanding of decorum by apologizing. At that moment, Might Guy, having overheard their conversation, paused his training and approached with a cheerful demeanor. "No worries. We are all enthusiasts of taijutsu. Engaging in friendly sparring is beneficial for growth. Leaf Maple, you cannot hold me responsible. Your teacher has given his consent," Karabi joyfully proclaimed. The nearby crowd, upon hearing that a ninja from the village hidden in the clouds was to challenge Might Guy, quickly cleared a space. Though their words were less than kind, "A mere child dares to challenge our teacher Guy? How presumptuous." Indeed, teacher Guy is comparable to a Kaga-level expert. He stands no chance. Might Guy, hearing the murmurs of the crowd, frowned slightly and declared, "The essence of taijutsu lies in relentless effort and perseverance, not mere bravado. This is simply a standard exchange of techniques, devoid of any hierarchy." The crowd fell silent, those who had been the most vocal now displaying expressions of shame. Karabi, inspired by Might Guy's words, felt a surge of respect and bowed slightly. "Your broad-mindedness is commendable. I appreciate your guidance." Many who trained under Might Guy had heard of his Kaga-level prowess and knew he had promised to teach the forbidden technique, the Eight Gates, once one's taijutsu reached a certain threshold. However, none had witnessed him in combat, thus they eagerly anticipated the unfolding battle. Standing opposite each other, Karabi and Might Guy prepared for their encounter. Might Guy gestured for Karabi to make the first move. Karabi, unhesitatingly, unleashed a faint aura of lightning chakra, shattering the ground beneath him as he charged forward, his speed so great that many spectators could scarcely catch a glimpse of him. This display left the onlookers astounded. They had assumed Karabi was merely an overconfident child, unaware of the vastness of his abilities, yet his incredible speed took them by surprise. Among the gathered crowd, only Leaf Maple remained unfazed, while others struggled to comprehend Karabi's astonishing velocity. Even Might Guy was taken aback, though excitement soon replaced his astonishment. With the second gate of the Eight Gates opened, he effortlessly evaded Karabi's initial assault, the impact of which obliterated a tree behind him. Karabi, elated by the challenge, charged again, and this time Might Guy met him head-on, exchanging blows in a flurry of combat. The sounds of their strikes reverberated through the ears of the spectators, though most could only hear the commotion without witnessing the spectacle. Yet, even the mere sound thrilled the onlookers, affirming Might Guy's formidable strength. In contrast to those who were blind to the fight, Leaf Maple and his companions could discern the unfolding battle, noting that Karabi was clearly at a disadvantage. Having been struck multiple times without landing a blow on Might Guy, it was evident that Might Guy was holding back. Had he not, Karabi would have undoubtedly sustained injuries from such relentless attacks. Recognizing the need to regroup, Karabi seized an opportunity to withdraw from the fray, grateful for Might Guy's restraint. Yet, he resolved to unleash his full potential, as orange chakra began to emanate from him, causing both Might Guy and Minato to furrow their brows in concern. Uncertain of Karabi's intentions. Cease, Karabi. Are you unaware of the repercussions of unleashing such power in Konoha? Leaf Maple warned, his voice cutting through the tension. Karabi and the others were momentarily taken aback by Leaf Maple's admonition. Realizing his mistake, Karabi straightened and bowed slightly to Might Guy, expressing, "Thank you for your leniency. Esteemed senior, do not mention it. During your stay in Konoha, feel free to come for a match at any time," Might Guy replied, somewhat bewildered as the encounter came to an abrupt halt. Nevertheless, both Might Guy and the others sensed that Karabi had yet to reveal his full capabilities, leaving them curious about what he had planned that elicited such a warning from Leaf Maple. Leaf Maple, however, chose not to linger. Bidding farewell to Might Guy before departing with his companions, the Gourmet Five and Hinata K followed suit. While Kurenai and Kiba claimed to be accompanying the ninja from the village hidden in the clouds to explore Konoha's sites, though their true intention was to secure positions beside Leaf Maple, preventing anyone else from encroaching on his space. Chapter 152. Barbecue. A group of individuals meandered through the various renowned locales of Konoha until dusk began to settle. However, neither Killer Bee nor the two-tailed beast seemed inclined to return, nor did the others, who appeared to be eagerly anticipating a shared dinner. This gave Leaf Maple a foreboding sense of unease, prompting him to speak up. "It's getting late. Perhaps we should head back. Shall we go to Brother Minato's house?" Inuzuka Fuyuki was the first to respond, but this only solidified Leaf Maple's apprehension, as it was evidently an invitation for him to prepare dinner for them. The others, including Namikaze Minato, nodded enthusiastically in agreement, piquing the curiosity of Killer Bee and the two-tailed beast about the eagerness of the group, prompting them to decide to follow Leaf Maple closely. Realizing he could not escape the situation, Leaf Maple resigned himself to his fate but soon contemplated a different culinary approach that would ease his burden. "How about we have barbecue for dinner? We just had grilled meat for lunch. Can't we have something different?" Uchiha Shinichi quickly interjected, aware of Leaf Maple's exceptional cooking skills yet uncertain about his barbecue prowess, especially after having indulged in grilled meat earlier. "This time, I will prepare something unique. I assure you will relish it." The group, encouraged by Leaf Maple's confidence, readily concurred. With everyone in agreement, Leaf Maple compiled an extensive list of ingredients and handed it to Namikaze Minato for task allocation, also summoning Uzumaki Kushina and Might Guy. Meanwhile, he set about preparing the barbecue grill and charcoal, planning to gather at the clearing atop Hokage Rock. Having never encountered a barbecue grill in the Hokage world, Leaf Maple needed to enlist help to construct one. However, its simple design made it an uncomplicated task. He procured charcoal from a nearby barbecue shop. By the time Leaf Maple had assembled the grill and secured the charcoal atop Hokage Rock, the others had already arrived, accompanied by three unexpected guests, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade. They had returned to check on matters concerning the Chunin exam in the Land of Clouds and to reunite with Orochimaru. Upon arriving at the summit and witnessing the bustling activity, they learned from Namikaze Minato about Leaf Maple's culinary talents and naturally joined the gathering. With a larger group at hand, the tasks became more manageable. Leaf Maple and Namikaze Minato worked on the ingredients, while Might Guy and several boys constructed a lattice canopy, and the girls adorned it with charming decorations and strings of twinkling lights. Once illuminated, the canopy transformed the summit into a picturesque setting. Leaf Maple also set up the grill, which featured a smaller rack for roasting a whole lamb, cleverly concealed from view by the main grill. As the barbecue commenced, the sizzling sound and enticing aroma captivated everyone, prompting audible expressions of anticipation. Tsunade urged, "Hey, kid, when will it be ready? Are you trying to starve me?" Such is the nature of barbecue. It entices the appetite with its fragrance, enhancing the overall dining experience. Leaf Maple had prepared an array of ingredients, boasting dozens of varieties, capable of grilling over 300 skewers in one go, a far easier task than preparing numerous dishes. However, When Leaf Maple presented the first batch of over 300 skewers, he was taken aback by the group's voracious appetites. In an instant, what had been a plentiful array of skewers vanished before his eyes. Upon glancing up, he saw Tsunade and Jiraiya each clutching 20 or more skewers, while the others held a dozen each. Orochimaru, however, remained indifferent to the food and refrained from taking any skewers. As the first bites were savored, the expressions on their faces lit up, and their pace of consumption quickened. "Hey, mind your manners. You two are the oldest here, yet you're grabbing the most," Leaf Maple remarked, observing the unrestrained behavior of Jiraiya and Tsunade. Tsunade immediately protested, but Jiraiya interjected, "What do you mean oldest? I'll show you. Let us not fight over skewers." "All right. If you hurt him, who will cook for us next?" Jiraiya hastily persuaded Tsunade. "Once I'm full, I'll deal with you," Tsunade retorted, which effectively silenced her. Leaf Maple, undeterred, turned back to the grill to continue preparing the food. Jiraiya and Tsunade did not forget about Orochimaru, sharing a few skewers with him, which left Orochimaru perplexed. "Is it really that delicious? You all look like you haven't eaten in ages." With a sense of curiosity, Orochimaru took his first bite. And in the next moment, he devoured the skewer, quickly finishing off several more in rapid succession, leaving Jiraiya and Tsunade astonished. "Aren't you indifferent to food? Why the rush?" Jiraiya questioned, with Tsunade nodding in agreement. "Why waste time eating barbecue?" Orochimaru feigned indifference, yet his gaze betrayed him as it lingered on the grill. The flavor was undeniably exquisite, compelling even the notoriously indifferent Orochimaru to indulge further. "Just so you know, those skewers were alone. You must return them with the next batch," Jiraiya shamelessly declared. Witnessing his teacher's shamelessness, Namake's Minato turned away in embarrassment, distancing himself from Jiraiya. The two-tailed beast, experiencing such delectable barbecue for the first time, exclaimed, "This is truly delightful. If we could use beef from the land of clouds, it would be even better." Killer Bee nodded enthusiastically, savoring the barbecue. Before long, the second batch was ready, and this time, the adults, lacking any sense of decorum, swiftly claimed most of the skewers, leaving the children with only a few. The younger ones, including Yuhi Kurenai and Inuzuka Fuyuki, gazed longingly at Leaf Maple, seemingly imploring him for assistance. Leaf Maple, however, wore a mischievous grin and replied, "Don't worry, let them eat their fill." Kurenai and Fuyuki recognized Leaf Maple's expression, understanding he had something up his sleeve, anticipating an entertaining turn of events. Meanwhile, Minato, Might Dai, and Kushina did not forget the younger companions, sharing some of their skewers with them. Yet, Leaf Maple refrained from letting the youngsters help themselves, instead directing the skewers toward Jiraiya and Tsunade. Tsunade, noticing Leaf Maple's actions, appeared quite pleased and praised him for his thoughtfulness. Eventually, as Jiraiya and Tsunade grew full, belching and patting their bellies with abandon, Leaf Maple sensed the moment was right. He approached the grill, unveiling his piece de resistance, the whole lamb. Sprinkling his secret seasoning over the lamb, he meticulously turned it, allowing the delectable aroma to waft through the air, beckoning all to partake in this culinary delight. Chapter 153, The Ch-Nin examined the whole roasted lamb, which Ye Feng had just taken off the grill, was still sizzling with juices, its tantalizing aroma wafting into the noses of all present. Ye Feng's group of friends immediately surrounded the lamb, saliva uncontrollably flowing. Ye Feng began to carve the lamb, which was so large that there was more than enough for everyone. He did not forget about Minato Namake's, Might Guy, and Kushino Uzumaki, even ensuring that Orochimaru received his fair share. Meanwhile, Jiraiya and Tsunade, eyeing the delectable roast, longed for another taste but sadly found their stomachs unwilling to cooperate. Minato, Guy, and Kushino were grateful they had not eaten the skewers in their hands, having given them all to Jiraiya and Tsunade. At that moment, Jiraiya and Tsunade quickly realized this was Ye Feng's cunning scheme. Tsunade could not help but exclaim, "You little Uchiha, this is quite insidious of you. Who told you to shamelessly compete for food with children?" Ye Feng was unperturbed and retorted. Jiraiya and Tsunade, acknowledging their fault, could only helplessly watch as the others savored the enticing roast lamb, their hearts filled with regret. The group purposefully flaunted their feast before Jiraiya and Tsunade. As the night wore on, the revelry came to an end, and the group escorted Killer Bee and the two wooden puppets back to their lodging. However, Killer Bee's proclamation, "Ye Feng, I'll come looking for you tomorrow," left Ye Feng feeling quite alarmed, as he thought to himself, "I truly hope not to see you all again tomorrow." Sure enough, the next morning, Killer Bee and the others arrived at Ye Feng's residence, only to find the main door firmly shut, a sign hanging that read, "Sudden Epiphany. Out seeking breakthroughs, do not disturb." This infuriated the group, with Inuzuka Fubuki exclaiming, He must be doing this on purpose. Next time we catch him, we'll make him pay. The others nodded in furious agreement. At that moment, Ye Feng had already hidden himself within the forest, deciding not to venture out until the Nin exam commenced the following day. In the root base of Konoha, Danzo Shimura sat in his usual shadowy corner. 3 root ninjas kneeling before him. Danzo spoke. How goes the operation? The ninja in the front, adorned with a grotesque mask, replied, Rest assured, Lord Danzo. Everything is in place. These 2 individuals pose no issues. They are secret assassins trained by the root, unaware of our involvement. Should any unforeseen incidents arise, we shall bear no responsibility. Exercise caution. Should this endeavor fail, such an opportunity may not present itself again. You may leave, Danzo replied slowly. Yes. The 3 root ninjas bowed their heads and vanished. Danzo rose, a sinister smile creeping across his otherwise grim visage. Let us see how you will handle this. The following day marked the Nin exam, a significant event for the village, co-hosted with the Hidden Cloud Village, thus rendered even more grandiose. The first segment was a written test, held within the confines of the Ninja Academy. This attracted a crowd at the school entrance, where the Food 5 and Hinata Sora were present to cheer for Ye Feng and his companions. Many attendees were their accompanying family, while a majority simply wished to observe the spectacle, curious about the Hidden Cloud Ninjas. Most villagers of Konoha had not ventured far, as leaving the village required permission, and the outside world was fraught with peril, with the possibility of never returning. As the participating ninjas for the Nin exam arrived, the villagers instinctively cleared a path, allowing the exam participants to proceed. A considerable number of ninjas were set to partake, with 10 teams from the Hidden Cloud Village, totaling 30 individuals, while Konoha sent 22 teams, amounting to 66 participants, resulting in a grand total of 96 ninjas in the exam. Ye Feng had long since arrived near the academy, hiding in the shadows, awaiting the right moment to make his entrance last. He took the opportunity to observe the other participants and was pleasantly surprised to spot familiar faces, including Kakashi Hitaki and Uchiha Shinichi, as well as the Inuzuka trio of Inuzuka Kiba, Inuzuka Hana, and Akamaru. As the first exam was about to commence, Ye Feng's friends noticed his absence. Sensing the time was ripe, Ye Feng swiftly emerged from his hiding place and dashed into the academy. His speed was so remarkable that his companions questioned whether it truly was him. However, being the last to enter drew attention, and the 2 wooden puppets immediately recognized Ye Feng's presence. They unleashed their frustration upon him. You trickster! How dare you show your face after sneaking away early this morning? Their loud voices echoed throughout the examination hall, causing a stir among the attendees. The 2 wooden puppets, though young, were gentle souls well-liked in the village, and their words incited glares of fury from the Hidden Cloud ninjas, who seemed ready to tear Ye Feng apart. Meanwhile, the Konoha ninjas wore mischievous smiles, thinking, this kid is quite the charmer, starting so young to attract the ladies. Only Kakashi and Shinichi understood the true intent of the wooden puppets' words. Ye Feng was caught off guard by their remarks, thinking, sister, such words should not be uttered carelessly. They can easily be misinterpreted. Noticing the reactions around them, the 2 wooden puppets realized their words could be misconstrued, their faces flushed with embarrassment as they attempted to explain. Just then, 3 main examiners from Konoha entered the room. Upon seeing Ye Feng still at the podium, the lead examiner declared, everyone, return to your seats. No whispering. The first exam is about to begin. The formidable presence of the 3 examiners silenced the room, prompting Ye Feng to hastily find a nearby empty seat. The head examiner announced, this exam consists of 10 questions, each worth 10 points. All 3 members of a team must score above 60 to advance. Should any one of you score below 60, your entire team will be disqualified. Once the examiner finished speaking, he and his colleagues began distributing the test papers. Ye Feng glanced at the paper, his brow furrowing as he noted the excessive difficulty of the questions. While they posed no challenge to him, they certainly would not be easily surmountable by the other candidates, which contradicted the very purpose of the Nin exam. Ye Feng pondered this peculiar situation, glancing over the exam hall, and suddenly his expression shifted to one of realization. The number of candidates in the exam was not 96 but 99, indicating that 3 participants had been specially arranged to join, and those 3 undoubtedly knew the answers. Fortunately, having observed the entrance for a considerable time before finally entering, Ye Feng was somewhat familiar with the 95 candidates and quickly identified the 3 additional individuals seated strategically at the front, middle, and back of the examination room, ensuring that the others were never too far from them. Chapter 154. Written Examination. Ye Feng surveyed the examination hall. Apart from the 3 additional candidates, The rest were lamenting over the exam questions. Who could possibly solve these problems? Is Konoha trying to create trouble? They grumbled, feeling frustrated at their inability to answer. If you can't do it, don't blame Konoha. If you have the ability, then prove it. A scene reminiscent of this unfolded on the wall of the Konoha reception room, where the third Hokage employed his telescope technique. However, rather than being displayed on a crystal ball, the image appeared on a specially crafted crystal screen. Seated in the reception room were the leading figures from the Cloud-Hidden Village, as well as some high-ranking officials from Konoha. Lord Third Hokage. Might the questions be a tad too challenging? T-Dai remarked, observing the perplexed expressions of the genin from his own village. There is no need for concern. Such difficult questions are not meant for them to solve independently. This written examination is not an assessment of their knowledge base, but rather a test of their information gathering and acquisition abilities. 3 ninjas have been assigned to continuously write answers, and it is up to the candidates to discover and obtain those answers through their own means, the third Hokage confidently replied. However, that ninja does not seem to be one you specifically assigned, T-Dai pointed out, indicating Ye Feng, who was fervently scribbling away. T-Dai was well acquainted with Uchiha Ye Feng and held a profound impression of him. He couldn't fathom that the third Hokage would consider Ye Feng merely as a tool in the examination. The third Hokage, watching Uchiha Ye Feng write incessantly, felt somewhat speechless. Just as he had remarked on the difficulty of the questions, Ye Feng was undermining his statement. With a twitch at the corner of his mouth, the third Hokage remarked, "There are always some exceptionally gifted ninjas capable of tackling such questions." In the examination hall, Ye Feng and his 3 companions were diligently writing, starkly contrasting the others who were tearing their hair out in frustration. Soon, some astute individuals began to notice the anomaly. It seemed that the answers lay with these 4. Consequently, various ninjas employed a multitude of tactics to try to extract answers from Ye Feng and his companions. Kakashi Hitaki and Uchiha Shinichi, along with Inuzuka, Yamanaka, and Nara, quickly recognized the unusual behavior of Ye Feng and his 3 companions. Kakashi and Shinichi exchanged knowing glances, pleased that their teammate possessed the answers, making this examination considerably easier. Conversely, Inuzuka and his companions were well aware of Ye Feng's prowess and dared not imagine obtaining answers from him, swiftly redirecting their focus onto the other 3. Indeed, 10 questions were not many, and within merely 10 minutes, Ye Feng had completed his work. He then glanced at Kakashi and Shinichi, who were eagerly looking at him, silently imploring him for answers. This left Ye Feng in a quandary. He realized that he could only control others through his Sharingan's Jinjutsu or provide them answers within the illusion, while his other methods were merely offensive techniques. However, revealing his Sharingan would significantly diminish his standing. Just as Ye Feng pondered his options, he noticed Nara Shikamaru employing the shadow imitation technique, synchronizing his movements with those of the others to write down the answers. A sudden epiphany struck Ye Feng. He didn't need to control people directly. He could simply control the pens to write the answers. How foolish he had been not to think of this earlier. Thus, Ye Feng released 2 threads of chakra from his fingers, transforming them into invisible strands that connected to the pins of Kakashi and Shinichi. As the pins began to move on their own, both were startled, glancing towards Ye Feng, who nodded reassuringly, allowing them to relax. Ye Feng then activated a portion of his consciousness, observing their answer sheets as the pins continued to write. Kakashi and Shinichi, wary of being discovered, held onto the pens while allowing them to move. Soon, over 10 minutes had passed, and Ye Feng completed the exam sheets for the other 2. All 3 breathed sighs of relief, thinking, this competition is indeed quite simple. With some time to spare, Ye Feng began to watch how others were faring. His first focus was on the 2 Wai. It seemed the girl had a peculiar affinity for mice, as she summoned a tiny creature made of chakra that scurried before her companion to steal answers, returning to relay the information. The little mouse proved remarkably effective, as the 2 Wai commanded it to relay answers to their teammate. At this point, Ye Feng also observed their companions. One was a towering figure with a muscular build, exuding strength, while the other, though of average height, bore twin blades on his back, indicating his proficiency with dual weapons. Yamanaka Keiko employed the mind-body switch technique, transferring her consciousness to the tool in order to glean all the answers. Before long, Inuzuka, Yamanaka, and Nara had each completed their respective answer sheets. It must be said that this examination greatly favored Nara Shikamaru and Yamanaka Keiko, whose investigative abilities shone, while Akimichi CHG merely reaped the benefits, waiting for Nara Shikamaru to control him to finish his answers. The first round of the written examination concluded swiftly. Some were exhilarated, brimming with confidence, while others hung their heads in despair, harboring little hope for their performance. Most were anxious, uncertain whether they would pass. Nevertheless, no one left the examination hall. Perhaps due to the participation of the cloud-hidden village ninjas, Konoha had deployed additional personnel, and the number of questions was quite few. The results emerged within merely half an hour. The three chief examiners re-entered the room. The leading examiner announced, "Those whose names I call, please exit the examination hall." He unfurled a scroll, and as names were called, the number of individuals in the room steadily dwindled. When only 45 candidates remained, the chief examiner rolled up the scroll. "Congratulations, the remaining ninjas have passed the first round of the written examination. The second round will take place in the Forest of Death tomorrow. Wishing you all the best for the next stage." With that, the chief examiner left the hall without delay. Out of 32 teams comprising 96 CH9 candidates, only 15 teams with 45 individuals advanced, resulting in an elimination rate exceeding half. Historically, such a high elimination rate was unprecedented in the first round of written exams, reflecting the formidable difficulty of this particular assessment. Among the remaining 15 teams, 4 were from the cloud-hidden village, while the remaining 11 hailed from Konoha. As the first round concluded, the two Weinin immediately turned their gaze towards Ye Feng's seat, only to find it empty. They soon spotted Ye Feng fidgeting, attempting to slip away unnoticed, almost at the classroom door. One of the Weinin called out, "Uchiha Ye Feng, if you dare to escape again, we shall no longer acknowledge you." Chapter 155, The Consequences of Being Caught. Upon hearing these words, Ye Feng was startled. "My dear aunt, could you please be a little clearer?" Even without turning his head, Ye Feng could sense the palpable hostility, crashing against him like tumultuous waves against the shore. Knowing he could not afford to linger, Ye Feng swiftly opened the door and made his escape. By the time the two wooden figures reached the entrance of the examination hall, Ye Feng had long since vanished from sight, leaving them stamping their feet in frustration, their pouting lips exuding an adorable charm. This only solidified the notion among onlookers that the two shared a deeper connection. Departing the examination hall, Ye Feng refrained from exiting through the main gate, mindful that his group of friends awaited him outside the school. If they caught him, he would be trapped and subjected to severe punishment. He sought refuge in a secluded spot and employed the Flying Thunder God technique, teleporting to the training grounds atop Hokage Rock. Fortuitously, he had managed to flee swiftly. Otherwise, the consequences could have been dire. Wiping his forehead, which was devoid of sweat, he felt a sense of relief. "Really? Ye Feng, you've mastered the Flying Thunder God technique?" A sudden voice startled Ye Feng, causing him to tremble. Slowly turning around, he found himself face to face with Minato Namikaze, who wore an enigmatic smile. Summoning his courage, Ye Feng stammered, What splendid weather. Brother Minato, what brings you here? Didn't they all go to the Ninja Academy? How could I catch you if I weren't here? Now, tell me, when did you learn the Flying Thunder God technique?" "Just a little before you." Ye Feng sheepishly indicated with 2 fingers, signifying a little. Well, Ye Feng, to think you kept this from me for so long. Even while being pursued by Sunagakure and Awagakure, you didn't reveal your mastery of the technique. My chakra is barely sufficient to transport others. Flying by myself is more feasible. Then what will you do if you fall into my hands today? Will you surrender to Inuzuka foe, or? Minato grinned mischievously. Resigned, Ye Feng replied, "Just tell me what you want me to do." "Prepare a month's worth of meals for me," Minato declared triumphantly. "Not a chance. You may as well turn me in," Ye Feng retorted, growing displeased with the condition. He would rather apologize directly. Now, let us not rush. We can negotiate," Minato said, sensing Ye Feng's reluctance, his smile reappearing. "Just 1 meal, nothing more." Ye Feng stood his ground, unwilling to give in, knowing that such leniency would only lead to future troubles. 10 meals, and I will provide you cover." Minato immediately began to bargain. 1 meal, no less. At least 8 meals. 2 meals at most. 6 meals at a minimum. 3 meals. And no one else can be involved. Ye Feng recalled Minato's illustrious exploits. After much negotiation, they settled on 4 meals, commencing that very afternoon. Ye Feng figured that since he had nowhere else to go and his home was no longer safe, he might as well hide at Minato's place, especially as it was nearly noon. Following Minato back home, Ye Feng noted that since guests frequently dined at the Namikaze residence, a substantial amount of provisions had been stocked. Today, with Ye Feng in tow, Minato had ordered an array of dishes. Had it not been for the limited space, he would have even considered a whole roasted lamb. However, with only the 2 of them dining, Ye Feng prepared a modest selection of 4 or 5 dishes to suit their tastes, which prompted some playful complaints from Minato. As they began to enjoy the fragrant meal, the door suddenly swung open, and a group of people entered, led by Kushina Uzumaki, followed closely by Ye Feng's friends. The two groups exchanged startled glances, momentarily frozen in surprise, as Ye Feng and Minato's expressions contorted in shock, their chopsticks clattering to the floor. Kushina and her friends had not anticipated finding Ye Feng and Minato indulging in a hearty lunch at the Namikaze household. Kushina instantly shifted into her octopus mode, while her companions wore expressions of fury. What followed was a cacophony of shouts and frantic scurrying, accompanied by the sounds of many items being knocked over, interspersed with the pained cries of both Minato and Ye Feng. The scene soon transformed to reveal them seated on the floor beside the dining table, both sporting bumps on their heads as Kushina and the group glared at them while simultaneously devouring the spread before them. How could you give the keys to Kushina? Are you seeking your own demise? Ye Feng whispered reproachfully to Minato. I didn't expect her to come over for lunch, and I have no secrets from her. Save for today's events, Minato explained, his tone laced with innocence. This is all your fault. I didn't even have time to escape. And now my meals are gone. Ye Feng lamented. How can you blame me? I didn't want this to happen either. I'm equally caught up in this mess. Minato replied, feeling equally wronged. What are you two whispering about? Speak up. Whose idea was this? Kushina demanded, having overheard their hushed conversation, her tone accusatory. At that, Ye Feng and Minato pointed fingers at each other, swiftly shifting the blame. Seeing their mutual accusations, Kushina's anger intensified, in light of your previous mischief. You are both hereby sentenced to cater to us today, or face double the punishment. Inuzuka Fu and Yuhi Kurenai nodded in agreement. Ye Feng and Minato exchanged glances, their expressions resigned. The afternoon passed in a blur of cleaning, shoulder rubs, tea serving, and fruit preparation. By evening, Ye Feng found himself in an even worse predicament, as Kushina had called over Karabi and the two wooden figures, subjecting him to a torrent of complaints that nearly drowned him. Naturally, the responsibility for dinner fell upon Minato and Ye Feng, who were not permitted to join the table. They could only watch enviously as others scrambled for food, unable to partake themselves. Ye Feng remained unfazed by the missed meal, but Minato suffered greatly, having barely eaten at lunch, leaving him ravenous. Ye Feng couldn't help but feel a sense of schadenfreude, but that was short-lived. Kushina seemed to hear Minato's stomach rumble and, feeling a pang of sympathy, made an exception, allowing him to eat at the table, leaving Ye Feng in a state of astonishment. Chapter 156, Betrayal Among Allies. The following day, the second round of the CH-NEEN exam commenced with a practical demonstration, as the 45 participants arrived early at the edge of the forest of death. This time, Ye Feng did not arrive last. It was unnecessary, as those who deserved punishment had already been reprimanded yesterday. In a touching gesture, Yuhi Kurenai and Inuzuka Kiba had left a substantial amount of food for Ye Feng, which deeply moved him as he stood alone. At that moment, the chief examiner entered, his expression grave. He spoke with authority. Congratulations on advancing to the second assessment. However, this round is a genuine test of combat. The place before you is known as the Forest of Death, aptly named due to the plethora of snakes, insects, and even ferocious beasts that inhabit it. Ordinary individuals face only death here, and even you may find yourselves perilously close to that fate. This is your final opportunity to withdraw, if you wish to leave. Now is the time. The chief examiner's ominous description instilled fear in many, causing at least half of the participants to waver, though none voiced their intention to depart. He further intensified the atmosphere. In this assessment, you will face not only the dangers of the forest but also each other, as all of you will become adversaries, vying to seize and claim resources. Ultimately, fewer than one-third of you may emerge unscathed. Upon hearing this, two individuals immediately requested to withdraw, taking their teams with them. Thus, 6 participants had already left before the assessment had even begun, inadvertently increasing the psychological burden on those who remained. The chief examiner continued, Excellent. Now you are beginning to act like true ninjas. Let me explain the rules for the second round. You will enter the Forest of Death from 13 different directions. You must not only defend against attacks from others and wild animals, but also seek out hidden scrolls. There are 2 types of scrolls, heaven and earth. Only teams that collect both types and reach the central tower before dusk on the 3rd day will pass the assessment. With only 6 heaven scrolls and 6 earth scrolls available, at most 6 teams will advance to the next round. Most crucially, your teams will be disbanded and reformed into new configurations. After the chief examiner's words, the remaining 39 participants displayed confusion. Only 6 sets of scrolls? This meant that a significant majority would face elimination? The situation could prove even more dire. Some scrolls might remain undiscovered, where one individual could hoard multiple scrolls. Wouldn't this drastically reduce the number of successful candidates? And why were the teams being rearranged? Was there a hidden agenda? Did this mean they had to guard against not only foes, but also their comrades? This was less an assessment and more a form of torment. Among those affected, the trio known as the boar, deer, and butterfly felt particularly distressed, as their combined strength was their greatest asset. The chief examiner, observing the commotion, barked, "Silence." The reason for this arrangement is to prepare you for the reality of being a CH-neen, where you will frequently team up with unfamiliar faces. This is to acclimate you to the state of a CH-neen. Upon hearing this, the group fell silent. However, Ye Feng furrowed his brow, finding the explanation somewhat tenuous. In his recollections, he could not recall any instance of the CH-neen exam involving team disbandment. Now, come forward to draw lots. Those who draw the same number will form a team. The chief examiner's voice interrupted Ye Feng's thoughts. The 39 participants lined up, and soon all had drawn their lots. The trio of the boar, deer, and butterfly was fortunate enough to draw the same number, 10, prompting Yamanaka Ino to exclaim with joy, her voice echoing throughout the venue. Kakashi Hitaki and Uchiha Shin also found themselves fortuitously paired. Ye Feng, holding the number 8, mused to himself about his apparent misfortune, as he would now have to team up with strangers. At that moment, 2 other Konoha ninjas bearing the number 8 approached him. One was a girl, and both seemed unfamiliar to him. It seemed these two would be his teammates, yet they bore an uncanny resemblance to each other. "Hello, I am Uchiha Ye Feng." He introduced himself. "I am Kozumi Nabakawa. I am Kamizuki Ranjin." The two merely nodded in silence, their responses terse. "Do you know each other? You seem quite similar." Ye Feng inquired. "We do not know each other," they replied in unison, exchanging knowing glances, which perplexed Ye Feng further. However, the chief examiner's voice interrupted, directing them to their designated entrances with an accompanying examiner. "At 10 o'clock this morning, all of you will enter the Forest of Death." The trio followed their examiner to an entrance, awaiting the signal. As the clock struck 10, a firecracker exploded in the sky, marking the commencement of the assessment. The examiner urged Ye Feng and his companions to enter the Forest of Death. For Ye Feng, this practical assessment posed little challenge. He activated his sensory abilities, scanning the vast expanse before him, swiftly locating both heaven and earth scrolls. Effortlessly, he secured them. As Ye Feng examined the scrolls in his possession, he noticed Koizumi Nabakawa and Kamizuki Ranjin stealthily closing in on him. When they were just a meter away, Ye Feng suddenly turned and declared, "I wish to know who intends to kill me." Realizing they had been discovered, Koizumi and Kamizuki lunged toward him. However, Ye Feng was swifter. Before they could react, he had rendered them unconscious. Kneeling beside them, Ye Feng inspected their mouths and found an abundance of explosive tags, indicating a clear intention to perish alongside him. Fortunately, Ye Feng had harbored suspicions about their motives and had scanned them thoroughly upon entering the Forest of Death. The sight of so many explosive tags confirmed his fears. They intended to kill him, though he was uncertain whether it would be through traps or other means. As the two approached, Ye Feng had been vigilant, surprised to discover they had resorted to such an extreme measure, an act typically reserved for assassins. It was evident that a powerful figure was orchestrating their actions. With the unconscious duo in tow, Ye Feng left a Flying Thunder God seal at the location and executed the Flying Thunder God technique, transporting himself to Orochimaru's laboratory. For convenience, he had previously established a seal there when he learned the Flying Thunder God technique, ensuring easy access in the future. Chapter 157. The turmoil of Konoha in the laboratory. Orochimaru observed the sudden appearance of Leaf Maple with curiosity rather than surprise. He pondered how Leaf Maple had managed to bring these two individuals over at this moment, when he should have been engaged in the second round of the Chunin exam. "These two attempted to use explosive tags in a bid to perish with me, but I incapacitated them and have left them for your interrogation," Leaf Maple explained. "Is it true that someone dared to attack you during the Chunin exam? Do you know who it was?" Orochimaru inquired, his brow furrowing slightly. Only those capable of participating in the Chunin exam could influence its rules. However, I suspect it is not as straightforward as it seems. There may be further schemes at play. Do not kill these two, they may prove useful later. Leaf Maple replied before utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique to return to the Forest of Death. Upon his return, Leaf Maple discarded the explosive tags he had collected, scattering them across the ground along with several of his garments, and ignited them right where he stood. The subsequent deafening explosion shook the earth, obliterating the surrounding trees. This immense blast naturally drew the attention of the proctor overseeing the Chunin exam. Such a significant explosion could not be overlooked, prompting him to rush to the scene with his team. Meanwhile, having secured the scroll of earth and heaven, Leaf Maple had no intention of lingering and quickly made his way to the central tower. The explosion was also noted by the root ninjas monitoring the exam, who immediately recognized the entrance through which Leaf Maple and his companions had entered. Upon witnessing the devastation, the root ninja surveyed the scene. Concluding that Leaf Maple and the others had been reduced to ashes, he hastily departed to report his findings. Shortly thereafter, the proctor arrived at the explosion site. Astonished by the sheer magnitude of the blast, he was taken aback that such an event could occur within Konoha, especially so close to the entrance. He instructed his team to investigate which ninjas had entered through that entrance. Upon discovering that one of the names was Uchiha Leaf Maple, the proctor's face paled in shock, disregarding the confusion of those around him as he dashed towards the Hokage's office. The potential loss of Konoha's foremost genius was a matter beyond the proctor's ability to manage. He needed to report to the third Hokage immediately. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage was receiving the proctor's report when he slammed his hand on the table, his expression darkening. Find out who managed to bring so many explosive tags into the exam arena. Additionally, dispatch more personnel to search the Forest of Death and see if we can locate the whereabouts of these three. The proctor, not daring to delay, promptly accepted the order and left. The third Hokage then settled back into his chair, his demeanor calming slightly. He gestured to summon a member of the Umbu, who appeared before him. Send for Advisor Danzo. Inform him that I have urgent matters to discuss. Go. Understood, the Umbu replied before vanishing. At this moment, Leaf Maple had arrived at the central tower. The Forest of Death, with a diameter of merely 10 kilometers, posed no challenge to Leaf Maple's speed. However, upon reaching the top of the tower, he found it completely deserted. He mused, perhaps the people of Konoha did not anticipate my swift completion of the objective. Time to enter the tower, albeit a bit carelessly. At this juncture, Leaf Maple felt no fear of anyone. He ascended to the pinnacle of the tower, gazing out over the boundless forest before sitting down in a relaxed manner, gradually absorbing natural energy. Unbeknownst to him, chaos had erupted throughout Konoha due to his actions. Even other ninjas participating in the exam noticed Konoha ninjas occasionally darting overhead, seemingly searching for something. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage regarded the leisurely entering Danzo with a furrowed brow, demanding, "You orchestrated the events in the Forest of Death, did you not? What of the Forest of Death? What has transpired?" Danzo replied, feigning ignorance. "Do not tell me you are unaware of the explosion that just occurred." The third Hokage retorted angrily. "I did hear the explosion. It seemed to originate from the Forest of Death, but beyond that, I am uncertain of what happened." Danzo continued to feign ignorance. "It is best if this matter is not connected to you. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to take action against Root." The third Hokage's gaze sharpened as it bore into Danzo. The weight of the Hokage's words was not lost on Danzo, who frowned but remained confident that no evidence would lead back to him. He dismissed the matter lightly, saying, "Investigate as you wish, Hirazashi." The third Hokage chose not to dwell on this issue further. The priority now was to ascertain the fate of Uchiha Leaf Maple. If Leaf Maple were indeed deceased, the third Hokage would not hold Danzo accountable for the death of a mere corpse. However, should Leaf Maple still be alive, the third Hokage would not permit Danzo to take any further actions against him. Meanwhile, the leading ninja from the Cloud Village observed the bustling Konoha ninjas. Upon learning of the explosion in the second exam venue and the disappearance of Uchiha Leaf Maple, both AI and Sachikage exchanged knowing smiles, contemplating that Konoha was not as united as it appeared. At the top of the tower, Leaf Maple continued his training, albeit in a manner different from his usual practice. He seemed to have entered a unique state, his form becoming somewhat ethereal. He felt a profound sense of joy, as if he were one with the wind, effortlessly soaring higher and further. The winds appeared to understand his intentions, shifting direction in response, and Leaf Maple reveled in the exhilarating experience of ascending and descending. Should anyone have been present, they would have been astonished. Although Leaf Maple was visible, his presence bore no discernible aura, resembling nothing more than an illusion. The Konoha ninjas scouring the Forest of Death did not overlook the central tower, but perhaps underestimating Leaf Maple's ability to complete his task so swiftly. They merely glanced at the base of the tower without sensing any presence above, before hastily departing. Though Konoha was on high alert due to Leaf Maple's actions, the assessments in the Forest of Death continued unabated. As the day progressed, nearly all scrolls were located, yet it appeared that due to Konoha's distribution, no team had successfully gathered all three of the Heaven and Earth scrolls. More than half of the teams had failed to obtain any scrolls, while 2 teams led by the Wood Village had managed to secure 3 Earth scrolls. However, upon discovering a 4th scroll, also of the Earth variety, the 2 leaders were left utterly exasperated, their Cloud Village teammates shaking their heads in resigned disbelief. Chapter 158. Chaos at this moment. Uchiha Shinichi and Hatake Kakashi had only managed to acquire a single Heaven Scroll, while their other companion turned out to be a dual-wielding ninja from the Yamabuki team, named Reimu. The trio exhibited formidable strength, having swiftly defeated another team moments earlier and claimed their scroll, yet they refrained from delivering fatal blows, allowing the defeated 3 to depart. Unfortunately, the scroll they acquired was also a Heaven Scroll. As another day passed, Kakashi and his companions encountered no other teams. They speculated that the scrolls had likely been found by others, whether they were complete or not, and that all these individuals had congregated near the central tower. Those with complete scrolls were evidently eager to storm the tower, while those without prepared for the final scramble. Thus, the 3 decided to leave the outskirts and head towards the central tower. Meanwhile, the Inoshikacho trio had also secured only a single Heaven Scroll, but they did not linger, hastening towards the central tower for the final contest. On the 3rd day, the remaining 12 teams were concealed near the central tower, yet none dared to emerge. At this juncture, it became a test of patience. The first to show themselves risked becoming targets, and were most likely to be eliminated. Having scoured for 2 days, the Leaf Ninjas had yet to uncover the whereabouts of Uchiha Ye Feng and his 2 companions, leading them to report the situation to the 3rd Hokage with a sense of resignation. Upon hearing the news, the 3rd Hokage sighed, feeling disheartened by the inability to locate them, and lamented the fate of talented individuals. His frustration was also directed towards Danzo Shimura's reckless actions. Nevertheless, the 3rd Hokage recognized the necessity of Danzo's assistance and resolved to downplay the situation. In the Death Forest, as time slipped away and the sun of the 3rd day began to set, the 2 Yamabuki ninjas could no longer contain their impatience and boldly emerged, blocking the essential path to the central tower. They proclaimed, "If you want the scrolls, come out and fight. I possess 4 Earth Scrolls. Those who wish to claim them may come forward." However, their cries went unanswered as no one appeared, each hoping to reap the benefits without conflict. Meanwhile, Kakashi and his companions deliberated among themselves, as they had amicable relations with the Yamabuki ninjas, and both sides required the respective scrolls. They could peacefully collaborate to enter the central tower. The task of negotiation fell to Reimu, being from the same village and thus more amenable. Upon seeing Reimu approach with Kakashi and the others, the Yamabuki ninjas expressed their curiosity. "Reimu, what are you planning? Do you intend to seize my Earth Scrolls?" "Fear not. I merely wish to exchange my surplus Heaven Scroll for yours." "There is no need for conflict," Reimu reassured them. "Truly? That is splendid. We should have made the exchange sooner," the Yamabuki ninjas exclaimed, relieved and slightly irked at the time wasted waiting. Kakashi and his companions were equally thrilled to progress through the 2nd phase of the exam without engaging in battle. Yet, those lying in ambush nearby were displeased. If the exchange succeeded, it would eliminate the opportunity for 4 teams, leaving only 2, thus intensifying the competition. Consequently, they emerged from their hiding places to obstruct the transaction and seize the scrolls they desired. Only the Inoshikacho trio maintained their composure, refraining from charging in. Seeing the multitude rushing toward them, the Yamabuki ninjas and Kakashi's team quickly exchanged their scrolls. However, just as they turned to dash toward the central tower, 4 teams intercepted their path. With no viable options, the Yamabuki ninjas and Kakashi's group pressed forward toward the central tower. During the delay caused by the 4 teams, 5 more teams caught up. What had been a tranquil scene at the entrance of the central tower erupted into chaos, with ninjutsu flying everywhere and many caught in the crossfire. The commotion awakened Ye Feng, who had been immersed in contemplation for days, frustrated at being pulled from his profound experience. He gazed down at the unfolding battle. As he observed the melee below, a bemused smile crept across his face. He noted that Kakashi, Uchiha Shinichi, the Yamabuki ninjas, and 3 unfamiliar Cloud Village ninjas had become the focus of other teams' assaults. Despite the turmoil, Kakashi, Shinichi, and the Yamabuki ninjas, being exceptionally skilled and adept in taijutsu, maneuvered through the fray, sustaining minimal injuries while inadvertently incapacitating several adversaries. In contrast, Kakashi's trio faced less interference than the Yamabuki ninjas, enduring a skirmish. They repelled an opponent, surging ahead of their allies. The Yamabuki ninjas, feeling the pressure of pursuit, flung 2 surplus Earth Scrolls into the air, exclaiming, We relinquished the scrolls. It's up to you to seize them. The pursuing crowd diverted their attention to the floating scrolls, eager to claim them, while some continued their chase after the Yamabuki ninjas. In a flash, the Yamabuki ninjas unleashed 2 azure fireballs, which detonated midair, transforming into myriad azure flames. Thankfully, their intent was not to harm, they simply sought to obstruct the relentless pursuers. Seizing the opportunity, the Yamabuki ninjas and Kakashi's group dashed into the central tower. Noticing the airborne earth scrolls, the Inoshikacho trio recognized an opportunity. A Kimichi Dingyuan transformed into a massive battering ram, sending ninjas tumbling aside, while Nara Shikaku effortlessly acquired an earth scroll. With Dingyuan clearing the path, the trio easily entered the central tower. Thus, 4 teams had now entered the central tower. Yet Ye Feng's team remained unknown to others. Both the exam participants and the proctor assumed that 3 teams still possessed scrolls, with the number of scrolls dwindling. The external chaos intensified, prompting each team to unleash their unique techniques. Notably, a towering ninja from the Cloud Village, muscular and swift, decisively defeated opponents and secured the corresponding scrolls for his team to enter the central tower, though his teammates were less formidable, merely average. As the battles continued, the number of standing ninjas dwindled. Ultimately, a Hyuga clan ninja, leveraging his gentle fist and acupuncture techniques, emerged victorious, claiming the last set of scrolls to enter the tower. Chapter 159, framed in the end, the few remaining standing ninjas immediately set out to search for the bodies of their comrades, as they believed that there should still be a set of celestial scrolls yet to be discovered. However, no matter how diligently they searched, the 2 scrolls remained elusive. As night fell, it marked the conclusion of the second phase of the examination. The 2 examiners, Kakashi Hitaki and Shin Uchiha, frowned upon realizing that Uchiha Ye Feng was missing. They couldn't help but ponder, with such formidable strength, how could he have remained unseen? Had something gone awry? The 3 of them recalled the previous explosions and the incessant flight of Konoha ninjas, growing increasingly concerned for Ye Feng's safety. The chief examiner was aware that countless ninjas had been dispatched over the past few days to locate Ye Feng, yet to no avail. Perhaps the final set of scrolls had perished alongside that explosion, and such a talent might be lost, evoking a sigh of regret from the chief examiner. Regaining his composure, the chief examiner announced, "Congratulations to the 15 of you for advancing to the next phase, which will commence tomorrow." At that moment, a voice interrupted the chief examiner. Wait. The chief examiner and the 15 genin were startled by the sudden exclamation and turned to see Ye Feng slowly descending the stairs of the tower. Kakashi and Shin wore expressions of immense relief, thinking to themselves, "I knew you wouldn't be eliminated." Upon seeing Uchiha Ye Feng, the chief examiner's expression transformed as though he had encountered a ghost. It seemed he had forgotten about me. Stammering, the chief examiner inquired, When did you arrive here?" "I have been here since the first day, merely training at the top level," Ye Feng replied with a hint of exasperation. "Then, show me your scroll, and where are your teammates?" The chief examiner steadied himself and asked about Ye Feng's situation. Ye Feng handed over his scroll and explained, "My 2 teammates attempted to betray me, seeking to perish together, but I dealt with them." The chief examiner and the other genin were taken aback by this revelation. It was indeed a scandalous affair for someone to resort to such treachery during the Chunin exams. The chief examiner, uncertain of the truth behind the claims, realized that this matter needed to be escalated to the higher echelons of Konoha. He summoned his subordinates to escort the 15 ninjas to the arena and announced the situation regarding the 3rd preliminary round, while he took Ye Feng to the Hokage's office. The 3rd Hokage was engaged in discussion with 3 advisors when an Umbu ninja suddenly appeared, informing the chief examiner of the urgent matter concerning Uchiha Ye Feng. The 3rd Hokage immediately rose upon hearing Ye Feng's name, exclaiming, "Go, bring them both in." Upon receiving news of Uchiha Ye Feng, the 3rd Hokage felt a surge of joy, though he failed to notice the slight frown on Shimura Danzo's face. Internally, Danzo cursed, "This brat is truly fortunate to have survived. But do not think this matter is resolved." The chief examiner led Uchiha Ye Feng into the Hokage's office. The 3rd Hokage, observing Ye Feng standing unharmed before him, remarked, Good. It's a relief, you're safe." The 3 advisors noticed the 3rd Hokage's evident concern for Uchiha Ye Feng and were displeased, adhering to the 2nd Hokage's wishes to suppress the Uchiha clan. At this juncture, the chief examiner began explaining the situation to the 3rd Hokage. "So, you're saying someone planted 2 genin to attack Uchiha Ye Feng, only to be killed in return?" The 3rd Hokage, though already suspecting as much, could not contain his anger upon hearing the details. Manipulating the examination, infiltrating personnel, influencing the competition, and attempting to assassinate a Konoha ninja. Each act was a grave offense. Dispatch the Umbu to investigate. I want to know who orchestrated this Chunin exam. Arrest all those involved. Since Uchiha Ye Feng is still alive, we must ensure this matter reaches a resolution. Hold on, there seem to be lingering doubts regarding the details. I ask you, is this information based on your investigation? Or is it solely Uchiha Ye Feng's account? Danzo interjected. This account comes from Uchiha Ye Feng. I deemed the situation urgent and brought him here immediately. Without the chance to verify, the chief examiner replied candidly. Then it is possible that Uchiha Ye Feng fabricated this story. Or perhaps he killed the other two and used explosive tags to erase the evidence. The chief examiner found himself at a loss for words. The third Hokage, already aware of the precarious situation, understood that without conclusive evidence, it would disadvantage Ye Feng. He wished to resolve the matter swiftly but was interrupted by Danzo. Yukimura and Midogate had their doubts about Danzo's assertions but remained silent, as he was a member of the Uchiha clan. Danzo turned to the third Hokage, stating, I believe there are many unanswered questions. Uchiha Ye Feng should have his Chunin exam qualifications revoked and be imprisoned until the matter is clarified. There are indeed uncertainties. But this does not definitively implicate Uchiha Ye Feng, nor does he possess a motive for such actions. He should be allowed to participate in the Chunin exams. Albeit with restrictions on leaving the village, the third Hokage countered, unwilling to condemn Ye Feng. What if Uchiha Ye Feng is indeed the perpetrator? You would be disregarding the lives of the villagers. How will you face the people of Konoha then? Danzo seized the opportunity, casting a heavy accusation upon the third Hokage. If Uchiha Ye Feng were imprisoned, it would seal off his chakra, making it easy for Danzo to orchestrate unforeseen circumstances. As the third Hokage struggled to find a response, a voice interrupted the increasingly arrogant Danzo. Old man, your leadership as Hokage is truly lacking, being swayed by a mere advisor when it comes to making decisions. Orochimaru stepped through the door with a playful expression, holding two unconscious children in his grasp. He casually dropped them onto the floor, the sound of their heads striking the ground echoing ominously in the room. Danzo's gaze fell upon the two children, though their faces were obscured. He immediately sensed a troubling possibility, his expression darkening significantly. Midogate swiftly overturned the unconscious figures, eager to ascertain their identities and understand why Orochimaru had brought them in this manner. Chapter 160. The Wrath of the Third Hokage. Who are these two children? Midogate inquired. To ascertain their identities, one need only consult the proctor, Orochimaru replied with a hint of mockery. It seemed the third Hokage had surmised the identities of the individuals, yet he sought confirmation from the proctor, glancing in their direction. The proctor promptly responded. These two are indeed teammates of Uchiha Leaf Maple. How can that be? Wasn't it said that all of Uchiha Leaf Maple's teammates had been slain? These two are clearly alive, Tsunade Komatsu interjected. I never claimed to have killed them. I merely indicated that I dealt with them, Leaf Maple said, feigning innocence. However, this expression revolted Shimura Danzo, who felt an overwhelming urge to strike Uchiha Leaf Maple. Old man, these two are the assailants who previously attacked Leaf Maple. They are merely unconscious now. It would be prudent to hand them over to the analysis division for memory extraction, Orochimaru stated leisurely. At that moment, Shimura Danzo wished to intervene but found himself unable to voice a protest. If he did, it would only serve to expose his prior behavior. Yet, Tsunade Komatsu spoke up on his behalf. They are both ninjas from Konoha. Wouldn't it be excessively cruel to extract their memories directly? Oh, so now you are concerned about cruelty? These two willingly chose to perish alongside Uchiha Leaf Maple, clearly trained as loyal assassins. If we do not extract their memories now, shall we wait until they take their own lives? Tsunade Komatsu was incensed by Orochimaru's retort but remained silent. The third Hokage, unwilling to witness this farce continue, especially with others present, raised his hand. An Umbu ninja materialized. Take these two to the analysis division and prioritize the extraction of their memories, then report back to me. Yes, the Umbu ninja replied, escorting the two unconscious children away. The third Hokage then addressed the proctor. You have been busy for quite some time. Please, take a moment to rest. The proctor nodded in acknowledgement and promptly departed. Leaf Maple, you have an examination tomorrow. It would be wise for you to return home as well. I assure you, I will provide you with an explanation regarding this matter. The third Hokage said with a smile. Leaf Maple understood that while this incident might tarnish the relationship between the third Hokage and Shimura Danzo, it would not bring about Danzo's downfall, so he nodded and left the Hokage's office. Shimura Danzo also intended to leave, but the third Hokage halted him. Memory extraction does not take long. You should remain and await the results. The third Hokage spoke with resolute authority, and the others had no choice but to comply. Half an hour passed, and the scroll containing the extraction results was placed upon the Hokage's desk. Yet, the more the third Hokage perused its contents, the more his anger intensified. He flung the scroll to the ground and glared at Shimura Danzo. Mito Gaiden and Tsunade Komatsu hastily picked it up, their expressions shifting to disbelief as they gazed at Danzo. Orochimaru, curious about their findings, took the scroll and examined it. Upon finishing, he chuckled and remarked, "Indeed formidable. Over 100 orphans, reduced to 11, all trained as assassins, including children from Konoha. Such ruthlessness is commendable." Though Orochimaru's tone was light, the underlying fury was palpable to all present. "What are you looking at me for?" "This is not my doing," Shimura Danzo retorted, having anticipated the scroll's contents without needing to read it. The third Hokage's ire mounted further as he declared, "In the name of the third Hokage, I command you to surrender the complete roster of all root ninjas, along with their operational records." "What does this have to do with me? I am not responsible for." Danzo attempted to argue, but the third Hokage interrupted him with a thunderous voice. "Do you not comprehend? I demand the complete roster of all root ninjas and their operational records." "Very well, I shall retrieve the documents for you," Shimura Danzo replied after a prolonged hesitation. Before departing the Hokage's office, seeing that his presence was no longer required, Orochimaru took his leave, heading directly to Leaf Maple's residence. At that moment, Leaf Maple had returned home, preparing tea, having anticipated Orochimaru's visit. Seizing the opportunity, he began to assess his own condition. To his astonishment, he discovered that the liquefied chakra within his dantian had significantly increased, nearing 1/5 of its capacity, an advancement equivalent to a year of training. Leaf Maple pondered. Could this be the legendary epiphany? Uncertain if it was indeed an epiphany, he reminisced about the sensations experienced in the central tower, a state he could not replicate upon his return. However, he noticed a marked enhancement in his affinity with wind. With a mere flick of his wrist, he could conjure a small gust of wind. Yet, he refrained from exerting his full power, wary of causing significant damage to Konoha, knowing full well that the third Hokage would not overlook such a transgression. Yet, Leaf Maple mused, if I were to unleash my full control, could I generate a tornado akin to those from my past life, leaving utter devastation in its wake? Just as these thoughts occupied his mind, Orochimaru arrived. "Leaf Maple, you are indeed impressive. You anticipated my arrival," he remarked. "Naturally, I felt a surge of indignation over there, prompting me to seek you out," Leaf Maple replied. "You are aware of the assassins?" Orochimaru expressed surprise. "I do not possess all the details, however. I am aware that those under Shimura Danzo are rarely up to any good." "You certainly understand that old rascal Danzo," Orochimaru said, a look of regret crossing his features. "It is a pity that we could not bring him down this time. Danzo is cautious in his dealings. He will not easily provide you with leverage. I never anticipated capturing him this time. Do you not wish to eliminate Danzo directly?" Orochimaru's demeanor suggested a growing animosity towards Danzo. "I do contemplate it. Yet I desire his disgrace and downfall even more. To eliminate Danzo outright would be too merciful." "Very well. I shall leave this matter to you, Leaf Maple. I will not interfere further." Leaf Maple observed Orochimaru, noting how he diverged from the character he once knew, now devoid of the murderous intent and visibly angered by Danzo's actions. The two conversed for an extended period, the sky darkening. Yet Leaf Maple noticed no inclination from Orochimaru to take his leave. After a moment's reflection, Leaf Maple smiled and remarked, "Orochimaru, when did you become so interested in the pleasures of the palate?" Orochimaru, caught off guard by the comment, blushed slightly before quickly regaining his composure, feigning ignorance of Leaf Maple's words. Leaf Maple smiled subtly, preparing to showcase his culinary skills that evening, intent on captivating Orochimaru's taste buds. Chapter 161. Preliminary Contest. The following day marked the commencement of the Ch-Nin preliminary rounds. Leaf Maple strolled leisurely towards the arena, seemingly rejuvenated by his recent reflections atop the central tower. With his prowess now surpassing that of most participants, he felt no need for the caution that once characterized his demeanor. Nevertheless, Leaf Maple had no intention of showcasing his formidable abilities, as the saying goes. The heights can be lonely, and he preferred to operate from the shadows, savoring a tranquil and harmonious existence. Upon his arrival at the arena, the chief examiner and the other 15 lower ninjas had already gathered. The arena felt strikingly familiar to Leaf Maple, reminiscent of the Ch-Nin exam battleground he recalled. Featuring a colossal statue of a pair of hands performing seals at the forefront, a massive screen overhead, and a circular fighting area encircled by elevated platforms for spectators. This was indeed the venue for Naruto's Nin exam preliminaries in the original narrative. At that moment, the chief examiner stood at the forefront, flanked by two assisting Leaf Village ninjas, while the renowned figures of Minato Namikaze, Fujiwara Izumi, Tsuchikage, and the future fourth Raikage, were present as well. Even Killer Bee made an appearance, waving enthusiastically from the surrounding platforms. The chief examiner, with a serious demeanor and a scarred visage that exuded an intimidating aura, addressed the assembly. Today marks the preliminary rounds. Of the 16 of you, only 8 will advance to the final formal matches, which will be observed by the leaders of your respective villages. Your opportunity to demonstrate your abilities before them hinges on today's outcomes. The mention of village leaders and attendants ignited fervor among the participants, all eager to impress their Hokage. Observing the excitement below, the chief examiner displayed a satisfied expression before continuing. The large screen behind me will randomly select pairs for combat. Only the victorious will progress. All others, please vacate the central arena, and those chosen will step forward for their matches. As the chief's voice resonated, the screen began to flicker and display names. Those familiar with Leaf Maple silently prayed to avoid facing him, certain of their defeat. Only 2 individuals, the Wood Ninja, secretly wished to confront Leaf Maple, as she harbored lingering resentment from their last encounter, where she had been bested without fully utilizing her strength. She yearned for a chance to redeem herself. Gradually, the screen settled, revealing the first matchup, Hige Jurin versus Akimichi Dingyuan. Akimichi Dingyuan, upon seeing this, erupted with joy, exclaiming, "Haha! Thank goodness it's not Uchiha Leaf Maple." Hige Junrin, aware of Leaf Maple's reputation, felt a tinge of irritation at Dingyuan's relief over not facing him. With Junrin and Dingyuan remaining, the others exited the arena, allowing ample space for the 2 combatants. The remaining team members, including Leaf Maple, encountered Minato and Fujiwara Izumi. The latter remarked, "Leaf Maple, you've certainly stirred quite the commotion among the village ninjas these past few days." Leaf Maple, slightly embarrassed, replied, "It's not entirely my fault. I was already at the central tower and didn't hide myself intentionally, it's just that no one noticed me." Fujiwara Izumi then whispered, "The third Hokage is truly enraged this time. The village has apprehended quite a few, including 2 Nin. Surprised by the speed of the third Hokage's actions, Leaf Maple remained unconcerned, knowing that only minor players had been caught. Shimura Danzo was undoubtedly unharmed. Yet, he felt the need to display some semblance of concern, thus feigning gratitude. It is mainly due to the protection of Lord Third Hokage. Kakashi and his team, still unaware of the full situation, became increasingly curious as Leaf Maple recounted being attacked and subsequently taken away, followed by the news of numerous arrests. However, this was no longer a secret within the village. The commotion had become too significant to suppress, prompting Fujiwara Izumi to explain the circumstances to Kakashi's team. Their reactions varied. Kakashi appeared contemplative. Uchiha Shinichi initially displayed anger before reverting to calmness, while Narashikaku and Yamanaka Ino were visibly enraged. Noticing the differing reactions among the 4, Fujiwara Izumi perceived a contrast between Kakashi and Shinichi's composed demeanor and that of his own team, tinged with jealousy over Minato's good fortune. Meanwhile, the matches commenced below. Although Akimichi Dingyuan seemed less intellectually inclined, he was merely disinterested in complex strategies, recognizing that engaging in close combat against the Hige clan would be futile. He resorted to the body expansion technique, enlarging his right arm to significantly amplify both reach and power as he charged at Hige Junrin. Junrin, faced with such a formidable attack, had limited options and could only evade while seeking an opportunity to close the distance. Knowing that the Hige's gentle fist technique targeted the chakra pathways of normal-sized opponents and would be ineffective against a giant, thus, he aimed to approach Dingyuan's core for a decisive counter. Though Dingyuan's increased size enhanced his striking power and range, his agility suffered. Despite his vigorous attempts, he could not land a hit on Junrin, who skillfully maneuvered closer. Nevertheless, Dingyuan was not without recourse. He promptly lowered his head, spinning his body to transform into a smaller, more agile projectile, hurtling toward Junrin. In response, Junrin hastily evaded, but Dingyuan had already distanced himself. Observing this, Uchiha Shinichi felt a surge of optimism for Dingyuan, remarking, "Just keep charging. Bring down that Hige." He turned to Fujiwara's trio, but their serious expression suggested that Dingyuan was not faring as well as he believed. Confused, Shinichi inquired, "Dingyuan is clearly in the lead. Why do you wear such somber faces?" Fujiwara Izumi explained, While Dingyuan seems to hold the advantage now, the Akimichi clan's techniques require substantial chakra expenditure. In contrast, Junrin is simply evading, conserving energy. If Dingyuan cannot secure a swift victory, he is likely to lose this match. Chapter 162. Playing the fool to catch the tiger. Upon hearing the explanation from Fujiwara Amura, Uchiha Shinichi immediately observed the condition of the two combatants. Indeed, Akimichi Dingyuan was slightly out of breath, while Hyuga Junrin appeared unfazed and remarkably composed. This composed demeanor was increasingly disadvantageous for Akimichi Dingyuan. Aware of his predicament, Akimichi Dingyuan formed hand seals and conjured two shadow clones. Ye Feng was astonished, for these clones were not mere shadow duplicates but true shadow clones. A technique not previously associated with the Akimichi clan in his recollection. The two shadow clones transformed into formidable projectiles, charging towards Hyuga Junrin with a velocity surpassing that of their predecessors. Caught off guard, Hyuga Junrin narrowly evaded the incoming assault thanks to his exceptional martial prowess. Just as he thought he had escaped, another projectiles came barreling towards him. With no time to evade, Hyuga Junrin began to spin, channeling a significant amount of chakra to create a protective barrier around himself, forming a semicircular chakra shield. Ye Feng immediately recognized this technique as the Hyuga clan's 8 trigrams palm, Kaiten. He couldn't help but admire Hyuga Junrin's skill. Such a sophisticated technique was impressive for a mere Jinin, showcasing a talent on par with that of the original Niji Hyuga. However, it was puzzling why this individual had not appeared in the original narrative. The projectiles collided violently with the chakra shield, resulting in a momentary standoff before the shield dissipated. Yet, the force behind Akimichi Dingyuan's projectiles still had enough momentum to strike Hyuga Junrin. Both combatants were sent sprawling to the ground, motionless. The onlookers were filled with anxiety, speculating who would rise first. At that moment, Hyuga Junrin's hand stirred, and he gradually stood up. Akimichi Dingyuan also responded, attempting to rise but ultimately failing. The outcome was clear, and the proctor announced Hyuga Junrin as the victor. Although the projectiles had struck Hyuga Junrin, their diminished force had resulted in less damage than the rebound attack from Kaiten, which inflicted greater harm on Akimichi Dingyuan. Ye Feng discerned that Akimichi Dingyuan had employed shadow clones and had exerted himself to enhance the projectile's speed, aiming to outmaneuver the agile Hyuga Junrin. However, this strategy compromised the attack's potency, leaving Hyuga Junrin at a disadvantage. Despite the loss, Ye Feng held a favorable view of Akimichi Dingyuan, recognizing his potential to innovate and create new techniques suited to his strengths. Fujiwara Amura and Namikaze Minato descended to retrieve the injured contestants. As both were ninjas of Konoha and deserved care, fortunately their injuries were superficial, and with some rest, they would recover. Next, the names on the large screen began to rotate, finally settling on Yamashiro Keiko versus Kuru. As both participants descended into the arena, Ye Feng learned that the imposing ninja from the Wooden Clan was named Kuru. His muscular physique and somewhat vacant expression gave the impression of a brawny yet simple-minded individual, while Yamashiro Keiko specialized in mental techniques, making this matchup seemingly advantageous for her. Upon seeing her opponent, Keiko felt a surge of relief. Her individual offensive capabilities were quite weak, ranking among the lowest in the arena. She had hoped for a foe with weaker mental fortitude, and Kuru fit that description perfectly. With the proctor's announcement of the match's commencement, Keiko positioned her hands and initiated the mind control technique, heart turn. Initially dazed, Kuru appeared ready to slump down but was suddenly seized by Keiko's will. He straightened his posture and slowly raised his right hand. The crowd anticipated his concession. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded as Kuru, with his hand raised, remained silent, a conflicted expression crossing his face. The onlookers were taken aback, and the members of Fujiwara's team exchanged incredulous glances, wondering if anyone could resist the heart turn technique. Realizing the implications, they turned their attention to Ye Feng, who, sensing their gaze, feigned ignorance, contemplating. I am not like that big fool. Keiko never intruded into my mind, yet he managed to resist after being invaded. Suddenly, a trickle of blood appeared at the corner of Keiko's mouth, her countenance shifting dramatically as she realized her spirit had returned to her body. Shocked, she stared at Kuru, who she had presumed to be an easy target, only to discover his formidable mental strength. This marked her second failure with the heart turn technique. Kuru, feeling a surge of anger, thumped his chest twice like a gorilla. Startled, Keiko swiftly launched two kunai, yet Kuru showed no intention of dodging. He clapped his hands together, shattering the kunai effortlessly. The crowd was astonished by Kuru's display of strength and resilience, while the two Wooden Clan members smiled, evidently pleased with his performance. Blue chakra enveloped Kuru's body, a manifestation of his ninja physique, and he charged towards Yamashiro Keiko like a cannonball, leaving cracks in the ground where he had stood. Keiko seemed momentarily paralyzed by Kuru's explosive advance, oblivious to his approaching fist. At that moment, Fujiwara Amura, poised to intervene, had one foot on the railing, ready to leap in to rescue Keiko. However, he halted in his tracks as Kuru's fist stopped just a centimeter before Keiko's face, the wind from the punch ruffling her hair. Kuru then declared in a muffled voice, "You lost," before retracting his fist and leaping back onto the platform. At that moment, Kuru reverted to his earlier vacant demeanor, leaving the crowd in disbelief, muttering about his clever ruse of playing the fool to catch the tiger. Fujiwara Amura rushed into the arena, escorting the somewhat dazed Yamashiro Keiko back to the platform. Chapter 163, Cultivating Summoned Beasts. The subsequent matches lacked much spectacle, as if orchestrated, with the formidable competitors not crossing paths again. Ye Feng, Uchiha, Kakashi Hitaki, and the two from the Wood clan dispatched their opponents with a single move. Lei Mu showcased his exceptional swordsmanship, startling his rival and advancing to the main competition. This display ignited a spark of admiration in Kakashi's eyes. Ye Feng and Uchiha refrained from employing sword techniques, and Kakashi found no worthy sword-wielding ninjas of his caliber among his peers. However, he was pleasantly surprised to encounter one today. Nara Shikahira also triumphed over his opponent through the element of surprise afforded by his shadow imitation technique, securing his place in the main event. This outcome slightly alleviated Fujiwara Amura's concerns. Otherwise, it would have been rather embarrassing for his team, with 3 members entering the preliminaries yet none progressing to the main competition. Nevertheless, Fujiwara Amura lamented the unusually high number of exceptional talents in this year's Chunin exams and felt regret for the defeats of Yamamoto Keiko and Akimichi Dingyuan. Thus, the 8 finalists emerged: Uchiha Ye Feng, Uchiha Kakashi Hitaki, the 2 from the Wood clan, Lei Mu, Kuru, Hyuga Junrin, and Nara Shikahira. The formal competition would commence in 3 days at the open arena in Konoha, drawing a considerable crowd, including the Kage of Konoha and Kumogakure, along with several high-ranking officials. However, due to Kumogakure's last-minute entry into the Chunin exams, they had not communicated with the Fire Nation and the Lightning Nation, resulting in the absence of their higher-ups. This was fortuitous for Ye Feng, who wished to avoid a prolonged delay for the formal competition, unlike in the original narrative. Upon learning of Ye Feng and his companion's advancement to the main event, his friends seized the opportunity to celebrate, insisting on a communal feast. Uchiha and Kakashi Hitaki were more than willing, but Ye Feng was most reluctant, perceiving it as an obligation to cook for them rather than a festive gathering. Nevertheless, Ye Feng's objections proved futile, and the dinner proceeded as planned, with him as the chef. He resigned himself to the task and invited Might Guy and his son, Minato Namikaze, Kushina Izumaki, Karabi, and the 2 from the Wood clan to join the gathering. It was pleasant to socialize, excluding the cooking. The following day, with an unexpected abundance of free time, Ye Feng found himself at a loss for activities. He engaged in training with his shadow clones. As one more or one less made little difference. He had mastered most of the ninjutsu he aimed to learn and only needed to practice further, with the exception of summoning techniques, which remained elusive. Reflecting on summoning, Ye Feng considered Inazuka Kiba's little black dog, pondering the potential for significant achievements in the future. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck him. If he found the summoned beast from the 3 great summoning sites unworthy, he could cultivate one himself, akin to the little black dog. Moreover, it seemed that once a summoning contract was established in the Naruto world, the summoned beast would grow rapidly, especially with the enhancement of his own chakra, ensuring accelerated development. The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became, resolutely deciding to search for a suitable summoned beast during the next few days. However, leaving the village necessitated the 3rd Hokage's approval, which posed a dilemma, as Ye Feng doubted the Hokage would grant permission for him to venture out alone. This matter would require the assistance of Minato Namikaze. Ye Feng promptly sought out Minato at his residence. Yet, Minato appeared to be exceedingly busy, having hastily consumed Ye Feng's meal the previous day before vanishing. Employing a familiar tactic, Ye Feng activated the Flying Thunder God technique, channeling chakra into the mark. Shortly thereafter, Minato's figure materialized, albeit with an unwelcoming demeanor. Ye Feng, is there an urgent matter? I am quite occupied. I merely wish to venture outside the village to capture some wild beasts. Ye Feng replied. Why do you need wild beasts? Have you concocted another culinary creation? Minato inquired. His interest piqued at the mention of new dishes. I just want to raise a wild beast for fun, Ye Feng affirmed. further realizing that Minato was no longer the same as in the original narrative. Then go capture one. Why seek me? Minato responded. You know my situation is unique. The third Hokage would never allow me to go alone, hence my appeal to you. Ye Feng explained. But I am swamped with work and cannot spare the time. Minato protested. Upon hearing Ye Feng's reasoning, Minato's eyes darted, and he quickly suggested, I will help you, but you must prepare a meal for me unconditionally. Ye Feng discerned Minato's cunning intentions and retorted, that is insufficient. Make it 5 meals, and I will leave immediately. Minato attempted to haggle, but Ye Feng turned to leave, prompting Minato to grasp his arm urgently, declaring, 2 meals is the minimum. That is my final offer. Ye Feng continued to walk away, and Minato, now anxious, grasped him once more. 1 meal, and it's a deal. When do we depart? Now. With that, Ye Feng led the way out of Minato's residence, with Minato reluctantly following. Soon, they arrived at the third Hokage's office. Ye Feng refrained from disclosing his true intentions for leaving the village, merely stating that he required samples of wild beast blood for research. Given Orochimaru's prior misdeeds, the third Hokage harbored no suspicions and, with Minato's repeated assurances, Ye Feng easily obtained the necessary permission to exit Konoha. Inevitably, news of Ye Feng's departure reached Shimura Danzo, who slammed his hand on the armrest of his chair in anger. I thought this brat would never leave the village again. However, with Minato accompanying him and his flying thunder god technique, it complicates matters for us. A root ninja, obscured by a mask, responded, indeed. The flying thunder god technique poses a challenge. We must devise a way to divert Minato first, providing us the opportunity to act. Dispatch the Blood Moon teams. They excel in stealth and assassination. Follow them and wait for the right moment to eliminate them. Danzo contemplated further, adding, if the chance arises, capture Uchiha Ye Feng alive. Understood, Danzo-sama. The masked root ninja acknowledged before vanishing. Meanwhile, Ye Feng and Minato had ventured into a primordial forest in the Land of Fire, teeming with diverse wildlife, ideal for Ye Feng to select from at his leisure. Yet, on the journey, Ye Feng remained uncertain about the type of summoned beast he wished to cultivate. He favored agile and imposing creatures, but it seemed none of the beasts he knew met this criterion. Nevertheless, he was not rigid in his preferences. Finding a suitable alternative would suffice, and he was curious about how the beast nurtured with his chakra would ultimately manifest. Chapter 164, The Assassination at this moment. Ye Feng activated his spiritual perception, even enhancing it with true energy, in hopes of locating a beast that would suit his desires. However, Ye Feng's perception not only revealed the presence of a wild beast but also detected 6 ninjas trailing behind. A mere glance at their masks informed Ye Feng of their origins. Upon seeing these ninjas, he immediately retracted his perception, a cold smirk gracing his lips. If they dared to come, they must be prepared to face the consequences. At that moment, the 2 members of the Blood Moon team felt a fleeting sense of being observed, which vanished almost instantaneously, causing the 6 to question whether it was merely an illusion. The squad leader wearing a blue demon mask voiced his concerns. Did we just get discovered? The simultaneous sensation of being watched seems too real to ignore. Another squad leader, adorned with a green leaf mask, replied, it's possible. However, our concealment techniques are top-notch. The opponent may not have noticed us. Stay alert to prevent their escape. The remaining 5 nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Bo Feng Shui Min noticed Ye Feng's cold smile, a wave of alarm washing over him. He promptly expanded his perception but sensed nothing amiss, casting a doubtful glance toward Ye Feng. In a hushed tone, Ye Feng instructed Bo Feng Shui Min. There are a few insignificant foes behind us. Pretend to discover something and distance yourself from me. Once they strike, return swiftly to assist me. How many are there? Can you handle them on your own? Bo Feng Shui Min inquired, concern etched on his face. Do you doubt my strength? If I weren't worried about them escaping due to the distance, I would have already charged at them, Ye Feng replied confidently. All right, Bo Feng Shui Min. Recalling the terrifying Qilin, felt a surge of confidence in Ye Feng. Wait here for a moment. I've spotted a splendid beast, perfect for becoming your pet. I'll go capture it, Bo Feng Shui Min declared, fully aware that the enemy was likely lurking behind, and he dashed into the dense woods ahead. The 2 members of the Blood Moon squad noticed Bo Feng Shui Min leaving Ye Feng's side, and all 6 felt a surge of excitement, recognizing a rare opportunity. However, the squad leader with the blue demon mask hesitated, sensing something amiss. Is this opportunity too easy? Could it be a trap? What are you afraid of? Such a golden chance cannot be squandered. Even if it is a ruse, we still have the upper hand, 6 against 2. At worst, we would merely alert them. Losing our chance, the squad leader with the green leaf mask retorted, clearly displeased. After contemplating, the blue demon mask leader agreed, and they began to stealthily approach Ye Feng, their position spreading out to effectively block his escape. Ye Feng, growing impatient with their sluggishness, decided to spur them into action and feigned an intention to leave in search of Bo Feng Shui men. Recognizing this as their cue, the 6 members of Blood Moon leaped out, surrounding Ye Feng. With his comrades encircling him, the blue demon mask leader felt a sense of assurance. Uchiha Ye Feng, someone wishes to meet you. Surrender peacefully and accompany us to avoid unnecessary pain. I will not go with you. What can you do about it? Ye Feng replied with a smile. The blue demon mask leader felt unease at Ye Feng's demeanor. It was far too abnormal. Just then, a figure appeared beside Ye Feng. It was Bo Feng Shui men. Upon seeing the masks of the opposing ninjas, he instantly recognized their affiliations. With a fierce tone, he exclaimed, Danzo truly has no bounds, daring to openly assassinate a Leaf Village ninja. Are you not afraid of the third Hokage's wrath? The blue demon mask leader, realizing that Bo Feng Shui men had likely marked Ye Feng with the Flying Thunder God technique, understood that today's mission would likely end in failure. His only hope now was to take down at least 2 opponents. With that, he brandished his kunai and charged forward, the others advancing in an orderly fashion to mount their assault. Ye Feng, refusing to hold back, aimed to eliminate the charging leader in one swift motion. However, Bo Feng Shui men intervened, deflecting the leader's attack and forcing him back. Ye Feng, feeling exasperated, thought to himself, I was just about to showcase my strength. And you interrupted me. Whose side are you on? Yet, he kept his grievances to himself, recognizing that Bo Feng Shui men was merely shielding him from harm. As the leader withdrew, the ensuing ninjutsu attacks were unleashed upon the duo, employing a combination technique of fire and wind. Bo Feng Shui men, aware of the potency of combined ninjutsu, immediately evaded. However, Ye Feng had no intention of dodging. This startled Bo Feng Shui men, who urgently shouted, Get out of the way. Had it been any other combination technique, Ye Feng would have evaded without hesitation, but sensing the wind and fire combination, he chose to test his wind manipulation abilities. At worst, he could utilize the Flying Thunder God to escape. As the combined ninjutsu approached, Ye Feng concentrated true energy in his right hand, closing his eyes to sense the winds around him. Bo Feng Shui men, seeing Ye Feng stand firm, closed his own eyes, filled with anxiety and uncertainty about Ye Feng's intentions. The root ninjas, witnessing the imminent approach of their technique, grew elated at Ye Feng's lack of movement. Regardless of the reasoning behind it, they believed that should he be hit, Ye Feng would have little chance of survival, marking their mission as a success. Yet, in a sudden turn, Ye Feng opened his eyes, sweeping his right hand forward. A massive tornado materialized before him, swiftly advancing. Upon contact, the fire and wind ninjutsu was redirected, caught within the vortex, transforming into a fire-wind tornado that surged toward the 4 root ninjas. Realizing the peril, the 4 root ninjas scrambled to evade. The 2 on the flanks managed to escape just barely, but the 2 in the center were not so fortunate. Struck by the fiery cyclone, their bodies ignited. They were forcefully swept away by the tornado. The relentless fire-wind tornado continued its path, traveling a full kilometer before dissipating, leaving the bodies of the 2 root ninjas to plummet to the ground, their forms reduced to charred remnants. Skeletal remains littered with scorch marks. Wherever the fire-wind tornado had passed, trees were uprooted and debris scattered across the ground. Chapter 165. Devastation. The 6 individuals present were utterly astonished by the formidable force of the wind and fire tornado, rendered immobile by its sheer might. Even Ye Feng was taken aback by the magnitude of its power. He had anticipated merely a small whirlwind that would cause destruction over a distance of 30 to 50 meters, believing he had expended minimal energy in his technique. Bo Feng Shui men, equally astonished, turned to gaze at Ye Feng, unaware that he possessed such formidable capabilities. Although the destruction wrought by this tornado was nowhere near that of the previous Qilin, its impact was nonetheless staggering. Most notably, the tornado seemed to manifest instantaneously, as Bo Feng Shui men had not observed any signs of Ye Feng forming hand seals. Ye Feng was the first to regain his composure. Noticing the others frozen in shock, he swiftly lunged at the nearest root ninja. The others, startled by Ye Feng's sudden movement, were roused from their stupor. But by the time the nearest root ninja regained his senses, Ye Feng was already upon him. He had no time to evade and could only defend himself with a kunai. Little did he know the ferocity of Ye Feng's attack. Ye Feng's fist shattered the kunai and pierced through the body of the root ninja. The root ninja stared in disbelief at the wound in his chest. while the other root ninjas were equally astonished by Ye Feng's overwhelming strength, filled with terror at the sight. The squad leader, adorned with a green leaf mask, was the first to react. What manner of monster is this? This is far beyond what we can defeat. I must flee. Without a second thought, he turned to escape, disregarding his two teammates. However, his desire to flee depended on whether Ye Feng and Feng Shui Min would permit it. Suddenly, an apparition appeared before him. It was Feng Shui Min, who, wielding a Rasengan, struck the squad leader in the abdomen. The leader was sent hurtling backward, crashing into a tree, and lost consciousness. During the time Feng Shui Min had been away from Ye Feng, he had strategically placed flying thunder god marks around, preventing any escape. Both Ye Feng and Feng Shui Min turned their attention to the remaining two root ninjas. The two, feeling the penetrating gazes of Ye Feng and Feng Shui Min, instinctively began to retreat, their hearts pounding with fear. Yet, they understood that resistance was futile. Without hesitation, they formed hand seals, and in a rapid succession, both met their demise in a self-destructive act, rendering their bodies devoid of any value. Feng Shui Min regarded Ye Feng with a complicated expression. At that moment, Ye Feng's displayed prowess had surpassed his own, both in speed and strength. Ye Feng eclipsed Feng Shui Min, all without resorting to the eighth gate, and the tornado appeared to be conjured effortlessly by Ye Feng. Feng Shui Min had always known that Ye Feng concealed a portion of his strength, yet he had not anticipated such a stunning reveal. Moreover, a nagging sensation lingered in Feng Shui Min's mind that Ye Feng still had not unveiled his full potential. This realization left him conflicted. Such a powerful Ye Feng could be a double-edged sword, yet he chose to trust that Ye Feng would not bring harm to Konoha. In the blink of an eye. Amidst these thoughts, Feng Shui Min refrained from inquiring further about Ye Feng's capabilities. Instead, he retrieved a scroll and began to gather the bodies of the fallen. Noting that one squad leader still clung to life, albeit gravely injured and unconscious, Ye Feng instinctively turned to Feng Shui Min, asking, "What do you intend to do with this surviving root ninja?" "I will leave the corpses to the third Hokage, but I must take this one alive." Ye Feng replied thoughtfully. "Why take him? It would be simpler to hand him over to the third Hokage for questioning regarding Shimura Danzo's misdeeds," Feng Shui Min inquired. Somewhat perplexed. "You underestimate the situation. Even if you turn him in, the third Hokage will not take significant action against Danzo." Ye Feng shook his head in denial. Such a grave matter cannot simply be dismissed. Feng Shui Min still found it difficult to believe. Though aware of the third Hokage's potential bias towards Danzo, he never imagined such a significant event could be swept under the rug. "Let us wager, if you submit the bodies of the five, Danzo will face nothing more than a reprimand or a slight loss of power, and he will continue as the village advisor, maintaining control over Root. That would mean I win. Conversely, should Danzo be stripped of his advisory position or lose control over Root, you shall emerge victorious, and I will cover your dinners henceforth," Ye Feng stated calmly. Feng Shui Min offered no reply, merely collecting the five bodies while leaving the living root ninja untouched. Ye Feng smiled faintly and approached the surviving root ninja, considering that their location was not far from Konoha. With a swift application of the Flying Thunder God technique, he transported himself to Orochimaru's laboratory. Upon arrival, Ye Feng observed Orochimaru seemingly engrossed in the study of natural energy. He unceremoniously dropped the root ninja onto the ground and addressed Orochimaru. "Be cautious not to allow him the chance to commit suicide. He is alive and will prove useful later." Having delivered his message, Ye Feng utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to return to Feng Shui Min. Orochimaru, taken aback by Ye Feng's sudden appearance and subsequent disappearance, momentarily halted his manipulation of natural energy and approached to examine the individual on the ground. As Orochimaru turned the body over, he recognized the familiar mask and attire, instantly deducing that the individual was indeed a root ninja. Upon removing the mask, an unfamiliar face emerged before him. Additionally, upon inspecting the ninja's mouth, he discovered the cursed seal of heaven, further confirming the individual's identity. A cold smile crept across Orochimaru's face as he mused. Danzo certainly has an abundance of hidden subordinates, but if he seeks destruction, none can hinder him. Meanwhile, Ye Feng and Feng Shui Min had not lost sight of their objective for this outing. Ye Feng expanded his consciousness, no longer detecting any threats against them, though he had not encountered any particularly satisfying beasts either. However, he did spot a creature adorned with a singular horn, featuring a coat of light blue fur reminiscent of a wolf. While it lacked a degree of majesty, it was nonetheless visually appealing. Upon first glance, Ye Feng was captivated. only to quickly realize it was a female beast, which diminished his interest. At that moment, the wolf-like creature was engaged in a fierce struggle with a larger brown bear. It was evident that the wolf-like creature was no match for the bear, having been swatted away several times, yet it continued to charge fearlessly at its opponent. This tenacity piqued Ye Feng's curiosity, prompting him to scan the surroundings. To his surprise, at the farthest recess of a nearby cave, he discovered a freshly hatched creature. Wet, and with eyes yet to open, exuding an undeniable cuteness, reminiscent of a little dog with horns. Chapter 166. Garurumon at this moment. Ye Feng understood why this wolf-like beast was so fiercely unafraid of death. It moved him deeply. Even a wild beast could disregard its own life for the sake of its offspring. Suddenly, Ye Feng felt a strong urge to save this wolf-like creature. But the distance was considerable, so he dashed towards it without hesitation. Observing Ye Feng's sudden sprint, Wave Wind Minato speculated that Ye Feng must have spotted a target and quickly followed suit. Although Ye Feng was swift, it took him nearly a minute to reach the scene, during which time the wolf-like beast had been struck several more times by a brown bear. The final blow landed directly on the creature's neck, shattering its vertebrae. After collapsing, the wolf-like beast struggled a few times, seemingly attempting to rise again, but to no avail. The brown bear, upon witnessing this, ceased its assault on the wolf-like creature and turned its attention towards the den where the cubs were hidden, preparing to enter. At that moment, Ye Feng arrived, gazing at the wolf-like beast, which was on the brink of death, with an expression that revealed little. The brown bear, noticing Ye Feng, the small figure it perceived as an enemy, let out a furious roar and charged at him. Ye Feng, however, calmly raised his right hand, gathering his vital energy at his fingertips. With a mere thought, the energy transformed into a flying sword, piercing through the bear's skull, causing blood to splatter from the back of its head. Just then, Wave Wind Minato caught up with Ye Feng and was utterly astonished by the sight. He had only seen Ye Feng point his finger at the bear and sensed a fluctuation of energy, yet he detected no chakra. The bear was instantly penetrated through the head, and the energy felt akin to that of the training ground at the top of Hokage Rock. This was undoubtedly a power distinct from chakra. Both the talisman and the previous attack stemmed from this force. What did Ye Feng experience to master such power? Wave Wind Minato was profoundly shocked by Ye Feng's mysterious abilities. Meanwhile, Ye Feng entered the den and approached the small beast, which instinctively curled up in response to the unfamiliar presence. Ignoring the sticky substance covering the cub, Ye Feng gently picked it up, his movements slow and tender, soothing the little creature in his embrace. Once the cub settled somewhat, Ye Feng exited the den. It seemed that the sunlight prompted the cub to struggle to open its eyes. Ye Feng, noticing the still-breathing wolf-like beast nearby, moved closer, placing the cub before its mother. The cub, sensing its mother's scent, made an effort to crawl towards her, its partially opened eye striving to discern its mother's visage. The wolf-like beast appeared to realize it had little time left, tears of reluctance welling in its eyes. Ye Feng then spoke, "From now on, it will be with me. As long as I am here, it can grow up safely." The wolf-like creature seemed to understand Ye Feng's words. It looked at him, gently nudging the cub with its tongue, then gazed back at its offspring. Its eyes gradually closed, and the cub, sensing its mother's passing, cried out incessantly, desperately trying to reach its mother's mouth, pawing at it, but alas, received no response. Ye Feng watched for a long while, reminded of his mother in a past life, wondering if he would ever have the chance to return and see her again. Wave Wind Minato approached from behind Ye Feng. Though he couldn't see Ye Feng's face, he sensed that Ye Feng was immersed in some deep emotion, coupled with the cub's behavior. Minato mistakenly assumed that Ye Feng was reminiscing about his deceased parents. He placed a comforting hand on Ye Feng's shoulder, seemingly wishing to impart strength. Startled by the touch on his shoulder, Ye Feng collected himself and cradled the cub, saying, "From now on, we are each other's only companions. Let me give you a name. I shall call you Garurumon, for you bear a resemblance to a creature I once knew by that name." Ye Feng recalled an animated series from his childhood. The cub looked much like Garurumon, albeit without a horn. The cub, oblivious to the conversation, nestled in Ye Feng's embrace. Utilizing his vital energy, Ye Feng created a massive pit nearby. However, the wolf-like beast was quite large, making it challenging for Ye Feng to manage without exerting too much force on the body. Wave Wind Minato recognized the situation and voluntarily placed the carcass into the vast pit. Ye Feng then manipulated the earth surrounding the pit with his vital energy, gathering it inward to fill the hole, fortifying the 6 sides of the soil around the carcass to prevent other creatures from detecting the scent of blood and disturbing the grave. This was to be a resting place for Garurumon's mother. Ye Feng did not wish for Garurumon to return one day only to find an excavated grave. With the task completed, Ye Feng planned to leave, but Wave Wind Minato lingered, appearing as if he wanted to ask something but hesitated. Ye Feng found it amusing that Minato could also be this way and smiled, saying, "If you have a question, ask quickly, or I shall take my leave. I am merely curious about the power you wielded earlier. I have never seen anything like it before," Minato inquired as soon as Ye Feng spoke. "That is no secret. You will learn it in time. It is the natural energy that Jiraiya once studied," Ye Feng explained, feeling it was unnecessary to conceal this since Minato would eventually acquire the natural energy as well. Natural energy? Jiraiya-sensei's Sage Mode. How is it possible that you have mastered Sage Mode so quickly? Jiraiya-sensei took a long time to learn it. Isn't it supposed to require certain characteristics of a toad? Moreover, one must also cooperate with the toads of Mount Mayaboku to enter Sage Mode. Wave Wind Minato could hardly believe that Ye Feng, at such a young age, had already mastered the Sage Mode that his mentor, Jiraiya, took so long to learn. Jiraiya merely learned it halfway. He needed to rely on toads to utilize it. Have you heard that the first Hokage also had to partner with a summoning beast to enter Sage Mode? My abilities do not stem from Mount Mayaboku, thus. There is no need for toad characteristics. In fact, the fewer characteristics one has, the more perfected their Sage Mode is, Ye Feng noted. Becoming weary of explaining the misconceptions surrounding Sage Mode. At that moment, Wave Wind Minato began to take an interest in Sage Mode, quietly resolving, the next time he encountered Jiraiya-sensei, he would certainly request to be taught Sage Mode. Chapter 167, The Disillusionment of Minato Namikaze. Having resolved Minato Namikaze's queries, the two returned to the Hidden Leaf Village, discreetly leaving a flying thunder god mark not far from the village gate for future access. Primarily, Ye Feng's strength had reached a sufficient level, prompting him to venture out more frequently to engage in various endeavors, thus rendering discreet entries and exits considerably more convenient. Ye Feng, accompanied by Garurumon, returned home, while Minato proceeded to the office of the third Hokage. Although Minato's rationality suggested that the third Hokage would likely handle Shimura Danzo as Ye Feng had indicated, a flicker of hope lingered in his heart, yearning for the Hokage to uphold justice. Upon arriving at the Hokage's office, he found the third Hokage buried under a mound of documents, diligently reviewing them. During my outing with Uchiha Ye Feng, we encountered an unforeseen incident, being ambushed by 5 ninjas, all possessing the strength of Jonin, seemingly targeting Uchiha Ye Feng, Minato stated quietly. Almost as if the attack had not involved him, deliberately omitting mention of the 6th assailant. All Jonin, you say? Were there any injuries? Did you manage to identify them? The third Hokage lifted his gaze, visibly surprised that 5 Jonin had dared to attack within the borders of the Land of Fire. Such an event was far from trivial. He contemplated the implications. For 5 Jonin to infiltrate the Land of Fire undetected, they were either leaf ninjas or there existed a mole of significant stature, with the target being Uchiha Ye Feng, potentially implicating Shimura Danzo. All 5 Jonin were eliminated. Their attire and the information found on their corpses suggest they belonged to Root, Minato informed, maintaining eye contact with the third Hokage. Upon hearing that Minato had slain 5 Jonin, the third Hokage exhibited a look of astonishment, clearly taken aback by the rapid escalation of Minato's prowess. However, upon learning they were from Root, his pupils constricted and his expression darkened. Minato produced a scroll, unveiling the bodies of the 5 ninjas. The third Hokage frowned at the gruesome sight before him, noting that their clothing and masks were characteristic of Root ninjas. Ignoring the bloodshed, he removed the masks, revealing 3 unfamiliar faces, and pried open the jaws of the corpses, where the distinctive cursed tongue eradication seal was unmistakably present. This sealing technique, unique to Shimura Danzo, was specifically designed to prevent the disclosure of secrets related to Root, thereby confirming that the 5 corpses indeed belonged to Root ninjas. The assassination of Leaf Jonin and a Leaf Prodigy Root ninjas constituted a grave offense. Typically, such actions would result in immediate incarceration, with subsequent deliberations among the village's upper echelons leading to execution. The third Hokage inhaled deeply, exhaling slowly as he attempted to steady his tumultuous emotions. Before addressing Minato, I am aware of this matter. You may leave the bodies with me. I shall handle the rest. You may return. Minato, upon hearing this response, felt his previous assumptions validated. He had hoped for a decisive command from the third Hokage to apprehend Shimura Danzo. Yet, as a mere Jonin, his influence was limited. With a resigned nod, he bid farewell to the third Hokage and departed the office. Once outside, Minato sighed, disheartened that events had not unfolded as he had hoped. He wandered aimlessly through the streets of the Leaf Village, reluctant to return home. Meanwhile, the third Hokage did not remove the 5 corpses from the floor. Instead, he summoned the 3 advisors, postponing all other matters. The first to arrive were Tsunade and Mito Gate, who were taken aback by the bloody scene before them, hastily inquiring about the events that had transpired. However, the third Hokage merely instructed them to wait until everyone had arrived. Tsunade and Mito, intuitively suspecting a connection to Shimura Danzo, remained silent, waiting with furrowed brows for Danzo's arrival. Before long, Danzo entered. His gaze immediately drawn to the 5 corpses on the ground, his pupils constricting in recognition of the attire and masks, as well as the 3 discernible faces. Danzo, do you not owe me an explanation? Though the third Hokage's demeanor remained composed, his voice bore an unmistakable edge of anger, indicating he was on the brink of fury. I do not recognize these individuals. However, their attire and masks suggest they are from Root. Has someone impersonated my ninjas? Danzo was acutely aware that he could not admit to any involvement. Feigning ignorance? While attire and masks can be mimicked, the cursed tongue eradication seal is uniquely yours. Can you truly claim ignorance? Furthermore, these individuals are conspicuously absent from Root's roster, and they are all Jonin, 5 Jonin, no less. Enlighten me, from whence did they originate? The third Hokage's voice rose in anger as he confronted Danzo. Tsunade and Mito, shocked by the third Hokage's inquiry, were struck by the gravity of the situation. Jonin, regardless of the village, represented rare and formidable strength. The roster Danzo had previously provided to the third Hokage already contained numerous Jonin, making the sudden appearance of 5 additional ones all the more alarming. To think someone could even replicate the cursed tongue eradication seal suggests that our adversaries possess considerable knowledge in this area. I bear significant responsibility for allowing these 5 to infiltrate Root, and I am prepared to accept the consequences. Furthermore, I shall develop a new sealing technique to replace the cursed tongue eradication seal. Danzo continued to adamantly deny any culpability, asserting that the replication was the work of an outsider. The third Hokage, incredulous at Danzo's response, found the excuse laughably inadequate. Do you genuinely believe such a feeble rationale will suffice? Tsunade and Mito, though astonished, recognized the need for clarity regarding the situation, urgently pressing. What transpired? Why are there these corpses? Minato returned just now, reporting that he was ambushed by these 5 individuals, who appeared to be targeting Uchiha Ye Feng. Minato eliminated them, and their attire, masks, and sealing techniques all point to them being Root ninjas, the third Hokage replied, striving to regain his composure. Minato? Has he truly attained such strength? Tsunade and Mito exchanged incredulous glances, astonished that Minato could so effortlessly dispatch 5 Jonin. To be precise, he eliminated 3. The other 2 evidently chose to take their own lives to conceal their secrets, the third Hokage clarified. Chapter 168. The protective third Hokage. This clearly indicates a desire to conceal one's true identity, suggesting that these 5 individuals are not ninjas of Root at all. Shimura Danzo promptly emerged to defend himself. Is this an attempt to hide one's identity? This evidently reveals a reluctance to disclose your secrets. Upon hearing Danzo's voice, the third Hokage's previously calm demeanor swiftly transformed into one of fury. Even Tsunade and Mito Minion doubted Danzo's claims. In the Land of Fire, it was unusual to summon 5 elite Jonin without any prior intelligence, especially when the target of assassination was Uchiha Ye Feng. Despite the lack of evidence, both concluded that it was indeed Danzo's doing. However, the assassination of Uchiha Ye Feng did not seem overly grave to Tsunade and Mito Minion, who were attempting to soothe the third Hokage. After venting his frustration, the third Hokage felt somewhat alleviated, especially considering the recent alliance with the Cloud Village. The movements of the Sand and Stone villages would rely on Root's intelligence, although the Umbu also possessed their own network of informants. They paled in comparison to the relentless efforts of Shimura Danzo. Danzo's negligence in safeguarding Konoha had permitted the enemy to infiltrate, resulting in an attack on Konoha ninjas. Fortunately, the consequences were not dire. He was sentenced to 1 year of house arrest, forbidden from leaving his residence, and required to report all individuals he encountered. Ultimately, the third Hokage did not impose severe repercussions on Danzo. Despite the house arrest, he still retained the ability to communicate with the outside world, merely being absent from Root. As the matter drew to a close, the 3 advisors were preparing to leave the Hokage's office when the third Hokage's voice resonated. Submit all unreported names immediately. Should I discover any further concealment, you shall no longer hold the position of Root leader. This time, Danzo did not deny or respond. He merely turned and exited the Hokage's office. Upon returning home, Danzo summoned his subordinates, investigate the whereabouts of the Blood Shadow. We must see him alive or his corpse. The Blood Shadow was the living root ninja captured by Ye Feng. Danzo was particularly concerned about why only 5 bodies were found and the whereabouts of the remaining individual. If he had fled, that would be manageable. However, if he had been captured, it could pose a significant threat. Most critically, the report from Minato Namikaze only mentioned 5 individuals, suggesting they were likely in his possession. Yet, Minato had returned without an additional person, leading Danzo to suspect that one was hiding outside the village, necessitating a search. Nonetheless, with the tongue curse seal in place, Danzo was not overly concerned about potential leaks. He only feared that the individual might be employed for nefarious purposes. Meanwhile, Minato wandered aimlessly, his agitation growing heavier, until he unknowingly reached a hot spring resort. Gazing towards the bath, he recalled his mentor, Jiraiya, thinking that if Jiraiya were present, he would not feel so despondent. At that moment, Minato noticed a familiar figure seemingly concealed on the roof of the hot spring. The white hair was unmistakable. It was indeed Jiraiya, truly. Think of someone, and they appear. Minato's previous gloom dissipated as a mischievous grin spread across his face, and he hurled a kunai imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique towards Jiraiya. The peeping Jiraiya, though vigilant, sensed something approaching and instinctively seized it. Before he could ascertain what it was, Minato's face appeared before him, startling Jiraiya, who instinctively leaned back, losing his balance and tumbling from the roof. Below was not solid ground, but rather the women's hot spring, resulting in shrieks and cries of "grab the pervert," as Jiraiya burst through the entrance, followed by a cascade of bathing items. Meanwhile, Minato had already utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to escape, avoiding being mistaken for a lecher. Shortly thereafter, a somewhat bruised Jiraiya found himself by a small river at the edge of Konoha. Sitting on the ground as he slowly remarked, "Come out. I never expected you to become like this. You should spend less time with Uchiha Ye Feng, or you'll inevitably be led astray." Minato's figure emerged from the nearby woods, sheepishly scratching his head like a child caught misbehaving. "Jiraiya-sensei, I hadn't seen you in days. I thought you had left Konoha to travel. I merely returned after investigating a few matters. With no leads, I came back. From afar, I noticed you wearing a troubled expression. What has transpired?" Jiraiya had long since spotted Minato's wandering figure. Minato did not conceal the truth, recounting the ambush by root ninjas and how he reported the incident to the 3rd Hokage. Jiraiya, upon hearing of the audacity of the root ninjas attacking Konoha, felt a surge of anger. Understanding the source of Minato's troubled demeanor was his disapproval of the 3rd Hokage's actions. He then recounted. When the old man first became the 3rd Hokage, his reputation and strength were nowhere near that of the 1st and 2nd Hokages. It was merely due to the 2nd Hokage's dying wish that he assumed the role. At that time, Konoha was embroiled in the 2nd Shinobi World War, and the prominent clans were outwardly compliant while covertly defying the old man's orders. Faced with internal strife and external threats, he had no choice but to rely on the 3 advisors, with Danzo operating in the shadows, tasked with the dirty work. This allowed the old man to endure the most challenging times, fostering a sense of deep-seated guilt towards Danzo. However, such matters cannot be ignored. Minato understood the situation but remained perplexed by the 3rd Hokage's approach. In the past, Danzo would not have engaged in such actions. Perhaps prolonged exposure to power or darkness had tainted him. The methods he employed were chilling. Yet, the old man is sentimental, always hoping to reform Danzo, inadvertently enabling him. Both Tsunade and I disapproved of the old man's methods, leading to a fierce argument between us. Eventually, Tsunade and I departed Konoha to traverse the shinobi world. Jiraiya elaborated on his reasons for traveling the shinobi world, revealing that it was not only a quest for knowledge but also a search for the prophesied child. Believing he had found him, is it only permissible to allow the 3rd Hokage to shield Danzo? Minato felt a sense of powerlessness. The old man wishes to protect him, yet we are powerless to intervene. However, the old man is aging. If you desire change, you must mature swiftly and become the next Hokage. Chapter 169. The parents of Inuzuka Fuhu. Jiraiya would not dare to act against the 3rd Hokage, nor did he possess a legitimate reason to confront Shimura Danzo. Even if he did, it would risk a fallout with the 3rd Hokage. Jiraiya held great hopes for Minato Namikaze, who was bright, gentle, and immensely powerful, the perfect inheritor of the will of fire. Jiraiya aspired for Minato to become the 4th Hokage and transform the current state of Konoha. At that moment, Minato also felt a budding desire to claim the Hokage position for himself, but that hope quickly waned. He understood that his chances of ascending to Hokage were slim. with the most likely candidates being the legendary 3 and Kakashi Hatake. Although Jiraiya and Tsunade showed little interest in the position, there remained Orochimaru and Kakashi, both of whom far surpassed him in experience and accomplishments. Even if I have the heart to become Hokage, I lack the qualifications, Minato lamented. Orochimaru-senpai and Kakashi-senpai are formidable contenders for the Hokage title. Do not fret about Kakashi, he is not from the Hokage lineage, and the old man is unlikely to appoint him. As for Orochimaru, as long as you harbor the intent to become the 4th Hokage and care for Konoha, I will handle the situation regarding Orochimaru, Jiraiya encouraged Minato. With renewed determination, Minato resolved to strive for the position of 4th Hokage for the sake of Konoha. Meanwhile, Ye Feng was at home, amusing himself with Garurumon, who appeared to be in poor health. Ye Feng examined Garurumon but found no apparent issues, leaving him perplexed. Though Ye Feng was immensely powerful, he knew little about animals. Suddenly, he thought of Inuzuka Fuhu, whose family had long been known for breeding summoning beasts and would surely have valuable insights in this regard. With this thought, Ye Feng cradled Garurumon and made his way to the Inuzuka clan's residence, knocking on the door of Fuhu's home. The door was opened by a bearded ninja in his 30s, sporting the distinctive red triangular markings of the Inuzuka clan. Upon seeing Ye Feng, the ninja crouched down and inquired, "Little one, who are you looking for?" "Hello, uncle. My name is Uchiha Ye Feng, and I am here to find Inuzuka Fuhu," Ye Feng replied politely. However, upon hearing Ye Feng's name, the ninja's expression darkened, and he leaned closer, saying, "You are Uchiha Ye Feng." Startled by the ninja's demeanor, Ye Feng wondered if he had offended someone from the Inuzuka family. Just then, Fuhu's voice rang out, "Daddy. Who has come?" Ye Feng then saw Fuhu's little head peek from behind the door. Upon recognizing him, her face brightened, and she joyfully exclaimed, "Wow, Ye Feng. You came to see me?" Fuhu's delight was genuine, as it marked the first time Ye Feng had taken the initiative to visit her. However, Ye Feng noticed the ninja's expression darkening further, and he realized why the ninja reacted that way upon learning his name. It turned out that he was Fuhu's father. Feeling envious because his daughter liked Ye Feng. "Yes, I have something to discuss with you," Ye Feng responded to Fuhu's inquiry. "Come on, let's talk inside," Fu said, tugging Ye Feng into the courtyard. Under the watchful gaze of the scowling ninja, Ye Feng entered the courtyard, feeling somewhat uneasy. They passed through the courtyard into a reception room, where Fuka busied herself pouring water and fetching snacks. At that moment, the previous ninja entered alongside a refined-looking woman who bore a resemblance to Fuhu. Ye Feng surmised that this must be Fuhu's mother. "You must be Uchiha Ye Feng," Fuhu's mother smiled warmly. "I often hear Fuhu speak of you." "Not at all, you flatter me," Fuhu quickly interjected, blushing. Ye Feng thought to himself, "I've already offended one person before even stepping inside. I must tread carefully not to offend both of Fuhu's parents." However, with his memories of various movies featuring meeting the in-laws, he felt confident. "You must be Fuhu's sister. You are truly beautiful," Ye Feng complimented. Both Fuhu's father and Fuhu were taken aback, while Fuhu's mother beamed even brighter and quickly replied, "Oh, I'm Fuhu's mother, so you must call me Andy." "Really? I couldn't tell. You look so youthful. I thought you were Fuhu's sister," Ye Feng hurriedly praised. "Fuhu mentioned that your cooking is exceptional. If you ever wish, I would be delighted to prepare a meal for you," Ye Feng added. Fuhu's father finally processed Ye Feng's words, thinking to himself, "This guy is quite the flatterer, with no trace of sincerity. I must keep Fuhu away from him." Fuhu, surprised by Ye Feng's eloquence, noticed how captivated her mother was by Ye Feng, and she felt quite satisfied. However, seeing her mother and Ye Feng engrossed in conversation, Fuhu quickly interjected, "Ye Feng, did you come for a specific reason?" At that moment, Ye Feng remembered the purpose of his visit. He took Garurumon from his arms and said, "Could you help me check if this little beast has any issues? It seems unwell, and I can't pinpoint the problem." Fuhu and her parents were immediately drawn to Garurumon, its light blue fur undeniably captivating. Fuhu's mother gently held the little creature, examining it before asking, "How did you come by this little beast? Could you share the story?" Ye Feng recounted the tale of the wolf-like beast and how he discovered and adopted Garurumon. Upon hearing about the wolf's fierce battle against a bear to protect its young, the three were deeply moved, with Fuhu's mother and Fuhu shedding tears, gazing at Garurumon with maternal affection. Once Fuhu's mother calmed down, she said, "It appears that this little beast is not gravely ill. It may simply be weak from not having eaten since birth. I will fetch some beast's milk to nourish it, and it should recover swiftly." With that, Fuhu's mother carried Garurumon out of the room, leaving Fuhu, her father, and Ye Feng together. Yet Ye Feng felt increasingly uncomfortable, for although Fuhu engaged him in lively conversation, her father's unwavering gaze made him feel as though any misstep would lead to immediate consequences. Chapter 170. The official competition begins before long. Feng Yu's mother returned, cradling the Garura beast, which had regained some vitality. She said, "Here is some beast milk, sealed in enchanted bottles that can preserve it for quite a while. Just feed it some milk regularly. When this runs out, I'll have Feng Yu bring you more." She handed Ye Feng several bottles filled with beast milk. Ye Feng expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Feng Yu's mother. Without her assistance, he would have been at a loss regarding the care of the Garura beast. Feng Yu's mother held a fondness for Ye Feng, and together with Inuzuka Feng Yu, she insisted on inviting him to dinner. Ye Feng, feeling somewhat helpless, endured the dinner under the watchful gaze of Feng Yu's father. As he finally departed from the Inuzuka household, he waved goodbye to the warm-hearted Feng Yu's mother and Feng Yu. However, the moment he turned away, Ye Feng's previously cheerful countenance was replaced by a look of resignation. He couldn't help but think, no wonder people say that fathers-in-law grow increasingly irritated with their sons-in-law, while mothers-in-law become more satisfied. But I have no intention of pursuing your daughter. He resolved to visit the Inuzuka household less frequently in the future, gently rubbing the Garura beast in his arms. He murmured, "I sacrificed my charm for you today, so you must behave yourself moving forward." For the next couple of days, Ye Feng engaged in no other activities but to accompany the Garura beast, conversing with it and feeding it beast milk to strengthen their bond. The Garura beast exhibited astonishing growth during this time. Its eyes were fully open, and it had grown slightly larger, able to walk, albeit unsteadily, often tumbling down. Its chubby, adorable appearance was irresistible. The Garura beast had grown accustomed to Ye Feng's presence and became increasingly reliant on him. Upon learning of the Garura beast's existence, Inuzuka Feng Yu and the other friends were intrigued, curious about why Ye Feng would take an interest in such a wild creature. They all gathered to take a look at the beautiful, plump Garura beast, but it remained timid and would struggle to escape anyone else's grasp, ultimately returning to Ye Feng's embrace. This elicited a mix of frustration and envy from Inuzuka Feng Yu and the others. Meanwhile, Inuzuka Feng Yu's little black dog incessantly barked, seemingly displeased with the lack of attention it was receiving. Soon, the day of the official Chunin exam arrived. The Garura beast insisted on being held by Ye Feng. When placed at home or in the arms of others, it would incessantly cry out. Hearing its pleas, Ye Feng's heart softened, and he brought the Garura beast along to the Chunin exam venue. Upon arrival, he was greeted by a sea of people, with only a multitude of legs in sight. He jumped slightly and saw a mass of heads, all waiting to enter the arena. Fortunately, Ye Feng did not need to enter through the same entrance as the crowd. The participating ninjas had a designated passage, sparing him the ordeal of squeezing through the throngs of people, which might have delayed his entry into the competition. Following the signs, he reached a viewing area reserved for the participating ninjas, overlooking the arena below and 3 massive spectator stands above. Remarkably, he was the first to arrive. As he gazed at the familiar arena from his memories, he couldn't help but reflect. This is the location of the most exhilarating matches from the original story. I wonder if my presence will alter the course of this Chunin exam. While he pondered, other participating ninjas gradually arrived, including Minato Namikaze and Fujihara Inokuchi. From the Cloud Village, aside from the competing ninjas, only Killer Bee and an unfamiliar Jonin from the Cloud Village had come. This made sense, as the future 4th Raikage and Tsuchikage were high-ranking officials of the Cloud Village, and would undoubtedly accompany the 3rd Raikage. At that moment, both the Wood ninjas and Killer Bee spotted Ye Feng, but they were drawn to the Garura beast in his arms. However, rather than expressions of joy, they wore looks of melancholy. They had both attempted to hold the Garura beast multiple times, but for some reason, the creature trembled and sought to distance itself from them, leaving the 2 Wood ninjas frustrated and unable to even touch it. In contrast, Uchiha Shinichi and Hatake Kakashi were intrigued by the Garura beast, seeing it as a remarkable creature to be cared for by Ye Feng. They believed that any beast nurtured by him must possess unique qualities. Yet, upon closer inspection, they only perceived it as an ordinary wild animal, albeit a rather attractive one, leaving them puzzled but silent, attributing its uniqueness to some hidden mystery beyond their comprehension. Ye Feng and his companions waited in the viewing area for quite some time until the spectator stands were filled. Finally, the 3rd Raikage and the 3rd Hokage appeared in the highest VIP seats, accompanied by Tsunade, Midogate, and the future 4th Raikage and Tsuchikage. Once seated, the 3rd Hokage's presence signified the commencement of the official Chunin exam. Fireworks erupted around the arena, their sounds drowning out the cheers of the audience. When the fireworks concluded, the 3rd Hokage stood, approached the railing near the high platform, and cleared his throat. Although his voice was soft, it commanded the attention of everyone present, and the once loud audience fell silent. The 3rd Hokage continued. First, I would like to welcome the third Reikage of the Cloud Village to Konoha for this Chunin exam. Upon hearing the Hokage's address, Ye Feng realized the customary lengthy speeches had begun, wondering how long it would take to conclude. However, to his surprise, the third Hokage finished in less than 10 minutes. Likely due to the presence of the Cloud Village ninjas, who preferred brevity over unnecessary elaboration. With a final declaration, I announced the official commencement of the Chunin exam. The audience erupted in enthusiastic applause. At that moment, a figure clad in the attire of a Konoha Jonin appeared in the center of the arena. With white hair reminiscent of Kakashi's, it was Hitaki Tsukumo. He announced, "Hello everyone, I am Tsukumo Hitaki, a ninja from Konoha and the chief examiner for this official competition. Now, let us welcome our participating ninjas." Chapter 171. The Two Wooden Puppets vs. Uchiha Shinichi. Upon hearing the words of Hitaki Tsukumo, Ye Feng and the others understood that it was time for them to enter the arena. However, the two wooden puppets seemed to find the staircase cumbersome and opted to leap directly from the viewing area. Naturally, Raimu and Kuru followed suit. Ye Feng and the remaining ninjas exchanged helpless glances, but as they were all ninjas, the height posed no real challenge. Thus, the 8 of them jumped down without hesitation. Once assembled, Hitaki Tsukumo announced, "We have 8 participants advancing to the official matches. You will compete in pairs, and the ultimate victor shall receive a reward." He then paused, deliberately heightening the anticipation of the 8 contestants. Observing their curious expressions, he continued, "This reward shall be the opportunity for your shadow to fulfill one of your attainable wishes." The other 7 participants erupted with excitement, eager for the competition to commence, while Ye Feng furrowed his brow, noticing the divergence from the original narrative. In the source material, there was no mention of Hitaki Tsukumo serving as the proctor for the Chunin exams, nor any indication of a shadow granting wishes to participating ninjas. Such a monumental event would surely have been documented. However, Tsukumo's words interrupted Ye Feng's contemplation. "Now, I will announce the matchups: Uchiha Shinichi versus the Two Wooden Puppets. Uchiha Ye Feng against Hinata Junrin, Hitaki Kakashi against Raimu, and Kuru versus Nara Shikahira. The victors will advance to the next round. I must remind you that all matches will conclude today, meaning you may compete in 1, 2, 3, or even 4 battles. Therefore, you must judiciously manage your chakra. Now, let the first match commence while the others take their leave." Uchiha Shinichi felt a wave of despair wash over him as he realized he would face the 2 wooden puppets in the first round. He understood the slim chances of overcoming them, yet surrender was not an option. He had greater ambitions. For now, he could only fight with all his might to gauge the disparity between them. Soon, only Uchiha Shinichi, the 2 wooden puppets, and the proctor Hitaki Tsukumo remained in the arena. In stark contrast to Shinichi's solemn demeanor, the 2 wooden puppets appeared relaxed, even smiling as one of them remarked, "Uchiha Shinichi, would you like me to hold back?" "No. If you truly wish to assist me, demonstrate your strength so I may understand the gap between us," Shinichi replied. Resolute, Hitaki Tsukumo regarded Uchiha Shinichi with a hint of admiration, but the competition must proceed. He declared, "Let the match begin," and stepped away from the center of the arena. Noticing that the 2 wooden puppets did not make the first move, Uchiha Shinichi took the initiative and dashed toward their flank, forming hand seals as he ran. The 2 wooden puppets merely turned to observe Shinichi's approach, seemingly uninterested in retaliating. Upon completing his seals, Shinichi unleashed the fire release, dragon fire technique, unleashing a torrent of flames that surged toward the 2 wooden puppets. Suddenly, a ghostly blue chakra tail emerged behind the puppets, their hands transforming into claws enveloped in the same eerie energy. With a mere flick of their hands, they shattered the approaching fire dragon. The third Hokage and the advisor of the 2 tails exchanged startled glances, recognizing the chakra of the 2 tails. They were astonished that Kumogakure had deployed such a formidable beast, and equally amazed that the 2 wooden puppets were capable of wielding tailed beast chakra at such a young age. Uchiha Shinichi was aware of the puppet's capabilities and had not expected a C-rank fire technique to inflict any damage. He had prepared a contingency, which he now executed. As the 2 wooden puppets dismissed the fire dragon, they were suddenly confronted by a massive shuriken, a clever surprise attack. Though it was a commendable tactic, the 2 wooden puppets hardly regarded it as a threat and attempted to evade. At that moment, the shuriken mechanism activated, transforming into 5 razor-sharp fragments, an advanced technique previously utilized by Minato Namikaze. The 2 wooden puppets recognized their mistake too late, and despite their swift attempt to evade, a protective shield of blue chakra materialized around them, blocking 4 of the shuriken shards. However, one shard managed to graze the puppet, leaving a minor wound. Uchiha Shinichi concerned for the puppet's injuries, was taken aback to see the injury healing visibly before his eyes. Marveling at their regenerative abilities while self-deprecatingly acknowledging that he had time to worry about others. Enraged by his earlier underestimation of Ye Feng, the two wooden puppets resolved to no longer hold back. They leaped into the air, their chakra tails swelling to an enormous size, striking toward Uchiha Shinichi. Yet, Shinichi had not neglected his training in taijutsu. His speed had improved, allowing him to evade the attack. However, the puppets were relentless. As their tails missed, their claws lunged toward the airborne Uchiha. In mid-jump, Shinichi could not alter his trajectory, and with the claws closing in, he realized there was no escape. He braced himself for impact, knowing his kunai would be inadequate against such sharp talents. The puppets shared a similar sentiment, aiming not for a fatal blow but still ensuring that harm was inevitable. Just as the claws were about to strike, a pale blue chakra sphere appeared in their path, colliding with the claws and blocking the attack. This sphere was none other than the Rasengan, successfully halting the assault. Uchiha Shinichi seized the momentum of the claws forced to swiftly distance himself from the two wooden puppets. The puppets were taken aback by Shinichi's use of this technique, recalling witnessing Minato Namikaze employ it in a previous match. They had not anticipated that Uchiha Shinichi would possess it as well, especially since it required no hand seals, making it exceedingly convenient. In terms of ninjutsu and taijutsu, Uchiha Shinichi was outmatched by the two wooden puppets. Only Genjutsu and the Sharingan could prove effective against them. However, having matured significantly, Shinichi refrained from disregarding the warnings from his clan leader and Ye Feng for the sake of the official matches. Yet, he contemplated conceding. With determination, Uchiha Shinichi formed hand seals, channeling lightning chakra into his right hand, causing the Chidori to manifest. Ye Feng was taken aback by Shinichi's use of Chidori, astonished that he had mastered both the Rasengan and Chidori in such a short span of time. He quickly glanced at Hitaki Kakashi, who merely shrugged, indicating his own uncertainty. Chapter 172. Taichi, however, Ye Feng harbored some concerns, fearing that Uchiha Shinichi might activate his Sharingan to execute this technique, which could rekindle the apprehension of the third Hokage towards the Uchiha clan. Fortunately, Ye Feng's fears did not materialize. Uchiha Shinichi swiftly propelled himself forward with Chidori, charging towards the two wooden figures. The wooden figures, uncertain of the technique's might, observed the flickering lightning and understood its formidable nature. They unleashed a fire release technique, Fire Mouse Ball, which detonated, directing its flames towards the oncoming Uchiha Shinichi. However, the inferno paled in comparison to the potency of Chidori, although it surged towards Uchiha Shinichi. Most of the flames were neutralized, with only a fraction absorbed by him. Witnessing Uchiha Shinichi's fearless advance, the two wooden figures felt a twinge of panic and immediately summoned more chakra to manifest a chakra shield before them. At that moment, Chidori clashed against the shield, as both combatants poured in additional chakra, one hoping to pierce through, while the other aimed to withstand the assault. Ultimately, the two wooden figures, bolstered by tailed beast chakra, emerged victorious. When Chidori dissipated, the chakra shield still retained considerable energy. Observing the disappearance of Chidori, the two wooden figures swiftly transformed their shield into a liquid form, encasing Uchiha Shinichi's arm and rendering him immobile. Uchiha Shinichi struggled desperately, but the claws of the wooden figures loomed ominously before him, coming to a halt. Realizing the immovability of the claws, Uchiha Shinichi recognized his defeat. He had exerted all his chakra in this battle, fervently showcasing his prowess. Now faced with failure, he relinquished his resolve and slumped down, as if deflated. This confrontation indeed displayed the exceptional skills and combat capabilities of both participants. Uchiha Shinichi's strength had far surpassed that of an average Chunin, yet he succumbed to the unconventional might of the two wooden figures. Most spectators found the duel perplexing. Yet the dazzling display of combat and immense power exhilarated them, prompting generous applause for the two contenders in the arena. Uchiha Shinichi, though injured, was not gravely harmed, and soon both combatants exited the stage. Next was the second match, Uchiha Ye Feng versus Hyuga Junrin. Fellow contestants familiar with Ye Feng regarded Hyuga Junrin with sympathetic gazes. Although Hyuga Junrin was unaware of the reason behind their stares, he surmised that Uchiha Ye Feng possessed formidable strength, as evidenced by his reputation within the village and prior performances. The two wooden figures observed Ye Feng seemingly preparing to leap down with Garurumon and inquired, "Are you truly going down like this? What about Garurumon? Won't it be harmed?" "Rest assured, with me around, it shall be unharmed," Ye Feng replied confidently with a smile. Thus, Ye Feng and Hyuga Junrin both leaped down from the high platform and stood facing each other. Hyuga Junrin, endowed with notable talent, attracted a considerable number of Hyuga clan ninjas, including his father, who watched with eager anticipation. Although the clan leader was absent, the lower clan leader, Hyuga Hayashi, was present. Against Ye Feng, Hyuga Junrin stood no chance of victory. Neither his offensive might nor his gentle fist techniques could affect Ye Feng. Nevertheless, as a scion of a prominent family, Ye Feng opted not to conclude the match with a single strike but instead decided to engage in a playful manner. At this moment, Kakashi Hitaki announced the commencement of the match and withdrew. Ye Feng gestured invitingly towards Hyuga Junrin. However, Hyuga Junrin seemed unappreciative, as the gesture was perceived as condescending, igniting his indignation and prompting him to teach Ye Feng a lesson. Thus, Hyuga Junrin activated his Byakugan and charged forward, knowing that close combat favored the Hyuga clan. Yet, Ye Feng did not evade. He merely observed Hyuga Junrin serenely, as Hyuga Junrin closed the distance to 3 steps. He entered the attack range of the Hyuga clan's renowned gentle fist technique, 8 trigrams 32 palms. Seeing Ye Feng remain motionless, Hyuga Junrin internally mocked him, thinking, soon you'll be unable to stand. Let us see how arrogant you remain. He initiated the first palm strike of the gentle fist technique. But the second palm failed to follow through, as Ye Feng effortlessly seized his arm. Despite Hyuga Junrin's vigorous attempts to extricate himself, he found it futile. This revelation left Hyuga Junrin astonished. He could hardly believe that his Byakugan had not detected how Ye Feng had captured his arm. Nor could he fathom Ye Feng's immense strength that rendered him incapable of escape. Observing Hyuga Junrin's futile struggles, Ye Feng eventually released his grip, reflecting on the frailty of the Hyuga clan. In truth, Ye Feng's prowess lay not in chakra manipulation but in his formidable physical attacks and speed, complemented by his profound understanding of Tai Chi, which contributed to the impression of superiority. Hyuga Junrin gazed incredulously at Ye Feng's voluntarily released grip. A flicker of realization dawning upon him, Ye Feng's strength far surpassed his own, akin to a child confronting a robust adult. Shaking his head to dispel the absurd thought, Hyuga Junrin witnessed Ye Feng assume the starting posture of Tai Chi. The movement bore a resemblance to the gentle fist. Yet its deliberate slowness incited further ire within Hyuga Junrin, perceiving it as a blatant mockery. In a fit of anger, Hyuga Junrin charged once more, executing the gentle fist technique repeatedly, yet he could not make contact with Ye Feng. Ye Feng's seemingly languid motions always managed to deflect his strikes at critical moments. Seizing an opportunity, Ye Feng delivered a shoulder charge, sending Hyuga Junrin sprawling. At this moment, the spectators, particularly Hyuga Hayashi, could no longer remain composed. He stood in astonishment, struggling to reconcile the sight before him. His clan's gentle fist technique was being completely countered. The measured and precise movements of Ye Feng seemed to embody profound principles, suggesting that the gentle fist was merely an introductory technique, while Ye Feng's execution represented the true essence of the art. Hyuga Junrin, propelled away by Ye Feng's strike, sustained no serious injuries, though the impact left him with some discomfort. Ye Feng addressed him, stating, "Now, I shall employ this technique against you. How much you can learn depends on your abilities." With that, Ye Feng bent his legs and swept forward. Hyuga Junrin, caught off guard by Ye Feng's intent, instinctively leaped to evade but was caught by Ye Feng, who seized his ankle and pulled him down, subsequently delivering a powerful strike to Hyuga Junrin's chest, sending him flying once more. Chapter 173, Hitaki Kakashi vs. Reimu. It was only after Hinata Junrin had been thrown out by Leaf Maple several times that he belatedly grasped Leaf Maple's intent. Consequently, he hastily focused on Leaf Maple's movements and footwork, persistently advancing to attack, only to be repelled yet again. However, his progress was evident. From initially being unable to withstand a single strike, he had progressed to exchanging 2 or 3 blows before being sent flying. Hinata Junrin's face illuminated with excitement as he immersed himself in the learning process. Yet, this caused some discomfort for Hitaki Tsukumo. Did these two not realize this was the Chunin exam? They seemed to have turned it into a teaching session, and with 2 village leaders and countless spectators present, such antics could not be tolerated. Thus, Hitaki Tsukumo had no choice but to step in, positioning himself between the two and declaring, "This is the Chunin exam. If you continue in this manner, I shall disqualify you both." With an interruption now in play, Leaf Maple had no intention of prolonging the match. He turned to Hinata Junrin and posed the question, "Will you concede, or shall I lay you flat?" "Thank you for your guidance. I concede," Hinata Junrin replied, having gleaned much valuable knowledge and recognizing the wisdom in his decision. Thus, this farcical contest came to an end, but the unfolding events were merely beginning. At this moment, Hinata Hazashi had summoned his father, the current head of the Hinata clan, for this matter was of monumental importance, directly influencing the future of the Hinata clan, and could not be treated lightly. As Leaf Maple and his companion departed the arena, Uchiha Shinichi gave Leaf Maple a thumbs up, seemingly acknowledging You truly know how to play the game. Next up was the battle between Hatake Kakashi and Reimu, both of whom took their positions in the arena, facing each other. Leaf Maple detected a shared fervor in their eyes, likely due to their mutual affinity for blades, creating a bond of respect. Hatake Tsukumo observed Hatake Kakashi's state with satisfaction. Such passion was indeed necessary. With Hatake Tsukumo announcing the commencement of the match, the two surged toward one another. Reimu drew his twin blades from his back, while Hatake Kakashi merely gripped the hilt, refraining from unsheathing his weapon. As the distance between them closed, Hatake Kakashi seized the opportunity to unsheath his short blade. The blade imbued with a cutting aura directed at Reimu. Taken aback by the unexpected blade aura, Reimu halted his advance, executing a backflip to evade the oncoming strike. However, Hatake Kakashi did not relent. He lunged forward, delivering a swift slash, but Reimu parried with his dual blades, preventing any damage. Hatake Kakashi leaped back, acknowledging that he would need to seek another opportunity. The two quickly closed the distance once more, but Reimu noticeably refrained from unleashing his full strength. Wary of when Hatake Kakashi might release his blade aura, he had to preserve room for movement. Meanwhile, Hatake Kakashi, having trained with Marahoshi Kashin, displayed a solid foundation in his techniques, his movements fluid and his speed enhanced, coupled with the advantage of wielding two blades. In contrast, while Reimu's dual blades offered rapid attacks, they lacked the finesse necessary to surpass Hatake Kakashi's speed. Furthermore, Reimu's caution resulted in a predominantly defensive posture. This scenario allowed Hatake Kakashi to maintain a relentless offensive, while Reimu remained on the defensive, should Reimu falter in his defense. The match would likely conclude in Hatake Kakashi's favor. Yet, Hatake Kakashi was not without his challenges. If he could not subdue Reimu swiftly, the situation would turn against him. Hatake Kakashi unleashed a fierce strike, which Reimu countered with his blades. In a swift maneuver, Hatake Kakashi placed one foot on the blade's surfaces and rolled backward, simultaneously launching 5 shuriken. Reimu, upon seeing the shuriken approach, attempted to deflect them with his dual blades. But his pupils dilated in shock as he noticed one of the shuriken was tied with an explosive tag. There was no time to react. With a thunderous explosion, a thick cloud of smoke enveloped the arena, and Reimu emerged, his right arm charred and clearly burned. Hatake Kakashi observed Reimu's condition and remarked, "Your right arm is injured, significantly diminishing your combat capability. It would be wise to concede." Yet Reimu did not respond. Instead, a surge of blue chakra enveloped him, crackling with electricity, signaling his refusal to yield. Hatake Kakashi recognized that Reimu had revealed his trump card. He positioned his blade defensively, bracing for Reimu's impending assault. Leaf Maple, witnessing Reimu's transformation, pondered, could this be the lightning release chakra mode? Indeed, but the lightning release chakra mode demands exceptional control over lightning chakra, along with a robust physique capable of withstanding the side effects of enhanced physicality. It was astonishing that Reimu, with his slender build, could endure it. A voice rang out from Fujihara and Miura, filled with astonishment. Upon hearing Fujihara and Miura's explanation, Leaf Maple gained insight. If Reimu had mastered the lightning release chakra mode, then his companion Kuru, known for his formidable physique, might also wield this jutsu. Leaf Maple cast a furtive glance at Kuru, for this technique was renowned in the original narrative, especially associated with the 3rd and 4th Raikage, who were unstoppable forces. While Leaf Maple and his companions marveled at the spectacle, Kuru and the 2 Yukinin were consumed with concern for Reimu. Although the lightning release chakra mode enhances speed, attack power, and defense, it places immense demands on the user's body, requiring constant stimulation from lightning chakra to invigorate the flesh. If the body could not accommodate this, it would suffer grievous harm. Reimu was acutely aware of his precarious situation, yet he refused to concede defeat easily and resolved to take a risk, aiming to dispatch his opponent with utmost swiftness. With a swift motion, Reimu brandished his dual blades, unleashing arcs of lightning toward Hatake Kakashi. Kakashi, startled, swiftly evaded the strikes. Just as he dodged the lightning, he turned to locate Reimu, only to discover the latter had vanished. In an instant, Reimu appeared behind him, delivering a downward slash. Kakashi managed to parry the blow just in time. As Hatake Kakashi strained to defend himself, Reimu's form faded once more, clearly utilizing high-speed movement. Perhaps due to his frequent observations of Leaf Maple's rapid combat style, Kakashi's perceptual abilities had sharpened, allowing him to barely track Reimu's elusive movements. Chapter 174. A mutual defeat. However, he could only catch a glimpse of the figure without discerning its movements, leaving Kakashi Hatake in a passive position. The two clashed repeatedly, with Kakashi adopting a defensive stance, fully aware that the burst of speed from Reimu must have a time constraint. If he could endure this phase, victory would be his. Yet, Reimu's speed was overwhelming, and Kakashi inevitably sustained 2 shallow cuts. Fortunately, they were not life-threatening, though they did affect his combat effectiveness. Kakashi felt the pressure mounting. He feared that he might be defeated before the time ran out, and thus, he decided to take a gamble. At that moment, he thought of Ye Feng and the effortless way he redirected his opponent's attacks. Kakashi closed his eyes, his mind replaying the combat techniques exhibited by Ye Feng and Hinata Junrin. Upon seeing Kakashi shut his eyes, Reimu felt a surge of excitement. For he too was nearing his limit. This was a decisive moment for victory. Reimu charged at Kakashi with incredible speed, brandishing his dual blades. Just as he was upon Kakashi, the latter suddenly opened his eyes, bent low, and lunged forward, swinging his right hand from the side as if to deflect Reimu's twin blades. However, Kakashi underestimated Reimu's strength in this state. His right arm merely redirected the attack. But Reimu's blade still struck Kakashi's back, causing him to cough up blood. With no path of retreat left, Kakashi braced himself against the assault, and with a surprising flourish, a Rasengan materialized in his left hand, striking Reimu squarely in the abdomen. Reimu spat blood and was sent flying backward. Kakashi's back bore a grievous wound, exposing bone, and he found himself kneeling in agony. Meanwhile, Reimu, sprawled a short distance away, felt his lightning chakra dissipate. He struggled to rise, but his trembling hands failed to support him, and he collapsed once more. Kakashi, dragging his bloodied body, managed to stand. The outcome was clear, and the continuation of the battle was unnecessary. Kakashi Shigeru swiftly approached the center of the arena, declaring Kakashi Hatake the victor. Upon hearing Shigeru's voice, Kakashi's vision faded, and he succumbed to the ground. Shigeru hurried to check on Kakashi, and soon, medical personnel rushed into the arena to carry both injured combatants away. Ye Feng, along with Uchiha Shinichi and Minato Namikaze, departed from the observation area to assess Kakashi's injuries. This Chunin exam had indeed showcased remarkable talent, even leaving Kakashi severely wounded, a scenario not depicted in the original narrative, making Ye Feng uncertain of the future's trajectory. Ye Feng approached Kakashi's stretcher and placed his hand on Kakashi's wrist to examine his condition. After his assessment, Ye Feng sighed in relief, noting that the injuries were merely superficial and manageable with time and rest. However, participation in the next match was out of the question. He also checked Reimu's wrist, given their amicable relationship, to gauge his condition. Unfortunately, Reimu's state was considerably worse. His muscles bore severe damage, and the impact from the Rasengan had inflicted significant harm on his abdomen. Fortunately, he was not in any mortal danger, but would require an extended period of recuperation. Seeing that both were out of immediate peril, though unconscious, Ye Feng and his companions refrained from following, allowing the medical staff to transport the two for treatment. Next up was the match between Kuru and Nara Shikaku. Learning from Reimu's previous experience, Ye Feng held little hope for Shikaku. At this moment, Kuru and Nara Shikaku stood ready in the arena, and the battle commenced. Shikaku's advantage lay in his shadow imitation technique, suitable for medium-range assaults, while his opponent was physically imposing, indicating a preference for close combat. Thus, Shikaku believed that if he could maintain distance and prevent Kuru from closing in, he could control Kuru from a mid-range position. Kuru, appearing somewhat dazed, charged headlong at Shikaku, seemingly oblivious to the latter's technique. Shikaku, witnessing this, was overjoyed. He had been pondering how to manage his opponent, and now Kuru was practically delivering himself into his grasp. Shikaku's shadow morphed into slender tendrils, pursuing Kuru. Noticing the advancing shadows, Kuru swiftly executed a low kick, raising a wall of earth that obstructed the shadow's path, and surprisingly emerged from the other side to continue his chase toward Shikaku. Shikaku, realizing the imminent threat, retreated and extended another shadow from his feet to intercept the advancing Kuru, while the previous shadow rapidly retracted. Yet, this attempt proved futile, despite Kuru's bulk. He moved with remarkable agility, consistently evading the shadow's pursuit at critical moments. In desperation, Shikaku dispatched multiple shadows to pursue Kuru, but with an increased number of shadows, the range of attack diminished. Kuru seemed to have grasped some characteristics of the shadow imitation technique, remaining outside its effective range while continuously hurling shurikens and kunai. Kuru's strength amplified the speed and power of these projectiles, making it exceedingly difficult for Shikaku, who was less adept in physical combat, to evade. He was struck on the outer arms and thighs by kunai, hampering his movements. Eventually, Kuru exhausted his supply of shurikens and kunai, only to begin scavenging for stones. even returning to retrieve the fallen shurikens and kunai. The audience grew weary of this farcical contest, pelting the arena with various fruits and beverage bottles. At this juncture, Shikaku found himself cornered, watching Kuru draw near with a resigned expression, while Kuru's previously vacant demeanor morphed into a sly grin. Suddenly, Kuru halted, his gaze dropping to his feet, where he saw two shadows extending to his soles. The once resigned Shikaku now bore a triumphant smile. It turned out that Shikaku had not fled aimlessly but had strategically maneuvered into the shadow of a wall, and Kuru unwittingly stepped into the shadowy domain. Though Kuru had attempted to maintain distance, he was unaware that Shikaku's shadows could expand with the shadows area, increasing their reach. Shikaku approached Kuru with a victorious expression, while Kuru moved closer to Shikaku. When their positions exchanged, with Kuru's back to the wall, Shikaku prepared to control Kuru and force him backward, aiming to have Kuru's head collide with the wall, thus securing victory in the match. Chapter 175, Half-Tailed Beast Transformation in the Blink of an Eye. Nara Shikahira's expression shifted to one of disbelief. He found himself unable to lean back, his body's movements seemingly restricted. Immediately, he cast a glance at Kuru, suspecting that the latter's overwhelming power rendered his shadow mimicry technique ineffective. Kuru, with veins bulging, struggled to approach Nara Shikahira, who found his own feet lifting as if compelled to move forward as well. Alarmed, Nara Shikahira intensified his chakra input, striving to control Kuru, who vehemently resisted, plunging both into a tug-of-war. After a prolonged struggle, Kuru, growing increasingly irate, erupted with faint blue chakra. Ye Feng observed this and inwardly acknowledged, indeed, Kuru had mastered the lightning release chakra mode. With the activation of this mode, Kuru's physical prowess surged, rendering Nara Shikahira's chakra input ineffective. Kuru's speed escalated dramatically, and in an instant, he appeared before Nara Shikahira, landing a decisive blow to his abdomen, incapacitating him and securing victory. Advancing to the next round were the two from the Wood clan, Ye Feng, Kakashi Hitaki, and Kuru, though Kakashi was too exhausted to continue, allowing Kuru to advance unopposed. This led to a confrontation between the two Wood clan members and Uchiha Ye Feng. The Wood clan members, thrilled to finally face Ye Feng, eagerly leapt into the arena, beckoning him to join them. Understanding the formidable nature of his opponents, Ye Feng summoned Garurumon, handing it to Minato Namikaze. Initially, Garurumon howled frantically but gradually calmed, sensing the familiar aura of Minato, leaving those acquainted with Garurumon slightly astonished. Reassured by this, Ye Feng leaped into the arena, standing opposite the two Wood clan members, and remarked, "We fought just half a year ago. Shall we engage again? I am more inclined to test my mettle against Kuru now." The Wood clan member, perceiving Ye Feng's apparent disdain, retorted angrily, "Last time, I was caught off guard and did not fight at full strength. This time, I shall defeat you. Is that so? Then let me see what you are truly capable of." Kakashi, noticing the underlying tension, swiftly initiated the match and withdrew. This time, the Wood clan members did not underestimate Uchiha Ye Feng. They instantly transformed into their half-tailed beast state, their bodies adorned with blue cat-like chakra patterns, hair billowing, their eyes turning white. Ye Feng furrowed his brow, astonished that the youthful Wood clan members could so readily control tailed beast chakra, suspecting inherent risks. In the viewing area, Killer Bee observed with a serious expression, commenting, "The Wood clan intends to resolve this swiftly against Ye Feng. Do they possess the strength to swiftly defeat Ye Feng?" Uchiha Shinichi inquired, surprised by Killer Bee's assertion. Whether they have the strength remains uncertain, but they are not yet perfect Jinchuriki and cannot maintain this state for long, Killer Bee elucidated. However, he withheld further details, such as the potential danger of prolonged use leading to their consciousness being eroded by the Two Tails will. Aware of their state, the Wood clan members charged at Ye Feng, claws extended. Their speed was indeed impressive, keeping pace with their own enhanced abilities, albeit only while Ye Feng had yet to unleash his full power. Ye Feng swiftly leapt aside to evade, but the transformed Wood clan member demonstrated significantly improved reflexes. Pivoting to strike again, Ye Feng, astonished by their speed, concentrated his energy into his hands and forcefully pressed against the claws, rendering them immobile. The third Hokage and the third Raikage were momentarily taken aback. The third Hokage had recognized the Wood clan member as a Two Tails Jinchuriki from their first transformation, aware of the famed sharpness of the Two Tails claws. To see Ye Feng withstand such an attack altered the third Hokage's perception of his strength. The third Raikage marveled at the existence of a ninja in Konoha capable of countering an assault solely with physical prowess, a feat typically achievable only by the third Raikage. Future fourth Raikage, and Killer Bee and Kumogakure. Realizing his claws were ineffective, the Wood Clan member retreated, unleashing a barrage of fire-style fireball jutsu. The ensuing explosions transformed the arena into a sea of azure flames, indiscriminately engulfing Ye Feng's vicinity, akin to a relentless missile strike that lasted half a minute, leaving the area shrouded in smoke. The audience, unable to discern the situation within the arena, grew anxious for Ye Feng, speculating whether he had perished beneath such fierce onslaught. As the smoke gradually dissipated, Ye Feng's figure emerged, astonishing all as he remained utterly unscathed, not even a wrinkle in his attire. As if the flames had never touched him. The Wood Clan member's pupils constricted at this sight, and he charged at Ye Feng once more. Ye Feng sensed the burgeoning size of the Wood Clan member's tail, their speed markedly increasing, making it increasingly challenging for him to evade. The Wood Clan member, elated by this development, drew upon more chakra, amplifying both speed and power. Yet, Killer Bee observed with a frown. Aware that the Wood Clan member was extensively utilizing the Two Tails chakra, which carried traces of its will. Excessive reliance on this chakra risked the Jinchuriki's consciousness. And given the Wood Clan member's fragile control over the Two Tails, the potential for their will to be compromised loomed ominously. Killer Bee hoped the Wood Clan member would recognize the severity of the situation and curtail their use of the Two Tails chakra. Meanwhile, Ye Feng and the Wood Clan member clashed repeatedly, but one miscalculation allowed the claws to graze Ye Feng's back, leaving 4 shallow cuts. However, Ye Feng's robust physique mitigated the damage. Aware that this stalemate could not continue, Ye Feng retaliated with a powerful strike, pushing the Wood Clan member back, and activated the 3rd gate of the 8 gates. Releasing an overwhelming aura that swept across the arena, sending debris swirling in all directions. Chapter 176. The appearance of the Two Tails. Ye Feng realized that continuing down this path was futile. With a powerful strike, he repelled the 2 wooden figures and activated the 3rd gate of the 8 gates of Uchiha. An overwhelming aura immediately radiated from him, causing the ground of the arena to shift as if swept by a tempest, with the gravel swirling in all directions. Both the 2 wooden figures and the 2 shadows observing from above were taken aback, astonished by the sudden surge of power emanating from Ye Feng. Yet, alongside their surprise, a tinge of hesitation lingered in the hearts of the wooden figures. Before they could make a decision, Ye Feng charged forward. The wooden figures, raising their hands to block, were caught off guard by the immense force of Ye Feng's strike, which sent them hurtling against the surrounding wall, creating a significant dent. As the 2 wooden figures fell from the wall, they managed to flip themselves around and kneel on the ground. Fortunately, their chakra provided some protection, and they only sustained minor injuries. Ye Feng, sensing that he had far surpassed the current strength of the wooden figures, refrained from pursuing them further and kindly advised, "Yield now. Continuing this struggle is in vain, and you will only incur greater pain." However, to the wooden figures, Ye Feng's well-intentioned counsel felt like a taunt. With unwavering confidence, one of the wooden figures aspired to prove herself stronger than Ye Feng by participating in this Chunin exam. Yet, the current outcome was unbearable for her. Summoning all her strength, she charged at Ye Feng, but her efforts were futile. The claws that came at him were effortlessly caught by Ye Feng's hands. In response, she swung her tail to attack, only to be met with the same ease of defense from Ye Feng. "Yield," Ye Feng murmured to the wooden figure. But she remained defiant, her chakra surging ever more. Carve, witnessing the scene, urgently shouted, "Stop. You cannot control the Two Tails yet." Yet, the wooden figure did not respond. Her expression twisted with a hint of ferocity as she struggled to contain something within, leaving no room to heed Carve's warning. Ye Feng, having overheard Carve, felt a surge of alarm. Observing the wooden figure's demeanor, he understood the gravity of the situation. If the Two Tails were unleashed here, it would inevitably wreak havoc beyond the arena, leading to catastrophic consequences. In a bid to assist, Ye Feng channeled his chakra into the wooden figure, hoping to help her stabilize her mind and contain the Two Tails. However, the moment his chakra entered her body, she threw her hands apart and emitted a roar that was anything but human. Ye Feng quickly distanced himself from her, witnessing a stream of azure chakra erupting from her form, transforming into a colossal feline beast that let out an earth-shattering roar. The audience, unaccustomed to such a spectacle, panicked and began to flee, while the 3rd Hokage and 3rd Raikage stood up in alarm. The 3rd Hokage commanded, quickly, encase the arena with a barrier. Do not allow the tailed beast to escape. An Anbu ninja promptly took his orders and left. Meanwhile, the Two Tails opened its maw, gathering a massive fireball aimed directly at the audience. The tension escalated among the ninjas as the third Hokage descended to the front of the stands, flanked by the third Raikage, while Kakashi Hitaki positioned himself at the arena's forefront, bracing for the impending fireball. Other ninjas shouted for the ordinary spectators to evacuate, ensuring that the participating ninjas in the viewing area retreated as well. Only Minato Namikaze and Fujiwara Inumura dared to stand with Kakashi at the forefront. Kakashi admired their courage, exclaiming, "Such bravery, to stand with me at the front line." Minato and Inumura exchanged resolute smiles, replying, "It's all for Konoha, and besides, it might not come to that." Kakashi laughed heartily, turning his attention back to the two tails, with everyone's expressions now grave, aware of the fireball's potential devastation. The fireball, now at its peak, was on the verge of release. Everyone braced themselves, prepared to intercept it and prevent harm to the audience. Suddenly, a figure descended from above, striking the head of the two tails. It was Uchiha Ye Feng. The crowd was momentarily taken aback by his sudden appearance, followed by a resounding crash as the two tails had collided with the ground. The fireball erupted in an explosive burst. A powerful shockwave surged toward Kakashi and his companions, revealing their formidable abilities as they deftly evaded the oncoming force. The blast sent spectators reeling, but thanks to the arena walls and the third Hokage's intervention, the impact on the audience was mitigated, resulting in no casualties. However, the primary concern among the crowd was not the aftermath, but rather the fate of Ye Feng and the two tails. As the smoke lingered, the onlookers caught sight of two azure tails thrashing violently, indicating that the two tails was still very much active. The spectators could only witness the tails striking the ground repeatedly, unaware of the unfolding events. Ye Feng, in a rather disheveled state, had indeed felt the brunt of the explosion from the two tails' fireball. Despite forming a protective shield with his chakra, he could not fully withstand the blast. Most of his clothing was tattered, but strategically, some parts remained intact, saving him from embarrassment. Though Ye Feng was not seriously harmed, he found himself under relentless assault from the two tails' tail and claws. Were it not for his keen perception and the activation of the 8 gates, he would have likely been struck by now. While he was momentarily safe, he found himself devoid of opportunities to counterattack. Chapter 177. The stubborn Kuru Ye Feng gazed at the smoke billowing from the ground due to the assault of the two tails, and a resolution formed in his heart. Suddenly, he halted and faced the direction of the two tails with a smile. Ye Feng intended to unleash his true strength, and that rising smoke served as his perfect shield. As he observed the incoming tail, he raised both hands to block it, then swiftly transitioned to grasping the beast's tail, using all his might to hurl it against the arena's wall. The force of this impact reverberated throughout the entire arena, leaving a massive crack in the wall. The surrounding ninjas, though unaware of the events concealed within the smoke, could clearly discern that such a heavy collision could only be caused by the two tails. This left them pondering what had transpired within the smoke, whether the two tails had mistakenly collided with an object or if Ye Feng had driven it against the wall. Most were inclined to believe the former, yet the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, was more convinced of the latter. He believed in Ye Feng's capabilities. Then, they witnessed countless fire mouse balls emerging from the smoke, but this time, they bore distinct blue patterns. Each fire mouse ball divided into multiple spherical entities, resembling miniature tailed beast balls. However, before the myriad of spheres could descend, the spectators were startled by a tremendous cry, one that echoed like a sorrowful wail. The crowd, uncertain of the unfolding events, hesitated to investigate the countless spheres still suspended in the air. After a moment of silence, the sounds of battle ceased, and the fiery orbs gradually dissipated, along with the smoke. It was then that the onlookers beheld the scene in the arena. The two tails had reverted to its Jinchuriki form, and the rising chest indicated that the Jinchuriki was still alive, with the two tails having returned to its vessel. At that moment, Ye Feng lay on a large stone not far from the two tails Jinchuriki, his clothes tattered and gasping for breath, clearly exhausted, yet his spirit appeared unbroken, suggesting he had not sustained significant injuries. The arena was left in a state of disarray, with craters and altered terrain scattered throughout. It was hard to envision the fierce battle that had wrought such destruction. Ye Feng suddenly sat up and addressed the third Hokage, saying, "Lord Hokage, I believe this counts as my victory, does it not?" The third Hokage and those around him couldn't help but chuckle. The boy remained carefree, even in the wake of such chaos, still concerned about the outcome of the contest. The third Raikage promptly descended to examine the two tails Jinchuriki. After a moment, he sighed in relief, noting that the seal on the two tails was intact. It was merely that the Jinchuriki had overused the two tails chakra. allowing the beast's consciousness and chakra to temporarily dominate. The third Raikage nodded subtly to the third Hokage, who then smiled and turned to Ye Feng, declaring, "You have won this time. The Chunin exam shall continue." Despite the considerable commotion, the damage was not severe, and as there were no casualties, the exams would proceed, especially since many from the Cloud Village were present and the event could not be abruptly halted. The third Hokage ordered the return of the exam participants, and Ye Feng seized the opportunity to change his attire. Soon, the previously fleeing participants returned, while the audience, having witnessed such chaotic combat, likely had little desire to remain. Uchiha Shinichi, curious about the battle's events, promptly inquired with Minato Namikaze, as other ninjas also expressed their intrigue about the resolution of the two tales. Unfortunately, only Ye Feng knew the truth, while others had merely observed from the periphery, and Minato was also unaware of the specifics. This outcome left the group of inquisitive ninjas feeling disheartened. At this moment, Ye Feng emerged from changing his clothes, and Uchiha Shinichi rushed forward to ask about the events, with others eagerly listening. However, Ye Feng merely smiled in silence, turning to Kuru and asking, "Do you still wish to compete?" Kuru, uncertain of Ye Feng's true strength, felt that defeating the Two Tails Jinchuriki indicated formidable power. Eager to gauge Ye Feng's abilities for himself, Kuru stated resolutely, "Although I know I am not your match, I still wish to test myself against you. Let me witness your might, which shall serve as my motivation. After all, a ninja from the Cloud Village does not accept defeat without a fight." Ye Feng, resigned to the necessity of another battle, replied, "Very well, let us engage. I hope you will give it your all so that I may witness your capabilities." Kuru, fearing Ye Feng might hold back, reiterated his determination. As they both took their positions in the arena, Kuru's demeanor shifted from dazed to grave, his eyes gleaming with resolve. The audience was sparse, with only a few remaining, among them the third Hokage, the third Raikage, and other high-ranking officials. At that moment, Kakashi Hitaki wore a wry smile, noting the arena's disarray, and simply declared the match to commence before stepping away. Without further ado, Kuru activated his lightning-release chakra mode and launched an assault on Ye Feng, who effortlessly evaded every strike. Kuru, incensed, shouted, "Is dodging all you can do? Did you not promise to use your full strength?" Ye Feng, feeling a touch of exasperation, had intended to allow Kuru some dignity, but the latter's response was less than gracious. After acknowledging Ye Feng's words, Kuru recalibrated his focus, unleashing an even more potent chakra. His hair stood on end, and with a powerful stance, he shattered the ground beneath him, propelling himself toward Ye Feng with remarkable speed. Yet, in the next moment, Kuru's eyes widened in disbelief as Ye Feng effortlessly caught his full force strike with a single hand, remaining completely still, without even disturbing the ground beneath him. The onlookers, including the third Hokage and the third Raikage, shared the same astonishment. The immense chakra Kuru had unleashed and the condition of the ground indicated that his strike was akin to that of a seasoned jonin. Yet it had been met with Ye Feng's effortless reception. Chapter 178. Conclusion of the Nin exam. The immense chakra emanating from Kuru, coupled with the state of the ground, indicated that Kuru's strike possessed at least the power of a Nin. Yet, it was effortlessly countered by Leaf Maple, showcasing the latter's extraordinary strength. Leaf Maple wore a smile, for he had already exerted formidable power during his battle against the Two Tails and felt unconcerned about revealing a fraction of his strength now. With a firm grip, Leaf Maple clasped Kuru's fist and, with a swift motion, flung him away, causing Kuru's body to crash against the arena's wall. Dazed, Kuru struggled to comprehend the situation. Moments earlier, he had felt Leaf Maple's powerful grasp, followed by an overwhelming force that far exceeded his own, leading to a disorienting spin before he was sent flying. As Kuru slowly rose from the ground and gazed up at Leaf Maple, who remained steadfast in his position, a tempest of confusion surged within him. He recognized Leaf Maple's might but was astonished by his own inability to retaliate, a sentiment that mingled despair with resignation. However, as a ninja of the hidden Cloud Village, Kuru's pride would not allow him to concede defeat easily. Determined, he ignited with a fiery resolve in his eyes, a testament to his refusal to surrender, and charged once more at Leaf Maple. Moved by Kuru's fierce spirit, Leaf Maple resolved to strike without restraint, viewing it as a mark of respect towards his adversary. Activating the 8 gates again, Leaf Maple appeared before Kuru as if he had vanished, delivering a tremendous blow to Kuru's abdomen, followed by an equally forceful strike to his back, sending Kuru crashing to the ground, his consciousness slipping into darkness. Observing Kuru's unconscious form, Leaf Maple remained silent. harboring both admiration and a hint of regret. Given Kuru's capabilities, he should have found the CH-9 exam to be a mere formality. However, this year's competition was unprecedentedly challenging, with 3 participants possessing J-9 level strength and another 3 nearing that caliber. At this juncture, Shikaka Nara approached Kuru to assess his condition. It appeared that Leaf Maple had restrained his final blow, as Kuru's injuries were severe but not bone-breaking, necessitating a period of rest. Shikaka glanced at Leaf Maple, curiosity igniting within him regarding the latter's true prowess, accompanied by a sense of nostalgia. He recalled first meeting Leaf Maple when he was merely a child attending the Ninja Academy. Now, Leaf Maple exuded an aura befitting a formidable warrior. Yet, this was not the time for Shikaka to indulge in reminiscence. He summoned the medical team to attend to Kuru, marking the official conclusion of the competition segment. The 3rd Hokage and 2 advisors departed the high platform, and the participating ninjas exited the venue. With the promotion status of the Hidden Cloud ninjas to be determined by their village's higher-ups, who would then relay the news. Meanwhile, Leaf Maple, Uchiha Shinichi, Hige Junrin, and Nara Shikahira were summoned by the 3rd Hokage. Kakashi Hitaki was absent, still recovering from his unconscious state in the hospital. Upon arriving at the Hokage's office, the group found the 3rd Hokage awaiting them, accompanied by 3 advisors. Leaf Maple noted with apprehension that Danzo Shimura had also arrived. His absence during the formal competition suggested that his presence here might herald troubling news. The 3rd Hokage began, "Your performances today were exceptional. To stand out among such a multitude of ninjas speaks volumes of your capabilities. This matter was not meant to be discussed at this moment, but since you are here, I shall proceed. Given your impressive showings, Uchiha Shinichi, Hige Junrin, Nara Shikahira, and the recovering Kakashi Hitaki have all successfully passed the CH-9 exam and are promoted to CH-9. Congratulations." Shinichi maintained a composed demeanor, anticipating his promotion. In contrast, Junrin and Shikahira displayed elation, having initially faced defeat in the first round and harboring little hope of advancement. Their unexpected success filled them with joy. However, Shinichi noticed that Leaf Maple's name had not been mentioned, though he dismissed it as inconsequential. If he, a defeated contender, could advance, there was no doubt that the top performer, Leaf Maple, would also succeed. Very well, your team leader will soon present you with your CH-9 certificates and attire. Uchiha Leaf Maple, please remain. The 3rd Hokage was already signaling the end of the meeting. Shinichi and the others expressed their gratitude to the 3rd Hokage before departing the office, leaving only Leaf Maple, the 3rd Hokage, and the 3 advisors behind. Enveloped in a moment of silence, breaking the stillness, the 3rd Hokage cleared his throat and addressed Leaf Maple, Uchiha Leaf Maple. You have secured first place in this CH-9 exam, bringing great honor to Konoha. I had previously promised that I would grant a favor to the top performer. What is it that you desire? Leaf Maple had long contemplated his request, hence his fierce competition with the 2 other candidates. He replied with measured calmness. I wish that upon my promotion to CH-9, I am not assigned mandatory tasks. I seek to dedicate more of my time to training. Should I find myself with free time, I will willingly undertake missions or respond to village needs in times of crisis. While Leaf Maple's words were artfully spoken, it was evident that the village's need for assistance might arise only during a significant conflict, such as the 3rd Great Ninja War. Nonetheless, he genuinely sought to avoid being burdened with mundane tasks that would keep him wandering away from his training. Though he acknowledged the importance of certain critical missions, like the one concerning the Lulan dragon veins, he was eager to partake in them. The 3rd Hokage, upon hearing Leaf Maple's request, fell into contemplation, lowering his gaze. At that moment, Danzo stepped forward. As a ninja of Konoha, should you not prioritize the village's welfare over your own selfish desires? Danzo's intentions were transparent, aiming to cast doubt upon Leaf Maple. In response, Leaf Maple retorted, your assertion is misguided. Konoha is currently thriving with talent, and with peace prevailing. The demand for missions has diminished. The ninjas of the village are more than capable of managing the tasks at hand. My absence would neither add nor detract from their capabilities. Is this how your teacher instructed you? To disregard respect when addressing the village's advisors? Danzo bristled at Leaf Maple's tone, agitated by the latter's boldness. Chapter 179. Dealing with the higher UPS of Konoha, my mentor has always instructed me to harbor goodwill, to abhor malice, and to treat those who are kind to me and to Konoha with respect and kindness. However, there is no need to extend the same courtesy to those who are malevolent. Leaf Maple showed no deference to Shimura Danzo. Had it not been for his desire to avoid a complete rift with Konoha and to witness Danzo's downfall and disgrace, he would have considered eliminating him outright. Such arrogance at such a young age is a ticking time bomb. It would be wiser to eradicate you sooner rather than later to prevent any harm you might inflict upon Konoha. Danzo had not faced anyone who dared to insult him to his face for quite some time, which ignited his fury, causing him to speak indiscriminately. Silence. At this moment, the third Hokage interrupted Danzo, casting a stern gaze upon him. Realizing the impropriety of his words upon witnessing the Hokage's expression, Danzo quickly composed himself and closed his eyes to regain his composure. Leaf Maple had no intention of letting him off the hook. Humph. You speak with such bravado, as if Konoha belongs solely to you. Do not forget, the Hokage is present here. The true authority of this village is rooted in the will of fire upheld by the Hokage, and we are committed to safeguarding this village. This is not a domain where you can wield unchecked power. Leaf Maple firmly placed the blame on Danzo, while simultaneously flattering the third Hokage, clearly delineating his stance and creating a stark contrast in his treatment of both individuals. This immediately made the third Hokage regard Leaf Maple more favorably. While his disdain for Danzo's behavior grew, the third Hokage was well aware of Danzo's repeated aggressions towards Leaf Maple, and while Leaf Maple would not show Danzo any kindness, he still hoped for a peaceful coexistence between them. Thus, he interrupted their verbal sparring and stated, "Enough. I did not summon you here to quarrel. Leaf Maple, I agree to your request. At your age, you indeed require more time to mature. This matter is settled." Danzo remained silent this time. Leaf Maple was not surprised by the Hokage's decision, recognizing the current state of affairs in Konoha and understanding that, given his youth, it would not be suitable for him to undertake excessively advanced missions. Aside from this matter, there is another issue I wish to discuss with you, the third Hokage continued. Please, Hokage-sama, feel free to inquire. I assure you, I shall not withhold anything, Leaf Maple replied respectfully, which pleased the third Hokage, though Danzo's frustration grew as he observed Leaf Maple's sudden compliance. It is nothing of great consequence, merely a query regarding your battle with the Two Tails. What transpired amidst the smoke? The third Hokage inquired. Upon witnessing the emergence of such a colossal beast, I too was taken aback. However, the thought of the destruction it could wreak upon Konoha and its inhabitants compelled me to act. I rushed forward, driven by urgency. As I primarily train in taijutsu and the 8 gates, and I was confident in my speed, I aimed to strike the beast's head to disrupt its release of the fireball. And how did you evade the explosion of the fireball? Tsunade asked, unable to contain her curiosity. As I struck the beast's head, I saw the fireball crash into the ground. I immediately sought refuge in a crevice behind the beast, but I was unprepared for the sheer power of the explosion. Despite my efforts, I was still caught in the blast, though fortunately, the force had diminished, and I only suffered damage to my clothing. I maintained a cordial demeanor towards Tsunade, recognizing her as somewhat intolerable, yet not excessively malevolent. And what did you do amidst the lingering smoke? Tsunade pressed further. Her tone made Leaf Maple feel somewhat interrogated. Yet he did not wish to offend the higher-ups of Konoha, so he replied, at that moment, visibility was non-existent, but I could sense the chakra of the beast. A creature of such magnitude could not be allowed to escape the arena, so I attempted to play hide-and-seek with it, circling the venue. Thankfully, my speed allowed me to evade its attacks. What was the cause of the beast's final roar? Mizukage asked. I cannot say for certain. After waiting for a while without sensing any attacks from the beast, I heard its roar, and then its chakra dissipated rapidly. When I saw there was no further commotion, I approached only to find the Two Tails lying there. Leaf Maple feigned innocence. Mizukage and Tsunade regarded Leaf Maple's words with skepticism, while Danzo wore an expression of disbelief. The third Hokage, however, remained silent, bearing a smile. I truly do not know. After all, it was my first encounter with a tailed beast. I could not withstand its attacks, and had no means to counter it. My only thought was to delay it, preventing it from fleeing elsewhere. Leaf Maple sensed their disbelief and quickly offered an explanation. The third Hokage and the two advisors found some merit in Leaf Maple's statements. After all, even the Hokage had no effective strategy against the Two Tails and could only attempt to restrain it until the sealing team could intervene. Moreover, Leaf Maple had consistently demonstrated formidable taijutsu capabilities, without any display of powerful ninjutsu, and taijutsu was the least effective form of attack against a tailed beast. With this in mind, the three began to believe Leaf Maple's account to some extent. If Leaf Maple were privy to their thoughts, he would likely mock them. For taijutsu being ineffective, they had never witnessed the prowess of Guy's taijutsu, which nearly felled the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, let alone the diminutive two tails. Among those present, only Danzo remained unconvinced by Uchiha Leaf Maple's words. He trusted his judgment, believing that Leaf Maple possessed skills beyond mere taijutsu, yet he lacked evidence to substantiate his suspicions. Moreover, raising objections would only lead the third Hokage and his advisors to perceive him as contentious, so he opted for silence. Since the issue did not lie with Leaf Maple, it could only be attributed to the Jinchuriki of the Two Tails. Perhaps the Jinchuriki had employed some technique that compelled the Two Tails to return to its seal. However, these matters were likely secrets of the Cloud Village, and it was not prudent to delve deeper. The third Hokage concluded this discussion, setting its final tone. Turning to Leaf Maple with a smile, the third Hokage proclaimed, "In light of your performance during this incident, where you effectively restrained the Two Tails, you have accomplished a significant feat. Moreover, your strength has now reached the level of a J-Nin. I hereby grant you a special promotion to J-Nin." Chapter 180. The Two Tails Chakra. The three advisors were taken aback, utterly astonished by the third Hokage's decision. It was unprecedented for someone of such a young age to be appointed as a Jonin since the founding of Konoha. Was it not frivolous to elevate Uchiha Leaf Maple to the rank of Jonin? Shimizu Danzo was the first to voice his dissent. If Leaf Maple were merely a Chunin, it would pose little concern for Danzo to take action against him in the future. However, becoming a Jonin was an entirely different matter. It represented a valuable asset for the village and could influence significant decisions. This was not something Danzo could approach lightly. Thus, it was settled. The appointment and certification of Leaf Maple as a Jonin would be dispatched shortly. Albeit the attire befitting his new rank was unavailable due to Konoha's lack of preparation for someone of his age. Furthermore, as he was still growing, the rapid changes in clothing sizes made it impractical. For now, that will suffice. Leaf Maple, you may return and rest, declared the third Hokage, disregarding Danzo's objections and firmly concluding the matter. With the Hokage's dismissal, Leaf Maple felt no desire to linger and promptly bid farewell before departing. However, no sooner had he exited the Hokage's office than T-Rin Koharu and Mito Kazumi sprang forth to express their opposition, voicing their concerns loud enough for Leaf Maple to hear. A Jonin must have completed countless missions to achieve such a rank. This would be a breach of protocol. For Leaf Maple, the title of Jonin held little significance. He had no intention of undertaking missions in the foreseeable future. To him, the distinction between Chunin and Jonin was merely nominal. The third Hokage interrupted the continuing discourse of T-Rin Koharu and Mito Kazumi, stating, "You have all witnessed the results of the recent Chunin exams. The Hidden Cloud Village has at least 2 individuals who have reached the Jonin level. And then there is Killer B, whose prowess, while not yet demonstrated, certainly exceeds that of an elite Jonin. The only one in Konoha capable of surpassing them at this age is Uchiha Leaf Maple." T-Rin Koharu and Mito Kazumi quickly grasped the Hokage's intent, but continued to protest. "Are you proposing to make Uchiha Leaf Maple the leader of this generation? He belongs to the Uchiha clan. Have you forgotten the second Hokage's last wishes?" The Uchiha clan had significantly diminished in strength, no longer regarded as a top-tier family. Moreover, without an individual of Hokage caliber, they were hardly a concern. With only Leaf Maple and Uchiha Shinichi as their remaining talents, if these two could be firmly secured, it would render the Uchiha clan's attempts to assert themselves futile. The primary issue was that they were amidst a tumultuous period. The Hidden Sand and Hidden Stone villages posed ongoing threats. Should war arise, the Uchiha clan could be dispatched, thereby reducing their strength while alleviating some pressure from the village. The third Hokage articulated his strategy. "Do not worry about your ability to manage Uchiha Leaf Maple. Just ensure he does not turn against you," Danzo insisted stubbornly. "That is of no concern. I shall have Orochimaru and Minato watch over him, for bonds are the strongest means to secure an individual," the Hokage replied. T-Rin Koharu and Mito Kazumi nodded slightly, appearing to concur with the third Hokage's viewpoint, while Danzo, unconvinced, left the Hokage's office in silence. Meanwhile, Leaf Maple had returned home, indifferent to the ongoing discussions among the Hokage and the advisors. He was more preoccupied with his future. Confident in his strength and no longer troubled by concerns for his safety, he planned to continue his training steadily, free from the burdens of village tasks. He even contemplated sneaking out for a leisurely stroll. However, that was a matter for another day. Leaf Maple retrieved a scroll from his belongings, a smile gracing his face. For it contained the greatest treasure from the Chunin exams, the chakra of the Two Tails. In the heat of battle amidst the smoke against the Two Tails, he had cleaved through it with his true energy, causing the beast to emit a cry of agony. Witnessing the dispersed chakra of the tailed beast had sparked thoughts of the original story's character, Sora, and he had eagerly sealed away the chakra for himself. The two tails had been equally startled by Leaf Maple's prowess, never expecting a mere human could so effortlessly slice through its essence, diminishing its core power. The gaze of the two tails towards Leaf Maple was now tinged with fear. Leaf Maple, sensing this, waved his hand threateningly, declaring, "You must not divulge this to anyone, especially the two Jinchuriki. Otherwise, even if you hide in the hidden cloud village, I can easily find you and dismantle you piece by piece, or make you a part of the 10 tails." The two tails, already intimidated by this human, felt an even greater apprehension upon realizing the latter's knowledge of the 10 tails and its origins. It quickly nodded in agreement. Seeing the two tails acquiesce, Leaf Maple's expression softened. "You have lost some chakra. While your strength may diminish slightly, you have ample time to recover. Since I have taken something from you, I will also grant you a favor in return, allowing you to regain your freedom." At that moment, the two tails was too terrified to request anything further, yearning only to distance itself from this harbinger of doom. Leaf Maple continued, "Treat the two Jinchuriki well. Humans are often selfish, seeking to control your power. The two Jinchuriki are among the few willing to befriend you. Now, return to the body of the Jinchuriki." As soon as Leaf Maple finished speaking, the two tails shrank in size and swiftly entered the body of the Jinchuriki, disappearing in an instant, seemingly eager to escape. This left Leaf Maple with a wry smile, pondering if he truly appeared that fearsome. After ensuring the two tails had fully vanished, Leaf Maple approached the Jinchuriki to assess her condition. Relieved to find no significant harm, only a depletion of chakra that would keep her unconscious for a while, he distanced himself from her, feigning exhaustion. Leaf Maple's desire to collect the chakra of the two tails stemmed from his ambition to emulate Sora, harnessing the chakra to summon multiple shadow clones, allowing them to train together in true energy. In doing so, his cultivation would surely ascend rapidly. As he contemplated this, a roguish grin crept across Leaf Maple's face. Yet, a pressing question remained. How would he utilize this chakra of the two tails? In the original story, Sora transformed his arm into a monstrous form. Leaf Maple had no intention of following suit. He would rather forego the chakra than endure such a fate. Chapter 181. Paving the way for Namake's Minato in a moment of contemplation, Ye Feng suddenly slapped his forehead, realizing he had overlooked Orochimaru. Who in the ninja world could rival Orochimaru's mastery of techniques? With this thought, Ye Feng eagerly employed the Flying Thunder God technique and transported himself to Orochimaru's laboratory. However, to his astonishment, he discovered that Jiraiya was also present. Jiraiya immediately recognized the sudden appearance of Uchiha Ye Feng, but seemed momentarily struck dumb, pointing incredulously at Ye Feng. Unable to articulate his thoughts, Ye Feng was well aware of Jiraiya's unvoiced question. Was he astonished that Ye Feng had also mastered the Flying Thunder God technique? After all, how could he appear here otherwise? Waving his hand, Ye Feng seated himself on a chair, prompting Jiraiya to regain his composure and inquire. "When did you learn the Flying Thunder God technique? Is it so surprising that I have mastered it? I was exposed to the Flying Thunder God technique long before Minato. So if he can learn it, why can't I?" Ye Feng responded nonchalantly. Jiraiya pondered this. With Orochimaru's presence, it was indeed easier for Ye Feng to access the technique. Yet he quickly realized that mastery was not simply a matter of precedence. Nevertheless, Jiraiya refrained from pursuing the matter further. Acknowledging that Ye Feng's acquisition of the technique was legitimate, he then addressed Orochimaru, stating, "Since you have a guest, I shall return another time." As Jiraiya turned to leave, Orochimaru called out, "Nonsense. Jiraiya, if you have something to say, do not hesitate. There is nothing I wish to conceal from Ye Feng." Ye Feng felt a warmth in his heart at Orochimaru's words, though he was uncertain whether they were intentional. Jiraiya, however, exhibited a look of surprise, glancing between Orochimaru and Ye Feng with an expression of intrigue. Yet, he chose to remain, returning to his seat before Orochimaru and saying, "Since you insist, I shall speak plainly. Do you, Orochimaru, harbor any ambitions regarding the position of Hokage?" Orochimaru exchanged a peculiar glance with Ye Feng, both finding the question somewhat familiar. "Speak plainly. Beating around the bush is not your style," Orochimaru urged. "In that case, I shall be direct. I wish for Minato to succeed as the fourth Hokage and hope you will abandon your aspirations for the position," Jiraiya declared. Orochimaru and Ye Feng both burst into laughter. "Have I said something wrong? What is so amusing?" Jiraiya asked, bewildered by their shared mirth. "Rest assured, Jiraiya, Orochimaru has no intentions regarding the Hokage position. Ye Feng reassured him. How can you be so certain? The position of Hokage is the most esteemed in Konohagakure, Jiraiya queried, puzzled by Ye Feng's conviction, recalling Orochimaru's past ambitions. Indeed, as Ye Feng stated, I have relinquished any desire for the position, Orochimaru interjected, sensing Jiraiya's skepticism. Why? Weren't you always keen on becoming Hokage? Jiraiya was taken aback by Orochimaru's apparent change of heart. Do you truly wish for me to become Hokage, or do you not? Orochimaru teased, amused by Jiraiya's inquiry. Let Minato become Hokage, but I am surprised by your disinterest, Jiraiya replied. My vision now extends beyond a single village or nation. I aspire for something greater. Something that encompasses the entire ninja world, or even beyond, Orochimaru articulated, his eyes gleaming with hope. Jiraiya was momentarily taken aback by Orochimaru's words, muttering softly. No longer content with a village or nation. Do you aspire to dominate the ninja world? Suddenly startled by his own thoughts, Jiraiya quickly asked, You don't truly intend to pursue such a path, do you? Becoming the ruler of the ninja world is not my ambition. I seek goals that transcend such aspirations. I will not involve myself in the matter of the fourth Hokage, but as the current Hokage is still in his prime, there will surely be other talented ninjas emerging. Even now, such as Kakashi Hatake. Is there anyone more monstrous than Uchiha Ye Feng? With him around, who else could rise? Jiraiya mused, contemplating the remarkable abilities of Ye Feng. You don't mean to suggest that you wish to become Hokage, do you? Jiraiya, recalling Ye Feng's prowess, turned to him with curiosity. I have no such intentions. Like you, I would prefer to explore the world rather than confine myself to paperwork and lose my freedom. Ye Feng promptly denied, eager to avoid any scrutiny. Well then, that settles it. However, Kakashi certainly poses a concern. While he may not belong to the lineage of Hokage, his strength and reputation are formidable. Jiraiya expressed his lingering worries regarding Kakashi's potential. Yet Ye Feng interjected, there is no need to worry about Kakashi. His opportunities have passed. Why is that? Both Orochimaru and Jiraiya inquired, perplexed. That is a secret. In any case, you need not concern yourselves with Kakashi, Ye Feng replied, realizing he could not disclose his foreknowledge of future events. Since Ye Feng was unwilling to elaborate, Orochimaru and Jiraiya had no choice but to accept it. However, Jiraiya's purpose for visiting had been achieved. Orochimaru had clearly stated his disinterest in contending for the position of fourth Hokage. Additionally, he had successfully engaged with Uchiha Ye Feng. As for Ye Feng's remarks about Kakashi, Jiraiya's mind began to wander, but he could not pinpoint a reason, deciding to let it go for now. After all, the third Hokage's retirement was still far off. He would wait and see. With their objectives fulfilled and recognizing that Ye Feng had matters to discuss with Orochimaru, Jiraiya tactfully took his leave from the laboratory. Once Jiraiya departed, only Orochimaru and Ye Feng remained. Orochimaru initiated the conversation. What brings you to seek me, Ye Feng? I wish to harness the power contained within this, Ye Feng replied, presenting Orochimaru with a scroll. Orochimaru, perplexed, opened the scroll and released its seals, only to witness an immense surge of chakra emanating from within. Instantly, he recognized it as the chakra of the two tails, promptly executing a sealing technique to contain it once more. Ye Feng, you certainly possess remarkable resources. Acquiring such an abundance of two tails chakra is no small feat yet. I am curious about your intentions for it, Orochimaru remarked, both astonished and intrigued by the sheer volume of chakra. Chapter 182. The Kusanagi sword. Such an abundance of tailed beast chakra could only have been acquired from the two tails Jinchuriki during the Chunin exams. It is most probable that during the official match, when the two tails beast emerged, Leaf Maple managed to seize an immense quantity of tailed beast chakra in the presence of so many formidable opponents. Orochimaru could not help but marvel at Leaf Maple's cunning. I wish to seal this chakra within myself for immediate use. Leaf Maple was forthright about his intentions. Despite already possessing a method for cultivating true energy, did Leaf Maple still covet tailed beast chakra? Although vast, the power of tailed beast chakra pales in comparison to true energy. Orochimaru found it curious that, given Leaf Maple's true energy surpassed chakra in both profundity and offensive capability, he still expressed interest in tailed beast chakra. Leaf Maple disclosed his practice of the shadow clone technique to Orochimaru. The latter's eyes brightened at this revelation. He had not anticipated that true energy could be cultivated in such a manner. Orochimaru praised Leaf Maple's intellect, recognizing that if Leaf Maple could employ this technique, he too could benefit from it. When it comes to sealing tailed beasts, the Uzumaki clan sealing techniques are unparalleled, particularly in the hands of Kushina Uzumaki. If it's merely ninjutsu you seek, I could request it from the old man. It primarily depends on what method you desire, leaf maple. If we can find someone skilled in its use, that would be ideal. I do not wish to relearn the sealing jutsu. Leaf maple expressed his reluctance to expend further energy on this matter. Then we should enlist Kushina Uzumaki's assistance. I assume you would prefer to keep this from the old man. In that case, it would be best to approach Jiraiya, allowing him to discreetly involve Minato and Kushina. Perhaps I should devise my own approach. Involving Jiraiya may complicate matters. It would be more straightforward to consult either Kushina or Minato directly. That makes sense. Considering you are on the same team as Minato, some matters may be easier to negotiate. However, after hearing Leaf Maple's words, Orochimaru found himself tempted to seek out some tailed beast chakra or even aspire to become a Jinchuriki himself. The prospect of accelerating his training through the shadow clone technique was undeniably appealing. At that moment, Orochimaru suddenly performed a summoning technique, and a small snake appeared, slithering towards Leaf Maple. To Leaf Maple's astonishment, the snake opened its mouth and revealed a sword within. Upon seeing the sword, a realization dawned upon Leaf Maple. Ignoring the slime coating the blade, he picked it up and examined it closely, even testing its sharpness. With a gentle stroke, he cut his hand, a shallow wound appearing, only to heal almost instantaneously. Leaf Maple's heart surged with joy. Even his formidable physical defenses were capable of being pierced. Though the cut was minor, it attested to the sword's quality. Could this be the... He glanced uncertainly at Orochimaru. Orochimaru nodded, a smile gracing his lips. Indeed, this is the Kusanagi sword. My body has adapted to natural energy, and I ventured to the dragon cave to procure this sword, intending it as a congratulatory gift for your victory in the Chunin exams. I did not expect you to arrive first. Leaf Maple's face lit up with delight. He immediately used the sword to draw blood from his skin, controlling the wound to prevent it from healing, allowing the blood to flow freely and coat the blade. He murmured incantations, though Orochimaru could only faintly catch the words, unaware of their meaning. Orochimaru refrained from interrupting Leaf Maple, understanding that such rituals are best performed without disturbance. Soon, Leaf Maple completed the incantation, and the sword absorbed the blood until it vanished completely. Orochimaru was astonished. He had not anticipated that the Kusanagi sword could consume human blood. Once Leaf Maple concluded the process, Orochimaru inquired, "What was that, Leaf Maple? Why was the Kusanagi sword able to absorb your blood?" "This is a ritual left by my master for refining flying swords, allowing the blade to be melded into one's being, transforming it into an extension of oneself, and enabling remote control. However, it requires prolonged nurturing. Once sufficiently nourished, it can evolve into a magical artifact, infused with true energy, greatly enhancing its power. If it one day attains sentience, it may transform into a spiritual weapon, possessing its own thoughts and loyally protecting its master, capable of extraordinary feats. As for higher levels, that depends on fortune," Leaf Maple explained, his gaze fixed on the Kusanagi sword, clearly satisfied with its craftsmanship. Orochimaru, taken aback, had always regarded external weapons with skepticism, believing their power to be limited. Yet Leaf Maple's words challenged his beliefs. If a spiritual weapon possessed such might, what could be expected from even higher tiers? Contemplating this, Orochimaru's gaze toward the Kusanagi sword shifted, now filled with fervor and hope. Noticing Orochimaru's intense interest, Leaf Maple felt compelled to reciprocate the generous gift. "I am grateful for this splendid present, Orochimaru. It is only proper that I offer you a gift in return." With that, Leaf Maple produced a scroll containing the foundational techniques for refining the body during the first stage of cultivation, which included methods for condensing true energy. Orochimaru, uncertain of what Leaf Maple was presenting, recognized that whatever it was undoubtedly exceptional. He promptly unfurled the scroll and was met with a dense array of obscure characters, their meanings eluding him. Confused, he turned to Leaf Maple, seeking clarification. Realizing that the cultivation techniques were inscribed in classical Chinese, which had no equivalent in the Naruto world, Leaf Maple explained, "This is the first part of the cultivation technique bestowed upon me by my master, encompassing the methods for the initial stage of cultivation and true energy condensation." Orochimaru's eyes sparkled with joy upon hearing this, his hands trembling slightly as he held the scroll. This treasure far surpassed the Kusanagi sword, and while it was merely the first stage, it was immensely valuable. With Leaf Maple's presence, acquiring the subsequent portions would likely not pose a challenge. paving a smooth path for Orochimaru's future cultivation endeavors. As for why leaf maple only provided the first stage, Orochimaru understood perfectly. He too would not divulge the entirety of a technique. Leaf maple's decision reflected a fundamental principle of survival. Receiving the first part was already a pleasant surprise, and he was in no rush for the remaining portions. The time spent with leaf maple had been enjoyable, and as long as their relationship remained intact, the subsequent teachings would naturally follow. Chapter 183. The natural energy of the dragon's cave. Having bestowed the first part of the cultivation technique, Ye Feng was keen to prevent Orochimaru from harboring any negative thoughts. Thus, he remarked, focus on mastering the first part. Once you break through the body refinement stage, I shall impart the second part and the ritual for refining the flying sword to you. By providing a tangible aspiration, Ye Feng sought to deter any dangerous notions. Fully aware of the wisdom in such an approach, observing Orochimaru's fervent excitement, Ye Feng knew that he was eager to commence his training. So he refrained from further interruption and took his leave after exchanging a brief farewell. However, Orochimaru suddenly broke free from his excitement, seemingly struck by a thought. He turned to Ye Feng and stated, during my visit to the dragon's cave, I sensed an exceptionally rich natural energy. Yet it felt distinct from the natural energy I currently cultivate. It's merely an intuition, but I cannot discern the difference. Ye Feng, upon hearing this, displayed a look of intrigue, pondering to himself, is there a variety of natural energies? Could there be several types? Suddenly, an idea struck Ye Feng, and he promptly addressed Orochimaru. Can you procure some of the natural energy from the dragon's cave? I wish to ascertain certain matters. After a moment of contemplation, Orochimaru replied, I can summon a myriad of snakes. They should carry the natural energy from the dragon's cave. Recognizing Orochimaru's method, Ye Feng was eager to validate it. As it pertained to his future cultivation, with a swift gesture, Ye Feng performed a technique, causing the Kusanagi sword to shrink rapidly and vanish before him. Orochimaru, witnessing this, appeared puzzled, inspecting the vicinity in search of the Kusanagi sword. Ye Feng, noticing his confusion, explained, there is no need to search. The Kusanagi sword has been refined and has become part of my being. I have stored it within my dantian, where it is nourished by my true energy, accelerating its growth. Should I wish to summon it, a mere thought suffices. Orochimaru, captivated by the marvel of this refining technique, felt an urgent desire to train. Yet he understood that Ye Feng's matters held greater significance. As Orochimaru ceased his inquiries, Ye Feng seized his arm and utilized a teleportation technique, transporting them to the location where he had previously encountered the Garurumon. The creature, sensing a familiar scent, poked its head out from Ye Feng's embrace, curiously surveying its surroundings. Watching the Garurumon, Ye Feng was reminded of the wolf-like beast and affectionately stroked its fur. Orochimaru, taken aback by the sudden transition, gazed around in envy, exclaiming, the Flying Thunder God technique is truly convenient, traversing such a distance with a mere word. Ye Feng chuckled in response, when you can perceive spatial coordinates, you too may master the Flying Thunder God technique. I fear I have no hope for that. After years of attempts, I have yet to succeed. Well aware of my lack of talent in this regard, Orochimaru lamented, shaking his head with a bitter smile. That may not be the case. Anything is possible. Ye Feng countered dismissively. Is it possible that you could enhance my talent in this area? Orochimaru's hope reignited at Ye Feng's words. I lack the ability to improve one's talent. However, spatial power is merely a form of energy. When your strength is sufficiently formidable, traversing space becomes a trivial matter. Ye Feng continued to paint an optimistic picture for Orochimaru. Yet, deep in thought, Orochimaru pondered Ye Feng's assertions. Space, after all, is merely a component of the universe. When one seeks to transcend this realm, all powers seem trivial, save for one's innate talent, which may require more time to cultivate. Understanding this, Orochimaru regained his vigor and turned to Ye Feng, asking, now that I am ready, shall we begin summoning the myriad snakes? Let us commence. I hope my apprehensions prove unfounded. Ye Feng's words sparked curiosity in Orochimaru, yet he wasted no time, biting his finger and pressing it to the ground to activate the summoning technique. A large cloud of smoke billowed forth, from which a massive serpent emerged, its thunderous voice declaring, Orochimaru, what do you summon me for this time? I demand 100 living sacrifices. Orochimaru remained silent upon hearing the serpent's demands. Meanwhile, Ye Feng's Garurumon, upon sighting the snake, dove into Ye Feng's arms, trembling with fear. Observing the Garurumon's reaction and the serpent's arrogance, Ye Feng frowned. Gathering his true energy at his fingertip and directing it towards the serpent. Orochimaru was taken aback by Ye Feng's sudden action, and soon heard the serpent's anguished cries as its tail was severed by Ye Feng's true energy, as if it were mere paper. Ye Feng's icy voice then resonated. Behave yourself. Should you dare act thus again, next time it will not merely be your tail at stake. You may dispel the summoning and flee, but I assure you, I would not hesitate to hunt you down in the dragon's cave. The serpent, shaken by Ye Feng's might, realized that the energy behind Ye Feng's strike was of a higher caliber than its own natural energy, rendering it wary of underestimating him. Listening to Ye Feng's admonition, the serpent refrained from defiance, enduring the pain as it awaited further instructions. Having established order, Ye Feng turned to Orochimaru, seemingly signaling that it was now his turn. Orochimaru, somewhat speechless, had not anticipated Ye Feng's violent approach, pondering how he might summon the serpent in the future. Yet, he was more astonished by Ye Feng's strength, realizing that even the serpent could not withstand Ye Feng's strike. Instead of displaying shock, Orochimaru's expression transformed into one of elation. If Ye Feng possessed such power, it was only a matter of time before he, too, attained similar strength. Serpent, we require a sphere of natural energy from the dragon's cave. This time, the serpent complied without protest, expelling a gaseous orb from its maw, evidently containing the dragon's cave's natural energy. Orochimaru, sensing this energy, soon turned to Ye Feng, stating, "This feels promising. It is indeed the natural energy from the dragon's cave." Upon Orochimaru's affirmation, Ye Feng began to attune himself to the differences within this natural energy. While it appeared nearly indistinguishable from ordinary natural energy, Ye Feng sensed a unique quality within it, as if it were infused with certain characteristics of specific creatures, though the exact nature of these traits remained elusive to him. Chapter 184. The White Snake Sage. Perhaps due to Ye Feng's insufficient strength, he was unable to recognize the nature of these energies. However, he immediately recalled the three great sacred lands. It seemed that every ninja who had studied immortal techniques bore certain characteristics. For instance, the traits of my Gi mountain were reminiscent of toads, while those of the dragon cave were akin to snakes. Natural energy, devoid of biological characteristics, must have been altered by the three great sacred lands. It appeared that the natural energy from the dragon cave was mingled with other substances, and this mixture seemed to be permanent. Even if one ceased to use the natural energy from the dragon cave, its characteristics would still manifest. Contemplating this, Ye Feng hastily cautioned Orochimaru, advising him against absorbing the natural energy from the dragon cave or learning its. Has Ye Feng discovered something? Orochimaru pondered, perplexed by Ye Feng's words. It remains unclear, but the natural energy from the dragon cave seems to be infused with some inexplicable substance. It is best we avoid it for now. When our strength is sufficient, we shall discern its true nature. Ye Feng could not identify this substance, but he sensed it was surely no good, and the farther they distanced themselves from it, the better. This was disheartening news for Ye Feng, as he had hoped to explore whether the natural energy of the three great sacred lands could aid in his cultivation. Given the richness of this energy, it would undoubtedly accelerate his training. However, it now appeared that this notion was to be abandoned. Feeling a wave of disappointment wash over him, Ye Feng never imagined that natural energy could be tainted by other elements. Suddenly, a look of astonishment crossed his face as he recalled that if natural energy could be contaminated, could the chakra of tailed beasts also be similarly affected? After all, this chakra was derived from the tailed beasts themselves. With this thought in mind, Ye Feng swiftly urged Orochimaru to return to his laboratory. Ye Feng anxiously retrieved the sealing scroll of the tailed beast, pushing Orochimaru toward the experimental platform, exclaiming, "Orochimaru, you are the expert on chakra. Please investigate this tailed beast chakra and ascertain whether it differs from our own. This matter is crucial. It pertains to our ability to accelerate our training." Orochimaru had not anticipated Ye Feng's urgency and hastily replied, "Are you suggesting that the tailed beast chakra is also contaminated? That seems unlikely. Look at the Jinchuriki from various villages, they seem fine. This matter must be approached with caution," Ye Feng insisted. "We are not merely striving for survival. We seek a higher realm. Any misstep could obstruct our path forward." Orochimaru felt that Ye Feng might be overreacting. You must be aware of Jiraiya's sage mode, which imbues him with toad-like traits. Even with continued cultivation of natural energy, the toad characteristics will only diminish but never entirely vanish. I suspect that my Gi mountain sage mode contains elements from the old toad, and the same goes for the dragon cave. If the natural energy is no longer pure, achieving ascension will become a distant dream. Similarly, if the tailed beast chakra is infused with such elements, using it might lead to its essence permeating our bodies. Seeing that Orochimaru remained unconvinced, Ye Feng quickly clarified his concerns, fearing that regret would come too late. Listening to Ye Feng's reasoning, Orochimaru gradually recognized the seriousness of the situation. Research on chakra will require some time. There is no need to rush. Even if it takes an additional 10 days or half a month, that is manageable. Ye Feng acknowledged his impatience, understanding that chakra research could not be expedited. However, he could not entirely blame himself. After all, his lofty aspirations had been dashed, nearly severing his path to future cultivation, which naturally made him anxious. He composed himself, his demeanor returning to normal, and remarked, "I admit I have been somewhat hasty. Orochimaru, take your time with the research. If we can utilize it, that would be splendid, as it would significantly enhance our training speed. If not, it matters not. We will seek alternative methods in due course." "Very well, Ye Feng. I shall inform you at the earliest opportunity should there be any developments," Orochimaru responded, smiling as he saw Ye Feng's calmness restored. "Then I shall not intrude any longer." "I will take my leave," Ye Feng said, feeling his emotions fluctuate drastically throughout the day. He intended to return and adjust his mental state. However, both he and Orochimaru seemed to have forgotten one crucial matter, Quan Chi. Quan Chi observed Ye Feng and Orochimaru vanish together, unaware of the events that had transpired. However, intimidated by Ye Feng's formidable presence, he dared not move. It was only after a considerable time had passed without their return that Quan Chi cautiously dispelled the summoning technique. Having overheard every word exchanged between Ye Feng and Orochimaru, Quan Chi hastened back to the dragon cave to report to the White Snake Sage. Yet, he was intercepted by the three great snake maidens. "I have urgent matters to discuss with Lord White Snake," Quan Chi implored. One of the snake maidens, Tianxin, smiled and inquired, "What could possibly warrant such urgency? Share it with me, and I shall relay your message. Are you certain you wish to hear it? This matter is of great significance to Lord White Snake. If he were to be displeased, it would reflect poorly on you," Quan Chi replied, fully aware of the implications. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Quan Chi felt irritation as the three snake maidens, though only slightly superior to him, held dominion over the dragon cave, monopolizing all creatures that entered. "You truly believe this is of great importance? If it turns out to be trivial, I shall feast upon you," Tianxin warned, concerned about delaying Lord White Snake's affairs yet unwilling to lose face. After a moment, Tianxin stepped aside, allowing Quan Chi to enter. Finally standing before the White Snake Sage, Quan Chi reported the events. "Is this truly the case?" the White Snake Sage exclaimed, astonished. "Without a hint of deception, I speak from personal experience. I even lost a segment of my tail to this energy," Quan Chi stammered, flicking his truncated tail. The White Snake Sage displayed keen interest, having never anticipated the existence of such advanced forces within the ninja world. With a heart full of excitement, it reflected on its long existence of over 1,000 years. Yet its powers had stagnated. Ye Feng's arrival offered the White Snake Sage a glimmer of hope for advancement, but it could not recklessly enter the ninja realm. Thus, it instructed Quan Chi, "In the future, do not antagonize that young man. If the opportunity arises, invite him to the dragon cave. Inform him that I wish to meet him." Quan Chi, recognizing the importance of the White Snake Sage's command, promised compliance and departed. Alone in the dragon cave, the White Snake Sage murmured to itself, "A new power has emerged. I wonder whether it is a boon or a bane." Chapter 185. The visit of the Hyuga clan leader at this moment. Shimura Danzo addressed the root ninja kneeling before him. "Have you uncovered any leads?" The subordinate, bowing his head, replied, "I am incompetent. I have not yet found any clues. I have thoroughly investigated everything done by Leaf Maple, but there are no issues to report. As for the battle at the Chunin exam venue, it is impossible to ascertain what caused the extensive damage to the ground. Uchiha Leaf Maple has already become a force to be reckoned with, and it seems he has no immediate plans to venture outside. This puts us in a very passive position. If we wait for this young man to grow stronger, he will undoubtedly eradicate us. Our time is running short. We must expedite our previous plans. Only by becoming the Hokage of Konoha can I eliminate the Uchiha menace and lead Konoha to greater heights. My subordinates shall serve me with utmost devotion." Danzo was pleased with his subordinate's attitude and smiled as he dismissed him. Rising, he gazed out at Hokage Rock, seemingly talking to himself. Though his tone grew increasingly sinister, "Uchiha Leaf Maple, let you frolic a while longer. Once my plans succeed, all of Konoha will belong to me. What will you have to fight against me? I shall make you wish for death." Meanwhile, Leaf Maple returned home, observing his shadow clones in training. He sighed, feeling a wave of disappointment wash over him. After all, there had been a method to significantly accelerate his training. But he had not anticipated the hidden drawbacks that dashed his hopes. It was only natural to feel somewhat forlorn. At that moment, Leaf Maple, feeling utterly alone, took out Gabuman from his pocket and placed it on the table, playfully engaging with it. Suddenly, the door to his home was kicked open with a resounding bang, and he heard Uchiha Obito's boisterous voice. Leaf Maple, come out quickly," thinking something serious had occurred. Leaf Maple hurriedly exited his room and was greeted by the sight of Uchiha Obito. Upon seeing Leaf Maple, Obito's face lit up with excitement as he grasped Leaf Maple's shoulders, shaking him fervently while exclaiming, "Leaf Maple, do you know? You're famous now. You will undoubtedly be recorded in the annals of Konoha's history." Dizzy from the shaking, Leaf Maple halted Obito's exuberant motions, perplexed. "What is happening? Why am I famous? Don't you know? You are now a Jonin. What's the big deal about being a Jonin?" "I already knew that," Leaf Maple replied nonchalantly, not perceiving any significant advantages in his new rank. "How can you be so calm? The whole place is in an uproar. You are now the youngest Jonin in Konoha's history, no, in the entire ninja world." Obito danced around, expressing his exhilaration, and then Leaf Maple maintained his serene demeanor. Obito was left speechless by Leaf Maple's reaction, his own excitement swiftly fading as he curiously asked, "Don't you feel any thrill at becoming a Jonin?" Leaf Maple was unsure how to respond. Others would likely be ecstatic in such a situation, but he truly did not share that sentiment. Just then, another figure entered Leaf Maple's home, Uchiha Shinichi. He greeted Leaf Maple, saying, "Congratulations on becoming a Jonin." Following him were Inuzuka Kiba, Yuhi Kurenai, Sarutobi Asuma, Hyuga Niji, Minato Namikaze, Kushina Uzumaki, and even Mike Guy and his son, all offering their congratulations. Watching the flurry of joyous individuals before him, Leaf Maple felt his previous loneliness dissipate. A smile gracing his face as he thought, "It seems I have gained quite a bit after all." Suddenly, Obito interrupted the chatter, declaring, "On such an important day, we cannot let Leaf Maple go unnoticed. We must think of a place to celebrate, preferably somewhere that will make him spend lavishly." Upon hearing Obito's words, the others became animated, chiming in, "I agree. Let us go to the most expensive barbecue restaurant and order the finest. A tavern sounds great too. They have some enormous seafood there. I think Leaf Maple should whip up something new for us." "I concur. Is there anywhere in Konoha that serves better food than Leaf Maple?" Observing the enthusiastic discussion, Leaf Maple sensed the conversation turning against him. Realizing it would soon lead to him footing the bill. "Perhaps we should call it a day," he thought. After all, he had just completed the Chunin exams and must be exhausted. "Let us just go for barbecue," Yuhi Kurenai suggested. "Yes, let us not make Leaf Maple cook today." Kiba agreed. Touched by their consideration, Leaf Maple felt tears welling in his eyes, thinking, "Yuhi Kurenai and Inuzuka Kiba truly care for me." However, Kiba's next remark left him utterly dumbfounded. With a mischievous grin, Kiba said, "Leaf Maple, remember, you owe us a meal. Make sure to repay us next time. Today, we are going out for barbecue." Leaf Maple thought in exasperation, this isn't fair. It started as just treating one meal, and now I owe them another. Nevertheless, the others didn't care about Leaf Maple's thoughts and eagerly agreed with Kiba, casting expectant looks at him as if to say, "You must remember, you owe us a meal." Once Kiba saw that everyone agreed, he promptly led the way outside, with the others following suit. Upon exiting Leaf Maple's home, they noticed 3 adults standing at the entrance, clearly seeking Leaf Maple. All 3 were clad in white robes, their eyes a distinct white, a hallmark of the Hyuga clan, and their imposing presence suggested they were of high rank. The others did not recognize the 3, but Minato Namikaze and Kiba did. Uncertain of their purpose for visiting Leaf Maple, Minato stepped forward to greet the foremost figure. "Ah, Hyuga Takeda, I presume. May I inquire what brings you to seek Leaf Maple?" "Forgive the abrupt visit. I wish to discuss certain matters with Uchiha Leaf Maple. Is he at home?" Hyuga Takeda inquired politely, prompting Minato to breathe a sigh of relief. At least they were not here to cause trouble. "I wonder what business the Hyuga clan leader has with me. I have little connection with your clan, knowing only Hyuga Niji." Leaf Maple had emerged from the house at this point. Chapter 186. Purpose. Leaf Maple, my young friend, it is a pleasure to meet you for the first time. I had the opportunity to witness your remarkable presence at the CHNIN conference and was inclined to forge a friendship. I wonder if you might have a moment for a private conversation. Hinata Takeda spoke with great courtesy, even exhibiting a hint of humility. The group, led by Wave Wind Watergate, was taken aback by Hinata Takeda's demeanor, for the Hinata clan is a prestigious family within Konoha village. Even the third Hokage treats Hinata Takeda with utmost respect, let alone his personal visit, which he approached with such deference. Leaf Maple, however, found nothing unusual in Hinata Takeda's manner. He understood that the head of the Hinata clan had come with a specific intention, likely seeking something from him. After a brief contemplation, he addressed Wave Wind Watergate. You all may proceed. I shall join you shortly. Watergate, upon hearing Leaf Maple's words, sensed that there was no grave matter at hand and replied, Then do take care not to dawdle. I may have to come back to retrieve you if you do. With that, Watergate and his entourage departed. Though Watergate appeared to jest with Leaf Maple, he was subtly warning the Hinata clan against any untoward actions, as he would return to check on his friend at any moment. Leaf Maple recognized Watergate's intent, but felt unconcerned, as he believed the Hinata clan posed no threat to him. Thus, he gestured invitingly to Hinata Takeda. Please, enter, clan leader Takeda. Hinata Takeda bowed slightly in acknowledgement and stepped inside, followed by the two companions who also inclined their heads in respect. Once inside Leaf Maple's abode, the trio began to survey their surroundings, while Leaf Maple poured them some tea. Hinata Takeda remarked, Given your prowess and potential, Leaf Maple, one might expect you to reside in a more splendid dwelling. My family had intended to offer you a gift, which I declined. Although this place lacks the grandeur of a grand estate, it possesses a certain warmth. His seemingly casual inquiry was, in fact, a subtle probe into Leaf Maple's standing within the Uchiha clan. Leaf Maple, indeed, was no ordinary individual. He had heard of the close relationship between Hinata and Leaf Maple and had long wished to meet him. However, duties had kept him occupied until today, when he finally found the opportunity to visit. Leaf Maple, disliking such indirectness, preferred straightforwardness. Clan leader Takeda, I am not one for beating around the bush. If you have something to discuss, please express it directly. The roundabout approach is rather tiresome. Taken aback by Leaf Maple's forthrightness, Hinata Takeda broke into hearty laughter. You are indeed candid, Leaf Maple. Very well, I shall speak plainly. Your performance at the CHNIN venue was truly remarkable, particularly your match against my clansman, Hinata Jun. It left a profound impression on the Hinata clan. Your techniques are exceedingly intricate, and I wonder if you would be so generous as to impart some wisdom? The exhibition at the venue was merely a spontaneous display, a fleeting experiment in trivial techniques, hardly worthy of great acclaim. You are far too modest. The versatility of your techniques far surpasses mere trifles. Even the gentle fist of my Hinata clan pales in comparison. Ultimately, the Hinata clan wished to learn the essence of Leaf Maple's Tai Chi techniques. Although Leaf Maple found little use for them now, they are a national treasure. Why should he share them with the Hinata clan? Having imparted a few techniques to Hinata Jun previously was already a significant act of goodwill, yet they sought more. Since clan leader Takeda recognized this, he should understand that these techniques are invaluable and not to be shared lightly. You seem to misunderstand, clan leader Takeda. My earlier instruction to Hinata Jun was based on his potential. How much he could learn depended on his own abilities, not an intention to teach comprehensively. Hinata Takeda, realizing that Uchiha Leaf Maple was reluctant to share, decided to be direct. What would it take for you to be willing to teach us, Leaf Maple? Wealth, beauty, power, whatever you desire, the Hinata clan will strive to fulfill. Do you think I lack such things? Should I wish for them, the Uchiha clan would readily accommodate my desires without requiring any price. Then what does Leaf Maple truly seek? Whatever I can provide, I shall endeavor to meet your wishes. That depends on what clan leader Takeda is willing to offer. There are few things that pique my interest. Moreover, these techniques could not only augment the power of your gentle fist, but could also diminish it significantly. Upon hearing Leaf Maple's words, Hinata Takeda's expression sharpened. He discerned the underlying threat. His urgent and humble visit was driven by the realization that this set of techniques could severely counter the gentle fist. Should they become widely known, it would spell disaster for the Hinata clan. In truth, Uchiha Leaf Maple had intended not only to provide a lesson to Hinata Jun during the CHNIN exam, but also to showcase his abilities to the Hinata clan, as they were one of the two great clans of Konoha, alongside the Uchiha. Though the Uchiha's strength had waned, they remained a powerful presence. If he could also bring the Hinata clan under his influence, Konoha would essentially be governed by Leaf Maple. Yet, Leaf Maple understood that merely relying on Tai Chi would not suffice to win over the Hinata clan. He would need to offer them something of greater significance. Furthermore, the Hinata clan would not easily bind themselves to his cause. Today, Leaf Maple aimed to prepare the Hinata clan psychologically. He had no intention of securing their allegiance all at once. At this moment, Leaf Maple turned his attention to the two individuals following Hinata Takeda and inquired, "May I ask who these two are?" The two were none other than his sons, Hinata Hayashi and Hinata Hizashi. Hinata Takeda, lost in thought, was abruptly interrupted by Leaf Maple's question and quickly replied. Leaf Maple was taken aback. It was indeed unexpected to encounter the next heir of the Hinata clan in such a context. Notably, in the original narrative, Hinata Hyuga and Niji Hyuga were the children of these two. Hinata Hyuga, the future princess, embodied the gentle and virtuous qualities Leaf Maple admired, along with the resilience of a ninja. Were it not for the temporal discrepancy, Leaf Maple being 14 to 15 years older, he might have aspired to make Hinata Hyuga a part of his harem. As for Niji Hyuga, Leaf Maple had greatly admired him in the original story, though his fate was tragically sealed, becoming the only fallen ninja among the 12 elite. Hinata Takeda, observing Leaf Maple's momentary distraction upon hearing his sons' names, grew increasingly puzzled and turned to regard the two brothers, scrutinizing their familiar faces for any sign of discontent. Chapter 187. The Oracle Hinata Hizashi and Hinata Hayashi were also observing the expressions of Ye Feng and Hinata Takeda, feeling perplexed. They looked at themselves and around, finding nothing amiss. Could it be that young friend Ye Feng has discerned something unusual about my two sons? Unable to unravel the mystery, Hinata Takeda decided to inquire directly. "Oh, it's nothing much. I merely noticed this individual possesses an extraordinary aura. He must be the next leader of the Hinata clan," Ye Feng replied. His thoughts interrupted by Takeda's question, quickly offering a compliment. "Haha, indeed, young friend Ye Feng has a discerning eye. This son of mine is indeed poised to take on the mantle of the next clan leader," Takeda exclaimed, his heart swelling with joy at the praise for his son. Naturally, Hinata Hizashi, being the favored son, radiated happiness, though Hinata Hayashi, standing beside him, displayed a hint of disappointment. Ye Feng, perceptive to Hayashi's expression, adopted a serious demeanor and continued, "As for the son of Takeda, his features suggest he may not have a long life ahead." Ye Feng's words startled both Takeda and his sons, leaving them bewildered as to why Uchiha Ye Feng would make such a statement. Hayashi, hearing the implication of his early demise, was taken aback, revealing his displeasure, but recognizing Ye Feng's importance, he refrained from arguing. Takeda, appearing anxious, pressed Ye Feng. "Why do you say this? Is there any basis for your assertion?" Ye Feng, unable to reveal his knowledge of the future, feigned an air of mysticism, stating, "I once chanced upon a scroll that recorded certain matters, suggesting one's future can be discerned from their features. However, these insights are often vague, and I cannot ascertain their truth. Do you know where this scroll might be found, young friend Ye Feng?" Takeda inquired, though skeptical. He felt it prudent to investigate for the sake of his son's life. "I have only seen it once when I was a child, among my parents' belongings, and have not encountered it since. After their passing, I searched my home thoroughly but found nothing," Ye Feng replied, feigning regret. "Do you know when or why this might have occurred? Is there a way to alter this fate?" Takeda pressed. "I currently have no means to change it. I merely caught a glimpse, lacking expertise. I can only predict a misfortune when it looms close, but at present, I cannot discern anything," Ye Feng said, while inwardly reveling in the situation, thinking, "I never expected I might have a talent for oracle-like predictions. This way, the Hinata clan has more reason to rely on themselves, and I will ensure that Hayashi's future remains secure." At that moment, Hayashi spoke up, though his expression did not betray excessive pessimism, asking, "Might you discern if I shall have offspring?" Ye Feng was taken aback by the question. Nevertheless, he replied, "From the features, it appears you will have a son in the future, endowed with remarkable talent." "Splendid. I shall have a son, and he will be gifted," Hayashi exclaimed, his earlier concerns seemingly forgotten. Both Takeda and Hayashi exchanged glances filled with sorrow, having already sensed a shadow looming over their hearts. Although the truth of the matter remained uncertain, Ye Feng, recognizing the need to temper the conversation, smiled and said, "There is no need to take my words too seriously. I only possess a superficial understanding, and the truth remains unclear." Takeda, not wishing to dampen the spirits of his sons, quickly added, "Indeed, indeed. Who can predict the events of the world? The best course is to focus on our own endeavors. Clan leader Takeda, it is getting late. and others await my return. Shall we continue this discussion at another time? Ye Feng suggested, indicating his intention to conclude their meeting. Seeing Ye Feng's dismissal, Takeda rose, exchanged pleasantries, and departed with his sons, their minds heavy with concern. However, shortly after Takeda left, as Ye Feng prepared to exit, he was surprised to see Uchiha Tenkan entering, prompting him to take a seat once more. It was not unexpected. The leader of the Hinata clan visiting the Uchiha territory was a significant event, and Uchiha Tenkan would surely be aware of it. Without preamble, Uchiha Tenkan asked, "Young friend Ye Feng, what business does the leader of the Hinata clan have here?" "Nothing much. He merely expressed interest in a set of techniques I employed during the Chunin exam and sought to negotiate with me," Ye Feng replied. "Oh, you mean the techniques used against Hinata Hunin? They indeed represent a vulnerability for the Hinata clan. I wonder what price they are willing to pay?" Uchiha Tenkan, perceptive as ever, recognized the implications of the techniques on the Hinata clan. "We have yet to reach an agreement. I find little value in the trifles of the Hinata clan. If they wish to negotiate, it must be substantial," Ye Feng declared. Uchiha Tenkan paused, contemplating Ye Feng's ambition, and then, astonished, asked, "Could it be that you, young friend Ye Feng, aspire to acquire the entire Hinata clan?" Ye Feng smiled, pleased by Tenkan's quick wit, and nodded affirmatively. Seeing Ye Feng's agreement, Tenkan was momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom such grand aspirations, leaving him in stunned silence. "Do not confine yourself to the small world of Konoha. We must broaden our horizons," Ye Feng advised. Among the clan leaders of Konoha, only Uchiha Tenkan had captured Ye Feng's attention for his intellect. Had he been younger by a decade, Ye Feng would have considered taking him under his wing. Listening to Ye Feng, Tenkan realized he had underestimated him. Ye Feng's ambitions clearly extended far beyond the confines of Konoha, while he himself had been limited to the Uchiha clan and the village. Though Tenkan found Ye Feng's aspirations somewhat fantastical, he ventured to ask, "What level of certainty do you possess, young friend Ye Feng?" "Since I have committed, I naturally possess complete confidence. It merely depends on what I am willing to invest," Ye Feng replied with an air of ease. Complete confidence. Tenkan's expression turned pained. He had tirelessly worked for the revival of the Uchiha clan, yet saw no hope. While Ye Feng had already devised a plan to seize the entirety of the Hinata clan, the disparity in their circumstances strikingly vast. Chapter 188. The objective Hyuga Ye Feng did not intend to belittle Uchiha Tianchong, but rather to encourage him to broaden his horizons. He rose from his seat and gently patted Uchiha Tianchong on the shoulder, saying, "The Uchiha clan cannot remain confined to the small village of Konoha forever. Without a greater vision, you will not be able to lead the Uchiha clan to further heights." After speaking, Ye Feng departed, leaving Uchiha Tianchong in solitude. As he reached the entrance, he called back without turning, "Remember to close the door behind me. I shall take my leave." Uchiha Tianchong watched Ye Feng's retreating figure, his heart in turmoil, replaying Ye Feng's words. "Without a greater vision, you cannot lead the Uchiha clan to further heights." He felt a deep sense of melancholy. "At my age, my understanding is still less than that of a child. I am truly unfit to be the clan leader. Perhaps passing the leadership to Uchiha Ye Feng would be a wise choice, though I fear he might not regard such a position with esteem." With a heavy heart, Uchiha Tianchong slowly rose and gently closed the door to Ye Feng's home before making his way back. Meanwhile, the trio from the Hyuga clan, still en route home, appeared distracted. Hyuga Hizashi, unable to comprehend the situation, hurried to his father's side and inquired, "Father, what did that boy mean by his words?" "Enough. From now on, in any circumstance, do not refer to Uchiha Ye Feng in such a manner. He is far more than just a child," Hyuga Takeda interrupted, reprimanding Hizashi. Surprised by his father's sternness over merely calling Ye Feng a boy, Hizashi quickly corrected himself. "I misspoke, father. How credible are Uchiha Ye Feng's words? Could it be true that Hizashi will meet an untimely end?" "I cannot ascertain that," Takeda replied. "However, from our conversation today and the information I have, Uchiha Ye Feng does not strike me as someone who would deceive us. Moreover, you are all of age now. In a few years, you will have children, and the truth will reveal itself in due course. Is there truly no way to prevent this?" Hizashi pressed. "Perhaps we could keep Hizashi from leaving Konoha, ensuring he remains within the safety of the Hyuga clan, which may preserve his life." Hizashi, having overheard his father's conversation, stepped forward, declaring, "Father and brother need not worry about me. In the world of shinobi, life and death are unpredictable. I refuse to confine myself to Konoha out of fear spurred by vague words. I would rather live boldly in the shinobi world, even if it leads to my demise. Hisashi, this is for your own good. It won't take long, at most, 10 years. Takeda attempted to reason. Brother, there are only so many decades in a life. My mind is made up. With that, Hisashi hastily departed, displaying his resolve. Regret washed over Hisashi for having brought his brother to seek out Uchiha Ye Feng, wishing he had remained uninformed. Takeda sighed in resignation. Suddenly, Hisashi recalled that their purpose in seeking out Uchiha Ye Feng was to discuss techniques. Father, weren't we supposed to talk about those techniques with Uchiha Ye Feng? Why did we leave without any results? Takeda, too, thought of Uchiha Ye Feng, glancing at Hisashi. He sensed Hisashi's dissatisfaction with his son. If only Hisashi could be more like Ye Feng, he mused. Yet, he could only sigh in disappointment as he explained. Uchiha Ye Feng has already established his position in our discussions. What we can offer him, the Uchiha clan can provide as well, perhaps even more. It is likely that his willingness to teach us was a calculated move, waiting for us to approach him with conditions. Then why didn't Uchiha Ye Feng propose conditions himself? Why make us think it over first? Hisashi questioned. Do you believe the Hyuga clan possesses anything that Uchiha Ye Feng desires? Takeda countered. What could he possibly want? Wealth? The Uchiha clan lacks for nothing. Byakugan? No. The Uchiha clan already possesses the Sharingan. They have no need for Byakugan. What else could there be? Hisashi pondered, but could not arrive at an answer. Takeda, observing his son's struggle, felt a flicker of disappointment and suggested. He seeks the entirety of the Hyuga clan. What? The entire Hyuga clan? He has quite the appetite. To covet the clan for mere techniques is nothing short of a pipe dream. Hisashi exclaimed, taken aback. Realizing the extent of Uchiha Ye Feng's ambition, Takeda felt a surge of alarm, but quickly dismissed it, thinking it absurd to believe that he could subjugate the Hyuga clan with mere techniques. Seeing Hisashi's reaction, Takeda's disappointment deepened. Clearly, these techniques are insufficient. Since Uchiha Ye Feng mentioned a future discussion, he must possess additional leverage. His request for us to consider our terms before approaching him serves as a psychological preparation. Next time, the stakes will not merely be small matters, but the entire Hyuga clan. He is merely a capable child. What leverage could he possibly hold? Hisashi retorted. Do not underestimate him. Uchiha Ye Feng is not a fool. His words reveal he is not concerned about our refusal, indicating two possibilities. Either he has something we cannot refuse, or he possesses means that could lead the Hyuga clan to ruin. If it is the former, it could yield significant benefits for our clan. If it is the latter, it could lead to mutual destruction, especially with the higher-ups of Konoha watching. As the next leader of the Hyuga clan, I cannot act impulsively. I must consider the clan's future. For now, I need to confer with the elders and deliberate further. Feeling a mix of frustration and determination, Takeda scolded Hisashi one last time before departing on his own. Meanwhile, Ye Feng found himself at the barbecue restaurant. Greeted by his group of friends who had ordered an extravagant amount of food, the table piled high. Are you all trying to bankrupt me? I have no money. I shall take my leave. Ye Feng exclaimed theatrically. At that moment, his friends finally noticed his arrival. Minato breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Ye Feng unharmed, but then teased him. You have no money? Setting aside your mission rewards. You've earned 2 million from me alone. How can you still claim to be broke? Indeed, how can you be so stingy over a meal? One of the others chimed in, intrigued by how Ye Feng managed to earn so much from Minato. Chapter 189. Conspiracy. Bluffing. Shuemin refrained from revealing the truth, instead shifting the blame onto Ye Feng. You should inquire with Ye Feng. I fear that if I divulge too much, he might take my life. Do not ponder too deeply. This is my exclusive means of generating wealth. I simply wish to host you all. Ye Feng, wishing to steer the conversation away from this topic, quickly interjected. When the subject of profiting from bluffing, Shuemin arose. Ye Feng's thoughts turned to the blood of the spirit beast. In a hushed tone, he asked bluffing Shuemin, have you managed to procure the blood of Wentai? Last time. I merely hinted at it, and Wentai flew into a rage. Had I not soothed him, he would not have allowed me to communicate with him. Bluffing Shuemin sighed in resignation, explaining how communication with Wentai had become nearly impossible, and he still needed to make amends. Ye Feng pondered this, naturally. No one would wish to be a mere tool for blood extraction. Bluffing Shuemin continued, what if you consider a different target? Perhaps the 10,000 serpents? 10,000 serpents? Ye Feng was momentarily taken aback, suddenly recalling the last encounter when he severed the tail of the 10,000 serpents, seemingly neglecting its blood. Without hesitation, He rose from his seat and dashed out of the barbecue shop. Woefeng Shuimin and the others were left bewildered by Ye Feng's sudden departure. Inuzuka Fuyuki directly inquired of Woefeng Shuimin, "What were you discussing? What has gotten into Ye Feng?" Woefeng Shuimin, equally perplexed, admitted his ignorance. As they had been engaged in conversation when Ye Feng abruptly ran off. Ye Feng, seeking a secluded spot, left behind a flying thunder god mark and promptly teleported to the location where he had previously communicated with the 10,000 serpents. The evidence of the severed tail remained. Yet no traces of blood could be found at the site, save for a small area marked by animal gnawing and digging, suggesting that the blood had been consumed by other creatures. Realizing that the blood was irretrievable and that such a significant wound had only resulted in a mere trickle of blood, Ye Feng returned to Konoha with a sense of disappointment. Upon his return, Woefeng Shuimin and the others quickly inquired, "What transpired? Why did you rush back?" "Nothing serious. I simply remembered something and left in haste, forgetting to close my door," Ye Feng replied nonchalantly. "What else could be at home besides walls and floors? Are you afraid of someone entering? With your wealth, you should consider acquiring some furniture," Uchiha Obito jested. Ye Feng had never placed high demands on his living conditions. Content with a place to sleep and eat, which had resulted in ample savings without any thought to enhancing his living environment. Reflecting on Woefeng Shuimin's home, he mused, "Indeed, I should consider some renovations and furnishings, especially since I will be residing here for many more years." As he contemplated this, he noticed that everyone else had begun to eat ravenously, paying him no mind. Observing their frenzied appetites sparked a sudden inspiration. He pulled Woefeng Shuimin aside and whispered something in his ear. Upon hearing, Woefeng Shuimin's face reflected concern. "Is this truly feasible? The noise may attract the village's attention. As long as we keep our mouths shut and disguise our actions well, it will be fine. Afterward, you can attribute everything to the mysterious figure. No one will trace it back to us," Ye Feng replied with a mischievous smile. "Very well, when do you intend to carry this out? Do you have any missions coming up? It is best to act while you are away, as your combat style could easily lead back to you," Ye Feng prompted. "All right, let us say in 4 days. I have a mission tomorrow that should take about 3 days to complete. Then 4 days it is. I shall await your message, and I will teleport to you then. Hey, what have you two been whispering about? With those mischievous grins, are you plotting something?" Inuzuka Fuyuki questioned, suspecting them of mischief. "Adult matters, children should not pry," Ye Feng instinctively replied. To his surprise, a group of children, currently fighting for meat, ceased their actions and, exchanging glances, chimed in unison. "You are a child too." Caught off guard, Ye Feng momentarily lost his words, leaving him speechless. Mado Gai and Woefeng Shuimin erupted into laughter at Ye Feng's flustered expression. Soon, the meal came to an end amidst the joyous atmosphere. The following day, Ye Feng learned of Woefeng Shuimin's mission. Today, the ninjas from the Hidden Cloud village would depart, and Woefeng Shuimin was tasked with escorting them out of the land of fire. Ye Feng and Obito joined the farewell procession, having developed a good rapport with the two individuals from the Wooden Clan and Killer Bee over the past few days. Killer Bee, delighted to see Ye Feng among the farewell party, threw an arm around him and began to rap in his unique style. Though some parts were lost on Ye Feng, the overarching sentiment was clear. He was invited to visit the Hidden Cloud village whenever he wished, and he would be warmly welcomed. Ye Feng couldn't help but think to himself, "If I truly went alone, I might not return." Oddly enough, the two individuals from the Wooden Clan exhibited strange behavior, appearing hesitant and suspicious. Ye Feng leaned closer to Killer Bee and whispered, "What is up with the two from the Wooden Clan? They seem to be looking at me oddly. I have no idea. Ever since they woke up, they haven't been themselves. They just stare off into space. Perhaps you unnerved them after defeating them twice," Killer Bee speculated. "How can that be my fault? I merely struck its head during the Chunin exams. The rest was it chasing after me. If I hadn't been nimble, I would have been crushed long ago. I haven't even sought you out for trouble, yet you come to me." Ye Feng countered, promptly turning the tables and preventing the two from questioning him further. Chapter 190. The contract. The two figures, the wooden beings, felt a tinge of embarrassment as they recalled the words they had heard. Initially, she had intended to persist a little longer, yet the ferocity of the two-tailed beast's offensive overwhelmed her consciousness, forcing her to release the two-tailed creature. It was indeed her oversight. The wooden being bowed deeply to Ye Feng, expressing her remorse with the words, "I am truly sorry for the trouble I have caused." However, she seemed eager to dismiss him, as if mere apologies sufficed. If apologies were effective, there would be no need for ninjas. Ye Feng, unwilling to relent, aimed to prevent her from further contemplating the two-tailed beast. Just then, he was taken aback by a sudden warmth against his face, only for it to vanish a moment later. Realizing what had just transpired, Ye Feng turned to the wooden being with incredulity. Carve and his companions, caught off guard, wore expressions of disbelief, their eyes wide with shock. The wooden being, feeling the weight of so many gazes upon her, blushed and hurriedly fled. Carve, draping his arm around Ye Feng's shoulder, teasingly encouraged, "Go for it, I support you." At this remark, Ye Feng inwardly cursed, "Support you? I already have enough on my plate with these two beside me. I have no desire to provoke the wooden being." Just as he was about to clarify, he sensed two piercing glares directed at him from behind. Trembling, he turned to find Inuzuka Fuyuki and Yuhi Kurenai glaring at him with fury. Ye Feng recognized that any explanation at this juncture would be futile. The most prudent course of action was to adopt a strategy of retreat. Thus, he dashed away from the group, exclaiming, "This isn't my fault. It's all the wooden being's doing." Inuzuka Fuyuki and Yuhi Kurenai pursued him, shouting, "Ye Feng, stop right there." Soon, the team from the Hidden Cloud Village departed from the Hidden Leaf Village, and as Ye Feng stood at a distance, he sighed. Once again, I've unwittingly attracted trouble. The charm of a person can indeed be a double-edged sword. Had others known of Ye Feng's thoughts, they would have wanted to give him a kick. At that moment, Ye Feng chose not to return home. Instead, he made his way to the training grounds at Hokage Rock. Perhaps Inuzuka Fuyuki and the others were waiting for him at home, and he had no intention of walking into a trap. From his pocket, he retrieved Gabumen. Through their days together, Gabumen had grown increasingly reliant on Ye Feng, prompting him to believe that the time had come to forge a contract with the creature. While the Hokage's summoning beasts could enforce contracts with weaker beings, Ye Feng preferred to employ the method from the cultivation techniques, which involved a more profound bond with the spirit beast. The allure of this method lay in its promise of mutual growth. When the master flourishes, so too does the spirit beast. And should the spirit beast encounter fortuitous circumstances to enhance its strength, it would, in turn, benefit its master. Ye Feng was captivated by the prospect of enabling Gabumen to mature swiftly, as he had no time to wait for a millennium for the creature to evolve. However, this contracting approach necessitated two conditions. First, the presence of the heavenly Tao for validation. Ye Feng was uncertain whether the spirit beast contract held validity within the world of Naruto. Second, both parties must consent to the contract. Unilateral agreement would render it ineffective. Thus, Ye Feng refrained from sealing the contract immediately after acquiring Gabumen. Instead, he nurtured the creature for several days, fostering its reliance on him before attempting the binding. Ye Feng then utilized his vital energy, transforming it into a needle-like projection, pricking his finger and Gabumen's paw to draw forth a drop of blood from each. Gabumen, startled by the sudden prick, yelped in alarm, prompting Ye Feng to quickly soothe the creature. He accelerated the healing of Gabumen's wound with his vital energy until it completely mended, allowing Gabumen to settle down once more. With Gabumen calmed, Ye Feng began the process of forging the spirit beast contract. In pure and elegant Chinese, he declared, "With my blood as the bond, my thoughts as the seal. Through the essence of our blood, with the heavenly Tao as witness, I wish to forge an unbreakable contract with you." As he spoke, their blood floated into the air. Ye Feng's blood rising swiftly until it vanished from sight, eliciting a surge of joy within him. This confirmed the efficacy of the spirit beast contract, proving that the Naruto world possessed its own heavenly Tao. Yet, Gabumen's blood remained suspended, showing no inclination to ascend, but neither did it fall, indicating that Gabumen had not yet rejected the pact, and that the contracting was still in progress. Noticing Gabumen's distracted gaze, Ye Feng instinctively placed a hand on Gabumen's head, gently assuring, "Little Gabumen, do not be afraid. This is a contract. If you agree, you will be able to accompany me frequently." Gabumen gazed at Ye Feng, seemingly unsure if it understood, merely observing him with curiosity. Thinking Gabumen had not comprehended, Ye Feng pointed at himself and then at Gabumen, subsequently gesturing towards the heavens. However, Gabumen simply focused on Ye Feng's finger, mistaking it for play, even pawing at it with its claw. Ye Feng, exasperated, attempted to illustrate further. Yet Gabumen appeared to be enjoying the interaction. For nearly half an hour, the duo engaged in playful antics while the droplet of blood continued to hover. Ultimately, Ye Feng surrendered, grasping Gabumen's chin and muttering in resignation, "You little rascal certainly knows how to keep me on my toes. Very well. I shall nurture you a little longer." As he contemplated abandoning the contract, Gabuman's droplet of blood suddenly stirred, rising and vanishing just like Ye Feng's. Ye Feng, initially despondent, found himself momentarily stunned by this unexpected turn of events. Suddenly, two beams of white light descended from the heavens, visible not only to Ye Feng but also to many in the Hidden Leaf village. However, due to the swiftness of the phenomenon, many assumed it to be an illusion, while some raced towards the light to investigate. Ye Feng, caught off guard, intended to evade the white light. But one beam struck his forehead while the other entered Gabuman's body. He quickly scanned his own physique. The cultivation techniques contained no references to such luminous occurrences. After a thorough examination, he found no abnormalities. Chapter 191. The unconscious Garurumon. At this moment, Garurumon let out a faint whimper, capturing Ye Feng's attention. He observed as Garurumon's limbs went limp, collapsing into his embrace, with its eyes closing weakly. Ye Feng promptly examined Garurumon's condition, finding that, like himself, it appeared physically unharmed. However, it was evident that something was amiss, leading to its sudden slumber. Ye Feng could only speculate that it was likely related to their bond. Unsure of how to proceed, Ye Feng recognized that the two brilliant beams of light were far too conspicuous and would undoubtedly attract the attention of others. Thus, he sought refuge, cradling Garurumon in his arms, and employing the Flying Thunder God technique to return home. Once home, Ye Feng carefully placed Garurumon in the cozy nest he had prepared, gently stroking it. Although he could not ascertain the nature of Garurumon's issue, its serene sleeping demeanor suggested that it was not in grave danger. Ye Feng decided to wait a while longer, hoping for any change upon Garurumon's awakening. At that moment, the door to Ye Feng's room creaked open, revealing Inuzuka Fuyuki and Yuhi Kurenai, who cautiously peered inside. Drawn by the commotion from Ye Feng's room, they had initially intended to ambush him, but upon finding the house empty, they were startled by the sudden noise, fearing an intruder or an animal had entered. Timidly, Inuzuka Fuyuki and Yuhi Kurenai opened the door wider, their curiosity piqued, only to find Ye Feng within. The three stood momentarily in shock before Fuyuki and Kurenai's expressions darkened with indignation, ready to reprimand him. However, Ye Feng placed a finger to his lips, signaling for silence, and tenderly continued to stroke Garurumon. Seeing this, the two complied, lowering their voices to inquire, "What has happened to Garurumon?" "I do not know," Ye Feng replied. "It suddenly fell into a deep sleep. I have checked its body and found nothing wrong." Being knowledgeable in this regard, Inuzuka Fuyuki hastily began her examination. After a considerable time of scrutiny, her brow furrowed in concentration as she fell into deep thought. Observing her demeanor, Ye Feng assumed she had discerned something significant and quickly asked, "Fuyuki, have you found anything?" "I have not discovered anything definitive," she replied. "However, Garurumon appears to be undergoing a form of growth, though I cannot be certain. I must return home to consult my parents for clarity." With that, she rose to leave. Uncertain of the issue herself, Fuyuki felt a sense of familiarity with the situation, yet could not place it. She was aware that Garurumon would not simply experience such an occurrence without reason and resolved to seek answers from her parents. Ye Feng, upon hearing Fuyuki's explanation, felt a wave of relief wash over him. Although she was unsure, he was convinced that their contract had been successfully established, heralding a phase of rapid growth for Garurumon. Once it awoke, he anticipated profound changes. Confident that Garurumon was not in peril, Ye Feng deemed it unnecessary for Fuyuki to consult her parents, especially since Garurumon's condition was not something that should be disclosed to outsiders, lest it incite complications. Thus, he swiftly stopped Fuyuki from departing, stating, "Fuyuki, there is no need to seek your parents. Garurumon recently consumed a peculiar fruit, which likely accelerated its growth. This should be a positive development, and it should be fine once it awakens." "A fruit? What sort of fruit?" Fuyuki inquired. Ye Feng, unsure of its nature, hastily fabricated a description, his mind racing to conjure an image. The first thing that came to mind was the chakra fruit of Kagaya Otsutsuki. After all, no one would know what it truly looked like, so he described it accordingly. "What kind of fruit is that? I've never heard of it." "No one has mentioned anything about a fruit capable of evolving a beast companion," Fuyuki replied, bewildered by Ye Feng's account. Ye Feng found himself at a loss for words. "If you haven't heard of it, I certainly wouldn't know. It was my first encounter with it. I only sensed it was peculiar. Who would have known Garurumon would consume it? The fruit should pose no harm to Garurumon. Animals possess an instinctive awareness of beneficial fruits, and Garurumon's choice to eat it indicates its safety. It truly is fortunate to have encountered such a boon. Why can't our little Hay be so lucky?" Fuyuki remarked, patting the head of her companion, who looked on with envy and innocence. Ye Feng felt a sense of relief as Fuyuki accepted his fabricated story. Suddenly, Fuyuki exclaimed, "Oh no!" This exclamation caused Ye Feng's previously eased heart to race once more. "What's going on now?" he asked, slightly exasperated. Fuyuki's expression swiftly transformed into one of fury as she glared at him. Ye Feng inwardly cursed his misfortune, contemplating how to extricate himself from the situation. When he heard Fuyuki's voice rise, "You dare to scold me? I have yet to settle the matter regarding the wooden figures with you." "Indeed. Speak plainly. How did you provoke those two wooden figures?" Kurenai chimed in, her tone echoing Fuyuki's. Feeling a wave of regret wash over him, Ye Feng realized he had become so preoccupied with Garurumon's predicament that he had forgotten about the earlier incident with the wooden figures. Their anger reignited, and his tone only served to exacerbate the situation. Ye Feng immediately donned a contrite smile and began to explain, "This truly isn't my fault. I have hardly seen her more than a handful of times, and you were both present during our encounters. It has nothing to do with me." The two paused, surprised by his words. It was true. They had recently spent much time together with Ye Feng, and aside from their competition, there had been little opportunity for solitude. "You really didn't do anything?" Fuyuki questioned, still skeptical. "Absolutely not. You two are so beautiful, like celestial beings gracing my side every day. How could I possibly harbor any ill intentions?" "Trust in my character," Ye Feng assured them. Upon hearing Ye Feng's flattering remarks, Fuyuki and Kurenai felt a surge of joy, albeit tinged with bashfulness. They exchanged shy glances before retorting, "We are not as you say. You are merely jesting. We shall ignore you and take our leave." With that, Fuyuki and Kurenai linked arms and joyfully departed from Ye Feng's home. Chapter 192. The transformation of Garurumon as Ye Feng watched the figures of the two girls recede. He couldn't help but applaud himself internally. "Look at me, a man in his 20s, unable to handle two little girls. What a waste of life that would be." After Inuzuka, Fuyuki, and the other girl departed, Ye Feng was left alone in his home with Garurumon. Fortunately, Garurumon had no pressing matters at hand. It merely needed to grow in peace. With nothing of great importance to occupy him, Ye Feng decided to sit down and meditate while waiting for Garurumon to awaken. At the same time, in the office of the third Hokage, the air was thick with tension. "Have we ascertained the nature of those two beams of light?" the third Hokage inquired. "I regret to inform you, Lord Hokage, that nothing unusual has been detected above Hokage Rock. The Umbu have also scoured the vicinity of the incident. Yet no traces of individuals have been found," replied a ninja, kneeling before the Hokage's desk, anxiety evident in his voice. "Who has visited the summit of Hokage Rock recently?" The third Hokage pressed on. "The top of Hokage Rock features a training ground, which is rather secluded and seldom frequented. Thus, we have not assigned any ninja for surveillance. From our inquiries, only the 4 members of the Namikaze Minato squad and the legendary Sannin occasionally visit. However, we have verified that none of them are suspects." The Umbu ninja responded candidly. "Alas. Very well. Increase our personnel to monitor the situation within the village, and also keep an eye on Hokage Rock Summit." The third Hokage sighed, feeling a sense of helplessness. Understood. Not only the Umbu, but also the Root and other clans dispatched individuals to investigate Hokage Rock. Yet they returned empty-handed. Just like the previous incident where a chasm appeared at the summit, this time yielded no clues either. However, with 2 sudden occurrences happening in that location, it suggested that the mysterious individual must frequently appear there, indicating that they likely resided within Konoha, leading to a surge in the number of ninjas stationed at Hokage Rock. Ye Feng remained oblivious to the external turmoil, immersing himself in his training for an entire day until the morning of the next day. Suddenly, he felt something warm and damp brush across his face, jolting him awake. As he opened his eyes, he was met with a creature's head, its mouth filled with sharp teeth, its tongue extending to lick his face. Startled, Ye Feng instinctively pushed away, distancing himself from the unknown being. Once he regained his composure, Ye Feng examined the creature closely and noted its striking resemblance to Garurumon's mother, complete with a horn atop its head. In that moment, realization struck him, and he hurriedly glanced towards Garurumon's former nest, only to find it empty, confirming his suspicions. Cautiously, Ye Feng addressed the creature before him. "Are you Garurumon?" Garurumon nodded slightly, and then Ye Feng heard a voice. "Yes, master." The suddenness of the voice startled Ye Feng. "Who are you? Show yourself," he exclaimed, activating his consciousness to envelop the entire village. Images flooded his mind, yet he had no time to admire them, as he was focused on searching for any suspicious individuals, especially near his home. After several searches, however, he found no one of concern. Then the voice came again. "There's no need to be alarmed, Master. It is I, Garurumon." At this, Ye Feng was taken aback. He looked at Garurumon, whose mouth had not moved, confirming that the voice had transmitted directly into his mind. Realizing the situation, Ye Feng quickly withdrew his consciousness and exclaimed, "How did you grow so much overnight? Just yesterday, you were barely the size of my palm." Ye Feng marveled at Garurumon, who now stood nearly as tall as him. If Garurumon were to stand upright, it would tower over Ye Feng, rivaling the size of a tiger from his previous life. "I'm not entirely sure. I woke up like this, but I sense my body will continue to grow. I can feel myself expanding, and my strength is increasing as well," Garurumon explained. "Huh. No worries, my strength is formidable, and you will not be weak. As I become stronger, so shall you," Ye Feng replied enthusiastically. He was amazed by the power of their spiritual bond, uncertain whether it stemmed from the contract itself or the influence of the world of Hokage. At that moment, he was convinced that the two beams of white light must have been the manifestation of their contract. However, given Garurumon's current size, the former nest was clearly inadequate. Ye Feng decided to offer his parents' room to Garurumon and instructed it to stay put while he went out to purchase blankets and mats to create a new home for Garurumon. Unbeknownst to Ye Feng, chaos had once again erupted throughout Konoha, triggered by the expansion of his consciousness over the village. In the office of the third Hokage, his voice thundered, "This individual is utterly audacious," repeatedly peering into Konoha. What are they plotting? The Umbu ninja kneeling before the third Hokage remained silent, unsure how to respond. The Hokage's frustration stemmed from Ye Feng's earlier sweep of consciousness, which had once again provoked him. Despite deploying all Umbu ninjas, they had failed to uncover the source of this unsettling sensation. Having experienced two previous incidents without resolution, the Hokage was grateful that no significant issues had arisen, allowing matters to fade away. However, the sudden appearance of two beams of light, followed by another wave of scrutiny, was enough to incite his fury. It felt as though the mysterious figure was trampling on his dignity as Hokage. The third Hokage longed to capture this individual and exact revenge, yet he felt powerless, unable to even identify the culprit, let alone make them pay. After venting his frustration for a time, the third Hokage realized that this approach was futile, and thus issued an order: immediately notify all clan leaders and the upper echelons of Konoha. A collective meeting is to be convened in 2 hours. "Yes, I will attend to it at once," the Umbu ninja responded eagerly, relieved to have a task to undertake rather than remain awkwardly kneeling. As Ye Feng stepped out, he sensed the unusual atmosphere in the village. He frequently spotted ninjas darting across rooftops, clearly in a rush to accomplish something. However, Ye Feng paid it little mind. As long as there was no invasion of Konoha, he deemed it inconsequential. Chapter 193. The contract space. Soon after, Ye Feng returned from his shopping, laying a thick and plush mat on the floor of his room, topped with several layers of blankets, creating an undeniably soft and cozy atmosphere. He gestured for Garurumon to try it out. Garurumon cautiously stepped onto the mat, its paws sinking delightfully into the softness. Clearly enjoying the sensation, it jumped in, frolicking and rolling about gleefully. Ye Feng chuckled softly at the sight, reflecting that despite its imposing size, Garurumon still retained the playful spirit of a child, which was quite endearing. At that moment, a voice echoed in Ye Feng's mind. "Hee, Master, I can hear everything you say." Instantly realizing it was Garurumon speaking, Ye Feng was taken aback and hastily replied, "You can hear that? Does that mean all my secrets have been overheard? If you wish for me not to hear, simply shut off your mind, and I shall not listen," Garurumon responded. "How do you know that? And how do I shut it off?" Ye Feng inquired. "I do not know how I know. It seems those memories are simply etched in my mind. As for shutting it off, I am unsure, but you might as well give it a try." Contemplating this, Ye Feng considered that since the voice could manifest in his mind, there must be something within that could transmit sound. He began to search within his consciousness and soon discovered an anomaly at the depths of his mind, a character inscribed in Chinese, representing the contract between him and Garurumon. However, Ye Feng was uncertain about how to interact with it. After all, it was a manifestation of the heavenly Tao, and he was wary of inadvertently causing harm to himself. After a prolonged examination, Ye Feng couldn't discern any actionable aspect of the character. Ultimately, he resolved to take a risk and cautiously extended his consciousness towards the character, figuring that, as it resided within his mind, It should be safe to approach. As he delicately guided his consciousness closer, the character remained unresponsive until, at the moment of contact, it unleashed a powerful pull, drawing Ye Feng's consciousness inside. Startled, Ye Feng found himself in a sphere adorned with intricate runes, approximately 10 meters in diameter. An influx of information regarding the spirit-beast contract flooded his mind. It was then that Ye Feng realized he was within the internal space of the contract, a realm separate from the shinobi world. The information revealed that he could house spirit beasts within this space, where they could recuperate their stamina and heal from injuries. Ecstatic upon grasping this knowledge, Ye Feng recognized the convenience it would provide in his companionship with Garurumon. However, he remained mindful of his initial intentions. Following the contract's directives, he disabled the ability of the spirit beast to pry into his thoughts, while simultaneously closing off his ability to invade Garurumon's thoughts, maintaining only the capacity for mutual communication through consciousness, as Garurumon deserved its own mental space. Upon realizing that Ye Feng had restricted Garurumon's ability to spy on him, Garurumon felt touched. Though it was a minor matter, it represented Ye Feng's trust in it. Without hesitation, Garurumon leapt onto Ye Feng, enthusiastically licking his face. Taken aback by Garurumon's affectionate display, Ye Feng acknowledged the gesture as a sign of its gratitude and fondness. He did not resist and engaged in playful antics with Garurumon, transforming the previously neatly arranged room into delightful chaos, until both lay sprawled upon the blankets. In that moment, Ye Feng felt that adopting Garurumon was an exceedingly wise choice, for he now had a steadfast companion. While reclining, he pondered testing the capabilities of the newfound space. Turning to Garurumon, he stated, "Garurumon, I shall take you to a special place." "Okay, master," Garurumon replied eagerly. With a thought, Garurumon vanished from sight, and Ye Feng's consciousness dove into the character within his mind. Upon entering, he observed Garurumon, its forelegs resting against a wall of runes, seemingly attempting to find an escape route. Although there were no conventional walls, the runes formed a barrier akin to one, crafted by the heavenly Tao, which surely could not be breached casually. Ye Feng quickly summoned Garurumon back, and upon seeing him, Garurumon joyfully bounded over, affectionately rubbing its head against Ye Feng's chest. Ye Feng smiled at Garurumon's exuberance and asked, "Do you like it here? I feel like my blood flows a bit faster, but it is too quiet, and I find it somewhat frightening." Garurumon candidly replied, "Very well, then you may remain outside," Ye Feng said, respecting Garurumon's feelings. Keeping it nearby would provide companionship, which he found comforting. With a mere thought, he transported Garurumon back outside, following closely behind. Just then, a knock echoed at Ye Feng's door. Furrowing his brow, he wondered who could be visiting at this hour. Glancing at Garurumon, he felt a pang of concern. The now considerably larger Garurumon was ill-suited for public view, and it was best to confine it within the spirit beast space. However, Garurumon was reluctant to stay inside. Suddenly recalling a detail from a cultivation novel he had read, where some spirit beasts could alter their size, he hastily asked Garurumon, "Can you shrink your body?" "It seems I can. Let me try," Garurumon replied, uncertain but willing to attempt. To Ye Feng's delight, Garurumon's form began to diminish, shrinking just slightly from its original size before the contract. Elated, Ye Feng grew increasingly satisfied with the spirit beast contract, appreciating its ability to be housed within the space and its capacity to change size, making it remarkably convenient to have Garurumon close at hand. He gently cradled the now smaller Garurumon in his arms and turned to open the door, eager to discover who sought him. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by a ninja clad in the attire of a ch-nin. Upon noticing Ye Feng, the ch-nin spoke respectfully, "Ye Feng, the Hokage has summoned you to the Hokage's meeting hall for an important discussion." Chapter 194. The assembly. Ye Feng felt a sense of curiosity as he noticed the ninjas in the village were busily occupied with some task when he had gone shopping earlier. Now, he was summoned, leading him to wonder if something significant had transpired in Konoha. However, according to his recollections, no major events were expected at this juncture. With no clear understanding of the situation, Ye Feng decided to take things as they came, responding, "Thank you for your trouble. I will be there shortly." "It's no trouble at all. I must notify others as well, so I shall take my leave," the Chunin replied before leaping away. Yet, as soon as the Chunin departed, Ye Feng regretted his response, realizing he had never visited the assembly hall and had no idea where it was located. After contemplating for a moment, he deduced that the assembly hall should be near the Hokage's office, so he decided to head there first, intending to inquire if necessary. Upon arriving, Ye Feng found the assembly hall rather easy to locate. On the ground floor of the Hokage's office, a room marked with a wooden plaque labeled Assembly Hall, where numerous individuals were entering. Stepping inside, he was met with the sight of many people seated in the spacious hall. His entrance drew the attention of everyone present, as they were all individuals of considerable standing or strength within Konoha, adults, to be precise, while Ye Feng, being a child, could not help but stand out. As everyone regarded him, Ye Feng took the opportunity to observe the assembly. Seated at the front were the high-ranking officials of Konoha and the heads of prominent clans, including Uchiha Tenzo and Hyuga Takeda, both of whom nodded toward Ye Feng in acknowledgement, to which he reciprocated. To their left sat the three great advisors of Konoha, including Shimura Danzo, who merely cast a glance in Ye Feng's direction before turning away, clearly uninterested in engaging with him. To their right were the legendary Sannin of Konoha, and Ye Feng was surprised to see them participating in the assembly, as they seldom appeared in the village. Their presence underscored the significance the third Hokage placed on this meeting. Orochimaru smiled upon seeing Ye Feng, though the circumstances did not permit him to converse extensively. Tsunade, on the other hand, wore an expression of annoyance, evidently recalling the previous incident during the barbecue when Ye Feng had outsmarted her. Behind Uchiha Tenzo and Hyuga Takeda sat the heads of various other clans, identifiable by their distinctive appearances, such as the Nara clan's characteristic hair and the Inuzuka clan's facial markings. Ye Feng did not recognize the others. It was rare for the third Hokage to summon all the clans. Such an assembly indicated that significant matters were at hand, and no clan leader would dare to make excuses for their absence, especially with the leaders of the two major clans, the Hyuga and Uchiha, in attendance. Ye Feng chose a corner seat, not wishing to draw attention to himself, and he harbored little interest in the proceedings of this gathering, as discussions had yet to commence. Several clan leaders from smaller families were engaged in hushed conversations, speculating on the reasons behind such a large assembly. What could have happened to warrant summoning so many people? Could it be another war? One wondered, hoping it was not the case, fearing the loss of life that might ensue. Rumor has it that someone has been spying on Konoha, another replied. Let us hope it's not war. That may not be the case. Perhaps the situation is even more complicated. At that moment, the third Hokage entered from outside, taking his place at the center of the room, facing the assembly. The murmurs gradually subsided. With a solemn expression, the third Hokage spoke. I believe some of you may have already surmised the purpose of this gathering. He paused, allowing the assembly to murmur amongst themselves, as they had indeed gathered some inkling of the matter at hand. It was widely known that Konoha had been subjected to 3 instances of surveillance by a mysterious individual over the past year, an affront that displayed a blatant disregard for their security. Furthermore, it was surmised that the sudden appearance of a white light today and the prior emergence of a rift were both orchestrated by this enigmatic figure. The assembly stirred at the mention of these events, and Ye Feng felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him upon realizing that the discussion centered around his own circumstances. He had not intended for any of this to happen. The events had unfolded unexpectedly, and he had been powerless to intervene. The third Hokage's voice rose again. All of this indicates that this mysterious individual possesses formidable strength and an extraordinary capacity for perception. Such a powerful being, who conceals their identity while lurking within Konoha, must harbor secrets of great import. While we cannot ascertain the nature of these secrets, it is evident that their actions pose a significant threat to Konoha. At this juncture, the third Hokage deliberately paused, allowing the assembly to resume their chatter. What could this individual be after? Such extensive surveillance implies they seek something valuable. Perhaps they are trying to uncover our secret techniques, another speculated. Why would such a powerful ninja bother with our techniques? It could be that they are after secrets we ourselves are unaware of, potentially aiming to uncover the treasures held by our ancient clans, someone remarked, glancing pointedly at the leaders of the prominent clans. Ye Feng mused to himself, the third Hokage is quite astute. I have no intention of bringing harm to Konoha or coveting the treasures of other clans, nor do I have any interest in them. The assembly buzzed with conversation, primarily revolving around techniques and treasures, a result the third Hokage undoubtedly desired. He resumed speaking. I have deployed personnel to thoroughly investigate the Hokage office, and nothing appears to be missing or disturbed, suggesting this individual is not targeting the entire village. Given the actions of this mysterious figure, it is highly probable that they are in search of something, most likely located within your homes. If they cannot find this item, they will not rest. Therefore, I implore each of you to assist Konoha in a comprehensive search. This individual poses a grave threat, lurking within our midst, both to the village and to you personally. I urge you to act in defense of Konoha." After concluding his plea, the third Hokage bowed slightly, expressing his determination and commitment to the safety of the village. Upon hearing the third Hokage's words, the assembly responded with enthusiasm, pledging their full support for the initiative. Only a few leaders from the major and super clans maintained stoic expressions, yet they refrained from voicing any opposition. In such meetings, a lack of dissent generally signified acquiescence to the majority's will, effectively counting as abstention. Chapter 195. The squad leader only Shimura Danzo exhibited a subtle expression of disdain on his face. Hizashi is as hypocritical as ever, framing his words as though they were for the protection of Konoha, while simultaneously diminishing his own status. However, there was another individual present who was privy to the truth, Orochimaru. He had discerned that the feeling of surveillance stemmed from Leaf Maple, and that this incident was undoubtedly orchestrated by him. Orochimaru also scoffed at the words of the third Hokage. Nevertheless, this indicated that Leaf Maple must have had some ulterior motive for his actions, perhaps having discovered some unique applications of true energy. Contemplating this, Orochimaru felt an irresistible urge to glance towards Leaf Maple, but ultimately restrained himself. It was prudent to avoid drawing attention at this moment, especially from someone like Shimura Danzo. He could always inquire after the meeting concluded. Soon, the agenda of the meeting was solidified, with each clan dispatching a contingent of ninjas to assist the Umbu and the security department in thoroughly searching Konoha. As the meeting drew to a close and everyone began to disperse, Orochimaru awaited Leaf Maple outside the Hokage office. Unable to contain his curiosity, he quietly asked Leaf Maple, "Have you concocted something remarkable again?" Leaf Maple, wearing a mysterious smile, replied, "There's no rush on that. Once the search is complete, I shall visit your laboratory." With that, Leaf Maple departed from Orochimaru's side and proceeded to Uchiha Fugaku, adhering to the directives of the security department. Thus, countless ninjas of Konoha sprang into action, conducting a comprehensive search from east to west under the command of the Umbu and the security department, leaving no stone unturned. Naturally, certain secretive locations belonging to various clans were exempt from scrutiny, as the third Hokage dared not impose such searches. Doing so would only engender animosity with clans throughout the village, jeopardizing his peace as Hokage. However, this provided an opportunity for some, particularly Shimura Danzo, who relished the prospect of undermining the third Hokage's reputation. Upon returning home, Shimura Danzo immediately instructed his subordinates, "Arrange for some covert personnel to intentionally incite conflict during the search. Be cautious not to be too conspicuous. If necessary, do not hesitate to cause some casualties." "Yes, Lord Danzo," his Umbu operatives responded before departing, leaving Danzo with a sinister smile. At that moment, Leaf Maple had arrived at the security department. He was well aware that this search would yield no significant results, thus he intended to merely go through the motions. To his surprise, Uchiha Fugaku appointed him as the temporary leader of a small squad, assigning a dozen members, all of whom were Uchiha clan members. Leaf Maple promptly approached Uchiha Fugaku, seeking to decline the position. "Fugaku, could you not assign me to another role? I have little interest in this search. I would prefer to simply accompany the squad." "Leaf Maple, you are now a Jonin. It is essential for you to participate in Uchiha clan activities to solidify your standing. I have no intention of managing the Uchiha clan. That is your responsibility and that of the clan leader. I am content to assist occasionally. I understand your disinterest. But you must lead the Uchiha forward. A modicum of prestige is necessary, or how will you implement your ideas among them in the future?" Reflecting on this, Leaf Maple realized he needed a certain level of influence to realize his vision of transforming the Uchiha clan into a policing force while positioning the regular troops of Konoha as the military. Reluctantly, he accepted the role of squad leader. Upon returning to the plaza of the security department, Leaf Maple found that the other squads had already departed, leaving only a handful of individuals who stood casually, engaged in light-hearted discussions with intermittent laughter. Approaching them, Leaf Maple announced, "I am your squad leader." However, the members merely regarded Leaf Maple with disdainful laughter. One of them even patted Leaf Maple on the head, saying, "Kid, this isn't a place for you. Go play elsewhere." Leaf Maple, unfazed, seized the arm of the individual and twisted it, eliciting a cry of pain. He then delivered a swift kick that sent the individual crashing into the others, toppling 4 or 5 of them. The remaining members were taken aback by Leaf Maple's unexpected display of strength. Though he had intended to impart a lesson without excessive force, the kicked individual, still seething with anger, stood up and shouted, "You dare to kick me? You must be tired of living. What are you waiting for? Let us teach him a lesson together." With that, the others prepared to confront Leaf Maple. Unperturbed, he effortlessly caught the fist of the individual who charged at him and stated, "Assaulting a superior within the security department. Surely you understand the repercussions of such actions." This declaration halted the advance of the others. In the security department, striking a superior could lead to the revocation of one's position or, in severe cases, the total loss of martial prowess, potentially culminating in execution. Leaf Maple's words swiftly instilled a sense of clarity among the group. Though the most belligerent individual still raged on, ignoring Leaf Maple's admonition. Seeing this blatant disregard, Leaf Maple exerted pressure, forcing the individual to the ground, then stepped down on the arm, breaking it with a sickening crack. The man howled in agony. Yet Leaf Maple was not done. He moved to the other arm, applying the same treatment without hesitation. The fallen individual emitted another piercing scream before losing consciousness. Leaf Maple found himself somewhat bemused in the world of Hokage. Merely breaking two arms seemed to be beyond their pain threshold, leading to such a swift loss of consciousness. Such fragility was astonishing. The remaining members were utterly horrified by Leaf Maple's ruthless actions, retreating in fear. Observing their trepidation, Leaf Maple approached them and inquired, "Does anyone still doubt my authority as squad leader?" Terrified, they hurriedly replied, "No, we believe you're the squad leader." A small squad in the security department typically consisted of 15 members alongside a squad leader. Excluding the unconscious individual, 14 remained. Recognizing that he had achieved his goal of establishing authority, Leaf Maple commanded, "Listen closely. Everyone assemble into 2 rows." The 14 individuals rushed to form a line, standing relatively orderly. Chapter 196. The search. Although I am merely your temporary squad leader, as long as I hold this position, you must obey my commands. Otherwise, the consequences will not be limited to merely breaking a couple of arms. Do you all comprehend? Ye Feng asserted, gesturing toward the unconscious figure nearby. The remaining 14 members felt a tightening in their chests. Such a grim fate was surprisingly lenient. However, none dared to voice their grievances and promptly responded, "Understood." Upon hearing their somewhat disordered replies, Ye Feng frowned, clearly displeased. This mere frown sent a jolt through the 14, prompting Ye Feng to reiterate, "Do you understand?" "We understand," they replied more loudly and in unison this time. With all members in agreement, they mobilized to execute their task. Leading the way, Ye Feng headed toward the entrance of the security department, followed closely by the 14, who dared not disrupt their formation. At that moment, a timid voice broke the tension, reporting, "Squad leader, should we call for a medical ninja? Uchiha Zhongjia is lying on the ground, which could lead to complications." Only then did Ye Feng realize that the fallen individual was named Uchiha Zhongjia. Nevertheless, he did not halt his stride, but merely turned to glance at the speaker, clearly indicating that the individual was overstepping. The speaker quickly recognized his faux pas, lowered his head, and ceased speaking, while Ye Feng continued onward, departing the security department with his 14 subordinates. In the entire courtyard of the security department, only one figure lay sprawled on the ground. Uchiha Fugaku witnessed this scene and instructed his subordinate at the desk, "Take the person from the courtyard to the hospital. He is no longer a member of the security department." Upon hearing this, the subordinate was taken aback. It was common for newly appointed squad leaders to face some provocation from their subordinates, and a bout of conflict was almost an unspoken rule. To think this time it would lead to immediate expulsion was unexpected. However, the subordinate did not dare question Uchiha Fugaku's decision and promptly acknowledged it before leaving the room. Secretly lamenting the misfortune of the fallen individual, Ye Feng was assigned to a civilian district, devoid of any prominent families, which implied a significantly lower difficulty in conducting the search. Whether this was a deliberate choice by Uchiha Fugaku, Ye Feng could not ascertain, but he was certainly pleased with the leisurely assignment. Thus, Ye Feng began to allocate tasks. The 14 members commenced their search from one corner of the area, determined to thoroughly investigate every location. Ye Feng, taking advantage of his authority, decided to slack off, opting to refrain from assigning himself any work. After all, he understood that the search would yield little result, so he preferred to let his subordinates put in some effort for appearance's sake. At that moment, Ye Feng reclined atop the roof of a 3-story building, basking in the sun. However, His moment of tranquility was soon disrupted by a cacophony of noise, prompting him to hurry over. He observed one of his subordinates emerging from a house, clutching a box, while a man and a woman were tugging at the subordinate's clothing, unwilling to let go, resulting in the two being dragged out of the room. The couple appeared to be in distress, their faces etched with worry as they clamored for the subordinate not to take the box. Ye Feng approached his subordinate and directly inquired, "What has transpired?" "We discovered a box in the couple's home, hidden in a concealed compartment. My subordinate found it suspicious and intended to remove it, but the couple is adamant about not letting it go," the subordinate explained, extending the box toward Ye Feng. By this time, others had arrived, drawn by the commotion, curious to ascertain the situation. Ye Feng silently accepted the box, but then swiftly struck his subordinate in the abdomen with a punch, causing him to double over in pain and collapse to the ground. Ye Feng then smiled and helped the kneeling couple to their feet, handing the box back to them. The couple, taken aback by Ye Feng's actions, instinctively accepted the box with both hands. Ye Feng turned back, his smile fading, and commanded the fallen subordinate, "Get up." The subordinate, still reeling from the blow, quickly suppressed his pain and stood, eyes cast downward, unwilling to meet Ye Feng's gaze. Ye Feng spoke again, apologized to them. At this, both the subordinate and the couple were momentarily stunned, unable to believe Ye Feng's words. Seeing the subordinate merely bewildered and not apologizing, Ye Feng's expression darkened. "Shall I have to repeat myself?" The subordinate immediately bowed and offered an apology to the couple, though he himself was confused as to why he was apologizing. The couple was even more astonished. Being insignificant residents of Konoha, they had no authority or standing to demand an apology from a member of the Uchiha clan. They hurriedly waved their hands, insisting it was unnecessary. Ye Feng then bowed to the couple, saying, "I sincerely apologize for my mismanagement. I disturbed you both. And on behalf of the security department, I extend my apologies." Witnessing Ye Feng bow, the subordinate was left bewildered about Ye Feng's intentions. Meanwhile, the couple, realizing Ye Feng was a leader, felt even more flustered that he would apologize to them, hastily offering to assist Ye Feng back to his feet, insisting it was unwarranted. Standing upright, Ye Feng addressed his gathered subordinates, raising his voice. "As members of the security department, your duty is to protect Konoha and safeguard the lives and property of its villagers, not to indiscriminately harm them. This search mission aims to investigate suspicious individuals, and it does not grant you the license to act recklessly." Ye Feng's words left his subordinates momentarily speechless, unsure of his intentions, with some even exhibiting disdain, questioning why they should treat these commoners with such courtesy. In stark contrast, the couple and the onlookers felt a profound sense of gratitude, touched that someone would stand up for them. Ye Feng continued, "As long as I remain your leader, I will not permit you to harm the villagers of Konoha. From this moment forward, when conducting searches in every household, you are to be courteous, otherwise you will be expelled from the security department." He then turned to the surrounding villagers, stating, "If you ever experience any injustice in Konoha, regardless of who it is, even if it is a member of the security department, you may report it to us. If your concerns are ignored, mention my name, Uchiha Ye Feng, and rest assured that someone will advocate for you." Upon hearing these words, the villagers were profoundly moved, kneeling in gratitude for Ye Feng's assistance. Ye Feng quickly urged them to rise, while his subordinates, witnessing the villagers' heartfelt expressions of thanks, were deeply touched, contrasting sharply with the usual disdain the Uchiha clan faced in the village. At that moment, they began to grasp the significance of Ye Feng's actions, leading to a much more courteous and efficient search in the times that followed. Chapter 197, The Resolute Shimura Danzo. This matter, though seemingly trivial, found its way to the desk of the third Hokage and Uchiha Tenkan. Upon reading the news, the third Hokage's face broke into a smile as he mused, "I was right about Ye Feng. He is unlike the other members of the Uchiha clan. This is the embodiment of the will of fire. Perhaps under Ye Feng's leadership, the Uchiha clan will experience a transformation. Thus, the next clan leader must be none other than Uchiha Ye Feng." However, before long, the smile faded from the third Hokage's face, replaced by a frown. He held a document detailing numerous incidents that had arisen during the recent searches, including civilian casualties. Although the numbers were not alarming, there were those who fanned the flames, creating a tempest of unrest. The third Hokage sensed the underlying plot. While it would not severely wound him, repeated occurrences could diminish his standing within the village, and he was all too aware of who would benefit from such a decline. With a wave of his hand, Umbu operatives materialized. The third Hokage handed them the document, instructing, Conduct a thorough investigation of the ninjas and villagers involved in these incidents. Any suspicious individuals should be handed over to the Kurama clan for handling. I must uncover who is orchestrating this. The Umbu operative, having received the third Hokage's directive, departed with the document. The third Hokage understood that Shimura Danzo was meticulous, unlikely to leave any incriminating evidence easily accessible. Yet, the presence of such individuals in Konoha remained a threat. Meanwhile, Uchiha Tenkan, upon hearing the news, revealed a bitter smile. He recognized Ye Feng's intentions to reform the Uchiha clan and alter its precarious position within Konoha. However, with the third Hokage and his 3 advisors still in power, Uchiha Tenkan pondered, is this truly the right time for such a transformation? Uchiha Ye Feng, you have presented me with a formidable conundrum. In truth, Ye Feng had not intended to initiate changes within the Uchiha clan at this time. He believed himself sufficiently powerful and planned to leave Konoha for a period. Nevertheless, allowing Shimura Danzo to remain was ultimately a liability, and Ye Feng intended to eliminate Danzo within the next couple of years. Of course, this development was reported to Danzo, who easily discerned Ye Feng's motives. He would not permit any alteration within the Uchiha clan. Thus, Danzo summoned Tsurugi Koharu and Mito Gaidun, and the 3 proceeded to the third Hokage's office. In an audacious move, Danzo bypassed the customary knock and entered the Hokage's office, declaring, "The Uchiha clan dares to contemplate altering their status in Konoha. We cannot stand idly by. We must apprehend the instigator, Uchiha Ye Feng, at once." Indeed, should the Uchiha clan gain strength, it would pose a significant threat to Konoha. Tsurugi Koharu and Mito Gaidun echoed Danzo's sentiments, fearing the resurgence of the Uchiha, whose past dominance still loomed large in their memories. "I am already aware of this situation and will address it accordingly," the third Hokage retorted dismissively. He had his own plans and did not require their meddling. "What do you intend to do?" Danzo pressed, sensing the third Hokage's peculiar demeanor. "I have my own strategies regarding the Uchiha clan, and you need not concern yourselves," the third Hokage replied tersely. "Are you truly prepared to neglect the Uchiha clan? This contravenes the wishes of the second Hokage." Danzo insisted, clearly frustrated by the Hokage's disinterest in addressing the issue. "What do you propose? What authority do you have to take action against Uchiha Ye Feng? Do you truly wish for the Uchiha and other clans to rebel, throwing Konoha into chaos, so that you may seize my position?" The third Hokage's anger flared. "Danzo, I harbor no such intentions. I merely worry that a powerful Uchiha may become unmanageable for us all. It is for the sake of Konoha," Tsurugi Koharu interjected, attempting to mediate. "For the sake of Konoha? Is that what you call it?" The third Hokage tossed the incident report at Tsurugi Koharu. She quickly grasped it, glancing at the document while subtly observing Danzo, unsure of what to say. Mito Gaidun also examined the report, frowning at Danzo's presence. Only Danzo appeared perplexed, eager to take a look at the document himself when the third Hokage's voice interrupted. "If there is nothing further, you may leave." The third Hokage, fatigued, sank into his chair. "The Uchiha clan, we cannot." Danzo began again, but was abruptly cut off by the third Hokage's harsh command. "Leave. I am the Hokage of Konoha, and this is not your domain to dictate." The trio, startled by the third Hokage's sudden fury, understood that it was not the time to press further and could only depart in resignation. In truth, the third Hokage felt weary. When he first assumed the title of Hokage, the 4 of them were united, tirelessly working for the stability of Konoha. Now, with the village's stability secured, the ulterior motives of the other 3 had surfaced, particularly Danzo, who had long coveted the Hokage position. This necessitated vigilance not only against external forces but also against the ambitions of his own comrades within Konoha, leaving the third Hokage feeling increasingly drained. Culminating in the outburst he had just displayed, Danzo returned home with a grim expression, reflecting on the third Hokage's uncharacteristic reprimand, which fueled his anger further. The involvement of the Uchiha clan only intensified his rage and deepened his desire to ascend to the Hokage's position. In that moment, Danzo resolved to take action. He summoned his subordinates and commanded, "Inform all Blood Moon squads to intensify their training over the next 3 months, during which no missions will be assigned. After 3 months, we will initiate our plan. Is it time to commence the operation?" A root ninja exclaimed, startled. After all this time with me? You should know better than to ask questions that do not concern you." Danzo retorted, displeased. "It was my mistake. I shall attend to it immediately." The root ninja replied before vanishing. Danzo, surveying the empty room, donned a sinister smile. "Do not blame me, Hizashi. Blame only yourself for seizing my position as Hokage and for your indecisiveness. Chapter 198. A stone to strike 3 birds at this moment. Ye Feng had completed the search in his designated area and was returning to the security department with his team. To his surprise, he discovered that his group was the first to return. He pondered whether the tasks assigned were too simple or if his team was simply exceptionally swift. Turning to the 14 individuals accompanying him, he remarked, "Our rare team mission concludes here. I hope you will remember the events of today. The Uchiha clan must undergo transformation. What transpired today is merely the beginning, not the end. That is all. You are dismissed." In unison, the 14 members bowed deeply and expressed, "Thank you for your guidance, Captain." Their gratitude was sincere. This mission had significantly altered their perspectives. Previously, when undertaking similar tasks, villagers had treated them with disdain, but this time, they were met with smiles and appreciation, touching their hearts and subtly transforming their outlook. Observing their heartfelt thanks, Ye Feng felt a profound sense of accomplishment. However, he merely waved his hand and turned to head towards Uchiha Fugaku's office to finalize his duties. Upon entering, he was surprised to find Uchiha Tenzo present. Uchiha Tenzo greeted him with a wry smile. "Ye Feng, you certainly present me with challenges. What difficulty could there be?" "We simply proceed as necessary," Ye Feng replied nonchalantly. "With your approach, we will surely be inundated with a multitude of civilians at the security department. This will involve various families within Konoha. Should I apprehend them or not? If I refrain, the security department will lose credibility and our reputation will plummet. If I do apprehend them, I risk offending numerous families, making the survival of the Uchiha clan even more precarious." Uchiha Tenzo explained, assuming Ye Feng lacked understanding. "Is that so? Why not redirect the focus of the various clans?" Ye Feng retorted with a hint of skepticism, leaving Uchiha Tenzo momentarily speechless. Noticing Uchiha Tenzo's bewilderment, Ye Feng continued, "What is the purpose of the security department? Who are we serving?" Uchiha Tenzo's expression transformed to one of enlightenment as he exclaimed, "We serve Konoha, and we serve the 3rd Hokage." "Exactly. Simply consult with the 3rd Hokage, adopting a humble demeanor. This will demonstrate that the Uchiha clan stands with him, while also providing a shield of protection. Most importantly, it will enhance the Uchiha clan's image within Konoha." "Brilliant. Ye Feng, you truly are remarkable. This is indeed a stone that strikes 3 birds. Uchiha Tenzo rejoiced, relieved that what he initially perceived as a troublesome matter had been resolved so effortlessly. "I will provide you with the necessary support. But you must also manage the Uchiha members carefully. We cannot afford to exhibit the arrogance of the past," Ye Feng cautioned Uchiha Tenzo, hoping to maintain this positive momentum without being undermined by the foolishness of some Uchiha clan members. "Rest assured, I will handle the remaining matters," Uchiha Tenzo assured him. "Since you have no further responsibilities, you may take your leave." As Ye Feng completed his tasks, he had no intention of lingering. "Wait a moment, Ye Feng. Have you considered taking on a team leader role?" "The individuals from today's mission performed admirably," Uchiha Fugaku interjected, blocking Ye Feng's exit. Upon hearing this, Ye Feng immediately understood Uchiha Fugaku's intentions and quickly declined. "Do not entertain such thoughts. Educating the Uchiha clan is the responsibility of you and the future clan leader. I am preoccupied with a multitude of other matters." With that, Ye Feng swiftly departed, leaving no room for further discussion. Uchiha Tenzo and his son exchanged glances, sharing a sense of helplessness. At this time, Ye Feng chose not to confront Orochimaru directly, opting instead for caution. He returned home and utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to arrive at Orochimaru's laboratory. "Ye Feng, your pace is rather slow," Orochimaru remarked, a hint of annoyance in his voice upon seeing Ye Feng. "I completed the reconnaissance task first, so my speed is commendable." "Your eagerness is the issue," Ye Feng replied. "What need is there for such diligence? There is nothing to uncover regarding you. Come now, I am eager to see what you have discovered," Orochimaru urged, curiosity piqued. "Should we step outside the village?" Ye Feng suggested, inwardly contemplating Orochimaru's confidence in him, fearing that the results of his research might be too potent. "No need for that. The laboratory is sufficient. I am merely experimenting with some minor inventions while also confirming certain hypotheses." Ye Feng then revealed his companion, Gabuman, with a mere thought. Gabuman understood Ye Feng's intent and manifested its true form. However, Ye Feng was taken aback by its transformation, as Gabuman had previously been of a similar height to him, but now towered over him by 2 heads. Orochimaru, familiar with Gabuman during its juvenile stage when it was merely palm-sized, was equally astonished by its sudden growth and instinctively took a few steps back. As Gabuman ceased its expansion, Orochimaru's eyes sparkled with fascination. his hands instinctively reaching out towards the creature. Gabuman, sensing Orochimaru's approach, assumed a defensive stance, baring its teeth as if ready to pounce. Realizing the tension, Orochimaru halted his advance. Ye Feng's reassuring voice resonated. Gabuman, this is my companion. He means us no harm, so there is no need for caution. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru felt a flicker of warmth in his heart. Gabuman relaxed its posture, reverting to a more docile demeanor. Orochimaru gradually approached, eventually touching Gabuman's skin. His smile broadening as he marveled, this is truly extraordinary. Its fur seems distinct from other summoning beasts, remarkably resilient. The muscle strength is astounding. Its explosive power likely surpasses that of some Ni. Suddenly, Orochimaru turned to Ye Feng, excitement evident in his voice. How did you achieve this, Ye Feng? Wasn't this creature merely palm-sized before? You may consider it my summoning beast, yet it differs from typical summoning creatures. I did not employ the summoning technique, but rather utilized a method taught by my master to forge a spirit beast contract. Spirit beast contract? Orochimaru echoed, intrigued by this novel concept, his curiosity intensifying. Chapter 199. The Overwhelmed Guard Department. Thus, Ye Feng explained to Orochimaru the distinctions and advantages of the spirit beast contract. Upon hearing Ye Feng's words, Orochimaru could not help but stroke Garurumon, expressing his envy. This spirit beast contract is indeed remarkable. It can allow a young creature to grow into such a form in an instant. The contract's efficacy has not yet ceased, and Garurumon is still in the process of growing. It is bound to become even larger and more powerful. Ye Feng seemed to feel that the impact was insufficient and continued to elaborate to Orochimaru. What? It is still in its growth phase? To what extent will it grow? If it continues at this rate, it will undoubtedly rival the 10,000 snakes. Orochimaru was astounded by Ye Feng's words and recalled the 10,000 snakes, which required a price to summon and demanded submission and flattery. In comparison, Garurumon seemed trivial. At this moment, Orochimaru appeared to have an epiphany and quickly approached Ye Feng, inquiring, how many spirit beasts can you contract, Ye Feng-kun? In principle, there is no limit. Then if Ye Feng-kun were to contract several hundred spirit beasts, would that not render you invincible? Ye Feng had previously entertained Orochimaru's whimsical thoughts, but after encountering the Heavenly Tao contract, he recognized the impossibility of such a notion. Do not be so naive. My ability to enhance spirit beasts is limited. The more spirit beasts there are, the fewer benefits each will receive. Even if I were to contract hundreds of ordinary spirit beasts, their combat power would be negligible. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru felt a twinge of disappointment. If it were truly feasible, unifying the ninja world would not seem overly difficult. However, upon reflection, the ninja world had its own laws and would not permit such disruption to its order. Understanding this, Orochimaru became increasingly intrigued by the spirit beast contract, especially after comparing Garurumon to the 10,000 snakes. He earnestly desired to possess a spirit beast of his own and promptly asked Ye Feng, when can I sign a spirit beast contract? Wait until you enter the foundation establishment stage. It would be more beneficial for the contracted spirit beasts. Otherwise, their subsequent growth will be significantly hindered. Although Orochimaru could not yet utilize the spirit beast contract, it was not far off, which invigorated him. I believe I will not require much time to reach the foundation establishment stage. When you feel you are on the verge of entering that stage, it would be best to inform me in advance, as I may need to assist you then. Ye Feng recalled his own experience entering the foundation establishment stage and felt compelled to caution Orochimaru. Ye Feng-kun, is there any danger associated with entering the foundation establishment stage? Orochimaru, who was also exploring cultivation, found it prudent to clarify with Ye Feng. There are indeed some risks. When I entered the foundation establishment stage previously, I nearly perished due to insufficient natural energy. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's expression turned grave. He certainly did not wish to squander such an opportunity and meet an untimely end. Speaking of entering the foundation establishment stage, Ye Feng thought of the natural spirit stones and said to Orochimaru, I know you have many subordinates. Have them explore some remote areas in search of a pale blue stone. As he spoke, Ye Feng retrieved the natural spirit stone he had previously used from his scroll. At that moment, the natural spirit stone appeared no different from an ordinary rock. Ye Feng infused natural energy into the stone, causing it to take on a pale blue hue. However, once he ceased the infusion, it reverted to its ordinary appearance. Does this stone possess any remarkable utility? This is a natural spirit stone, which contains pure natural energy that can be directly absorbed. When I previously broke through to the foundation establishment stage, I was fortunate to have it. Otherwise, I might have perished due to a lack of natural energy. I obtained it by chance, and I only have one. This item is truly extraordinary. I will organize a team to search for such stones. Ye Feng suddenly recalled his earlier research on the two-tails chakra. While he had little hope, he still inquired, how is the research on the two-tails chakra progressing? As anticipated, the chakra of the tailed beasts contained their essence. With the input of their consciousness, the chakra could instantly transform into a small-tailed beast. Orochimaru, while saying this, handed Ye Feng the scroll containing the sealed two-tails chakra and seemed to have lost interest in it. Although this was expected, Ye Feng felt a tinge of disappointment. He believed that the two-tails chakra had become useless, yet discarding it seemed wasteful. He decided to keep it for now, for it might prove useful in the future. Having concluded their important discussions, both men were not ones to linger unnecessarily. After exchanging farewells, Ye Feng departed Orochimaru's laboratory. Unbeknownst to him, due to his prior remarks, news had spread among the common folk of Konoha. Some applauded in support, while others regarded Ye Feng's words with skepticism, viewing them as mere posturing. Most held a suspicious attitude. After all, the Uchiha clan was a prominent family, and it was hard to believe they would offend other clans for the sake of mere commoners. Nevertheless, a few brave individuals approached the guard department, seeking to verify the truth of Uchiha Ye Feng's statements and accusing certain clans of wrongdoing. The guard department, having received directives from above, was already prepared to handle such situations. They swiftly apprehended the suspects and proceeded to the scene of the incident to verify the circumstances and gather evidence. The department's efficiency was remarkable. Within half a day, they resolved the matters at hand. The cases were straightforward, and the apprehended individuals hailed from minor clans, which the guard department did not fear. Thus, when they came to arrest them, the suspects did not dare to resist. With both the offenders and evidence in hand, the guard department conducted trials as per the village's regulations, ensuring fairness without bias towards either the clans or the commoners. This was the impartial stance that Uchiha Ten had sought to convey. These were minor cases, yet their significance was profound. They instilled greater confidence among the villagers of Konoha. Consequently, in the following days, the villagers surged into the guard department as if in a rebellion, recounting the various injustices they had endured over the years. The guard department became inundated with villagers, necessitating the deployment of personnel to maintain order. However, the sheer number of villagers was overwhelming. The hall of the guard department could scarcely accommodate them, and the outdoor plaza was filled to capacity, with lines extending outside the building. The length of the queue prompted spectators to exclaim in astonishment, "What on earth has transpired in Konoha over the years?" Chapter 200, The Design of Wentai Seizing the Opportunity. Uchiha Tianshan made his way to the Hokage's office. As he entered, a look of distress crossed his face as he recounted the recent events to the third Hokage. "Lord Hokage, you cannot imagine the throng of villagers crowding the guards department. Even more are gathered outside, unable to enter. This involves members from various clans of Konoha, and I find myself in a difficult position." The third Hokage fell silent, contemplating whether to suppress the situation. However, the repercussions of such suppression were daunting, and he feared he might not withstand them. Conversely, failing to act might incite dissent from the clans, leaving him in a quandary. Observing the Hokage's deep contemplation, Uchiha Tianshan remained patient, understanding that each choice bore its own advantages and disadvantages. After a considerable pause, the third Hokage lifted his gaze to Uchiha Tianshan, who was patiently awaiting his directive, and felt a weight lift from his heart. He then spoke decisively, "Those who need to be apprehended shall be captured. Those with minor infractions will pay a fine, and a portion of the compensation will be allocated to the villagers of Konoha." "Yes, Lord Hokage. What if it involves Nin and Nin?" Tianshan inquired. "For those with minor infractions, fines will suffice. For serious offenses, they will be brought to me for resolution," the Hokage replied. Acknowledging the response, Uchiha Tianshan exited the Hokage's office without further ado. Subsequently, the guards department became exceedingly busy, with apprehensions occurring throughout the village, resulting in a chaotic atmosphere in Konoha. Naturally, there was resistance from certain clans, attempts to delay, and sabotage. However, the guards had been instructed to invoke the third Hokage's authority in such instances. The clans of Konoha dared not defy the Hokage's wishes, especially since these actions were in accordance with the village's regulations, and the guards were merely executing their duties. Those with connections could only seek the Hokage's intercession. It is noteworthy that when it came to members of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Tianshan exhibited no favoritism. All involved Nin and Nin were referred to the third Hokage for handling. This further enhanced the Hokage's favorable impression of the Uchiha clan. Ye Feng had also heard about the recent happenings in the village and was pleased with Uchiha Tianshan's approach, recognizing him as a commendable leader. Were it not for his insufficient strength and the pressure from higher-ups in Konoha, he might have achieved significant accomplishments. However, Ye Feng was currently preoccupied, as it was already the fourth day, and he awaited news from Minato Namikaze. Beside him stood Garurumon, not in its smaller form but in its full size. As it felt more comfortable in this state, Garurumon had noticeably grown, now standing at an adult's height, making it impossible for Ye Feng to reach its head. Nonetheless, Ye Feng was content with Garurumon's rapid growth, affectionately stroking its fur while waiting for Minato's update. As time passed, nearing noon, he couldn't help but grumble about Minato's sluggishness. At that moment, Ye Feng finally sensed the vibrations of his flying thunder god Kanai, and his heart leaped with joy. At last, the moment has arrived. He instructed Garurumon to shrink down and tucked it into his embrace before vanishing with a flying thunder god technique. Upon encountering Minato, Ye Feng couldn't resist the urge to voice his frustration. Your speed is abysmally slow. I've been waiting forever. I nearly dozed off. Minato, feeling somewhat aggrieved, replied, This is the fastest I could manage. You must understand, the team from the Cloud Village included several ordinary ninjas who were quite slow. Completing the mission on the fourth day is already commendable. Ye Feng acknowledged this but merely vented his exasperation. However, Minato displayed signs of hesitation, saying, Are we truly going to proceed with this? If Fukasaku and I discovers our ruse, I may never summon the toads from Mount Myaboku again, nor could I learn Sage Mode. Rest assured, I possess a specially crafted mask that Fukasaku and I will never recognize as mine, Ye Feng assured him. Producing a unique mask resembling the death god mask worn by Ichigo Kurosaki from a past anime, its half-skull design both eerie and imposing. Inscribed within were seals for sage arts. Lacking any offensive capability, merely serving to obscure one's presence, Ye Feng donned the mask and changed into the Akatsuki uniform he had prepared earlier, his voice taking on a sharper edge. Fear not, Minato. Even if Fukasaku and I discovers us, I will shoulder the responsibility for your Sage Mode, which will undoubtedly be superior to that of Mount Myaboku. You really shouldn't speak to me in that tone. It unnerves me. Do you even know how to cultivate Sage Mode? Minato asked, a hint of concern in his voice. Only Orochimaru's sensei knows that technique. Should it be exposed, I will ensure he teaches you, Ye Feng reassured. Very well, then let us proceed. With Ye Feng's words instilling confidence in Minato, he contemplated the spirit talisman and resolved to go through with the plan. The duo intended to conceal their identities, feigning as enemies, summoning Fukasaku when I to engage in battle. And then Ye Feng would inflict a minor injury to extract a sample of blood, thereby completing their scheme. Ye Feng surveyed the dense forest and the flat ground surrounding them and unleashed a burst of chakra, felling a swath of trees. What's the meaning of this? Minato exclaimed, alarmed at the sudden destruction. Recognizing Minato's lack of experience, Ye Feng clarified, if we are to deceive, we must do so convincingly. Fukasaku and I will understand that a fierce battle took place upon seeing the devastation, making it reasonable for him to appear. Seeing the logic in Ye Feng's words, Minato agreed, and soon began employing ninjutsu to further ravage the environment, seemingly enjoying the task. Once Ye Feng deemed the surrounding area sufficiently chaotic, he halted Minato's enthusiastic efforts. Distancing himself and adopting a combat stance, Minato understood it was time to commence, biting his finger and pressing it to the ground, whereupon numerous sealing symbols erupted, followed by a cloud of smoke heralding Fukasaku Wantai's arrival. Upon his entrance, Fukasaku Wantai regarded Minato with a scowl, saying, What have you summoned me for this time? Brother Fukasaku, I did not wish to trouble you, but my opponent is formidable, and I had no choice but to call upon your assistance. Minato feigned a tone of grievance, knowing well that Fukasaku Wantai still harbored resentment from their previous encounter. Chapter 201. 1 against 2 at this moment. One of the toad turned to Ye Feng. His attire and mask were unfamiliar, and he observed the rather unimposing figure with some skepticism, questioning, Does this person truly pose a formidable threat? However, Minato Namikaze wore a grave expression as he replied, Do not underestimate him. Although we are still unaware of his identity, his strength is extraordinary. With that, Minato surged towards Ye Feng, his hands forming intricate seals. Meanwhile, Ye Feng waved his hand, summoning a powerful gust of wind enhanced by his internal energy, resulting in a significantly larger tornado. With a decisive push, the tornado raced towards the duo, sweeping up countless grains of sand and splintered wood in its wake, intensifying its force rather than diminishing it. Having witnessed this technique from Ye Feng before, Minato swiftly evaded using the Flying Thunder God technique. One of the toad, startled by the tornado's formidable presence, no longer dismissed it lightly. He swiftly drew the blade from his waist and struck at the tornado. After a brief standoff, the tornado, lacking sufficient force, dissipated into thin air. Seizing the opportunity, Ye Feng retrieved a kunai, intending to close in on one of the toad to draw his blood. However, at that moment, Minato suddenly appeared, blocking Ye Feng's path. Confused, Ye Feng seized the chance during their brief encounter to whisper, "What are you doing?" With a mischievous grin, Minato responded, "Since we are to put on a show, let us do so convincingly. Only through a genuine clash will Winta truly believe." Ye Feng was not swayed by Minato's cunning words. He understood that Minato sought to engage him in combat. Nevertheless, with no alternative, Ye Feng acquiesced to the duel. In an instant, Minato retreated, launching several kunai imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique. Ye Feng, perceiving this, centered himself and spun, generating a powerful airflow that swept outward with a single wave of his hand. Although the area of effect was vast, the destructive force was limited, nonetheless. It was sufficient to send Minato's kunai spiraling away. Ye Feng knew that Minato's terrifying reflexes meant he could not afford to allow the kunai to come close. However, in his focus on Minato, Ye Feng failed to notice one of the toad's cannonball, and by the time he did, it was too late to evade. Extending 2 fingers, Ye Feng concentrated his internal energy at their tips and sliced towards the cannonball. To Minato and Winta's astonishment, the water sphere appeared to be cleaved in 2, scattering in opposite directions. This unexpected display sent a chill down their spines. The unknown is often the most terrifying aspect of combat, leaving them uncertain if they could detect Ye Feng's attacks in close quarters. Minato leapt atop Winta's head, lightly calling out his name while forming seals. Winta, understanding the cue, leaned back slightly, preparing to unleash a technique from his mouth. Recognizing their intent to use the fire release, Toad Oil Flame Bomb, Ye Feng felt a wave of familiarity wash over him. Yet, he was not well versed in defensive ninjutsu, having only studied a few techniques of personal interest. As Ye Feng hesitated, the duo unleashed their ninjutsu, covering a vast area. Only by employing the 8 gates technique could Ye Feng evade, but its distinctiveness made it impractical. Reluctantly, he resolved to utilize sage techniques, knowing that his mask concealed his identity from all but Minato. Placing both hands on the ground, Ye Feng caused the earth before him to rise, absorbing the impact of Winta's assault. Witnessing this, Winta was taken aback, uncertainly asking Minato, "Did you see him form any seals?" Minato, equally grave, replied, "No. This individual possesses a unique understanding of ninjutsu, capable of executing such large-scale earth release techniques without seals." Yet, Ye Feng was not inclined to prolong the confrontation. His sole objective was to obtain Winta's blood. With that thought in mind, he dashed forward, while Minato unleashed a series of fireball techniques aimed at Ye Feng, all of which he deftly dodged with agile movements. As Winta observed Ye Feng entering his attack range, he swung his blade towards him, which appeared to Ye Feng as a colossal sword descending. Ye Feng hurriedly evaded, but Winta's skill with the blade was remarkable. Just as Ye Feng evaded the first strike, the second followed swiftly, complicating Ye Feng's approach. Realizing he needed a different strategy, Ye Feng plunged into the dust kicked up by Winta's attacks, obscuring his location. Although Winta could not see Ye Feng, he instinctively swung his blade in estimated directions, then quickly retreated, seeking Ye Feng's position. Below, Ye Feng, frustrated by Winta's underhanded tactics of striking and retreating, muttered to himself. But he knew he had to continue his pursuit. Maintaining a safe distance this time, Ye Feng refrained from entering Winta's striking range, instead occasionally launching distractions. This unusual behavior piqued the attention of both Minato and Winta, with Minato suspecting that the figure before them was merely a shadow clone, while the real Ye Feng had concealed himself. Doubting his senses, Minato amplified his perception, yet no matter how hard he tried, he could only detect the figure before him, leaving him puzzled. Not wanting to take any chances, Minato advised Winta, "Just to be safe, we should retreat a bit further." Winta, grasping Minato's intent, prepared to leap away. However, in an unexpected turn, Winta let out a pained cry as another Ye Feng appeared beside him, striking his toe before he could react, blood spilling forth. Instinctively lifting his foot, Winta was taken aback by the sight of blood, prompting Ye Feng to exclaim internally, "Foolish toad, why waste so much blood? It's all mine." Regaining his composure, Winta jumped back, ignoring the wound as he glared angrily at Ye Feng, his mind racing to comprehend how Ye Feng had appeared before him so swiftly. In his confusion, he could not uncover the answer, leaving him deeply wary of the unpredictable adversary before him. As Ye Feng noted that Winta's blood had nearly flowed freely, he found it inconvenient to collect it directly lest it raise Winta's suspicions. Chapter 202, Intermediate Talismans. Thus, Ye Feng addressed Wave Wind Minato in a sharp voice, "I harbor no intention of becoming an enemy of Konoha. I have merely entered the land of fire for personal reasons and am now inclined to depart." Upon hearing Ye Feng's words, Wave Wind Minato realized that a confrontation was futile, and he responded, "If you wish to leave, you must at least disclose your identity, otherwise, I will have no choice but to summon the ninjas of Konoha to detain you here. I am Yahiko from the Akatsuki organization of the Rain Country. Should there be any inquiries in the future, feel free to seek me out in the Rain Country, Ye Feng declared, after which he swiftly departed. And Minato had no intention of pursuing him. However, Gamabunta expressed his dissatisfaction. Minato, you are just going to let this guy go? He has injured me. My Lord Bunta. This individual's identity and strength remain a mystery, and I sense that he is not afraid of either of us. The injury he inflicted upon you is likely a warning. If we were to escalate this further, I fear we would both meet our end here. Most importantly, he boldly revealed his name, indicating that he is merely passing through. The way he fights is indeed peculiar. It is my first encounter with such a style. Very well, it is best to conclude this matter. I am quite exhausted. So I shall return, Gamabunta remarked before dispelling the summoning technique. Yet, in the very next moment after Gamabunta vanished, Ye Feng's figure appeared, grinning as he said, Brother Minato. Did I not say I would not be discovered? Suddenly remembering his blood, Ye Feng exclaimed and hurriedly distanced himself from Wave Wind Minato to collect his blood. 10 minutes later, the two reunited, each holding 4 full vials of blood. Ye Feng gazed at the abundance of blood, a foolish grin spreading across his face. While Minato's eyes sparkled with excitement at the sight of such a quantity. This represented the potential for more talismans, something Minato had already experienced once. Fully understanding their significance and eager to acquire more. Suddenly, Minato recalled Ye Feng's earlier disappearance and inquired, How did you suddenly appear beside Bunta? I saw no flying thunder god mark, nor did I sense your presence. That is simple. I employed an invisibility talisman. Minato gasped in astonishment. You are quite extravagant. Just to obtain some blood, you wasted a talisman. Ye Feng feigned indignation, retorting, How can you blame me? You and Gamabunta were so reckless. Wielding knives haphazardly and failing to find me, even jumping away directly. At these words, Minato fell silent, feeling somewhat embarrassed. It was merely to enhance the ruse. Look. Bunta suspected nothing. In truth, Ye Feng had not used an invisibility talisman but rather employed the earth escape technique from sage arts. Enveloping himself in true energy to traverse through the ground, a significant deviation from the ninjutsu earth escape, which he felt was not appropriate to disclose to Minato. At this moment, Minato spoke again. You must ensure I receive a larger share of the talismans produced. I am taking a considerable risk by playing this charade to yield such results. Ye Feng wore a look of disdain and replied, I know. You shall not be forgotten. When did you become like this? Have you been corrupted by Jiraiya? Minato was well aware that Ye Feng was not genuinely displeased and retorted with a laugh. This is all learned from you. I was once such a good person. But now, look at what I've become following you. That merely reveals your true nature, Ye Feng replied before using the Flying Thunder God technique to return home. Leaving no room for Minato's rebuttal. Back at his residence, Ye Feng stared at the multitude of blood vials before him, feeling an exhilarating sense of sudden wealth. He even entertained the notion of attempting to craft intermediate talismans. Once this thought took root, it became inescapable, reverberating in his mind. With a firm resolve, Ye Feng decided to give it a try. However, crafting intermediate talismans required strength nearing the latter stages of foundational establishment. Given Ye Feng's current prowess, the success rate was dismally low, and the material consumption would be substantial. Nonetheless, the power of intermediate talismans far surpassed that of their basic counterparts. According to the descriptions in the cultivation texts, the Wind Blade Talisman could cleave a mountain, while the Heavenly Thunder Talisman could summon numerous bolts of divine lightnings, each possessing nearly S-rank ninja technique strength, all of which could be unleashed instantaneously. This allure was irresistible to Ye Feng. Ye Feng, determined, promptly gathered all the necessary materials and tools, calmed his mind, and began inscribing the simplest and most stable water dragon talisman. Yet, as soon as he drew the first stroke, the talisman paper exploded, unable to withstand the true energy of the intermediate talisman, a disheartening revelation. Next, Ye Feng switched to sealing paper and tried again. Upon drawing a stroke without any reaction from the paper, he felt a surge of joy. I knew the sealing paper could endure. However, the next stroke also resulted in an explosion. It seemed that fluctuations in his mental state rendered the inscription unstable once more. Ye Feng adjusted his mindset and continued inscribing, yet this time ended in failure again. The power of the intermediate talisman indeed amplified the true energy input, making it challenging for Ye Feng to control. Nevertheless, Ye Feng remained undeterred, attempting several more times, all ending in failure, consuming nearly half a bottle of Gamabunta's blood, which pained him greatly. Yet, decease now felt unsatisfactory, as that precious blood would go to waste. Thus, Ye Feng resolved to make one final attempt, regardless of the outcome, he would not continue inscribing intermediate talismans thereafter. Perhaps it was Ye Feng's unyielding spirit that allowed this last attempt to succeed astonishingly. The intermediate talisman was inscribed. Overjoyed, Ye Feng gazed at the water dragon talisman in his hand, eager to test its power, yet reluctant to waste it, knowing he had only one. However, his mental energy had also been significantly depleted, and given the low success rate, Ye Feng decided to wait until he was stronger before considering further inscriptions. Looking at the half-empty vial of blood and then at the water dragon talisman, he felt both regret and relief, grateful that he had managed to create one. Otherwise, it would have been a tremendous loss. Somewhat fatigued, Ye Feng returned to his room, dispersing a shadow clone to absorb true energy and restore his physical condition. In the following 5 days, Ye Feng experienced a relatively tranquil period, occasionally inscribing basic talismans. It seemed that with the increase in his strength, he could inscribe more talismans at once. Whenever he felt tired, he would practice or rest, never leaving his home. During this time, Inazuka Fuyuki and others visited Ye Feng several times, but upon seeing him engrossed in his training, they refrained from disturbing him, merely greeting him before departing. Chapter 203. The Feng Shui of the Konoha clan. Recently, the Hyuga clan had not reached out to Ye Feng, which took him by surprise. He had anticipated that they would contact him within 3 days at most, yet time had passed without any news. Did they intend to prolong this matter? Ye Feng found himself uncertain of the Hyuga clan's intentions. In truth, he did not regard them with much importance. Their influence was primarily confined to Konoha village. And outside of it, their significance diminished considerably. Eventually, they would become nearly obsolete, overshadowed by the likes of the Uchiha clan Susanoo and the overwhelming presence of tailed beasts and the Otsutsuki clan in the later stages of the ninja world. The Hyuga clan's martial arts would hold little relevance against such formidable foes. However, during this era, when individual ninja prowess reigned, the Hyuga clan's strength and reputation could indeed facilitate Ye Feng's endeavors. Over the past few days, Ye Feng had inscribed 30 to 40 spiritual talismans. And with his previous stock, he now possessed over 50. He also had more than 2 vials of blood, which he decided to reserve for the time being, intending to inscribe intermediate talismans once his power increased. He had previously promised to present some to Minato Namikaze, and he planned to give him 2 of each type, which should suffice. Having left the Flying Thunder God mark near Minato's residence, Ye Feng teleported directly there, appreciating the convenience that the mark afforded him for travel. However, upon arrival, he found that Minato was not at home, a situation he had grown accustomed to, suspecting that Minato was perpetually busy with undisclosed matters. Thus, he entered through a second-floor window and channeled chakra into the Flying Thunder God mark. Before long, Minato indeed appeared, accompanied by Kushina Izumaki. Upon witnessing their simultaneous arrival, Ye Feng could not resist teasing them. You two seem inseparable, spending every day together without a hint of fatigue. Minato's face flushed at Ye Feng's remark, while Kushina maintained her composure, retorting, "What would you know, you little brat? Should I introduce you to a girlfriend?" Ye Feng was not easily rattled, responding, "Do I look like I need a girlfriend? What about you two? Have you shared a kiss yet? When will you give me a little nephew?" Kushina, taken aback by Ye Feng's words, felt a rush of embarrassment and irritation, pinching his cheek firmly as she exclaimed, "You little rascal, where did you learn such nonsense?" Ye Feng quickly wriggled free, rubbing his sore cheek, and an impish thought crossed his mind. He pointed at Minato, declaring, "It's all his fault. He taught me all these things during his leisure time. You should confront him." Minato's expression shifted dramatically as he hurried to clarify, "Ye Feng, you better explain when I ever taught you that." He moved towards Ye Feng, but Kushina would not allow Minato the opportunity. Activating her octopus mode, she exuded an overwhelming aura that made Minato tremble. Kushina seized Minato's ear, scolding him in an angry tone. "How could you discuss such matters with Ye Feng? He is still just a child." Ye Feng played along, feigning innocence. "Yes, I'm still just a child." Seeing Ye Feng's demeanor, Minato felt both aggrieved and furious. "Kushina, don't believe Ye Feng. He is full of mischief. I haven't taught him anything like that." Ye Feng was determined not to let Minato clarify the situation, knowing that Kushina's ire would surely be redirected towards him. So, he continued, "Come on, big brother Minato, just admit it. You even said that Kushina's figure is fantastic, with curves in all the right places." Upon hearing this, Kushina glanced down at her chest, clearly believing some of Ye Feng's words. She then turned to Minato, yelling, "Minato, how could you say such things to Ye Feng?" Sensing the escalating tension, Ye Feng discreetly excused himself from the room, closing the door behind him. Moments later, he heard Minato's cries and the sounds of things being thrown about. Ye Feng wore a smug grin, whispering to himself, You think you can outsmart me? You're still too inexperienced. After a while, the couple emerged from the room. Minato appeared unscathed but somewhat disheartened, while Kushina's expression had returned to normal. In reality, Kushina was not genuinely angry. She felt a hint of satisfaction, knowing Minato cared for her. However, she maintained the facade of annoyance, ensuring Minato did not escape unscathed. Ye Feng leisurely remarked, "Is that all? Is it over already?" Minato, incensed by Ye Feng's words, retorted, "How can you say that? You better explain when I ever said those things." With a hint of pride, Ye Feng responded, "Do you really want me to continue?" Minato recognized that Ye Feng was up to mischief again, and, aware that he could not contend with Ye Feng in this regard, hastily changed the topic. "What exactly did you come to see me about?" Ye Feng, sensing Minato's change in demeanor, decided to wrap up his playful antics. "I came to deliver something I completed. I didn't expect your attitude to be like this. I suppose I'll take my leave." Minato, initially perplexed about what Ye Feng had completed, suddenly realized something. His face lighting up with excitement. "How many did you finish? How many did you leave for me?" Kushina, drawn into their conversation, was curious to see what could evoke such a reaction from Minato. Ye Feng then produced the 12 primary spiritual talismans he had prepared and handed them to Minato, stating, "I made over 30 in total. These are the ones I promised you." Minato, seeing the substantial stack, expressed his excitement as he eagerly accepted them, examining them alongside Kushina. While Kushina had seen spiritual talismans before, she was only familiar with the fire talismans and was intrigued by the diverse patterns inscribed on these new talismans. Realizing they served different purposes, Minato, having only encountered fire and stealth talismans, was equally curious and looked to Ye Feng for explanations about their various functionalities. Chapter 204. Ye Feng's assistance upon learning about the effects of the 4 additional spiritual talismans. Both Wave Wind Minato and Whirlpool Kushina were profoundly astonished. They had not anticipated that these talismans possessed such remarkable powers, encompassing a variety of functions including attack, defense, control, healing, and escape. After comprehending the capabilities of these talismans, Wave Wind Minato promptly presented a set to Whirlpool Kushina without hesitation. This gesture deeply moved her, causing her eyes to glisten with emotion. The thought that Wave Wind Minato, without a second thought, gifted her such precious talismans reinforced her conviction that he was the one she wished to marry. In her excitement, Whirlpool Kushina impulsively planted a kiss on Wave Wind Minato's cheek, leaving him momentarily stunned as he lingered in the sensation of her touch. This display of affection was enough to fill Ye Feng with a sense of playful annoyance, prompting him to interject, "Hey, there's a child present here. Could you be a bit more considerate?" At Ye Feng's words, Whirlpool Kushina's face flushed crimson, pulling Wave Wind Minato back to reality. She retorted, "Why are you still here at this moment? Don't you have any awareness?" Ye Feng, feeling slightly at a loss for words, realized that he might indeed be encroaching on their intimate moment. Thus, he swiftly exited through the window on the 2nd floor, leaving the two in an awkward silence. While the couple was momentarily at a loss, Ye Feng unexpectedly re-entered through the window, startling both Wave Wind Minato and Whirlpool Kushina. He then teasingly remarked, "Minato, you haven't tea-kissed yet, have you? Just a peck on the cheek, and you're already like this? Is that truly a problem?" Without awaiting a response, he leapt back out, using the Flying Thunder God technique to return home. Wave Wind Minato, incensed by Ye Feng's words, thought, how can a man be deemed incapable? Yet, he found no outlet for his anger. Meanwhile, Whirlpool Kushina seemed to have made a resolution, stepping in front of Wave Wind Minato, cradling his head, and, on her toes, kissed him deeply. This kiss extinguished all of Wave Wind Minato's ire, leaving him only with the image of the girl before him, eyes closed, as he instinctively wrapped his arms around her waist. Just as Wave Wind Minato was lost in the moment, Whirlpool Kushina suddenly pulled away, exclaiming, I just remembered I have things to do. I must leave now. Goodbye, Minato." With that, she exited without looking back, possibly feeling too shy to do so. Wave Wind Minato, still tasting the sweetness of her lips, felt a surge of gratitude towards Ye Feng. Without him, who knows when he would have shared such a moment with Whirlpool Kushina. The talismans remained untouched beside them. It was unclear whether Whirlpool Kushina had forgotten them or intentionally left them behind. Wave Wind Minato resolved to deliver them to her on another occasion. Little did Ye Feng realize that his playful comment had inadvertently brought the two closer together. However, even if he had known, he would have had little time to ponder as he sensed 2 figures standing outside his door upon his return. Approaching, he opened the door to find Hyuga Takeda and Hyuga Hisashi, both gazing at him in surprise. They had just used their Byakugan to confirm that no one was home, which was why they had decided to wait at the entrance. Though Ye Feng was unaware of their late-night visit's purpose, he welcomed them inside. Hyuga Takeda and Hisashi entered. Filled with curiosity, Hisashi could not suppress his inquisitiveness and asked, "Ye Feng, have you been home all this time?" Realizing that they had scrutinized his residence. Ye Feng felt a twinge of discomfort. While he had previously used his spiritual perception to observe others, being the subject of scrutiny felt less than pleasant. He replied coolly, "I have been training at home recently and have not left." Hisashi intended to ask further questions, but was stopped by Takeda, who smiled and said, "We apologize for the late visit, but we wish to discuss unfinished business." "Oh, I thought the Hyuga clan would look down on such trivial matters," Ye Feng replied. "Not at all. However, the Hyuga clan is not solely under my authority, so after discussing with the elders, it has taken some time to reach this point." "So, your decisions regarding the Hyuga clan are not entirely yours to make? Given the size of the family, I cannot single-handedly dictate its fate. Since you, Lord Takeda, cannot make decisions alone, there seems little point in continuing this discussion. We can resume talks when you are able to fully command the Hyuga clan." With that, Ye Feng stood, clearly indicating it was time to see them out. What Ye Feng sought was a compliant Hyuga clan. And a clan leader unable to make decisions held little value to him. He preferred to cultivate Hyuga K, positioning himself for eventual dominance over the clan. Albeit this would require time. Takeda was taken aback by Ye Feng's unexpected directness in dismissing them. "Ye Feng-kun, there's no need to rush. While I must consult with the clan elders, I can still make most decisions, provided your terms are substantial enough. In that case, let me be clear. I do not require an uncooperative Hyuga clan, for it serves little purpose to me. I would rather use my own means to control the Hyuga clan." Takeda's brow furrowed in displeasure at Ye Feng's words, but he remained silent. Hisashi stood, indignation evident. "You underestimate the Hyuga clan too much. While we may not engage heavily in Konoha's politics, we are a prominent family, not one to be easily manipulated." Ye Feng remained unfazed, believing that the clan leader should possess more fortitude. He calmly replied, "Do not elevate the Hyuga clan too highly in my eyes. To me, you are only marginally useful at present. In 3 to 5 years, the Hyuga clan will hold no significance to me, and I might even find your presence burdensome." This statement clearly irritated both Takeda and Hisashi. Takeda, suppressing his anger, said, "You have far too little regard for the Hyuga clan. We have a legacy of 1,000 years and rank among the top families in the ninja world. Who dares to dismiss us?" Chapter 205, Under Command. Upon hearing this, Ye Feng chuckled lightly, remarking, "Soon, various legacies will emerge, and the ninja world will become unprecedentedly powerful. Yet, your Hyuga clan remains stagnant. What purpose do you serve? You may only be of some use now, while the world is still unfolding, to bolster my influence in Konoha. However, even without you, I can still control Konoha, albeit with a bit more difficulty." Hearing this, Hyuga Takeda's expression turned serious. He was uncertain whether Ye Feng's words held any truth and hastily inquired, "From where does Lord Ye Feng derive such conclusions?" Seeing he had captured Hyuga Takeda's attention, Ye Feng delivered a potent statement. "You need not concern yourself with the source. Simply understand that the Rinnegan and the Mangeki Sharingan have manifested in the world. The wars to come will be extraordinarily brutal. Even shadow-level ninjas will barely qualify to participate, while you, who are not even at that level, will merely serve as cannon fodder." Upon hearing the mention of the Rinnegan, Hyuga Takeda became visibly unsettled. Bombarding Ye Feng with a flurry of questions, "The Rinnegan? The sage's eye? How can this be? Does it not exist solely in legend? Are you certain?" The credibility of a child may be limited, yet that of Orochimaru was not to be dismissed lightly. Thus, Ye Feng unfurled Orochimaru's banner. "The information is indeed reliable, affirmed by Lord Orochimaru himself. Furthermore, this individual harbors a grudge against Konoha. The Mangeki Sharingan is not within Konoha, and he too casts a covetous gaze upon it, along with several other foes, all of whom possess strength exceeding that of shadow-level ninjas. Given your clan's current predicament, do you believe you possess the capability to intervene? You are destined to be mere cannon fodder." Hyuga Hirashi, still unable to believe Ye Feng's claims, quickly implored, "Lord Ye Feng, do not deceive us. If you doubt my words, you may seek verification from Lord Orochimaru. You are well aware of his nature. He has no inclination to lie. His desire for your assistance is part of a strategic plan for Konoha's future." Both Hyuga Takeda and Hyuga Hirashi were left in stunned silence by Ye Feng's assertions. Ye Feng continued, "At this juncture, should your clan provide us with assistance, we can offer you protection in the future." Hyuga Takeda found himself wishing that Ye Feng spoke falsely, but with Lord Orochimaru's endorsement, the likelihood of deception seemed negligible. He then asked despondently, "What do you wish us to do?" I require your unwavering support for myself and Lord Orochimaru when the time necessitates. Of course, you may choose not to comply. But the future of the Hyuga clan will remain uncertain. Ye Feng's words carried a distinct undertone of threat. What do you intend to do? You are all aware of the current state of Konoha's upper echelons. As long as they remain, Konoha will have no opportunity for resurgence. Thus, they must be removed. Hyuga Takeda and his companion were taken aback, quickly pointing at Ye Feng, trembling as they exclaimed, "You intend to rebel? My lord Takeda, you worry excessively. We harbor no such intentions. We merely wish to adopt a lawful approach to nominate a new Hokage, but we require your clan's full support." Hyuga Takeda pondered for an extended period, unable to arrive at a decisive conclusion. It felt akin to two princes contending for a throne, should the prince he supported triumph. The rewards would be bountiful. However, if he lost, it would spell ruin. The Hyuga clan had always maintained a stance of neutrality, a key reason for their status as a top-tier family without facing village opposition. Yet, now they were compelled to take sides. Remaining neutral equated to supporting the third Hokage's faction. If victorious, they might retain their former standing, but if Ye Feng's predictions proved true, the survival of the Hyuga clan would be uncertain. Conversely, supporting Ye Feng meant opposing the third Hokage, and should Orochimaru and his allies fail, the Hyuga clan would inevitably suffer repercussions, not to the extent of annihilation, but their status as a premier clan would be compromised, rendering Hyuga Takeda a traitor to his family. Noticing Hyuga Takeda's hesitation, Ye Feng sensed that the moment of opportunity was at hand. He continued to entice. "If Lord Takeda can single-handedly determine the course of the Hyuga clan, I can present them with a magnificent gift." Hyuga Takeda quickly inquired, "What sort of gift?" "There are three great ocular techniques in the ninja world, the Rinnegan, the Sharingan, and the Byakugan. We shall not dwell on the first. The Sharingan and Byakugan serve similar purposes. The Sharingan has the Manjiki Sharingan, but what lies above the Byakugan?" Hyuga Takeda and Hyuga Hirashi were both struck with astonishment, incredulously asking, "Above the Byakugan? Can the Byakugan evolve? How was I unaware of this?" The Byakugan can indeed evolve. Otherwise, how could it stand alongside the Sharingan and Rinnegan? However, I can only grant this evolution to one individual from your clan, and the selection will be mine to decide. Hyuga Takeda's mind was consumed with thoughts of the Byakugan's potential evolution, entirely disregarding Ye Feng's subsequent conditions. What lies above the Byakugan? That remains a secret for now. When Lord Takeda fulfills my requirements, we shall discuss it further. For today, this shall suffice. However, Hyuga Takeda was reluctant to depart, promptly stating, "I can comply with Lord Ye Feng's request." Ye Feng's expression morphed into one of intrigue as he remarked, "Does Lord Takeda not need to consult with your clan's elders?" Hyuga Takeda displayed a resolute demeanor, responding firmly, "As the head of the Hyuga clan, I possess the authority to make decisions. You need not worry about the elders. I will ensure the clan speaks with one voice." Ye Feng, satisfied with this declaration, felt a sense of contentment. However, he still issued a necessary warning. "I hope Lord Takeda remains true to his word and does not compel me to bring ruin upon the Hyuga clan." Hyuga Takeda understood that Orochimaru was not to be trifled with, thus believing in Ye Feng's capability to act. Having made his decision, he had no intention of turning back. "When I, Hyuga Takeda, speak, my word is my bond." "Very well then. Allow me to share some knowledge with you. The ocular technique above the Byakugan is called the Tenseigan, which is on par with the Rinnegan. This means that possessing the Tenseigan grants one the power akin to that of the Sage of Six Paths. Its abilities are somewhat similar to the Rinnegan, allowing for the use of various powers such as the creation of all things through yin-yang release, spatial manipulation, and the absorption of chakra, among others. Power akin to that of the Sage of Six Paths. Hyuga Takeda and Hyuga Hirashi exchanged glances, both reflecting the profound shock they felt. While they had speculated that the ocular technique above the Byakugan would be formidable, they never anticipated it to be of such magnitude. With such an eye, the Hyuga clan would have nothing to fear. However, doubts flickered in their minds. Chapter 206, Centralization. Hinata Takeda inquired, "Since you are aware of the reincarnation eye, why have you not considered seizing it from the Hyuga clan and acquiring such formidable power?" Leaf Maple understood that without a clear explanation, the two would remain hesitant to cooperate. Thus, he responded, "Since we are on the subject, I shall not conceal certain matters from you. The reincarnation eye is the ultimate form of the Uchiha Sharingan. I possess a pathway to ascend to the reincarnation eye, and moreover, I have means to enhance its capabilities, which far exceed those of the reincarnation eye. Additionally, the reincarnation eye requires a pure Byakugan as a foundation, hence I have no need for it." Though his words were somewhat blunt, they provided a degree of reassurance to Hinata Takeda and his companion. Only by possessing such superior power could Leaf Maple's willingness to entrust it to the Hyuga clan be fathomed. When can you bestow this power upon us? They asked. Not immediately. The conditions for the reincarnation are rather stringent. I need to nurture a candidate from a young age, and my chosen individual is Hinata Kuo. Once he meets my criteria, I shall naturally grant him the power. Hinata Kuo? He is from the branch family. Could we not select someone from the main family instead? What of the branch family? His potential surpasses yours significantly. He is the most likely to awaken the reincarnation eye. Besides, the branch family is conveniently under your main family's control. Well, very well, we shall heed your arrangement, Leaf Maple. Both Takeda and his companion were aware that the main family had the authority to determine the fate of the branch family, which had perpetuated some discord between the two factions. They worried whether Hinata Kuo might harbor animosity towards the main family, should he gain such power. The influence of the main family might no longer hold sway over him. Though apprehensive, they felt powerless and resolved to treat Hinata Kuo more favorably in the future. With the agreement established, Leaf Maple intended to impart the principles of Tai Chi as a gesture of goodwill to the Hyuga clan. Now that we have settled these matters, Lord Takeda, please gather the clan members. Tomorrow, I shall visit to teach you Tai Chi. Tai Chi? Is it the technique you demonstrated previously? Indeed. Should the Hyuga clan master Tai Chi, I assure you, in close combat, barring a significant disparity in strength, no one will stand a chance against you. Hinata Takeda was elated upon hearing this, immediately rising to bow respectfully to Leaf Maple, exclaiming, Then I shall await your esteemed presence at the Hyuga clan tomorrow. I shall not delay you further. I too must return to gather the clan members. Please proceed, Lord Takeda. Hinata Takeda and Hinata Hayashi hurriedly departed. As they returned, Hinata Hayashi, having held his thoughts for some time, finally asked, Father, how credible do you believe Leaf Maple's words to be? Hinata Takeda sighed lightly. I believe they are fundamentally true. Lord Orochimaru does not indulge in deception, yet I still intend to visit him. Should the situation prove accurate, it would be prudent for the Hyuga clan to prepare. And what of the reincarnation eye? That is likely true as well. There indeed exists the Manjikyu Sharingan, which Uchiha Madara possessed in his time. Such eyes have already dominated their era, and since the Byakugan is on par with the Sharingan, it should be capable of evolution. However, I have never heard of this before. I shall return to the clan to peruse the records for any leads. And what if Leaf Maple is deceiving us? We shall discern the truth tomorrow. If Tai Chi truly possesses such power, it is worth the risk. There would be no need for Leaf Maple to deceive us. You should return to arrange for tomorrow's lesson while I pay a visit to Lord Orochimaru. With that, Hinata Takeda leapt away, leaving Hinata Hayashi to return to the clan grounds. Shortly thereafter, Hinata Takeda arrived back at the Hyuga clan, his demeanor now more grave. He had received startling news from Orochimaru, who spoke little but conveyed that the enemies of Konoha had approached a level akin to that of the Sage of Six Paths. Hinata Takeda believed Orochimaru's words, for he had sensed the unease in Orochimaru's demeanor. Most importantly, during this visit, he noted a marked increase in Orochimaru's power, giving him the impression that he could effortlessly bring about Takeda's demise. The very fact that such a formidable individual harbored trepidation underscored the strength of their adversaries. This realization solidified Hinata Takeda's resolve to ally with Orochimaru and Leaf Maple. In such chaotic times, following the strong was the only path to survival. Swiftly, Hinata Takeda summoned several elders from the clan and arranged for a dozen elite Hyuga shinobi to guard the surroundings, forbidding any approach. Even the elders were required to come alone, with no one else permitted entry. However, the elders bore no complaints, fully aware of the significance of the day's events. Once everyone had gathered, the clan's eldest elder spoke slowly. Takeda, speak your mind. This visit is primarily concerning the transaction with Leaf Maple. And I must inform you that I require absolute control over the Hyuga clan. I hope to garner your support. Takeda, you are of an age to retire. What need have you for power now? I implore you, let none of my words escape beyond this room. Takeda then recounted his discussions with Leaf Maple and Orochimaru in meticulous detail. The elders of the Hyuga clan were rendered speechless, astonished by the revelations. Such matters were unprecedented, leading them to question their authenticity, yet they could not dismiss them outright. Their gazes turned to the eldest elder. Understanding their unspoken question, the elder replied, I have not heard of the reincarnation eye. There are no records of it within our clan. Disappointment washed over the other elders. At that moment, a relatively younger elder spoke up. If that is the case, there is no need to consolidate power. We can deliberate on matters collectively. His words revealed a reluctance to relinquish authority, understandable as he was Hinata Sanada, who had only recently ascended to the position of elder. The prospect of giving up newly acquired power was understandably disheartening. Hinata Takeda's expression darkened at this response. His intent to negotiate amicably was rooted in respect for their contributions to the Hyuga clan. To his dismay, there was dissent. Consequently, his tone grew more assertive. The agreement has been established. This was a condition set forth by the other party. Neither we nor they can afford conflicting voices at critical junctures. Therefore, I must consolidate power. I reiterate, this is merely a notification, not a discussion. Chapter 207. Instruction. Hinata Sanada wished to express further thoughts but was interrupted by the Grand Elder, who stated, "Special matters require special handling. Takeda is known for his prudence. I am confident in entrusting the Hinata family to him. Tomorrow, I shall send my subordinates for the handover." With that, the Grand Elder rose and exited the room first. This action left Hinata Takeda momentarily stunned, only to soon comprehend the Grand Elder's intent, filling his heart with deep gratitude. The Grand Elder held immense prestige within the family and often intervened in various matters. Initially, Takeda believed the Grand Elder would be the most formidable obstacle today. Yet he was pleasantly surprised by this unwavering support. In reverence, Takeda bowed in the direction the Grand Elder had departed. With the Grand Elder's decision made, the other elders, despite any reluctance, had no choice but to agree to the handover the following day, and they too departed. Only Hinata Sanada remained behind, leaving without discussing the handover. Absorbed in his own thoughts, this scene stirred discontent within Hinata Takeda, a flicker of ruthless resolve appearing in his eyes. He summoned a member of the Hinata clan and instructed, "Have someone monitor Sanada day and night. Should he betray the family, eliminate him first and report back to me." The clan member acknowledged and swiftly departed, leaving Takeda to mutter to himself, "I hope you do not commit any regrettable actions, otherwise, do not blame my heartlessness." The next day, Hinata Takeda and his brother Hinata Hayashi awaited at the entrance of the clan territory. This spectacle astonished the Hinata clansmen. What person could warrant such a personal reception from the clan leader and his successor? This was Takeda's deliberate intention, a show of sincerity towards Ye Feng, who had proclaimed his arrival to impart secret techniques. Ye Feng, taken aback by the grandeur of the reception, chuckled nervously and whispered to Takeda, "My lord, such extravagance is unnecessary. Being too ostentatious may not bode well." Takeda replied softly, "It is impossible to conceal your arrival here, so there is no need for subterfuge. Such a grand display reflects our integrity." Upon hearing this, Ye Feng regarded Takeda with newfound respect. It was evident that those destined to lead were not mere trifles. With that, he decided not to dwell on the matter and followed Takeda into the Hinata family's training grounds, ascending to the platform. The training area was already bustling with numerous individuals, each maintaining sufficient space, clearly prepared for instruction. The attendance was considerable, nearly gathering the entirety of the Hinata clan. With Hinata Sora positioned in the front row, evidently receiving special consideration. Not wishing to waste time, Ye Feng greeted everyone and began demonstrating the complete set of Tai Chi movements, explaining the essential points of focus. However, the deliberate slowness of Tai Chi movements prompted murmurs among the Hinata clansmen. Is this truly a secret technique? How can one strike at such a pace? Is he merely jesting with us? The doubts were not limited to the ordinary clan members. Even Takeda and the others questioned whether Ye Feng was genuinely imparting the enigmatic techniques he had claimed. Ye Feng, with keen ears, overheard the chatter but chose to ignore it, continuing his demonstration of the Tai Chi movements until he had showcased the entire set. Once he finished, Takeda stepped forward and quietly inquired, "Ye Feng, is this truly the technique?" Ye Feng, instead of answering, addressed the assembly of Hinata clansmen. "Do you not think I am toying with you?" The audience merely whispered among themselves, none daring to respond to Ye Feng's challenge. Unperturbed, Ye Feng continued, "Allow me to demonstrate the Tai Chi I just taught you." He then turned to Takeda and added, "Please arrange for some skilled practitioners of soft fist from within the clan. I wish to spar with them." Takeda was eager to witness the power of such a slow technique, but worried that if Ye Feng lacked sufficient strength, it might reflect poorly on him. He inquired, "Are there any specific requirements for the participants?" Ye Feng, indifferent, responded that the Hinata clan had numerous skilled fighters, but the higher the caliber, the better, to avoid any disputes among the onlookers. Confident in Ye Feng's assurance, Takeda did not press further and instructed his subordinates to prepare. The intrigued clansmen were eager to see how such a slow style could be effective in combat. Soon, 3 clan members were selected, with the first to step forward being Hinata Rina, A.J. Neen. The crowd buzzed with speculation. Is that Rina? A.J. Neen. Will he be taken down so easily? Look at the strength of the other 2 behind him. They surpass Rina. Listening to the murmurs, Ye Feng realized he faced A.J. Neen. thinking Takeda would have arranged elite J-Nin for the match. Yet, knowing the soft fist techniques could counter the three, he boldly declared, "Since three have come, let us not waste time. You may all attack together." This proclamation shocked everyone. A mere child challenging three J-Nin from the Hinata clan was tantamount to courting death. How could he hold such contempt for the Hinata clan's prowess? The three J-Nin, though indignant at Ye Feng's words, refrained from making a move. Recognizing him as an esteemed guest whom even the clan leader had personally welcomed, they turned to Takeda for guidance. Takeda, feeling a surge of competitiveness, recalled Ye Feng's earlier dismissal of the Hinata clan's martial capabilities, which fueled his determination. With a nod of consent to the trio, they positioned themselves opposite Ye Feng and said in unison, "We shall learn from your esteemed skills." With that, they charged forward, though they did not exert their full strength, believing it unnecessary to take a child too seriously. In truth, Tai Chi emphasizes using an opponent's force against them. Thus, Ye Feng's single combat against three was not as disparate as one might assume. Chapter 208. The confrontation as the first assailant approached Ye Feng. His right fist was already poised to strike. In a swift motion, Ye Feng seized the opponent's wrist with his right hand and delivered a blow to the elbow joint with his left, redirecting the attack and causing the assailant to stumble. At this moment, the other two attackers arrived. One of them landed a punch on Ye Feng's chest. With a deft pivot, Ye Feng redirected the punch towards the other assailant, perfectly intercepting their strike. Subsequently, he struck both opponents in their soft ribs with his elbows, forcing them back. In an instant, Ye Feng had repelled the attacks of all three adversaries, leaving onlookers astonished. His movements mirrored the techniques he had previously taught, yet during the confrontation, Ye Feng's speed surged unexpectedly, leaving spectators momentarily stunned. The trio felt a pang of embarrassment, having been thwarted despite their combined efforts. Thus, they regrouped, now infusing their strikes with chakra, signaling their intent to fight without restraint. Ye Feng, recognizing the seriousness of the situation, did not let his guard down. Lacking formal training in traditional Tai Chi principles, he relied on chakra to simulate its effects, deftly redirecting incoming attacks through movement and chakra manipulation. For strikes he could not evade, he utilized the Tai Chi principle of yielding to counteract the force, sending the attackers reeling. In this manner, the three assailants found themselves unable to land a blow on Ye Feng, often inadvertently striking one another, resulting in minor injuries. Meanwhile, Ye Feng remained relaxed and virtually unscathed, his proficiency in chakra manipulation growing ever more refined. Feeling that he had demonstrated enough restraint, Ye Feng decided it was time to escalate the confrontation. When the trio charged once more, his counterattacks targeted vital areas. Though he had no intention of killing, injuries were inevitable. Within a mere dozen exchanges, the three attackers found themselves incapacitated, leading to Ye Feng's victory. The outcome left all witnesses in disbelief. A novice shinobi had, in direct combat, defeated three seasoned jounin using techniques he had just imparted. This left many questioning their initial perceptions. Among the most exhilarated was Hyuga Takeda, who had previously doubted Ye Feng's claims regarding Tai Chi. Observing the undeniable prowess displayed, he realized the truth was even more remarkable than he had anticipated. The profound strength of Tai Chi would henceforth belong to the Hyuga clan, igniting Takeda's excitement. Subsequently, matters progressed smoothly. Ye Feng taught the techniques repeatedly, providing meticulous explanations and addressing any queries, including those posed by Hyuga Takeda. He also elaborated on fundamental training methods, such as stance training for stability and balance. Consequently, the Hyuga clan's practice grounds became adorned with training posts, reminiscent of ancient martial arts traditions from distant lands. These developments were merely the prelude. Ye Feng continued teaching until dusk, eventually departing amidst the clan's heartfelt pleas for him to stay longer. Upon stepping outside the Hyuga residence, he gazed at the darkening sky, suddenly realizing that he had not been offered even a meal throughout the day. What a stingy arrangement. The news of Ye Feng's engagement with the Hyuga clan reached the ears of the third Hokage and Shimura Danzo. They had anticipated such an occurrence, though they were unaware of the specifics of the transaction between Ye Feng and the clan. Upon receiving the report, Danzo's face contorted with anger as he addressed the kneeling root ninjas below him, exclaiming, "Had it not been for Hinata's interference, this boy would not have had such an opportunity. How is the training of the Blood Moon squad progressing? We have yet to meet the requirements. The technique is exceedingly demanding, becoming increasingly difficult with each passing day," a subordinate replied. "Then what if we were to forcibly enhance their abilities?" Danzo retorted. "Such an approach could be fatal before any progress is made," the ninja cautioned. "Regardless of the method, I demand substantial improvement within 3 months, even if it leads to their demise shortly thereafter," Danzo commanded, instilling a shudder in the root ninja, who nonetheless responded resolutely, "Understood. I will attend to it at once." Meanwhile, the third Hokage's expression reflected his displeasure. Although he valued Ye Feng, he was wary of the boy gaining too much influence, as it could hinder his control. However, given that Ye Feng had only recently established ties with the Hyuga clan, the Hokage deemed the situation manageable. Regardless of Ye Feng's ambitions, he felt it necessary to subtly remind him of the boundaries of acceptable behavior. The third Hokage, maintaining a facade of benevolence, intended to delegate this task to Orochimaru. As Ye Feng's teacher, it was only fitting for him to provide guidance. Thus, the Hokage dispatched a messenger to convey his intentions to Orochimaru, unaware that Orochimaru and Ye Feng were allies. Upon receiving the message, Orochimaru merely smiled but sought out Ye Feng, having spoken with the head of the Hyuga clan the previous day regarding the Rinnegan and the Rebirth Eye. It appeared that Ye Feng aimed to win over the Hyuga clan, yet Orochimaru remained intrigued by the Rebirth Eye's nature. Knowing how to contact Ye Feng, Orochimaru infused chakra into Ye Feng's Flying Thunder God Seal. At that moment, as Ye Feng was on his way home, he sensed the familiar chakra signature from Orochimaru's laboratory. Puzzled by the lack of prior contact, Ye Feng sought a secluded spot and teleported to the lab. "Orochimaru-sama, what brings you to seek me?" Ye Feng inquired as he materialized. "Ye Feng-kun, you seem rather occupied." "Yesterday, Hyuga Takeda visited me," Orochimaru replied. Ye Feng was taken aback to learn that Takeda had indeed come to inquire, expressing mild frustration. "That fellow truly came looking for me. Clearly, he still harbors doubts. It's disheartening. A single word from you would carry more weight than all my explanations combined." "Thankfully, I managed to outsmart him. I told him the truth about everything. You could have given me a heads up." Orochimaru responded with a hint of reproach. "I did not anticipate he would come seeking answers. You could have simply spoken candidly. There are but two individuals in Konoha who possess such knowledge. Ye Feng-kun, I am unaware of the existence of the Rebirth Eye," Orochimaru stated. Ye Feng was momentarily taken aback, uncertain as he asked, "Did I not mention it before?" With a half-smile, Orochimaru looked at Ye Feng and retorted, "What do you think?" "Ye Feng-kun?" Ye Feng, scratching his head in embarrassment, replied, "Perhaps I forgot. Regardless, I can share the information with you now." Chapter 209, Commencing Action Previously. I mentioned that the Sage of Six Paths has a brother named Otsutsuki Kinshiki, whose eyes are the Rinnegan. In truth, the eyes of the Otsutsuki clan are all Byakugan, with the Sage of Six Paths being the sole exception. When the Byakugan evolves into the Rinnegan, its capabilities are significantly enhanced, rivaling the power of the Rinnegan itself. Orochimaru, upon hearing this, lamented the peculiarities of the ninja world, feeling a twinge of sympathy. "Such a potent eye, and you simply bestow it upon the Hyuga clan? Sacrificing their entire lineage seems a poor trade compared to the value of this Rinnegan. Although the Rinnegan does not require the extensive layers of evolution like the Rinnegan, the difficulty of this evolution remains exceedingly high. To my knowledge, only Otsutsuki Kinshiki has reached this level, necessitating an exceptionally pure Byakugan, which can only be found within the Hyuga family. I already have a target in mind." "A target? That Hyuga boy who follows you? No wonder you would allow an average Hyuga to accompany you." Truly, Orochimaru's intellect is remarkable. He immediately deduced it was Hinata-ke. Originally, this Rinnegan was intended for Hinata-ke, but now it is framed as a gift to the Hyuga clan, who will surely express their gratitude. I suffer no loss and gain the support of the Hyuga clan. Why not seize the opportunity? This strategy is indeed clever, but it is rather ostentatious. The old man has expressed some dissatisfaction and has asked me to remind you. It matters little. I am already prepared to take action against Shimura Danzo. By then, the third Hokage will not fare well either. However, Danzo has been unusually quiet of late, making it difficult for me to find a weakness to exploit." Hearing this, Orochimaru paused, realizing he too had not received any recent updates and momentarily forgot about Danzo. Indeed, there have been no missions from the root, which is uncharacteristic of Danzo. Ye Feng contemplated for a moment and said, "Do you have informants within the root? It would be best to find someone to monitor their activities. If there is any sign of movement, we must be informed promptly to avoid being caught off guard. Danzo's silence surely indicates he is plotting something significant, and we should exercise caution during this period." Orochimaru found the situation somewhat tricky. Given Danzo's control over the root, infiltrating is exceedingly difficult, and many of his operatives are not present in Konoha. It seems nearly impossible to keep an eye on them. We can only focus on the major events within the village. Trivial matters do not warrant such prolonged anticipation from Danzo. I shall deploy my resources to see if any clues can be uncovered. That is the only course of action we have. Ye Feng felt somewhat helpless. While he could use his spiritual awareness to locate the hidden bases of the root, it would also risk alerting Danzo and heightening his vigilance. However, Ye Feng did not overly concern himself. As long as Danzo remained in Konoha, he would not plan to leave the village. Within the village, Danzo's options were limited, and his safety should not be in jeopardy. Time swiftly passed, and 2.5 months had elapsed. During this period, Ye Feng maintained a low profile, secluding himself at home to diligently train, ostensibly to give the third Hokage the illusion that his admonitions had borne fruit. Danzo had also refrained from any disruptive actions, granting Konoha a rare period of tranquility. Yet, as the year drew to a close, Ye Feng found himself increasingly anxious about what scheme Danzo might be devising. Having remained so quiet for such an extended time, as he pondered, he sensed the fluctuation of his flying thunder god mark and promptly teleported to its source, which was none other than Orochimaru's laboratory. There, Orochimaru, with a grave expression, declared, "Recently, there have been some movements among the root ninjas." Ye Feng was taken aback, yet relieved. After such a long wait, action was finally imminent. What significant events are set to unfold? No major events. But the old man plans to visit the Land of Fire soon to procure resources for the coming year from the daimyo. Upon hearing this, Ye Feng immediately connected the dots and asked in shock, "The third Hokage? Could it be that Danzo's objective is the Hokage position?" With a perplexed expression, Ye Feng suddenly realized, given Danzo's character, it is entirely plausible. "I think the same. However, what I cannot fathom is what confidence Danzo possesses to eliminate the old man. At this moment, the third Hokage is still in his prime, his strength ranking among the top in the ninja villages. For Danzo to dispose of him, he must wield overwhelming power. Do not underestimate Danzo. Having prepared for so long, he must possess considerable assurance. Regardless, the third Hokage cannot die at this juncture. Otherwise, the other 4 major ninja villages will not let this opportunity slip by. Moreover, Minato is still too young and lacks sufficient achievements at this time. Indeed. Yet I cannot accompany him. Otherwise, Konoha would lack anyone to keep Danzo in check." At this moment, Ye Feng and Orochimaru both realized that Konoha had too few capable experts. The only top-tier combatant was Kakashi, or the heads of various clans, none of whom would accompany the third Hokage to the Land of Fire. If all else fails, have the third Hokage bring Kakashi along, to be on the safe side. It would also be wise to recall Jiraiya. However, Jiraiya is still wandering the world. It is uncertain how long it will take to find him, and whether he can return in time. Inform them, the third Hokage is formidable and not easily dealt with. With Kakashi's presence, it should suffice. And having Jiraiya, there would be a precautionary measure. If any issues arise with the third Hokage, having Jiraiya and you present should be enough to stabilize Konoha. After some contemplation, Orochimaru agreed with Ye Feng's assessment. In uncertain circumstances, it is best to prepare for the worst. Ye Feng also needed to return and make preparations, as his memory recalled an incident years later involving Danzo's assassination attempt on the third Hokage. It was only due to Kakashi's awakening that the third Hokage's life was spared. However, this time had evidently been expedited, and with Danzo possessing some hidden card, Ye Feng was uncertain of its strength. But it was clear that any attempt on the third Hokage's life must be significant. Chapter 210, Taking Action. As Ye Feng returned home, he immediately commenced absorbing the vital energy from his shadow clones. Although his strength had reached formidable heights, he remained acutely aware of the potential for unforeseen setbacks. Ye Feng was determined to confront any impending changes in his utmost form. Should the third Hokage return safely, Ye Feng's enhanced power would be advantageous. Conversely, if the third Hokage did not return, the prospect of war might loom, and an increase in strength would provide an added layer of security. Meanwhile, Orochimaru had also set his plans into motion, dispatching his small snakes to seek out Jiraiya's whereabouts while he hastened to the third Hokage's office, instructing all nearby Anbu to withdraw. The third Hokage, without hesitation, placed his trust in Orochimaru and signaled for everyone to leave. Orochimaru, straightforwardly stating his purpose, requested that the third Hokage take along Kakashi Hitaki. This request momentarily stunned the third Hokage, but he quickly processed it. The inclusion of Kakashi could imply 2 possibilities. Either Kakashi harbored ulterior motives, or he was there for protection. The third Hokage understood Kakashi's character well enough to ascertain that he would not pose a threat. Thus, the remaining assumption was that Kakashi was there for his defense. A sense of vigilance arose within the third Hokage as he realized that someone might be plotting against him during this journey to the Land of Fire. Though Orochimaru did not articulate his intentions explicitly, the third Hokage grasped the underlying message, feeling a twinge of gratitude for his devoted disciple. However, Fully aware of the ambush awaiting him, the third Hokage did not intend to cancel the trip. As the third Hokage, he could not allow fear of danger to dictate his actions. He was not someone to be easily manipulated and was eager to uncover the identity of his would-be assailant. He thus instructed Orochimaru to treat this matter as confidential and agreed to take Kakashi along, while secretly augmenting his protective detail. Seeing that the third Hokage was resolute in proceeding to the capital of the Land of Fire, Orochimaru refrained from further objections. He had done what he could do, and now awaited the move from Danzo Shimura. 3 days later, adhering to the previously established itinerary, the third Hokage, accompanied by 3 guards and Kakashi, departed through the gates of Konohagakure. At the same time, Danzo received word of the third Hokage's departure and was cognizant of Kakashi's presence in the group. A kneeling Umbu operative hesitated for a moment before speaking. Lord Danzo, do you think the third Hokage is aware of our intentions to act against him, which is why he brought Kakashi along? Should we wait for another opportunity? Danzo, maintaining a calm demeanor, replied, do you believe the Blood Moon team has the luxury of waiting for a next chance? The Umbu ninja, acknowledging the urgency, responded honestly, the Blood Moon team has consumed a secret drug, pushing their potential to its limits. They can only survive for another half-month at most. In light of this, Danzo resolved to proceed with the original plan. Given the Blood Moon team's current combat capabilities, even the addition of a few more Kakashis would not ensure the protection of Nijan. Meanwhile, Ye Feng had learned of the third Hokage's departure and found himself in a state of indecision, contemplating whether he should follow suit. An unsettling feeling gnawed at him, hinting that the third Hokage might not return safely this time. Ultimately, Ye Feng made the decision to stealthily pursue, reasoning that as long as he avoided the more formidable foes of the ninja world, his life would not be in jeopardy. Thus, Ye Feng sent a shadow clone to act in his stead while he employed the Flying Thunder God technique to depart from Konohagakure, pursuing the path of the third Hokage. This time, he refrained from using his spiritual sense to avoid detection, relying solely on his perception to gauge the number and positions of individuals. Before long, Ye Feng caught up with the third Hokage's entourage. To his astonishment, he detected 9 hidden individuals nearby, skillfully concealed but not beyond Ye Feng's awareness. He began to feel somewhat redundant in this situation, with so many skilled fighters present, especially the third Hokage and Kakashi. It seemed improbable that anyone in the Land of Fire could threaten the third Hokage. However, having ventured out, Ye Feng had no intention of retreating. He chose to observe as a bystander, eager to discern Danzo's hidden carts. The distance from Konohagakure to the capital of the Land of Fire was not great. A proficient shinobi could traverse it within a day. If an ambush were to occur, the dense forests along the route would serve as the ideal concealment for an attack. Ye Feng had anticipated encountering Danzo's operatives in the afternoon or evening, but to his surprise, he witnessed ninja emerge at noon, obstructing the third Hokage's path. A total of 12 figures, all clad in black cloaks, obscured their faces. Ye Feng recognized the style of the cloaks, recalling that they resembled those worn by the root ninja who had previously attempted to assassinate him and Minato Namikaze. The third Hokage, having donned similar attire in the past, immediately identified the figures before him. I have long hoped to avoid this confrontation with you, he remarked gravely. I never anticipated that Danzo would truly act against me. The members of the Blood Moon team were taken aback, realizing that their identities had been recognized upon their first encounter with the third Hokage. As the third Hokage waved his hand, 9 additional ninjas emerged from the surrounding forest, precisely the individuals Ye Feng had sensed earlier. With 14 individuals on the third Hokage's side, including himself and Kakashi, they held numerical and strength advantages over Danzo's 12, fostering a sense of confidence in the third Hokage about easily thwarting this assassination attempt. However, Ye Feng's brow furrowed in concern. Although the 12 assailants did not exude overwhelming strength, he sensed an unsettling aura akin to death surrounding them, a scent typically associated with the dying. This could only indicate that there was something amiss with these individuals. The 12 members of the Blood Moon team, observing the surrounding ninjas, displayed no signs of panic. Rather, a gleam of madness flickered in their eyes. Then, in unison, they unleashed a tremendous surge of energy, shredding their black cloaks, and their power continued to escalate. Ye Feng's expression shifted dramatically as he recognized the technique they were employing. The 8 gates. He bewilderedly pondered, how is this possible? The 8 gates requires a robust physique as a foundation for training. The root cannot possibly have prepared such a body technique specialist in advance. Could it be that despicable Danzo truly values lives so little? Chapter 211. A dire situation. Ye Feng's thoughts were clouded by a grim possibility. that Shimura Danzo had resorted to a method of rapidly enhancing the physical prowess of ninjas by sacrificing their life force and exploiting their hidden potential. This perilous approach would inevitably shorten their lifespan, exchanging life for fleeting power. Meanwhile, the third Hokage had also sensed an anomaly. The rapid escalation of these individuals' abilities had reached nearly the level of a Kage's chakra, and it was still climbing. The third Hokage could no longer afford to delay and swiftly commanded an offensive, even summoning the beast, Enma. As Enma appeared, he immediately inquired about the formidable adversaries that warranted his summoning. The third Hokage, pressed for time, replied with urgency, "These opponents are abnormal. We must eliminate them quickly, or the consequences will be dire. Transform at once." Upon hearing this, Enma wasted no time and transformed into his staff form, charging into battle alongside the third Hokage. Meanwhile, the 12 members of the Blood Moon Squad exhibited visible strain, with bulging veins and 2 individuals whose skin had turned crimson, emanating red steam. Ye Feng recognized that they had all activated a high tier of the 8 gates, with 2 of them having opened the 8th gate. This revelation astonished Ye Feng. He had not anticipated that Shimura Danzo possessed the capability to forge such formidable physical strength. The 2 factions soon clashed, but the outcome left the third Hokage astounded. In a mere exchange, 2 of his men had their skulls shattered, while another lost a leg and became incapacitated. The remaining members struggled to hold their ground. Facing imminent peril, the Blood Moon Squad also endured losses. 2 ninjas, still unprepared for the strain, rendered their legs useless while attempting to inflict damage on their foes. Yet, they managed to fight on with the strength of their remaining limbs. The 2 strongest members of the Blood Moon Squad confronted the third Hokage and Kakashi Hitaki. The third Hokage attempted to block an attack with his staff but was unable to withstand the force, resulting in Enma reverting to his original form. Blood gushing from his mouth and being hurled several meters away, unconscious and shrouded in smoke, uncertain if he would survive. Kakashi, however, utilizing his mastery of the Hitaki sword technique, managed to parry blows, though he remained primarily on the defensive. Ye Feng hesitated, acutely aware that continuing this way against such overwhelming numbers could jeopardize his safety. In the brief moment of his indecision, the third Hokage lost 4 more men, while 3 members of the Blood Moon Squad perished, including the 2 who had previously been injured. Realizing that the third Hokage and his team might not survive much longer, Ye Feng resolved to intervene. Just then, a massive fire technique soared from a distance, forcing both sides to retreat. A red figure emerged on the side of the third Hokage. It was Jiraiya. The sudden arrival of Jiraiya brought both surprise and relief to the third Hokage, who asked, "Jiraiya? What brings you here?" Jiraiya glanced around at the gruesome scene of fallen ninjas and, with a grave expression, replied, "Orochimaru sent word that you might be attacked and urged me to return for assistance. It seems I have arrived a bit late." The third Hokage, witnessing the lifeless bodies, felt a surge of hatred toward Shimura Danzo. However, he deduced the nature of the enemy's abilities through the unfolding battle and warned Jiraiya, "It is fortunate that you arrived. The opponents have employed the 8 gates technique. We must hold out until they can no longer sustain it, and then we shall claim victory." "The 8 gates? My guy's secret technique." Jiraiya's expression darkened further. He had heard of this jutsu from Orochimaru. Guy had only opened the 7th gate and already attained Kage-level power. While these foes had utilized the 8 gates, the Blood Moon Squad, aware that their time was limited, wasted no moments, even with Jiraiya's arrival. They still held the upper hand. Their leader signaled, and they charged at the third Hokage's team again, this time altering their strategy to an all-out offensive with no defense. Adopting a deadly gamble, this assault inflicted heavy casualties on the Blood Moon Squad, leaving only 4 members alive. While the third Hokage's team was reduced to just the third Hokage, Kakashi, and Jiraiya, the latter of whom had suffered a leg injury, significantly impairing his mobility and combat effectiveness. At that moment, a ninja who had opened the 8th gate knelt, clearly struggling to maintain composure. The 2 8-gate users exchanged glances and surged forward, while the remaining 2 followed suit. The 2 8-gate users confronted Jiraiya and the third Hokage, while the other 2 faced Kakashi. Kakashi, in his current state, found it increasingly difficult to contend with his opponents. After a few exchanges, he bore additional wounds, blood flowing freely. Meanwhile, the third Hokage and Jiraiya began to show signs of fatigue. Recognizing the dire situation, Jiraiya summoned Fukasaku to assist Kakashi. However, during Jiraiya's summoning, the Blood Moon ninjas disregarded him and turned their focus towards the third Hokage. Alarmed, the third Hokage hurled 3 kunai in an attempt to slow their advance. But the enemy displayed a reckless determination, enduring the kunai strikes and closing in on the third Hokage, seizing his shoulders. At that moment, Another Blood Moon ninja seized the opportunity, charging in with a kunai aimed directly at the third Hokage's heart, intent on ending his life. As Jiraiya raced to intervene, it became apparent that time was slipping away. Just as the kunai was about to pierce the third Hokage's chest, a stone flew from the distance, striking the kunai and altering its trajectory, causing it to embed itself in the opposite side of the third Hokage's chest. Chapter 212. The Fourth Gate. Suddenly, a masked figure clad in a black and red cloud attire appeared, sending the Blood Moon ninja flying, who was intent on continuing the assault. It was Ye Feng. Previously, the third Hokage had been ensnared, startling Ye Feng, who had not anticipated such a tactic from the Blood Moon. He hastily donned his mask and rushed forward. Although he miscalculated a potentially fatal blow at a critical moment, the third Hokage still sustained injuries. The Blood Moon ninja entangled with the third Hokage, sensing the shift in circumstances, attempted to attack again. However, the third Hokage seized the opportunity to break free, and Jiraiya's timely arrival aided in repelling the ninja that had ensnared him. Ye Feng positioned himself before the Blood Moon ninja, evidently determined to protect the third Hokage and Jiraiya behind him. Thanks to this esteemed individual for intervening, the third Hokage began to express his gratitude to Ye Feng. Yet before he could finish his sentence, darkness engulfed his vision and his consciousness slipped away, his body collapsing. Both Jiraiya and Ye Feng were taken aback. Jiraiya quickly examined him, discovering that the blood from the third Hokage's chest had turned black, indicating it had been tainted with deadly poison. At that moment, a piercing scream echoed, and Ye Feng turned to see that Fukasaku, the Toad Sage, could not withstand the assault from two Blood Moon ninjas, sustaining deep gashes across his body. Meanwhile, Shikaka Nara lay bloodied on the ground, but the rise and fall of his chest indicated that he still clung to life. Understanding that without immediate intervention, both the third Hokage and Shikaku would perish, Ye Feng retrieved two wooden spirit talismans from his possession and handed them to Jiraiya, his voice sharp and urgent. Infuse these talismans with chakra and affix them to their bodies. It will temporarily preserve their lives. Take them and leave quickly. I will handle the rest. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Jiraiya wasted no time questioning the efficacy of the talismans. He promptly placed one on the third Hokage and, lifting him, rushed towards Shikaku. Yet, the two Blood Moon ninjas, intent on obstructing their escape, found their path blocked by Ye Feng, who prepared to confront them. In a one-on-two scenario, Ye Feng found himself at a disadvantage. Even with the third gate activated, he could barely fend off one of their attacks. However, he had grown considerably stronger and resolved to attempt unlocking the fourth gate. Ye Feng had the capability to open the fourth gate long ago, but the risks associated with its activation had deterred him. Today, facing two ninjas who had also opened the 8 gates, he felt compelled to take the risk. Channeling chakra, Ye Feng struck against the barrier of the fourth gate, but his initial attempts only resulted in cracks, inflicting pain upon him. It was no wonder they spoke of the risks associated with the fourth gate. The agony was almost unbearable. With danger looming, he charged again. And this time the fourth gate opened successfully. Ye Feng felt his muscles and bones under immense pressure, rapidly draining his energy, but he could still endure the strain. As he gazed at the two approaching ninjas, an eagerness surged within him to test his enhanced physical prowess against them. Ye Feng dashed forward, his speed so overwhelming that it momentarily befuddled him, allowing the ninjas to evade him. However, they clearly had no intention of lingering, seeking instead to pursue Jiraiya. Yet Ye Feng would not grant them that opportunity. Activating his 3-tomo Sharingan, he intercepted their path once more. With the Sharingan's enhancement, he felt his physical capabilities surpass those of his adversaries. Ye Feng swiftly lunged at one of the ninjas, who responded in kind. In the instant their fists collided, the opponent unexpectedly coughed up blood and collapsed, clearly having exhausted their life force. Ye Feng stared at his fist in disbelief, pondering, could the fourth gate enhance my strength to such a degree? Turning to the remaining ninja, he thought, if one fell so easily, let us see how formidable this one is. With exhilaration, he lunged once again, akin to a flower blooming. This time, the two engaged in a more balanced exchange, revealing that the previous Blood Moon ninja had succumbed not to Ye Feng's strike, but rather to their own failing vitality. Nevertheless, Ye Feng now held the upper hand, rendering the remaining adversary incapable of posing a threat. The two other Blood Moon ninjas soon arrived, but Jiraiya had already departed, leaving Fukasaku to retreat back to Mount Myaboku. The newly arrived ninjas were visibly fatigued, nearing their limits. As Ye Feng faced 3 opponents, he remained unperturbed, for they too neared exhaustion. And the area was devoid of allies. He was free to unleash his full power. With a swift gesture, he conjured a whirlwind that surged toward the incoming ninjas. They leapt to evade, but as they descended, the solid ground transformed into a quagmire, swiftly encasing them in mud. One of the ninjas, evidently more experienced, managed to escape the mire through sheer friction, while the other was less fortunate, ensnared by the earth, which rapidly consumed them, vanishing without a sound. Their life extinguished in silence. Chapter 213. The dire consequences. This scene instilled fear in the remaining two, as the ninja of the Blood Moon displayed a resolute expression and swiftly charged toward Ye Feng. Observing this demeanor, Ye Feng realized that the ninja must possess a formidable technique, intent on a mutual demise. Consequently, he quickly evaded the attack, recognizing that it was the opponent who was anxious, not himself. As long as the adversary did not retreat, Ye Feng had no intention of entangling himself in a confrontation. The two engaged in a relentless chase, wasting precious time. The Blood Moon ninja soon acknowledged the futility of pursuing Ye Feng and altered his course towards the direction where Jiraiya had fled. Ye Feng sighed inwardly, realizing that the ninja was not foolish and was attempting to exploit his vulnerability to draw him in. However, Ye Feng had no choice but to follow, for allowing the ninja to catch up to Jiraiya would render all his previous efforts meaningless. Ye Feng hastened after him, but as the Blood Moon ninja sensed Ye Feng closing in, he executed a sudden reversal, charging back towards Ye Feng. His blood surged forth, expanding in a spherical manner, aiming to envelop Ye Feng entirely. The ninja's expression contorted into a grimace, as if victory was within his grasp. Yet, Ye Feng remained unperturbed, displaying none of the fear the ninja sought. He had anticipated this maneuver, having been well informed about Shimura Danzo's infamous four symbols seal, and had intentionally fallen into the trap. With a smile, Ye Feng waved farewell, saying, "Goodbye, I shall take my leave. Until we meet again." In an instant, his figure vanished. The Blood Moon ninja was momentarily stunned by the spectacle, then expressed his frustration with a roar. "Is that the Flying Thunder God technique? Who exactly are you?" But no one was left to answer his query, as he lay lifeless on the ground. Now, only one Blood Moon ninja remained. But lacking the ability to open the 8 gates, he was at the end of his rope and posed no threat to Ye Feng. Ye Feng chose not to kill him, instead sealing his consciousness with his true energy, rendering him unconscious, for he still held some value to Ye Feng. Surveying the battlefield scattered with corpses, Ye Feng sighed, reflecting on how the desire for power could lead to such devastation. Nonetheless, he collected all the bodies, intending to grant them a proper burial once the tumult had passed. After clearing the battlefield, Ye Feng suddenly recalled that Fukasaku had sustained injuries earlier. A look of elation spread across his otherwise fatigued visage as he hurried to the location where Fukasaku had been hurt, only to discover a significant amount of blood. Overjoyed, Ye Feng was grateful for his habit of carrying empty vials, intended for gathering special blood, which proved fortuitous in this moment. In a childlike exuberance, Ye Feng meticulously scoured the vicinity, even employing his spiritual sense to ensure not a single drop was overlooked. It was not until half an hour later that he concluded his scavenging endeavor. Gazing at the 12 vials brimming with blood, he felt that this venture had yielded exceptional returns, granting him a sense of newfound wealth. After inspecting the battlefield to ensure nothing was amiss, Ye Feng seized the remaining captive and made his way to Orochimaru's laboratory. At that moment, the third Hokage had yet to return to Konoha, and Orochimaru had not received any news. Upon seeing Ye Feng arrive, clutching an individual, Orochimaru immediately sensed that something significant had transpired. However, noticing Ye Feng's somewhat jubilant demeanor, he inquired with curiosity, "Is there some joyous occasion?" Ye Feng, caught off guard by the question, responded, "Joyous occasion? What joy could there possibly be?" Orochimaru remarked, "Then what accounts for your excitement?" Ye Feng sheepishly touched his face and retorted, "Is it that obvious? Perhaps I am grinning so widely it reaches the back of my head." In truth, he felt a twinge of anxiety regarding the third Hokage's safety, as he had accompanied him out of the village. Orochimaru, upon hearing this, slapped his forehead in frustration, having focused solely on the village's elite and neglected to account for Ye Feng's presence. With Ye Feng by his side, he was far more formidable than Kakashi. However, Orochimaru soon realized that Ye Feng should still be following the old man and questioned, "How could you have returned? Could it be?" Alarmed by this thought, he quickly asked, "Did Shimura Danzo make his move?" Ye Feng nodded slightly, gesturing towards the captive. "Indeed, he has acted, and it is now over. Danzo's subordinates are largely deceased, with only this one remaining." Ye Feng then tossed the sealed corpse scrolls to Orochimaru. Hearing Ye Feng's words, Orochimaru felt a sense of relief wash over him. If all the adversaries were dead, it meant Danzo's plans had failed. He began to open the scrolls to confirm the identities of the fallen ninjas. However, upon inspection, he was taken aback to find 22 corpses, the conditions of which were exceedingly grim, except for the last ninja, who had met a relatively less horrific end at Ye Feng's hands. The sheer number of deaths startled Orochimaru, but as he examined the bodies, he discovered that over half were clad in Konoha Jounin attire and headbands, invoking within him a foreboding sense. His unease intensified upon spotting the bodies of the third Hokage's 3 guards among them, casting doubt on the outcome of the battle. Turning to Ye Feng, he asked, "Whose bodies are these? How's the old man?" "The third Hokage is gravely poisoned, on the verge of death. And Kakashi is also near death. Fortunately, Jiraiya arrived just in time. I held off Danzo's men while Jiraiya took the 2 back. They should be returning shortly. As for the others, they are all dead." Orochimaru struggled to comprehend this outcome, urgently inquiring, how many men did Danzo deploy to cause such devastation? Did the old man not bring 3 Jounin teams with him? Ye Feng, taken aback, realized that the third Hokage had secretly brought 9 additional men and had disclosed this information to Orochimaru, indicating a level of trust in him. "You were aware that the third Hokage brought so many people? Yet, Danzo only sent 12. Orochimaru, incredulous at this number, quickly countered, "Impossible. The old man had a total of 14, including 2 with shadow-level strength, the rest were Jounin, and with Jiraiya, I refuse to believe Danzo possessed such power. Had this been before, I too would have doubted it. However, if all 12 activated the 8 gates, 2 of them fully unleashed their potential. The 8 gates? Preposterous. You should be more familiar with this forbidden technique. It demands a significant physical foundation to master, unless." Chapter 214. The Return of the Hokage Initially. Orochimaru was incredulous that anyone could swiftly unlock the 8 gates. However, as a realization dawned upon him, his previously unwavering tone began to waver in uncertainty. Observing this change, Ye Feng sensed that Orochimaru had stumbled upon something significant, prompting him to inquire, "Have you recalled something? I had heard whispers of a potion within the roots that could greatly augment one's strength, albeit at the cost of one's vitality. Such elixirs are exceedingly rare and precious. It is astonishing that Danzo would resort to such measures," Orochimaru mused. Yet, in the midst of their conversation, Orochimaru suddenly recalled the third Hokage. Displaying an urgent demeanor as he prepared to leave, Ye Feng, puzzled, queried, "Orochimaru, where are you headed?" Without pausing, Orochimaru replied over his shoulder, "The old man is on the brink of death. I must bring someone to assist him. Should he not survive the journey back to the village, it would be disastrous." Upon hearing this, Ye Feng felt less anxious, reassuring him, "Do not rush. Your hurried departure might lead others to believe you are launching an attack on the third Hokage. Rest assured, I have applied the wood spirit talismans to both the third Hokage and Kakashi Hitaki. They are unlikely to perish anytime soon. Perhaps by the time we return to the village, they will have recovered." Upon hearing this, Orochimaru recognized his own impatience. Given Ye Feng's myriad of abilities, if he assured that all would be well, then the old man should indeed be safe. Yet, unfamiliar with the wood spirit talismans, Orochimaru inquired further. Ye Feng took the opportunity to elucidate the 6 basic talismans, bestowing a set upon Orochimaru. With an abundance of blood at his disposal, Ye Feng was generous in his offerings. Orochimaru, upon hearing the potent capabilities of these talismans, could not help but express admiration, feeling a renewed sense of confidence regarding the third Hokage's safety. Meanwhile, Jiraiya was nearing the gates of Konoha. Initially concerned that the third Hokage and Kakashi Hitaki might not endure until his return, he was taken aback to see that Kakashi's wounds had begun to scab over, a testament to the talisman's remarkable efficacy. The third Hokage bore only 1 wound on his chest, which too had started to heal, yet his complexion remained grim. It was evident that while the talisman worked wonders on external injuries, it seemed ineffective against poison. Nevertheless, the third Hokage's breathing remained steady, and with Jiraiya approaching the village, the Hokage's life was likely to be secured. At the gates of Konoha, the guards spotted a figure racing toward them. Initially, they assumed it was an enemy ambush and braced themselves to sound the alarm. However, as the individual drew closer, they recognized Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin. And their vigilance waned, although curiosity lingered regarding the 2 individuals perched on his shoulders, whom they found somewhat familiar. Jiraiya, undeterred, sped past them, calling out, "The third Hokage is gravely injured. I must take them to the hospital." This revelation startled the guards, and upon recalling the figures on Jiraiya's shoulders, they realized it was indeed the third Hokage and Kakashi Hitaki. The gravity of the situation dawned on them, compelling them to report urgently. Meanwhile, Danzo sat in the Hokage's office, leisurely spinning in the chair, convinced that the third Hokage would not return to Konoha. With Kakashi also present, he saw no need to devise a plan for his elimination. It was an opportune moment, to rid himself of both, leaving Orochimaru as the sole competitor for the Hokage's position. Having ensnared Orochimaru in his web since the latter's research on the first Hokage's cells, Danzo knew that if he exposed this matter and manipulated it to his advantage, Orochimaru would become a rogue ninja, eliminating any competition for the Hokage's role. The thought brought a sinister smile to Danzo's face. At that moment, a root ninja entered the office, interrupting Danzo's revelry, which incited his irritation. What could possibly be so urgent as to disturb me at this moment? He snapped. The root ninja, startled, stammered, "I just received word that the third Hokage has returned. But he is currently in a state of poisoned unconsciousness, recuperating in the Konoha hospital." Danzo's expression shifted to one of shock, muttering, "How can this be? With so many elite shinobi, they could not vanquish him?" Realizing the implications, he quickly asked, "Who brought him back, and how many returned?" "It was Lord Jiraiya. And he only brought back the third Hokage and Kakashi Hitaki, both of whom are in a coma," the ninja replied. Danzo, taken aback, thought, "I did not anticipate his return at this juncture. Yet even with Jiraiya's assistance, he should not have failed." Confounded, he knew that now was not the time for contemplation. Since he had already taken action, he could not allow any survivors. Both the third Hokage and Kakashi Hitaki must perish. With a fierce expression, Danzo commanded the root ninja, "Arrange 3 teams immediately. We leave at once." In the Konoha hospital, the third Hokage and Kakashi Hitaki were rushed into the emergency room, while Jiraiya waited anxiously outside. Soon, the hospital director emerged from the operating room, and Jiraiya hurried to meet him. "How are they?" he inquired. The director's face was troubled as he replied, "Kakashi's life is not in danger, but he has sustained multiple fractures in his leg and arm, which may prevent him from being a ninja in the future. As for the third Hokage, he has been afflicted by a peculiar and potent poison that seems to be affecting his brain. This is the first time we have encountered such a toxin. We can only temporarily suppress it, and we have yet to devise a treatment." This news alarmed Jiraiya, who urged, "This is the Hokage of Konoha. We must find a solution." Naturally, the director was committed to doing all he could to save the Hokage. But their options were limited. He suggested, "Perhaps you should fetch Tsunade. Her medical ninjutsu is unparalleled in the shinobi world, and she might have a solution." Jiraiya knew that Tsunade's skills were superior, but finding her would not be a swift endeavor. He asked the director, "How long can you suppress the poison?" "Even if I leave now to find Tsunade, it will take at least a week, and if luck is not on our side, it could stretch to half a month." Chapter 215. Underhanded tactics. This predicament has left the hospital director in a state of distress. The third Hokage has temporarily subdued the toxin due to the paper talisman. Yet we remain uncertain as to how long its effects will endure. Once the talisman's efficacy wanes, our only recourse will be to delay the spread of the toxin, which we can manage for a maximum of 4 or 5 days. 4 or 5 days. This revelation cast a shadow of despair over Jiraiya, given his speed. Such a time frame is woefully insufficient for a round trip. In this moment of despondency, Jiraiya suddenly recalled his disciple, Minato Namikaze. With the Flying Thunder God technique at his disposal, Minato could significantly reduce travel time. This thought reignited a flicker of hope within Jiraiya, prompting him to urgently address the hospital director. "No matter what it takes, ensure that the third Hokage remains stable for the next 5 days. I will seek Tsunade and endeavor to return within that period. Is that feasible?" Understanding the gravity of the situation, the hospital director nodded solemnly, acknowledging that this was indeed their utmost limit. As Jiraiya prepared to leave, he was confronted by Danzo Shimura, accompanied by 3 squads of ninja. It then struck Jiraiya that the assailants who attacked the third Hokage were proficient in the 8 Gates technique, a forbidden art not visible to the average shinobi. Only the higher echelons of Konoha could have access to such techniques, with Danzo being the prime suspect. Jiraiya stepped forward to block Danzo's path, his voice low and resolute. "What brings you here?" Danzo, undeterred by Jiraiya's hostile demeanor, retorted, "The third Hokage has been attacked, and such a covert operation indicates the presence of enemy spies within Konoha's leadership. For the safety of the third Hokage, I must assume responsibility for his protection and prevent any further attempts on his life." Jiraiya was not swayed by Danzo's assertions and quickly dismissed him. "I will safeguard this place. You and your men should leave. During this critical period, I cannot allow anyone unauthorized to approach the Hokage." Danzo, however, was not one to relent easily, responding with a grave tone. "With Hiruzen unconscious, I bear the responsibility for his safety. Since he cannot oversee Konoha, I have no choice but to protect both him and the village." Jiraiya, unimpressed by Danzo's self-righteousness, countered fiercely, I do not trust you. You are merely one of the three advisors, not someone who can operate unilaterally. While I am here, you shall not approach the Hokage. Recognizing Jiraiya's unwavering stance, Danzo realized that diplomacy was futile and resorted to more drastic measures. Your belief is irrelevant. I suspect Jiraiya is colluding with the assailants who attacked the third Hokage. Seize him. Upon Danzo's command, the three squads of ninjas advanced towards Jiraiya, who prepared himself for a fierce confrontation. Just as conflict was on the brink of erupting, a series of applause echoed through the hospital. It was Orochimaru, who had received news of the situation, entering with a look of disdain directed at Danzo. Danzo, what a show of authority. You dare to apprehend Jiraiya without any evidence? Do you truly believe Konoha belongs to you? Danzo's expression darkened upon Orochimaru's arrival, his voice chillingly cold. Do you wish to oppose me as well? In contrast, Orochimaru merely smiled, responding, I do not seek conflict with you. I merely advocate for reason and truth. Danzo found himself in a precarious position. While he could have subdued Jiraiya with his forces, the addition of Orochimaru made such an endeavor nearly impossible. Just then, Tsunade and Mito arrived, witnessing the tense standoff. However, their priority was not the conflict at hand, but rather inquiring about the third Hokage's condition. The hospital director provided an honest account, mentioning Jiraiya's intent to fetch Tsunade for treatment. Upon hearing this, Tsunade reproached Jiraiya, knowing your master is in such urgent need. Why are you still here instead of seeking Tsunade? Jiraiya remained resolute, his gaze fixed on Danzo. I do not trust him. The Hokage's safety does not require Danzo's interference. I will arrange for the protection. Tsunade, seeking to mediate, remarked, Danzo is also acting in the interest of Hiruzen's safety. We are all here for the same reason. To this, Jiraiya retorted angrily. He cares for the Hokage? 12 ninjas attacked him, all employing the 8 gates technique, with 2 opening the 8th gate. Can you honestly tell me he is not implicated? Both Tsunade and Mito were taken aback, their expressions reflecting disbelief as they turned to Danzo. The suspicion surrounding him was palpable, given his ambition for the Hokage position. Danzo, however, quickly denied any involvement. I had no part in this. I was in Konoha, and my subordinates remained as well. None were deployed elsewhere. You may verify this. Yet, no one present was inclined to believe him, uncertain of the extent of his influence. Tsunade promptly inquired of Jiraiya, do we have any leads or evidence regarding those attackers? Jiraiya shook his head. Their strength was formidable, each possessing power nearing that of a Kage. We managed to escape due to the intervention of a mysterious individual who engaged them. The mention of a mysterious figure brought to mind previous rumors within Konoha, leaving the advisors uncertain of their intentions. While the unknown benefactor had saved the third Hokage, they lacked concrete evidence to act decisively. Tsunade, recognizing the complexity of the situation, stated, there are many uncertainties here, and we cannot jump to conclusions. Since you are so adamant, Jiraiya, I entrust the safety of Hiruzen to your discretion. As for you, Danzo, given the substantial suspicion surrounding you, I suggest you take some time off at home until Hiruzen regains consciousness. With that, Tsunade fixed a warning gaze on Danzo, signaling him to refrain from further meddling. Acknowledging the futility of his position, Danzo nodded lightly and departed with his subordinates. Chapter 216. The search for Tsunade. After Shimura Danzo departed, Jiraiya exhaled a sigh of relief. A conflict within Konoha would inevitably result in losses for the village. However, he found himself in a quandary. If he were to embark on the quest for Tsunade alongside Minato Namikaze, Konoha would be left vulnerable with only Orochimaru remaining. He feared that should Danzo harbor any further treachery, he might send reinforcements to undermine Orochimaru's defenses. Thus, Jiraiya voiced his concerns to Orochimaru. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru smiled. For he was no longer the same Orochimaru of old. His strength had significantly increased. Protecting the third Hokage and Kakashi Hitaki would pose little challenge for him. Yet, to assuage Jiraiya's worries, Orochimaru suggested, if you're apprehensive, leave Minato behind. His Flying Thunder God technique, coupled with my presence, should ensure that no harm befalls the old man. With Orochimaru's assurances, Jiraiya felt more at ease, knowing that the third Hokage was likely to remain safe. Furthermore, even if combat ensued, Minato's ability to teleport would facilitate a swift escape. Nevertheless, he needed Minato for the journey, and thus exclaimed, if Minato stays, who will accompany me in the search for Tsunade? Orochimaru, wearing a mysterious smile, replied, speaking of finding someone, I have an individual in mind who can expedite your search. He led Jiraiya into an unoccupied room, leaving Jiraiya feeling perplexed by Orochimaru's intentions. Once inside, Orochimaru closed the door and produced a Flying Thunder God kunai. Jiraiya recognized this kunai, as it was used by his own disciple, though the inscriptions appeared slightly different. Orochimaru infused chakra into the kunai, and in an instant, the figure of Ye Feng materialized before them. Jiraiya, taken aback by Ye Feng's sudden appearance, recalled that the ability to use the Flying Thunder God technique was not exclusive to Minato. This Uchiha boy possessed the same skill. However, observing Ye Feng's diminutive stature, Jiraiya questioned, with such a slight frame, how far can he take me? He pales in comparison to Minato. Ye Feng, still bewildered, was unsure of Orochimaru's motives, and Jiraiya's comments only added to his confusion. Sensing this, Orochimaru explained Jiraiya's intent to Ye Feng. Upon hearing the details, Ye Feng realized Orochimaru's plan to leverage his Flying Thunder God technique and sensory abilities to locate Tsunade. This was indeed within Ye Feng's expertise, and he had no desire for the third Hokage to perish before Minato reached maturity. Both he and Orochimaru had no ambitions for the Hokage position but were determined to prevent it from falling into unworthy hands. Yet Jiraiya still regarded Ye Feng with skepticism, questioning, "Are you capable of this?" To which Ye Feng retorted with indignation, "A man must not declare his inadequacies. If we are to find someone, let us proceed swiftly." With that, he grasped Jiraiya's garment and executed the Flying Thunder God technique. Jiraiya was taken aback, having merely posed a question, only to find himself whisked away by Ye Feng, who had already taken the initiative without waiting for Jiraiya to specify their destination. As the scenery shifted around him, Jiraiya found himself in a dense forest, momentarily stunned, while Ye Feng impatiently urged, "Aren't we in a hurry to find someone? Let us go." Ye Feng dashed ahead, leaving Jiraiya momentarily dazed, but he quickly regained his composure and called out, "Do you even know where we are searching for Tsunade?" With an air of nonchalance, Ye Feng replied, "Knowing Tsunade's disposition, she is either evading creditors or indulging in gambling. The renowned gambling dens near the Land of Fire are either in Shirut Street or the capital. She would likely avoid the capital, after all. She is one of the legendary three ninjas and values her reputation. Thus, we are left with two probable locations." Upon hearing this, Jiraiya recognized Ye Feng's deep understanding of Tsunade. "Since you are aware of these two places, you must also know they lie in opposite directions. If we choose incorrectly, it will cost us precious time to redirect our search." Unfazed, Ye Feng replied, "It won't take much time at one place. Stop being so overly cautious. We need to keep moving." With that, he ignored Jiraiya and continued on his path. Jiraiya, feeling somewhat helpless, decided to trust the boy's instincts and began searching, considering Shirut Street the most probable location for Tsunade. However, after traveling for a while, Jiraiya's expression shifted to one of disbelief. He realized they were already quite close to Shirut Street. At their current pace, they could reach it in 5 or 6 hours. Typically, the journey to Shirut Street from the southwestern border of the Land of Fire would take him nearly 2 days. This indicated that Ye Feng had executed an extraordinary distance with a single use of the Flying Thunder God technique, an impressive feat that must have consumed a substantial amount of chakra. What astonished Jiraiya even more was that Ye Feng appeared utterly unfazed by the exertion, shattering Jiraiya's preconceived notions of the boy. His gaze toward Ye Feng shifted significantly. Ye Feng, noticing Jiraiya's change in demeanor, teased, "Don't look at me like that. My interest lies solely with beautiful women, not with you, old man." Jiraiya, initially stern, found himself relaxing at Ye Feng's words, chuckling as he replied, "You little brat seem to know quite a bit. I too am only interested in attractive women." These light-hearted exchanges bridged the gap between them, and as they journeyed forward, they shared amusing stories, alleviating the monotony of their quest. Meanwhile, Orochimaru had summoned the personnel from Konoha to the hospital, ensuring the premises were secured and restricting entry to all but essential personnel. Even doctors and nurses had to undergo rigorous verification before being allowed into the third Hokage's room, where Orochimaru vigilantly monitored the situation. At this juncture, Minato Namikaze arrived at the hospital and was astounded to learn of the events that had transpired. He was shocked to discover that Danzo had dared to strike against the third Hokage. This revelation stirred Minato to action. The coming days would certainly not pass without incident. Minato even suggested that Kakashi Hitaki should be brought to the hospital, as he had been an eyewitness and could very well be a target for Danzo. Orochimaru agreed, recognizing the wisdom in Minato's suggestion, and they arranged for Kakashi's arrival, ensuring they would be ready for whatever might unfold. Chapter 217, Hospital Assault in the Hospital Room. Kakashi Hitaki gazed sorrowfully at his father, Tsukumo Hitaki, who lay on the bed. Upon learning of his father's grave injuries, Kakashi rushed to the hospital, only to be met with the sight of his father, swathed in bandages like a dumpling. which brought tears to his eyes. In Kakashi's memory, Tsukumo had always been a godlike figure, powerful, wise, and warm. Yet now, he lay silently on the bed, informed that he might never be a ninja again. A notion that Kakashi found difficult to accept. As Kakashi wrestled with his sorrow, a group of masked ninjas suddenly burst into the room, startling him. Without uttering a word, they began to gather the equipment surrounding the bed, seemingly intent on relocating Tsukumo. Observing this, Kakashi's instincts kicked in, and he asked warily, "Who are you? What do you intend to do?" One of the ninjas, without lifting his gaze, replied, "We are Umbu ninjas, executing a mission to transfer Tsukumo Hatake to a secure location." Kakashi's expression shifted to one of skepticism, sensing something amiss about these individuals. He promptly stepped forward, interrupting their actions, and declared, "I will take care of my father myself. There is no need for your assistance." The ninja, slightly irritated, retorted, "Apologies, but our orders are to relocate Tsukumo Hatake to safety. If you have any questions, you may inquire with the higher-ups of Konoha. Now, step aside." As the ninja attempted to shove Kakashi aside, they were unprepared for Kakashi's formidable prowess. Though he was merely a chunin, his strength was nearing that of a jonin, and his taijutsu skills, honed through training with Leaf's elite, were impressive. The attempt to displace him failed entirely. This failure fueled Kakashi's suspicions regarding their true identities, and he stated firmly, "Who issued these orders? If you do not clarify, none shall lay a hand on my father." The Umbu ninjas, now visibly angered, responded, "The Umbu operate independently. It is not for a child like you to interfere. If you obstruct us, we will have no choice but to subdue you." As they advanced towards Kakashi, he was already prepared to engage. He evaded the first attack and charged at the two remaining ninjas. Channeling chakra into his hand, he unleashed a Rasengan, striking one of the ninjas, who was sent flying through the wall, crashing into the corridor and losing consciousness. Realizing that not all three were jonin, and having already incapacitated one, Kakashi felt a significant reduction in pressure. At that moment, another group of ninjas approached Tsukumo's room, alerted by the loud crash. The leader's expression changed dramatically as he grasped the situation and quickly urged his companions to hasten their pace. Meanwhile, Kakashi faced the two remaining ninjas, one of whom was indeed a jonin. With his father's safety at stake, Kakashi found himself at a disadvantage, fighting with restraint. In a brief moment, a shuriken pierced his shoulder, causing blood to flow profusely. Just as Kakashi seemed on the verge of collapse, the timely arrival of another team of ninjas shifted the tide. They shouted at the assailants, "Who are you to dare commit violence in Konoha? Surrender at once." The three ninjas charged forward, prompting the masked assailants to realize the gravity of their predicament. They abandoned Kakashi and fled through an unguarded window. In their escape, the jonin turned back and hurled a shuriken at the unconscious ninja, attached with an explosive tag. The ensuing explosion echoed in the room, and the previously unconscious ninja was obliterated. The injured chunin attempted to crawl away amidst the chaos, but Kakashi swiftly blocked his path. This delay allowed the newly arrived ninjas to capture the chunin with ease. The leader then rushed to the window, only to find the escaping jonin had vanished. As the leader expressed his frustration, a sudden urgent shout pierced the air. "Quickly, fetch a doctor. This man has committed suicide by poison." The leader turned to see the captured chunin, now pale, blood trickling from his mouth, convulsing violently. He had indeed taken poison. Within moments, he lay still, shocked. The leader realized these individuals were highly trained assassins who would not hesitate to end their own lives if captured. Surveying the disarray in the room, the leader approached Kakashi and stated, "I was sent by Lord Orochimaru to escort Tsukumo Hatake to the third Hokage's room for temporary residence." Kakashi remained silent, eyeing the leader warily. Understanding the mistrust that permeated the air, the leader added, "You may personally accompany Tsukumo Hatake to meet Lord Orochimaru, who is also in the hospital. We will provide rear support." Recognizing Orochimaru's close ties with Hade and assessing the leader's reliability, Kakashi nodded slightly in agreement. Relieved, the leader acknowledged Kakashi's consent. At that moment, hospital ninjas arrived on the scene, shocked by the chaos. Konoha's hospital had not faced an assault in many years. However, there was no time for astonishment. Doctors and nurses hurried to gather Tsukumo's belongings and equipment, while one attended to Kakashi's wounds. The body of the chunin was intentionally overlooked. Designated personnel would handle it later. Chapter 218, Nosebleed. Before long, Kakashi Hatake pushed his father into the hospital room of the third Hokage. Inside the room were Minato Namikaze, Orochimaru, and the unconscious third Hokage. Upon seeing Minato, Kakashi's anxious heart settled. He trusted Minato would not harm him. At that moment, both Orochimaru and Minato had already learned of the situation at the hospital. Their expressions filled with anger. It was utterly outrageous that Danzo Shimura dared to act within the village of Konoha. However, no evidence linking Danzo to the deceased body was found, not even the cursed seal of the Root organization. Although everyone knew Danzo was behind it, they were powerless to take action against him. Now, they could only wait for Tsunade to return to treat the third Hokage. Meanwhile, at the Root base, Danzo's subordinates were reporting the situation at the hospital. Upon hearing their report, Danzo's face contorted with fury as he exclaimed, "You useless fools. You can't even handle such a trivial matter." The sound of objects being smashed followed, and the kneeling Root ninjas dared not utter a word. After a while, once Danzo had vented his anger, his expression became calm again as he continued, "Since we cannot capture Tsukumo Hitaki, the plan to threaten his son into silence is rendered useless. How many ninjas do we have available?" A member of the Umbu responded, "Aside from those on missions outside, there are fewer than 15 who can return in a short time." Danzo pondered for a moment before speaking in a low voice. "Gather all the ninjas who can return by tomorrow evening. We cannot sit idle. We must eliminate Hizashi before Tsunade returns. This is our last chance." "Yes," the Root ninja replied, preparing to leave, but was stopped by Danzo once more. "Wait. Inform the infiltrators in Sunagakure and Iwagakure to subtly disclose that the third Hokage has been poisoned and is unconscious, as well as that Jiraiya is about to set off to find Tsunade." The Root ninja hesitated, quickly responding, "Doing so could ignite a war between the villages." Danzo, however, dismissed the concern. "We need the pressure of war to alleviate our predicament. In these extraordinary times, certain rules can be disregarded." Although the Root ninja still hesitated, he ultimately accepted the order and departed. As dusk descended, Ye Feng and Jiraiya arrived at the bustling Shurut Street. Despite the late hour, the area was ablaze with lights and teeming with people, creating a lively atmosphere. Amidst the throng, Ye Feng and Jiraiya navigated through the cacophony of calls and the sight of various scantily clad women enticing customers at the door. Had it not been for Ye Feng's young stature, he might have been tempted to dive right into the scene. In stark contrast to his usual lecherous demeanor, Jiraiya adopted a more serious tone as he spoke to Ye Feng. "Shurut Street is quite large. Let's split up and search for her before dawn." With that, Jiraiya turned to begin his search, but Ye Feng grasped his clothing, preventing him from leaving. This left Jiraiya perplexed, a look of confusion crossing his face as he asked, "What is it?" With a confident demeanor, Ye Feng replied nonchalantly, "I'm merely looking for someone. There's no need for such fuss." With his senses fully activated, Ye Feng instantly absorbed every detail within a 10-kilometer radius into his mind. At the moment his perception expanded, Jiraiya felt a sudden sense of danger, instinctively preparing for battle. It must be said that the reputation of Shurut Street as a red-light district was well-deserved, with its vibrant nightlife, bars, and entertainment districts vividly captured in Ye Feng's mind. So much so that he found himself experiencing a nosebleed. Jiraiya, who had been on high alert, was taken aback when he noticed Ye Feng suddenly bleeding from the nose. He thought to himself, "Who is this person that can harm Ye Feng right under my nose?" Jiraiya scanned the surroundings again but found no sign of enemies. He quickly nudged Ye Feng. "Kid, are you alright? Why are you bleeding? Were you attacked?" Jiraiya's touch snapped Ye Feng back to reality, reminding him of the purpose of their visit. After realizing he hadn't detected Tsunade's presence during his scan, he hastily wiped his nose and, feeling somewhat embarrassed, told Jiraiya, "Tsunade isn't here. We should leave." Without waiting for a response, Ye Feng headed towards the nearest alley. This left Jiraiya dumbfounded. Was this kid not afraid of being ambushed again? However, seeing Ye Feng's resolute demeanor, Jiraiya cast one last glance around, confirming there was no danger before following him. Upon entering the alley, before Jiraiya could ask, Ye Feng swiftly transported them back to Konoha. Arriving at Ye Feng's home, the scenery shifted dramatically for Jiraiya, who finally had a moment to inquire, "What happened? Why the rush to leave? We haven't even started looking for Tsunade." At this point, Jiraiya assumed Ye Feng was fleeing due to an attack by the mysterious figure. Ye Feng, sensing Jiraiya's thoughts, hesitated to admit his excitement had caused the nosebleed, and instead responded nonchalantly, "I've already used my unique technique to search Shurut Street. Tsunade isn't there. I need to rest now, and we can set off to search elsewhere tomorrow." Jiraiya, still somewhat skeptical, asked, "Are you sure you've searched everywhere?" Growing impatient, Ye Feng urged Jiraiya, "Don't worry, just go back and rest. Come find me first thing in the morning, and we'll continue our search for Tsunade." To Jiraiya's surprise, He found himself unable to resist Ye Feng's unexpected strength as he was pushed out the door. The door slammed shut behind him, leaving Jiraiya feeling somewhat helpless. He considered knocking again but hesitated, ultimately deciding against it. Though anxious, Jiraiya recognized the importance of Ye Feng's well-being, so he turned to find a place to spend the night. However, as he turned around and recognized his surroundings, he was struck with realization. He was back in Konoha. Jiraiya jumped onto a rooftop to confirm his suspicions, gazing at the towering Hokage monument in the distance. It was then that he knew he had indeed returned to Konoha, yet an unsettling feeling lingered in his heart. Throughout their journey, Jiraiya had been with Ye Feng, and aside from using the Flying Thunder God technique twice, Ye Feng had been in constant motion without a moment to replenish his chakra. Chapter 219. Shock. It is essential to recognize that as the distance increases, the consumption of the Flying Thunder God technique escalates exponentially. Jiraiya learned from Minato Namikaze that the long-distance consumption of this technique is extraordinarily substantial. However, observing Ye Feng's current state, it is evident that he can effortlessly bear such consumption, which arouses Jiraiya's skepticism regarding the technique's energy expenditure. There are only two possibilities. Either Ye Feng possesses an astonishing amount of chakra, or the consumption of the Flying Thunder God technique is remarkably low. Yet, no matter how Jiraiya contemplates it, he cannot fathom that Ye Feng could have such a vast reservoir of chakra. Typically averse to deep contemplation, Jiraiya does not dwell on this matter for long. Ye Feng's capabilities are merely a testament to his own talents, and Jiraiya feels no jealousy. Since they have arrived in Konoha, Jiraiya decides to first visit the hospital. Unbeknownst to Ye Feng and Jiraiya, chaos erupts in Shorut Street immediately after their departure. Numerous ninjas suddenly burst out from their quarters, creating a commotion as if in search of someone. These ninjas have been disturbed by Ye Feng's unrestrained spiritual presence, mistakenly believing they have encountered an enemy and desperately seeking to uncover the adversary's whereabouts. Soon, Jiraiya arrives at the hospital and encounters Orochimaru, who is stationed alongside the third Hokage, as well as Minato Namikaze. He also sees Tsukumo Hatake in a hospital bed, with Kakashi Hatake vigilantly watching over him. It is evident that Kakashi's shoulder is heavily bandaged, indicating he has sustained an injury. Upon witnessing this scene, Jiraiya furrows his brow but refrains from voicing his concerns, instead engaging in conversation with Orochimaru. It is during this discourse that Jiraiya learns that Tsukumo and his son were attacked in the hospital, in full view of others. Jiraiya's rage simmers beneath the surface, and he rises to confront Danzo Shimura, but is halted by Orochimaru and Minato. Engaging in a confrontation without evidence would be futile, and he might return empty-handed. After a lengthy discussion, Minato manages to calm Jiraiya. Jiraiya, not lacking in intellect but simply disinclined to think deeply, swiftly comprehends Danzo's motives for orchestrating such actions. Given the failure of this plan, it is likely that Danzo will resort to desperate measures that could endanger the third Hokage. Realizing this, Jiraiya quickly suggests, "Perhaps it would be best for Ye Feng to search for Tsunade alone, while I remain here to protect the old man from any potential harm from Danzo." Orochimaru, upon hearing this, displays a sinister smile and responds, "You cannot stay here. If you do, Danzo might not come, and without him, how can I eliminate his subordinates? Your focus should be on safeguarding the old man," Jiraiya interjects, trailing off as he realizes Orochimaru's deliberate provocation. However, Jiraiya remains unaware of Orochimaru's methods to ensure the old man's safety. Jiraiya continues, "What means do you possess that I should be made aware of? Otherwise, I cannot leave with peace of mind. Must I truly disclose my plans? You might regret it," Orochimaru asserts confidently, though his inquiry is accompanied by a firm grip on Jiraiya's arm. Jiraiya senses the strength emanating from Orochimaru's grasp and immediately exerts force to break free. Yet his efforts prove futile. Orochimaru's hold remains steadfast. Jiraiya, unyielding, prepares himself and channels all his strength, yet still cannot extricate himself from Orochimaru's grip. This spectacle astonishes both Jiraiya and Minato. It is known that Jiraiya and Orochimaru are of equal standing as ninjas. For one to hold the other captive without yielding suggests one of two possibilities. Either the captor possesses extraordinary strength, akin to Tsunade, or their prowess far surpasses that of the other. Clearly, Orochimaru does not specialize in extraordinary strength, leading to the conclusion that he has significantly surpassed Jiraiya in power. Jiraiya gazes at Orochimaru with disbelief, his voice trembling as he inquires, "Have you indeed made such remarkable advancements in your abilities?" Orochimaru remains silent. Yet the smile on his face affirms Jiraiya's suspicions, leaving Jiraiya in a state of incredulity. At their age and level of expertise, achieving substantial growth in power is a formidable challenge. Yet Orochimaru seems to have accomplished this feat, while Jiraiya has experienced a degree of enhancement over the years. It has been minimal in comparison. After a prolonged silence, Jiraiya cannot restrain his curiosity any longer, asking, "How have you achieved this? To what extent have you progressed?" "To what extent? I cannot say for certain. Perhaps the old man is no longer my match." This statement leaves the other three present in shock. The third Hokage, still in his prime and renowned as the professor of ninjutsu, is considered one of the most powerful ninjas across the great villages. To hear Orochimaru assert that the old man is not his equal is truly astonishing. Jiraiya, well aware of Orochimaru's character, knows he is not one to speak falsehoods. Thus, if Orochimaru claims such, it indicates his strength has indeed grown considerably. Despite feeling a sense of discouragement, Jiraiya is pleased for Orochimaru and feels reassured, entrusting the safety of the third Hokage to him. Noticing Jiraiya's despondent expression, Orochimaru remarks, "Perhaps in the future, when the opportunity arises, you too may reach my level, or even surpass it." Jiraiya believes Orochimaru is merely trying to console him and quickly waves it off. "No need to comfort me. I am well aware of my own circumstances, and I will not concede defeat so easily. I will pursue you with the same fervor as before." With each word, the determination in Jiraiya's gaze intensifies. Orochimaru, recognizing the rekindling of Jiraiya's fighting spirit, contemplates before offering him a target, thereby providing Jiraiya with additional motivation. "My aspirations extend far beyond that of the first Hokage. If you wish to catch up to me, you must strive diligently." Jiraiya's eyes widen in surprise. He had not anticipated such immense ambition from Orochimaru. Yet, he is no fool, and with renewed vigor, he boldly declares, "Rest assured, I will undoubtedly match your pace." Meanwhile, Minato and Kakashi, who have been quietly observing, are profoundly moved by the bond and indomitable spirit shared between the two. They realize that their aspirations have been too limited and resolve to adopt the same lofty goal of surpassing the legendary first Hokage. Chapter 220. Ambushed at this moment, Jiraiya felt reassured with Orochimaru's presence, believing that the safety of the third Hokage was secured. He decided to bid farewell to Orochimaru and sought a comfortable place to relax, uncertain if he would have the opportunity to rest again. Just as Jiraiya was about to exit the door, he suddenly turned to Minato Namikaze and inquired, "Has the Flying Thunder God technique been improved?" "Minato, how far can you teleport in one go?" Uncertain why his teacher posed such a question, Minato responded earnestly, "Indeed, the Flying Thunder God technique has been enhanced. With my chakra reserves, I should be able to teleport beyond the land of fire, though the energy expenditure is substantial, which would significantly diminish my combat effectiveness." Upon hearing this, Jiraiya fell silent, his expression laden with contemplation as he stepped outside, evidently preoccupied with thoughts. His mind was occupied with the matter concerning Ye Feng. Minato could only manage to teleport out of the land of fire in one go, while the short book street was already nearing the border of the land of fire. Ye Feng, however, was able to utilize the Flying Thunder God technique back and forth twice, even bringing Jiraiya along. This clearly indicated that Ye Feng's power was far from the weakness he currently displayed. He had likely surpassed Minato and reached Jiraiya's level. Considering Ye Feng's age left Jiraiya astounded, perceiving the ninja world as increasingly surreal. First, Orochimaru's capabilities had dramatically increased, and now even a child was on the verge of surpassing him. Jiraiya felt as though he had wasted years, comforting himself with the thought that perhaps he had simply not rested well and should quickly find a place to sleep, hoping that the next day the ninja world would return to normal. With this thought, Jiraiya chose a nearby inn and promptly fell into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, Ye Feng felt quite drained. If he attempted to traverse the entire land of fire again in one leap, he would likely exhaust the majority of his chakra. Hence, he returned to Konoha to recuperate. After dismissing Jiraiya and absorbing the shadow clones he had just created, he began to restore his energy. The following day, Jiraiya arrived early at Ye Feng's residence, not forgetting that he still needed to locate Tsunade. At this time, Ye Feng had fully regained his strength and left several shadow clones at home to continue training, leading Jiraiya to the other end of the land of fire's border. Before long, the duo reached a ravaged battlefield, the same location where Ye Feng and Minato had previously ensnared Gamabunta. Although the area resembled what it had been before, some traces had vanished. The fallen trees and uneven ground bore witness to the fierce battle that had transpired. Curious about the state of the place, Jiraiya inquired. What happened here? However, Ye Feng dared not reveal the truth and evasively replied, I'm not sure what occurred. I merely asked Brother Minato to leave some flying thunder god marks for future use. I sense that this location is quite close to the land of water. Seeing that he could not extract more information, Jiraiya decided not to press further. If he wanted to uncover the truth, it would be better to consult Minato directly. In Jiraiya's eyes, Ye Feng was merely a clever little rascal, and much of what he said was untrustworthy. Climbing the tallest tree, Jiraiya sought to ascertain their exact location. His vast experience soon proved invaluable. Despite the surrounding woods appearing similar, he recognized where they were. When he descended, he regarded Ye Feng with a penetrating gaze, seemingly attempting to peer into his thoughts, for he realized they were indeed nearing the border of the Land of Fire, just 2 to 3 hours away from crossing it. This time, the distance teleported was significantly greater than before. Ye Feng, unfazed by Jiraiya's scrutiny, urged him, Aren't you searching for Tsunade? Why are you dawdling? Jiraiya, upon hearing this, dismissed his prior concerns, oriented himself, and led the way towards the Land of Water, with Ye Feng following closely. Both moved swiftly, reaching the border of the Land of Fire in just over 2 hours. Jiraiya remarked, Traveling via the Flying Thunder God technique is indeed swift. We've reached the border of the Land of Fire. The destination is only about 4 to 5 hours away by foot. If all goes smoothly, perhaps by this afternoon or evening, we can return to Konoha with Tsunade. With this thought, Jiraiya felt a surge of excitement, prompting him to quicken his pace. An hour later, as Ye Feng and Jiraiya engaged in light conversation, suddenly Jiraiya sensed something amiss and abruptly halted. Noticing this, Ye Feng stopped beside him and asked, What's wrong? Did you discover something? The atmosphere felt unusually silent, devoid of any sounds from small creatures. Realizing Jiraiya suspected an ambush, Ye Feng immediately extended his senses. Indeed, he detected 3 traps ahead, guarded by 6 ninjas, likely from the Rock Village. Surrounding them were another 6 ninjas, including some from the Sand Village, seemingly attempting to encircle both Ye Feng and Jiraiya. At that moment, Jiraiya felt the familiar sensation of being watched, prompting alarm within him. How can we be spied upon here? Has this mysterious individual been following us? Yet, it shouldn't be possible. Ye Feng used the Flying Thunder God technique, and no one should be able to keep up. Although the enemy outnumbered them, Ye Feng remained unfazed. Regardless of their strength, he knew that if he wished to escape, no one could hinder him. With a teasing tone, he addressed Jiraiya. There are 3 traps ahead and 12 ninjas waiting for you. I'll just hide here and cheer you on, as my strength is lacking. After saying this, Ye Feng genuinely found a sturdy tree trunk to conceal himself behind. Jiraiya's face turned pale upon hearing Ye Feng's words. 12 ninjas, among whom were undoubtedly elite shinobi, meant that confronting them head-on would likely lead to a severe beating. Yet, Jiraiya seemed oblivious to the fact that Ye Feng could sense the enemy's traps and their precise numbers. Jiraiya, unwilling to engage in battle, only wished to escape quickly. Hey, kid, this isn't the time for fighting. We need to find an opportunity to break through. Locating Tsunade is our priority. However, Ye Feng remained hidden behind the tree, his voice resonating. It's too late. We've already been surrounded. Chapter 221. Ambush. At this moment, the enemy ninjas sensed an unsettling presence. Their hearts jolted with surprise as they immediately realized that the opposing side had a perceptive ninja among them. It was now impossible to lure them into a trap. Consequently, all the enemy ninjas sprang into action, surrounding Ye Feng and Jiraiya within mere moments as they exchanged a few words. Upon realizing he was encircled, Jiraiya became alert, having noticed the unmistakable signs of ninjas lurking nearby. Suddenly, countless shuriken flew from all directions, aimed directly at his location. In response, Jiraiya swiftly formed hand seals and invoked the technique Needle Earth Concealment. His hair miraculously lengthened and hardened, deflecting all the incoming shuriken. However, Jiraiya was not one to merely defend. He promptly performed another set of seals to unleash Fire Release, Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. 3 formidable fire dragons manifested from his mouth, unleashed upon the enemy with his control. One ninja, unable to evade, was instantly incinerated by the flames, illustrating the overwhelming power of the technique. The remaining 2 fire dragons extended outward, not claiming further victims, but effectively creating an opening in the encirclement. Ye Feng, let's charge through. Jiraiya called out urgently, but received no response. At this moment, He could not afford to dwell on it. With Ye Feng possessing the Flying Thunder God technique, capturing him was nearly impossible. Thus, Jiraiya resolved to break free from the encirclement alone. The enemy ninjas, realizing that their intelligence had only mentioned 2 individuals, but now encountered only Jiraiya, began to inquire among themselves, has anyone spotted the other ninja? The others merely shook their heads, including the sole perceptive ninja among them, who had not detected any trace of the second individual since the ambush began. A clearly authoritative ninja among them declared, regardless of whether the other ninja is present, "We cannot let Jiraiya escape. Pursue him immediately." The remaining 11 ninjas hastily followed suit. However, Jiraiya, not particularly fleet of foot, found himself relentlessly pursued by the enemy ninjas, who frequently unleashed ninjutsu and weaponry, significantly hampering his speed. With no other choice, Jiraiya veered off, fleeing in another direction. Yet, the enemy ninjas, upon witnessing his change in course, did not press too closely. They merely lingered behind him, prepared to unleash numerous ninjutsu should he attempt to veer toward the land of hot water. At this juncture, Jiraiya discerned their true objective. It was not to eliminate him, but to thwart his journey to the land of hot water. This indicated that Tsunade was indeed in that region, and someone was intent on preventing Jiraiya from locating her to revive the 3rd Hokage. The news of the 3rd Hokage being poisoned and comatose upon returning to the village could not be concealed, making it unsurprising that Tsunagakure and Iwagakure received word of it. However, their swift actions were unexpected, as they had preemptively positioned themselves ahead of Jiraiya. Though perplexed, Jiraiya knew this was not the time for contemplation. He needed to find Tsunade post-haste. He attempted several more evasive maneuvers, but each time was forced back by the relentless enemy. Frustrated, Jiraiya resolved to summon the great toads from Mount Myaboku through the summoning technique, hoping to turn the tide against his pursuers. Just as he bit his finger to form the necessary hand seals, Ye Feng's figure suddenly materialized, startling Jiraiya and revealing that Ye Feng had left a Flying Thunder God mark on his clothing. Annoyed, Jiraiya exclaimed, "Could you not be so elusive? You ran off and left me here to face the onslaught." Ye Feng had indeed intended this. He knew these foes posed no threat to Jiraiya, merely creating a moment of chaos for him. However, he could not admit this and instead feigned indignation, stating, "Do not tarnish my reputation. I have been diligently seeking a way out for you. Did I not just finish setting things up before coming to find you?" Upon hearing that Ye Feng had a solution, Jiraiya's expression brightened, casting aside his previous dissatisfaction and eagerly inquiring about the plan. Ye Feng leaned in and whispered, "While you were surrounded, I took the opportunity to run ahead and leave a Flying Thunder God mark. We can lead these ninjas astray and then use the technique to escape. They will never suspect we have already positioned ourselves behind them. We can even feign vulnerability to draw them in, setting a trap for them as retribution for their earlier ambush." Jiraiya and Ye Feng exchanged knowing smiles, their expressions gradually morphing into sly grins, as if they shared a newfound camaraderie. Without hesitation, they sprang into action. Jiraiya continued to draw the enemy's attention while Ye Feng utilized the Flying Thunder God to create a substantial trap along their anticipated return route. In just 10 minutes, Ye Feng completed his preparations and flew back to Jiraiya's side. A subtle nod from Ye Feng was all Jiraiya needed to recognize that the plan was in motion. Turning to face their pursuers, Jiraiya wore a triumphant smile and called out, "This is where your chase ends. I shall take my leave." Upon hearing Jiraiya's words, coupled with his expression, the pursuing ninjas sensed a shift in the situation, only to see Jiraiya's form vanish before their eyes. The leading ninja quickly pieced together the implications. Though uncertainty lingered, he turned to his comrades, declaring, "We've fallen into a trap. Quickly, backtrack. They may have utilized space ninjutsu." With that, the leading ninja charged ahead, followed closely by the others, who remained oblivious to the full extent of the situation. As they caught up to their leader, one of them inquired, "What exactly transpired? How did they vanish?" The leader explained, "They must possess the Flying Thunder God technique. They lured us in, then returned using the technique." The Flying Thunder God technique? Was it not said that only Minato Namikaze from Konoha could master it? Are there others? The answer remained uncertain. Jiraiya was indeed Minato's mentor. If Minato had mastered the technique, it was conceivable he could teach it to his master. The only hope now was that their adversary was inexperienced and unable to teleport over great distances. Otherwise, their mission would be deemed a failure. Meanwhile, Ye Feng and Jiraiya had not teleported far away, but were instead hiding near the trap they had set. Chapter 222. Annihilation. This left Jiraiya somewhat perplexed. prompting him to inquire, "Why are you still here? This trap can barely hold 1 or 2 people, and it is possible that none will remain. It would be wiser to hurry to the land of hot water now." However, Ye Feng's expression darkened as he replied, "Since the enemy dares to strike, I shall not let them escape so easily. Watch closely. This time, I intend to eliminate them all." Jiraiya's countenance shifted. He had not anticipated Ye Feng's audacity in wanting to detain the entire opposing force. Nonetheless, recognizing Ye Feng's determination, he resolved to assist, seeing it as a means to eliminate some adversaries for Konoha. After all, even if the situation became untenable, Ye Feng could still lead them away later. Jiraiya was also taken aback by Ye Feng's trap-setting skills, as he himself had failed to sense its presence. Unbeknownst to Jiraiya, this was due to Ye Feng employing 4 golden spirit talismans instead of explosive tags. Since acquiring an abundance of blood, Ye Feng had become less hesitant to utilize these basic spirit talismans. For the sake of eradicating the 11 ninjas, he readily deployed the golden spirit talismans. Shortly, both Ye Feng and Jiraiya sensed the approach of over 10 individuals from a distance. They suppressed their own energy and breath to avoid detection. The moment the group entered the trap, Ye Feng activated the golden spirit talismans. In an instant, the talismans lit up, unleashing a barrage of countless spikes that rained upon the enemies trapped within. The 11 enemy ninjas realized too late that they had stumbled into a trap. Faced with the onslaught of spikes, they could only hastily erect low-grade earthen walls or use shurikens for defense. However, they underestimated the piercing power of the spikes. The earthen walls and shurikens offered no protection and were swiftly penetrated, striking those behind. Jiraiya was equally astonished by the spike's incredible penetrative strength, and he found himself questioning whether he could withstand such an assault. Within the trap, some seasoned ninjas endured a few strikes from the spikes and desperately leaped to escape. Yet, they did not anticipate Ye Feng's presence above the trap, who swiftly repelled them back. Meanwhile, Jiraiya did not remain idle. He utilized the shadow clone technique to encircle the trap. Anyone attempting to break free was met with force from Jiraiya's clones. However, the shadow clones, lacking the strength of the original, could not prevent 2 ninjas from escaping, both of whom were elite jonin. Before long, the golden spirit talismans lost their efficacy, and all ninjas within the trap met a harrowing demise, their bodies riddled with puncture wounds. The 2 that had escaped were also grievously injured, bleeding as they fled, desperate to evade Ye Feng and Jiraiya. Yet Ye Feng had no intention of letting them go. He pursued them immediately. Jiraiya, initially considering offering assistance, decided against it after witnessing Ye Feng's speed and prowess, opting instead to secure the battlefield. Due to their injuries, Ye Feng quickly caught up to the 2 escaping ninjas, who were now significantly weakened and disoriented from blood loss. Noticing the absence of others around, Ye Feng activated his 3-tomo Sharingan and cast an illusion on the 2. At that moment, Ye Feng discerned why these individuals had appeared here. Judging by the timeline, it seems someone had disclosed their whereabouts, leading these ninjas to ambush them prematurely. With this knowledge, Ye Feng resolved not to bear the burden of these 2 any longer. He swiftly ended their lives with a single strike, followed by a fire-release ninjutsu, incinerating their corpses to ashes, erasing all evidence. Ye Feng then employed the Flying Thunder God technique to return to Jiraiya's side. By this time, Jiraiya had finished tidying up the battlefield and sat waiting for Ye Feng's return. Most of the scrolls on the fallen ninjas had been destroyed by the spikes, leaving Jiraiya with little useful information. As Ye Feng suddenly reappeared, Jiraiya remained unfazed and calmly asked, "You're back. What did you do with those 2? They were gravely injured and a liability, so I ended their lives. However, I did extract some information from them," Ye Feng replied. Jiraiya's expression shifted, surprised that while he had gleaned no valuable intel, Ye Feng had. Ye Feng continued, "These individuals were dispatched by their village specifically to intercept us. Yet, the speed of their intel is astonishing." Jiraiya's eyes widened in shock. "Are you suggesting that someone deliberately leaked our information? It has only been a day since we began searching for Tsunade, yet Sunagakure and Iwagakure managed to deploy forces to the land of hot water so swiftly? I can hardly believe that it is due to the prowess of their spies. Moreover, only a handful of individuals knew about our mission to find Tsunade." Jiraiya found it hard to accept, exclaiming, "You mean to say that Danzo intentionally provided information to the 2 major ninja villages? How could he dare? Such an act is tantamount to betraying the village." Jiraiya struggled to believe that Shimura Danzo would engage in such treachery. He held a modicum of respect for Danzo, recalling how he had borne the shadows for Konoha during the early days of the 3rd Hokage. coupled with the third Hokage's accounts that imbued Jiraiya with sympathy and admiration for Danzo. Ye Feng bluntly remarked, why would he hesitate? This may well be Danzo's final desperate gamble. If he does not take risks now, he faces disgrace. Given his self-serving nature, it is not surprising that he would resort to such measures. This statement rendered Jiraiya silent, for he recognized the chilling plausibility of Ye Feng's words. He pondered why someone who once willingly embraced darkness for the village had devolved into such a figure. Ye Feng, familiar with Danzo's tumultuous past, understood that while he had initially sacrificed much for the village, he had now transformed into a cunning individual driven solely by self-interest. This prompted Ye Feng to recall a saying that aptly described Danzo's situation, which he murmured softly, those who wrestle with dragons become dragons themselves. Those who gaze long into the abyss find the abyss gazing back at them. Jiraiya, moved by Ye Feng's words, repeated the phrase to himself for some time. Realizing that time was of the essence, Ye Feng urged, enough of your melancholy. It is time to resume our search for Tsunade. This admonition pulled Jiraiya from his reverie, and together, they continued their journey. However, throughout the trek, Jiraiya noticeably fell into a deeper silence. As night fell and the moon rose high in the sky, Ye Feng and Jiraiya finally reached their destination in the land of hot water. Chapter 223. Tsunade. The area remained as bustling and vibrant as ever. In contrast to Short Book Street, it exuded an even more stable and lively atmosphere. At this moment, Jiraiya was invigorated. But instead of suggesting that he and Leaf Maple separate to search, he focused intently on Leaf Maple, sensing that he possessed a unique method for locating individuals. It was no wonder that Orochimaru had remarked that Leaf Maple was particularly adept at finding people. Without further ado, Leaf Maple opened his consciousness once more, enveloping the entire city. He quickly pinpointed Tsunade's location. However, to his surprise, she was not at the casino gambling, but rather enjoying a soak in the hot springs at a hotel. The provocative scene before him caused Leaf Maple to experience another nosebleed. At that moment, Jiraiya sensed again that familiar feeling of being watched, instinctively thinking that a mysterious presence had returned. Yet, upon seeing Leaf Maple's nosebleed, he realized something was amiss. It seemed that every time this feeling arose, that boy was nearby. Out of 3 instances of this sensation, 2 occurred while Leaf Maple was searching for someone, and the other happened when an enemy was detected. Could it be that this lad possessed some extraordinary sense? Meanwhile, Tsunade appeared troubled. Dubbed the cash cow, she had won money gambling the previous day, yet her joy was short-lived. Based on her past experiences, a win often heralded impending misfortune. After waiting an entire day without any ill fortune befalling her, she concluded that it must be someone she cared about who was in danger. Therefore, Tsunade resolved to rest well today and return to Konoha tomorrow to investigate. At that moment, Tsunade felt a sudden sensation of being watched. Her first thought was that someone was spying on her, and she briefly suspected Jiraiya, although he was unlikely to be in this place. She hastily donned some clothing and wrapped herself in a towel before leaping onto the rooftop to discern who was observing her. Coincidentally, Leaf Maple and Jiraiya were situated quite close to Tsunade. The instant she landed on the roof, she immediately spotted Jiraiya's distinctive white hair and instinctively assumed that he was the one spying on her. Enraged, Tsunade charged towards Jiraiya, who had just begun to inquire about Leaf Maple's sensing abilities when he felt a wave of murderous intent. He turned just in time to see Tsunade charging at him, fists raised in anger. However, by the time Jiraiya noticed Tsunade, she was already upon him, leaving him no time to evade. With a resounding thud, her fist struck his face, followed by a cacophony of crashing sounds as Jiraiya's figure vanished from Leaf Maple's sight. This was Leaf Maple's first close encounter with Tsunade's violent side. Her formidable strength took him aback. It then dawned on him that he had been the one spying on Tsunade. If she were to discover this, he could hardly imagine the consequences. He had no desire to experience the force of her powerful fists. Thus, Leaf Maple discreetly wiped away the blood from his nose, feigning innocence and adopting the demeanor of a well-behaved child as he stood by, awaiting the outcome. At that moment, a voice echoed, "Who is so shameless as to dare damage my wall? Step forward. This matter will not be settled without compensation." Upon hearing this, Tsunade's previously intimidating demeanor faltered, and she quickly fled. Naturally, Leaf Maple had no intention of getting involved in such troubles and hurriedly followed Tsunade, leaving Jiraiya to face the situation alone. Tsunade, recognizing Leaf Maple, immediately surmised that he and Jiraiya had come to find her, possibly indicating that something serious had transpired in Konoha. This thought darkened her mood, and without further consideration for Leaf Maple, she returned to her residence. Once back at her lodgings, Tsunade settled into a comfortable position and inquired, "Now, tell me, what has happened in Konoha that necessitated your visit?" "The third Hokage was attacked and is currently in a poison coma. The hospital staff is at a loss. We came to seek your help to treat him," Jiraiya replied, instantly sitting up in disbelief, exclaiming, "How could this be? The old man was attacked in Konoha? Are you all useless?" Leaf Maple, taken aback by the sudden tirade, internally grumbled, "If it weren't for me, your old man would have been dead long ago." However, he refrained from voicing this sentiment and patiently awaited the conclusion of Tsunade's reprimands to discuss the next steps. Understanding the urgency of the situation, Tsunade recognized that further scolding was futile. She promptly gathered her belongings and urged Leaf Maple to accompany her in search of Jiraiya. As she grasped Leaf Maple's hand, he was acutely aware of the soft sensation, marveling at how well Tsunade had maintained herself. Once again, he recalled the alluring scene, causing his nose to bleed anew. Seeing this, Tsunade inquired, "What is the matter with you, boy?" Leaf Maple quickly deflected, "I sustained a minor injury earlier and haven't fully recovered." Tsunade frowned slightly. "Let me take a look." Suddenly, Leaf Maple felt Tsunade's chakra enter his body, causing him to panic. How could he allow her to examine him? He quickly blocked her chakra and smiled. "There's no need for such trouble. I'm nearly healed. I'm fine." Realizing that further probing would yield no results, Tsunade retracted her chakra, her expression unchanged, yet her mind was filled with astonishment. She had not anticipated that this boy could resist her chakra. Before long, Leaf Maple and Tsunade arrived at the spot where Jiraiya had been, only to find that he had vanished, and the owners of the damaged properties were scouring for the culprit, evidently having fled. Worried that time was of the essence given that the old man lay unconscious in the hospital, Tsunade grew anxious as she could not afford to waste more moments here. Observing her distress, Leaf Maple decided it was time to unveil his Flying Thunder God technique, knowing he would need it to return them shortly. At that moment, with Tsunade still holding his hand, Leaf Maple utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to transport them directly to Jiraiya's side. The abrupt shift in scenery startled Tsunade, who momentarily suspected she had fallen victim to an illusion. Even upon seeing Jiraiya, she remained wary, preparing to attack. Jiraiya, busy tending to his wounds and scolding Leaf Maple for abandoning him, was taken aback when Tsunade reappeared, fists raised. He promptly dodged her blow, narrowly escaping. But the ground bore the brunt of her strength, leaving a sizable crater in its wake. Chapter 224, The Attack on Konohagakure. Upon witnessing the massive crater, Jiraiya immediately understood that Tsunade had not held back. He shouted, "Tsunade, what are you doing? Are you attempting to murder me? I have done nothing to provoke you." Nevertheless, Tsunade paid no heed to his words, believing it to be an illusion, and charged forward once more. Observing her refusal to listen, Jiraiya quickly called out for help. "Ye Feng, come quickly. This formidable woman is trying to end my life." Upon hearing the term violent woman, Tsunade's fury intensified, her anger palpable. The force and speed of her strikes escalated, revealing her intent to obliterate Jiraiya. In stark contrast, Ye Feng appeared as a mere onlooker, indifferent to Jiraiya's plight. As he leaned comfortably against a large tree, observing the chaotic chase between the two. Unbeknownst to Ye Feng and his companions, a grand spectacle was unfolding in Konohagakure. Two guards stationed at the village gate were yawning, having not encountered any danger for years. Their duties mainly involved inquiring about the identity of those entering or leaving the village, and with the nighttime lull, their vigilance waned. Suddenly, a colossal fireball appeared, striking one of the guards and reducing him to ashes. The other guard, startled by this unforeseen event, stood frozen in terror, trembling uncontrollably. Curiously, there was no follow-up attack for a prolonged period. Just then, the ground began to tremble as if a horde of creatures was stampeding. This tremor snapped the guard back to reality. He immediately released a warning flare and dashed into the village, shouting, "Enemy invasion." At that moment, the assault outside the village gate commenced, relentlessly bombarding the entrance with a cacophony of explosions. The warning flare erupted in the dark sky, shining brightly and accompanied by the continuous sound of detonations, which quickly roused the residents of Konohagakure. Many stared in disbelief at the fireworks in the sky, struggling to comprehend that their village was under attack, but the relentless explosions jolted them back to reality. Within mere seconds, the once tranquil village began to stir. Various clans dispatched ninjas to investigate the situation at the village gate. The security department convened urgently, summoning all available ninjas, whether on duty or resting at home, to ensure the safety of the villagers by restricting movement to ninjas only. The Umbu and conventional combat units quickly assembled, heading towards the village gate to prepare for an unknown enemy. This showcased the resilience of a great ninja village. In under 10 minutes, Kanahagakure had meticulously organized a response to the crisis. The higher-ups of the village were also alerted by the umbu and hurried towards the gate. Among them was Danzo Shimura, who, upon receiving the news, dismissed the umbu with an insidious smile, for he was the architect of this assault. When the Kanahagakure ninja forces arrived at the village gate, the explosions had subsided, yet no enemy ninja could be found. Only those with keen eyesight could see distant plumes of smoke rising, indicating a large army approaching. The combat units were prepared for battle, ready to eliminate any intruding foes. However, as the smoke drew nearer, the ninjas realized that the oncoming tide consisted not of ninja but of countless wild beasts, leaving them astonished. Despite the absence of ninja among the attackers, the Kanahagakure ninjas remained vigilant, suspecting this might merely be the enemy's initial assault intended to deplete their strength. As the beasts entered the range of their ninjutsu, the Kanahagakure ninjas unleashed a barrage of long-range techniques, employing a variety of mixed magic. The beasts, lacking any means of resistance, fell to the ground upon contact with the jutsu. However, their sheer numbers were overwhelming, as if every creature from the surrounding area had converged upon them. These beasts, seemingly driven mad, continued to charge at the village's defenses despite the significant casualties inflicted upon them. While all eyes were fixed on the battle at the village gate, unrest brewed near the Kanahagakure hospital. Yet, the guards assigned to the third Hokage remained steadfast at their posts, showing no intention of providing aid. Orochimaru, having observed the warning flare, displayed no concern. Rather, he wore an enigmatic smile and closed his eyes in meditation. Amidst the surroundings of the Kanahagakure hospital, ninjas stealthily traversed the shadows, their intentions clear. Their target lay in the hospital bed, the third Hokage. These shadowy figures were evidently well-trained assassins, dispatching over a dozen ninjas in silence within moments of entering the hospital. As the intruders approached, Orochimaru, who had been resting in the third Hokage's ward, suddenly opened his eyes, sensing the disturbance outside. Although Minato Namikaze remained unaware of the situation, he too felt Orochimaru's unusual demeanor and promptly inquired, "Orochimaru, have you detected an enemy?" Minato's question stirred Kakashi Hatake from his reverie, prompting him to look towards Orochimaru as well. With a sinister grin, Orochimaru replied nonchalantly, "A few insignificant pests have infiltrated, numbering at least 20. Things are about to get lively." Understanding the gravity of the situation, both Minato and Kakashi felt the weight of the impending threat. Minato, particularly concerned about safeguarding the third Hokage, suggested to Orochimaru, "Shall I employ the Flying Thunder God technique to relocate the third Hokage and Kakashi to safety?" "Do not fret. They are merely a few insignificant pests." Incapable of causing any significant disruption, Orochimaru dismissed Minato's proposal. Yet, a glimmer of anticipation shone in his eyes, for this would mark his first engagement since enhancing his powers, and he was eager to ascertain the extent of his newfound abilities. Chapter 225, Drawing the Tiger from its mountain. 6 ninjas clad in black arrived at the hospital room of the third Hokage, yet rather than intruding, they produced an array of explosive tags and began affixing them to the walls. It appeared that these ninjas intended to obliterate the third Hokage's chamber, eliminating him while simultaneously eradicating all evidence. However, as they commenced their task, a hand suddenly pierced through the wall, grasping one ninja by the throat. With a mere twist, the ninja's neck was snapped, resulting in instant death. At that moment, the door to the hospital room swung open, revealing Minato Namikaze and Kakashi Hatake, who charged forth with lethal intent. Regardless of the assailants' identities, they were resolute. Anyone daring to threaten the third Hokage must meet their demise. Upon witnessing the imminent threat, the black-clad ninjas hastily detonated the explosive tags, disregarding the scant quantity remaining on the walls. In an instant, the walls erupted in a violent explosion, sending debris flying and momentarily obstructing Minato and Kakashi's pursuit. Once the chaos subsided, they resumed their chase. As the smoke cleared, the remnants of the wall lay in ruins, revealing a sturdy brown earthen barrier behind it, which had safeguarded the room's occupants. This earthen wall began to dissolve, revealing Orochimaru's silhouette. It turned out that as the explosive tags detonated, Orochimaru had employed Earth Release, Earth Wall, to shield against the blast, enhancing its defensive capabilities with his own chakra, rendering it impervious even to the explosive tags. Minato and Kakashi had dashed out of the hospital, initially believing that the late hour would render their quarry elusive. To their surprise, they still spotted the black-clad ninjas fleeing ahead. The fleeing ninjas, aware of their pursuers, concealed their identities. Yet the upward curve of their eyes betrayed their intent to lure Minato and Kakashi away from the hospital. Back in the hospital room, only Orochimaru remained to guard against the impending threat. Suddenly, a group of black-clad ninjas burst through the windows, 10 in total, each assigned a specific role. 8 rushed towards Orochimaru, while the remaining 2 targeted the third Hokage and Shikamaru Nara. If the 8 could stall for but a moment, it would suffice for the black-clad ninjas to claim the lives of their targets. Orochimaru's arms transformed into deadly blades, and with a mere flick, he severed the bodies of the 2 foremost ninjas, rendering even their kunai ineffective against his formidable appendages. The remaining ninjas hesitated to approach, resorting instead to hurling their weapons at him, all of which Orochimaru deftly deflected. However, this diversion provided enough time for the 2 ninjas to close in on the third Hokage and Shikamaru, drawing their kunai to strike at their throats. Just as the blades descended, an unwavering Orochimaru showed no sign of trepidation. At that moment, 2 hands emerged, gripping the wrists of the attacking ninjas and halting the descent of their kunai. Minato Namikaze had unexpectedly appeared, seizing one ninja's wrist with one hand. Meanwhile, Shikamaru had likewise grasped the other ninja's wrist, his eyes now wide open, filled with fury directed at the assailant. In truth, Shikamaru had awakened early that day, having sustained only superficial injuries, and with the aid of the healing spirit symbol, he had recovered significantly. However, the fractures in one of his limbs were not so easily mended. Though one hand and foot remained incapacitated, the other limbs were sufficient to address the present situation. Seizing the opportunity while the assailants were momentarily stunned, Shikamaru delivered a kick that sent one ninja flying out the window. Simultaneously, Minato unleashed a Rasengan, propelling the other ninja from the room. The reason for their sudden appearance was orchestrated by Orochimaru's forethought. The black-clad ninjas had attempted to draw them away, but it was equally Minato's intention to pursue. With the hospital's defenses weakened, Orochimaru could ensnare the majority of the assassins. Meanwhile, on the other side, Jiraiya found himself cornered by Tsunade, who was intent on delivering a blow. Yet, Ye Feng showed no inclination to intervene. He understood that Tsunade had already discerned that the Jiraiya before her was no mere illusion, and her feigned ignorance was a pretext for vengeance. Likely incited by Jiraiya's earlier comment about her being a violent woman, Jiraiya, struck by Tsunade's attack, collided with the tree, though it suffered little damage. Realizing the nature of her strike, he exclaimed, "Tsunade, you're doing this on purpose. If you wish to hit me, just say so instead of pretending not to notice." Tsunade, seeing she could no longer maintain her facade, placed her hands on her hips, a furious expression adorning her face. "You dare to spy on me while I bathe and then insult me as a violent woman? It is a testament to my magnanimity that I have not ended you." Jiraiya's outrage faltered momentarily, only to be replaced by an indignant roar. "Who spied on you? I had no idea where you were. I was with Ye Feng the entire time. He can vouch for me." Tsunade, hearing this, wore a skeptical expression, turning to Ye Feng for confirmation. Yet, Ye Feng felt a pang of guilt, wishing to avoid entanglement in the matter. If the truth were revealed, he would be the one facing retribution. Thus, he quickly interjected, "I was indeed with Jiraiya the whole time. We did not spy on you. Instead of dwelling on these trivialities, we should hasten back to Konoha to assist the third Hokage." Tsunade, upon hearing this, began to believe Jiraiya's words, though she was still puzzled about who possessed the ability to execute such a trivial act. Jiraiya, realizing the urgency of the situation, urged Ye Feng, "Let us return to Konoha at once." Only then did Tsunade remember that it was Ye Feng who had quietly brought her to this location, leading her to mistakenly believe she had fallen victim to an illusion. Chapter 226. Tsunade's fear of blood. The ability to silently relocate Tsunade could only be achieved through space-time ninjutsu, which immediately brought to Tsunade's mind the Flying Thunder God technique. However, this technique is notoriously difficult to master, and to date, only the second Hokage and Minato Namikaze have been able to wield it. Tsunade gazed at Leaf Maple in surprise, wondering if this young boy had indeed mastered such a technique. Yet, she questioned how someone of his age could possibly possess the requisite chakra to perform the Flying Thunder God technique. Unperturbed by Tsunade's skepticism, Leaf Maple grasped her hand with one of his own while clutching Jiraiya's clothing with the other. In an instant, the 3 figures flickered and vanished from their location, only to reappear in Leaf Maple's home. Tsunade was taken aback, feeling as though her vision had blurred momentarily before she found herself in a room. This was her first experience with the Flying Thunder God technique, and her curiosity piqued. She hurried outside to survey the familiar surroundings, marveling at the wonder of the technique. However, a series of battle sounds soon reached their ears, signaling that Konoha was embroiled in conflict. Jiraiya and Leaf Maple were drawn outside by the commotion. Jiraiya, discerning the direction of the skirmish merely by sound, quickly instructed, Tsunade and Leaf Maple, you two rush to the Konoha hospital to assess the situation there. I'll head to the main gate. With that, Jiraiya dashed away, while Leaf Maple, uncertain of the circumstances, accompanied Tsunade to the hospital. Although he felt somewhat reassured about Orochimaru, he remained concerned about the possibility of unforeseen events jeopardizing the third Hokage's safety. The reason Leaf Maple did not employ the Flying Thunder God technique to hasten their journey was that he had forgotten to leave a mark during his previous hurried exit. Fortunately, the distance was short, and within 3 minutes, they arrived at the Konoha hospital. However, upon reaching the entrance, they were met with a grim sight. Numerous bodies lay strewn about, and the hall of the hospital bore the scars of battle. A sense of foreboding filled both Tsunade and Leaf Maple as they rushed toward the third Hokage's ward. Meanwhile, Orochimaru had just dispatched the last of the black-clad ninjas, leaving behind a chaotic scene of bodies and blood pooling on the ground. He felt a sense of satisfaction with his current prowess. Having relied primarily on his formidable speed and razor-sharp hands to eliminate this group with minimal use of ninjutsu, Orochimaru believed that few in the ninja world could now surpass him in strength. At that moment, Minato Namikaze witnessed Orochimaru's efficiency firsthand. His movements were swift and precise, with his hands resembling the sharpest of blades, effortlessly slicing through any defenses. Minato was astounded by Orochimaru's abilities, which clearly exceeded his own, and even his mentor, Jiraiya, would likely be no match for him. However, Minato soon reconciled himself to this reality, recognizing that such power was necessary to surpass the first Hokage and ascend to an even higher pinnacle. As Leaf Maple and Tsunade arrived at the ward, they were relieved to find the third Hokage unharmed and that Orochimaru and his companions were also unscathed, alongside the recently awakened Kakashi Hatake. Yet, as Tsunade beheld the bloodied floor, her complexion paled, and she trembled uncontrollably, ultimately collapsing to the ground. It was then that Leaf Maple remembered Tsunade's fear of blood and quickly assisted her away from the grim scene, advising Orochimaru, "Sensei, please relocate to a cleaner room. This one is unsuitable for treatment." In her weakened state, Tsunade proved difficult to support due to Leaf Maple's height, compelling him to wrap his arms around her waist to lift her. However, Tsunade's ample form swayed before his gaze with each step, causing Leaf Maple to inadvertently bump her against the walls several times. Had she not been in such distress, she might have playfully retaliated with a few punches. Eventually, Leaf Maple located an unoccupied room and gently placed Tsunade on the bed. Gazing at her delicate features, now marred by worry, a wave of compassion surged within him. He silently vowed that once his eyes evolved into the Sharingan, he would assist Tsunade in overcoming her phobia of blood. Meanwhile, Jiraiya had reached the Konoha gate, where he discovered a pile of various beast carcasses. Upon seeing him, Tsunade's allies, including Tsurugi Koharu and Midogate, expressed their excitement. Konoha was in a precarious position, and the presence of a top-tier fighter like Jiraiya would alleviate some of their burdens. The Konoha ninjas also felt a renewed sense of determination with Jiraiya's arrival, bolstering their confidence in the face of the unknown conflict. Yet, among them, Shimura Danzo was perhaps the most discontented to see Jiraiya, for his presence signified that Tsunade had returned. Danzo could only hope that the assassination attempt would proceed smoothly and yield a satisfactory outcome. Otherwise, his aspirations of becoming Hokage would be dashed, and he would have to prepare to defect from Konoha. Upon assessing the situation, Jiraiya felt a sense of relief, recognizing that the attacks were limited to beasts. However, as he began to inquire about the events that had transpired, he fell into deep contemplation. The battle had been too peculiar. Despite its intensity, it had not inflicted substantial damage on Konoha, which defied logic. It seemed evident that these assailants were not primarily targeting Konoha but rather the Konoha hospital. The old man. With this realization, Jiraiya's composure shattered, and he urgently urged Tsurugi Koharu and Midogate, quickly, arrange for personnel to head to the Konoha hospital. This is a diversion. Their true objective is the old man. Without delay, Jiraiya turned and sprinted toward the hospital. His sudden declaration left Tsurugi Koharu and Midogate momentarily taken aback, but being astute individuals, they quickly grasped the gravity of Jiraiya's words. Their expressions changed dramatically, as they had not anticipated the enemy's infiltration into Konoha's rear to mount an assault on the hospital. Tsurugi Koharu instructed Midogate to secure the main gate and eliminate the beast threats, while she mobilized 5 elite teams to hasten to the Konoha hospital. She could only hope that they were not too late. Otherwise, the recently restored peace of Konoha would plunge into yet another round of warfare. Chapter 227. Denial it remains uncertain whether it was a deliberate act by Sumarakawa Koharu, but this time she did not summon Shimura Danzo. This scene was naturally observed by Danzo, yet he refrained from intervening, as the mission at the gates of Konoha was essentially complete. And prolonging the situation would serve no purpose. Deliberate obstruction would only arouse further suspicion from others. Nonetheless, Danzo followed closely behind Koharu, heading towards Konoha Hospital. Eager to ascertain with his own eyes whether the third Hokage had indeed passed away. Soon, Jiraiya and his companions arrived at Konoha Hospital. The corpses outside and the signs of destruction within conveyed the aftermath of a significant battle, casting a shadow over the hearts of Jiraiya and his team. Upon reaching the third Hokage's ward, the first sight that met their eyes was the blasted wall, through which they could see a floor littered with bodies and blood. Though Orochimaru and the third Hokage were no longer present, without sight of the third Hokage, uncertainty loomed over his safety, just as the group was engulfed in anxiety. The figure of Minato and Namikaze suddenly appeared. Jiraiya approached Minato immediately, inquiring about the third Hokage's condition, upon learning that they had been attacked by over 10 ninjas. A wave of anger surged among all present. Fortunately, the third Hokage was unharmed. Only Danzo's expression darkened. Such a meticulous scheme. And with Orochimaru reduced to only 3 individuals, was there truly no opportunity to eliminate the third Hokage? What could these incompetent fools possibly accomplish? Minato led Jiraiya and the others to the new ward of the third Hokage, where Kakashi Hatake and Orochimaru were also present. Upon confirming the third Hokage's safety, Jiraiya felt a weight lift from his heart. Danzo, observing the unconscious third Hokage from a distance, could not suppress the urge to eliminate him. But he recognized the impossibility of such an act. Unless he could eliminate everyone present, his only option would be to flee. In this moment, Jiraiya noticed the absence of Tsunade and Yakumo, hastily asking Orochimaru, "Have Yakumo and Tsunade not arrived? They have been here for some time, but given the circumstances earlier, Tsunade." "You know how it is," Orochimaru replied vaguely. The others were left bewildered by his ambiguous words, yet Koharu, Jiraiya, and Danzo understood his implication. "Is she all right?" "She is fine for now. She was taken to a different ward by Yakumo to rest and should recover shortly, with everyone currently safe." Jiraiya shifted his focus from the third Hokage to the recent attack. He spoke first, his face etched with anger. "This incident is clearly the result of someone wishing for the old man's demise." As he spoke, he cast a sidelong glance at Danzo. To Jiraiya's astonishment, Danzo chimed in. "These foreign spies are incredibly audacious, daring to attempt an assassination of the Hokage right in Konoha." Danzo's words immediately reshaped the perceptions of those who understood the truth. They were taken aback by Danzo's audacity. Jiraiya couldn't help but laugh in disbelief. Was this truly the work of foreign spies, Danzo? Oh, I wonder if Jiraiya has a different perspective? Danzo was compelled to maintain his facade, knowing that a candid admission would lead to dire consequences. He intended to find an opportunity to escape Konoha. Yet, Danzo clung to a glimmer of hope that Tsunade would be unable to heal the third Hokage, or that he would remain unconscious for an extended period, providing Danzo with room for maneuver. Seeing Danzo's stubbornness, Jiraiya discarded any pretense of decorum and bluntly stated, "Danzo, do not think you can evade responsibility. This incident was orchestrated, and only you could arrange for so many ninjas to attack the old man." Jiraiya recognized that while he bore some responsibility for the infiltration of so many enemy ninjas into Konoha, it did not grant Danzo the liberty to slander him. The consequences of the third Hokage's demise could ignite a war, and Jiraiya would never jeopardize the entire village. As Jiraiya confronted Danzo, he felt an overwhelming frustration at Danzo's righteous fade, yet he lacked tangible evidence. At that moment, he turned to Kakashi. "Kakashi, please recount the circumstances surrounding the old man's attack." Kakashi, harboring his own animosity towards Danzo, having narrowly escaped death at his hands, relayed the events without embellishment. The third Hokage's words had already indicated that the assailants were dispatched by Danzo. Hearing Kakashi's account for the first time, Jiraiya immediately challenged Danzo. "Danzo, what do you have to say now?" Danzo, unfazed, calmly asked Kakashi, "Did any of the attacking ninjas confess to being dispatched by me? Do you possess any evidence to corroborate your claims?" Though Kakashi wished to prove the veracity of his statements, he had no evidence to present and could only shake his head in resignation. Jiraiya, witnessing Danzo's continued denial under such circumstances, was consumed with rage as he seized Danzo by the collar, yet words eluded him. Danzo brushed Jiraiya's hand away, feigning anger as he retorted, "No matter how you twist this, I am a Konoha advisor. You cannot smear my name based solely on unfounded speculation and indistinct words. Do you think Konoha is yours to manipulate at will? Realizing the situation had reached a critical juncture, Danzo understood it was time to depart. There was no evidence against him, and he needed to prepare for his retreat. He made his way through the crowd, pausing just before the exit. If you wish to bring me down, ensure you have sufficient evidence next time. Your triumph will be short-lived, once Tsunade has healed the old man. I will be eager to see how you manage. Danzo displayed no sign of trepidation. Instead, he smiled and remarked, I too am curious to witness the unfolding truth. Let us await the outcome. At that moment, Danzo's demeanor instilled doubt in the minds of all present, leading them to question whether they had misjudged him. Only Orochimaru, who understood Danzo best, recognized that he would forsake everything, including his humanity, to achieve his aims. Chapter 228. Uncertainty. After Shimura Danzo departed, Tien Kamura followed suit. Yet she left behind 5 elite teams to safeguard the third Hokage. Strangely, Tien Kamura remained unusually silent, as Jiraiya and Shimura Danzo exchanged sharp words. She did not utter a single word. Jiraiya, aware that he was powerless against Danzo, felt a sense of helplessness. At that moment, he noticed Orochimaru leisurely observing the situation and could not help but exclaim in frustration, You seem quite at ease. You could have lent me a hand earlier. Orochimaru regarded Jiraiya with an air of superiority and retorted, Why charge in when you know there is no evidence? What purpose does that serve? Jiraiya detested the condescending look in Orochimaru's eyes. Back when the three of them trained together in ninjutsu, Orochimaru often bore that same expression, which had led to a long-standing animosity between them. Now, seeing that familiar look again ignited Jiraiya's fury. Orochimaru, what s with that expression? At least I'm speaking on behalf of the old man, unlike you, who merely stands by to watch the spectacle. Orochimaru, unfazed, had grown accustomed to Jiraiya's antics. He casually responded, You need not concern yourself with Danzo. His days are numbered. Just wait quietly for the outcome. Jiraiya's previously simmering anger faltered momentarily. Despite his disdain for Orochimaru, he recognized that Orochimaru seldom made empty claims. Intrigued, Jiraiya leaned closer and whispered, What is your plan? Do share. To his dismay, Orochimaru closed his eyes and began meditating, showing no intention of confiding in Jiraiya. This resurgence of Jiraiya's ire prompted him to adopt a stance as if to confront Orochimaru, only to be restrained by Minato Namikaze. Minato understood that Jiraiya was merely posturing. Even without his intervention, Jiraiya would not lay a hand on Orochimaru. However, as a disciple, he felt it necessary to maintain some semblance of decorum for his mentor. As the night deepened, Tsunade appeared to succumb to fatigue and fell into a deep slumber. Ye Feng, reluctant to disturb her, covered her with a blanket and remained by her side to avert any unforeseen incidents. After all, as long as the third Hokage remained unwell, Tsunade was at risk. The following day, Tsunade slowly awakened, her gaze settling on the blanket draped over her and the meditating Ye Feng, evoking a flicker of warmth within her. Perhaps this Uchiha boy is not as intolerable as I initially thought. Ye Feng sensed her attention, opened his eyes, and saw Tsunade, who, startled, quickly turned away to conceal her face. Noticing that Tsunade had recovered, he stood and declared, Now that you're well, let us attend to the third Hokage's treatment. This remark instantly extinguished any favorable impression Tsunade had formed of Ye Feng. Irritated, she snapped, I know what I need to do. There is no need for your reminders. With that, Tsunade proceeded to wash up, entirely disregarding Ye Feng's presence. Ye Feng, perplexed by her sudden moodiness after waking, thought her temperament quite challenging. An hour later, Tsunade and Ye Feng arrived at the third Hokage's ward, where Tsunade began her examination. However, after much effort, she remained silent, her brow furrowed. This caused Jiraiya and the others to feel a surge of anxiety, yet they dared not interrupt her assessment. If even Tsunade found the situation dire, it would seem that no one in the ninja world could save the third Hokage, rendering their previous efforts futile. At that moment, Tsunade paused and turned to face Jiraiya and the others, her expression grave, sending waves of unease through the group, fearful of receiving dire news. Finally, Tsunade spoke. The old man's body shows no serious issues with the poison. It should be resolved swiftly. Her words elicited a collective sigh of relief from Jiraiya and the others. Jiraiya, attempting to lighten the mood, jokingly replied, Tsunade, since it's not a major problem, there is no need to frighten us with that expression. Yet, Tsunade's demeanor remained unchanged. Still serious. I have not finished. While the toxin can be eliminated, it possesses corrosive properties that have already affected the old man's brain nerves. Though the damage is minimal, I cannot guarantee restoration. Jiraiya's previously jovial expression vanished, replaced by urgent concern. What are the odds of recovery? What if he cannot be restored? With no certainty of success, All I can do is attempt to fix it. If I cannot, the old man may remain in a coma indefinitely. This revelation struck Jiraiya and the others like a thunderbolt, leaving them stunned. Yet, Tsunade could do little more. They could only do their best and leave the rest to fate. This news soon spread, causing unease among the various clans, for with the third Hokage incapacitated, a new Hokage would need to be elected, directly impacting the interests and policies of the clans. Konoha village was engulfed in a state of anxious unrest. Meanwhile, Shimura Danzo, who had prepared an escape route, sat in the Hokage's office with a smile, reveling in his circumstances. He was secretly pleased that his assassination attempt had employed the latest poison, one for which even he had no antidote. However, Danzo was only temporarily relieved. Should he fail to secure the Hokage position, or if the third Hokage were to awaken, he would still face the prospect of fleeing or death. With this thought, Danzo summoned a ninja, likely one from the Root Division, and whispered something in the ninja's ear. Upon hearing Danzo's words, the ninja's pupils contracted in disbelief. Yet he remained silent, simply acknowledging the command before departing. Danzo understood that to become Hokage, he required the support of the other two advisors in the various clans. As long as his actions remained unproven, the two advisors would likely be cooperative. However, Danzo's relations with the clans had always been tenuous. Obtaining their support openly seemed impossible, compelling him to resort to less savory tactics. At that moment, Jiraiya was in the hospital, fuming. The old man is still alive. And these clans are already scheming and forming alliances. Orochimaru, ever composed, remarked, "You think becoming Hokage is that simple? Their machinations are futile." Chapter 229, Significant Matters. Upon hearing those words, Jiraiya immediately envisioned the towering pile of documents and the beautiful women bidding him farewell, causing him to shudder involuntarily. He hastily shook his head in refusal, exclaiming, "I have no desire to become the Hokage. Wasn't it you who aspired to this role? I shall relinquish this opportunity to you." In the past, Orochimaru might have entertained the thought of becoming Hokage, but now he wore a look of disdain. Perceiving the position as an impediment to his ambitions, Orochimaru remarked, "I believe Tsunade would be quite suitable. As a disciple of the third Hokage and a princess of the Senju clan, her status and qualifications are more than adequate." Ye Feng concurred, recalling that in the original narrative, the fifth Hokage was indeed Tsunade. This merely advanced the timeline. Just then, the door to the hospital room was kicked open, and Tsunade stormed in. Her face a mask of fury. She declared, "Whoever desires that position may go ahead, but count me out. Only a fool would wish to be Hokage." Upon hearing this, Minato's expression darkened. As a staunch supporter of the Hokage lineage, the role was his dream, and he would not tolerate such disrespect towards it. He approached Tsunade and said, "I kindly ask you to refrain from speaking ill of the Hokage. Otherwise, even if you are a senior, I shall not hesitate to take action." Everyone was momentarily taken aback, astonished that the typically gentle Minato would voice such sentiments. Ye Feng, observing Minato's demeanor, couldn't help but smile, recalling Naruto's first encounter with Tsunade. Like father, like son, he mused, noting the uncanny similarity in their reactions. Tsunade, taken aback by Minato's resolute gaze, seemed to momentarily glimpse the figures of her beloved and brother within his eyes. An awkward silence enveloped the room until Jiraiya stepped forward to mediate. He understood Tsunade well and recognized her sentiments. Her disdain for the Hokage position stemmed not from a lack of respect, but rather from the painful memories of her loved ones who had perished protecting the village. Jiraiya led Minato away, leaving Orochimaru, Ye Feng, and the others to guard the hospital. Recognizing the precarious situation, Ye Feng then suggested to Orochimaru, "Perhaps you should consider stepping into the Hokage's role for a while?" "I have no time for that," Orochimaru replied. "As you know, I would rather dedicate my efforts to my research." At that moment, Ye Feng felt a twinge of helplessness. It was ironic that there were no suitable candidates for a position once fiercely coveted, highlighting the dwindling talent within Konoha. Meanwhile, in the hospital room, Shikaka wore a wry smile, reflecting on the irony that many sought the esteemed position of Hokage, while those present seemed to recoil from it. He, a ninja longing for the role, found himself unable to attain it. 2 days passed without significant progress from Tsunade, while Danzo appeared to have calmed down. Though both Orochimaru and Ye Feng were acutely aware that this tranquility was merely the calm before the storm, Danzo was undoubtedly plotting something sinister. During these 2 days, Ye Feng and Orochimaru had been diligently working in the laboratory. On an operating table lay an unconscious ninja as Ye Feng and Orochimaru infused white light into the ninja's brain. Initially, the ninja exhibited signs of distress, but gradually, their facial muscles relaxed, and they appeared serene, as if in slumber. Orochimaru's face lit up with joy as he turned to Ye Feng and said, This method truly works. He should be free from external control now. Ye Feng, equally pleased, acknowledged that with the experiment now complete, the subsequent tasks would be much simpler. At that moment, a ninja suddenly burst into Orochimaru's residence, triggering his defenses. Orochimaru's smile faltered. It was alarming that someone had intruded upon his domain. This individual was either recklessly brave or there was a significant crisis unfolding in Konoha. The shift in Orochimaru's demeanor did not escape Ye Feng's notice. Orochimaru immediately left the laboratory and headed towards the entrance. Ye Feng, sensing a disturbance, followed closely behind to uncover the unfolding events. As the entrance to Orochimaru's laboratory opened slowly, the two emerged from the passage to find an Umbu ninja awaiting them. Upon seeing Orochimaru, the Umbu ninja saluted and reported, "The three advisors have an urgent matter to discuss in the Hokage's office, and I was instructed to summon you." Lord Orochimaru. Orochimaru recognized the gravity of the situation and replied, "You may proceed. I shall follow shortly." The Umbu ninja departed, leaving Orochimaru to look at Ye Feng. Understanding that he had no place in such matters, Ye Feng said, "You go ahead. Jiraiya and Tsunade may also have been called. I will head to the Konoha hospital to ensure that Danzo does not resort to any underhanded tactics." Orochimaru nodded in agreement, feeling more at ease knowing Ye Feng was safeguarding the third Hokage. Consequently, they parted ways, each heading in a different direction. Upon Ye Feng's arrival at the Konoha hospital, he discovered that Jiraiya had already been summoned, leaving only Tsunade and Minato behind. "Why hasn't Tsunade gone to the Hokage's office?" Ye Feng inquired. "Can you two truly protect the old man?" "Do not underestimate us," Tsunade replied confidently. "Even if 10 or 8 ninjas attacked, they would struggle to breach our defenses. Besides, even if we cannot defeat them, we can easily carry the third Hokage to safety." Realizing the soundness of her logic, Ye Feng acknowledged that both he and Tsunade could use the Flying Thunder God technique, making it difficult for anyone to harm the Hokage. Furthermore, with the entirety of Konoha's attention focused on the hospital, Danzo would likely refrain from making a move here. "Then I leave the old man in your capable hands. I shall also check in at the Hokage's office," Tsunade stated before departing the ward. Now, the room contained only Ye Feng, Minato, and the unconscious third Hokage. Noting the absence of Shikaku, Ye Feng asked Minato, "Where is Lord Shikaku? Has he been discharged?" Minato's expression turned grave as he replied, "Lord Shikaku's condition has improved significantly. But he suffered a comminuted fracture. Even Tsunade lacks certainty. If things do not go well, it could cost him his life." Ye Feng, recalling future events involving Lee, who had also suffered a comminuted fracture, remembered that Tsunade had only a 50% success rate then. Now, with her phobia of blood, her chances of success would surely be diminished. Chapter 230. Resurrection. It seems that Lord Hatake Tsukumo may be feeling somewhat hesitant. Indeed, anyone encountering such circumstances would need to deliberate carefully. Thus, Lord Tsukumo was first brought back home by Kakashi Hatake, leaving his future choices open for consideration. Ye Feng could clearly sense that Minato Namike's spirits were low, perhaps feeling a sense of melancholy over the fate of such a powerful ninja as Tsukumo. Ye Feng certainly did not wish for Minato to succumb to such negativity, so he attempted to shift the conversation, jesting, "You are now the unofficial future Hokage. You must strive diligently so that I, as the proud disciple of the Hokage, can stroll freely in Konoha." This topic proved effective, as a hint of a smile appeared on Minato's face as he replied, "The identity of the fourth Hokage is still uncertain, and whether I can become Hokage in the future remains to be seen." At this moment, only a handful of individuals were eligible for the position of Hokage, and none of them seemed particularly keen on the role, preferring to serve for a few years and then gladly step aside when Minato was qualified. Minato, upon hearing this, wore a faint smile, reflecting on why such renowned figures within the village would hold the Hokage position in such disdain. Unbeknownst to them, 2 hours passed swiftly. Orochimaru and the other two returned from the Hokage's office to the hospital. Observing their grim expressions, Ye Feng deduced that the situation must be significant and likely involved other ninja villages. Jiraiya then spoke up. "According to reports from our scouts on the front lines, there has been a notable presence of Sunagakure ninjas in the Land of Rain and the Land of Rivers, and Sunagakure is mobilizing its forces, likely preparing to wage war against Konoha." At this point, Orochimaru chimed in. "Moreover, Danzo is seeking to assume the position of acting Hokage and has already garnered support from the other two advisors." Minato immediately grew anxious. If Danzo becomes the acting Hokage, it would be far too easy for him to act against us. Tsunade, equally incensed, added, "According to Konoha's regulations, Danzo indeed has the right to assume the role of acting Hokage, but the three of us are not to be trifled with. We firmly oppose Danzo's rise to power. In the end, we agreed to convene all the Genin for a vote this afternoon. Ye Feng found it peculiar. Although the matter regarding the third Hokage could not be concealed, the developments were progressing too rapidly. He suddenly inquired, "What was Danzo's expression when you decided to call for the Genin vote this afternoon?" Danzo displayed no visible change in expression. Not even a hint of resistance. Ye Feng pondered for a moment before asserting, "It is likely that Danzo anticipated your opposition, which is why he deliberately called for the Genin vote." Jiraiya then realized, "So, Danzo is confident of victory in the Genin vote this afternoon." Orochimaru followed up, "If that is the case, it is indeed a possibility. However, several prominent clans in the village harbor no affection for Danzo. Therefore, he is most likely to target some of the smaller clans or rogue Genin to secure their support." Jiraiya, somewhat puzzled, remarked, "But even though those Genin number significantly, they still pale in comparison to the Genin from the major clans. This only implies that some ninjas from the major clans, or perhaps entire clans, have already allied with Danzo." Ye Feng, sensing the situation growing increasingly troublesome, resolved to take action today. "In that case, we can no longer delay. We must eliminate Danzo today." Tsunade, alarmed, exclaimed, "Ye Feng, you impetuous child. There is currently no evidence to prove Danzo's wrongdoing. Do you intend to kill him and become a rogue ninja?" Realizing Tsunade had misunderstood, Ye Feng quickly explained, "I do not wish for a mutual demise with Danzo. There is no evidence now, but there will be by this afternoon. And today I will ensure he has no chance to recover." Turning to Jiraiya, he said, "Jiraiya, you and I will seek out the Umbu captain and instruct them to detain all root ninjas during the afternoon assembly. Then," Ye Feng looked at Orochimaru, "you will handle the events of this afternoon. You know what must be done. Strive to eliminate Danzo and all his root operatives today." At this point, Jiraiya understood. This was indeed the plan Orochimaru had previously mentioned regarding how to deal with Shimura Danzo. He felt a sense of anticipation, eager to witness how Orochimaru would orchestrate Danzo's downfall. However, the question of who would succeed the Hokage position remained unresolved, and Ye Feng did not wish to delay further. Thus he stated, "Currently, the only candidates for the third Hokage position are the three of you. Please make a swift decision on who will take over." Jiraiya was the first to reject the notion. "You all know my nature. I am accustomed to a carefree lifestyle and cannot even manage myself. I am truly unfit for the role of Hokage. Orochimaru and Tsunade would be far more suitable." At this moment, Orochimaru spoke up with a resolute tone. "I have more pressing matters to attend to and cannot afford to delay my progress for the sake of the Hokage position." Orochimaru, aware of the existence of the Otsutsuki clan, felt that time was of the essence and would not waste it on the Hokage title. That left only Tsunade. Everyone turned to her, hoping she would accept the role, but Tsunade also expressed disinterest in the Hokage position. "I will not take on the role of Hokage." Seeing that his persuasion had failed, Ye Feng quickly signaled to Orochimaru. Sensing Ye Feng's intent, Orochimaru cleared his throat and spoke, "Tsunade, this would only be a temporary position as Hokage. Once the next generation grows, you can step down gracefully. You can continue your carefree existence, and perhaps even have the energy to fulfill the Hokage's duties, making it easier to operate in the outside world." However, Tsunade was not swayed by Orochimaru's tactics and retorted sarcastically, "Oh, Orochimaru, when did you learn such tricks? You must have picked them up from that Uchiha brat. Let me tell you, it's of no use." Ye Feng found himself at a loss for words. Muttering to himself, "Why must I be dragged into this?" Orochimaru, knowing Tsunade's temperament, decided to be straightforward. "Tsunade, as long as you are willing to assume the Hokage position, I can grant you one request." Upon hearing this, Tsunade's expression turned curious. "Any request I wish?" Orochimaru answered with unwavering determination, "Indeed. Even if it is to resurrect your brother and Dan Kato." Tsunade's previously playful demeanor shifted drastically, her expression transforming into one of disbelief as she stared at Orochimaru. Chapter 231. Election. After a prolonged silence, Tsunade finally spoke in a trembling voice. "How could this be? How could the dead possibly return to life? Have you truly discovered a way?" Tsunade's words trailed off, for even now, she could scarcely believe that Orochimaru could achieve such a feat. Although her sentence remained unfinished, Jiraiya, who knew Orochimaru better than anyone, immediately grasped Tsunade's implication and looked at Orochimaru with disbelief in his eyes. Orochimaru, unperturbed, replied casually, "I have conducted significant research, but it is not yet the right time. In a few years, I should be able to complete it." Suddenly, the room fell silent, with only Minato looking bewildered at the four individuals before him, seemingly the only one in the dark about their conversation. Even Yukumo wore an expression of understanding. Sensing Tsunade's fragile state of mind, Orochimaru decided to seize the moment and press her further. Tsunade, will you accept the role of Hokage? This is your only chance. Tsunade, who had been silent until now, abruptly lifted her head, a look of panic crossing her face. She was torn. She longed to see her brother and her beloved. Yet the gravity of the moment filled her with trepidation. At that moment, Yukumo's voice pierced the tension. Don't you want to see your brother and Kato-dan? Though still flustered, she responded with a hint of determination. Yes. Then will you accept the role of Hokage? Very well, I will take on the position. However, just as Tsunade finished speaking, she suddenly regained her composure, fixing an indignant glare at Yukumo. How dare you use genjutsu on me? It turned out that Yukumo had discreetly activated his Sharingan while everyone's attention was on Tsunade, casting a genjutsu to prompt her to make a decision. Yet, Yukumo had no intention of misleading her. He merely sought to encourage her resolve. Waving his hand dismissively, Yukumo explained, I did not influence your will. I only nudged you along. Otherwise, I would have to ask again. Do you wish to be Hokage? Tsunade's anger dissipated, for as Yukumo had stated, he had not swayed her will, but rather solidified her own thoughts. Recalling this, Tsunade regained her former spirited demeanor and declared boldly, Then I shall compete for the position of Hokage this afternoon. As for Danzo, I leave that to you all. Do not let any unforeseen circumstances arise midway, lest we fail at the last hurdle. Upon hearing Tsunade's agreement to vie for the Hokage position, the others breathed a collective sigh of relief. Realizing that this role was indeed a double-edged sword, neither wholly desirable nor easily forsaken. Before long, the sun had traversed overhead, signaling the time for the afternoon assembly. Yukumo's shadow clone entered the council chamber, while his true self accompanied Jiraiya and the Umbu to apprehend root ninjas. After all, these covert operatives were exceedingly elusive. And without Yukumo's aid, it would be quite challenging to eradicate them completely. The council chamber was already filled with attendees. Compared to the previous gathering, the numbers remained largely unchanged. However, unbeknownst to them, due to Danzo's selfishness, at least 40 elite ninjas had perished among the Umbu and Root. This significant loss had left Konoha gravely weakened. At that moment, Danzo entered the room alongside 2 other advisors. Instantly, the chamber fell silent. For all understood that the ensuing discussions would greatly impact Konoha's future. Without any preamble, Danzo began by sharing the latest intelligence from the borders. Upon learning of an impending war, families that were less informed erupted in chaos, their unease palpable as they exchanged hushed whispers with their companions. Yet, the situation was peculiar. Such critical news typically reached only a few well-informed clans, yet many of the middle and smaller clans' elite ninjas displayed no surprise, indicating they had been privy to this information beforehand. It was clear who had informed them. Then, Danzo's voice rang out once more, according to Konoha's regulations. With the 3rd Hokage unwell, I shall temporarily assume the role of Hokage to address this extraordinary event. As he spoke, Danzo deliberately paused, prompting a wave of murmurs to ripple through the chamber. Observing the commotion, he allowed a brief moment of silence before gesturing for the elite ninjas to quiet down. However, some ninjas have expressed doubts regarding my capability to temporarily assume the role of Hokage. Thus we shall conduct a vote today to determine whether I may take on this position. Jiraiya and the others felt a sense of disdain for Danzo's underhanded tactics at such a critical juncture. At that moment, TZ Haruka stepped forward, stating, A full vote will take place shortly. If Danzo secures a majority of the votes, he may temporarily hold the title of Hokage. Conversely, should he fail to achieve a majority, you may nominate another ninja for another round of voting. If subsequent votes also fail, Danzo will still temporarily assume the role. Feeling confident in his prospects, Danzo was visibly excited and hastily declared, We shall now proceed to the voting. Those in favor of my temporary appointment as Hokage, please stand. As soon as Danzo's words fell, a chorus of voices arose from the back of the council chamber as many stood in support, prompting the prominent families in the front to turn around in surprise. To their astonishment, the ninjas from the smaller clans had all risen in unison. Even Orochimaru could not help but admire Danzo's cunning. He had managed to rally the smaller clans so effectively. Yet, despite this show of support, the numbers still fell short of a majority. If 8 or 9 more elite ninjas joined, the count would surpass half. At that moment, Orochimaru and his allies scanned the room, seeking out any traitors among the clans who would stand alongside Danzo. Suddenly, 3 elite ninjas donned in dark sunglasses and cloaked in robes rose to their feet. Orochimaru's group had momentarily forgotten the Oil Woman clan, fortunately. Their numbers had always been few, and with their support, they still did not reach the majority. After waiting for a while, seeing no one else rise, TZ Haruka approached once more to announce the final results. Yakumo and the others were momentarily taken aback, believing Danzo's scheme had faltered, resulting in failure. Danzo, sensing the urgency of the situation, swiftly interjected before TZ could speak, his voice laced with barely contained frustration. Why are we hesitating at such a critical moment? Chapter 232, Betrayal. Upon hearing these words, Ye Feng and the others immediately sensed that a problem had indeed arisen, and that these individuals must belong to prominent families. For once they chose to support Shimura Danzo, it would signify a rift with their own clans, rendering them unacceptable unless their entire family backed Shimura Danzo. After Shimura Danzo concluded his statement, he waited for a moment, but when no one stepped forward, his fury swelled. He unabashedly fixed his gaze on the Hyuga clan, evidently intending to expose them directly and compel them to reveal themselves. The intensity of Shimura Danzo's gaze startled Hyuga Takeda, who then sensed someone rising behind him, struggling. Hyuga Takeda turned to find Hyuga Sanada standing, flanked by 5 elite shinobi from the Hyuga clan. Hyuga Takeda was taken aback that his own clan was embroiled in this issue, and he exclaimed with irritation, "Sanada, what do you think you are doing? Sit down." However, Hyuga Sanada ignored him, remaining steadfast and fixated ahead, not sparing a glance at Hyuga Takeda, whether out of disdain or fear remained unclear. Seeing that Hyuga Sanada was undeterred, Hyuga Takeda's heart brimmed with anger, yet he felt powerless. Glancing over at Ye Feng, he felt a twinge of shame at the betrayal from his clan. Realizing that Ye Feng was evidently opposed to Shimura Danzo's ascension, yet it was his own Hyuga family that had jeopardized it. Ye Feng exhibited no significant reaction. Although the emergence of a traitor within the Hyuga clan would not alter the final outcome, he still felt displeased. He was not inclined to see such incidents recur, which could derail his plans. Zhuangji Xiaochun, noticing that the numbers were sufficient, decided not to delay further. As she had a good rapport with the 3 advisors and hoped for Shimura Danzo to take control of Konoha, she stepped forward and announced, "With the current count surpassing the majority of votes, I declare that Shimura Danzo will." Before Zhuangji Xiaochun could finish her sentence, a voice interrupted. "Wait." Everyone turned to the source of the voice, where Orochimaru was slowly rising. Seeing his imminent victory over the position of Hokage interrupted by Orochimaru infuriated Shimura Danzo, who retorted angrily, "What more do you want? You refuse to abide by the village's regulations, and now you wish to disrupt the voting of the elite shinobi? Do you truly believe your strength grants you the license to act with impunity? Orochimaru, you certainly have a penchant for casting aspersions. As one of Konoha's legendary 3, am I not permitted to voice my opinions? Who is truly attempting to act without restraint?" Shimura Danzo, though incensed, recognized the gravity of the situation and, aware that victory was within his grasp, chose to observe what further antics Orochimaru might conjure. With this thought, Shimura Danzo's expression softened as he stepped aside. Zhuangji Xiaochun, recognizing this as a cue to take charge, inquired, "Orochimaru, do you have anything to say? This elite shinobi vote was also agreed upon by you. Are you now retracting your stance?" "I have no objections to the elite shinobi vote. I merely harbor doubts regarding Shimura Danzo's qualifications." At this, Shimura Danzo could no longer contain himself. "I am an advisor to Konoha. If I am deemed unqualified, who among you possesses the merit to become Hokage? The question of qualifications is not yours to determine, but rather a collective decision." After this retort, Orochimaru clapped his hands, and 2 Umbu ninjas entered, dragging a comatose shinobi into the chamber. Orochimaru approached the unconscious shinobi, seizing his hair to present him to all in the assembly. He then pulled the individual closer to Shimura Danzo, with a hint of amusement, and asked, "Shimura Danzo, do you happen to recognize this person?" At that moment, Shimura Danzo's heart surged with tumult, for he recognized the figure as the Blood Shadow, the one who had previously attacked Ye Feng and subsequently vanished. He had not anticipated that this individual would fall into Orochimaru's hands. However, Shimura Danzo maintained a calm facade, dismissively stating, "I have never encountered this person. I am unaware of where you found him." Orochimaru, well aware of the anticipated response, explained, "This individual is one of the assailants who targeted Minato Namikaze and Ye Feng. 6 in total, 3 were killed, 2 committed suicide, and this one was captured while unconscious. Extract his tongue." The Umbu ninja complied, revealing the cursed tongue eradication seal inscribed upon it. Shock rippled through the assembly, as attendees marveled at Shimura Danzo's audacity to attack elite shinobi, particularly those who were disciples of the legendary 3. Shimura Danzo, sensing the tide turning against him, hastily defended, "I have already explained this matter to the 3rd Hokage. It was someone who devised the cursed tongue eradication seal to frame me. As far as I know, you have provided an explanation, yet the old man does not believe your claims and has demanded the roster of all root ninjas, correct? Whether it is true or not, the third Hokage does not attribute this to me. He simply seeks the roster. Noticing Shimura Danzo's continued obfuscation, Orochimaru remained silent, instead clapping again. This time, 2 more Umbu ninjas entered, dragging a pale, white-haired elder into the hall. Shimura Danzo scrutinized the elder, attempting to discern his identity, but failed to recognize him. Orochimaru's voice rang out once more. This elder is one of the 12 ninjas who attacked the third Hokage. An uproar erupted among the assembly. These are the notorious ninjas? Were they not all slain? Is there still a survivor? Rumors suggested a mysterious figure assisted them, possibly leaving a survivor, which ultimately fell into Orochimaru's hands. How can it be an old man? How could such a ninja commit murder when he is on the brink of death? In truth, various clans had dispatched individuals to investigate the scene, only to find it had been thoroughly cleaned up, leaving no useful information. Jiraiya had barely managed to escape with a few survivors, and it was presumed that no one else would have remained alive. Even Shimura Danzo had initially believed that all had perished in the conflict. Everyone harbored skepticism regarding the elder's identity, yet due to Orochimaru's reputation, no one dared to voice their dissent. Orochimaru elaborated, this man indeed participated in the assault on the third Hokage. His current appearance is due to the use of a special potion that enhances combat power at the cost of one's life force. As far as I know, such potions exist within Root. Chapter 233, Panic. Shimura Danzo was still feigning calmness and did not attempt to conceal the truth, for this matter was impossible to hide. Indeed, the Root did possess such a potion, but its quantity was exceedingly scarce. It would not be utilized unless absolutely necessary. Currently, these potions were still stored within the Root's base and had not yet been employed. Yet you casually summoned an elder and claimed he was a ninja who attacked the third Hokage, while also slandering our Root ninjas. What is your true intention? Observing Danzo's incessant deflection, Orochimaru remained unfazed, instead wearing an intrigued expression. Danzo, do not be so hasty in your denial. As for whether this elder is indeed the assailant, the analysis team will ascertain that. After all, these individuals do not possess the cursed tongue eradication seal, making it quite simple for the analysis team to decipher. Upon concluding his statement, Orochimaru directed the Umbu ninjas to escort the elder to the analysis team for memory extraction. At this moment, Danzo grew somewhat anxious. He had deliberately removed the cursed tongue eradication seal knowing these individuals would surely perish, to prevent their corpses from being inadvertently taken away and becoming a potential threat. However, he never anticipated that someone could survive under such circumstances and even capture a live subject. Yet, Danzo found himself powerless to intervene. Any attempt to do so would only serve to betray his own guilt, leaving him tongue-tied. Conversely, even if the memories were examined, it would not implicate him directly, allowing him to shift the blame onto his subordinates. Nonetheless, Danzo's aspirations to assume the position of Hokage were now fraught with difficulty, due to Orochimaru's actions. The voting session for the Hokage was temporarily halted. Should Danzo indeed be the perpetrator behind the attack on the Hokage, neither Tsunade nor Mito would be able to shield him from accountability and allow him to ascend to the position. They would have to await the results first. Meanwhile, Ye Feng had already infiltrated the Root's base. With Jiraiya and the Umbu captain at his side, the majority of the ninjas posed little threat, and they swiftly breached the core area, where 2 of Danzo's trusted aides stood guard, refusing to allow Jiraiya and the others entry. However, Ye Feng's objective was not the documents within the Root base, but rather these 2 confidants of Danzo, as he understood that they possessed far more knowledge than any written records. With a sudden activation of his Sharingan, Ye Feng unleashed an illusion upon the 2. While he darted forward, Ye Feng's illusionary prowess was limited. Vanquishing both adversaries through genjutsu was nearly impossible. Yet, he could delay them for a fleeting second, which was sufficient for him to close the distance and incapacitate both with merely 2 swift strikes. This marked Ye Feng's first public display of the Sharingan, for after this, the Leaf Village would belong to them. Whether to reveal the Sharingan was of little consequence. Unbeknownst to Ye Feng, the Umbu captain, seemingly influenced by the third Hokage, had developed a wary disposition towards the 3-tomo Sharingan user. Ye Feng discarded the unconscious bodies of the 2 aides to Jiraiya and proceeded to interrogate other Root ninjas one by one, compelling them to disclose the locations and identities of other Root members. Regrettably, the ninjas with extensive knowledge were too powerful for Ye Feng to control, while those he could dominate bore limited information. However, the knowledge gleaned was sufficient. The remainder would have to wait until Danzo was dealt with. With this thought in mind, Ye Feng conferred with Jiraiya and then departed the root base with the incapacitated aides, heading towards the Hokage's council chamber. Leaving the situation at the root to the Umbu captain. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, half an hour had elapsed. The intelligence scroll extracted by the analysis team was handed to Tsunade. Upon swiftly reviewing the contents, Tsunade turned to Danzo, her face a mask of fury. At that moment, even she was convinced that the individual responsible for the assault on the third Hokage was indeed dispatched by Danzo. No longer wishing to aid Danzo, Tsunade pondered whether she might become his next target. Observing Tsunade's demeanor, Orochimaru inferred that the contents of the scroll must be quite significant. He took the scroll from her hands, revealing its contents. This individual is a secret assassin cultivated by the root, who, under the directive of the root, consumed a potential-enhancing potion and forcibly trained in the 8 gates just to eliminate the third Hokage. Furthermore, he has previously been dispatched to hunt other ninjas. Orochimaru smiled as he unfurled the scroll, presenting the analysis report to all present in the council chamber. Everyone stood in stunned silence, expressions of disbelief plastered on their faces, unable to fathom that Danzo could audaciously commit such acts. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Danzo immediately attempted to defend himself, asserting, "I had no knowledge of this matter. It must be that my subordinates acted in defiance without my knowledge. If you summon them, the truth will be revealed." No sooner had Danzo finished speaking than the doors of the council chamber swung open again, revealing Jiraiya, who entered with Ye Feng in tow. With an air of triumph, Jiraiya addressed Danzo. "Danzo, I knew you would seek to capture your own subordinates. Look how considerate I am. I've brought you too." After speaking, Jiraiya stepped aside, allowing the Umbu ninjas to drag in 2 root ninjas. Seeing the unfolding scene, Danzo's heart sank, and he bellowed at Jiraiya, "Jiraiya, what right do you have to apprehend my subordinates?" Jiraiya maintained his composure, replying with a smile, "Did you not claim that your subordinates had rebelled? I simply brought them to you for questioning. As long as the truth is unveiled, that is all that matters." Danzo, truly agitated, attempted to forcibly reclaim the root ninjas. For these 2 were his most trusted aides, although he was aware that they would not betray him due to the cursed tongue eradication seal binding them. He remained uneasy about handing them over to others. However, Jiraiya would not grant Danzo that opportunity, promptly blocking his advance. Understanding he was no match for Jiraiya, Danzo could only roar in frustration, "Jiraiya, why are you detaining them? I am merely considering your innocence by having them testify." Jiraiya, finding satisfaction in Danzo's anger, could not help but tease him further. Danzo, still making his final desperate attempts, insisted, "The rebels I mentioned do not refer to them. It concerns other ninjas. Release them, and I shall lead you to apprehend the true traitors." Jiraiya, in a light-hearted tone, replied, "No need for that. All your root ninjas are already outside. Just tell me whom you need, and I'll bring them to you." Chapter 234. The truth. At this moment, Shimura Danzo finally realized that everything today was a trap. Jiraiya and his companions had dared to seize his base while he was absent. How could they be so audacious? Did they possess evidence he was unaware of? This thought deepened Danzo's unease, yet he still threatened Jiraiya, stating, "The root falls under my jurisdiction. How dare you apprehend them without my consent? Who granted you such authority? Are you attempting to rebel?" Orochimaru, having grown weary of the farce, interjected, "Danzo, whether you have authority or not will be determined by whether you survive today." Without waiting for Danzo's response, Orochimaru turned to the assembly in the council chamber and called out, "Is the leader of the Inuzuka clan present?" A middle-aged man with chestnut hair stepped forward, slightly bowing in respect as he addressed Orochimaru. "What orders do you have, Lord Orochimaru?" "Do not be alarmed. I have sought you out because your clan excels in genjutsu. I wish for you to employ your illusions to extract some truths from these 2 individuals," Orochimaru said, gesturing towards the 2 root ninjas behind him. The Inuzuka leader hesitated, responding cautiously, "While I can use genjutsu, the root ninjas are marked with the cursed tongue eradication seal, making it nearly impossible to extract useful information." Orochimaru, however, replied with confidence, "Rest assured. Use your genjutsu to compel them to speak the truth. I shall handle the rest." With a wave of his hand, the Umbu ninjas brought the 2 root members before the Inuzuka leader, while Orochimaru placed his hands on their heads, emanating a radiant white light. After a span of over 10 seconds, Orochimaru withdrew his hands, exhaling with relief, "Inuzuka leader, it is done." Danzo observed this unfold with a sense of urgency. He wished to intervene, but Jiraiya's gaze was fixed upon him, preventing any action. Although Danzo had confidence in the cursed tongue eradication seal, Orochimaru was a fervent experimenter. If he were to unravel the seal, Danzo would meet a grim fate. Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, the Umbu ninjas promptly lifted the seals from the 2 root ninjas, awakening them. Yet, before they could comprehend their surroundings, they fell victim to the Inuzuka clan's genjutsu, their eyes becoming vacant. As the Inuzuka leader announced, "It is done." A wave of tension washed over everyone present. Orochimaru then stated, "Given that the root ninjas are privy to many of Konoha's secrets, we shall limit our inquiries to matters concerning the third Hokage. Other topics can be addressed later." Turning to Karui, Orochimaru added, "I believe you are best suited to pose the questions." With that, he stepped aside. Karui understood that Orochimaru's intent was twofold, to display impartiality and to allow her to determine Danzo's fate. Reluctantly, she approached the two root ninjas and began. "Who orchestrated the assassination attempt on the third Hokage?" The two ninjas merely frowned, remaining silent. This scene revived hope in Danzo's heart. He was the one who most desired their silence. Orochimaru furrowed his brow, seemingly disbelieving that his experiment could fail. Ye Feng, observing the situation, sensed that the experiment should not have gone awry. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He spoke, but his voice, rather than his own, resonated like Danzo's. What were the plans concerning the third Hokage? The room fell silent as everyone turned in shock. Orochimaru's expression shifted to one of realization. The root ninja's silence was not merely due to the seal's restrictions, but rather a deep-seated psychological conditioning that led them to instinctively refuse to divulge the truth. However, Ye Feng's impersonation of Danzo's voice significantly mitigated their apprehension. Then, one of the root ninjas began to speak. "We confirmed the third Hokage's itinerary in advance and arranged for the entire Blood Moon team to ambush him, forcibly employing the 8 gates technique at the cost of their lives." Upon hearing this voice and the words conveyed, Danzo felt as if the very sky had collapsed upon him. Disbelief etched across his face. He could not fathom that Orochimaru could break his cursed tongue eradication seal. In the past, Orochimaru might not have succeeded, but with the aid of true energy, dismantling the seal was not an insurmountable task. All the ninjas present were astounded that the renowned technique of the root had been unraveled by Orochimaru, subsequently becoming the most potent weapon against Danzo. However, what shocked them even more was Danzo's sheer ruthlessness. He had sunk so low as to eliminate even his longtime ally, the third Hokage, in his pursuit of power. At this moment, Danzo recognized that his time had come to an end, ensnared in a web of treachery, with no escape in sight. "I never expected that despite exhausting all my schemes, I would still fail to seize that position. Fate is not on my side," he mused, sinking to the ground in despair. Meanwhile, the Jounin in the council chamber vocally condemned Danzo, a cacophony of accusations filling the air. Observing the situation spiraling out of control, Karui swiftly stood and declared, "Danzo, your actions are unforgivable. I hereby announce the revocation of your advisory position and order your imprisonment until the matter is fully investigated," followed by a public trial. Her words quelled some of the anger in the room. Yet, as Danzo sat on the ground, a flicker of determination flashed in his eyes. Subtle yet perceptible, and Ye Feng caught it. Furrowing his brow, Ye Feng understood that Danzo was cunning and likely to escape confinement. If he were not eliminated now, the consequences could be dire. However, as merely a Jounin, he lacked the authority to execute Danzo on the spot. He needed a plan to ensure Danzo's demise. At that moment, he caught sight of Tsunade, who appeared to revel in the chaos, and an idea struck him. While Karui continued conversing with the assembly, a voice mimicking Danzo's emerged, capturing everyone's attention. How were Suk and Kat dealt with? All eyes turned to Ye Feng, for it was precisely his words that had been echoed. Chapter 235, The Death of Danzo. Konoha. Tsunade was taken aback. She had not anticipated that Ye Feng would bring up her brother and lover at such a moment. She lowered her head in contemplation, pondering the implications of Ye Feng's words. Suddenly, a look of shock crossed her face as a thought struck her. Could her brother's and Dan's deaths be connected to Shimura Danzo? As this realization dawned upon her, she began to reflect on past events, increasingly convinced of the possibility that Danzo possessed both the motive and the capability to have harmed them. As Tsunade widened her eyes, staring at Danzo, a root ninja spoke up. "Shinju has already died in the trap you set, and Kato-dan was killed while using his transformation technique, disguised as a casualty of battle." The revelation sent shockwaves through the council chamber. Everyone present knew that Shinju and Kato-dan were Tsunade's closest companions, with Shinju being the grandson of the first Hokage, who had perished in battle years prior. Now, to learn that his demise was orchestrated by Danzo was explosive news. All eyes turned to Tsunade, eager to witness her reaction and subsequent actions. Orochimaru's expression darkened significantly, filled with a sinister intensity as he glared at Danzo. The guilt surrounding Shinju's death had long haunted Orochimaru, who felt he had failed to protect Tsunade's beloved brother. Upon hearing this accusation, He felt an overwhelming urge to eliminate Danzo, but he restrained himself, recognizing that Tsunade's fury would surpass his own. Tsunade, with her head bowed, trembled with rage, her clenched fists and tightly shut lips betraying her fury. Suddenly, she lifted her head, her face contorted with rage as she charged at Danzo, shouting, "You old bastard! I will kill you." Tsunade's intent was clear, yet as she prepared to strike, Tsunade Haruno attempted to intervene. However, Orochimaru's chilling voice stopped her. "If you wish to die, feel free to step in and try." Orochimaru's words jolted Tsunade Haruno into reality. She realized the immense pain Danzo had inflicted on Tsunade. Understanding that her friend would show no mercy, she also knew that both Orochimaru and Jiraiya would stand firmly beside Tsunade, rendering any intervention futile. With a heavy heart, Tsunade Haruno closed her eyes and turned away, unable to bear witnessing Danzo's fate. Danzo, acutely aware of the shifting tides, initially believed his imprisonment would provide an opportunity for escape. Yet, when Ye Feng posed his question, Danzo understood the peril he was in. Cursing the Uchiha youth repeatedly in his mind, "This damn brat, time and again, ruining my plans. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be in this predicament." However, Danzo's thoughts of vengeance were swiftly replaced by the instinct to flee as he saw Tsunade bearing down on him with murderous intent. Just as he attempted to rise, a foot suddenly pressed down on his shoulder, forcing him back into his seat. Looking up, he saw Jiraiya glaring down at him, silencing Danzo's intended retort. At that moment, Tsunade stood before Danzo, unhesitatingly delivering a powerful punch to his face, visibly distorting his features and dislodging several teeth. The force of her strike sent Danzo crashing through the walls of the Hokage's office. Tsunade was relentless, pursuing him outside, where Ye Feng could witness her on top of Danzo, her fist raining down upon him. Each blow caused the ground to crack beneath them, blood spraying from the wounds inflicted. In that moment, Tsunade displayed no signs of her usual fear of blood. Her heart was consumed by thoughts of her unjustly slain brother and Kato-dan, tears streaming down her face as her fury and sorrow manifested in her relentless assault on Danzo. He was left battered and unrecognizable, suffering multiple fractures and a shattered skull. Both he and Tsunade drenched in blood as she continued to pummel him without restraint. Onlookers, horrified by the gruesome scene, fled in terror, spreading the news throughout Konoha. Even those within the council chamber were paralyzed by the bloody spectacle, yet none dared intervene. Perhaps, in their hearts, they understood that they, too, might act even more ruthlessly in Tsunade's position. Amidst the chaos, a breathless Danzo suddenly roared, "If you wish for my death, I will not allow you to escape unscathed." In a desperate display of defiance, he tore open his shirt, revealing a cursed seal upon his chest. Dark liquid began to ooze from his body, splattering violently as it erupted. This shocking revelation sent waves of fear through the assembly. They recognized the seal as the four-symbol seal, a forbidden technique that would take life as its toll, dragging everything nearby into the afterlife. They had not anticipated Danzo's willingness to take such drastic measures, even in the face of death. Yet Tsunade seemed oblivious to the seal, continuing her assault on Danzo, intent on releasing her pin-up rage, wholly disregarding her own safety. Jiraiya and Orochimaru exchanged alarmed glances, rising to intervene, but were halted by Ye Feng. Both were taken aback by his sudden action. With no time to explain, Ye Feng activated the 8 gates and charged towards Tsunade. As he neared her, the four-symbol seal completed, transforming into a half-black sphere. The sphere pulsated for a brief moment before collapsing and vanishing, along with the figures of Ye Feng and Tsunade. Fortunately, Danzo had been propelled outwards by Tsunade's force, landing in the open space in front of the Hokage's office. Otherwise, the council chamber and surrounding structures would have faced devastation. However, Jiraiya and Orochimaru stood frozen, uncertain whether Ye Feng and Tsunade had managed to escape, and fearing the worst. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Jiraiya clenched his teeth, exclaiming in anger, "To let him die so easily is too lenient. He deserves a fate worse than death." Chapter 236, Conclusion. Though Orochimaru remained silent, the palpable aura of menace surrounding him indicated his seething rage. One individual was a trusted healer, while the other was a potential ally who could propel him further on his path. The prospect of harm befalling either of these two was tantamount to severing Orochimaru's future endeavors, inciting his ire. At that moment, the figures of Ye Feng and Tsunade abruptly materialized beside Jiraiya. It turned out that, realizing time was of the essence, Ye Feng had disregarded the potential risks to his own body and forcibly activated the 5th gate of the 8 gates, exponentially increasing his speed. Upon reaching Tsunade, he promptly employed the Flying Thunder God technique to vacate the area. Fortunately, Ye Feng's robust physique mitigated the toll of the 5th gate's activation. and though he did not need to maintain it for long, he was left with a lingering soreness throughout his muscles. Jiraiya was startled by the sudden appearance of the two figures. Upon recognizing them, he was instantly filled with excitement. However, he soon noticed Tsunade's unusual state and quickly inquired, "Tsunade, are you alright?" Yet, Tsunade remained unresponsive, clearly overwhelmed by the day's events. Observing her condition, both Orochimaru and Jiraiya felt a pang of concern. Orochimaru turned to Ye Feng, who immediately understood the unspoken command to escort Tsunade home to recuperate. Ye Feng felt a twinge of reluctance. He wished to witness how the situation would unfold, but he understood the necessity of honoring Orochimaru's wishes. Thus, he stepped forward and, under the gazes of the onlookers, vanished with Tsunade. The spectators were left dumbfounded by Ye Feng and Tsunade's sudden appearances and subsequent disappearances. The realization struck them collectively that they were witnessing the flying thunder god technique of the second Hokage. They all turned their eyes toward Minato Namikaze, seemingly seeking confirmation from him. Such exceptional prowess at a young age, combined with his innate talent, foretold that the name Uchiha Ye Feng would undoubtedly resonate throughout the entire ninja world. With Orochimaru as his mentor, he was a likely candidate for the next Hokage. In that moment, all the clans contemplated the potential benefits of forging connections with Ye Feng. Some even pondered the availability of suitable young women within their families to foster relationships, recognizing that although Ye Feng was still in his youth, it would not hinder the cultivation of affection. As for Shimura Danzo, who remained in the pit, he garnered little concern from the crowd. However, Tsunade Korin, showing a hint of compassion, summoned the Umbu ninjas to retrieve Danzo's remains. Neither Orochimaru nor Jiraiya uttered a word, with a life extinguished. They chose not to dwell on such trivial matters. Nevertheless, given Tsunade's precarious condition, it was clear that today was not conducive for the nomination of a new Hokage. Yet, the threat from Tsunade loomed large, prompting Orochimaru and Jiraiya to resolve to address this pressing issue. Thus, Orochimaru approached the council chamber and declared, "With enemies at our gates, I shall not waste words. I propose that Jiraiya and the two advisors remain to guard Konoha, while I shall take command of our forces. Tomorrow, the Konoha troops will set out with me to repel the invasion from Tsunade. Those in favor may stand a vote. Should a majority arise, it shall be settled thus." Upon finishing his proclamation, a profound silence enveloped the room, and not a single individual stood. Most cast their gazes about, some harboring reservations, while others were merely eager spectators. Those who had previously supported Danzo now hesitated to voice their allegiance to Orochimaru, fearing the label of opportunism. Yet Orochimaru remained unperturbed, confident that no one in Konoha could rival him in strength. At that moment, Uchiha Tenkan, who had been observing, decided to take the initiative and stood up. With Tenkan leading the charge, all the Uchiha clan's elite ninjas rose in support. Following suit, Hyuga Takeda also stood, exhibiting his allegiance. Although Ye Feng had not previously conferred with Takeda, the latter was astute enough to recognize the orchestration behind this maneuver involving Ye Feng and Orochimaru, especially as the Uchiha clan had taken the lead in endorsing Orochimaru. Failing to act would have been a dereliction of duty for the leader of the Hyuga clan. Seeing their leader rise, the members of the Hyuga clan followed suit, except for a few, including Hyuga Sanada, who remained seated, now devoid of any desire for election, consumed by thoughts of the inevitable consequences awaiting him. With the support of the Hyuga clan, the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans quickly joined in solidarity. Being aligned with the Hokage faction, they recognized the collective decision made by the Sannin and, given their loyalty to the third Hokage, felt compelled to support Orochimaru. As other prominent and lesser clans observed the backing of two major clans in the Sannin, they too cast aside their doubts and stood in support. Soon, the council chamber was filled with all but a few disoriented members, notably Hyuga Sanada. Witnessing the unfolding situation, Korin no longer hesitated and announced the final outcome, recognizing it as the most suitable resolution at this juncture. With the major decision made, the remaining discussions revolved around battle strategies and responsibilities, leading to a lengthy deliberation lasting over 2 hours before finalizing the plan. Meanwhile, Ye Feng realized he had yet to ascertain Tsunade's home and, for the time being, brought her to his own residence. His home comprised merely 2 rooms, one occupied by Gabuman and the other his own. With little choice, he instructed all his shadow clones to vacate his room and share the space with Gabuman, thereby creating a place for Tsunade to rest. At that moment, Tsunade appeared lost in thought, her eyes devoid of focus, clearly ensnared by haunting memories. Recognizing her state, Ye Feng sighed. While his actions may have been morally questionable, utilizing Tsunade to eliminate Danzo They were necessary to prevent any chance of Danzo's escape and to help Tsunade find closure. Nonetheless, a flicker of guilt lingered within him. Gently, Ye Feng assisted Tsunade in lying down, covering her with a blanket before stepping out to procure food and other essentials for her. Before departing, he entrusted Gabuman with the task of watching over Tsunade. Upon returning with a substantial haul of supplies, Ye Feng noticed several Umbu and security ninjas traversing the rooftops, apprehending individuals en route to the Hokage Tower. It appeared these were remnants of Root, and with Orochimaru and the analysis team present, uncovering their identities would not pose a challenge. The real concern lay with those who had received warnings and fled in advance. Chapter 237, Destruction of Home. These matters no longer demanded Leaf Maple's attention. The greatest obstacle in Konoha had been removed, and the remaining individuals posed little threat. At this moment, Leaf Maple felt an overwhelming sense of ease and lightness. As for the impending war, he paid it little mind, with the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha present alongside the formidable Minato Namikaze. He harbored no doubts that Sunagakure would gain nothing of value. Upon returning home, laden with various parcels, Leaf Maple was greeted by a gathering of people at his doorstep. Instantly aware that something was amiss, he squeezed through the crowd to ascertain the situation. To his dismay, the front door of his home lay shattered on the ground, and sounds of crashing and shattering echoed from within. Leaf Maple hastily set down his burdens and dashed inside. Upon entering, his eyes were immediately drawn to the fractured ceiling overhead, from which debris continuously fell due to the tumult of the scuffle. The wooden walls bore numerous varying-sized holes, and fragments of dishes littered the floor. Following the commotion, Leaf Maple ventured into his own room, where he found Tsunade and Garurumon locked in a fierce standoff. As Leaf Maple stepped inside, both the human and beast turned their gazes toward him. Garurumon's initially menacing expression transformed into one of grievance as it rushed to Leaf Maple's side, nuzzling its massive head against his chest. In that moment, Leaf Maple heard Garurumon's voice, tinged with indignation. "Master, this woman struck me without reason." A wry smile crossed Leaf Maple's face as he deduced the sequence of events. It was likely that Tsunade, upon regaining her senses and spotting the colossal creature, instinctively reacted in fear, delivering a punch to Garurumon. Upon recognizing the affectionate bond between Leaf Maple and the creature, Tsunade quickly surmised that Garurumon was his summon and felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, recalling that she had indeed struck first. Understanding the need for no further explanation, Leaf Maple sought to soothe Garurumon and promised to take it out of the village for a while. Garurumon, thrilled at the prospect, immediately cast aside its earlier displeasure, tackling Leaf Maple to the ground, its long tongue playfully licking his face in a display of joy. Leaf Maple, overwhelmed by this enthusiastic display, quickly voiced his objection, prompting Garurumon to tone it down somewhat. However, as Leaf Maple surveyed the damaged surroundings and glanced at the food he had brought, a resigned smile formed on his lips. He had intended to prepare a delightful meal to comfort Tsunade, but in light of the current chaos, that plan was rendered impossible. Tsunade, feeling a twinge of guilt, promptly assured him, "I will compensate for the damages to your home and belongings." Leaf Maple, not one to be petty, responded, "There is no need. I had intended to renovate and redecorate anyway. I simply forgot amidst my other obligations. This presents a perfect opportunity." As he spoke, a sudden thought struck him. Didn't he have a multitude of shadow clones at home? How could they allow such a debacle to unfold? He rushed to Garurumon's room, only to discover that the shadow clones had erected a protective barrier, completely unconcerned about the chaos occurring outside. A flicker of anger crossed Leaf Maple's face as he scolded them. "With such a ruckus outside, why aren't you doing anything?" In response, the clones exchanged mischievous glances and spoke in unison. "It's your fault for not preparing before you left. You have only yourself to blame." The collective response was rather startling, leaving Leaf Maple momentarily speechless as he questioned, "Are these shadow clones truly a manifestation of my being? Am I really this sort of individual?" Tsunade, drawn by the commotion, approached with curiosity and was astonished to see so many versions of Leaf Maple. The act of creating numerous shadow clones consumed considerable chakra and had tangible effects on the user. It was unusual for one to summon so many outside of battle. Intrigued, Tsunade asked, "What do you need so many shadow clones for?" Leaf Maple was not about to divulge the truth, so he evasively replied, "I am developing a new jutsu. Still in the research phase. I shall demonstrate it for you once it's complete." With that, he gently nudged Tsunade out of the room. Upon hearing about the new technique, Tsunade's curiosity waned. After all, the pursuit of new jutsu was a personal endeavor, and she felt it inappropriate to pry further. As twilight approached, Leaf Maple surveyed the wreckage around him and sighed, "I had hoped to prepare a special meal to comfort you, But under these circumstances, that is no longer feasible. Feeling a warmth in her heart at his words, Tsunade acknowledged her responsibility for the situation and proposed, "Given that you cannot stay here, why not come to my place? I have a spacious home where you can reside for the time being." Leaf Maple glanced around, recognizing that staying here was indeed impractical. Spending time at Tsunade's place would be preferable to wandering the streets, and he could utilize the food he had just purchased to prepare a grand feast for her. Nodding in agreement, he mentally instructed Garurumon to shrink, mindful that its large form would attract unnecessary attention. In the midst of its excitement, Garurumon obediently complied with Leaf Maple's command, shrinking until it was no larger than a palm. It then leaped into Leaf Maple's arms, burrowing into his clothing. Tsunade's eyes sparkled with interest at this sight. It was her first encounter with a summon capable of changing size. With a radiant smile, she turned to Leaf Maple and asked, "Where did you acquire such a remarkable summon? Would you consider parting with it?" "I would gladly pay." Before Leaf Maple could respond, Garurumon poked its head out from Leaf Maple's clothing, baring its teeth playfully at Tsunade, clearly voicing its disapproval. Yet, in its diminutive form, it appeared more endearing than intimidating. Tsunade, enchanted by Garurumon's cuteness, reached into Leaf Maple's clothing to gently retrieve the creature, cradling it in her arms and nuzzling her cheek against its fur. Observing Tsunade's delighted expression, Leaf Maple recognized her fondness for Garurumon, a stark contrast to their earlier confrontation. Chapter 238. The unique Orochimaru, however. The Gabuman had already formed a pact with him, and given its exceptional nature, Ye Feng was reluctant to part with it, even for Tsunade. Yet, he considered allowing her to enjoy it for a few days as a means to soothe her inner turmoil. At that moment, Gabuman's voice echoed in Ye Feng's mind. "Master, help me. This woman is trying to suffocate me." Ye Feng glanced at Gabuman, which was wedged between two towering peaks. Its head frequently submerged due to Tsunade's incessant nuzzling. Ye Feng couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy, wishing he were in Gabuman's place, and inwardly muttered, "Truly unaware of the fortune bestowed upon you. If I had such an opportunity, I would not budge even if dragged." Feigning ignorance of Gabuman's pleas, Ye Feng declared, "This is Gabuman, my companion. Selling it is out of the question, but if it wishes, it may accompany you for a few days." Tsunade expressed her gratitude profusely, cradling Gabuman as she led the way to her home. Along the journey, Ye Feng continued to hear Gabuman's cries for help, choosing to ignore them. Upon arriving at Tsunade's residence, Ye Feng was taken aback by its opulence. The entrance revealed a vast courtyard surrounded by numerous rooms, and the pristine surroundings suggested that it was regularly maintained. However, Ye Feng pondered, with Tsunade's wealth squandered on gambling, could she truly afford to hire someone for upkeep? Curiosity piqued, Ye Feng casually inquired, "This courtyard is quite lovely. Did you plant all these flowers and plants?" "I rarely return here. It's always managed by the old man," Tsunade responded. Hearing this, Ye Feng's impression of Sarutobi Hiruzen diminished. The thought of Naruto Uzumaki, deprived of basic necessities, consuming expired milk and wearing tattered clothes ignited a sense of injustice within him. Sarutobi could easily provide for Naruto's needs, and the maintenance costs of this courtyard alone would suffice for the young boy's sustenance. Ye Feng found it incomprehensible how the third Hokage could be so callous, realizing that any other person in his position would likely succumb to darkness. Fortunately, in this lifetime, Ye Feng was present, and he vowed not to let Naruto remain an orphan. "Ye Feng, what are you daydreaming about? Hurry and prepare dinner. Both Gabuman and I are starving." Tsunade's voice jolted him from his thoughts. Looking at the still begging Gabuman, he inwardly scoffed. "It's you who is hungry, yet you drag others into your plight." Nonetheless, Ye Feng resolved to cook, as he had intended to prepare a meal for Tsunade. Soon, amidst the clattering of dishes and Tsunade's urging, a feast emerged. Ye Feng poured forth all his culinary skills, creating over 10 dishes, albeit in modest portions, ample for Tsunade to sample. Having only previously tasted Ye Feng's barbecue, Tsunade was captivated by the array of unfamiliar dishes. The enticing aromas wafted towards her, causing her to swallow in anticipation, her resolve wavering. As Ye Feng presented the final dish, he observed Tsunade's rapt attention and her barely contained enthusiasm, prompting a fleeting thought. Perhaps marrying Tsunade wouldn't be such a bad idea. However, he swiftly dismissed the notion, acknowledging the considerable age gap and his uncertain future in this realm, deciding against complicating matters for others. With newfound clarity, Ye Feng beamed at the impatient Tsunade and announced, "Dinner is served." To her, this was a divine proclamation. Eagerly, she echoed the sentiment, snatching a piece of meat she had long coveted, savoring it with evident satisfaction. At that moment, an external voice chimed in, "Ah, It seems we have arrived just in time. Recognizing Jiraiya's voice, Ye Feng turned to see him accompanied by Orochimaru, who unceremoniously took seats at the table. Tsunade, upon seeing Jiraiya and Orochimaru together, wore a displeased expression, fully aware that her carefully prepared dishes would soon be divided between the two gluttons. Indeed, the very next moment, Jiraiya clasped his hands together and declared, "I shall not be polite. I'm diving in." As he reached for the food, Tsunade intercepted him. "These are all prepared by Ye Feng for me. Who gave you permission to eat?" She retorted, her irritation palpable. Jiraiya, sensing her feistiness, relaxed, a cheeky grin spreading across his face as he replied, "Oh, come now, Tsunade. Don't be so stingy. Ye Feng will undoubtedly make more in the future." Seizing the opportunity while Tsunade was distracted, Jiraiya snatched a piece and boasted as he chewed. Tsunade, recognizing his shamelessness, found herself unable to contest him further. Just then, she noticed Orochimaru independently feasting as well. Both Tsunade and Jiraiya stared in disbelief. It was their first encounter with such a casual side of Orochimaru. Typically aloof and reserved, today's behavior was unprecedented. Tsunade and Jiraiya leaned in, their curiosity piqued. Although slightly bashful under their scrutiny, Orochimaru maintained a stoic demeanor as he continued to eat. Ye Feng interjected, "If you don't eat soon, Orochimaru will finish everything." Realizing the food was limited, Tsunade and Jiraiya quickly entered a competitive phase of dining. However, no matter how they attempted to thwart Orochimaru, he deftly continued his consumption. With no other option, they hastened their own eating. As for Ye Feng, he was indifferent to his own meal, having prepared so little. He was content to let them enjoy the bounty. With the trio devouring the food at an astonishing pace, mere minutes later, the table lay bare, gleaming as if new. While the three ninjas' bellies slightly bulged,